transcending into a fantastical realm inhabited by dragons, elves, and demons. Infected by wolf venom, I transformed into a werewolf, yet I possess the ability to control my transformation at will, and as long as I can maintain my sanity, I can unleash my potential freely. Chapter 1. To eat me? Come on, Bacons, this place is rather eerie. Alright, mate, this kid is a pauper, not a single copper coin on him, damn. Why can't I muster any strength? My body feels like it's fallen apart. The pain is excruciating. What's happened to me? Have I overexerted myself in training? Glenn faintly heard a conversation, his consciousness slowly emerging from chaos as he sensed the unusual state of his body, unable to restrain a sharp intake of breath. Opening his eyes, he beheld the dark tips of trees surrounding a half-black sky. The voices nearby continued. Since he has nothing valuable on him, we should leave this place quickly. Encountering meddlesome individuals would be troublesome. Leaving him here is a waste. I might as well eat him. Suit yourself, but please hurry. As the voices drew closer, Glenn felt a surge of confusion. Why does their language sound so peculiar? The sentence structure is akin to English, yet it doesn't sound like it at all. How do I comprehend it? Wait, eat him. Me. A sudden alarm surged within Glenn, an ominous premonition taking root as he attempted to summon his frail body to rise. However, just as he managed to prop himself up with hands and feet, a heavy blow struck his abdomen. A searing pain tore through him, radiating throughout his body. Glenn was sent sprawling, tumbling across the ground. His already weakened body trembled from the pain, sweat beading on his forehead. Yet he endured, suppressing any cries of anguish. How is this kid not dead? A strange male voice echoed. Turning his head, Glenn beheld a man with a thick beard and a hooked nose, dressed in coarse fabric, grinning menacingly at him. Behind him lurked a leaner figure, obscured in shadows, yet judging by his physique, he appeared to be of similar descent. Have I been abducted by foreigners? Impossible. With my skills and alertness, how could I have been captured without a trace? Glenn hailed from a lineage of martial artists, trained in the art of killing. After high school, he enlisted in a special forces unit, undertaking covert missions abroad, wielding real firearms, and taking lives. His alertness was unquestionable. The scene before him was utterly perplexing. He noticed the Western medieval attire of the approaching man, complete with a revolver and a dagger at his waist. Everything felt out of place, even his own body felt foreign. Could it be I have transcended? No way. This absurd thought emerged in his mind, and he sought to dismiss it, yet it seemed the only reasonable explanation. Suddenly, a fragment of memory surfaced, alleviating some of the pain while further confirming his suspicion. This world magic, dragons, elves, dwarves, steam, kingdoms. A series of fantastical terms flashed through Glenn's mind. The original owner of this body was named Dylan Nabankru, born into a merchant family, who reveled in his wealth while occasionally indulging in debauchery. Perhaps this was karma. His immensely wealthy father had suddenly sent a letter declaring bankruptcy, but had secretly set aside some savings for his children, ample enough for a period of extravagance. The letter concluded with a warning not to return home. Upon receiving this news, the original owner felt as if struck by lightning, disregarding his father's advice and resolutely returning home, only to learn of his parents' death from his siblings. They informed him that their parents had been murdered by enemies, and the police had concluded the case. After attending the funeral, his siblings took their share of the inheritance and scattered. The original owner wandered aimlessly for months, and when he regained his bearings, he discovered his pockets were nearly empty. Thus, he purchased an exceedingly cheap house in a remote area within the territory of the Kingdom of Zane, settling there. However, the place was deeply unsettling, and the original owner lived in perpetual fear. This morning, while returning from the town after purchasing supplies, he suddenly felt a sharp pain and a dull thud at the back of his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. It was only moments ago that Glenn's consciousness awakened in this body. I have truly transcended. Processing this information was instantaneous. Glenn had no time for further contemplation. He steadied his breath, gritted his teeth, and rose to his feet, fixing his gaze upon the approaching bearded man. Given his current physical state, it was nearly impossible to confront these two adults heathen. Yet for Glenn, who had crossed over, opportunities were present. Having executed assassination missions more than once, he quickly assessed the situation. He needed to strike decisively. His eyes darted, scanning the two men before him, his mind calculating. Why are you silent? Are you stunned? Just lie down quietly. The bearded man bellowed arrogantly, extending a robust arm to shove Glenn down. In the moment his arm was about to make contact with Glenn, his gaze suddenly sharpened. With a swift motion, his right hand bent like a striking serpent, lunging towards the bearded man's neck. The two men had completely underestimated the feeble Glenn as a threat. This turn of events caught them completely off guard. Feeling immense pressure on his neck, the bearded man instinctively bowed his head, his tongue involuntarily extending as if he were about to retch. Glenn swiftly retracted his right hand, while his left grasped the dagger concealed at the man's waist, slicing through the bearded man's throat with seamless precision. The figure lurking in the shadows had finally reacted, but it was already too late. Glenn withdrew the revolver from the bearded man's grasp, using his body as cover to disengage the safety, aim, and pull the trigger. A gunshot shattered the silence of the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. The shadowed figure was struck in the head and toppled backward. Everything unfolded with such fluidity, as if rehearsed. Glenn shoved the bearded man aside, who was still clutching his neck and gasping for breath. Feeling a tearing pain in his abdomen, he lifted his shirt to inspect the damage. Four freshly healed wounds marred his belly, one of which had reopened, blood gushing forth. It was undoubtedly the work of these two scoundrels. Glenn furrowed his brow, tearing a piece of fabric to staunch the bleeding. Suddenly, he noticed the bearded man was still alive, making faint sounds. Looking down, Glenn's eyes widened in shock. The bearded man's face was undergoing a dramatic transformation. His mouth was protruding outward, continuing to morph, while his cheeks sprouted thick black fur, resembling wild grass, overtaking more of his skin. This fellow is a werewolf. Glenn instantly comprehended the situation. Without hesitation, he raised the revolver to aim at the bearded man's forehead. The man would need time to fully transform, and Glenn would not grant him that opportunity. He pulled the trigger, only to hear a click, but no expected gunshot followed. What is going on? Glenn repeatedly disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger, yet silence persisted. Opening the chamber, he discovered no bullets left. He discarded the revolver and seized the dagger with his right hand, lunging forward to pin down the bearded man's head, driving the blade into the still healing wound on his neck. Perhaps it was the instinct to survive, coupled with the werewolf's immense strength, that made it exceedingly difficult for Glenn to maintain his dominance despite his weight advantage. The left hand, weakened, failed to hold firm. The partially wolf-transformed had opened its maw, revealing long, white fangs, and sank its teeth into Glenn's wrist with a fierce bite. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, yet Glenn dared not cease his right hand's relentless motion, continuing to carve through the flesh of his adversary's neck. In that moment, he found solace in the fact that his opponent was unable to exert full strength. Otherwise, he feared his left hand might have been irreparably damaged. At last, Glenn severed the head from the body of the bearded man, the struggle ceased, and the pressure on his left hand dissipated. Withdrawing his blood-soaked wrist, Glenn did not pause, but gasped for breath and charged toward another foe. The figure lurking in the shadows showed no signs of abnormality, yet Glenn remained vigilant and swiftly dispatched him as well. Only after completing this grim task did he collapse to the side, panting for respite. This perilous beginning had nearly cost him dearly. As Glenn felt his heart pounding fiercely, he worked to ease the tension in his nerves. His wound continued to bleed. After a brief moment of rest, he tended to it as best he could. Then, gritting his teeth, he staggered toward his residence. Unbeknownst to him, the nails at the tips of his fingers had just transformed into black claws before returning to normal. Chapter 2. The Old Man. Not far from the road where he had lost consciousness, Glenn recognized the path from the forest skirmish, ensuring he did not stray. Before him, the scenery blurred and sharpened intermittently. He felt as if his body had turned to jelly, yearning for a moment's respite. Yet, recalling the original owner's memories, this place was eerie and terrifying. Closing his eyes might mean never opening them again. The sky had darkened entirely, with only a round moon hanging silently in the night, casting its silvery light upon the path ahead. However, Glenn felt not an ounce of reassurance. A dilapidated sign leaned askew by the roadside, inscribed with the common tongue of this world, Bayek. This was the seemingly fortunate spot chosen by the original owner, Dylan. He had once felt fortunate to have purchased such an inexpensive house, reveling in his good fortune for quite some time. It was only upon arriving with the previous owner that he sensed something was amiss. Pale-faced, Glenn passed the sign, as a cool breeze rustled through, causing it to creak ominously. He silently prayed that no monsters would emerge this night. Revisiting memories, he recalled that since the original owner set foot in this town, eerie sounds had haunted him each night, chilling him to the bone. On several occasions, it seemed as if something had scraped against his window. Because of these occurrences, the original owner had not slept well for several days. The night in Bayek was profoundly silent, a silence so thick it felt suffocating. Glenn made every effort to remain quiet as he walked slowly along the cobbled path, where tall weeds sprouted between the stones, lending an air of desolation. Enduring pain while remaining alert to potential dangers, Glenn's spirit was utterly exhausted. At last, he spotted his home, nestled between two larger houses, with vegetation creeping up its exterior, appearing rather shabby in comparison to its neighbors. The original owner, Dylan, had purchased a two-story house with a garden and a dilapidated shed scarcely larger than a doghouse. Finally arrived. A flicker of joy surged within Glenn, prompting him to quicken his pace. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, a cacophony of frantic barking erupted, nearly sending Glenn's soul fleeing. In the stillness of the night, such a loud disturbance would startle anyone. Turning to look, he found a robust bulldog, baring its teeth and growling menacingly at him. This creature belonged to the neighbor next door, a tall old man who often took pleasure in bullying the original owner, displaying an odd temperament, and frequently pilfering items from Dylan's home, as if they were his own. The bulldog, emboldened by its owner, had often pursued Dylan, tearing apart several of his outfits. Though Dylan had once been a wastrel, his circumstances had changed, and he had grown weary of the old man's antics, who was clearly stronger than him, making resistance futile. Moreover, the old man often carried a hunting rifle, further dissuading Dylan from retaliating. Glenn halted, casting a cold gaze at the bulldog, his right hand instinctively moving toward his dagger. The bulldog suddenly sniffed the air vigorously, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It had caught the scent of blood. After a series of low growls, it licked its lips and approached Glenn. Noticing the bulldog's change in demeanor, Glenn remained still, his grip tightening around the dagger. It was clear to him that this beast intended to feast upon human flesh. Therefore, he could not afford to hold back. Perhaps accustomed to bullying Dylan, the bulldog felt no fear of humans and continued its advance, pouncing as it closed the distance to a mere 2 meters. Glenn reacted swiftly, sidestepping while his dagger arced through the air like a crescent moon, precisely plunging into the bulldog's neck. Man and beast narrowly avoided collision. Glenn stumbled, nearly losing his balance, while the dog collapsed, convulsing on the ground. To Glenn's astonishment, despite his fatigue, he felt his strength returning. What he had assumed would lead to his downfall steadied him instead. Disregarding the howling creature on the ground, Glenn strode into his yard, retrieving the key from beneath a stone to unlock the door. Inside, a faint musty odor lingered, though it was not overpowering. At that moment, Glenn had no inclination to scrutinize the surroundings, he simply yearned for rest. Closing the door behind him, he ascended the wooden stairs with determination, racing toward his bedroom. As he pushed open the door to his sanctuary, he collapsed onto the relatively soft bed. Finally, his taut nerves relaxed, and consciousness began to fade. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Glenn was awakened by a potent hunger gnawing at his insides, an uncomfortable sensation that left him unwilling to rise. He was too fatigued, so much so that even this hunger could not pry him from the bed. Yet, just before his awareness slipped back into slumber, he seemed to hear the sound of some creature gnawing. Outside his bedroom window, the bright moonlight illuminated the room, revealing a slender figure swaying outside. A long, thin forelimb slowly scraped against the wall, producing a faint, sharp scratching sound, indicating this creature possessed claws. The following day, Glenn awoke to an intense hunger pang. As soon as he opened his bloodshot eyes, he leaped from the bed after resting. He felt invigorated, no longer burdened by the fatigue of the previous day, yet hunger continued to torment him. Glenn had never experienced such a ravenous hunger, nearly driving him to madness, wishing to devour everything in sight. Bursting from the bedroom, he dashed to the kitchen, recalling that the original owner had left some leftovers and ingredients. After a flurry of movement, Glenn turned the kitchen upside down. Whether it was leftover vegetables or moldy food, he swallowed everything voraciously, alleviating his terrifying hunger slightly. What on earth was happening? He reasoned that merely being hungry for a day and a night should not lead to such desperation. Glenn sat amidst the chaotic kitchen, deeply furrowing his brow. He still felt hungry. I must consume more. After a moment, Glenn rose to his feet. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. As he noticed his body seemed significantly stronger, he felt particularly powerful as he stood. Glenn brushed his arm, feeling as though his muscles had become remarkably firm, and they appeared to have grown considerably larger than those of the former owner. Could this transformation be attributed to my arrival from another world? Is my newfound ability an enhancement of physical prowess? Glenn, however, had no desire to ponder these questions extensively. His immediate priority was to find something to eat. Thus he set aside his musings for the moment. After scouring the house thoroughly, he found no additional provisions, which left him in a state of considerable distress. Must I venture outside the town to procure sustenance? Glenn pondered while seated on the sofa in the living room. This quaint little town offers no establishments for trade. The residents of Bayek typically venture out to barter elsewhere. To acquire resources, one must travel to neighboring towns, a journey that is neither short nor convenient, usually requiring one to leave early and return late. His remaining balance was rather meager. Just as Glenn was engulfed in his dilemma, a familiar voice erupted from outside, calling out, "Tori, Tori, where have you gone, my dear?" It was the voice of the old man. Tori was the name of the dog. Upon hearing this, Glenn suddenly found himself smiling. Chapter 3. The heist. As Glenn pushed open the door, he immediately spotted a tall, slightly stooped figure on the neighboring lawn, calling out while clutching something in his hand. The old man turned upon hearing the door, and upon recognizing Glenn, his voice faltered as if he intended to inquire something, but he ultimately refrained, instead revealing a sinister smile. Had it been the original owner, he would likely have been frightened into retreating and bolting the door. However, the current Glenn felt no trepidation. He returned the old man's gaze with a faint smile of his own. The old man's expression froze, seemingly pondering why this timid boy exhibited such audacity today. With a disdainful snort, he retreated into his house, the door slamming shut behind him. Had he not discovered the corpse of the dog? Glenn diverted his gaze from the neighbor, focusing instead on the spot where the bulldog had perished the previous night. Indeed, there was nothing to be found, and a grave look crossed his face. He strode over to the site, crouching down. At close range, he discerned some faint bloodstains, though they appeared to have been scrubbed or licked clean by some entity. It was evident that something roamed here at night, but what could it be? He would have to investigate further another time. Rising once more, he cast another glance at the old man's residence before turning to return inside. He made his way to the storage room, rummaging through it until he unearthed a wooden stick of indeterminate purpose. He swung it vigorously, finding it reasonably comfortable in his grip. This would do. While Glenn held confidence in his own abilities, he understood that overconfidence could prove perilous, especially given that the old man might possess a firearm. The old man's revolver was lost in the thicket. He would retrieve it after the heist. As long as he secured some ammunition, it would suffice. With these thoughts in mind, Glenn exited the house. The town remained eerily quiet, the distant landscape swallowed by a shroud of mist, a common feature of this region's weather. Though sunny days did occur, they were rare. Were it not for his memories as testament, outsiders might easily assume this place was perpetually veiled in fog. As Glenn left the yard, he remained vigilant of his surroundings while contemplating strategies for potential conflict. With a light leap, he vaulted over the fence, landing on the old man's lawn. Concealing the stick behind him, he approached the front door and raised his hand to knock. Knock, knock. After 2 crisp knocks, Glenn stood in silence, waiting. Yet, after a prolonged moment, the wooden door remained utterly still. What was going on? Shouldn't this old codger come storming out to pummel him? Glenn's eyes glimmered with curiosity, and he continued to knock. "Old man, I need to speak with you. Open the door," he called out, assuring him. "I won't harm you. I promise." He punctuated his words with knocks, mentally adding that it was merely a heist. After persistently knocking for what felt like an eternity, there was still no response from within. Transitioning from knocking to pounding, the sound grew louder, yet it remained ineffective. Surely, he hadn't vanished into thin air? Glenn paused his assault on the door, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. "Don't you wish to know where your precious treasure has gone?" As the words fell, Glenn distinctly heard a cacophony emanating from within the room. Surely, something would emerge now. He was prepared, fixating intently on the wooden door before him. However, he had overestimated the situation. Silence persisted, causing a twitch at the corner of Glenn's eye and the veins on his forehead to bulge. In light of this, he resolved to force his way in. Glenn took a few steps back and launched a powerful kick. Bang! The not-so-sturdy wooden door was kicked open. Yet Glenn did not rush inside. Instead, he swiftly darted to the left, and indeed, a gunshot rang out. Pop! The elderly man inside, aiming his weapon, seemed taken aback that his target could evade him, momentarily stunned, but he quickly prepared to chamber another round. Yet, Glenn had already surged into the room with remarkable speed, raising a wooden club to strike at the old man's head. In a hasty response, The old man could only raise his gun to block. The tremendous vibration in his arm startled him. But before he could formulate a further reaction, he felt a heavy blow to his stomach, nearly forcing him to regurgitate his previous meal. He flailed his hunting rifle, attempting to strike his adversary, yet for the seasoned Glenn, it was utterly inconsequential. In his past life, he had undergone professional training, possessing methods to counter-armed foes. Seizing the old man's moment of weakness, Glenn snatched the hunting rifle away and kicked him aside. "Old man, I advise you to behave, or else." Glenn brandished the hunting rifle, casting a threatening glance at the towering figure of the elderly man, who was now slowly rising. The old fellow stood approximately 6 feet tall, his robust arms suggesting formidable strength, yet his current disheveled state rendered him deceptively unthreatening. "Kid, I don't know what your issue is, but you'd best not overestimate your prowess. I doubt our neighbors would appreciate a rowdy resident," the old man rasped, spitting a mouthful of blood. He had likely discerned Glenn's unusual demeanor, prompting him to abandon his usual arrogance and retreat indoors. Glenn did not respond to the old man's inquiry, but instead asked, "Where do you keep your food? Speak, and I may show you mercy." This sudden shift in topic left the old man momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? I'm here to rob you. Is that not apparent? I'm quite hungry, so please do not waste my time, lest I take pleasure in making you suffer," Glenn replied, exuding impatience. The old man's expression darkened, yet he slowly raised his hand to point toward a room within the house, stating, "It's all in the kitchen." Without hesitation, Glenn shouldered the rifle and strode purposefully toward the direction indicated by the old man. Soon, the old man heard the sounds of rummaging in the kitchen, followed by the unmistakable sound of someone eating. Sitting on the floor, he found himself at a loss for how to react. What had this young man experienced? He seemed entirely transformed, exhibiting such remarkable skill. Could it be that he was possessed by a spirit? The old man pondered in contemplation. The old man's kitchen was far more opulent than Glenn's, the cabinets brimming with food, leaving Glenn thoroughly satisfied. Only after satiating his hunger did he take a moment to reflect upon himself. From his recent encounter with the old man, it was evident that his physical prowess had surpassed that of an average individual. Had he not restrained himself during that decisive blow, it was likely that his opponent would have been unable to rise again. The wounds from the previous day had all healed, leaving scarcely a trace, which was rather peculiar. It felt as though something within him had filled a portion of his veins, enhancing his muscles. When had this transformation occurred? Upon his arrival in this new world, he had been frail and had long forgotten the sensations of his former state. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surge of power coursing through him. Ceasing his thoughts, he approached the old man once more and sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your hospitality. There is no need to feel wronged, for you have bullied me in the past. Have you not? I believe you understand that today is merely the result of a karmic cycle, and as for this hunting rifle, I shall take it with me." With the old man's eyes reflecting a simmering anger, Glenn exited the house. Chapter 4. Werewolf. Upon stepping out of the old man's dwelling, Glenn suddenly felt a sensation of being watched. Instinctively, he glanced in the direction of the feeling, his gaze landing on the second floor of a house across the way. It was eerily silent, with no sign of anything amiss, the windows cloaked in darkness. Who resided within? Glenn murmured softly, as if inquiring of another, or perhaps himself. Recalling his memories, he was certain he had never encountered the owner of the house opposite the old man's. A raspy, low chuckle emerged from behind him, diverting Glenn's attention. He turned to see the old man, half hidden in the shadows of his abode. "The gentleman across the way is quite affluent. You might consider paying him a visit," the old man suggested. Glenn, disinterested, replied coolly, "I shall consider it." As he made his way out of the small town, Glenn headed towards the location of last night's ambush, intent on retrieving the revolver. Now that he had traversed into this new realm, safeguarding his life and possessions was of utmost importance. He would contemplate a more comfortable existence later. The individuals he had cherished in his past life had all departed, and the ambitions he had sought to achieve were largely fulfilled. His life before the transition could be deemed complete. Thus he bore little resistance towards this new chapter. Although the town appeared as grim as ever during the day, it posed no immediate danger. Otherwise, the original inhabitant would have perished long ago. The streets were devoid of townsfolk, leaving Glenn alone, with scarcely a bird's song breaking the silence. upon returning to the place where he had awakened the previous day. However, the scene before him heightened his vigilance. The revolver stood out prominently, easily spotted. Yet, the body had been reduced to a mass of flesh and hair, grotesquely scattered. Were there beasts lurking here? A chill crept down Glenn's spine. He stepped forward to retrieve the revolver, intending to leave swiftly, but was suddenly hit by a scent that instinctively unsettled him. Uncertain of the source of the ominous presence, Glenn stood motionless, his gaze sweeping left and right. Fingers clenched tightly around the shotgun he had seized from the old man. He had inspected it. The weapon was capable of firing 3 shots, sufficient to confront typical beasts. The scent grew increasingly potent, signaling the approach of something dreadful. Beneath his calm exterior, Glenn's inner vigilance heightened to an extreme. A faint noise reached his ears, akin to a creature treading upon withered leaves. The sound drew nearer, exceedingly subtle. If not for Glenn's inexplicably heightened sense of hearing, he would not have detected it. Each footfall seemed synchronized with the rhythm of his heartbeat, causing beads of perspiration to form on his brow. He still could not ascertain the direction of the sound, and the absence of any visual confirmation only fueled his frustration as he passively awaited the impending danger. Suddenly, the rustling ceased, plunging the surroundings back into silence, a most ominous sign. In an instant, Glenn felt the hair on his body stand on end, a chill creeping down his spine. Damn, it's behind me. Cursing inwardly, he swiftly rolled to the side, yet the anticipated attack did not materialize. Bewildered, Glenn crouched to investigate. The threat indeed lurked behind him. It was a creature, roughly the size of a horse, resembling a wolf yet distinct, with a singular eye in its forehead, a disproportionately large head, and a mouth that split grotesquely down to its neck, revealing menacing fangs that protruded ominously. The sight was utterly terrifying. In that moment, the monstrosity regarded Glenn with a watchful gaze, its solitary eye glinting with caution. Steadily, he raised the shotgun, uncertain whether it could fell such a beast. His memory yielded no information about this creature, so he refrained from firing while it exhibited no overt aggression. Transparent drool cascaded like pearls from its maw, as it repeatedly licked its snout, seemingly yearning for something. The two locked eyes for several seconds. Ultimately, the beast began to inch closer, its razor-sharp teeth fully exposed, emitting a low, ominous growl from its throat. Glenn realized that with such a colossal predator approaching, he stood no chance of victory, and thus, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! Blood erupted from the beast's forehead, eliciting a wretched howl. Yet Glenn observed with clarity that the bullet had not penetrated. The metallic gleam shimmered within the flesh above its eye. Without hesitation, he swiftly reloaded, preparing to unleash the second shot. However, the creature would not afford him another opportunity. In a moment that defied reason, it darted aside with astonishing speed, narrowly evading the bullet. Damn! Glenn aimed once more, readying himself for a third shot. But the stench of blood surged toward him. The creature's gleaming fangs loomed menacingly close. Get away! Glenn abruptly leaned backward, twisting his core with all his might, delivering a powerful spinning kick that struck the beast's jaw. Years of combat experience have been etched into the very essence of the soul. Whether it is the soul's influence upon the body or some other reason, the first execution of such a complex maneuver bore no semblance of clumsiness as anticipated. Upon impact, Glenn felt as though he had struck an iron block, a sensation that reverberated through his foot. Yet, with the forceful nature of that spinning kick, and bolstered by Glenn's enhanced physique, the beast weighing over 800 kilograms was unexpectedly sent tumbling backward, performing a somersault in the process. However, Glenn lost his balance and fell onto the grass, quickly recovering with a nimble leap to his feet. The beast, having felt the weight of Glenn's assault, recognized him as a formidable opponent and refrained from pressing the attack, hesitating in place. Panting, Glenn's leg quivered from the exertion of the kick. Yet he could not afford to show any sign of weakness. Otherwise, he would only invite the beast's merciless onslaught, perhaps due to its taste for human flesh, or perhaps a reflection of its inherent nature. The beast, after a few tentative steps, lunged at Glenn once more. The latter instinctively sought to evade, but the disparity in speed was insurmountable. The creature's massive jaws clamped onto his ankle, and, as it violently shook its head, Glenn was immediately thrown into a whirlwind of disorientation. His body crashed heavily to the ground, pain flooding through him, and just as his vision cleared, he was met with the sight of a gaping maw above him, the specter of death looming more vividly than ever, his heart racing to an alarming cadence. In an instant, the very essence coursing through his veins erupted in a fervor. Glenn felt a primal instinct take over as his right hand reacted reflexively. A sharp sound tore through the air, followed by the beast's anguished howl, echoing through the forest. Blood painted his vision in a crimson haze, and his mind became consumed with an insatiable desire for carnage, a thirst for blood, a yearning for obliteration. With his inherent will to vanquish his opponent, he charged toward the beast, the two engaging in a fierce struggle. Their strengths were comparable, yet Glenn retained the instincts of a fighter, easily overpowering his foe. In less than a moment, the beast lay in a pitiful state, its flesh torn and bones exposed, a grotesque sight to behold. After enduring several more strikes, Glenn pinned the creature to the ground, rendering it motionless, eliciting whimpering sounds of submission, just as Glenn was poised to end its life. A flicker of clarity returned to his frenzied gaze, soon followed by a complete restoration of reason. He paused momentarily, grappling with the tumultuous rage surging within him, a look of confusion crossing his features. Gazing down at his hand, which held the beast in submission, he noticed the dark, needle-like fur enveloping his arm, sharp claws glinting ominously, and the wolf's snout visible below in his line of sight, revealing a profound truth. He had transformed into a werewolf. Chapter 5. Werewolf Venom. I am indeed a werewolf. Wait, that cannot be right. The original host was not a werewolf, but had been bitten by that werewolf yesterday. Thus, I have been infected with werewolf venom. Glenn swiftly organized his thoughts, coming to understand the entirety of the situation, and couldn't help but smile bitterly, pondering whether this was a blessing or a curse. From his memories, Glenn knew well that werewolves, vampires, and demons were regarded as abominable creatures by various kingdoms, collectively deemed as malevolent entities, hunted by the knights' sanctuaries and mage leagues of those realms. Danger was all but certain. Reluctantly, Glenn decided to take things one step at a time, reassuring himself that the situation was not dire. He continued to gaze at the beast before him. Had any other werewolves witnessed this scene, they would undoubtedly be incredulous. For typical werewolves, upon transformation, lose almost all rationality, becoming mere slaves to slaughter. Even those with the most exceptional talents among werewolves can maintain only a semblance of sanity after extensive training. The fact that Glenn, on his first transformation, could retain complete lucidity was nothing short of astonishing. This was a result of his myriad experiences in a previous life, which had honed his willpower and self-control to an extraordinary degree. Although the insatiable thirst for blood continually assailed his reason, he was more than capable of enduring it. Of course, this world was not devoid of individuals with exceptional tenacity, yet they were conspicuously absent from the werewolf community. In this realm, werewolves and vampires were relatively rare, primarily due to relentless hunting. Even now, as the remaining werewolves gradually coalesced, their numbers paled in comparison to the might of larger factions. The beast had completely succumbed, yielding to Glenn's singular dominance without a hint of resistance, obedient as a large dog. Glenn raised his claws, initially intent on ending its life, yet hesitated at the last moment. It was not an act of mercy, but rather a contemplation of the pros and cons. A certain intuition informed him that he could entirely control this beast, as if his bloodline were imparting this knowledge. Was it the innate talent of werewolves, or that of the beast itself? Killing the creature would yield no loss nor gain, but subduing it could potentially serve as a disposable asset. Glenn swiftly reached a decision and released the beast. Simultaneously, he established a peculiar connection with the creature, enabling him to issue clear commands. How wondrous, Glenn thought, though the sentiment escaped his lips, morphing into a low, guttural growl. Could he not speak? He touched his throat, slightly controlling the transformation of the wolf venom coursing through his veins, and felt his throat convulse. Then a voice emerged, demonic and resonant. The beast lay prostrate at Glenn's feet, afraid to move without its master-esque command. Glenn closed his eyes, attuning himself to his body, and discovered that after his transformation, the wolf venom emitted a certain energy, stimulating bodily changes and expanding throughout his veins. In his untransformed state, the venom was dispersed within his blood vessels, but upon transformation, It became increasingly active and widespread. He sensed he could manipulate this wolf venom at will, even contemplating that if he desired, he could expel all of it from his body at any moment. Was this ability inherent to all werewolves, or was it unique to him? Such thoughts surfaced in his mind. Since the wolf venom altered the body through this transformation, he pondered what might occur if he filled his veins completely with it. After much deliberation, he resolved to give it a try. With focused intent, the wolf venom within him surged to life, rushing toward the undeveloped blood vessels. Suddenly, the beast lying on the ground seemed to sense something, its body trembling involuntarily as it buried its head deep into the earth. With the expansion of the wolf poison, Glenn's form underwent another transformation. His stature continued to rise, muscles swelling and becoming more sinewy, while his fangs and claws emanated an ominous black aura. A ferocious presence enveloped the surroundings, and a more violent, bloodthirsty emotion stirred his rationality. Yet Glenn could still maintain control. His field of vision elevated further. His senses sharpened to an extraordinary degree. He felt as though he could detect the movements of a mosquito from 100 meters away. Ultimately, his strength reached the limits of his endurance, yet the wolf poison had barely filled half of his veins. At that moment, he stood 6 meters tall, shrouded in a black mist that instilled primal fear in living beings, his power unfathomable. The beast before him seemed less than a mere pet cat. The breath he exhaled radiated scorching heat, akin to a demonic deity descending upon a mortal realm. With just a few punches, the gust produced shattered several trees. This was not merely the result of brute force. As he swung his fists, he could feel the surrounding air being drawn in, generating such immense power. Sensing the considerable depletion of his energy, a faint hunger began to gnaw at him, prompting him to control the wolf poison to facilitate his recovery. Transforming back into his human form, Glenn found himself completely unclothed and ravenously hungry. While the transformation was formidable, it came at the cost of his attire. Looking down at his nakedness, a grimace formed at the corners of his mouth. "I need to find something to eat," he instructed the trembling beast, which promptly shook itself awake and dashed into the dense forest. Glenn noticed that his physical strength had significantly increased, nearly matching that of his initial transformation, which filled him with delight. His recent endeavors had evidently wrought certain changes within him. Was this the reason the wolf's physique surpassed that of an ordinary human? He practiced a set of martial arts, further solidifying his hypothesis. Sitting bare on the ground strewn with decaying leaves, Glenn noticed a slight movement nearby. Turning his head, he discovered a one-eyed mouse gnawing on scraps of flesh. The scent of the mouse bore a resemblance to that of the beast, and a conjecture formed in his mind. That beast was likely a result of this mouse being infected and mutated by the wolf poison. Moments earlier, as Glenn had pushed the limits of his strength. In the heart of Bake Town, within a medieval 3-story brick house, a figure with flowing hair, resting upon a dust-laden soft bed, stirred slightly, as if about to awaken, but ultimately returned to tranquility. Hours later, the beast returned, clutching a wild boar in its jaws. Glenn, nearly driven to madness from waiting, unceremoniously snatched the prey and sought a place to kindle a fire for roasting meat. Even though his current constitution allowed him to consume raw flesh, he, as a human, refused to revert to a life of primal savagery. Soon, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the forest, causing the nearby beast to salivate profusely, its nostrils flaring in uncontrollable desire. However, Glenn remained indifferent to its plight. His own hunger took precedence, and he would not entertain thoughts of others until he had satisfied himself. In a wolf pack, it was customary for the higher-ranking wolves to feast first, and the beast, fully aware of Glenn's formidable prowess, dared not overstep its bounds. Having consumed nearly an entire leg of a wild boar, Glenn felt sufficiently sated, although in his wolf form. He could have devoured more. Yet, it was unnecessary. In human form, he expended less energy, and shape-shifting to consume more would be an extravagant waste. He offered the beast a single hind leg of the boar, instructing it to hunt for itself if it desired more. Once the beast had finished its meal, Glenn sent it to retrieve a set of clothes from his abode. The concept of clothing was easily conveyed to the creature's mind, showcasing the convenience of their connection. After storing the acquired game in his home, Glenn ventured back into town, intending to use his remaining savings to procure some vegetables and noodles. Perhaps, when he had amassed sufficient wealth, he would consider acquiring a horse-drawn cart. he mused during his journey. Chapter 6. Berlin, the nearest town to Bayek, was called Dud. A relatively prosperous settlement, boasting nearly all necessary amenities, including schools, a town hall, a police station, and factories. Various horse-drawn carriages and individuals clad in distinguishable attire traversed the streets, flanked by Gothic architecture that rendered Glenn momentarily disoriented. In comparison to the town of Bayek, this place felt like an entirely different realm. Although he possessed vivid images of it from the memories of the original owner, experiencing it firsthand evoked a distinctly different sensation. Today seems busier than usual. Has something occurred? Glenn soon adjusted to the surroundings, noting the unusual crowd. Though he was not overly surprised as he recalled similar occurrences in his memories, often attributed to visiting circuses or festive celebrations, events that held little interest for him. He made modest purchases of ingredients from several vegetable stalls, and his pocket now contained merely 2 copper coins. It was time to devise a plan to earn more money, he thought, as he strolled back with arms laden with packages. Suddenly, he reached out and caught a young boy who was on the verge of falling. "Thank you, sir," the boy said earnestly. Glenn nodded slightly in acknowledgement. At that moment, another boy's voice chimed in. "Meyer, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Berlin is right there. You'll see it sooner or later." Glenn turned to see 5 youths approaching, 3 boys and 2 girls, with the taller boy having just spoken. "That is the renowned knight who once vanquished a level 3 vampire. I've only heard tales from my teacher. Aren't you eager to meet him?" Meyer glanced shyly at one of the golden-haired girls as he explained. One should still exercise caution. Injuries would be unfortunate. The 6 soon drifted away, their voices fading into the bustling crowd. Glenn is familiar with a few individuals, or rather, Dylan is acquainted with them. However, they do not recognize Dylan. They occasionally cross paths while traversing this quaint little town. The reason they caught his attention is merely due to the striking beauty of 2 young maidens among the 6, leaving a profound impression on the original owner's mind. Had his father been alive and the family affluent, he would undoubtedly have pursued them with fervor. Yet, the original owner now bears no remnants of past pride, only an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Is the lively atmosphere today attributed to Sir Berlin? The original owner harbors no recollection of this individual. Never mind, it is of no concern to me. Clutching tightly to his belongings, Glenn continued on his way. Clad in resplendent silver armor, adorned with golden threaded patterns on a crimson cloak, he emanated an aura of solemnity and gravitas, evoking a sense of weighty presence. This was the impression Meyer had upon first encountering Berlin, though it deviated slightly from his imagination. It was not far off. Berlin rode majestically on a silver-armored white steed, flanked by 2 orderly rows of knightly soldiers. At the forefront, 2 knights brandished lofty banners, symbols of the kingdom's will, fluttering in the breeze. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the townsfolk and the adoring remarks of the maidens, Berlin's procession marched in unison towards the designated resting place arranged by the mayor. De Merla. Look, that must be the great sword rails, as described by our teacher. How exquisite! Meyer exclaimed excitedly, tugging at the taller boy beside him, pointing towards the great sword behind Berlin and the dual pistols at his waist. You needn't remind us. We are well aware. Our teacher did not solely regale you with Berlin's legends. We too have grown up listening to his tales. Today, we finally witnessed the man himself. And he appears truly formidable. De Merla responded, equali exhilarated. For youths of their age, such heroic figures possess an immense allure. I too aspire to become someone like Berlin, remarked a chubby boy with red hair. You should focus on how to tackle our teacher's exam in a few days, Bach. Chimed in a beautiful girl with golden hair and striking blue eyes, wearing a wide-brimmed soft hat, smiling. Laughter erupted among the companions. Perna, please refrain from mentioning that. You've dampened my spirits, the red-haired boy grumbled, scratching his head. The laughter intensified. Enough jesting with Bach. He has been trying his best. A lovely girl with chestnut hair interjected, noticing the red-haired boy's flushed cheeks. The boys ceased their teasing, and Bach expressed his gratitude towards the chestnut-haired girl. Thank you. Layla. She smiled softly, replying, prepare well, and you will pass the teacher's exam. At the Knights Inn in Duder town, Berlin's entire entourage came to a halt, while the enthusiastic townsfolk were kept at bay by law enforcement, ensuring the knights were undisturbed during their respite. The mayor, a venerable elder with white hair and a matching beard, donned in respectable attire, smiled warmly at the dismounting Lord Berlin. Esteemed Lord Berlin, We have prepared a room for you. Please, this way. Berlin nodded and replied, there is no need for such elaborate arrangements. We shall merely stay here for a few days to investigate the whereabouts of those two wanted werewolves. There are more pressing matters at hand. The mayor's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of fear. My lord, could the werewolves truly appear here? I implore you to ensure the safety of our townsfolk. You need not worry, Mayor, Berlin reassured, his voice steady and calming. Those two werewolves are merely low-grade creatures with diluted bloodlines, posing limited threat to you. Even if we fail to locate them, a few officers with firearms should suffice to handle any encounter. Upon hearing this, the mayor's demeanor noticeably relaxed. As they strolled back toward Bayek town, Glenn pondered over dinner while attentively observing his surroundings. The road grew increasingly secluded, and the number of passers-by dwindled until a strange figure appeared in the distance. Glenn slowed his pace, fixating on the silhouette. Could it be another monster? Maintaining his composure, he approached cautiously. As the figure came into clearer view, Glenn recognized a somewhat familiar aura. A man clad in gray-black linen, adorned with an eccentric headscarf, stood before him. His darker complexion and deep-set eyes bore an expressionless countenance, lending him an air of solemnity. Glenn surmised that the familiar essence emanated from Bayek town, suggesting that this man was also a resident, albeit one Glenn had never encountered. The man stood sideways to Glenn, holding a parcel in his left hand, indicating he too had returned from shopping. At his feet lay another shadow, concealed amid the weeds, which Glenn only discerned upon closer inspection. Sir, are you also a resident of Bayek? Glenn ventured tentatively. The man turned slightly, regarding Glenn with an impassive nod. After a brief silence, Glenn glanced at the lifeless figure on the ground and inquired softly, Did you kill her? The man shook his head. Then, what is the situation? Glenn asked, perplexed. Chapter 7. Layla, could you enlighten me as to why you stand here? Glenn asked. If you prefer not to answer, that is quite all right. Not expecting a response, Glenn was taken aback when the man spoke, his voice deep and hoarse. I am contemplating whether to save her. If I choose to intervene, I must retrace my steps to Dude for a clinic. If I do not, it seems wrong. Glenn had not anticipated such internal conflict. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, Perhaps I could assist you. If you are willing, could you carry these items back to my home? I shall take this lady to the clinic. What do you say? The man remained silent for a few seconds before nodding decisively. With this, Glenn smiled and extended his hand, saying, Greetings, I am Glenn de Bankru. Considering the possibility of no longer needing to interact with acquaintances of the original owner, Glenn resolved to adopt a name of his own, one that harmonized seamlessly with the local language. The man gazed at Glenn's hand, slowly clasping in return, and uttered, Black Crow. Black Crow? Such an unusual moniker. Observing his demeanor, Glenn couldn't help but internally scoff, though he maintained a composed facade. He proceeded to inform Black Crow of his residence and the location of his keys, harboring no concerns regarding the man's intentions. Firstly, there was little of value in his home. Secondly, Black Crow's desire to rescue indicated a character of commendable integrity. Moreover, Glenn had already memorized the scent of Black Crow, and with the formidable olfactory abilities of a werewolf, locating him would pose no challenge. Once Black Crow accepted his belongings, Glenn swiftly turned his attention to the woman lying amidst the weeds. She appeared to be in her 50s, with slightly graying hair and deep wrinkles etched on her face. Dressed in modest attire that suggested a life of simplicity. A trace of blood stained her lips, and her exposed arms were marred by numerous bruises, indicating she had endured severe blunt force trauma. The various tears and bloodstains on her clothing also hinted at knife wounds, though they were not deep enough to be fatal. After administering some rudimentary care to her injuries, Glenn lifted the injured woman onto his back and addressed Black Crow, who stood quietly nearby. I shall take my leave now. Mr. Black Crow, please remember to deliver the items to my home. Upon receiving a nod in acknowledgement, Glenn turned and made his way toward Dudtown. After bidding farewell to his companions, Layla returned home, as usual, only to find herself frozen in shock at the scene that greeted her. The furniture lay scattered and disordered, as if ransacked. Yet, this was not the most pressing concern. The most critical matter was that her mother was nowhere to be found. Mother, where are you? Oh God, please let her be safe. Tears streamed down Layla's cheeks as she searched the house for any sign of her mother. But the house was too small, and her mother was conspicuously absent. She dashed outside, inquiring with the neighbors. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, Mrs. Mant who lived across from Layla, opened her door just as Layla rushed up, her anxiety palpable. It seemed Mrs. Mant understood the gravity of the situation, and she beckoned to Layla, saying, "Dear girl, Bob has returned. He has been drinking heavily and has been assaulting Mrs. Derry in your home. I saw him chase your mother in that direction." "Father?" Layla's heart tightened. Who could fathom what that madman would do to her mother? Without a moment's hesitation, she lifted the hem of her modest dress and sprinted toward the direction indicated by Mrs. Mant. Carrying a person weighing over 100 pounds for several kilometers was not a daunting task for Glenn at present. To clarify, the distance was more figurative. From the outskirts to the town was merely 2 or 3 kilometers. After some inquiries, he finally managed to transport the injured lady to a private clinic. In the clinic, there were 3 doctors and 2 nurses. After the nurses brought a patient inside, one of the doctors approached and inquired, "Is this gentleman a relative of the injured woman?" "No, I encountered her on the way." Glenn immediately shook his head and explained. "I see. Are you willing to cover the associated costs?" "Sir, I apologize. I have no money on me. Let us wait for the lady to awaken, so she can take responsibility herself." "Very well, sir." Subsequently, Glenn lingered for a moment, feeling it best to wait until the person regained consciousness before departing. Before long, a doctor informed Glenn that the patient had awakened. He stood up and said, "Then I shall take my leave." Just then, a familiar figure rushed into the clinic. Upon entering, she seized Glenn's hand, her eyes brimming with tears and her breath coming in gasps. "Sir, may I ask if you just brought an injured woman here? Layla? How would she be here?" Glenn nodded in astonishment. Dudtown, though not particularly large or small, had its residents well acquainted with one another. Glenn carrying a nearly lifeless, bloodied person through the streets certainly drew attention. Layla had searched the town for a long time, her tears nearly exhausted, just as despair threatened to engulf her. She overheard news of Glenn's actions and was filled with hope. She noted his appearance and, disregarding her breathlessness and fatigue, hurried to the clinic. Upon receiving confirmation, Layla rushed into the examination room. As she beheld the frail figure on the bed, she immediately collapsed beside her, weeping uncontrollably. "Mother!" The woman in bed embraced Layla tightly. Also in tears, "My poor child." Glenn and a few doctors and nurses stood outside, silently observing. "What a moving scene," one doctor exclaimed. Indeed, the 2 nurses agreed, wiping their tears. Only Glenn stood aside, seemingly lost in thought. Indeed, she was a strikingly beautiful girl, with lovely eyes, face, and nose. No wonder the original owner had taken notice, recalling even her name with clarity. Glenn reflected on the earlier scene, contemplating its significance. Perhaps remembering the benefactor. Layla forced herself to regain composure, steadied her breath, and spoke softly to her mother before slowly approaching Glenn, her tear-streaked eyes fixed upon him. She bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you so very much, sir. Truly, if it were not for you, I cannot imagine what might have occurred. May I have your address? I would like to express my gratitude in person." Seeing such a lovely young woman so earnestly beseeching him, Glenn thought he ought to thank the Black Crow instead. However, he decided against providing an explanation. "My home. You probably wouldn't want to visit. It might frighten you half to death." He initially intended to decline, but seeing her determination, he nodded and replied, "In Bayek Town, enter through the main gate and walk straight until you see a villa flanked by a 3-story house. That is my home." He secretly pondered that having the beast protect her from the shadows would likely pose no problem. Upon hearing this, Layla's small face radiated joy as she bowed to Glenn, exclaiming, "You are truly an exceptionally kind gentleman." However, within Glenn's mind lingered mischievous thoughts about the experiences yet to unfold. Bayek Town, the surrounding doctors and nurses exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly unfamiliar with the place. A reaction Glenn had anticipated. Observing their perplexity, he merely remarked that it was quite remote before taking his leave, given the proximity of the 2 towns. He found it hard to believe that no one here had knowledge of it. As long as Layla inquired diligently, she would surely uncover the information. Chapter 8. The basement. As Glenn returned to his doorstep, he inhaled deeply, confirming the presence of the Black Raven. He retrieved his key from beneath a stone and unlocked his front door. All items were placed behind the door, leading him to conclude that the Black Raven had likely not entered, but simply left the items before departing. He mused to himself about how straightforward the task had been as he gathered his belongings and stepped inside. He needed to devise a method to preserve the pork he had acquired that morning, for this world lacked refrigerators. Thus, he resolved to employ traditional techniques, smoking the meat. It appeared that this realm possessed freezing magic, which he considered exploring, as it would alleviate his concerns regarding food preservation. As Glenn's thoughts wandered, he busied himself with the tasks in the kitchen. Today had been marked by an unforgettable despair. Layla could hardly fathom how to confront life without her mother. Yet, amidst her misfortune, a benevolent gentleman had salvaged her existence. "My child, you must express your gratitude to that kind gentleman. In these times, individuals like him are exceedingly rare." Lady Delia, Layla's mother, gently admonished as she patted her daughter's hand. "You are a girl of gratitude, of that I am certain." "Yes, mother. I shall inquire about the location of Bayek Town tomorrow. If possible, I will invite my friends to join me," Layla replied softly. "Very well. But do be mindful of propriety. It would be best if your friends do not engage in any behavior that would leave a negative impression. Rest assured, mother, they are all very polite individuals." While conversing with her mother, Layla found herself reflecting on her impression of Glenn. He was a slender youth, seemingly only slightly older than herself, and possessed a distinct aura that set him apart from those around him. His gaze remained calm and composed, and his attire mirrored her own simplicity. There was something about him that compelled her to ponder. What was it that made him so different? Just as Layla began to drift into contemplation, her mother's words brought her thoughts back into focus. "Perhaps we should consider relocating." A weariness marked her mother's haggard face. Another move? Layla found it difficult to accept. She had resided here for several years, forging numerous friendships and bonds with neighbors. Relocating would mean severing ties with all that was familiar. They had already moved twice before, each time requiring her to readjust to a new environment. An unfair ordeal for a 15-year-old girl. "You are aware that your father has once again sought us out. Today he nearly took my life. Had it not been for the nearby patrolling officers, I cannot fathom what might have transpired." Mrs. Delilah clasped Layla's hands. Her gaze filled with compassion. Understanding dawned upon me as I beheld the face of my mother, still marred by wounds, and the deep concern reflected in her eyes for my well-being. It was evident that she was the one truly hurting. My own grievances seemed trivial in comparison. When I returned yesterday, it was already quite late, and, after tending to the kitchen, Glenn slept soundly until 11 in the morning, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He opened the window on the second floor and spotted the elderly neighbor returning from town, cradling a Rottweiler puppy in his arms. This old man truly adores dogs. Leaning out over the windowsill, Glenn called down, "Good neighbor, where did you acquire that delightful pup? It appears rather splendid." The sudden sound echoed through the quiet streets of Bayek, startling the old man. He glared in the direction of the voice, and upon recognizing Glenn, his expression stiffened, followed by a dismissive snort. Glenn chuckled softly before retreating back inside to commence his morning routine. Suddenly recalling something, he whistled out the window, and in an instant, a massive beast emerged from the mist in the distance, swiftly arriving beside Glenn's abode. The creature crouched, poised in anticipation of commands, its eyes shimmering with an intense focus. "Remain outside the town, and should a girl pass by, ensure her safety from the shadows," Glenn instructed, leaning out. The beast seemed to straighten slightly, as if acknowledging the command with a silent salute, evoking the notion that had it the ability to speak, it would exclaim, "Yes." Then, like the wind, it dashed out of the town. Today, Glenn intended to revamp the interior of his home, particularly the fireplace. Given its enclosed nature, it was unsuitable for smoking meat, thus requiring modification. As he began to pry open a corner of the brick fireplace, his keen ears detected an unusual sound emanating from below. He set down his hammer and gently tapped on the floorboard. After a series of tentative knocks, he pinpointed the source of the strange noise. Though subtle, it was unmistakable. "Is there an empty space beneath?" Glenn mused in astonishment. The previous owner had never mentioned the existence of a basement or anything of the sort. Driven by curiosity, Glenn searched the house for an entrance to descend, wishing to avoid damaging his floor unless absolutely necessary. His determination led him to discover a hidden trapdoor beneath a large wooden cabinet in the storage room. The trapdoor was ensnared by rusted iron chains, indicating that the perpetrator was quite reluctant for anyone to venture below. Yet for Glenn, this posed no obstacle. With a slight exertion of his werewolf strength, he snapped the chains and opened the trapdoor. A wooden staircase extended downward, releasing a waft of decay from below. Wrinkling his nose at the foul odor, Glenn remained undeterred. In the confines of his home, Glenn unearthed an oil lamp. Once ignited, he treaded cautiously down the wooden staircase, arriving at the trapdoor below. Upon setting foot on solid ground, the illumination revealed the scene before him. Countless mice scurried into the shadows, their squeaks echoing in the dim light, while several antiquated bookshelves stood nearby, their tomes ravaged and tattered by time. A decaying wooden round table bore a collection of odds and ends. Shattered glass containers lay scattered beneath, their contents spilled onto the surface. As Glenn meandered through the basement, he clicked his tongue in astonishment. Never having imagined such a place existed beneath his home, he idly perused a relatively intact book from the shelf, struggling to decipher a passage from a second substitute method of hall magic. With frustration, he closed the book and exclaimed in Chinese, "What nonsense is this? I can't make heads or tails of it." He returned the book to its place and rummaged through the clutter on the round table, finding only drafts and containers of little significance, prompting him to continue his exploration of the basement. Given its modest size, he soon concluded his search, only to find himself greatly disappointed by the lack of valuable items. However, he had just discovered another door, pinning his hopes on what lay beyond it. Standing before the door, Glenn took a deep breath. Crafted from deep brown wood, it bore ancient patterns, while the frame was inscribed with runes. Above it, an object resembling a clock featured a single hand, its face divided into 5 regions marked with peculiar script, evenly distributed across the dial. The hand currently pointed to the uppermost section. Turning the doorknob, he heard a soft click as the door creaked open. Unbeknownst to Glenn, at that very moment, the inscription beneath the pointer glimmered faintly. Chapter 9. Kyradlia in a Forest, a settlement of diminutive ogres feasted upon their recent catch, their focal point being a towering stone sculpture resembling a spire. Standing 3 meters tall and approximately 2 meters wide, one side of the sculpture displayed a door-like motif, lending it an exotic charm akin to a quaint house. Moss and other flora adorned the stone, indicative of years of neglect. The ogres, having grown accustomed to the peculiar presence of the sculpture, paid it no heed, engrossed instead in their hearty meal. Suddenly, amidst their revelry, the stone sculpture stirred. The side with the door-like pattern emitted a sound reminiscent of a wooden door creaking. As Glenn pushed the door open, he anticipated a dark chamber, yet to his astonishment, he was met with a blinding radiance that stung his accustomed eyes, forcing him to shield them with his arm. When his vision adjusted, he found himself within a thicket, surrounded by a horde of grotesque, humanoid creatures, their malevolent gazes fixed upon him. Hello." Glenn managed a strained smile, offering a timid greeting. "Food." A voice, indistinct and guttural, shattered the silence, presumably that of some ogre. In an instant, the surrounding ogres abandoned their meat and seized stone clubs and axes, charging towards the intruding humans. This welcome was rather exuberant. Jaren flexed his wrists, allowing his claws to extend momentarily, and after dispatching several ogres, the remaining ones fled in terror, sustaining significant injuries. Jaren could have eliminated them all, but the stench of their corpses was unbearable, so he rendered them crippled instead, knowing they would not endure for long. "Where exactly am I?" Jaren pondered, scratching his head as he surveyed the dense forest around him. His transformation had only affected his arms, sparing his clothes, thus he had no need to return home for a change. Glancing back at the entrance he had emerged from, he was utterly astonished that a door beneath his home would lead to such a place. Touching the open door, he found one side to be stone and the other wood, and he noticed a band of runes encircling his right wrist, which seemed to correlate with the door. The right hand was the one he had gripped the handle with. Could it be that the mark had been placed in? As Jaren contemplated, the door suddenly shut on its own, startling him. He hurriedly attempted to pry open the door's intricate design, but to no avail. Gritting his teeth, his expression darkened. "Surely, I'm not trapped here. Unable to return?" "No. Stay calm. Deep breaths." He reminded himself to regain composure. Casting a glance at the runes on his wrist, he began to explore the stone wall. Upon touching a triangular pattern, the runes glimmered faintly, and the door creaked open once more. He exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Now that he understood how to operate the door, he felt no rush to leave. Surveying his surroundings, he chose a direction toward the mountains for further exploration. Once he reached the summit, the sight before him was surprising. At the end of the sprawling forest stood a city. It was unmistakably one of the cities found in various regions of this kingdom, with European-style buildings, castles, and factories belching black smoke. Have I arrived in the Lord's urban district? This thought sprang almost instantaneously into Jaren's mind, with considerable implications. To validate his hypothesis, Jaren descended the mountain, knowing that nothing confirms an answer quite like experience. A gust of black wind swept through the forest, startling countless animals and magical beasts, though they remained unaware of the source. Jaren, with his slightly wolfen form, possessed sufficient speed to outpace any creature within the woods. The scent of humans filled the air, and before long, he found himself within 100 meters of the city walls, where he glimpsed a bustling thoroughfare. Caravans and pedestrians flowed continuously, accompanied by an array of peculiar modes of transport. Lizard-like beasts the size of small cars, large cats with dual horns, and more. The city gate stood wide open, guarded by soldiers clad in armor and wielding firearms, maintaining order. Glenn emerged from the shadows, returning to a state of normalcy, and casually approached a passing young man to inquire, "Excuse me, friend, could you enlighten me as to where I am? I seem to have lost my way and stumbled here quite unintentionally. I would greatly appreciate your assistance." The youth regarded Glenn with an odd expression before ultimately responding, "This is Caraladria. Surely, you cannot be so oblivious as to not know this place? Unless you are a savage. Caraladria? Is this not the main city of the western part of the kingdom, far from the town of Bayek?" Glenn pondered, recalling fragments of information about Caraladria, momentarily forgetting to reply to the young man. "Are you all right, sir?" The young man waved his hand before Glenn's eyes, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "Oh, apologies," Glenn stammered, feeling slightly abashed. "I was merely lost in thought. You see, upon hearing that I have arrived in the main city of a district, it is quite easy to become disoriented. Best of luck to you, sir." The youth sighed, evidently uninterested in Glenn's clumsy explanations, and with a slight bow, he departed. Unfazed by the young man's demeanor, Glenn remained absorbed in his own thoughts. The teleportation magic portal reminded him of an animated film. The previous owner must have been quite extraordinary to possess the ability to create such magic. Certainly a formidable sorcerer. Yet, judging by the state of my basement, it was clear that it had been a long time since anyone had visited. That sorcerer must have perished. Without drawing any attention, Glenn returned to the dense forest. As he had no intention of entering the city, there was no necessity. He would contemplate that venture when he was wealthier and had more time. At the city gates, a sharp-eyed eagle perched upon a guard's shoulder, speaking in a human tongue. "By the gods, do I detect the scent of a werewolf? That is impossible. This area has been thoroughly cleared by the knights." "No need for alarm," the guard replied. Today, Layla adorned herself with great care, donning her finest gown. A sun hat perched atop her head, and carrying a bamboo basket filled with precious gifts meticulously prepared by her mother, valuable provisions for a family such as hers. She appeared as if she were off to visit relatives. However, her outing was genuine, yet not for the purpose of familial visits. She had sought companionship from several nearby friends in the town, hoping to travel together, yet all had declined due to prior commitments. The only one available, upon hearing of her intention to go to Bayek, had changed her demeanor. This friend, a petite girl with a sprinkle of freckles, cautiously half-closed her door and warned, "Layla, you must heed my words. You absolutely should not venture to that place, I swear. If you knew just how perilous it is. Are you familiar with it?" "Of course. I once unwittingly stumbled into that area. It is teeming with monsters. I witnessed them with my own eyes, lurking in the mist. Had I not fled swiftly, you would not be seeing me now," the freckled girl recounted, her face a mask of trepidation. Yet, instead of feeling fear, Layla chuckled, covering her mouth. "Oh, Bonnie, I believe you must have misjudged the situation." Upon witnessing the reaction of the other party, the young girl's face flushed crimson, and she feigned seriousness, exclaiming, "Layla, you must believe me. If you doubt me, you can inquire with the adults. They will surely corroborate my words." "All right, Bonnie, I must take my leave now." Layla approached Bonnie and gently embraced her before turning to depart. In Layla's perspective, if Bayek Town were truly as perilous as Bonnie claimed, it would hardly remain obscure and unknown, especially with that gentleman residing there. Chapter 10. The Visitor Layla. "Layla, don't go," Bonnie called out anxiously from her spot. Ultimately, summoning her resolve, she dashed out the door and joined Layla's side. Layla smiled softly, lowering her gaze, and asked, "What's the matter?" Bonnie, her eyes narrowed in irritation, replied, "I am merely concerned for your safety. What if you encounter danger?" Noting the young girl, conflicted expression. Layla ceased to tease her and shifted the conversation to other matters. How is your revision going? Our teacher mentioned that this exam will be quite challenging. Bonnie successfully diverted her attention, tilting her head in contemplation. Aside from struggling a bit with elvish and mathematics, I'm managing well. I just hope I don't have to face that dreadful herb graphic analysis again. I'm certain that will be my greatest obstacle to passing. Do not fret, Bonnie. I can assist you thoroughly in class tomorrow. I have ample experience in that regard. As they conversed, the two gradually departed from Dewtown. Layla had already inquired about the general location of their destination, and with Bonnie as her guide, she felt no trepidation about losing her way. As there were no carriages heading to Bayek, they could only proceed on foot, which posed a challenge for two young girls of 15 or 16. As the path grew increasingly desolate, they began to sense the distinct, eerie atmosphere unique to Bayek town. The laughter and merriment that had accompanied them on the road faded into cautious silence. At this moment, Layla felt a sense of relief that she had Bonnie by her side. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to continue alone. I think we should turn back. It truly feels dangerous here, Bonnie said, clutching Layla's arm tightly, her head tucked down as she scanned their surroundings, feeling as though something in the forest was watching them. Fear not, Bonnie, we are almost there. I can already see the town, Layla replied, albeit with a hint of unease in her voice, striving to maintain a facade of calmness, her words barely audible to the two of them. Amidst the shadows of the trees behind them, a single eye fixated intently on the pair, its expression one of mild confusion. The master mentioned one, yet there are two. Which one is the person the master spoke of? It was not only Bonnie who felt the sensation of being observed. Layla sensed it as well. And this feeling intensified the moment they stepped into the town, emanating from all directions. The two cautiously surveyed the dilapidated houses of the town, which bore no signs of habitation, yet the intensity of the gaze emanating from several windows was palpably strong. Now, Layla found herself somewhat inclined to believe Bonnie's words. If some bizarre creature were to emerge from the shadows, it would hardly seem surprising. Since they had arrived, it would be prudent to pay a visit to that gentleman's abode. Surely, he would not deceive me, Layla resolved internally, her steps now imbued with a sense of determination. Glenn's residence lay on the outskirts of the quaint town, thus their journey was not lengthy. Yet, before Layla and her companion could glimpse Glenn's home, they were greeted by the sound of his voice. A peculiar melody floated towards them, soft yet distinctly audible in the tranquility of the town. Is that his voice? Layla exclaimed in delight. Are you referring to the gentleman who rescued your mother? Bonnie inquired. Indeed, Layla replied, grasping her friend's hand and quickening her pace towards the source of the sound. At Glenn's home, having just returned from the basement, he was overwhelmed by hunger and hastily set about preparing a meal. He felt a degree of confidence in his culinary skills, despite the limited resources. He could conjure up several decent dishes, their flavors a significant improvement over what the impoverished denizens of this world typically consumed. As he busied himself with the kitchenware, he unconsciously hummed a little tune, occasionally singing a line or two. Outside, the elderly neighbor, upon hearing the sound, muttered, "That restless little rascal, how bothersome." He then turned to his little dog, smiling, "Dearest, keep your distance from that fellow." Just as Glenn had placed the steaming dishes on the table, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Frowning in curiosity, he approached the door, peering through the crack. He was met with the sight of Layla and an unfamiliar girl standing on his doorstep. Upon recognizing Glenn's face, Layla beamed with joy and curtsied, saying, "Esteemed sir, I extend my greetings. I did not properly introduce myself last time. My name is Layla, and this is Bonnie, whom you have met. I cannot believe you truly came." "Please, come inside," Glenn replied, somewhat taken aback, as he had assumed they would hesitate to enter, perhaps deterred by fear. It seemed the young girl was braver than he had anticipated. Layla, too, found Glenn's casual demeanor surprising. It was a novel experience for her. "Forgive the intrusion," the two girls murmured as they brushed past Glenn, who discreetly observed the timid companion following Layla. The fact that she was willing to accompany her friend here suggested a close bond, and he gently shut the door behind them. In the slightly worn living room, a faint mustiness lingered, yet not overpoweringly so. The wooden table bore dishes still steaming with warmth, all of which were noted by the two young ladies. "Sir, simply call me Glenn," he replied. "Have you not yet had lunch, Mr. Glenn? I'm truly sorry to interrupt your meal." Layla expressed her apologies. "It is of no consequence. I do not mind at all. However, since our paths have crossed, let us dine together and sample my culinary creations." Glenn gestured invitingly. From the moment they met, the young girl exhibited exemplary manners, seemingly anxious not to offend Glenn, which left him slightly astonished, attributing it to the customary decorum of the townsfolk. Upon hearing these words, Layla had yet to respond when Bonnie's eyes sparkled with excitement. She remained oblivious, yet Glenn astutely noticed. "Ah, prepare to be dazzled by my culinary prowess. Experience the might of the empire of food," Glenn thought to himself, straightening his posture slightly with a sense of pride. "This simply cannot be. Such behavior is exceedingly impolite." Layla protested repeatedly, only to be interrupted by Glenn. "No, no, no. Young lady, there is nothing impolite about it. If I say it is so, then it is so. In my homeland, inviting guests to dine is the most fundamental courtesy. Should you decline, I would be utterly disappointed." Bonnie, who had felt a touch of dejection from Layla's earlier refusal, found her hope rekindled by his words. "Of course, we shall not disappoint you. We are willing to partake." Layla's expression turned slightly awkward, the surprise in her eyes fleeting. It is essential to understand that for families like theirs, ensuring their own sustenance is a considerable challenge, and hosting a meal is typically taboo. Guests are also expected to refrain from consuming the host provisions. Layla could hardly fathom how simple and prosperous this gentleman's homeland must be to uphold such customs. However, observing the decor of his home, he did not appear particularly affluent, perhaps even less so than her own family. Yet he remained committed to such traditions. Truly, he is a kind-hearted gentleman, and Layla's admiration for him deepened. Glenn arranged seats for the two girls and provided utensils. Yet the sight of the utensils left them both bewildered. "Mr. Glenn, may I ask what this is?" Layla inquired, cautiously lifting two wooden chopsticks. Chapter 11. Father Glenn pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling as he said, "These are the utensils from my homeland. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, he deftly picked up a piece of stir-fried meat with the chopsticks and placed it in his mouth. Layla and Bonnie exchanged glances, both filled with an intense curiosity. They mimicked Glenn's gestures, awkwardly attempting to replicate his actions, and perhaps by fortune, they quickly managed to grasp the food, which pleasantly surprised Glenn. He had anticipated fetching forks and spoons, but it seemed that was unnecessary now. As the first bite of food graced her palate, Layla could not help but close her eyes in delight. The flavor was intoxicating, not to the point of losing composure, but enough for her to savor the experience. Bonnie, with her naturally exuberant spirit, was lavish in her praise. "Oh, this flavor, it is absolutely marvelous." Such words filled Glenn with an indescribable sense of pride. Nearly shattering the calm demeanor he endeavored to maintain. "You're students, I presume? Enjoying a holiday today?" Glenn casually inquired while selecting more food. "Indeed, sir. Bonnie and I are both students at Mace Academy, and today is indeed a holiday. However, we must return to school tomorrow." Although Layla longed to indulge in the delicious fare like Bonnie, her polite nature compelled her to take the time to respond to Glenn's inquiry. Oh, Glenn nodded slowly, then asked, "May I inquire if magic is part of your curriculum?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Layla cast him a peculiar glance, and even Bonnie raised her plump little face. Their expressions were remarkably similar. To master magic, one must venture to the magic tower and seek a dedicated mentor. The academy lacks such provisions, though it does cover some basic related knowledge. Layla gently elucidated, "I am not particularly versed in this area." Glenn appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, I see." Layla did not press further. This was not Glenn's fault. The original owner's memories truly lacked this knowledge. Having attended school for only a few years, his education was akin to that of a primary school graduate on Earth. As a wealthy heir, he indulged in his family's riches. Who would choose to pursue education? This resulted in his ignorance of many common facts. Before long, the trio had eaten their fill. Glenn, with his naturally large appetite, had prepared an ample portion. He merely needed to eat a little less, and there would be enough left to entertain guests. During the meal, their casual conversations bridged the gap between them, and the two young ladies gradually relaxed, revealing their inherently lively natures. Glenn, no longer maintaining a stern demeanor as he had at first, occasionally cracked jokes that elicited laughter from the girls. "Mr. Glenn, your lunch is truly delightful. If I could savor it every day, I would gladly do anything," Bonnie exclaimed, patting her belly in contentment. "Who would be willing to cook for such a glutton as you? If someone did, you would surely devour them into poverty, Layla teased aptly. I would certainly be delighted to let you sample more dishes, but you must possess enough courage to do so, Glenn chimed in. Bonnie, recalling the town's eerie atmosphere, instinctively recoiled, perhaps not. Witnessing the little girl's endearing reaction, both Glenn and Layla couldn't help but chuckle. After Glenn cleared the table, Layla spoke again, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. This visit has been rather imperfect. My token of appreciation seems insufficient compared to this meal. If my mother were to know, she would surely scold me. The basket Layla brought contained fruits and vegetable bread, lacking any meat, which held significant value in this era, hence her remark. Expressing gratitude does not necessitate the opulence of gifts. Your sincerity is more than enough to touch my heart. Glenn confessed his thoughts, genuinely fond of this well-mannered little girl, considering her his first friend in this world. Layla was moved by his words. While such sentiments might be commonplace on Earth, they resonated deeply here, provoking contemplation. Your words will remain etched in my heart, Layla stated solemnly. As will mine, Bonnie echoed, equally touched. The trio continued their light-hearted dialogue, with the two young ladies occasionally inquiring about the town. Yet, as Glenn himself was not well informed, he could only respond honestly. Eventually, sensing their desire to depart, Glenn graciously offered to see them off. The distance from here to your home is not insignificant. If darkness falls on your journey, it could prove troublesome. You should hasten back, lest your family grows overly anxious. Layla and Bonnie acknowledged Glenn's wise words and bid him a polite farewell. After sending the two young ladies on their way, Glenn discreetly issued a command to the beast to protect them. He had already devised a plan to acquire wealth and was preparing to execute it. Mr. Glenn is quite an intriguing individual. Perhaps it would be beneficial to cultivate a closer relationship with him in the future. As they walked along the quiet dirt path, Layla remarked, I share your sentiments. However, I still believe this place is unsafe. It is best to remain with friends. Bonnie nodded in agreement and suggested, indeed, would you care to accompany me? Layla pondered for a few moments before smiling and responding, would you be willing to join me? Bonnie rolled her eyes. You ought to seek out a strong young man. Together, we hardly possess any security. How about Bach? No, his courage is even less than yours, Layla mused, recalling the slightly stout red-haired boy trembling in this very locale, which elicited a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Bonnie, feeling somewhat indignant, retorted, I am not lacking in bravery. Then, pondering Bach once more, she questioned, isn't that fellow always proclaiming his desire to become a knight? How could he be timid? That is merely a reflection of your ignorance. Layla seemed poised to divulge some embarrassing anecdotes about Bach when a familiar voice interrupted her. Thank heavens, Layla. I've been waiting here for you for quite some time. I'm relieved you are unharmed. A short middle-aged man with deep brown facial hair approached, flanked by two burly men, taller than him by a head. Upon recognizing this individual, Layla froze, her tone tinged with surprise. Father? The newcomer was none other than Layla's father, Bob. Bonnie glanced between the two, unsure of what to say. My child, you cannot fathom how worried I was upon learning you were here. This place is perilous. Come, let us return home. Bob beckoned with a warm smile. However, the two men behind him maintained stern expressions, causing unease for the young ladies. No, I refuse to return with you. You nearly harmed Mother. Layla recalled her mother's tragic condition at the clinic, her anger surging, her tone resolute. Bob's eyelids twitched, his countenance briefly stiffening. Yet he quickly offered a helpless defense. My dear child, that was merely an accident. I've been drinking excessively, and your mother was at fault as well. She should have given me the money, and none of this would have transpired. Enough, Bob. We lack the time for a display of your paternal affection. Let us proceed with force. One of the burly men behind Bob impatiently interjected, stepping forward to seize the two girls. Sensing ill intentions, the girls turned to flee. Yet, it was evident that the young ladies could not outrun the adult men. As they attempted to escape, large hands grasped their shoulders, pulling them back. With a sudden force, Layla and Bonnie were yanked to the ground. They struggled to rise, but the two men held them firmly, dragging them back along the path. Release us, you brutes. Two young women cried out, please be a bit gentler. After all, she is my daughter. Bob shouted softly, daughter? Huh. She ceased to be one the moment you sold her to the boss. Chapter 12, Brother and Sister. The words of the burly man left Bob dumbfounded, and he chose to remain silent, standing aside and coldly observing as the two frail girls were taken away by the two muscular men. Despite the pleading glances from his daughter, and his heart still believing himself to be her father, he stood motionless. "Bonnie, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have brought you here," Layla whispered an apology to Bonnie, her voice choked with sobs. Regret consumed her. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would never have invited her friend along. Whether Bonnie heard her friend's apology remained uncertain. She simply trembled and wept instinctively. A low growl, akin to that of a ferocious dog, suddenly resonated, causing all 5 individuals present to freeze in place. The 2 muscular men instinctively turned around, only to be met with a sight that filled them with terror, causing them to loosen their grip on the girls, allowing them to break free. Deep within the misty woods, the unmistakable silhouette of a colossal beast emerged, its single glowing eye menacingly fixated on the 2 men, while its growl served as a warning. Though the 2 men were hardened thugs, familiar with bloodshed and whispers of mythical beasts, facing one in reality was an entirely different experience. The sensation of life slipping from their control sent shivers down their spines. Bob, too, caught sight of the beast, his lips quivering as he felt a warmth spreading in his trousers. He then shouted, "My God, don't come any closer." By the time he cried out, Bob was already fleeing, and the 2 men, awakening from their stupor, followed suit, abandoning their initial objective. Once they broke free from their captors, Layla and Bonnie clung tightly to one another, oblivious to their surroundings, only aware of the men's terrified shouts. They understood what had instilled fear in the hearts of the 3 men, but dared not lift their eyes to confirm it. After a few moments, Layla mustered her courage and slowly raised her head. Apart from themselves, there was no one else in sight. She strained to peer in the direction of the growling, but saw nothing amiss. "We should go now, Bonnie. Get up quickly," she urged, helping her frightened friend to her feet, brushing off the dust from Bonnie's skirt and her own before cautiously making their way toward Dudtown. Inside a room, Glenn was packing his belongings, preparing to venture into the dense forest surrounding Bayek Town to hunt the beast, intending to sell it in Dudtown. This was his envisioned source of temporary income. Just as he finished packing his tools, he heard a faint noise from outside the room. Glenn set his things down and opened the door. The beast's fearsome visage appeared at the threshold, its single eye locked onto him, thick drool dripping steadily. "What is the matter?" Glenn raised an eyebrow. The beast licked its nose, slightly parted its large mouth, and emitted a series of incomprehensible whimpers, both human-like and absurdly comical. Others may struggle to comprehend its intended message. Yet Glenn can. "You mean to say that those 2 young ladies encountered 3 men outside who sought to intimidate them, and you scared those 3 men away?" Glenn cautiously articulated the implications of the conversation. Eventually, he squinted slightly, murmuring softly, "Generally, one would not venture into this vicinity, especially to block Layla and her companions. Their target must have been either Layla or Bonnie. Well, as long as they are unharmed, that is what matters." Upon noticing the beast still fixedly gazing at him, Glenn felt perplexed. However, he discerned the longing in its eyes and adjusted his tone, saying, "You did well." The beast, delighted by the praise, immediately exhibited an exuberant demeanor, bounding about like an exuberant puppy in Glenn's front yard. This transformation left Glenn quite astonished, prompting him to urge the creature to cease its antics lest it trample his garden. "So, this is the nature of the beast," Glenn mused, holding the creature back in silent contemplation. The commotion might have startled some neighbors, as Glenn sensed several pairs of eyes upon them. Casually, he glanced in the direction of one of the stairs, then instructed the beast to wait for him outside the town. Once it departed, he proceeded to retrieve the tools he had prepared earlier. In a 2-story house, a puppet clad in a blue vest lowered a corner of the curtain from the 2nd-floor window, plunging the room back into dimness, with only the flickering candlelight illuminating the table. "That new neighbor is rather noisy. They will disturb Ina." The puppet emitted strange sounds, devoid of any tonal inflection. "Pelindus, you are too stingy. It is inherently dull here. A bit of liveliness would not go amiss," another voice chimed in, equally flat yet charmingly feminine. "I am merely concerned for you, my sister. I cannot bear the thought of anyone harming you again, an unthinkable reality." The puppet in the blue vest approached the wooden table, its joints creaking with friction. "No one here would harm me. You are merely overreacting, Pelindus. We should attempt to venture outside. Our creator surely did not wish for us to become reclusive." Another puppet, exhibiting feminine features, drew near the candlelight, revealing its form. Compared to Polindus in the blue vest, Aina appeared significantly more lifelike, resembling a human with exquisite features, flowing golden hair, and a meticulously tailored gown reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, reflecting the creator's evident care. Aina, I understand that you have grown weary of this existence over the years. But until we hear from our creator, it is prudent that we refrain from exposing ourselves to outsiders, Polindus continued to implore, this time with a tone of genuine concern. How can we possibly receive news of our creator while confined in this isolated space? Even if information about our creator circulates outside, how would it ever reach us? You wooden-headed fool. Ina's words rendered Polindus momentarily speechless, unable to counter her argument. Upon seeing her brother in silence, Aina softened her tone and quietly said, My dearest brother, our master may already be searching for us everywhere. Even if we do not seek her out, we must wander nearby to gather information. If we remain here, I fear my body will become stagnant. Palandes wished to argue that their bodies would not become stagnant, but deemed the discussion futile and relented, saying, Very well. But we can only wander nearby. We absolutely must not venture any farther. Brother, I love you. Aina planted Auschwitz on Balisistik. Outside the small town, Glenn rode atop a beast, weaving through the dense forest. He had noticed numerous animal tracks and droppings upon his arrival, assuring him that hunting would not pose a challenge. Possessing the keen instincts of a wolf, no scent in the air escaped his notice. At that moment, he was tracking a herd of wild boars, the scent of which he had memorized previously, making his pursuit considerably easier. Chapter 13. Hunting while Glenn's acute sense of smell was advantageous. It could also be a torment, as was the case at this moment. Surrounded by a marshland, he was assaulted by the stench of decaying corpses and animal waste, causing him to grimace. Why do these creatures insist on running to such places? Glenn muttered under his breath, yet his movements did not falter. He communicated a series of commands through the beast and then dismounted, his feet sinking into the deep mire. The beast, once freed of its burdens, darted away like lightning, quickly vanishing from sight. Glaring at the noxious ground, Glenn gritted his teeth, all for the sake of money. After mustering his resolve, he held his breath and picked up the prepared shovel to begin digging the trap. For him, capturing a few wild boars was not particularly difficult, but it would require him to transform, and he had no spare clothes. As shadows danced with the shifting light, Glenn swiftly excavated a 3-square-meter pit and completed its concealment. With a twitch of his ears, he sensed the approach of his prey. Timing it perfectly, Glenn sought refuge in a concealed thicket, during which he smeared mud across his body to mask his scent. The thunderous sound of trampling echoed from ahead, causing Glenn to raise an eyebrow in surprise. How large could the herd be to create such a ruckus in the marsh? Soon, the answer revealed itself, far exceeding his expectations. The first to burst into view was the beast, appearing frantic as it called out to Glenn repeatedly. What is happening? Before Glenn could ponder further, a towering humanoid creature, 5 meters in height with skin as gray as rock, pursued the beast closely. Naked except for a single hand, clutching a 3-headed, howling black-haired wild boar bound with coarse rope, the creature bellowed clumsily, Hey, you can't escape. You are mine. Jump over here. Glenn suddenly sprang from his hiding place, calling out loudly. The beast reacted with remarkable swiftness, promptly receiving the command. With a nimble leap, it deftly cleared the concealed pitfall, landing safely on the opposite side. In contrast, the pursuing giant, without a moment's thought, clumsily stepped into the trap, letting out a startled cry as its massive form tumbled into the abyss. Curse this pit. I detest you, Abu. It bellowed, evidently injured by the fall, its grumbling echoing in the air. Glenn had completely emerged from his hiding place, approaching the panting beast, and furrowed his brow in inquiry. What transpired? The creature drooped its ears, whimpering softly, exuding an air of grievance. After a moment of silence, Glenn gleaned the situation. Initially, everything unfolded according to plan. The beast had successfully cornered several wild boars and was hurting them this way. However, this monstrous entity had emerged from nowhere, scattering the herd and seizing 3 of them, relentlessly pursuing the beast. Understanding this, Glenn felt a surge of anger. He strode to the edge of the pit and shouted, Cease your wailing. You colossal brute, why did you steal my prey? The sudden outburst captured the giant's attention, causing it to turn its grotesque head towards Glenn. Upon seeing a slender, delicate human, it became animated, gruffly exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck today! A morsel to feast upon." "Morsel? Then come and claim it," Glenn retorted with a cold smirk. The giant, sensing Glenn's disdain, became enraged. How dare such a feeble creature show contempt for it? "You have incited Abu's wrath. I shall crush and devour you." Its massive limbs thrashed in the pit, mud flying in all directions, yet no matter its efforts, it could not climb out, only exhausting its strength in vain. Glenn remained rooted in place until the giant quieted down, then spoke with a mocking smile. "I advise you to conserve your strength, my hefty friend. How about we discuss a trade? You relinquish the 3 prey in your grasp, and I shall assist you in escaping." Gasping for breath, Abu instantly shielded its catch, warily declaring, "These are Abu's. No one dares to steal them, or they shall be devoured. You were the one who snatched them from me. On what grounds do you claim them as yours?" Glenn argued. "What I declare as mine is indeed mine. Everything in this forest belongs to me. I am its sovereign, and you shall be mine as well." Perhaps angered, the giant ceased to refer to itself by name. "By your logic, I hereby declare this place mine today, therefore. It is mine, foolish oaf. Hurry and surrender the prey. Mine, it is mine. I shall not give it to you." Abu retorted defiantly. Glenn, his patience waning, declared, "If you do not yield it to me, prepare to remain buried here." The giant, having regained some strength, attempted to struggle once more, only to discover that its body was now deeply entrenched in the mire, making escape even more arduous. It finally comprehended Glenn's implication of being buried. Looking up, Abu was horrified to see a man and beast laboriously adding mud to the pit. "Stop this instant. Abu is frightened. Abu does not wish to be buried alive." It shouted in an agitated tone, "Surrender the prey. Only then shall I consider aiding you." Glenn replied without turning back, "That is impossible. You incompetent fool. If you have the courage, let us engage in a true duel." The giant attempted to provoke Glenn with clumsy taunts, but to Glenn, it only elicited laughter, prompting him to dismiss the remarks entirely. The absence of a response did not deter Abu, who rifled through his mind for the most unsavory words. But the same few phrases proved ineffective. As the viscous black mire rose to his chest, Abu finally panicked, his tone shifting from initial bravado to a more conciliatory tone. "Perhaps we can negotiate. Abu is willing to relinquish the prey. Please stop this." Glenn seized the moment, pausing his shovel's rhythmic swing, turning with a faint smile to regard Abu. "Throw the prey up here, and I shall rescue you." "No, you must save Abu first. You lack the standing to negotiate. Surrender the prey, or be buried alive." Cursing under his breath, Abu wrestled with inner turmoil, as if a realization dawned upon him, and reluctantly conceded, "Very well. Abu trusts you. You must keep your promise and save me." With that, the giant swung his massive arm, casting the 3 unconscious black pigs beside Glenn, splattering mud in all directions. Glenn approached to assess the pigs' condition, noting their lack of visible injuries and the faint rise and fall of their breaths. Perhaps they had merely fainted from fright. "Wait here. We shall excavate the soil around you, so you can climb out on your own," Glenn assured. He valued promises, and if the benefits were insufficient, he would not easily renege on his word. Directing the beasts to dig at several strategic points around the trap, he ensured they kept a safe distance from the giant, a consideration made during the trap's construction, allowing for a swift release of much of the mire. Sensing he could muster strength, Abu felt a surge of joy and began to struggle independently, noticeably easier than before. Once his arms could grasp the trap's edge, he was able to climb out unaided, prompting Glenn and the beasts to halt their efforts. "All right, everyone, let us hope for a more pleasant encounter in the future. It is time for us to depart." Dusting off the mud from his hands, Glenn spoke calmly. Abu, perched at the edge of the trap, turned to Glenn, remaining silent. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Glenn thought he perceived mockery in Abu's eyes. What was this? Glenn dismissed the thought, intending to have the beasts drag away the prey when a sudden, jarring sound echoed through the silent forest, causing both man and beast to flinch. Chapter 14. Your life for mine startled. Glenn turned to see the 3 black pigs' bellies burst open, foul blood splattering across the ground and spattering Glenn and the beasts alike. The giant's raucous and grating laughter followed as he pointed at Glenn and the beasts, bellowing, "Ha ha ha! Foolish humans! Even if they are ruined, they shall not be yours." The acrid stench, and sticky sensation made Glenn exceedingly uncomfortable. He felt as though he were under a spell, remaining frozen in shock for several seconds until the giant's laughter subsided. He gently wiped the blood from his face and hair, turning to fix a gaze devoid of emotion upon Abu. The beast snarled at the giant, equally incensed. "What are you staring at me for? It was I who did this. What can you do about it? Abu is powerful. You're no match for Abu." Abu rose, casting a disdainful glance at Glenn, his mood exceptionally cheerful. "What can I do? I can take your life." With that, the ground beneath Glenn erupted in a cloud of dirt. His body sprouted sparse black fur, his features contorted in a fierce grimace, and his claws became pronounced, a subtle transformation into a wolf-like state, maximizing his combat prowess without compromising his attire. Abu anticipated an attack, yet the speed of Glenn's eruption was unexpectedly swift. Before he could react, a searing pain pierced his eyes, his vision shrouded in crimson. The loss of sight sent him into a frenzy. One hand clutched his face while the other flailed helplessly, achieving nothing but an overwhelming agony radiating from his arms, chest, abdomen, and back. "No, stop. Damn you, insufferable human. You're killing me." Glenn, however, remained undeterred by his cries, searching for the softest spot on the beast's hide. After some attempts, he concluded that the flesh of its belly was the most vulnerable, albeit still far sturdier than rock. As the clawed assaults intensified, Abu felt an unprecedented wave of panic and fear. He was on the brink of being eviscerated alive. "Please, stop. I was wrong. No." Ultimately, this colossal creature tumbled back into the very pit that had ensnared it, engulfed in unending terror. Casting one last glance at this selfish giant, Glenn turned away, shaking the still warm blood from his hands, his brow furrowed in irritation. Why is everything going awry? He examined the lifeless forms of the three black pigs, a pungent stench permeating the air, rendering them unfit for consumption, likely a result of some curse inflicted by that behemoth. He then surveyed the approaching beast, sighing, "That will suffice for today. Let us return." As he neared his home, Glenn spotted a familiar figure, Black Crow, standing outside his front yard, clutching a bulging fabric bag, as if he had been waiting there for quite some time. A few steps closer, and Black Crow turned to acknowledge Glenn, his face still devoid of expression. "Are you looking for me, Mr. Black Crow?" Glenn inquired. "Indeed, I happened to pass by and thought I should greet you." "Oh, that's rather peculiar," Glenn teased. "You truly are an interesting person. Did you purchase that from Dude Town? Did you not just visit yesterday?" Black Crow glanced down at the bag, explaining, "My wife has developed quite the appetite lately. Yesterday's provisions were evidently insufficient, so I must stock up." "You're already married? Please convey my regards to your lady, as I'm currently unable to pay a visit," Glenn expressed, astonished. "I will do so. I mentioned you to her yesterday, and she advised me to foster a closer relationship with you," Black Crow replied, hesitating as if he had more to say. However, before Glenn could inquire further, Black Crow blurted out, "Did you encounter any danger?" "Huh?" The question caught Glenn off guard, eliciting a wry smile. "Thank you for your concern, but I did not face any danger. Just a minor mishap." The bloodied appearance of Glenn indeed suggested he had encountered danger, so it was no surprise that the other party inquired. Yet, Glenn preferred not to elaborate, desiring only to take a shower and change in a fresh attire. Though he found himself lacking clothing. "Should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall not refuse if I am able to help," the Raven said, turning to depart. Initially, Glenn contemplated calling out to the Raven for clothing, but upon reflecting on the other's peculiar style, he abandoned the thought. "Farewell," was all he could muster in polite response. As he prepared to enter, still troubled by his clothing predicament, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a gaze from the neighbor's window, igniting a spark of realization. The issue of clothing is resolved. When Layla and Bonnie returned to Dude Town, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Throughout their journey, they were deeply anxious about the potential encounter with Bob and his associates, dreading a repeat of their harrowing ordeal. "Layla, you must steer clear of that monster. He is not a fit father. We ought to contact the authorities." Bonnie, recovering from her fright, urged as she grasped Layla's hand. Layla momentarily faltered, contemplating refusal, for he was her blood relative. If she were to imprison him, would she still be deemed a worthy daughter? Nevertheless, she resolved to alert the police. This father had tormented them for far too long, devoid of any familial affection. She could endure the ensuing criticism, Very well, let us proceed. Layla, what if they are not apprehended? Might they seek revenge upon us? Bonnie expressed her unease. Layla was taken aback. Indeed, such a possibility existed. If they find us again, they could very well abduct us. I am terrified, Bonnie lamented, beginning to wipe away her tears. Do not fret, Bonnie. Have you forgotten about Berlin in town? As long as we remain here, those ruffians will think twice before acting out. And besides, school begins tomorrow. We will be safer there. Layla comforted the distressed girl, even as her own fear loomed. What do you want now? My kitchen is nearly bare. You must leave me something. The elderly man regarded Glenn, who had boldly entered his home, with a facade of bravado. However, Glenn exhibited no awareness of being an intruder. He examined the neighbor's modest furnishings with the familiarity of his own abode. There is no need for such wariness. We are acquaintances. I merely wish to borrow a piece of clothing. Clothing? The old man was taken aback. Look at my attire. I have nothing left to change into. As my good neighbor, you wouldn't refuse me, would you? Glenn wore a broad smile, showing no signs of pity for the elderly man, who had tormented the original occupant and embodied a bully. Glenn felt justified in being somewhat domineering toward such a character. Surprisingly, the old man did not react with anger. Instead, relief washed over him, for this request was manageable. Had Glenn made a more demanding plea, he likely would have been unable to resist. Wait here, he said, ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor. Glenn sat below, ensnared in ennui, his acute hearing detecting faint sounds from the floor above. An elderly voice whispered, "Do not make a sound, my dear. That fellow below is quite perilous. Wait until he departs before I prepare you something to eat." The old man's gentle tone elicited a chuckle from Glenn. Could he truly bully a mere puppy? Chapter 15. Glass. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 minutes, the old man descended from the second floor, clutching a set of brown garments. In a low voice, he declared, "This is the smallest size I possess. You would not fit into any of the others." "Thank you, my dear neighbor," Glenn replied, accepting the clothing. He understood that, given the old man's height and build, it would be a challenge to find attire that suited him. Yet, something was better than nothing. He bowed slightly and then exited through the door. The old man watched Glenn's departing figure until it vanished from sight, then exhaled a sigh of relief. That annoying brat has obtained the clothing. Glenn nearly sprinted back to his room, where he boiled water before rushing into the washroom, filling the tub to the brim. He then shed the ill-fitting garments, sinking into the warm water. He pondered the source of this water, wondering how it could be accessed without a bill, and mused whether this quaint little town possessed a water and electricity bureau. Yet, given the peculiarities of the town, perhaps the perpetual availability of water was not so strange after all. As he scrubbed himself clean, Glenn felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. Donning the old man's attire, which fit slightly loosely as anticipated, he deemed it acceptable. After tidying up the washroom, he lit the kerosene lamp and settled into the living room, reflecting on the day's tumultuous events. It had been a series of misfortunes, and he could only hope for a smoother tomorrow. With no mobile phone or entertainment, and little to occupy his evening, Glenn retired to bed early, preparing for an early start the next day. Initially, he struggled to slumber, his excitement from sleeping too early keeping him awake, but eventually, he drifted into dreams. Rustling noises from outside interrupted Glenn's shallow sleep, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. He quietly pulled back the covers and rose from his bed. He recalled similar disturbances from his first night in this realm, uncertain of what lurked outside. Could it be another creature akin to the one named him? The original inhabitant had lived here for some time without incident. What fortuitous luck! Glenn's thoughts meandered as he approached the window. Peering through the narrow gap, he surveyed the street. The darkness posed no challenge for him, and he could discern everything below. Without the need for deliberate searching, he quickly identified the source of the commotion. It was an exceedingly slender creature, resembling a serpent more than anything else once its limbs were disregarded. Its pallid skin and rounded head indicated that it was cautiously rummaging through his yard. What on earth was this creature? Glenn felt a throbbing headache, utterly confounded by the absurdity surrounding him. This entity has likely existed in this location for quite some time. The previous owner remained unharmed, indicating that the intruder would not readily assault the residents. Therefore, I need not concern myself with its brief hesitation. Glenn ultimately decided to disregard it and return to his bed to continue sleeping. That night unfolded as anticipated, devoid of any danger, and Glenn slept soundly until dawn. Today, He resolved to go hunting once more. Although yesterday's encounter had left him somewhat disheartened, he was not so easily discouraged. This time, no unforeseen events transpired. The hunting expedition proceeded rather smoothly. He and the beasts captured 11 wild boars, along with a single elk, marking a significant bounty. He casually selected one, dispatched it, and fashioned a cart from wood to transport it out of the dense forest, leaving the remaining game in the traps under the watchful eyes of the beasts. While pulling the cart was not overly burdensome for Glenn, it still carried a sense of indignity. Were it not for the fear of alarming others, he would have expressed his grievances more openly, though his pace remained brisk. Uncertain of whether he could sell the game, it was prudent to reach Dude Town as early as possible, ensuring he could return home before complete darkness enveloped the land. At this moment, Bob and two burly men had recently arrived in Dude Town. The fright from the previous day had deterred them from continuing their run along the dimly lit path, so they sought refuge in a secluded cave for the night. Thus, they missed the two girls who had followed closely behind them. After a night fraught with anxiety, they hastened back to town under the light of the rising sun. They maintained a low profile within the town, refraining from any attention-seeking behavior, simply traversing the streets until they reached a shadowy alleyway. This locale was frequented by petty criminals and beggars, suggesting a lack of law enforcement or minimal oversight in the area. Such places were plentiful in the town, and if discovered, it was easy to slip away unnoticed. The group navigated the alley with practiced ease, approaching a bustling room where the raucous noise was distinctly audible, guarded by two imposing figures standing at attention outside. The guards, upon seeing the approaching trio, seemed to recognize them and made no attempt to halt their entry. Inside the boisterous room, patrons were engaged in loud conversations, replete with coarse language, their behavior mirroring their rough appearances. Bob and his companions attracted little attention upon their entrance. "We have returned. Please inform Lord Glass." One of the burly men accompanying Bob approached a mustachioed man standing in a corner. The man surveyed the newcomers, nodded, and retreated deeper into the establishment. After a few moments, the mustachioed man re-emerged and addressed the group. "The Lord requests your presence." At this, the three men immediately felt a surge of tension, contemplating how best to articulate themselves to avoid punishment. Yet, the inevitable had arrived, as they faced the imposing figure standing before the fireplace. All their carefully crafted words became a chaotic jumble. "Thus, you forsook your hard-won objective upon witnessing a mere monster, retreating like a frightened dog?" The deep timbre of the voice silenced the three flustered individuals, compelling them to bow their heads in trembling fear. The robust figure turned his face, revealing a visage both terrifying and grotesque, his crimson eyes and protruding fangs reminiscent of the green-skinned orcs from a fantastical realm. Although this world bore no such creatures, nor would he ever be one. Despite having encountered Glath's countenance on multiple occasions, it never failed to strike awe as if it were the first time. "You must allow us to explain. Lord Glath, I have never laid eyes upon such a creature. It instills a profound terror within me, far mightier than a lion. Were it not for our timely escape, we would surely have perished. All I know is that you have utterly botched everything," Glath replied, his tone unsettlingly calm as he gestured subtly to the burly men standing silently nearby. Complying with the unspoken command, the men seized Bob and his companions, escorting them out. According to protocol, those who failed in their duties would pay the price of a finger, had it not been for manpower shortages. The punishment would have been exponentially more severe. Ignoring the pleas of the three, Glath remained unmoved. "How much life energy do you still possess?" he suddenly inquired, uttering a cryptic statement. At that moment, the room was devoid of any presence save his own. "The more, the better, my reliable friend. You have tasted the sensation of power, have you not? Seek out more youthful lives to sacrifice for me, and when I awaken fully, I shall elevate you to the pinnacle of greatness." A raspy voice unexpectedly echoed in response to Glath's words. Chapter 16. The sale of flesh, I shall do so. But the children outside are increasingly elusive. I can only target those within the town. However, with Berlin present, it would be unwise to act, Glath sighed. Bah, those accursed knights. They were a troublesome lot in the previous era, causing no small amount of distress to the adults, and I too suffered greatly at their hands. Yet, fate is just. Those formidable figures have vanished one by one, while I, who once went unnoticed, remain here to this day. The voice seemed lost in reminiscence. What shall we do then? Ah, it is quite simple. We merely need to bide our time. Those knights will eventually depart, and that will be our moment to strike. We must not be too ostentatious, for those officers are still formidable adversaries. Glath nodded, then recalled the recent reports from his subordinates, murmuring, Bayek is a peculiar place. Should we send someone to investigate? Perhaps it is best to avoid further complications. That location harbors unknown forces, and my instincts have never steered me wrong. Very well. I shall heed your counsel. In Dewtown, on Central Street, Emu unfurled his stall, as usual, laying out the freshly processed meat upon a wooden board and hanging it from the awning. By this hour, it was already midday. The other vendors selling fruits and bread had set up their stalls long before the sun had risen, demonstrating far greater diligence than he. However, Im was not concerned about his business. As one of the few butchers in the town, he was assured that the townsfolk would eagerly come to exchange their copper coins for his meat. As anticipated, no sooner had Im set up his stall than several residents lingering nearby rushed forward. I would like 2 bellas of chicken. Thank you. Please give me 3 bellas. Bella is the unit of weight in the kingdom of Zane, approximately equivalent to a pound. Quiet down one at a time. Otherwise, I won't sell to you. Here you go, take it. That's 2 bellas. Now hurry along. And yours. Don't waste time. There are others waiting. Im's demeanor was exceedingly poor. He clearly did not regard his customers as esteemed patrons, relying on the townsfolk's dependence on his meat. Naturally, those scolded by him felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, but dared not voice their complaints. As time passed, the fresh meat on Im's stall dwindled, and he realized that today's work would soon come to a close. How much more do you want? Hurry up, I'm eager to rest. As Im sent off the previous customer and bent down to organize the remaining meat, he addressed the person standing at the stall. I'm not here to buy meat. I'm here to sell it. A young voice replied. Im looked up, puzzled, to see a slender youth with well-defined features, clear eyes, and slightly oversized clothing, though his physique was commendable, standing tall and straight. Sell meat? Im thought he must have misheard. The young man was Glenn, who stepped aside to reveal the black pig he had just brought in. Freshly caught, still very fresh, Glenn explained. Im wiped his hands on his grimy leather apron, walked around the stall to examine the black pig closely, occasionally reaching out to touch it. Is this a black pig? Yes, sir, came the reply. Im returned to his stall, casting a disdainful glance at Glenn, and declared, 30 copper coins. I'll buy this black pig. What? You charge 40 copper coins for a chicken, and you offer me only 30 for such a large black pig? It's 42 copper coins, young man. My chicken costs 42 copper coins, Im corrected solemnly. Can you tell me why? Glenn asked patiently, though he knew black pork was rarely sold in the market and should not be valued so low. There's no reason. If I say that's the price, then that is the price, and it can only be that price. If you refuse to sell to me, you won't be able to sell to anyone else. Im responded coolly, as if he had Glenn at his mercy. Have you never been beaten? Glenn said coldly, crossing his arms. Do you wish to strike me? Young lad, don't forget that our town's police station is not merely for show. Im scoffed. Well, I wonder if your skull is as tough, Glenn remarked, jabbing a finger into a wooden board 10 centimeters thick, producing great friction and causing smoke to rise from the edges of the hole. Im's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, and after several attempts to swallow, he found himself speechless. You would do well to avoid encountering me outdoors. Glenn hoisted the cart, not overly perturbed. Such individuals were hardly rare in his previous life. A chance to administer some correction would suffice to render them compliant. Now that matters had escalated, it was imperative to convert his quarry into profit without delay. Humph, self-important fool, Im muttered softly, adding in his mind, I need only refrain from leaving the town. Casting a cautious glance at Glenn's retreating figure, he noted that the man seemed oblivious and resumed attending to his customers. Of course, Glenn could hear Im's mutterings, yet he paid them no mind. Among the visitors was an elderly lady, her hair a cascade of silver, stooped and trembling as she fished out a few scattered copper coins from her bag. She addressed the towering Im, saying, This is all I possess. Please grant me 2 bellas worth of chicken. Im seized the coins with one hand, counted them roughly, and declared loudly, This is insufficient. With this amount, you can acquire at most 1 bellas worth of chicken. Surely, these coins should suffice for more than a single bella's worth. This is all I have. I implore you for 2 bellas worth, and I shall be immensely grateful. The old woman pleaded repeatedly, yet I remained steadfast. brusquely stuffing the pre-cut chicken into the cloth bag she had prepared. "Take it and do not disrupt my business here," he insisted. "Please, a little more. My grandchildren are still growing, and they desperately need this." No matter her entreaties, M.'s resolve did not waver, and his impatience grew evident. Glenn had not wandered far and had been observing the unfolding scene with growing dismay. Unable to bear it any longer, he set down the cart and strode back purposefully. Just as M was nearing his breaking point, preparing to take action, he suddenly noticed Glenn approaching and instinctively lowered his head, trembling. "Madam, are you in need of meat?" Glenn inquired softly. The worry etched on the elderly lady's face lifted as she looked up to see Glenn's youthful visage. "And who might you be? I too sell meat. Why not purchase from me? I can assure you it will be far cheaper," Glenn said in a gentle tone. "However, I have no copper coins left." The old woman replied, searching her person, her frown still present. Glenn smiled, and under the astonished gaze of the lady, he firmly patted the wooden board where the meat was displayed, addressing him loudly. "How many copper coins did this lady just give you?" Startled by the sound of the pat, hesitantly replied, 21 coins. 21? For merely one Bella's worth of chicken? You truly are a remarkable seller," Glenn exclaimed with feigned astonishment, followed by a cold smirk. M, stung by the mockery, remained silent, though inwardly he was cursing profusely. Suddenly, a hand swiftly plunged into M's pocket of copper coins and quickly withdrew. M looked up in shock to find Glenn counting something in his hand. "Those are my coins," he began, but a single glance from Glenn silenced him. "Not a coin more, not a coin less. 21 coins, madam. Please take them." Glenn carefully placed the coins into the old woman's outstretched palm and returned the package of chicken to him. "Come this way. I offer you meat at a far more reasonable price." He extended his hand, and the elderly lady, seemingly in a daze, followed him without a second thought. Upon arriving before the black pig, the grotesque creature instilled a sense of hesitation within her, leaving her uncertain about the propriety of consuming its flesh. "Ladies and gentlemen, come and witness. Today, a fortuitous event beneficial to all will transpire," Glenn suddenly called out, his voice resonating in the air, capturing the attention of those nearby, whether they were shopping, seated in their carts, or simply passing through the bustling street. As the crowd thickened, Glenn ceased his proclamations and spoke clearly. "Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of whether you have ever fretted over the prices of meat, you surely desire the opportunity to procure fresh meat at a more affordable rate. Am I correct? Well, I present to you such an opportunity. Each Bella's meat is merely 4 copper coins." Upon hearing this, the crowd inevitably began to murmur amongst themselves, eagerly awaiting further elucidation. M, however, cast a disapproving glance in Glenn's direction. 4 copper coins for each Bella? While that was indeed a bargain, it was still a black pig. Would the meat be palatable? Perhaps it would be prudent to purchase a small quantity to sample. After all, it was not expensive. After a brief pause, Glenn listened intently to the murmurs around him and felt reassured. He had tasted the meat of this black pig before, although it had not been castrated. It bore no distinct fishy odor, and the flavor was undoubtedly satisfactory. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall now demonstrate a remarkable skill. Please, open your eyes wide and watch closely as I pluck the pig's hair by hand." Before the audience could fully comprehend, Glenn had already commenced his performance. A fine layer of hair sprouted from his hands, protecting his palms from any harm, unnoticed by those around him. His arms moved with astonishing speed, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that elicited several gasps from the crowd. The sound of hair being tugged from the skin resonated continuously, and soon small piles of pig hair began to accumulate around the cart, revealing the previously dark, hairy pig now transformed into a sleek, hairless creature. Glenn's hands, akin to sandpaper, effortlessly scraped away the tiny tufts of hair from even the most awkward places. The hair-plucking performance lasted a mere few minutes. Once he cleared the pig of its hair, what stood before the audience was a clean and polished specimen. Glenn faced the crowd, his lips curling into a smile as he bowed, earning a fervent round of applause and cheers. "Absolutely splendid. A flawless performance. Inconceivable." The lady whom Glenn had invited to the demonstration clapped vigorously, a look of astonishment illuminating her wrinkled face. After savoring the moment, Glenn straightened up, his countenance adorned with a refreshing smile. "Thank you all truly. The performance has concluded, and it is time to return to the matter at hand. I shall first sell the meat to this lady. You may observe, and should you wish to partake, do not miss out." He gestured towards the elderly lady, inviting her forward. As the other approached, Glenn inquired, "Madam, how much would you like to purchase?" "I would like 21 copper coins worth of meat. That amounts to slightly over 5 bellas. However, since you are my first customer, I shall gift you an additional bella, making it 6 bellas." In the presence of onlookers, Glenn deftly unsheathed the dagger that had been secured at his waist and skillfully began to butcher the black pig. He then borrowed a scale from the nearby fruit vendor, which, though somewhat cumbersome in its half-moon shape, proved to be quite reliable in accuracy. A full 6 bellas worth of pork was placed into the elderly lady's arms, nearly overwhelming her. "It seems rather unwieldy for you. Allow me to bind it together for easier carrying on your back." Observing her struggle, Glenn repurposed her cloth bag into a makeshift backpack, placing the meat within to assist her. "This is indeed much better. Thank you, young man." The elderly lady appreciated Glenn's demeanor, finding such warmth lacking among other stall owners. As the elderly lady completed her purchase, several middle-aged women, eager to buy, approached in quick succession. "I would like 4 bellas worth of meat, please." "Thank you. I want 5 bellas. 2 bellas." Glenn maintained his cheerful smile, adeptly attending to the enthusiastic customers. "Once you taste it, you will understand that chicken is truly the most delectable." Im's eyes glistened with anticipation as she gazed at the crowd gathering nearby, her cleavers striking vigorously against the chicken, reducing it to fine morsels. At the Dude police station, a young officer clad in a deep black uniform pushed open the dark brown door, holding a file in hand. 3 middle-aged officers appeared to be engaged in discussion. Pausing upon his entrance, "What is it?" inquired the officer with a thick, horizontal mustache, assuming a commanding presence. "It concerns missing children. A couple has reported their 11-year-old child is missing and is outside in distress," the newcomer replied. "I knew it. Just yesterday, 2 young girls filed a report. And now this," the mustachioed officer remarked, rubbing his forehead. "They live outside the town. Their child has been missing for 3 days, and they assumed he got lost in the forest, only coming to report after 2 days of searching." "Understood." The officer waved his hand dismissively, but suddenly recalled something and asked, "Has Bob been found?" "A worker mentioned seeing him yesterday. He can confirm he is still in town, though his whereabouts remain unknown," the young officer promptly responded. "Very well, continue the search." "Yes, sir." The young officer saluted before exiting. "Captain, we must pay a visit to that young man named Glenn," stated a solemn-faced officer with a long face and broad brow. The officer addressed as Captain furrowed his brow, contemplating for a few seconds before conceding. Given the circumstances, it must be done. Just then, another officer burst through the door, slightly out of breath, exclaiming, "Captain, that young man named Glenn has arrived in town." The group rose, their expressions filled with urgency, and the captain quietly uttered, "Let us proceed." Chapter 18. Mice Academy. As dusk approached, Glenn had finally sold the last of the black pigs, garnering a total of 2,400 copper coins, which caused his pockets to bulge noticeably. At long last, I had temporarily extricated myself from poverty and could indulge in a bit of self-care. I would soon prepare a delightful meal and return home to enjoy a hot pot. By the way, I wondered how Layla and Bonnie were faring. They must have been quite frightened yesterday. After purchasing the ingredients, I should check on them, as their predicament was closely tied to my own. Glenn busied himself with the mess surrounding him, planning to load the refuse onto the cart shortly, lest the street cleaners cause him trouble. However, he did not leave immediately, for a group of individuals clad in plain clothes was approaching him. Glenn had noticed them early on, observing from the periphery as he sold his pork, and they had only now decided to make their move. "Are you Mr. Glenn?" The leader, a mustachioed captain, inquired directly. "We are officers from Dude. May we have a word?" "Officers?" Glenn feigned confusion and a hint of alarm. "Have I committed some offense?" He was well aware of their intentions. It was likely that Layla and Bonnie had alerted the authorities, prompting an investigation involving relevant parties. "Please, remain calm, sir. We simply have a few questions regarding a case, and we kindly ask for your cooperation." A younger officer chimed in with a reassuring smile. Glenn exhaled deeply, replying, "Ask away. I shall be candid in my responses." "Thank you for your cooperation," the captain said, producing a small notebook and a pen, adopting a formal tone. "Your full name is Glenny Bancroft, correct?" "That is the name I currently use. My previous name was Dylan Bancroft." Unsure of how official information was conveyed in this world, Glenn opted to disclose the original name. reasoning that concealing it might lead to complications should discrepancies arise later. The captain jotted down notes swiftly, then looked up and inquired, "May I ask why you changed your name?" "Some matters arose, and I wish to put the past to rest, officer," Glenn replied. The captain pondered this for a moment, then continued, "At this time yesterday, Miss Layla and Miss Bonnie were at your residence, correct?" "Indeed. Do you know Layla's father, Bob?" "I do not." The questioning lasted merely a few minutes, focusing on the basic events of the previous day. In conclusion, the captain asked Glenn with a peculiar tone and gaze, "Do you truly reside in Bayek?" "Yes. Is there an issue, officer?" Glenn queried, intrigued by the captain's demeanor. "Nothing of concern. I merely wish you well," the captain smiled, glancing around discreetly. Leaning closer to Glenn, he whispered, "During my tenure as captain of the precinct, I was advised to approach that area only in dire circumstances." Glenn was taken aback, his curiosity piqued. "You must have been misled to have purchased a home there, correct?" "Believe me, child, if possible, it would be wise to leave at the earliest opportunity. It would do you no harm." With that, the captain departed with his officers. It appeared that the government of this kingdom was aware of the existence of Bayek Town. Yet why did they choose to remain indifferent? There were certainly many malevolent beings lurking within. Glenn stood quietly for a moment, contemplating, before shaking his head and steering his vehicle into a corner to purchase groceries. "Captain, we still have no leads. What should we do?" queried one of the officers beside the captain. "That young man seems unrelated to this matter." Shortly after leaving the central street, the officer continued. "Perhaps," the captain replied, cryptically, "at the very least, he is not in league with those individuals. If they were to strike again, it would incite panic in the town." One officer expressed his concerns. "This group is unlikely to commit any crimes in the near future." The captain remarked as he walked. "Why is that?" The officers chorused. "Their targets have consistently been outside the town, indicating their fear of operating within it." "What is it they fear?" "They would not be intimidated by us, the officers, at least not to the extent of avoiding the town entirely. Considering the notable figure who recently arrived in our town, it must be Sir Berlin. They fear the might of the great knight Berlin. There are only a few families with children outside. They have all suffered. The farther locations are beyond our jurisdiction. For now, their focus must be on the town, and they will likely remain dormant until Sir Berlin departs." As the captain articulated this analysis, the officers behind him appeared to grasp only parts of it. But Sir Berlin only arrived in town the day before yesterday, while the missing children's case began 5 days ago. One officer raised a concern. The captain remained unfazed. The news of Sir Berlin's arrival in Dudu had circulated a week prior. If they had committed crimes during that time, it would have spread throughout the town. By the time Sir Berlin arrived, if he heard about it, given his character, he would likely take action. With the heart of a knight, the chances of him locating them are significant. How could they not factor in such a consequence? Then we should seek Sir Berlin's assistance. That way, we could swiftly uncover those responsible for the crimes. The captain sighed. "I have already attempted that, but the mayor would not allow me to meet Sir Berlin. He claims that Sir Berlin will not remain in town for long, as he has pressing matters to attend to, and will not waste his time on such trivial pursuits." Upon hearing this, the officers displayed their despondency. The captain turned and, with a sudden seriousness, declared, "Listen, a bunch of imbeciles. Do we not possess the capability to solve this case without relying on others? Do not forget what uniforms you wear. It is our duty to bring the criminals to justice." Startled by the abrupt reprimand, the officers responded with renewed vigor. "Yes, Captain, do not cease our daily patrols. We will eventually uncover their whereabouts." At the Mace Academy, Glenn gazed at the iron gates before him, falling into silence. The large iron lock indicated that the academy did not welcome outsiders. He took a few steps forward, his feet crunching on the fallen leaves along the stone path, producing a crisp sound. The iron gate, composed of vertical, jet-black iron bars and symmetrical spiral patterns, exudes an air of ancient British elegance. Glenn slightly leaned forward, peering into the campus beyond the gate, where the earthy-toned, spire-like buildings stood in serene repose, their mixed lecture sounds wafting into his ears. It appeared a class was in session. Glenn straightened his back, suddenly sensing an unseen gaze upon him. He looked up and discovered that the scrutiny seemed to emanate from the crow stone carvings adorning the pillars flanking the gate. Surely, this must be an ordinary school. It would be unlikely for it to harbor magical creations. Perhaps ordinary schools do possess such wonders, unbeknownst to the typical student, including himself. Lowering his head, Glenn ceased his observations. This time, guided by a scent, he sought to ascertain the well-being of the two young girls, Layla and Bonnie, concerned that something untoward might have occurred. However, it appeared that both girls were faring well, and he could not risk being misunderstood by brazenly intruding. As he turned to depart, he caught wind of an unusual sound. Is there a situation unfolding? He glanced in the direction of the noise, estimating it to be nearby, and proceeded to approach the wall stealthily. Chapter 19. Curly-haired in a secluded area encircled by towering trees. A group of burly men clad in servant attire were laughing boisterously beneath one of the great trees, seemingly engaged in some exceedingly amusing endeavor. Hold it down. How dare you ruin my mood? Despicable commoners deserve to perish. Hang them up and beat them mercilessly. Among this brutish group, a curly-haired youth, adorned in more costly apparel than the others, directed his menacing henchmen. An emaciated old man and a disheveled girl lay crumpled on the grass, having been overpowered by the ruffians. The tattered old man struggled desperately, uttering garbled words, his speech clearly impaired, yet one could discern the curses he spat. Meanwhile, the girl wept incessantly, her face half hidden by her hair, with only her muffled sobs piercing the air. Witnessing the noble lackeys tying up the girl, the old man fought back with frenzied resistance, and in the ensuing chaos, one of the burly men was inadvertently struck in the stomach, eliciting a cry of pain. "You damn bastard!" The injured man snarled through gritted teeth, retaliating with a flurry of punches and kicks directed at the deranged elder. Just then, a thunderous shout pierced the air, startling everyone present into stillness. The men binding the girl froze, scanning their surroundings for the source of the voice. The curly-haired youth, momentarily taken aback, darkened his expression, his eyes widening in fury as he barked, "Who dares? Show yourself, bastard! Dare to utter another curse, and see what happens." Glenn's voice resonated from above, drawing the attention of several startled onlookers. Observing a man, older and larger than himself, perched atop the trunk of a tree, the curly-haired youth's fury only intensified. "You lowly scum! Get lost at once. This is none of your concern. Just a filthy beggar lurking outside." Faced with the harsh words, Glenn did not display any signs of anger. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. "If you insist on speaking this way, I shall descend and engage you in a proper discussion." With that, he leaped down from the tree trunk, casting a disdainful gaze upon the curly-haired youth. The latter stared defiantly at Glenn, provoking, "Do you wish to fight me? Pathetic. Do you even know who my father is?" Before he could finish his tirade, a sharp and resounding slap interrupted him. The group of burly men, who had been watching with smug expressions, froze in disbelief as they witnessed the noble Lavelle being struck by a seemingly humble commoner, spinning around before collapsing to the ground. The atmosphere became thick with tension, leaving everyone, including the elderly man and the girl still on the ground, momentarily stunned. How dare this commoner lay a hand on the noble Lavelle? This thought echoed in the minds of his followers. The peculiar silence persisted until the curly-haired boy shakily rose to his feet. Lavelle, trembling, wiped his mouth, revealing bright crimson blood. Disbelief etched across his face, his lips quivering as tears streamed down his cheeks. "Kill him for me." Lavelle's heart-wrenching wail jolted his stunned followers back to reality. They suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Their master had been assaulted. They would undoubtedly face punishment upon their return, as the family held Lavelle in high regard. The repercussions of such an incident would be severe. Without further ado, they resolved to capture this audacious commoner who dared to offend a nobleman, hoping that doing so might mitigate their own punishments. As the robust men charged at him with wild abandon, Glenn felt a surge of exhilaration. He was more than willing to teach these ruffians a lesson. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, several of the aggressive followers were soon sprawled on the ground, nursing their injuries and howling in pain. You are finished. I will tell my father. I will tell my mother," Lavelle cried, abandoning his fallen companions and making a hasty retreat. "Remember this. I am Glenn de Bancrew. I reside in Bayek Town," Glenn called out, seizing the opportunity before Lavelle could escape too far. The fleeing Lavelle glanced back, his swollen and tear-streaked face contorting into a menacing grimace as he etched Glenn's visage into his memory. Casting a fleeting glance at the elderly man and the girl on the ground, Glenn prepared to leap over the wall. Just then, the battered old man struggled to rise, reaching out to assist the girl, and called out to Glenn, "Wait. You have offended the nobles. They will seek retribution against you. Leave this place, leave this town." The farther you go, the better. The frail man urged, his words slurred. Glenn regarded him with a smile, his gaze appraising, yet he did not respond. Instead, he pointed to the girl and inquired, "Is this your daughter?" The old man paused for a moment, then nodded stupidly. "Yes, this is my daughter, Martha." "You're a good father," Glenn complimented him, offering a word of praise. However, the elderly man anxiously implored once more, "Kind sir, this is not the time for such discussions. You must flee at once." Glenn waved his hand dismissively, assuring him, "It is nothing to worry about, merely a nobleman. I can handle it." "Really?" The old man faltered, taken aback. "Of course," Glenn replied, exuding confidence. He possessed formidable strength and had previously engaged with so-called nobles, gaining sufficient insight into their nature and the power they wielded. The straightforward man seemed to believe Glenn's words and fell silent. "Why are they attacking you?" Glenn inquired with curiosity. The man offered a wry smile. "Child, nobles do not require justification to assault commoners. I was merely escorting my daughter to school, and my presence soured their mood, leading to this unfortunate encounter." "Ah, indeed, my understanding of nobles was not misplaced," Glenn remarked with disdain. "Do you know Layla?" Glenn suddenly asked the girl, considering they might be acquainted due to attending the same school. "Huh?" The girl, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed up and hesitantly replied, "I know her, but she does not know me. She is quite famous at our school, a beloved figure in many boys' hearts." "I see," Glenn mused, lowering his head. "Have you seen her recently?" "Yes," the girl nodded. "Are you her friend?" "Sort of, just passing by to check on her." The girl, seemingly unfazed, sobbed. "Should I fetch her for you?" "No need. Just be cautious of that curly-haired teddy bear." "I shall take my leave now," Glenn advised before vaulting over the wall, vanishing from sight. "Curly-haired teddy bear?" The old man's mouth fell agape, while the girl erupted into laughter, her tears forgotten. At the academy's entrance, Lavelle grasped the collar of a middle-aged man in a black uniform, shouting, "Hurry and summon a carriage. Now, otherwise, my father will make you pay dearly." "But young master, the academy has rules. I cannot leave at this time," the middle-aged man stammered, cowed by the 16 or 17-year-old boy's aggression. "Useless. I need a carriage. Do you not understand? I want to go home." Lavelle's face contorted with rage, spittle flying as he spoke. Chapter 20. Nobility before the middle-aged man could respond. Lavelle suddenly released him and stormed off in a huff. Yet, after only a few steps, he collided with a familiar face, letting out a startled squeal. "Shall I escort you?" Glenn offered with a smile. "Get lost, you bastard." Lavelle roared in anger. It seemed he had been too lenient. Immediately, Lavelle fell silent, casting a fierce glare at Glenn before cautiously maneuvering around him and fleeing. "Hey, no outsiders are allowed near here," the middle-aged man called out from within. "Understood," Glenn replied nonchalantly, continuing on his way. After purchasing several well-fitting outfits and acquiring some tools like hammers and rivets from a clothing store in town, Glenn returned, pulling a cart laden with his new acquisitions. As the sun descended, Glenn embarked on his journey, returning home late into the night. In the town of Bayek, he noticed swift, shadowy figures darting into corners as he approached. With a mere glance of curiosity, he paid them no mind. He transferred the goods from the cart into his home and, lantern in hand, ventured toward the forest on the outskirts of town. He wished to inspect the game caught earlier that morning. The dim light of the lantern swayed with his movements, the rusty frame creaking softly, while Glenn's shadow elongated across the quiet street. In truth, he could navigate the night without the lantern, but its glow provided him with a sense of comfort. The beast sleeping by the trap suddenly perked its ears, raised its head, and sniffed the air, quickly discerning the identity of the newcomer. It excitedly sat up, eager to greet the approaching light. "Well then, do let me know if anything occurred in my absence," Glenn said, pushing aside the creature's plush head. The beast whimpered in response, indicating all was well. Nodding, Glenn tiptoed to the trap, bringing the light closer. The once panicked wild boars were now peacefully slumbering, including the moose. "Sleep well, for my future depends on you," Glenn remarked with a satisfied smile, instructing the beast, "Continue to watch over them, and if anything arises that you cannot handle, come to me at once." The creature immediately raised its head in acknowledgement. Glenn patted its neck and retraced his steps with the lantern. The Lavelle family resided in an estate near Dudtown, and when the young master returned, the servants were taken aback, their mouths agape in shock. "My God, who has done this to the young master? It is simply dreadful." Quickly inform the lady. This is serious. Lavelle had been weeping from school all the way home, disregarding the concerns of the servants, and abruptly raised his voice, wailing louder, his cries echoing throughout the estate. In one of the estate's courtyards, 3 elegantly dressed ladies engaged in light-hearted conversation, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tensions in their dialogue. However, this harmonious scene was soon shattered by Lavelle's pig-like wails. Heavens! Who is that? Such an awful noise. How disgraceful. Lady Sophia furrowed her brows, her expression swiftly changing upon realizing, it is my Lavelle. Ignoring her friend's inquiries, she hurriedly rose, lifting her skirts as she rushed toward the source of the commotion. Navigating the long corridor, Sophia turned a corner to find her disheveled son surrounded by several servants. She cried out and hurried to him. Lavelle's left cheek was swollen and bruised, blood staining his mouth and nose, coupled with tear streaks that tore at Sophia's heart. Her voice trembling. "My darling, tell me what happened. How did this come to pass?" Lavelle hoarsely replied, "It was a commoner. He ran into the school and struck me. He even hit my attendant." "What? A commoner?" Sophia's voice was sharp, her boundless fury nearly overwhelming her senses. That audacious commoner must face the gallows. "I swear upon the honor of the de Corella family." She turned to a nearby maid and inquired, "How long until the master returns?" "He should be on his way back, my lady," the maid replied, trembling. "Hurry and urge him. Inform him that the young master is in trouble." "Yes, my lady. Lord Berlin is set to depart tomorrow. Why does he not come to see me?" Inside a moving carriage, Lord Channies, clad in noble attire, murmured, "My lord, perhaps Lord Berlin finds himself in a predicament. He may wish to avoid any rift between you." The middle-aged gentleman dressed as a steward replied gently from outside the carriage. "So he is aware of my purpose in seeking him, and thus he avoids me?" Channies questioned, perplexed. "I believe so," the steward replied, his voice faltering slightly. Just as their conversation was poised to continue, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. "What is happening?" Channies frowned, displeased. "My lord, the young master is in distress. The lady has sent me to urge you to return swiftly." An anxious female voice called from outside the carriage, causing Channies' expression to shift dramatically as he commanded, "To the estate." "Selah." "Yes, my lord," the steward responded, promptly accelerating the carriage. Half an hour later, with a neigh from the horses, the carriage swiftly arrived at the estate, and Channies hurriedly disembarked. "Where's Lavelle?" he inquired, leaning on his cane as he walked. "In the parlor, my lord." A maid accompanying him answered. Upon entering the parlor and seeing his wife and son, Channies immediately demanded, "What on earth has transpired? Are you blind?" "Mrs." Sophia pointed to Lavelle's face. It was then that Channies beheld the horrific state of his son. Casting aside his cane, he approached in fury, exclaiming, "Who did this?" "It was a commoner named Glenn. He must be apprehended and hanged," Sophia declared vehemently. "Daddy, it hurts so much." Lavelle whimpered pitifully. "Barber," Channies shouted, "I am here." A knight clad in armor stepped forward to respond. "You go." Channies paused mid-sentence, turning to his son. "Where's that commoner named Glenn now?" "He said he resides in Bayek Town," Lavelle sobbed. "Yes, go to Bayek Town and bring him back to me." "Understood." Barber turned to leave, but Channies raised his voice, halting him. "Wait." Barber turned back, confused. "Lavelle, what did you say? That commoner resides in Bayek Town?" Channies asked his son once more. Lavelle nodded affirmatively. This revelation caused Channies to hesitate momentarily. "What is the matter?" "Channies, what is there to hesitate over? He is merely a commoner. Do you intend to stand idly by while our son suffers?" Sophia questioned with evident dissatisfaction. Silence. To Channies' astonishment, he suddenly yelled. Chapter 21. The complaint. Everyone present was startled by the sudden exclamation. Even Lavelle ceased his weeping, and a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Channies inquired once more of Lavelle, "What is the full name of that commoner?" "Glenny Bancrew," Lavelle murmured in response. "Glenny Bancrew, Glenny Bancrew." Channies closed his eyes, as if in deep recollection. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes, his expression slightly more composed, yet still tinged with apprehension. "I must write a letter. Yes, a letter." Under the bewildered gaze of the onlookers, Lord Channies abandoned the chaos at hand and made his way towards the study. Lady Sophia was the first to regain her composure. She glanced at her son and addressed the nearby Babel. "Babel, please investigate this town of Beck." "Yes, my lady." Babel replied with a bow and departed. Lavelle remained in a daze, perplexed by his father's reaction. He turned to his mother. "Mother, are we not seeking revenge for me? Just wait a moment, my dear child. You shall be satisfied, I promise," Sophia comforted, stroking Lavelle's swollen face. As time passed, the sky outside grew entirely dark. Just as Lavelle was on the verge of drifting off to sleep, his father, Lord Charnes, reappeared, holding a letter which he entrusted to a male servant. "Deliver this letter to the eastern district of the main city and hand it to the postmaster there. Now." "Yes, immediately. Go swiftly." Charnes raised his voice. The servant, no longer hesitating, dashed into the night. Lady Sophia stepped forward quietly, hesitantly asking, "What is this all about?" Charnes met her gaze briefly before glancing at Lavelle and solemnly replied, "Let's speak in private." With that, he entered a nearby room, and Sophia naturally followed. Bayek is inhabited almost entirely by lunatics and monsters. They are exceedingly perilous. As soon as Sophia closed the door, Charnes spoke. "Lunatics? Monsters?" Sophia gasped in terror. "Indeed." Charnes took a deep breath. "I should not be privy to this knowledge. It is reserved for the higher echelons of nobility. However, I happen to know a friend who is well informed on such matters." During a casual conversation, he mentioned a peculiar place within the kingdom of Zen called Bayek, which is home to terrifying creatures. Even dragons that dare to stir there may meet their demise. I cannot ascertain whether this is an exaggeration, but it sufficiently illustrates the danger posed by its inhabitants. Lady Sophia covered her mouth in shock, realizing that such a perilous location lay so close to their estate. Unbeknownst to her, and with a commoner named Glenn, there is no immediate cause for concern, Charnes replied with calm assurance. "My acquaintance has described the monsters and individuals to be wary of in Bayek, and this Glenn is not among them. The town also houses some weaker residents, a few of whom may sell their homes to ordinary folk. Perhaps Glenn is simply one of those foolish individuals." After hearing these words, Sophia felt a considerable sense of relaxation. "I have already penned a letter to that friend, and we shall make our decision upon receiving their reply." Due to Glenn's warm and enthusiastic service toward his customers, coupled with the exquisite quality of the black pork, his business thrived during his second venture to the town. However, the number of families capable of purchasing meat in the town remained limited. Thus, the second visit did not mirror the fervor of the first, a reality Glenn had anticipated. Nevertheless, he managed to sell all his meat in the end. Not far away, M, who also sold meat, glared with frustration yet dared not to confront him. In comparison to Glenn, his business suffered unprecedentedly, attracting almost no customers, even when he lowered his prices to match Glenn's. The two black pigs had bestowed upon Glenn a considerable fortune, elevating him to the status of a minor affluent individual. Consequently, for the next several days, he ceased selling pork, instead utilizing his earnings to enhance his home, repainting the walls and replacing the furniture, among other improvements. Additionally, he constructed a rudimentary pig pen in the forest outside Bayek, an area devoid of ownership. Everything progressed smoothly, devoid of any mishaps, which left Glenn perplexed. Why had that noble lad not come to cause him trouble? Had something occurred? Nearly a week had passed, and as Glenn wielded a cleaver to chop the pig fodder collected from the forest, his mind wandered. Skillfully, he poured the prepared pig feed into the trough, where several black pigs soon crowded forward, grunting eagerly. It was morning, and Glenn planned to take another black pig to Dudtown to sell, hoping to save enough to perhaps learn magic at the Mage's Tower. He had heard that becoming a mage's apprentice was exceedingly costly, accessible only to wealthy merchants and nobles. Thus, relying solely on selling pigs for sufficient funds seemed rather unrealistic. He pondered whether his wolfish constitution might influence his ability to learn magic. After dispatching a robust black pig, he loaded it onto the cart. "Look after the pig pen. Don't wander off," he instructed the beasts that watched him depart. They raised their heads and howled in acknowledgement. In the distance, two figures approached slowly, seemingly engaged in conversation. Were they back again? Glenn halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Coming towards him were two puppets. One donned a blue vest, round-headed and resembling a stick figure, while the other was an exceedingly anthropomorphic female puppet with finely sculpted features, holding a parasol and dressed in a pristine, lovely pale pink gown. One would hardly discern she was a puppet unless one ventured closer. This was not the first time Glenn had encountered them. During his recent commutes between home and the pig pen, he had frequently spotted these two. Yet, despite their repeated encounters, Neither side had ever exchanged greetings. A silent understanding shared among the residents of Bayek. Certainly, when familiar enough, greetings are exchanged, such as between Glenn, the Black Crow, and the old man. The two puppets ceased their conversation upon seeing Glenn, casting glances at one another as they passed. Once the distance widened, Aina, filled with curiosity, inquired Palandes, "Where's he taking that thing?" It was evident that he was a butcher, presumably on his way to sell meat, to which Palandes replied nonchalantly, "Where to sell? How should I know?" Aina glanced back at the vanishing figure and suggested, "Shall we follow him?" "That is out of the question," Palandes replied sternly. "We cannot risk being seen by more people. It would place us in peril." Aina opened her mouth to speak, but, upon meeting her brother's serious gaze, likely a sincere one, she chose to comply. Chapter 22. A Reunion Dudtown. As Glenn neared the town, he noticed a substantial number of officers patrolling, which struck him as unusual. Had something significant occurred recently in Dudtown? It appeared to be quite a matter. Glenn paused briefly to observe before continuing on. Several officers who spotted him approached with authority, demanding, "Halt. What is your purpose?" "Bringing pigs into town to sell," Glenn replied. Stepping aside, the leading officer signaled, and the others moved in to inspect the cart. They pushed the dead pigs around, some even brandishing knives to peel back portions of skin and flesh, searching for any abnormalities. Glenn stood by, indifferent to their handling. He knew this practice would not affect the quality of the meat. After a sweaty ordeal, the officers, possibly exhausted or genuinely unable to find anything amiss, finally relented. They returned to the leading officer, shaking their heads to indicate no issues. Only then did they allow Glenn to pass. As Glenn approached the cart, he casually adjusted the black pig, leaving the officers astonished. Observing this young man bringing pigs into town, one officer remarked, "He looks slender and tall, yet possesses remarkable strength." This round of business was considerably quieter, which did not surprise Glenn. If every transaction were as brisk as the previous two, he would have exhausted the town's wealth within months. Nevertheless, even this quieter business significantly surpassed the average income of a common family. His demeanor remained warm, and he quickly became familiar with several returning customers, sharing light banter amidst the trade. After bidding farewell to one customer, Glenn heard a familiar voice. Mr. Glenn, Layla, having dashed from somewhere, approached, her hands clasped around her skirt, her cherubic face alight with surprise. "Miss Layla, it's been a while. Aren't you supposed to be in school today?" Glenn said, wiping his bloodied hands with a cloth, smiling. "Yes, my friend wanted to go out, and I was dragged along to accompany them." Layla beamed brightly, her eyes sparkling, before exclaiming, "Are you selling meat?" "This indeed constitutes a lucrative business. There are numerous animals in the vicinity of my town, which can be caught and sold," Glenn explained. "That sounds splendid," Layla sincerely remarked, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. "Am I affecting your business in any way?" Noticing the girl's flustered demeanor, Glenn found it amusing and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. It hardly affects me. Please, do not be so reserved." Just as the two were about to share more, another voice chimed in from behind. "Layla, is this gentleman your friend?" The speaker was a slightly plump boy with red hair, accompanied by two boys and a girl who approached Glenn. "These are my classmates and friends, Bach, Meyer, Diamira, and Pernus." Layla introduced them to Glenn. She then turned to her friends, "And this is Mr. Glenn, a truly kind gentleman." "Greetings, Mr. Glenn," the three boys politely said. Only the blonde girl, named Pernus, kept her mouth and nose covered, her gaze averted, remaining silent and maintaining a certain distance from Glenn Estall. Glenn nodded in acknowledgement and cast a meaningful glance at the blonde girl, smiling knowingly. Layla, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "I apologize, Mr. Glenn. Pernus has a rather peculiar temperament. Please do not take offense." Glenn was about to express that it was of no concern when Layla approached the blonde girl, tugging at her dress and leading her a short distance away, whispering, "Pernus, this is quite rude of you. Hurry and apologize to Mr. Glenn." However, Pernus countered Layla. "My dear friend, how could you associate with such a person? Just look at him, covered in dirt, with that repulsive stench of blood. It is utterly nauseating. Let us leave quickly and ignore him." Layla was taken aback by these words, hardly able to believe they came from her friend. Although Pernus was of noble birth, she had always been kind to her friends. Layla had thought her different from those haughty, noble women, but now it seemed otherwise. Her face flushed with anger as she found it intolerable to accept Pernus' remarks. Though Glenn was a distance away, His acute hearing captured the entire exchange. Sensing the fragile friendship on the verge of collapse, he interjected to break the tension between the two girls. Layla, what about that gluttonous little girl? Isn't she with you? Just as Layla was about to unleash her frustration, she heard Glenn's question and shot an annoyed glare at her best friend before swiftly returning to Glenn's stall, leaving him bewildered. Throughout the encounter, the three boys trailing behind remained utterly confused. Mr. Glenn, I must once again apologize on behalf of Pernis. She is not usually like this. Layla began to bow to Glenn, only to be stopped by him. Enough of that. Your mother has raised you too well. Why are you always so polite? I would never be upset with a young girl, perhaps out of respect for her benefactor or for some other reason. Layla instinctively felt the need to maintain a demeanor of politeness and restraint in Glenn's presence. Feeling somewhat bashful, she apologized. I truly am sorry. Not far away, Pernis, who had been covering her mouth and nose while observing, altered her expression upon hearing Glenn refer to her as little girl. She turned back, initially inclined to express her annoyance, but ultimately suppressed it. Glenn noticed the blonde girl's reaction, but merely chuckled to himself. He addressed Layla first. Please answer my earlier question. Why isn't that girl named Bonnie with you? A flicker of sorrow passed across Layla's face as she hesitated before responding. Bonnie isn't feeling well and doesn't want to come out. Glenn almost interjected, thinking she meant because of her father, but reconsidered and coughed lightly, altering his tone. Is it due to the danger encountered that day? Mr. Glenn, how do you know? Layla revealed a hint of surprise. The police came to inquire about me. How can I not know? Glenn shrugged. Upon hearing that the police had sought Glenn, Layla expressed concern. They didn't trouble you, did they? No. They were merely investigating the events of that day. That's a relief, Layla said, lightly patting her chest and exhaling. As Glenn attended to a customer purchasing meat, he continued, Tell me, what has become of that little girl Bonnie? Is she frightened, suffering from psychological trauma, unable to recover, even now? At his words, Layla showed disbelief, her tone shifting to one of astonishment. Mr. Glenn, you are correct. Chapter 23. The vampire, huh? After finishing with the customer, Glenn paused, having only guessed casually. However, Layla had already begun to explain. That day indeed terrified her. God bless her, poor Bonnie has become withdrawn since then. She often stares into space alone, and we have all tried to cheer her up, but to no avail. Her mother is increasingly worried. She has visited the school multiple times, sometimes hiding in corners, silently weeping, which I have witnessed. If I hadn't insisted on bringing her along, none of this would have happened. It is all my fault. As she spoke, the compassionate girl's eyes reddened, threatening to spill tears. Glenn hurriedly offered a wry smile to comfort her. How could this be your fault? You're a good girl. And we all know it, right? He exchanged glances with the three boys behind him, who, after a few moments of confusion, nodded in agreement. Glenn felt satisfied and continued to reassure her. So this cannot be blamed on you. If anyone must take the blame, it should be me. Suddenly realizing that he was indeed the cause of all this, Glenn coughed lightly to halt his train of thought. In any case, everything will be all right. Time will heal all wounds. Trust me. Let us visit that little girl today. It's all on my conscience. Glenn reflected inwardly. Yes, Layla, do not worry too much. Bonnie will be fine. The red-haired Bach chimed in, offering timely reassurance. The others joined in offering comfort as well. Even Pernis seemed inclined to come over, but she hesitated, extending her hand, but ultimately refraining from moving. As Layla's mood began to improve, Glenn cast a glance into the distance and teasingly remarked, Well, that distinguished young lady seems to be losing her patience. You should hurry along. His voice was deliberately loud, ensuring that the golden-haired maiden could hear him. Upon hearing his words, Pernis lifted her chin, letting out a haughty hum, resembling a proud swan. Layla, feeling increasingly embarrassed, realized that Glenn had already spoken, and it would be inappropriate for her to linger and disrupt his business dealings. I apologize. I shall have a word with her. Please do not hold it against her, Layla said, bowing respectfully before departing with her friend. Glenn waved cheerfully and then returned his attention to his trade. Once they had moved a distance away, Bach could not restrain his curiosity. Layla, how do you know that gentleman? And what exactly happened between you and Bonnie? You won't say a word. Layla pressed her lips together. She had been exceedingly reluctant to venture out, as her father's threats still loomed large, rendering her feelings of safety quite tenuous. Although the local police had been patrolling frequently, minimizing the risk of incidents in the streets, The weight of her concerns lingered heavily in her heart. Had it not been for the anxious expressions of her friends, she would not have agreed to join them. Now, faced with Bach's inquiry, she understood that she could no longer remain silent, and thus whispered the tale of her encounter with her father. Her friends gasped in shock, and Perna stepped forward, grasping her hand with eyes brimming with compassion and worry. "This is terrifying. How could you not tell us about such an ordeal? You must be feeling very unsettled. Come stay at my house for the next few days, and bring Bonnie with you. My family S-guards will ensure your safety." Feeling the genuine concern from her friend, Layla's earlier resentment began to dissipate. She shook her head gently, saying, "I cannot. My mother needs me. It would be better to take Bonnie instead, as she requires it more." "That's all right. Your mother can." Pernis began to protest, but seeing Layla's reluctance, she decided to refrain from further discussion on the matter. After bidding farewell to several youths, Glenn continued with his meat shop business. Through casual conversations with customers, he became aware of the recent happenings in the town. It appeared that there had been several cases of missing children, causing widespread anxiety among families, with relatives of the victims frequently demonstrating at the police station. The pressure likely contributed to the peculiar atmosphere observed upon entering the town. It seemed that these events were somehow linked to Layla's father. If it were possible, they might not even spare teenagers of 16 or 17. Were these individuals human traffickers? Such occurrences were not uncommon in this era. Glenn pondered the incident during his moments of respite, his thoughts drifting. "I shall keep an eye on this matter," he murmured to himself, stretching lazily. In his past life, he had harbored a deep-seated disdain for traffickers, vowing to strike hard against them without mercy if ever confronted. "Boss, how much for this meat?" A melodious voice broke through Glenn's reverie, pulling him back to reality. He instinctively opened his mouth to respond, but upon seeing the person standing before his stall, his expression froze. She is an exquisitely beautiful woman, adorned with a delicate wide-brimmed hat and draped in a subtly luxurious gown, her hands encased in black lace gloves. Her skin is unnaturally pale, while her lips boast a vivid crimson hue, rendering her presence starkly incongruous with her surroundings. At this moment, she gazes at Glenn with a bemused expression. "Miss, you seem rather peculiar." Glenn raises an eyebrow and inquires. The atypical lady momentarily falters in her smile upon hearing the question, taken aback by such a response, which she had not anticipated. With a graceful flick of her hair, her smile returns, and she playfully retorts, "Pray tell, in what manner do you find me peculiar?" It is not merely her appearance that strikes Glenn as unusual. Even her scent exudes an extraordinary aura that stirs a restless energy within him. Had she borne the essence of Bayek Town, he might have been less surprised, for anomalies are not uncommon there. Yet she does not. "Everything about you is unusual," Glenn replies curtly. The lady narrows her striking eyes, seemingly attempting to pierce through Glenn's faade. Suddenly, she leans against the counter, her scarlet lips near his ear, and breathes softly, "You are rather peculiar yourself, Mr. Werewolf." "Oh, you figure me out? How astonishing," Glenn smirks. The lady is once again taken aback by his reaction, and a flicker of irritation crosses her face. After all, a mere werewolf should not presume to display such bravado in her presence. Nevertheless, she suppresses her annoyance. Recognizing that displaying anger before an adversary is decidedly unwise, grace must prevail. "Is it that your leader can no longer afford to keep you? A werewolf selling pork in a human town?" She mocks, her fingers tracing the cuts of meat. "What manner of being is she?" "She bears the semblance of a vampire." It is broad daylight. Surely, vampires fear the sun. Perhaps a formidable vampire? Glenn observes her every move, casually inquiring, "Leader? What leader? Are you a wandering mutt?" The lady's eyes widen, her surprise unmasked this time. "Try calling me that again." Glenn snaps, his gaze sharp. Yet she disregards his threat, erupting into a fit of laughter, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Glenn's expression shifts to one of incredulity, as if he were witnessing madness. After a prolonged bout of laughter, she finally turns her attention back to Glenn, uttering a cryptic statement. "If the old Wolf King knew what you were up to now, he would be most displeased." Chapter 24. The visit. Who is this old Wolf King? Glenn ponders. It sounds akin to the leader of a werewolf pack. Does she imply that this so-called Wolf King forbids him from selling pork? Such tyranny. Lost in thought, he momentarily forgets to respond, staring blankly ahead. Noticing his distraction, the peculiar lady chuckles softly, pulling his attention back to her. "So, What say you, Mr. Werewolf? Are you afraid? You cannot possibly think that possessing a modicum of power grants you the audacity to consider anyone beneath you. The old Wolf King is truly formidable. He could easily best 10 of you. Glenn observed the expectant expression on the other party's face, choosing not to answer her question. Instead, he impatiently inquired, "Are you buying or not?" The peculiar lady, taken aback once more, revealed her anger, exclaiming, "Are you toying with me?" Glenn rolled his eyes, retorting, "What am I toying with? Hurry up. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, kindly step aside and do not obstruct my business." The strange lady found Glenn's impatience amusing, contemplating the disparity between their identities. Initially intrigued by the sight of a werewolf conducting business among humans, she approached to jest, merely to pass the time. Otherwise, she would not have deigned to engage with such a lowly being. Yet, Glenn's repeated disregard for convention left her feeling mocked. "You filthy lowborn. Do you know who I am?" Her pupils transformed from black to a vivid crimson, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping Glenn. Nevertheless, Glenn remained unfazed by the ominous hostility. Mimicking the lady's earlier posture, he leaned over the counter, locking eyes with her crimson gaze, his voice resonating with authority. "Get lost." The final word dripped with a demonic timbre, exerting considerable pressure upon her. "You." The peculiar lady's fury surged, her chest heaving, one hand gripping the wooden support, her nails piercing through her glove and emitting a creaking sound. She was enraged. Typically, werewolves of such caliber would crumble under her murderous intent, trembling in submission. Yet this man not only remained unaffected, but dared to confront her. Just as Glenn anticipated an attack, the peculiar lady took a deep breath, her anger dissipating as she resumed her smile. "Mr. Werewolf, what is your name? I thought you were going to fight." Glenn rolled his eyes again, stating, "I am Glenn. Full name Glenny Bankrew. If you have any grievances, feel free to seek me out." The peculiar lady was nearly incensed again. "Fight? I'm not one of you coarse, lowly creatures." She softly repeated Glenn's name. "Okay, I shall remember that, Mr. Glenn. We will meet again." With that, she turned to leave, prompting Glenn to furrow his brow and hastily ask, "Aren't you going to tell me your name? That would be quite rude." "Who are you calling rude?" The peculiar lady felt her composure fraying once more. "And what is your name?" "Murphy. Murphy Elton." Glenn echoed the name. Quite memorable. "Is there anything else, Mr. Werewolf?" Murphy's tone was icy. Glenn unabashedly scrutinized Murphy from head to toe, nearly provoking her to erupt before he queried, "Are you a vampire?" He asked this in a hushed tone, wary of the bustling crowd nearby. Murphy stiffened, her voice equally rigid. "You still have not discerned my race?" Glenn nodded. Murphy disdainfully covered her face, a gesture she loathed, but at that moment, she could not contain herself. "As a member of the opposing bloodline, you are utterly pathetic." Glenn, the vampire, appeared contemplative. "What brings you here? Here to hunt for food?" Upon asking, Glenn readied himself for action, prepared to subdue the vampire should the response be affirmative. "Who told you that our kind must feed solely on human blood?" Murphy retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the filthy commoners milling about. "These humans do not bathe and are utterly repulsive. Goodness, even some of the so-called nobility, instead of bathing, attempt to mask their sweat with even more pungent scents. Simply revolting. I would rather perish than feast upon such wretches. A noble and elegant bloodline like mine deserves only to partake of those beings that are both magical and pristine, befitting my stature." After hearing these words, Glenn relaxed somewhat, disregarding her failure to disclose her true intentions, and replied in agreement, Indeed, I too believe our lowly, filthy kind is unworthy of your noble status. Do seek those who are deserving." Murphy smirked and huffed lightly. "You certainly possess discernment and self-awareness." With that, she adjusted her beautiful hat and strode confidently into the crowd. Glenn watched her vanish, the distinctive scent lingering in the air. He murmured softly, "This town is not as tranquil as it seems." The bustling throng continued, the evening drawing near. The black pigs Glenn had procured remained unsold, and observing the sparse gathering of commoners, he resolved to close up shop. This day's total earnings amounted to just over 1,000 copper coins, less than half of his previous haul, and the remaining meat would have to be dealt with by himself. Stuffing the refuse into a bag, Glenn shut his eyes, his nose twitching slightly as he sought a familiar scent in the air. Mere seconds later, he opened his eyes and whispered, "Found it." Confirming the direction, Glenn set off with his cart towards the target. Bonnie, come down and eat something, please. You really can't go on like this. I am deeply concerned for you. In a modest two-story house, a middle-aged woman stood by the stairs, worry etched across her face as she gazed up at the second floor. I have no appetite, mother. I just want to be alone for a while, came a lethargic voice from above, unmistakably belonging to a young girl. But if you do not eat something, your health will suffer. I will come down to eat if I get hungry. Please do not worry too much, mother. You should eat first. Reluctantly, the middle-aged woman lowered her head, the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes appearing deeper. She gazed at the rye bread and bean stew on the table, lacking the desire to eat, instead sitting in a daze, lost in thought. Knock, knock. Two sharp raps on the door interrupted the woman's reverie. She quickly rose to open the door, pondering who might be visiting. It should be her daughter's friends, as they usually come looking for her. However, as the door creaked open, a stranger stood on the threshold, prompting the woman to instinctively heighten her guard. Greetings, madam. I'm a friend of Bonnie's. I have heard that she has not been well lately, and I have come to check on her. I apologize for any disturbance this may cause. Glenn initiated the conversation, his words clear and articulate. Bonnie's friend? I do not believe I have seen you before, the middle-aged woman replied with a tone laden with skepticism. Glenn offered a harmless smile. I'm Glenn, madam. You may inquire with Bonnie. She should know me. Please hold on, the woman said politely before closing the door. Glenn waited patiently for a moment, and the door reopened, revealing the once vivacious Bonnie, now markedly thinner and devoid of her former exuberance, as if she had recently endured an illness. Mr. Glenn? She inquired. I have heard about your situation with Layla, and I am genuinely concerned for you both. So I came to see how you're doing. Glenn's voice faltered slightly. May I come in? Yes, please do, Bonnie replied, as if awakening from a dream, stepping aside to allow him entry. Upon entering the modest yet slightly more comfortable dwelling, Glenn, in an effort to be courteous, merely glanced around before averting his gaze. He placed the cloth bag he had been holding on the table, noting the food laid out before him. A staple common in working-class households, he mused. You two chat. I will go wash some clothes, Bonnie's mother interjected, recognizing the need to afford the young people some privacy. While she understood that it was not entirely appropriate for her daughter to be alone with a male acquaintance, she hoped that this so-called friend might uplift Bonnie's spirits. Very well, madam, Glenn replied with a smile. Once Bonnie's mother stepped out, Bonnie felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. After all, she had only just met Glenn, and being alone with a man made the awkwardness palpable. You were quite frightened that day, weren't you? Glenn began, which eased Bonnie's reddening cheeks somewhat. She remained silent, unsure of how to respond. However, Glenn continued, I have a general understanding of what transpired that day, and I sincerely apologize. I bear some responsibility for it, I know. Please do not say that, Mr. Glenn. No one could have anticipated what would happen next. Bonnie quickly interjected, sensing his guilt. Glenn smiled noncommittally. Indeed, he did bear some responsibility. Though others may not know, he was painfully aware. You do not appear to be in good spirits, which is an undeniable fact. I suspect you have not been eating well, he remarked, gesturing toward her face. Bonnie lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. You are causing your mother quite a bit of worry, you know? It is understandable to be left with shadows after facing such circumstances for the first time, but please, do not allow yourself to succumb to despair. Isolating yourself will not improve your situation. Glenn's tone was gentle, akin to that of a caring elder offering counsel. I understand, but Bonnie bit her lip, fingers entwined. Do not be afraid, Bonnie. There is, in fact, a guardian watching over you always. Glenn spoke with an air of mystery, uttering a perplexing statement that left Bonnie momentarily stunned. She raised her head, questioning the term guardian. Yes, a guardian. Glenn locked eyes with Bonnie, his tone calm yet assured. Have you forgotten what saved you and Layla that day? Following Glenn's lead, Bonnie began to recall the harrowing scene she had been reluctant to revisit. A group of brutish men had dragged her away as she struggled desperately. Yet her efforts were futile. Just as her heart sank deeper into fear and despair, the men suddenly released their grip on her. She could not recall what had startled them, but must have been something truly terrifying. If Glenn was to be believed, those men had been frightened away by the so-called guardian. Glenn, do you mean? Bonnie began to exclaim, but was swiftly silenced by Glenn's shushing gesture, accompanied by a conspiratorial wink. Goodness, Bonnie gasped, covering her mouth as a wave of inexplicable excitement surged within her. Observing the young girl shake off her previous despondency, Glenn felt a sense of satisfaction. Adolescents possess an extraordinary curiosity for the unknown and the mysterious, often rendering them bolder than their adult counterparts. Were Glenn to convey such tales to someone in their 30s, they would likely be terrified. Moreover, in a world where magic exists as a natural phenomenon, it was only reasonable for people to accept Glenn's whimsical fabrications. So, Mr. Glenn, what exactly is a guardian? Bonnie inquired, clenching her tiny fist before her chest, as if she were an agent seeking clandestine information. Glenn deliberately glanced around before leaning closer to the young girl and whispering, "In truth, the guardian is a colossal dog." At that moment, a certain slumbering giant canine stirred, its nose twitching before it let out a thunderous sneeze. A colossal dog? Bonnie's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, a dog as large as a horse, a punisher of wrongdoers. On that day, it was on the road, safeguarding you. When it saw the villains tormenting you, it revealed itself, and those evildoers were so terrified that they fled in panic. This is truly... Bonnie's breath quickened as she struggled to find the right words to express her exhilaration. This is quite cool, isn't it? Glenn prompted her to articulate a new word. Cool? Bonnie echoed, her excitement mounting. Yes, indeed. It is exceptionally cool. Her face flushed with enthusiasm. Perhaps her voice had risen too high, for Bonnie's mother suddenly pushed the door open. "Bonnie, what's the matter?" she began, but halted upon witnessing her daughter's radiant smile. "Bonnie, you finally smiled. Oh, I thought I would never see you smile like that again." As a mother, Bonnie's mother was undoubtedly competent, and the tears of relief streaming down her face spoke volumes. "I'm fine now, Mom," Bonnie reassured her, stepping forward to wipe away her mother's tears. I know, Bonnie's mother said, gently nudging her daughter. "You two continue your conversation. I still have laundry to finish." With that, the door was closed, leaving Bonnie and Glenn alone in the room once more. "My mother is truly concerned for me, so much so that it brings tears to her eyes. How enviable it is to have such a loving mother. I am indeed fortunate," Glenn remarked sincerely. This statement left Bonnie at a loss for words, prompting her to ponder. Is Mr. Glenn expressing this sentiment due to a lack of concern from his own mother? Surely, otherwise, he would not reside alone in such a remote location. His loved ones must be absent. Noticing the gentleness in Glenn's gaze, as if he could read the thoughts in the young girl's mind, he said, "Do not overthink it. It was merely an emotional outburst." Bonnie nodded, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and shifted the topic to the so-called guardian. "May I see it? I would like to thank it in person. Of course, it resides near my home. As long as you approach that area, it will protect you from the shadows. I can summon it." "That would be splendid," Bonnie exclaimed, bouncing lightly on her feet with excitement. Suddenly, a peculiar sound echoed in the room, causing the enthusiastic Bonnie to freeze, her cheeks flushing deeper, even her ears turning red. Chapter 26. The Dark Sorcerer, "Now you realize you're hungry?" Glenn teased. Bonnie remained silent, her head bowed in embarrassment. Glenn abruptly stood, retrieving a large piece of pork, a basket of vegetables, spices, cooking oil, and even a frying pan from the cloth bag on the table, leaving Bonnie agape in astonishment. "Where's your kitchen?" Glenn inquired of the dazed Bonnie. Instinctively, she pointed to a room, and Glenn promptly made his way there with the items. At that moment, Bonnie seemed to awaken from her reverie, rushing forward to stop Glenn. "Mr. Glenn, we cannot eat these. They're too precious." "But you consumed quite a bit when you visited my home," Glenn replied with a knowing smile. Bonnie felt a mix of shame and embarrassment. "Well, I am not lacking in food. After all, I have brought unnecessary trouble to your household. Consider this a form of compensation." With that, ignoring Bonnie's protests, he entered the kitchen. Watching Glenn roll up his sleeves and expertly ignite the stove, Bonnie gently bit her lip. "Mr. Glenn, let me help you." She mimicked his actions and stepped into the kitchen. "Then wash these vegetables. It's a perfect opportunity for you to learn. You can cook for your mother or your friends. Having good culinary skills is essential for a young lady," Glenn instructed, gesturing towards the vegetables nearby. Bonnie enthusiastically nodded. She adored Glenn's cooking, and if she could learn even a little, she would be utterly content. Time passed, and when Bonnie's mother entered the room again, she was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of the dishes. A few homemade meals were already laid out on the dining table. Just then, Bonnie emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of stir-fried meat, and upon seeing her mother, she beamed, "Mom, come here and have a seat, mister. Glenn has prepared a culinary delight unique to his region that you simply must sample." Bonnie's mother appeared to be momentarily bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Glenn emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth, and with a smile remarked, "Madam, I borrowed your kitchen for a while. I hope it hasn't caused you any inconvenience." "Of course not," Bonnie's mother replied, waving her hands dismissively. "That's splendid." Glenn gestured for her to try his culinary creations. Bonnie's mother, still in a daze, sat beside her daughter, her gaze drawn to the delicious, exquisitely presented dishes that wafted enticing aromas. Instinctively, she swallowed hard. Accepting the spoon her daughter offered, she scooped up a mouthful of stir-fried meat and placed it in her mouth. With just one chew, the unprecedented flavors enveloped her palate, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Bonnie had already abandoned all pretenses and was devouring her meal with gusto, having been ravenous for quite some time, nearly succumbing to temptation several times while cooking. Glenn observed their reactions with a sense of quiet satisfaction, relishing their unrefined expressions. The three of them gathered together, savoring the feast. Glenn occasionally engaged Bonnie's mother in casual conversation, quickly discerning the dynamics of the household. Bonnie's mother was a cotton mill worker with a steady income, affectionately referred to by her neighbors as Mrs. Sally. As Glenn had surmised, she was a widow. Her husband had been killed by an offended nobleman, leaving Mrs. Sally to single-handedly raise their daughter and support her education. Despite the absence of her father, Bonnie had not endured excessive hardship, thanks to her mother's stable employment. After the meal, as Glenn prepared to take his leave, Mrs. Sally immediately urged him to stay, saying, "Why not rest here for the night? It's quite late, and the town has been unsettled these past few days. It would be dangerous to venture out now. Indeed, if you were to head to Bayek at this hour, you would likely arrive just after dawn," Bonnie kindly added. "I would feel comfortable staying here," Glenn replied with a resigned smile. "Rest assured, madam, I am fully aware of the situation. You needn't worry about me." With that, Glenn turned and stepped into the enveloping darkness of the night, within the Charneys' estate. The Lord set down the letter he had been perusing, letting out a barely perceptible sigh. He addressed the butler standing nearby. "Please summon Barble." "Yes, my lord." The impeccably straight-backed old butler replied, then exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Barble, clad in armor, entered the chamber alongside the butler. He performed a standard nightly salute, awaiting his master's instructions. "Find a way to capture that commoner named Glenn. I wish to teach him a lesson he will never forget about the consequences of offending nobility." Charney spoke with a chilling tone. "Understood." Barble saluted once more and turned to leave. Charneys added, "Do not set foot in Bayek, should you encounter any trouble. I cannot save you. I shall bear that in mind," Barble stated solemnly before striding out of the room. At that moment, Lady Sophia entered, her gaze fixed on the retreating figure of Babel, an inscrutable expression in her eyes. "What brings you here?" Charneys inquired, noticing his wife. "I just discovered that you summoned Babel, so I came." "Has your friend replied?" "What did he say?" Sophia asked. "That commoner named Glenn appears to be an ordinary man. My friend informed me that he has no recollection of this name and even utilized his own channels to verify this repeatedly," Charneys replied. "That is truly splendid. How dare he lay a hand on our son? He must not be let off lightly." A sinister smile curled upon Sophia's lips. Charneys hesitated briefly before responding. "I do not intend to kill him. A sufficient lesson will suffice." Sophia's expression turned to one of shock. "Why not?" Charneys' eyes revealed a weariness. "The affairs of the Bayakiri are delicate, and our family has already fallen into decline. Even if I were to kill a commoner, it would not end well. The last time he sought out Berlin, he aimed to cultivate connections to assist this waning noble house. Yet alas, he was turned away. In a nondescript tavern in Dewtown, the modest door creaked open, and a weary middle-aged man entered, clad in the commonplace attire of a commoner, his demeanor grim and easily overlooked at first glance. He surveyed the tavern before his gaze settled upon a striking figure by the window. He approached the figure directly and took a seat opposite her. A distinguished wizard dressed in such a manner? A commoner? Murphy regarded the middle-aged man with distaste. "Enough with the pleasantries. Hand over what I requested, you wretched vampire." The man spoke with an unmistakably brusque tone, seemingly harboring a deep-seated loathing for vampires. "Is this your attitude when requesting assistance?" Murphy narrowed her eyes, irritation creeping in. "Understand. Esteemed wizard, it was you who sought me out. If you wish to negotiate properly, you ought to learn the art of respect. Vampires are not deserving of respect." The man retorted disdainfully. Enough with this discussion. It is a waste of time. Just give me what I want. Murphy's fingers clenched beneath the table, her pupils beginning to glow a shade of crimson. It seems this exchange is no longer necessary. If you desire something, seek another. With that, Murphy rose to her feet. Yet before she could take a step, the man's next words halted her. I trust you would not wish for your castle to be visited by those grand knights and mighty wizards? Are you threatening me? Murphy's eyes shifted entirely to a deep red, the air around her warping slightly. This change was imperceptible to the naked eye, and the other patrons merely felt an oppressive weight upon their chests, unaware of its source. Indeed, it is a threat. Do not look at me like that. Should you act here, the only one who will perish is you, foolish vampire. The middle-aged man leaned against the wall, his fingers tracing the rim of a wooden cup, his gaze devoid of emotion as he fixed it upon Murphy. Chapter 27. Enemies? I recall you are also wanted, are you not? A fallen dark sorcerer. Murphy shot back. And what of it? Do you intend for us to perish together? Certainly. I find myself perpetually in flight. Your denunciation merely adds to my troubles. However, even if you evade your pursuers, shall inevitably bid farewell to a life of comfort, enduring daily trepidation. How delightful indeed. The middle-aged man chuckled dryly, devoid of mirth. After standing in silence for a considerable time, Murphy ultimately yielded. From an unknown source, she produced an exquisite small vial and tossed it to the man, exclaiming, "This is what you sought, wretched human." The man grasped the vial with one hand, uncorked it, and scrutinized it closely, inhaling its scent before a satisfied expression graced his face. He unfurled a scroll of parchment and placed it upon the table, rising silently to depart the tavern. Murphy's chest heaved with suppressed rage, her fingers curling to grasp the parchment that lay on the table. After a cursory glance, she too exited the tavern. Beneath the cloak of night, Murphy transformed into a swarm of bats, soaring into the sky. Amidst the fluttering, her mutterings echoed. Cursed werewolves, damnable sorcerers, all of you torment me. You deserve to perish. D. In Bijek, as dawn broke, Glenn had just finished his breakfast when a knock resounded at his door. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find the old man standing there. I wish to invite you to a place, with remuneration available, the old man stated. His expression impassive. Glenn raised an eyebrow, pondering momentarily. Aside from feeding the pigs, he had no pressing matters today, so he decided to accept the invitation. Very well. How much can you offer? 3 silver coins, the old man replied, still devoid of emotion. That translates to 300 copper coins. The old man is indeed quite affluent. Glenn mused before agreeing. When do we depart? Wait for me outside the town, the old man instructed before turning back to his dwelling. Glenn shrugged, quickly tidied his home, and made his way out of the town. Upon reaching the outskirts, he sat upon a rock and whistled. Moments later, a beast bounded out from the woods, halting abruptly before him. I must venture out. Remember to gather some pig fodder. I shall return swiftly, Glenn said, stroking the beast's chest. Ugh! The creature's single eye widened slightly, questioning, You want me to fetch pig fodder? Indeed, is that a problem? Glenn replied with a sly grin. The beast lowered its head in resignation, indicating compliance. I'm doing this for your own good. You spend your days either sleeping or eating, and you've grown quite round. It's time for some exercise, Glenn reassured, patting its head. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the distance, signaling the old man's arrival. Yet, when Glenn beheld him, he was taken aback. The old man wielded 2 hunting rifles, a leather backpack of unknown origin slung across his back, and donned standard hunter's attire, his imposing stature exuding authority. Should I not also carry something? Glenn mused, glancing at the old man and then at his own solitary self, possessing nothing but a simple set of clothes. As the old man exited the town, he immediately noticed the large beast, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed, Good dog. Glenn could only respond with incredulity. The old man suddenly turned to Glenn and asked, Is this your dog? Glenn paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. A flicker of envy seemed to pass through the old man's eyes as he inquired, What is its name? Glenn found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to conjure a word after a lengthy silence. He had not given the beast a name, and since he rarely called it by one, he contemplated whether he should hastily invent one. Observing Glenn's reaction, the old man appeared somewhat aggrieved. He clenched his fist and suggested, How about I help you choose a name? Sure, Glenn agreed without much thought. The old man circled the beast, scrutinizing it, while the creature, without Glenn's command, dare not move. Perhaps we could call it Night Howl? The old man suddenly proposed after a couple of laps around the beast. Night Howl, Glenn murmured softly, clapping his hands in approval. That sounds good. We shall name you Night Howl. Addressing the beast, he declared, remember, your name from now on will be Night Howl. Do you understand? Night Howl appeared quite pleased, excitement gleaming in its single eye, revealing interlocking fangs and emitting a whimper of delight. After conveying a few more instructions to Night Howl, Glenn departed alongside the old man. The two traveled in silence until they reached a dirt road, where a rudimentary cart awaited them. It was the simplest of carts, drawn by a single horse, consisting of a wooden frame atop two wheels. The driver was a short, sturdy man who initially busied himself grooming the horse. Upon seeing Glenn and the old man approach, he wore a peculiar expression and remarked, "Are you two together?" One fully armed and the other looking as if he's out for a spring outing. You certainly do not appear to be traveling as a pair. Do not ask unnecessary questions. Just do your job. The old man's voice cut through the air with chilling authority, prompting the driver to immediately fall silent. Glenn followed the old man onto the cart and took a seat. It was only then that he inquired, "Where are we going? What are we going to do?" "To kill," the old man replied succinctly. The driver, preparing the horse, recoiled slightly and cast a furtive glance back. An enemy? Indeed, Glenn nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter, as only the sound of the cart rattling and the driver's calls filled the air. At a nondescript, concealed location along the road connecting Bayek and Dude, a group clad in knightly armor lay in ambush. A figure, noticeably smaller than the others in armor, approached at a swift jog from the direction of Bayek town. Babel crouched in the grass, squinted, and then stood up. The approaching figure, upon spotting Babel, quickly reached his side and whispered something. After hearing it, Babel cursed and signaled for all the ambushers to rise. "Let us head to Dude. We shall rest there before returning to investigate tonight," Babel commanded, and all his subordinates responded in unison. The cart jostled along the path, traveling from morning until dusk. Glenn had initially believed their destination to be nearby, hoping to return home before nightfall, but it was becoming increasingly evident that this would not be the case. How much further? Glenn mused, sensing that the duration of this journey would be lengthy. Resting his chin on his hand, he felt as if he might be jolted to pieces. Without a doubt, you must prepare for an extended journey, as our grand ambitions are unlikely to wait for us. The old man, engrossed in a tattered map, spoke without lifting his gaze. Thus, all expenses for lodging and meals shall be your responsibility, Glenn remarked as he shifted into a more comfortable position. He now suspected that this journey would cost more than 3 silver coins and might require him to reconsider his budget. That is indeed the case. At that moment, the carriage came to a gentle halt. Glenn assumed the driver was going to feed the horses, as had been the case during their previous stops. However, the driver announced, "Gentlemen, we have arrived." Chapter 28, the which Glenn immediately surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted a small town not far off. It was not as large as Dowd or Bayek. Rather than a town, it resembled a village. The old man folded the map and tucked it into his coat pocket, saying to Glenn, "Let us proceed. We shall spend the night here and continue our journey tomorrow, though I will arrange for a more comfortable carriage." "That would be splendid." As they spoke, the two had already disembarked from the carriage and were making their way toward the small town. This was a rather primitive settlement, with uneven roads and the air thick with the scent of livestock waste. Glenn couldn't help but wonder if there was an inn here. However, reality swiftly answered his question. Not only was there an inn, but it was also quite substantial, situated at the town's center and flanked by dense buildings. The inn displayed the skull of a long-horned creature above its entrance, emphasizing its wild character. Strange cries echoed from within, piquing Glenn's curiosity. "Try to avoid causing any trouble," the old man suddenly advised, glancing back at him. "And what if someone seeks trouble with me?" Glenn retorted. With a cold chuckle, the old man replied, "Then you must handle it yourself." "Not a problem." The old man's robust arm pushed open the inn's door, and a potent aroma of alcohol assaulted Glenn's nostrils. Though pungent, he merely waved his hand slightly to disperse it. Inside, many patrons occupied the space, each adorned in distinctive attire that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Their sharp gazes mostly scanned Glenn and his companion with fleeting glances. Alongside humans, there were several dwarves and beast folk, the latter producing the peculiar sounds that filled the air. At the far end sat a witch, proficient in many terrifying and insidious black magics. It would be prudent to avoid any interaction with her. Among the crowd, a large man, a formidable wandering swordsman, was also present, another individual not to be underestimated. As they entered, the old man began to speak in hushed tones, and had Glenn not possessed remarkable hearing, he might have thought the old man was conversing with himself. Glenn cast a cursory glance at the individuals the old man had mentioned, his eyes merely reflecting curiosity about the novel sights. The old man ceased his discourse, and they walked straight toward the bar. Suddenly, 3 beast folk, nearly as tall and strong as the old man, approached them. The leader, a bare-headed figure, bellowed a hearty greeting. "Old boy, long time no see. How have you been faring lately?" "Very well, you need not worry." The old man's demeanor remains as frigid as ever, seemingly indifferent to everyone, save for his dog. "You are still the same." The bare-headed man is entirely unfazed by the old man's attitude. He suddenly roars with laughter upon noticing Glenn trailing behind, exclaiming, "Hey, look at this. This old fellow has brought a little one that hasn't even been weaned. He can't possibly be your son, can he? Ha ha ha." The other beast-headed creatures join in the laughter, while the other patrons of the tavern do not even glance back. Bang! A resounding crash compels their attention. The bare-headed man, who had just been laughing, now lies crumpled in a corner, grimacing in agony. Despite his booming voice, he appears as soft as a cotton ball. One wonders what there is to be so boastful about. Glenn retracts his foot, wearing an expression of disdain. The remaining beast-headed men observe the bare-headed one, sprawled several meters away, then turn their gaze upon Glenn, their eyes gleaming with menace, growling incessantly. In response, Glenn casually rolls his shoulders, adopting a stance that suggests he is ready to engage. "Take your time," the old man remarks, seemingly unperturbed by Glenn's prowess, before proceeding to the bar to arrange for accommodations. Observing Glenn's intent to advance, several beast-headed creatures turn to assist the fallen bare-headed man, retreating toward the tavern's exit without uttering a single threat. Glenn, seeing this, concedes. The surrounding patrons exhibit a variety of expressions. Some appear contemplative, while others are amused, each reacting differently. The old man tosses a key to Glenn, stating, "This is your room. I shall take a moment to rest. Feel free." After noting the key number, Glenn secures it, and, upon seeing the old man ascend to the second floor of the tavern, he promptly approaches the witch's table and inquires, "Do you truly possess magical powers?" The witch, who has been staring off into space since their entrance, remains unmoving upon hearing Glenn's question. She merely parts her lips to utter a few words. "If you wish to live, keep your distance from me. I simply wish to understand, and, if possible, even learn. Rest assured, I can offer compensation, or perhaps procure whatever you may need," Glenn states, undeterred by the witch's warning, revealing his intentions. The witch turns her face toward him. Her features are strikingly symmetrical, yet her eyes are entirely white, lending her an unsettling appearance. "Little one, ignorance can lead you to eternal damnation. Have you not faced eternal damnation yourself?" Glenn retorts. The witch, seemingly intrigued, props her chin with her hand, gazing at Glenn in a captivating manner. "Witches are indeed bound to eternal damnation. Let me try. Perhaps I am different," Glenn persists. "Enough, naive child. Dark magic and sorcery are not for you to meddle with." Abandon this thought. The witch suddenly shifts to a chilling tone, catching Glenn off guard. He attempts to speak further, but she abruptly transforms into a cloud of black mist and vanishes. "Is that all?" Glenn stares at the empty seat, bewildered, letting out a sigh. He ultimately orders one of every beverage available in the tavern, charging the bill to the old man. Glenn, having sampled these beverages, felt as though he had squandered his money on a regrettable experience. Aside from the fruit juice, which was tolerable, the rest were almost unbearable, leaving him perplexed as to how others could enjoy them so thoroughly. With little amusement around him, Glenn ascended the stairs to seek rest. In the morning, he was roused by the commotion of a server delivering breakfast. He nibbled on the hard bread as he descended to the ground floor, where he found the old man already awake, calmly sipping his drink. "Let us go," the old man declared, placing his glass down and rising to his feet. Allicht," Glenn responded, unsure of why the old man was in such a rush, yet he recognized that as merely a hired hand. Finishing early would be beneficial for him as well. This time, they boarded a carriage with a canopy, the seats proving to be considerably more comfortable. As they traveled, Glenn inquired, "Old man, will we arrive today? Provided there are no unforeseen circumstances, we should," the old man replied, closing his eyes to rest. Glenn, too, shut his eyes, allowing his thoughts to wander. In a nearby residence, 3 figures clad in dark robes and pointed hats grasped a lifeless body, a potent energy emanating from their hands. In the corner of the room, 2 boys, around 6 or 7 years old, huddled together, their faces etched with terror as they beheld the 3 adults. Chapter 29. A black hole. These ominous figures had burst into the home, brutally slaying their parents and older brother in a manner that was utterly horrifying. Regardless of the victims' pleas, the assailants remained impassive, as if they were dispatching mere livestock rather than human beings. This energy should suffice for a while. I truly relished this sensation, one of the dark sorcerers remarked, closing his eyes with a hint of satisfaction. 2 more for me, another sorcerer commanded, discarding the boy's body and licking his lips menacingly. As the gnarled hand reached for them, the boys were paralyzed with fright, their lower garments already dampened. The withered palm clutched tightly around their tender necks, siphoning away their life force. The boys felt an overwhelming weakness wash over them, their discomfort intensifying. Just as one sorcerer began to indulge in the thrill, the others suddenly called out, "A knight approaches." Cursing under his breath, the sorcerer tightened his grip, snuffing out the lives of the 2 young boys. The trio then fled the room, quickly vanishing from sight. Moments later, a group of armored knights rushed past the window. Only a few ventured inside, glancing at the bodies before retreating. The commotion outside faded, leaving the scene unattended. The knights, being of noble birth, would not deign to touch the grim remains of the common folk. Should any of those knights who had peered inside later recall the incident, they might send for those who specialize in body recovery. Glenn, surveying the lush greenery that towered over him, skeptically asked, "Is this the destination?" The old man, examining the ground intently, responded ambiguously, "Perhaps." "Well, 3 silver coins are insufficient," Glenn remarked nonchalantly. 5 silver coins, the old man replied, rising with an air of indifference. "You are indeed quite affluent," Glenn jested. The old man offered no retort, simply tossing a vial of ointment to Glenn, instructing, "Apply this to mask your scent." Glenn received the cool vial, its material unknown to him. Upon uncorking it, a refreshing herbal aroma wafted into his nostrils, clearing his senses. Without inquiring about its nature, he smeared the viscous substance over his body. "Follow me," the old man commanded as he stepped into the dense foliage. Glenn activated the wolf poison, enveloping his skin in a layer of fine hair, and followed suit. The thick underbrush rendered visibility to less than an arm's length. Yet, the old man seemed to navigate effortlessly, guiding Glenn through the thicket. After half an hour, the surroundings suddenly opened up. Ahead lay a clearing, and the old man abruptly raised his hand, signaling for a halt. Glenn had no intention of moving. "There are magical traps," the old man whispered. "How do you know?" Glenn scrutinized the area ahead, but discerned no overt anomalies, though an unsettling silence enveloped everything. The old man's gaze sharpened, and, at some point, a small pouch had appeared in his hand. He took a handful of its contents and crouched down, crawling like a lizard. Glenn quietly marveled at the old man's remarkable physique. At his age, he could still perform such demanding maneuvers, which require considerable upper body strength. "Walk where I have tread. Keep pace," the old man instructed. Glenn carefully stepped where the old man had placed his feet. Occasionally, the old man would sprinkle a fine powder around them before continuing onward. Upon reaching the center of the clearing, the old man rose, and Glenn could no longer contain his curiosity. "Old man, how did you discern the presence of magical traps here? What was it you scattered earlier?" Though this place appears devoid of anomalies, its terrain is deliberate. With keen observation, one would notice the patterns formed by the vegetation, and the pools of water resemble a certain rune, a sophisticated magical array. Few would detect it, as there are no signs of human activity here, not even from animals, the old man explained, stowing away his items. "And what was it you sprinkled?" Glenn inquired. "Just a little aid to help me identify the trigger points of the traps, though it is not something the average person can learn. It requires ample experience to master." "That sounds quite impressive," Glenn acknowledged, then asked, "How do you possess such extensive knowledge?" The old man cast a glance at Glenn, his tone remaining unperturbed. "I was once a doctor of magic at the Sorcerer University of the Kingdom of Zane." Glenn was taken aback. if his memory served him correctly. Sorcereidron was Zane's premier institution. So you can, I am not a magician, thus I do not wield magic, the old man interjected. A doctor of magic does not practice magic? Glenn's eyes widened in bewilderment. While anyone could study magic, not everyone could become a magician. The old man, sensing Glenn's confusion, drew his hunting rifle and remarked that mastering the magical arts could serve those magicians, like himself, who were often sought after, even by legendary sorcerers, for concocting potions, calculating magical circuits, and deducing incantations. In essence, they were akin to super assistants. Glenn mentally summarized this while continuing to inquire, aside from the high costs. Are there other prerequisites to becoming a magician? Certainly, the old man affirmed. One must possess at least 60% elemental affinity. Anything less renders the pursuit of magic a futile endeavor. Glenn nodded thoughtfully. Well, we've been discovered. Let us address the trouble before further discussion. The old man abruptly lifted his rifle. Upon hearing this, Glenn displayed no surprise, for he had already detected the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. He turned his gaze towards the source. 5 figures clad in black robes emerged, their faces twisted in malice, charging directly at Glenn and the old man. Their hands had elongated in his scythe-like claws, shrouded in dark mist. The foremost assailant swung his claws with a piercing shriek, aiming a vicious thrust at the old man. However, the old man remained unperturbed, his grip on the rifle steady as he pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the assailant squarely in the forehead, halting his advance, and he collapsed, rolling several times before coming to a stop. The remaining 4 surged forward, intent on attacking the old man. Just as Glenn prepared to intervene, he witnessed the old man suddenly pull open his coat, revealing a dark void in his chest. Before Glenn's astonished eyes, the void erupted with a multitude of black tendrils, instantly tearing the 4 assailants into shreds. As the tendrils retracted, the old man suddenly clutched his chest and crumpled to the ground. A look of agony etched on his face, beads of cold sweat dampening his brow, and his veins bulging, revealing the excruciating pain he endured. You could have let me handle it. Why suffer this torment? Glenn gazed at the old man, perplexed. The power displayed moments ago evidently came at a cost, one that should not have been so casually expended on mere lackeys. Chapter 30. Level 4 Dark Magician. The old man on the ground seemed to experience his suffering swiftly, and just as quickly he regained his composure, standing with slight labored breaths as he asserted, I had to eliminate these individuals myself. Understood, Glenn acknowledged, gesturing to the old man's chest. What is that? A demon I have contracted. A demon? Glenn furrowed his brow. The price of such a pact was reputed to be steep. I can bear the cost. As he spoke, the old man had already begun to stride towards the direction from which the assailants had come. What vendetta drives such desperation? Glenn remained silent, choosing not to speak further as he followed the old man's lead. Are they knights or magicians? An elderly figure, hunched and with skeletal wings, murmured to himself within a rudimentary wooden shack. He possessed hair reminiscent of dry hay, teeth nearly all but gone, and skin that appeared as if it had been left to scorch beneath the relentless sun. One hand leaned upon a gnarled wooden staff, while before him lay a cauldron emanating a cold, eerie green light. It was puzzling how both knights and sorcerers had managed to stumble upon this place. Behind the old man stood a shadowy, middle-aged figure clad in humble attire, expressing his bewilderment. This individual was none other than the dark sorcerer who had engaged in dealings with Murphy. What a pity, the old man lamented. Those puppets had been with me for so long, now they are lost. He inquired further, have the others not yet returned, Dake? They are still being pursued by the knights. Truly a troublesome lot, Dake replied, clearly vexed. That is their own doing. However, I must trouble you to take a trip and deal with the uninvited guests. It is quite uncomfortable to be disturbed. How bothersome, Dake grumbled, then turned to push open the weathered wooden door of the cabin, declaring, I shall make them realize that entering here was the most foolish decision of their lives. Old man, are you not worried they might flee? Glenn queried, observing the robust figure ahead, moving with unhurried confidence. They will not escape. To them, we are merely overambitious intruders, the old man replied with unwavering certainty. Suddenly, a swirling mass of dark purple mist erupted from the depths of the forest, hurtling directly towards the old man. Quick as a flash, he sidestepped, evading the strike entirely, while the attack veered towards Glenn's face. He tilted his head, just in time, effortlessly dodging. "You are exceedingly unfortunate to encounter me. This will be the most excruciating experience of your lives." Dake emerged, enveloped in a foreboding aura of dark elements, his tone laced with chilling disdain for the ignorant and feeble. A fourth-level dark sorcerer, the old man, having regained his footing, spoke with unprecedented gravity. "Is a fourth-level sorcerer truly formidable?" Glenn inquired with curiosity. "I have an immense distaste for you ignorant mortals. The great fourth-level sorcerer Dake will demonstrate what true power entails." Before the old man could respond, Dake erupted in fury, as though Glenn's nonchalant demeanor had provoked him. The enraged, dark sorcerer raised both hands, his incantation completed in an instant, a complex array forming beneath his feet. "Be careful," the old man shouted urgently at Glenn. A sensation of being targeted surged within Glenn, prompting him to lower his center of gravity and propel himself like a cannonball towards the casting dark sorcerer. "Foolish." Dake laughed heartily at the sight of the ignorant mortal charging towards him. Suddenly, a sapling sprouted from the ground, expanding explosively the next moment, engulfing both men. Glenn felt as though his entire body was pierced by countless needles, each one drawing his blood with terrifying force. Yet, he remained calm. The wolf venom within him surged forth, directed by his master's deliberate control, flowing through those needles and assaulting the very structure of the monstrous tree. The sorcerer Dake, commanding the monstrous tree, was poised to drain his opponent into a desiccated husk. However, this magical creation unexpectedly underwent an uncontrollable transformation, emitting a cacophony of minute-shattering sounds. Ultimately, the creature, conjured by a level 4 mage, collapsed spectacularly before Dake's very eyes. As Glenn's figure materialized, even before he could make a move, Dake had already completed the construction of his second spell. With a swift motion of his right hand, he unleashed a terrifying chain of lightning, striking out towards Glenn. With a sudden burst of power from his legs, Glenn deftly sidestepped the attack, simultaneously manifesting black fur on his right hand, where razor-sharp wolf claws emerged, slicing through the air as they lunged at Dake's face. The chain, wreaking havoc in its wake, obliterated vast swathes of trees, creating a thunderous explosion that masked the jarring sound of the wolf claws colliding with Dake's protective magic. "Werewolf. Huh, with such feeble claws, you stand no chance." The mocking voice of the dark level 4 mage trailed off abruptly. Glenn's figure darted before Dake, leaving behind mere afterimages, his claw marks nearly enveloping the entire field of vision of the dark mage. From a moment of contact, Glenn discerned the approximate strength of the protective barrier. It was not insurmountable, and all it required was a sufficient number of strikes. The relentless scratching sounds by his ears sent waves of anxiety through Dake. He exerted all his effort to maintain the shield, too fearful to divert his focus to construct a counterattack. This revealed a flaw in his psychological fortitude. Although Dake possessed the power of a level 4 mage, he lacked substantial combat experience. Before his fall into black magic, he had been regarded as a prodigy, leading a life envied by many, without the need to toil in the monster-infested areas, as his mentor would deliver the necessary materials to him. Even after his descent, he had not encountered an adversary he could confront with full force, and such a smooth journey had cultivated a habit of panic when faced with difficulties. "How can this be? I am a great level 4 mage. You cannot defeat me." Dake's hands trembled, his eyes bloodshot. "You thought you were formidable? Turns out you were just a giant infant." With a single claw, Glenn breached the barrier, swiftly seizing Dake's face, blocking his mouth and nose, and forcefully driving the mage's head into the ground, blood gushing from between Glenn's fingers. At this moment, the old man approached, glancing at the waning Dake, and remarked with a tone of reflection, "You still have many destructive spells left unutilized, yet you succumbed so easily. Utilizing them would yield results." I too did not exert my full strength. Glenn rose, dusting off his hands. "Is your transformation merely into a werewolf? Does this change also affect your character?" The old man observed Glenn's gradually recovering arm, deep in thought. "Who knows?" Glenn replied vaguely. In truth, the old man's internal queries were far more profound than he let on. As far as he knew, werewolves did not possess such localized wolf-like transformations. All recorded werewolves were said to exist in only 2 forms, human and half-wolf. Each transformation of a werewolf is typically accompanied by a few agonizing seconds of metamorphosis. However, observing Glenn's seamless transformation, one would hardly deduce any semblance of suffering. Hurry, this fellow is likely not your target. The true objective lies elsewhere, does it not? Why linger? Glenn urged the old man, having already caught the scent of another presence in the air. No need to pursue. That scoundrel has undoubtedly fled. Of this, there is no doubt, the old man replied with an air of calmness. Chapter 31. The Griffin Knight, perhaps we should investigate further. Following the clues? Glenn suggested. The old man scoffed coldly, betraying no emotion. That cunning and ruthless individual has likely left us a grand gift at his original location. Venturing there would only invite trouble. Such familiarity with the adversary suggests a significant grudge. Glenn shrugged, expressing indifference. Let us return. Our journey has reached its conclusion. The old man stowed away his shotgun, speaking in a measured tone. For reasons unknown, Glenn sensed that the old man appeared more like a solitary, forlorn elder at that moment than the composed and decisive hunter he had just been. As they prepared to turn back, Glenn's peripheral vision caught sight of a colossal creature hurtling toward them through the sky. Old man, what is that? Glenn nudged the burly hunter beside him. The old man glanced upward, his expression darkening. That damn fiend. He has summoned the Griffin Knight. The Griffin Knight? Glenn furrowed his brow. What shall we do now? Shall we fight? Fight? Regardless of your prowess, you will find yourself plagued by relentless pursuit. Think quickly and find a place to hide. If they see our faces, we will be in grave trouble. They will swiftly track us back to our residence, and you can forget about living in peace. For the first time, the old man exhibited palpable panic, clearly fearful of being recognized by the so-called Griffin Knight. That is easily remedied. With a statement, Glenn's form expanded, transforming into a robust black werewolf, his voice resonant and demonic. I will hold them off. You take this opportunity to escape. Are you certain? The old man inquired earnestly. I never undertake endeavors without confidence, Glenn replied, imbued with self-assurance. Very well, you audacious young man. Should you perish, I shall mourn your loss. Should you succeed, your reward will be 20 silver coins. With that, the old man turned and dashed into the thick foliage. 20 silver coins? That is nearly the price of a hog. Glenn mused, his gaze fixed on the approaching griffin, and he bolted toward the direction of the creature. The griffin was a magnificent beast, substantial in size, bearing 3 riders upon its back. The riders were slender, clad in fitted silver armor that accentuated their alluring figures. 3 female knights. Captain, there is no need for such seriousness. This could very well be yet another ruse devised by those dark sorcerers. Perhaps a trap awaits us, remarked a dark-haired knight with brown eyes to the deep-chested brown-haired knight who sat in front, observing intently. You know that traps hold no significance for us, Aisha. We have faced such circumstances more than once. Nearly every trap has become transparent to our keen senses. The knight captain, known for her high ponytail, spoke in a calm tone. Indeed. Suddenly, the griffin emitted a warning screech. The knight captain's gaze sharpened as she looked below. The lush treetops rustled, indicating that something was rapidly traversing the forest towards them. Stay vigilant, the knight captain shouted. However, before they could prepare, a tremendous crash erupted below as a dark figure burst forth from the jungle, colliding directly into the griffin's embrace. This impact caused the griffin to lose some balance, enough to send the 3 riders tumbling off its back. As they fell, the 3 seasoned female knights summoned protective knightly aura around their bodies, bracing for impact. With a thunderous crash, they struck the ground with such force that 3 large craters were formed, flattening a swath of vegetation. Did you see what it was? The knight captain asked, gripping her sword and scanning the surroundings. No, we didn't catch a glimpse, both replied, shaking their heads. Yet they need not worry, for the culprit had already made a grand entrance before them. Glenn emerged from the forest, proudly revealing his werewolf form to the 3 female knights. A female knight? His voice remained deep, tinged with surprise, as he marveled inwardly at her figure. Such a slender waist, such long legs. Is this how all female knights appear? Werewolf. Can it speak? The female knights were even more astonished. This was their first encounter with a werewolf capable of articulate speech after transformation. Werewolf cannot speak. Glenn pondered, recalling his own initial transformation when he was unable to utter words. only able to communicate through changes in the wolf venom in his throat. He briefly felt puzzled by the knight's reactions, but soon understood. A third-level werewolf? And it can speak? It appears to be an anomaly. The knight captain discerned Glenn's werewolf rank from certain characteristics and seemed quite certain of her assessment. She suddenly called out, "Hey, werewolf, you certainly have the audacity to provoke a griffin knight. I merely wish to experience your swordsmanship. Is that not permissible?" Glenn countered. "Oomph." The knight captain scoffed heavily. "To become a third-level werewolf, you must have devoured many souls, haven't you? I would never partake in such vile acts." Glenn rolled his eyes. "Perhaps not." The knight's aura surged dramatically as she addressed her two companions behind her. "Sisters, do not engage. Allow me to teach this ignorant abomination a lesson." Glenn, captivated by the towering, long-legged knight pointing her sword at him, felt an exhilarating thrill, a common affliction among martial artists. He waved his clawed hand at his side, crafting a wooden stick the width of a bowl, grasping it in his wolfish grip. The knight, poised to charge, found herself inexplicably amused by this action. "Are you planning to meet my knightly sword with a mere stick? Truly, you are a deluded creature." With that, she transformed into a streak of light, lunging towards Glenn's throat. As the sword energy intensified, Glenn remained unblinking, wielding his wooden staff with deftness. He executed a sideways leap to evade the frontal assault, simultaneously twisting the staff around his back to thrust toward the wrist of the female knight. Although the knight's charge appeared formidable, the true lethality resided solely in the frontal aspect. The lateral sword light served merely as a facade, devoid of practical effect beyond intimidation. Feeling the force at her wrist, the knight captain nearly lost her grip on her sword. But her dual-handed hold and rigorous training prevented her from committing the cardinal sin of a knight, never relinquishing one's weapon in battle. With a powerful thrust of her long left leg, she halted her momentum and swiftly transitioned from a thrust to a sweeping attack. Glenn had anticipated this movement. The staff arced upward, delivering a resounding blow to the knight's sword. In quick succession, he pivoted and delivered a kick to the knight captain's abdomen. The captain, struck with pain, was propelled backward, colliding with a large tree before coming to a stop. "Captain!" exclaimed the other two female knights, rushing forward to assist, only to be halted by their captain's raised hand. "I am unharmed," she reassured, brushing her abdomen. The recent strike had not even breached her protective aura. "So how could she be injured?" "Your techniques are riddled with flaws, my lady knight," Glenn remarked, remaining in place without pursuing, a playful smile gracing his lips. Chapter 32. Do you truly consider me a child? Do not be so complacent. I was merely careless. The knight captain's resolute face reflected her defiance. "Once more," she cried, firmly planting her feet before charging at Glenn again. This time, a pair of faint golden wings manifested behind her, and her knight's sword seemed to elongate. Glenn could distinctly sense the surge in her speed, and he lowered his center of gravity, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. The knight's sword lunged forward, instantly conjuring a dozen spectral swords that surrounded Glenn, obstructing all avenues of escape. Such trickery! Glenn's eyes widened slightly as he tensed his leg muscles, leaping 6 meters into the air, evading the knight's assault. Grasping a tree's crown, he pressed his legs against the trunk and propelled himself directly towards his opponent's rear. The knight, having sensed her adversary's evasion, retracted her attack with all her might. Feeling the rush of wind behind her, she unleashed yet another knightly skill. A colossal phantom shield materialized from the void, crashing down just behind her to barely block Glenn's descending strike. Glenn, landing on the ground, gazed at his opponent, now adorned with special effects, and remarked with mild exasperation, "My lady knight, this is rather uninteresting. I am wielding a mere wooden staff. If you possess the skill, defeat me with your swordplay. What merit is there in this?" The blow he had just delivered lacked force. Otherwise, the staff would have shattered long ago. He had initially sought to gauge the prowess of knightly swordsmanship in this world, only to discover an array of flashy skills that rendered the enjoyment of weapon-to-weapon combat elusive. Very well, he had casually suggested, not anticipating that the knight captain would actually deactivate her special effects. Glenn was taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. "Captain!" In the distance, the two female knights gasped once more. "Do not worry. I have it under control," the captain of the knights whispered reassuringly. With a commanding shout, the two engaged once again. This gallant knight captain unleashed the entirety of her lifetime training from the Knight Academy, employing intricate sword techniques with effortless grace, directing all her prowess towards her adversary. Yet, Glenn, armed merely with a wooden stick, countered her every move, skillfully evading her strikes while ensuring his weapon remained intact. Showcasing an enviable mastery, he had formed a rough assessment of the knight's swordsmanship. In the realm he hailed from, she would undoubtedly be considered among the finest, ranking at the forefront of the world. However, she was up against Glenn, a prodigious martial talent praised by his family and the outside world as a once-in-a-century phenomenon. At merely 16 years of age, he had mastered all forms of combat techniques within his family, and after several years of rigorous military training, the extent of his prowess before his transmigration was a mystery, even to himself. Yet this body lacked muscle memory, relying solely on recollections and the coordination of his wolf-like physique, rendering him less capable than before. After hundreds of exchanges, the knight had been struck all over, yet she had not laid a finger on a single hair of Glenn's, igniting her frustration further. A sharp crack echoed as her rear was struck once more, producing a delightful sound. The ponytailed knight captain abruptly hurled her sword to the ground, cursing vehemently. "Damn it!" This startled Glenn and the two other female knights. "Should I not have struck there?" Glenn mused silently. The knight captain's chest heaved violently, her teeth clenching audibly, her gaze fierce as she stared at Glenn. Truth be told, Glenn had intended to offer some words of comfort, perhaps telling her she was indeed formidable, but he was preempted by her words. "I will defeat you," she declared, then retrieved her sword and moved to her companions, whistling as a massive griffin descended with a gust of wind. "Let's depart. Do not concern yourselves with that wolf. He has not harmed anyone," the captain instructed. The two female knights exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend their leader's statement. They were unaware of the captain's sentiments. During her skirmish with Glenn, her knightly intuition sensed no malice emanating from him, and there was an inexplicable affinity between them. Recalling his assertion of not being a threat, the knight captain found herself inclined to believe him. Moreover, she was acutely aware that Glenn had yet to reveal half of his strength, should he wish. The three of them might not escape his grasp unscathed, rather than merely being defeated. Yet his lack of murderous intent was sufficient for her, as the captain, to opt for retreat. Observing the great griffin ascend into the sky, Glenn remained silent, unsure of what words to utter. Surely, he could not implore them to stay, especially after having just struck her. As Glenn was lost in his thoughts, the voice of the female knight captain echoed. "Remember this, Mr. Werewolf, I am Windsor Bade, the captain of the 7th Squad of the Griffin Knights. When I find you again, I will personally defeat you." Glenn smiled, assessed his surroundings, and departed from the spot. He arrived at a humble farmhouse. An elderly man sat beside a chicken coop, gnawing on a piece of bread he had obtained from some unknown source, taking a bite every so often. Not far away, several farmers were engaged in conversation, occasionally casting wary glances in his direction. The old man seemed indifferent to their scrutiny, lost in his own reverie. Suddenly, a stone flew out of nowhere, striking his knee, snapping him back to reality. He turned to the direction from which the stone had come. Among the bushes a few meters away, a pair of glimmering eyes lurked in the shadows. The old man appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, stood up, and picked up his backpack, heading towards the source. "Old man, give me a set of clothes first," Glenn whispered urgently as he approached. The elder paused momentarily, his expression unreadable, before walking over to the group of farmers and murmuring something to them. One of the farmers, trembling, accepted a few copper coins and hurried into a nearby house. He quickly emerged with a plain set of clothing, which he handed to the old man. Once Glenn had changed into the attire, the elder inquired, "Did you slay the Griffin Knight?" "My killing intent is not so overwhelming," Glenn rolled his eyes, explaining that he had encountered 3 formidable female knights who, aware of their disadvantage, had chosen to retreat. "Most Griffin Knights are indeed female," the old man acknowledged nonchalantly. "Why is that?" Glenn asked, intrigued. "Because women's bodies are generally more coordinated and lighter," the old man succinctly explained. Glenn nodded in understanding, but the elder suddenly added, "You should head back on your own. I have matters to attend to." "All right, let's settle the payment first." Glenn expressed his disinterest in the elder's affairs, solely focused on receiving his reward. The old man, having anticipated this, tossed a bag to Glenn. Without even opening it to check, Glenn placed it in his pocket trusting that the elder would not deceive him, given their familiarity. "Do you know the way? Would you like me to show you?" The old man inquired. "Do you truly think me a child?" Chapter 33. Are you here to pick me up? After parting ways with the elder, Glenn retraced his steps, relying on his memory as he sprinted back. However, finding the main road too convoluted, he decided to cut across the fields and hills. The newly acquired clothing was soon snagged by branches and brambles, and Glenn found it both unattractive and odorous, feeling no regret for its condition. As he continued on his path, moving intermittently, Glenn suddenly caught a whiff of a foul stench. "This is the odor of decay," he grimaced, resolving to follow the scent-s trail. Before long, he stumbled upon a farmhouse nestled within the woods, where several domestic fowl were kept. The repugnant smell emanated from within the structure. Beside the farmhouse, a dirt path led outward, marked with disordered footprints. Suppressing the foul odor, Glenn pushed open the door. And though he was braced for the sight that met him, the scene before his eyes plunged his mood into the depths of despair. A family of 5 lay lifeless. Aside from the parents, the eldest child was merely 14 or 15, while the youngest was merely 7 or 8. All had met a tragic end. He approached to examine each one, discovering that aside from the 2 children who had been strangled, the cause of death for the others was the same. Their muscles were slack, their eye sockets sunken, resembling victims of tuberculosis, leaving Glenn to wonder what cruel method had been employed. Just 7 or 8 years old, he urged himself to regain his composure before seeking a place to bury the entire family. While he understood that such tragedies were not uncommon in this world, witnessing it firsthand ignited a furious tempest within him. In his past life, he had encountered even more gruesome scenes during missions, each encounter stirring profound emotions within him. In that previous existence, various constraints had bound him, limiting his freedom, but now he was liberated to act as he pleased, unrestrained by anyone. Within the gaping hollow of a colossal dead tree, 3 dark sorcerers who had narrowly escaped calamity lowered their hands from their incantations. "Did you say an unforeseen event occurred? The rendezvous point has shifted?" One of the one-eyed sorcerers inquired, furrowing his brow. "That shouldn't be the case. We had only recently settled there, and it was quite remote. How could such a mishap arise so swiftly? Have knights or sorcerers from the Alliance found us?" Questioned another sorcerer with a hooked nose, his expression tinged with concern. "Let us attempt to contact him again," suggested the sorcerer with emerald green eyes, but his expression shifted dramatically. "Someone is coming," the 3 exclaimed in unison. No sooner had the words left their lips than a figure surged into the clearing, moving with such speed that the trio was rendered utterly unresponsive. Just as the incantation for their defensive spells reached their throats, a brutal blow struck their heads, shattering their protective magic and plunging the dark sorcerers into unconsciousness. When the first dark sorcerer groggily opened his eyes, he was horrified to find himself and his companions bound upside down to a gnarled tree. A ragged young man sat by a campfire, roasting the meat of some bird. Sensing the awakening of the dark sorcerers, Glenn, without lifting his gaze, remarked, "You killed that family of 5, didn't you?" Startled by the question, the revived dark sorcerer paused before responding with a sinister chuckle. "Indeed, it was us. Are you a relative or friend of theirs? Their flavor was exquisite. Shall I regale you with tales of our encounter?" Given that they had only recently slaughtered that family, he found it easy to comprehend. Glenn nodded, rising slowly and speaking with calm resolve. "I have no connection to them. I simply harbor disdain for your ilk. With nothing else to occupy my time, I thought I would come and eliminate you." "What? Foolish and ignorant wretch. We are noble sorcerers. We are inherently superior. You, the lowly ones who fail to grasp the magnificence of magic, we can extinguish your lives at will. To oppose us? You are unworthy." The dark sorcerer's tone was filled with fervor, underscoring a profound sense of humiliation and rage. Perhaps in his view, conversing with Glenn was beneath his dignity. What a wretched breed these sorcerers were. Unbeknownst to whom it may concern, Glenn patiently awaited the conclusion of his adversary's remarks before responding with measured calmness. "When you take the lives of others, you likely fail to comprehend their anguish. Thus, I wish to let you experience the gradual ebbing of life." With that, without regard for their protests, Glenn deftly extended a claw-like finger, severing one of their arms and inflicting a deep wound, subsequently binding it with rope to permit the sanguine flow to cascade onto the ground. The other 2 similarly followed suit. Stirred by the agony, the remaining 2 had regained consciousness, and upon witnessing the unfolding horror, they erupted in vitriolic exclamations. Despicable wretch! We are sorcerers. I command you to release us at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Release us now. I shall drain your life, energy. Listening quietly, Glenn appeared unfazed by their vitriol, as if he were receiving accolades instead. I advise you to conserve your strength. There is far greater suffering to come. So save your energy for later. As their cries diminished, Glenn spoke softly before turning to depart. The three increasingly enfeebled sorcerers exchanged bewildered glances. And shortly after Glenn's silhouette vanished, a rustling sound pierced the silence. A rodent-like creature, indistinct in its nature, emerged from beneath the decaying leaves and dead trees, brandishing long, sharp incisors, and crept closer to the three fallen individuals. Within moments, a swarm of these creatures had amassed, sending chills down the spines of the sorcerers. In a frenzy of terror, they thrashed against their bonds, yet the ropes were tied in such a way that escape was impossible. As the first of the grotesque rodents climbed upon one of the sorcerers, a multitude followed suit, unleashing a chorus of blood-curdling screams that echoed into the heavens. Having dealt with these malevolent forces, Glenn felt a surge of elation. Indeed, one's own happiness remained paramount. As he continued on his journey, he reflected on the events. After traversing the night, he occasionally encountered unfamiliar travelers, most of whom donned the attire of farmers, casting wary glances at Glenn as though he were a beggar. Naturally, he paid these looks no mind. Observing the surroundings, it became evident to Glenn that this region lay on the fringes of the kingdom, as the infrastructure was woefully antiquated. He lamented the absence of a place to procure a horse, feeling quite vexed by the necessity of relying on manpower for transport. As he neared the outskirts of Bayek, an opulent carriage approached from behind and slowed beside him. Without needing to glance, Glenn discerned its occupant. Indeed, as the curtain was drawn back, a strikingly attractive blonde maiden appeared, her playful smile illuminating her features. "Look, mother, here's a ragged beggar, utterly wretched." Inside the carriage sat a woman of noble bearing. Her eyes half-lidded as she gazed forward, her head slightly elevated as if poised to look down upon others. In a tone imbued with authority, she admonished, "Pernus, do not engage in trivialities." Just as Pernus was about to respond, Glenn interjected with delight. "Ah, is this not the benevolent and generous Miss Pernus? Have you stopped to offer me a ride? How splendid! From where does this carriage embark? Is it from here?" Chapter 34. De France, upon witnessing the audacious intent of the intruder to scale the window, Perna exclaimed, "Ah, depart at once. Do not lay a finger here. Alight from the carriage. How utterly revolting! Insolence! Butler! Butler!" Even the noble woman within the carriage widened her eyes in a state of alarm, exclaiming for the bold commoner to be removed forthwith. A slightly portly gentleman, clad in butler attire with curled whiskers, promptly descended from the front of the carriage and approached, grasping Glenn's trousers with a firm tug. Sensing the impending looseness of his trousers, Glenn ceased his antics and descended in compliance, landing squarely on the ground. Observing the flustered young lady above, he burst into hearty laughter, clutching his abdomen. The stout butler, his face flushed with indignation, glared at the mirthful Glenn on the ground, his fists raised in a readiness to strike. However, the voice of the noblewoman echoed from inside the carriage. "Hops, disregard him and return home post-haste." Obeying the command, the butler could only cast a final ireful glance at the rolling Glenn before remounting the carriage and departing. Inside the carriage, the noblewoman regained her composure, her demeanor unperturbed. With a slight turn of her gaze, she admonished her daughter, whose cheeks were puffed up like a dumpling, "Do not display such unrefined expressions, Perna. You are of noble lineage and must conduct yourself with dignity." "Very well, mother," Perna replied, reluctantly smoothing her expression, though her vexation remained apparent. After a fit of laughter, Glenn wiped his tears and rose, brushing off his trousers as he continued onward. As he ventured into the outskirts of the forest surrounding Bayek, a cloud of dust arose in the distance. Glenn's face brightened. He recognized the arrival of Nighthowl. As anticipated, a gust of wind heralded Nighthowl's single eye thrusting into Glenn's visage. Pushing aside the large face, Glenn sidestepped and inquired, "How fares the pig feeding of late? Any unforeseen incidents?" With a proud chest, Nighthowl howled affirmatively, signifying all was well. "That is reassuring," Glenn nodded. "Let us proceed to inspect the pig pen." True to Nighthowl's word, the pig pen exhibited no issues, though the pig fodder lay scattered in disarray. Glenn offered no further commentary. He was grateful that Nightowl tended to the pigs adequately. In another isolated enclosure, there resided a creature resembling a moose, captured previously. Glenn found himself at a loss regarding its fate. To slay you seems rather unfortunate. Your size is comparable to that of a horse. I wonder about your strength. Perhaps next time you could pull a carriage? Glenn mused, addressing the moose-like creature as if in dialogue with himself. The creature approached, mistaking Glenn's presence for that of a feeder, entirely oblivious to his musings. Gently stroking the creature's head, Glenn turned and made his way towards the town. Upon entering the town, Glenn spotted a stooped figure clad in gray, progressing at a leisurely pace. This villager was familiar to Glenn, or rather, to his former self, an exceedingly aged crone who had previously ignored his attempt at conversation, treating him as though he were invisible. After several fruitless attempts, his predecessor ceased to converse with the townsfolk, inadvertently adhering to the customs of the locality. Glenn paused briefly, then continued his journey, and, as he passed an elderly woman, her gaze unexpectedly darted towards him. With his keen perception, Glenn naturally sensed this. Yet he feigned indifference and continued on his path. That gaze lingered on him until he entered the house, then vanished. Did that old woman sense something? Did she discover my true nature as a werewolf? It was quite possible, Glenn pondered as he stroked his chin. Chesvino town, being closer to the regional capital, is a settlement larger and more prosperous than Dude. Within a room adorned with mysterious DCOR in a club dedicated to the exploration of magic, an elderly man clad in hunter's attire pulled aside the curtains and entered. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, bore a woman in her 40s, dressed in an exquisite and lavish robe, her demeanor dignified and countenance fair, remarked as she set her book aside, her voice resonant. Your Grace, esteemed Lady Deffa. The old man replied with a slight bow. From your expression, it seems you have encountered misfortune again, Lady Deffa said with a hint of resignation. You should have foretold it, the old man retorted as he settled onto a nearby sofa, rummaging through his bag. It is a pity, Lady Deffa murmured, her eyelids fluttering slightly, revealing a touch of fatigue. The old man then placed several crumpled sheets of parchment on the table before her, stating, These are yours. I have already calculated them for you, noting the ineffective spells and formations. Lady Deffa merely glanced at them before turning her gaze aside. Or heed my counsel. It is time to let go. I express my deep regrets for your plight, but one cannot live in hatred forever. I choose to dwell in hatred. It is my decision, esteemed sorceress. You, who have never experienced the loss of family, can easily say such things, the old man interjected firmly. Sighing deeply, Lady Deffa replied, Regardless, I must thank you for divining the location of my adversary. I mean you no disrespect. We are old friends. It is the least I could do. Lady Deffa gestured gracefully. Upon hearing this, the old man fell into contemplative silence. There is a level 4 dark mage accompanying that fellow, he suddenly remarked after a brief pause. What? Lady Deffa exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. A level 4 dark mage? How could there be a level 4 dark mage? She was perplexed, for level 4 dark mages of the Zane Kingdom should reside within the capital, not in such a remote locale. I cannot say. However, that individual seems to be a recently fallen dark mage, as the dark spells he employed still bore the traces of legitimate magic, the old man provided insightfully. Perhaps I should investigate the recent disappearances of level 4 mages, Lady Deffa said, her expression growing serious. She then looked towards the old man, questioning, How did you manage to escape the level 4 dark mage? This is not something that can be dealt with merely by pointing at the old man's chest. The old man chuckled softly, stating that he had employed a formidable enforcer. An enforcer capable of contending with a level 4 sorcerer? Where did you find such a one? The cost must have been considerable, the F.A. inquired with great curiosity. A rather bothersome little fellow. I initially had no inkling of his capabilities. It is not merely about resisting. He possesses the power to slay a level 4 sorcerer. Slay? Although the level 4 sorcerer did not exert his full strength, his power should still surpass that of a level 4 sorcerer. The F.A. exhibited a look of profound astonishment, remaining speechless for a considerable time. As for the cost, the old man eventually broke the silence, stating that he had given the enforcer 20 silver coins. Chapter 35, Miss Puppet. You offered such a meager reward to someone who can defeat a level 4 sorcerer? Are you on particularly good terms with him? The FA asked, her tone laced with peculiarity. Not particularly. He once killed one of my dogs. The old man grimaced slightly at the memory. The FA's expression grew even more peculiar. So you deceived him? Are you not afraid he will seek retribution once he finds out? The old man's countenance stiffened slightly, and he cleared his throat, asserting that he initially did not recognize the enforcer's value, and this cannot be blamed on him. The FA remained silent for a moment, then cautiously inquired, well then, is he also a sorcerer? Or perhaps a level 4 knight? The old man glanced at her and replied coolly, he is a werewolf. A werewolf? The FA furrowed her brow. As a legitimate sorceress, she instinctively felt disdain for such abominations. Aware of her concerns, the old man elaborated. Although he is a werewolf, he is unlike any other, unique in nature. Upon transformation, he not only retains absolute rationality, but can also converse. This is impossible, the FA instinctively retorted. Yet it is a fact. I have witnessed it firsthand, the old man asserted resolutely. I would not lie to you. You are well aware of this. Lady Sorceress de FA. Perhaps it is a new race, the FA murmured as she began to calm. I cannot say for certain, but he has not been a werewolf for long. Prior to this, he was merely a timid and cowardly individual. However, after being infected by the wolf's venom, he underwent a complete transformation, confident and carefree, qualities he previously lacked. You have piqued my interest in him, the FA admitted, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. I advise you not to confront him. You would not prevail, the old man cautioned. I have no intention of being confrontational. I shall adopt a softer approach. The FA replied, her demeanor shifting as she revealed a hint of allure, enhanced by her mature, well-preserved beauty, rendering her exceedingly tempting. The old man's eyelids twitched as he remarked, he is still just a child. The sound of trees being felled echoed through the tranquil forest. With each crack and snap, another great tree succumbed to Glenn's axe. In his quest to earn money swiftly, he resolved to expand his endeavors. Although raising pigs could yield considerable wealth, attaining the sum he desired would require time to accumulate. Moreover, the number of black pigs was limited. Even if he slaughtered one every other month, it would be insufficient to sustain the demand. While it is possible to venture deeper into the forest for capture, such a path is not sustainable. Thus, it is better to allow the remaining black pigs to breed freely, and once their numbers reach a certain scale, they can be slaughtered. In the meantime, he would seek other means to earn a living. What he envisioned was a career in woodworking. Before crossing over, his childhood neighbor had been a carpenter, and he often visited this neighbor's house, unwittingly absorbing a great deal of knowledge. He also possessed hands-on experience. Therefore, Glenn felt quite confident in his woodworking skills. After processing the felled trees into logs, Glenn set to work crafting some simple furniture. Tasks such as cutting, drilling, and polishing were exceedingly simple for him now. With minimal tools, relying solely on the claws of a werewolf and the steel-like hairs, he could accomplish most of the work. Soon, a finely crafted chair was completed. Comparing it to his memories, it bore little difference to those made by his neighbor in his previous life. Satisfied with his work, Glenn hastened to create a dozen or so chairs, tables, and stools before dusk. The pig pen was now entirely under the care of Night Howl, allowing Glenn to focus solely on his current endeavors. What were you making these for? In the twilight hours, the puppet girl, Anna, clad in a pale, pink princess dress, perched on a rock, suddenly inquired of the industrious Glenn. This non-human had been observing him for some time, her gaze filled with childlike curiosity. She found this new resident of the town to be quite different, not at all like the other inhabitants who preferred silence. Instead, he was remarkably lively, which puzzled and intrigued her. Glenn had sensed Anna's presence upon her arrival, but chose to ignore it, concentrating on his task. Now, with her speaking up, he felt compelled to respond. To sell, of course, Glenn replied casually. Anna seemed to understand, nodding slowly. After a moment, she added, "Are these furniture? They are so beautiful." Her eyes sparkled with a hint of longing as she gazed at the diverse styles of furniture. "Do you like them?" Glenn glanced at her inquiringly. The puppet girl nodded emphatically. "Would you like one?" Glenn asked with a smile. She nodded once more. 40 copper coins each, he extended 4 fingers. Anna appeared taken aback, touched her clean and tidy dress, and lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have no copper coins." Glenn was not particularly surprised by this. Seeing the dejected expression on Anna's face, He gently said, "Since you admire my work so much, I will give you one for free, beautiful lady." He thought to himself that offering something first and then engaging her in conversation should work well. Her eyes lit up with joy. "Really? That's wonderful." Upon finishing her words, she gracefully leapt several times, arriving at the area where Glenn displayed his finished creations. Observing her movements, akin to a master of lightness, Glenn could not help but click his tongue in admiration. Such was the marvel of magical creations. Despite being a mere puppet, she exhibited no sense of awkwardness. After a moment of internal conflict, Aina selected a folding table, which was undoubtedly the most exquisite among the items. "I desire this one. May I?" the puppet maiden inquired, holding up the relatively small, folding wooden table with hopeful anticipation. "Indeed, you may," Glenn replied with a nod. Upon receiving his affirmation, Aina appeared exceedingly joyful, twirling around with the table in hand. Glenn found her exuberance somewhat perplexing, yet he chose not to dwell on it. "I recall you mentioning a companion. Is he not present?" Glenn suddenly asked, glancing around. The excited puppet maiden halted her actions, a playful expression blossoming on her delicate features. "I sneaked out to hear the commotion here. My brother is still asleep." How remarkably human-like she was. Were it not for the evident jointed structure, one might easily mistake her for a living being. However, her mention of a brother seemed rather dismissive. Glenn was momentarily taken aback by her vibrant expression, though he maintained a composed exterior. After processing his thoughts, he cautiously inquired, "You and your brother are both magical creations, correct? Who is your creator?" His genuine curiosity overshadowed any concern about potentially upsetting her. Aina's hesitation was palpable as she lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together. After a few seconds, she replied in a hushed tone, "My brother said we must not speak of our master." "No worries. I merely asked out of curiosity." "No need to take it to heart," Glenn said, waving his hand to ease the tension. To alleviate the awkwardness, he shifted the subject. "By the way, I am Glenn Nabankru. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. We are friends now." The puppet maiden appeared momentarily taken aback before suddenly becoming animated, performing a clumsy, noble bow. "Greetings, Mr. Glenn. I am Aina Tismorn, and it is a pleasure to meet you as well." Chapter 36. Come with me. Making friends in this peculiar town is quite a rare achievement, is it not? Glenn remarked, unable to resist a jest upon witnessing her flustered demeanor. "I share the sentiment. Having been here for so long, I nearly forgot how to speak," Aina replied, seemingly delighted to engage in conversation and exhibiting remarkable enthusiasm towards Glenn's inquiries. "By the way, how long have you and your brother resided here? Do you possess any knowledge of this place?" Glenn resumed his work, yet it did not hinder their ongoing discourse. After tilting her head in contemplation for a moment, Aina hesitantly responded, "My brother and I have likely been here for over a century, though I cannot recall the exact duration." Glenn paused momentarily, yet he resumed his task with an air of nonchalance. "Then you must be considered long-standing residents," he stated. "Long-standing residents?" Aina seemed to disagree with this characterization, gently shaking her head. "My brother and I still classify ourselves as new residents. True long-standing residents would never be found on the outskirts of a town." Glenn looked up in astonishment at Aina for a moment, then exhaled, saying, "This truly takes me by surprise. It seems this town is far more mysterious than I had imagined." Aina, pleased with Glenn's reaction, chuckled softly before continuing. "This information was relayed to us by a particularly enthusiastic townsperson. Unlike others, he expressed that the longtime residents are akin to family, slumbering in the heart of the town, rarely seen, supposedly to avoid causing harm to others and to keep the mayor company." After hearing this, Glenn felt that the folding table was not given in vain. He remained silent for a long while before sincerely thanking her. "Thank you for sharing this with me. Otherwise, I would have had no way of knowing." Aina seemed delighted, twirling in place and laughing. "I am more than happy to share. I can hardly recall the last time I conversed with anyone other than my brother. It is my honor." Thus, while Glenn engaged in woodworking, the puppet-like maiden, resembling a fairy tale princess, chattered nearby. Both were thoroughly engrossed in their conversation, which ranged from Aina's century-long experiences in the town to amusing tales of her travels with her brother in the outside world, continuing well into the evening. During their discourse, Glenn also learned some intriguing details about the town, such as the peculiar creatures that roamed at night were, in fact, the mayor's pets and posed no real threat to the townsfolk. "Oh dear, it has grown dark. We can no longer continue our conversation, Aina exclaimed suddenly, realizing the night had descended upon them. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Glenn. I must return. My brother must already be aware of my absence and will surely scold me. Farewell. The puppet maiden turned to leave, but Glenn, with a mischievous glint, remarked, No need to hurry, for your brother has already arrived. Aina Mbrotse, seemingly perplexed by Glenn's implication. However, a very familiar voice soon broke the silence, casting a shadow over her expression. Aina, you have truly disappointed me. Polindus, resembling a matchstick figure, emerged from the darkness, directing his words at Aina, but fixing his gaze upon Glenn. I apologize, Polindus. I was simply too bored staying indoors. The puppet maiden admitted, lowering her head in sincere contrition. Polindus opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed, Just go home. Aina lifted her skirts and hurried towards her home. Polindus, however, lingered a moment longer, observing Glenn, who remained focused on his task. Thank you for keeping Aina company. It has been a long time since I have seen her so joyful, he said. Glenn tossed aside the wood he was working with, turned to Polindus, and teased. I expected you to warn me to keep my distance from your sister or something of that nature. Polindus clenched his fists, feeling a surge of impulse to retaliate, but ultimately restrained himself and replied patiently, I can still discern right from wrong, you peculiar fellow. With that, he turned and departed. Glenn gazed silently in the direction the puppet siblings had departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The following day, after enjoying a relatively sumptuous breakfast, Glenn secured several wooden pieces of furniture he had crafted the previous day onto the cart. Once satisfied with the bindings, he released the large deer, intending for it to pull the cart. The deer appeared to have acclimatized to the people and environment, showing little resistance to Glenn's gentle touch. After feeding it some fodder, Glenn harnessed the cart to the deer. Noticing its lack of opposition, he sighed in relief and, emulating a coachman, urged the deer to move forward steadily. While the pace was not particularly swift, it was certainly more efficient than walking on foot. Relaxed in the cart, Glenn enjoyed the experience of being a driver, finding it quite pleasant. However, the journey ahead was not as smooth. Just beyond the borders of Bayek, Glenn was halted by a group of armored individuals. At the forefront stood a man clad in the regalia of a noble knight, his bearing distinctly superior to that of his companions. You have offended a noble. The esteemed Lord Charnes demands your return. Come down and accompany me at once. As he spoke, he ominously rested his hand upon the sword at his waist. Lord Charnes? Glenn raised an eyebrow. Then realization dawned upon him. He was referring to the curly-haired Teddy's parent. Babel, one of the knights, sneered. How dare a lowly commoner show such disrespect toward a noble? Simultaneously, the surrounding mercenaries brandished their weapons, the sun glinting off their blades, almost blinding Glenn. Babel expected the young man to be intimidated by such a display, yet Glenn remained remarkably calm, as if their menacing demeanor was merely a performance for the blind. Glenn glanced back at his furniture, feeling quite troubled. Should he return with this man and deal with the so-called lord, or simply drive them away? He preferred to return with them, though he feared for the safety of his belongings. After much contemplation, he resolved to comply. Very well, I shall accompany you, but I must secure my possessions first. He indicated towards the furniture behind him. Babel narrowed his eyes. He had initially intended to dismiss Glenn with scorn. How dare a commoner set conditions? Yet, seeing the young man's unwavering demeanor and considering the peculiar nature of Bayek, he prudently chose to nod in agreement. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the hostile mercenaries, Glenn maneuvered the cart to a secluded corner among the rocks. He tethered the deer to the base of a large tree before proceeding with the group of noble mercenaries. While the others rode their steeds, Glenn was left to walk. He paid little mind to this disparity, planning to settle accounts upon arrival. Within the estate of Lord Charnes, the nobleman engaged in conversation with a guest in the garden. The visitor, also adorned in noble attire, sported a pointed mustache and spoke with a rhythmic cadence. The two appeared to share a close rapport, punctuating their dialogue with hearty laughter. Chapter 37. The Reversal. Lord Kuro, I have heard that the Knights Temple will soon be recruiting new apprentices. Is this true? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Janice suddenly shifted the conversation. In response, Lord Kuro, stroking his beard, smiled lightly. This matter is indeed true. A friend of mine is an executing knight of the temple, and he informed me personally. That is splendid news. Janice's eyes brightened. Hesitating slightly, he continued. I wish to recommend my son, Lavelle. You know he has harbored the potential to become a knight since childhood, but he lacks a proper avenue to enter the temple. As a long-standing friend, I trust you will assist me in this small endeavor, won't you?" To this, Lord Kuro merely displayed an understanding expression. The titles of nobility in the Kingdom of Zane are not inherited indefinitely, and Janus's title has reached its limit. His offspring will no longer hold noble status. To continue enjoying the privileges of nobility, his children must acquire a new noble identity. Becoming a formal knight in the temple is the simplest and most suitable means to achieve this. Of course, my friend, I have observed Lavelle's character. He is naturally suited to be a knight. For this, I shall leverage my connections to secure him an opportunity at the temple. Lord Kuro expressed his willingness to assist his fellow noble, understanding that one day he might find himself in need of similar favors. I am immensely grateful to you. I shall forever remember this kindness. Janus performed a gesture of aristocratic elegance, conveying his excitement. Such is what friends ought to do, Lord Kuro replied with a smile, continuing to stroke his beard. At that moment, a maid dressed in black and white entered, bowing and announcing, "My lord, Lord Babel has returned." Janus's smile faded, and he inquired coldly, "Has the commoner been captured?" Indeed, a plainly dressed young man followed closely behind them. "That must be him," Janus confirmed with a nod. Curious and bewildered, Kuro interjected, "What is the story behind this?" Without further ado, Janus succinctly recounted Lavelle's recent experiences surrounding the academy. Upon hearing the account, Kuro's expression turned to one of anger, uncertain of the truth. "Really, I have never encountered such audacity in a commoner. He must be executed in public. Otherwise, how can we uphold the dignity of nobility? Feel free to take action yourself. I have no desire to invite trouble," Janus thought disdainfully, yet maintained an appearance of indignation. Thus, the two noble lords strode forth with a formidable air. As they approached Janus's estate, Glenn marveled at the opulence of the nobles. Indeed, the ruling class of this fantastical world was unlike any other. Their residences were astonishingly beautiful, the architecture rivaling that of his past life. He mused internally. Upon entering the estate, he was greeted by a meticulously trimmed hedge garden, featuring a beautifully sculpted stone fountain situated at the center of the greenery. The maids acted as horticulturists, tending to every aspect of the estate. Whenever they passed by Babel, adorned in the armor of noble knights, they would bow in deference. Glenn felt a surge of nostalgia, aware that it was due to the memories of the original owner. It was him, mother. It was indeed him. A piercing voice shattered Glenn's reverie. Upon focusing his gaze, he was unsurprised to see Laville and a disdainful lady approaching briskly. "Madam." Babel took the lead as all the private soldiers saluted Sophia. Sophia merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, then raised her chin slightly, casting a condescending glance at Glenn. "So, you are the one who struck my precious son?" Faced with the lady's inquiry, Glenn remained silent, instead directing a meaningful look at Laville and remarked, "It seems I truly held back. How dare you utter such words in my presence?" Sophia erupted like a cat with its fur bristled, abandoning her previous demeanor. The soldiers brandished their swords, some even revealing their pistols. The surrounding maids had retreated far, hiding behind the hedges while peeking at the unfolding scene. Was this the audacious commoner who dared to strike Lord Laville? How brazen! Surely, he would meet his end. The Lord would have him executed. Such a pity, so young. "Be careful, do not let the lady hear, or there will be punishment," whispered the onlookers, audible only to Glenn. "You worthless peasant, await your execution." Laville's derisive laughter echoed as he beheld Glenn confronted by weapons. Yet, amidst such dire circumstances, Glenn remained unflustered, gently brushing aside the sword tip that nearly grazed his nose, calmly saying, "Patience, noble lords, the assembly is not yet complete." The crowd, puzzled by his words, soon beheld two more figures approaching, Lord Charnes and Lord Kuro. "Let me see who dares to strike my son." The voice preceded the men's arrival. As the two lords approached, everyone performed their respective salutations. Waving his hand dismissively, Charnes fixed an oppressive gaze upon Glenn, his voice low and frigid. "It appears to be you, boy. Tell me, who bestowed upon you the audacity to lay hands on my son?" Glenn scoffed, harboring no fondness for these self-important nobles, and replied without hesitation, "I was in a foul mood that day, and your son seemed a fitting outlet for my frustrations. Is there a problem with that?" His words caused the onlookers to gasp in disbelief, with the distant maids covering their mouths in astonishment. This boy must be mad, Lord Kuro thought, nearly tearing at his own beard in shock. Good, very good. Charnies' expression twisted, his face flushed with rage. Meanwhile, Laville and Sophia trembled with indignation, their eyes burning with the desire to consume Glen whole. Were such words uttered by a noble of equal standing, they might not have reacted so fiercely. But the plainly dressed individual before them was a commoner of significantly lower status. Such disdain for the nobility uttered from his lips was enough to infuriate Chainies and his companions. In a fit of anger, Lady Sophia abruptly seized a knight's sword from a nearby private soldier and swung it towards Glen's face. Chainies, still consumed by rage, failed to react in time to stop his wife. This clumsy assault was destined to miss its mark. Glen merely raised his hand to grasp the sword's blade, its sharp edge failing to pierce his skin. No matter how fiercely Lady Sophia tugged, the knight's sword remained immobile, as if frozen in time. Babel, quickly bring her here. At this moment, Chainies regained some composure and shouted to Babel, who stood nearby. Yet Babel, upon hearing the command, remained motionless, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Only he, a knight of the highest caliber, understood the implications of the scene before him. The ability to exert such exquisite control over one's muscles indicated a prowess that rivaled his own. Lady Sophia's life now rested precariously in the hands of this commoner. My lord, do not engage. This lad is formidable. Babel's words left Chainies momentarily speechless. Chapter 38. Healing elixir. Glen slowly lifted his hand, still gripping the sword, along with Sophia's body, off the ground. Release my mother, Lal cried out, rushing towards Glen, striking and biting in a desperate attempt to free her. Observing the noblewoman suspended in midair, Glen cast a deliberate glance at Chainies, who trembled slightly, his lips moving as if to plead, do not. Yet Glen showed no intention of relenting. Just as Sophia appeared on the verge of losing her grip, he forcefully yanked the sword away, striking her abdomen with the hilt while she remained airborne. No! Chainies emitted a cry of profound anguish. The impact forced a muffled groan from Sophia as she was sent flying, caught by Babel and several private soldiers. However, she had already lost consciousness. Unresponsive to Chainies' frantic calls, fetch the finest healing elixir. Chainies shouted urgently to a maid in the distance, who hurriedly departed. Father, save me. Another scream jolted Chainies back to reality, reminding him that his son was still in the clutches of that dreadful commoner. He turned his gaze back to Glen. Lal was now being held by the throat. No, please, I beg you. At this moment, Chainies' earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by sheer terror and desperate pleas. While internally he chanted, I knew it, I knew it. The likes of those from Bakeley are monsters. Why did I ever entertain hope? The surrounding private soldiers, weapons raised, exchanged glances, none daring to act. As Lal struggled to breathe, his face turned a deep shade of purple. The suffocating sensation of impending death was unbearable. Just as he began to roll his eyes back, Glen suddenly released his grip, allowing Lal to fall to the ground, coughing uncontrollably. As Chainies exhaled a sigh of relief internally, an instinct urged him to step forward, yet he was halted by Glen's subsequent words. I advise you to remain still. His life is still in my hands. Glen's expression was impassive, yet none present doubted the veracity of his statement. What do you want from me? I realize my mistakes. Please do not harm my only son. Chainies relinquished his noble dignity, adopting a humble demeanor before Glen. Lord Kullo, who had remained an observer, cast a fleeting glance of disdain at Chainies, quickly concealing it. Naturally, Chainies was oblivious to the change in his friend's expression. Even if he noticed, it would matter little. How could outsiders comprehend the arduous journey he had endured to have this son? If his life were to be lost just like that, it would likely spell the end of his lineage. Do you have confidence in capturing him? Lord Kullo suddenly murmured in a tone only he could hear. An ethereal voice resonated in his mind, responding, I cannot see through him, yet he seems to have become aware of my presence. Lord Kullo's pupils contracted for a brief moment, and he whispered in disbelief, He discovered you? You're the most formidable assassin in the underground. How could that be? I know not where my movements were compromised, yet he is indeed intentionally wary of my direction. After absorbing the voice's reply, Lord Kullo felt compelled to remain silent. I am a reasonable person. You brought me here, thwarting my business today. You must compensate for my loss, Glenn stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Charnes nodded fervently. Yes. Of course. How much do you require? Glenn pondered briefly. Let's say 10 gold coins. Charnes, along with those who heard the sum, widened their eyes in astonishment. You earn that much in a single day? This thought remained unvoiced by Charnes, who could only nod in a state of profound frustration. Truly worthy of a nobleman. How forthright! Glenn clapped his hands with a smile that did not reach his eyes. However, Charnes did not find comfort in the compliment. He implored urgently, "Can I have Lavelle back now? One must uphold their promises." Glenn cast a glance at the curly-haired boy sitting on the ground, trembling with fear, and replied coolly, "I never stated that compensation would guarantee his release. You cannot do this." Charnes was on the verge of losing his sanity, his eyes bloodshot. Had it not been for Barber's intervention, he might have lunged at Glenn in a frenzy. "Calm yourself, esteemed nobleman. Consider the commoners you once oppressed. Their feelings at that time mirror your current predicament. Do they not bring you some solace?" Glenn remained unfazed by Charnes' hysteria, his tone consistently composed. To raise a child of such character, the parents must be equally lacking. "You," Charnes trembled, finally transforming his fury into a plea. "What must I do for you to release my son?" Glenn offered no response, for at that moment, the maid who had procured the potion had returned. As she poured a vial containing a pale green solution into Sophia's mouth, curiosity flickered in Glenn's eyes. In truth, Sophia was not in grave danger. Glenn had merely employed a clever technique to render her unconscious. The reason he refrained from offering a warning was twofold. It was unnecessary, and he wished to observe the effects of this so-called healing elixir. As the final drop of liquid was consumed, Sophia opened her eyes in the next moment. The results were immediate, yet Glenn found it impossible to assess the specific healing capabilities, quietly evaluating the situation. Sophia, somewhat disoriented, glanced around before suddenly recalling something and hastily turned her gaze towards Glenn. Upon realizing he was still present, a shiver of fear coursed through her. She then noticed Lavelle at Glenn's feet and, disregarding her trepidation, cried out as she attempted to rush toward him. Fortunately, Charnes intervened just in time. "What are you doing? Lavelle is in danger. Quickly, save him." Sophia squirmed in Charnes' embrace. With no other option, Charnes painstakingly explained the circumstances to his wife, which eventually calmed her struggles. "I implore you, please release my son. What is it that you desire? I can provide anything." Sophia, disregarding her noble status, earnestly pleaded with Glenn. Nearby, the maids wiped their tears, affected by the atmosphere and genuinely concerned for their mistress. Only Lord Kuro remained silent, his disdainful gaze towards Charnes' family growing ever more pronounced. "Bring me 100 bottles of that so-called healing elixir." Glenn casually indicated the empty glass vials. The onlookers staggered, nearly losing their footing. 100 bottles? Do you think it's merely a meal? Lord Kuro silently shouted in disbelief. "I only possess 5 bottles, accumulated over my lifetime and my predecessors. Having just used one, I'm left with 4, not nearly enough to meet such a demand." Charnes' face contorted with distress as he spoke earnestly. After scrutinizing Charnes' expression for signs of deceit and finding none, Glenn waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, for bottles will suffice." Charnes opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately instructed a nearby maid, "Go and fetch all the healing elixirs." The maid, wiping her tears, shot Glenn an indignant glare before turning to leave once more. Chapter 39. Taken away. Forced labor merely a few minutes later. She returned with the 4 bottles of the elixir and a wooden box. At Charnes' gesture, Babel took the items from the maid and approached Glenn, deliberately slowing his pace. Babel's mind raced with countless thoughts. Should he seize the opportunity to catch Glenn off guard? However, given the uncertainty of Glenn's true nature, such a move felt perilous. Lavelle's life was of utmost importance. Stealing a glance at Lavelle on the ground, he then looked back at Glenn, who appeared entirely unguarded. Rather than diminish Babel's estimation of Glenn, this only heightened his anxiety. Ultimately, Glenn effortlessly acquired the items, and Babel dared not take the risk. Upon opening the wooden chest, Glenn discovered a bag of gold coins alongside neatly arranged glass bottles filled with liquid. Recognizing them as inferior healing potions, he accepted them with satisfaction. "Now, may we have our son back?" Charnes, cradling Sofitel, implored once more. Glenn remained silent, casting a second glance at the trembling Laville on the ground. The boy's quivering form concealed an intense hatred and ferocity that did not escape Glenn's keen perception. He had encountered such eyes countless times in his past life. This curly-haired lad was woefully inadequate in his performance. No, Glenn's lips moved to reject the Lord's plea. These words sent a genuine terror through Laville, an overwhelming fear that nearly rendered his mind blank. Why? Charnes cried out in anguish, on the brink of losing his composure. I have given you everything. Why do you not honor your promise? Do not harm my son. Safa screamed in desperation. I never made any promises to you, noble lord. You must understand this. Glenn replied, his voice slightly elevated. And rest assured, I will not take your son's life. Charnes, trembling, inquired, what will you do with him? I shall take him away to serve as my laborer for a time. Since you neglect to discipline your son, I shall assist you in that regard. Everyone had envisioned countless outcomes, yet none anticipated Glenn's response, plunging the atmosphere into an abrupt silence. Absolutely not. Charnes and Saf exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with panic. They could scarcely fathom the horrors Laville might endure if taken by this monster. Their son, cherished and coddled, had never been subjected to punishment. How could they permit another to take him away? You must understand, this is my domain. Initially, you intended to take my life, and the fact that I have refrained from killing you speaks to my leniency, considering the depth of your familial bonds. Glenn's gaze sharpened as it swept across everyone present, his tone laced with menace. The mercenaries and a hidden assassin shivered under his piercing stare, an inexplicable dread gripping their hearts. How can I be certain you will not harm Laville? Charnes mustered the courage to ask. You have no other choice but to comply with my demands. Glenn replied with a cold laugh. At this moment, Safa fell silent, burying her face in Charnes's embrace, weeping softly, realizing there was nothing more she could change. Charnes's expression had turned vacant, lost in a daze. After surveying the scene once more, Glenn declared, it is settled. I shall take him. With that, he reached out for Laville. Realizing what was about to unfold, Laville snapped back to reality, shouting, get away. Do not touch me. In response, he received a sharp rebuke. After the sting of pain registered, Laville ceased his resistance, allowing Glenn to seize his collar and unceremoniously toss him toward the estate's exit. Be a good boy and walk along, Master Laville, Glenn warned, his tone thick with threat. At that moment, Charnes seemed to awaken from stupor, startled by the recent outcry of his son, and urgently called out, wait a moment. Both Glenn and Lavelle turned simultaneously. Would it be possible to bring one more person to assist in Lavelle's care? Charnes inquired. Huh? Glenn responded, slightly puzzled. Who do you wish to accompany us? Charnes did not answer directly, but gestured behind him, saying, Tia, come here. A girl with large eyes and an attractive appearance, dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, emerged from the crowd, wiping away her tears. She was indeed the maid who had procured the potion. This is my wife's most favored maid, and someone we trust considerably. I hope you will take her along. Otherwise, we shall not rest easy, Charnes implored, adopting a deferential posture. Please take me with you. Master Lavelle requires my care. The maid, Tia, bowed respectfully. Glenn, with a single glance, discerned the distinctiveness of the girl before him, judging by her graceful figure and the exposed palms of her hands. He surmised that she was likely an adept maid. Does this old fool truly expect someone to care for this curly-haired boy? How naive. Glenn scoffed inwardly, but did not refuse. Very well, but only her. As they began to depart, Glenn suddenly recalled something and turned back, adding, by the way, do not even think about spreading this information. While I'm not afraid, I certainly dislike complications. If this becomes unpleasant, it would be quite unfortunate. With that, he cast a significant glance at Lord Kuro, causing the latter to flinch in trepidation. Satisfied with the effect of his intimidation, Glenn finally departed. The vast estate fell silent, with everyone awaiting their master's orders. Today, no one is permitted to speak of this, Charnes finally declared after a long pause. A curly-haired youth and a young maid followed Glenn, their expressions markedly different. Lavelle gritted his teeth, his face etched with reluctance, while the maid, Tia, appeared as if she were on the verge of speaking, but hesitated. May I ask where you intend to take us? Tia finally ventured, her voice slightly trembling. Glenn turned his head slightly. Lavelle also cast a puzzled glance. Will you harm Master Lavelle? The girl seemed to summon her courage. Harm? Certainly. There will be harm if he disobeys, Glenn replied, initially taken aback, but then affirmatively confirming. At this, Lavelle's face turned pale, and his steps faltered. Tia's body stiffened, and she surprisingly retorted, "Why would you do this? Even if Master Lavelle has offended you, it is unjust to bully him in such a manner." To the young girl's protest, Glenn merely smirked and countered, "Why should they be allowed to bully me first while I cannot retaliate in kind?" This retort left Tia speechless. After a prolonged silence, she found no words to refute him. Yet Glenn did not afford her much time to ponder, continuing to inquire, "Have you not been mistreated or witnessed other maids being reprimanded while serving these noble lords?" Tia seemed to have found her bearings and promptly exclaimed, "No, no. Although the master and mistress have tempestuous tempers, they would not easily resort to striking or scolding us." Chapter 40. Here I hold authority. This response took Glenn by surprise. He glanced at Laville and teased, "With your temperament, would you not bully them, perhaps by engaging in some unsavory behavior?" "Absolutely not," Laville retorted, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, resembling an irate young bull. "My mother instilled in me the strict principle of never bullying the household servants. Nor may one indiscriminately infringe upon women, as it tarnishes the dignity of nobility. This family truly is peculiar. However, they have brought this upon themselves. When I return, I shall allow you to experience what it feels like to be oppressed," Glenn thought mischievously. In his previous encounters with noble youths, he had observed that many wielded the power of life and death, frequently tormenting commoners and servants as if it were the most ordinary affair. Should he encounter such individuals again, Glenn would ensure they receive the lessons they deserve. As for Laville, had he not appeared devoid of such malevolent power, Glenn might have already dispatched him from this world. He had encountered innumerable types of people in his past life, and his judgment regarding murderers was quite astute. Meanwhile, Tia appeared somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend why Laville had grasped the essence of Glenn's unfinished words. "What are you discussing? What infringement upon women? Is it about bullying us?" "Master Laville would never," she inquired with great curiosity. Yet her question was met with complete disregard. "But you haven't informed me where we are going." Laville recalled the maid's earlier inquiry and added, "Where else could we go?" "Of course, we are heading to my residence." "Do not worry, it is not far." Upon returning to the hidden cart, fortune smiled upon them. The cart, supplies, and the large deer remained untouched. The tethered deer grazed leisurely on the grass, its fluffy body swaying as it approached Glenn affectionately upon his arrival. Laville and Tia, having never encountered such a creature, regarded it with wide-eyed wonder. As Glenn reattached the cart to the deer's back, he invited the two to sit in the available space, and thus they ventured into the outer woods of Bayek. However, it did not take long for the two youthful newcomers to be ensnared by the eerie and foreboding atmosphere of the forest, causing them to shrink back in trepidation. "Master Laville, could this be the terrifying forest where the witch resides, as spoken of in the tales of bards? It is quite frightening," Tia whispered softly to the boy, who had curled up beside her. "Be quiet." Laville shot a fierce glare at the maid. The girl recoiled, silenced by his intensity. Though Glenn overheard their whispered exchange, he chose not to offer any explanations, merely accelerating the pace of the cart. Upon reaching Glenn's meager abode, Laville's disdain was unmistakable as he openly complained, "You cannot possibly expect me to reside here." Glenn cast him a sidelong glance and pointed toward a dilapidated shed adjacent to the house. "No, you shall reside there." Laville stared at the ramshackle structure, cobbled together from a few broken boards, barely larger than a doghouse, and exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this not a doghouse?" Glenn rolled his eyes. This was merely a warehouse. What difference was there from a doghouse? "I refuse to reside here. I desire to live over there," he exclaimed, pointing towards the opulent villa next door. Glenn cast a quick glance at the empty mansion, recalling the for sale sign he had noticed on the grand entrance, and he detected no signs of life within. Though it was uninhabited at present, Glenn was not greedy enough to claim it for himself. He had his own principles. "That is not my house, and even if it were, you would not be permitted to stay there. Speak another word, and I shall not hesitate to confront you," Glenn declared fiercely. Ravel shuddered, lowering his head in silence, yet his eyes blazed with a fire of resentment. "Do not fret, young Master Ravel. I shall tidy things up for you, ensuring everything is spotless shortly." The maid, Tia, stepped forward, grasping his sleeve in an attempt to offer comfort to her master. However, he clearly rebuffed her, forcefully shaking her off. Before she could utter another word, Glenn's voice echoed ominously. You are not allowed to assist him. Let him manage on his own. If it is not done before nightfall, I shall ensure you both face the consequences. Ravel clenched his fists. This is unacceptable. My master has never performed such menial tasks. I must help him. The maid protested vehemently. Here, I have the final say. Now, come inside with me, Glenn asserted decisively. Striding into the house, Tia hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Ravel before ultimately following Glenn inside. Glenn selected an unused room and addressed Tia. You shall reside here from now on. I will fetch bedding shortly. Your duties include maintaining cleanliness and managing the household chores. Understood? I am here to care for my master, not to serve as your maid. Tia retorted indignantly. I have the authority here, Glenn reiterated firmly. With that, he exited the room. Ravel, begrudgingly, began to tidy the warehouse, his movements awkward and reluctant. Glenn paid no mind to his discomfort. He was only concerned with the outcome. With a cart in tow, Glenn transported furniture towards the pigsty, not neglecting his daily inspections. After unloading and arranging the furniture, he exchanged greetings with the night watchman, Yell, and took a cursory glance around, satisfied that all was in order before returning. As night fell, a boy clad in common attire wandered the deserted streets of Dudtown, the absence of pedestrians leaving him utterly alone. A gust of night wind swept by, prompting him to tighten his collar, his eyes betraying an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Sensing the growing stillness around him, he quickened his pace. Unbeknownst to him, a tall, shadowy figure followed closely behind, moving with silent precision. The shadow glanced around cautiously and, upon confirming that no one was nearby, swiftly reached out to cover the boy's mouth and nose. The sudden shift startled the boy, sending him into a frenzy of struggle, kicking wildly. However, it proved futile. The shadow was a powerful man, his hand nearly enveloping the boy's entire head. As the figure was about to be dragged into the alley, a gunshot suddenly pierced the stillness of the night. The shadow let out a pained cry, retreating several steps while clutching a bleeding hand. The boy fell to the ground, disregarding the situation behind him, and fled. A group of officers clad in dark uniforms emerged from the shadows, charging towards the figure. At the forefront was the mustachioed captain. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the shadow, despite enduring excruciating pain, drew a gleaming silver handgun from its waist with its intact hand and fired at the advancing officers. Take cover, the captain bellowed like thunder. The officers quickly rolled aside, yet some still sustained bullet grazes. The captain, evidently seasoned and exceptionally skilled, evaded the direct fire and swiftly advanced towards the shadow. A powerful straight punch, charged for some time, struck the shadow squarely in the face. Blood gushed from its nose as the figure fell backward. The captain felt a surge of triumph, believing that after such a lengthy investigation, they had finally caught a lead on the gang. Suddenly, a cloud of purple smoke erupted from the shadow's coat, surging toward the captain's chest in an instant. An overwhelming sensation, as if his brain were violently shaken, caused the captain to roll his eyes back, foam forming at his mouth, and in the next moment he lost consciousness. The shadow seized this opportunity to escape. Chapter 41. A change of entrance having failed to meet expectations the previous night, Lavelle, unsurprisingly, received a thorough beating from Glenn, resulting in his face being bruised and battered today. Seeing this, Tia felt a pang of sympathy. However, she dared not speak too much, for Glenn's blows were merciless, leaving her quite shaken. Besides the marks from the beating, Lavelle bore faint dark circles under his eyes. This was not due to sleeplessness from pain, but rather from witnessing something horrifying the previous night, leaving him terrified and awake throughout. He had encountered grotesque, indescribable creatures prowling the quiet streets, foraging for sustenance. Lavelle had never witnessed such a scene before, and he was utterly terrified, desperate to flee the place, yet too fearful to defy Glenn's orders, which tormented him to no end. It seems you did not sleep well last night, but I will not grant you time to rest. There are matters to attend to shortly. I advise you to muster your spirits, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of another beating, Glenn stated as he completed breakfast, and the three of them sat together. Lavelle nodded wearily, his fork listlessly poking at his food. Tia, unable to resist, discreetly placed some vegetables into Lavelle's bowl, casting a guilty glance at Glenn, fearful of provoking his ire. However, Glenn paid no heed to her small act, continuing, I can provide you food now, but should you fail to accomplish today's task, you shall go hungry. Let it be. I could care less. Lavelle gritted his teeth inwardly, though he maintained an outward demeanor of compliance. Glenn could roughly surmise Lavelle's thoughts, but chose not to elaborate further. Experience would teach him in due course. After finishing breakfast, Tia diligently tidied the dishes and began with the household chores, while Glenn took Rawl to the pig pen. The faint odor of pig manure tingled Rawl's nostrils. Yet he paid it no heed, for before him stood a fearsome one-eyed hound, fixated on him. This is Nighthowl. He will be responsible for ensuring your safety, Glenn casually introduced. He then pointed to the modest pig pen and said, your task today is to feed these black pigs. You will need to cut grass around the area and chop it finely. I will instruct you on the specific steps shortly. The consequences of failing to complete this task have already been made clear, so do take heed. With everything arranged, Glenn departed in his deer cart to continue selling the wooden furniture he crafted. As he left the outskirts of Bayek's outer woods, the sun began to shine brightly, lifting Glenn's spirits. Upon reaching the outskirts of Dudtown, he frowned at the sight of an increased number of patrolling officers, more vigilant than before. Haven't they caught those child stealers yet? He murmured to himself. The cargo in his cart raised no suspicions, and with a few officers recognizing him, he was able to enter the town without incident. Perhaps unaccustomed to such uniquely styled furniture, or perhaps due to the peculiar shape of the deer, Glenn attracted many curious glances from passers-by as he traversed the street. He welcomed this attention, as it boded well for his business. In the center street, Glenn found a suitable spot to display his furniture and set up a simple price list beside it. It was still selling meat, and with Glenn's absence from the market in recent days, his shop had finally regained some of its former liveliness, although it still paled in comparison to the bustling atmosphere when Glenn was around. Upon noticing Glenn's return, Im's expression soured. The townsfolk, now well aware of the young man who sold pork that was not only affordable but also delicious, instinctively thought of Glenn whenever they desired meat. Im worried that today might yield little business. However, he quickly observed that Glenn had brought no meat, only an array of beautifully crafted furniture. This realization brightened his mood, as it would not affect his sales. Unfazed by others' opinions, Glenn focused solely on promoting his products. Once everything was set, a curious crowd that had gathered began to surge forward, pointing and commenting on the exquisite wooden furniture. Mr. Glenn, did you make all of these? They are stunning. Surely, even a noble's tables and chairs cannot compare. While they admired the beauty, they also noted the hefty price tag. These are clearly not for the average commoner. They must be for families with stable incomes, or for merchants and nobles. I think they look marvelous. I'll buy a few to take home and try out. Seeing the townspeople and some traveling merchants so intrigued, Glenn beamed with joy and raised his hand to quiet the crowd slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, the furniture before you has been meticulously crafted by my hands, each piece designed to be both sturdy and lightweight. For instance, this folding stool. Glenn picked up a stool the height of a calf, effortlessly manipulating it until it transformed into a small wooden cube, eliciting a wave of curiosity from the onlookers. Indeed, whether for storage or travel, it offers unparalleled convenience. At that moment, someone pointed to a larger reclining chair and inquired, "Sir, what about this one? Can it also transform?" Glenn approached, and with a similar display of dexterity, the chair was reduced to a rectangular plank. This is a reclining chair. Imagine, at the end of a long day, lying back on it, basking in the sun. What blissful relaxation. Moreover, the price is quite reasonable compared to others on the market. Those interested should act quickly, Glenn elaborated, stirring the purchasing desires of everyone present. Before long, someone could no longer contain their eagerness to buy. Initially, Glenn thought it would take until evening to sell out, considering that furniture is not inexpensive. However, to his astonishment, within moments, all the items were snatched up, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Little did he know, these unique pieces would spark a fervent trend throughout the kingdom of Zen, earning him a modest reputation among certain circles. There was one more order to install a door frame, and once completed, he would be able to leave. This was likely the earliest he had ever returned from business in Dude. Reflecting on the buyer's address, the deer cart ambled along its way. Upon arrival, he found himself before a middle-class household, evident from the lovely decor of the home. He approached and gently knocked on the door, which was opened by none other than the purchaser, a cleanly dressed woman of striking appearance. Glenn greeted her warmly. "Good day to you, madam." "Ah, you. Just call me Mrs." Ryan, I thought you would arrive later. Please come in. Business had exceeded my expectations, which surprised me as well. As they conversed, Glenn stepped inside the house. Mrs. Ryan did not rush him to start working. Instead, she first offered him a cup of hot water. Glenn's ears perked up as he discerned a few faint coughs, not from Mrs. Ryan. The door that needs replacing is the one on the second floor by the window. It makes an awful noise because I forgot to close the window last night. I want to change it for ages. Rest assured, that will no longer be a concern, Glenn replied after taking a sip of the warm water, and he proceeded upstairs with his tools. Chapter 42. The sunflower pressure point technique. Mrs. Ryan was about to assist in clearing the clutter, but Glenn gently stopped her, smiling as he said, Madam, you are with child. You shouldn't be doing such work. This revelation left Mrs. Ryan astonished, her mouth agape. How did you know? I just found out recently. I have some knowledge of medicine. It's not difficult to discern, Glenn replied, continuing his tasks with a calm smile. With his keen senses and a bit of medical understanding, it was not a challenge for Glenn to recognize a woman's pregnancy. How incredible. Indeed, I believe I just heard a cough. Is it your husband? Is he unwell? Glenn detected a familiar scent as he approached the house, one that was not from Mrs. Ryan, but emanated from another individual. Mrs. Ryan displayed a look of concern and softly replied, Yes, my husband works at the police station. He experienced an incident during a mission yesterday and has been inexplicably weak in bed ever since. A doctor has already visited, but they could not ascertain the cause. After measuring the data at the doorframe, Glenn turned around, hesitated momentarily, and said, May I take a look? After all, I have some knowledge of medicine. It might prove useful. Really? Mrs. Ryan immediately looked up, her eyes filled with gratitude. She had been preoccupied all day with her husband's mysterious ailment. Nearly forgetting about the door replacement she initially intended to arrange until she encountered Glenn. If a local town could not treat her husband's illness, she was prepared to take him to a major hospital in the main city, which would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. Now that Glenn expressed his willingness to help, even if it was unlikely to be effective, she was touched by his kindness. I'm merely going to try. Do not harbor excessive hope, madam, Glenn explained gently. That is more than sufficient. Thank you, kind soul. As Mrs. Ryan led Glenn into the bedroom on the second floor, he spotted Officer Dougal, who had a distinct mustache. The officer lay in bed, coughing intermittently. Upon seeing the door open, he initially assumed it was his wife, but upon recognizing Glenn, he was momentarily taken aback. This is the carpenter I summoned today to install the door. He claims to know a bit about medicine, so I invited him to check on you, Mrs. Ryan said as she helped the officer sit up, gently patting his back. Good to see you again, officer, Glenn said, bowing slightly in politeness. It's you? Cough, cough. It's Glenn, right? I recall you were a butcher. Why are you doing carpentry now? Officer Dougal asked, perplexed. You know each other? Mrs. Ryan inquired, astonished. Officer Dougal explained briefly. We interacted during an investigation. Mrs. Ryan understood. Glenn scratched his head. I have a variety of skills, he explained, shrugging. And Officer Dougal grasped his meaning. Having multiple skills certainly made it easier to earn a living, but one had to be able to manage the workload. After their casual exchange, Glenn steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. I heard from your wife that you're unwell. I possess some medical knowledge and would like to examine you, officer. Others refer to me as Sheriff Dougal, while my team members simply call me Captain. Very well. Sheriff Dougal, may I take a look? Glenn asked cautiously. Of course, this is your kind offer. How could I refuse? With that, Glenn stepped forward and gently grasped Sheriff Dougal's wrist, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. This display left both Dougal and his wife feeling a sense of awe, convinced that Glenn was a remarkably skilled healer. They had never witnessed such a mode of examination before. However, Glenn did not possess profound medical expertise. His knowledge was merely what was required in the military. The reason for my self-recommendation lies entirely in my belief that the sheriff is an admirable individual, coupled with the heightened senses bestowed upon him by his wolf-like nature, which have detected something unusual. Unbeknownst to outsiders, his index finger revealed a small segment of a wolf claw, gently piercing the epidermis. Under Glenn's meticulous control, the wolf venom surged into Doug's bloodstream, seeking the source of the peculiar sensations. Unbeknownst to Sheriff Doug, these transformations occurred within him. He merely felt a slight tingling sensation from Glenn's probing hand. As the wolf venom approached the vicinity of his heart, Glenn's eyelids fluttered. He had made a discovery. A mysterious energy was accumulating around the heart, siphoning Doug's vitality. Merely drawing near to the wolf venom elicited a sensation of being drawn in. Through continuous experimentation, Glenn realized he could utilize the wolf venom to ensnare this energy and expel it from the body. With this revelation, he turned to Sheriff Doug and smiled, declaring, "I have found the cause of your ailment." "Really?" the couple exclaimed in unison. Glenn nodded and then suddenly formed his fingers into a sword-like gesture, stating, "I shall now employ the healing technique I have learned to treat you." As the final word left his lips, his pointed fingers randomly tapped a few times on Doug's chest, while simultaneously releasing the hand that had been taking his pulse. A faint lavender mist swirled around his fingertips, concealed behind his back. Following this brief tapping, Doug felt an invigorating surge throughout his body as the debilitating symptoms of weakness, chest tightness, and headaches dissipated entirely. "This is nothing short of a miracle," Doug marveled. He was acutely aware of the affliction plaguing his body. The previous day's purple mist was undoubtedly some form of dark magic, yet he had not anticipated that Glenn would remedy it using such an unconventional method. "Do you possess magical abilities? This should be impossible," he inquired directly. "Is it truly cured?" Mrs. Ryan gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Glenn had anticipated their reactions and replied nonchalantly, "What I used is known as the sunflower acupoint technique, specifically designed to treat various complex ailments." The sheriff's condition was a perfect match. Sunflower? Doug appeared bewildered. Although it sounded peculiar, it seemed remarkably potent. "I cannot thank you enough, Glenn, can I? How much do you require in compensation?" "Rest assured, while we are not a wealthy family, we are considerably better off than the average household." Mrs. Ryan displayed immense excitement, her eyes glistening with tears. "A mere gesture of goodwill. How about 10 copper coins?" "That price is quite reasonable," Glenn humbly suggested. "That is far too inexpensive. A visit to the Grand Hospital in the main city would undoubtedly cost at least 100 times more. Allow me to offer you 10 silver coins." This morning, Doug mentioned he feared he was beyond help. "You cannot fathom my despair at that moment. You are deserving of this, so please accept it." As she spoke, Mrs. Ryan rummaged through a bag in the room and, before Glenn, produced 10 silver coins, unceremoniously thrusting them into his embrace. The willingness of the other party to display their wealth before Glenn was a testament to their trust in him. They were a forthright family. "Please accept this," said Doug. The sheriff of Dewtown, with a kind smile, "My income is quite satisfactory." However, Glenn merely squeezed the silver coins in his hand, producing 9 coins and returning them to Mrs. Ryan. "I appreciate your generosity, but I am well aware that these 10 silver coins represent a significant expense for you. You have children to raise, and I would prefer these to be saved for your offspring as a token of my goodwill." Despite their attempts at persuasion, Glenn remained steadfast, leaving the couple with no choice but to concede. As Glenn had accurately noted, 10 silver coins were indeed a considerable sum for them, and the complexity of their expressions reflected their conflicting emotions. Chapter 43. The Indolent Knight. "My dear boy, your character has deeply moved us. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. We shall do our utmost to aid you," Mrs. Ryan said earnestly. "I will," Glenn replied with a smile. At that moment, a knock echoed from below. "I shall see who it is," Mrs. Ryan said, descending the stairs. Glenn thought it was time for him to take his leave and bid farewell to the sheriff before following her downstairs. Outside stood 4 officers clad in black uniforms, who greeted Mrs. Ryan with polite salutes upon seeing her. "Ah, it is you. Here to visit your captain? Please come in." She welcomed them, clearly well acquainted with the group. As the 4 entered, they spotted Glenn, who had just come down from the stairs. One of the younger officers, with deep brown hair, exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you the one from Bayek? What brings you here?" The other 3 officers seemed to recall who he was, their expressions revealing their realization. "He sells furniture on Center Street," Mrs. Ryan explained with a smile. "I saw him and asked for assistance in fixing a broken door, but I had no idea he possessed the skills to heal. He has cured your captain." Turning to Glenn, she added, "Child, are you leaving? I was hoping you could sample Doug's cherished wine." "No, Glenn began, but before he could finish, the young officer interjected, "Madam, you mentioned he sells furniture? Isn't he a butcher? And he cured the captain?" "Indeed," Mrs. Ryan affirmed with confidence. "He not only works as a butcher, but also as a carpenter. As for healing Doug, if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it." The officers exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily disregarding Glenn's profession. For the notion that he could heal the captain was perplexing. They were aware that the captain's injuries were no ordinary ailment. Typically, conventional remedies would prove ineffective. Could it be that this fellow possessed some magical abilities or enchanted artifacts? This was the unspoken speculation among them. How did you accomplish it? The young officer could not resist asking Glenn. With no other recourse, Glenn recounted the explanation he had given earlier, leaving the four officers in a state of half-belief. However, he saw no need to ensure the beliefs of others. After speaking, he turned to Mrs. Ryan and said, "Madam, I have measured the dimensions of the door frame. I can bring the finished door for installation tomorrow. Do you have any additional requests?" "Just make it like the one I chose," Mrs. Ryan replied, referring to one of the sample doors displayed by Glenn. "Very well. Until we meet again, madam. Take care and best of luck." As Glenn exited, a slightly plump officer murmured, "What a mysterious fellow." The others nodded in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries with Mrs. Ryan, the four officers ascended the stairs to visit their captain. Upon meeting, several officers intended to express their congratulations and well wishes, but Douglas promptly shifted the conversation to serious matters. "Let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. Has anything occurred at the precinct in my absence?" The group exchanged glances, each familiar with their captain's demeanor and not surprised by his directness. The young officer with deep brown hair spoke up, "Captain, you should brace yourself. The situation at the precinct is rather grim." "What? Have the group leaders caused more trouble?" Douglas raised an eyebrow. The young man's expression soured. "The group leaders are manageable. It's the families of the deceased townsfolk who are threatening to dismantle the precinct. Since your incident yesterday, those responsible have been rampaging through the town, abducting more children. The officers are overwhelmed." "What?" Douglas nearly fainted from the outrage. "Those filthy scoundrels. They will face their reckoning." Coughing, he added, "Captain." The officers were startled by Douglas's reaction, fearing he might collapse. Since the first child's disappearance, the pressure on the officers had steadily increased, with Douglas bearing the brunt of it. At this point, his composure had shattered, and he vented his fury. After a lengthy tirade, his agitation began to ease, while the officers, witnessing their captain's uncharacteristic display, fell silent. "Captain, are you all right?" one officer inquired softly. Douglas took a moment to catch his breath and glanced at him. "This case evidently involves extraordinary forces. Has anyone reported it?" "It has been reported. They said a second-tier knight would be dispatched, but it will take a few days." "Specify." "A few days?" "Approximately 10 days." 10 days. Those children remain unaccounted for, and they request 10 days? Did you convey the gravity of the situation to them? This involves the lives of over 20 children, over 20 families. He coughed again, his face reddening and veins bulging on his forehead. "We communicated everything, but they insisted that the knight is Sir Thayer. And you know his disposition, Captain." Douglas closed his eyes, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Thayer was notoriously indolent, no matter the task's magnitude. He could never summon efficiency, and despite widespread criticism, his procrastination remained unchanged. Douglas could easily envision the visage of his counterpart, leisurely riding on horseback while indulging in intoxication. "You may return first. I shall arrive shortly to preside over matters," he instructed, raising his hand to dismiss them. However, the team expressed their concern for his well-being. "I am perfectly fine," Douglas exclaimed vehemently. Acknowledging their inability to dissuade him, the officers retreated. Counting the copper coins earned that day, Glenn returned to Bayek Town in high spirits, driving his reindeer cart. After a modest meal of bread at home, he proceeded directly to the pigsty. The aristocratic young master remained unchanged in his nature. The black pigs in the sty were grunting incessantly, surrounded by an array of weeds. Clearly, they were quite hungry. Meanwhile, Laville lounged at the base of a tree, yawning with great satisfaction. Upon Glenn's arrival, he feigned industriousness by wielding a sickle to cut grass. "It seems you did not heed my words this morning. Do not blame me then," Glenn remarked to Laville's pretentious demeanor before tending to the pigs himself. Who would engage in such menial tasks? Laville inwardly cursed, refusing to lower himself to such labor. Having settled the noisy black pigs, Glenn set about crafting the wooden door required by Mrs. Ryan, a task that would take but a moment. The remainder of his time was devoted to furniture making. As night fell, Glenn prepared a late-night snack, intentionally withholding it from Laville. The latter, equally stubborn, chose not to partake and retreated to the warehouse for sleep. The noble young master, unacquainted with the pangs of hunger, remained oblivious to its terror. Chapter 44. Does that old man eat people? Tia understood this to be a punishment for Laville's disobedience. Not daring to contradict Glenn openly, she discreetly slipped a piece of bread to Laville when Glenn was not looking. Yet, in an instant, Glenn appeared from nowhere and snatched the bread away. Tia's little scheme was thwarted. The young girl truly cared for her master. But to think she could outwit him was folly. You might as well wash up and go to sleep, Glenn teased, biting into the stolen bread, provoking Tia's indignation as she glared at him with puffed cheeks. In the dead of night, Laville tossed restlessly on the hard wooden bed, the gnawing hunger causing him great discomfort, compounded by strange noises from outside. He opened his eyes, clutching his growling stomach, and sat up, bending forward in an attempt to alleviate the hunger pangs. However, this provided only slight relief. He remained resolute in his spirit, determined that a single day of hunger would not defeat him. Ultimately, weariness triumphed over hunger, and Laville succumbed to sleep in his curled position until Tia roused him the next morning. "Young master, Mr. Glenn has already left. He said if you do not complete your work today, you shall go hungry again," she reminded him during his morning routine. Upon awakening, Laville did not feel particularly hungry, only weak, and he responded with a lackluster demeanor. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he addressed Tia. "Tia, could you discreetly procure a morsel of food for me? He will not notice." However, Tia shook her head. "It is futile. Mr. Glenn has concealed all the food. After he left, I searched high and low, and there is not a single edible item to be found." The light in Lavelle's eyes dimmed. "I shall not heed his command," he declared with fervor. At that moment, an exquisitely adorned carriage, embellished with intricate patterns, emerged from the outskirts of the town, shrouded in a mysterious fog. The sounds of the carriage echoed unnaturally in the serene quietude of the town, capturing the attention of both Tia and Lavelle. They opened the door and peered outside, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of such an extraordinary vehicle. The horses pulling the carriage seemed almost sentient, casting a haughty glance in their direction as they passed. The carriage came to a halt before a grand house, and from it emerged a tall, robust old man clad in hunting attire, exuding an air of unapproachability. Upon descending, he immediately turned his gaze towards Tia and Lavelle, causing the two youngsters to quickly retract their heads in fright. Nonetheless, the old man had already taken notice of their presence. "What are two children doing here?" he muttered. "What is the matter, boy? Has age rendered you incapable of riding in a carriage?" A magnetic voice emanated from within the carriage, followed by the elegant figure of Difa, who gracefully parted the curtains. She was adorned in a dark purple sorceress robe, cinched at the waist, and bore an exquisitely crafted metallic sorcerer's metal glimmering on her chest, complemented by a lustrous ruby necklace. Furthermore, her wrists and earlobes were adorned with jewelry, making her appear almost luminescent upon her arrival. "Nothing much. That lad seems to be out," the old man replied nonchalantly without turning back. Difa, stepping out of the carriage, surveyed her surroundings with an air of intrigue, exclaiming, "Is this the legendary town of Bayek? Indeed, it matches the accounts, with chaotic elements lurking everywhere and an aura of malevolence permeating each corner." She closed her eyes as if sensing something, then opened them, declaring, "There are indeed quite a few dangerous individuals here. How can they coexist so quietly? It is unfathomable. Aren't you afraid, boy? Just refrain from provoking them recklessly. After all, I have lived here for nearly 5 years without incident," the old man replied dismissively. "I am not an imprudent sorcerer. Keep that in mind. Let us not dwell on that. I suspect that lad may not be home," he interjected, gesturing towards Glenn's house. Difa glanced towards Glenn's residence and uttered a brief incantation, gaining a general sense of the situation inside. There were merely 2 children, around 15 or 16 years of age, and no one else. "Go and inquire," the old man suggested before striding purposefully towards the house. "Wait," Difa called out, her eyes narrowing at the distant fog. "There's a large dog observing us." The old man squinted for a long time, yet it was evident that he saw nothing. That creature must belong to that young lad, and it was best to disregard it, for it likely posed no threat to us. The F.A. pondered for a moment, and then the two made their way towards Glenn's residence. Meanwhile, Tia and Laville leaned against the door, too frightened to make a sound. The old man's demeanor had terrified them. They could not comprehend how anyone could be so tall and intimidating. Master, do you think an old man might eat us? The way he looked at us was utterly terrifying. Tia's words only heightened Laville's fear. Weak from hunger, his body felt even more feeble. Be quiet. How could mother allow a useless maid like you to accompany me? Laville hissed in reprimand. Tia, feeling somewhat wronged, fell silent. Suddenly, two sharp knocks reverberated through the air, startling both of them into a scream. They quickly covered their mouths, fearing they would be overheard. Yet, it was merely self-deception. You little rascals. I know you're in there. Open the door quickly. I have a few questions for you. If not, I shall enter uninvited. The old man's hoarse yet booming voice struck terror into their hearts. After all these years, your temper remains unchanged. They are merely children. Step aside and let me handle this. A melodious and magnetic female voice interrupted the old man, and to their astonishment, the door swung open on its own. Instinctively, they glanced towards the entrance, where a noble and beautiful sorceress appeared before them. Do not be afraid, children. May we ask you a few questions? The FA's regal demeanor, combined with her gentle tone, compelled them to nod involuntarily. Moments later, the FA and the old man sat in the living room of Glen's home. You say that bothersome young lad has gone to conduct business? Tia and Laville nodded timidly, fear evident in their expressions. The old man fell silent for a while before asking, will he return today? He should, sir, Tia whispered. The old man turned to the FA. Will you wait for him here? The FA held her head high and replied calmly, having come this far, it would be foolish to leave empty-handed. Very well, then I must take my leave to retrieve my dog from friend. Take care. As the old man exited, the FA turned to Laville and inquired, you appear to be of noble descent. How did you end up in this predicament? You haven't eaten in at least a day. Has that wretched boy Glen been deliberately tormenting you? Chapter 45. The man in the cloak. In response to the FA's question, Laville's mind began to race with calculations. That insignia seems to denote a level 4 sorcerer. Her standing surpasses that of my father, and her power must be formidable. If she could assist me in escaping this place or vanquishing that detestable fellow, I could reunite with my parents, regaining my freedom. Having contemplated this, he squeezed out a few tears and pleaded pitifully, esteemed sorceress, I'm the son of Lord Charnes, captured by that vile commoner named Glen and forced into slavery here. He, relying on a modicum of strength, took me hostage, extorting my family's possessions and demanding the pitiable Tia to entertain him. Regardless of how diligently I toiled, he offered me no sustenance. Oh, I implore you, esteemed sorcerer, please save us. Tia, beside me, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment at her young master's remarkable capacity for deceit. Is that so? Defa's piercing gaze made Lavelle feel a twinge of guilt. However, I discerned mischief in your eyes, an unmistakable sign of a typical debauched nobleman, one I have encountered countless times. Lavelle, feeling as though he were being choked, opened his mouth to defend himself but could utter no words. Oh, goodness! Tia's eyes sparkled with shock and admiration. Truly a testament to the sorcerer's prowess in unmasking Lavelle's flawless disguise. Exposed, Lavelle shot her a fierce glare. That foolish maid. Realizing her faux pas, Tia hastily covered her mouth, yet it was of no avail. Ha ha ha! Defa stifled a delightful laugh. Pointing at Tia, you are such a charming girl. Perhaps I might consider taking you under my wing, for my research would be much less tedious with you around. Upon hearing the sorcerer praise her charm, Tia blushed. Yet, when she realized she might be taken along, she quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, Esteemed sorcerer, my lady has entrusted me with the care of the young master. I cannot accompany you. I'm truly sorry. Witnessing Tia's refusal, Lavelle felt no gratitude. Instead, he regarded the foolish maid as lacking discernment. To be in the service of a 4th-level sorcerer, her status likely surpassed even his father's. How could she turn it down? If it were him, he would seize the opportunity without hesitation, forsaking the path of knighthood for a life of dignity. Huh! Defa, undeterred by the rejection, playfully pinched Tia's nose, speaking gently. Such a well-behaved child. I hope you continue to embody this innocence. With that, she turned her attention back to Lavelle, adopting the commanding tone of a grand sorceress. This, I fear, pertains to your family's grievances with him. I shall not interfere. Now, I must return to my carriage for a rest. This place is still rather foreign to me. Naturally, she referred to Glen. Tia and Lavelle watched as Defa departed. Young master, you ought to get back to work, otherwise you'll go hungry again today, Tia earnestly advised. Oomph. Lavelle huffed heavily, mustering his strength before striding out towards the town. At Mrs. Ryan's residence, Glenn had just finished installing the new door and turned to Mrs. Ryan, who was assisting him with the tools, saying, "This should suffice. What do you think?" She examined the neatly arranged wooden door, testing it, and expressed her satisfaction. "Yes, I am very pleased. You have worked hard." "It is merely work. I cannot call a hardship," Glenn replied while tidying up the tools, casually inquiring, "Has Sheriff Doug returned to the precinct?" "His health should still be poor." "Indeed," he remarked. "He has recently found no time for rest. I have tirelessly advised him countless times, yet he remains obstinately deaf to my counsel." Mrs. Ryan appeared utterly exasperated. "Is it because of those who abduct children?" she inquired. "Yes," came the reply. "Do they know where you live?" Glenn placed his toolbox in a corner, narrowing his eyes. "Why do you ask? They shouldn't know, should they?" Mrs. Ryan responded with curiosity. "I see," Glenn said, proceeding towards the staircase, his gaze directed down towards the front door. Suddenly, the door lock caved in, then ruptured. The iron lock was crushed by a single hand, a fact Glenn observed with clarity. With a creak, the now unlocked door slowly swung open. A figure clad in a black felt hat and a leather trench coat entered. "What is happening?" Mrs. Ryan, having heard the commotion below, approached and scowled at the intruder. "Who are you?" "This is a private residence. I do not welcome you. Please leave." Despite her fear, as the wife of a sheriff, she refused to let her husband down. The intruder, indifferent to the homeowner's displeasure, casually stepped aside, picked up a half-finished glass of water, and drank. In a low voice, he chuckled, "Sheriff's wife. As this is our first encounter, I shall refrain from introducing myself. It is quite unnecessary." He then looked up, allowing the two individuals upstairs to clearly see his visage. His sharp eyes, deeply set in their sockets, an elongated facial contour emitted an unsettling aura. Mrs. Ryan felt a twinge of fear from his presence, but did not falter. She continued to assert, "I care not who you are, but if you know my husband is the sheriff, be aware. Assaulting a law enforcement officer's family is a grave offense. Now leave at once." The man pulled a chair closer and sat down, one leg resting on his knee, observing Mrs. Ryan's face with an unsettling grin. "Initially, my boss instructed me to take you back directly. Though your husband poses little threat, he possesses certain capabilities that, for future plans, must be curtailed. Having you as leverage would be ideal. However, your fiery temperament and beauty have captivated me. Why not consider joining me? That old sheriff may not satisfy you. I am far more robust and can assure you an exhilarating experience." His words grew increasingly distasteful, causing Mrs. Ryan to tremble in anger while her fear deepened. She never imagined that a criminal would dare to trouble the family of a sheriff. Who granted them such audacity? "Madam, there is no need to argue with a man on the brink of death. I am quite capable of defending myself. You need not worry for your safety," Glenn interjected. Mrs. Ryan expressed her doubt. "Really? Child, do not be reckless. This is not your concern. You should leave. You would not dare harm me." "Capable indeed. Ha ha ha." Before Glenn could respond, the man in the trench coat erupted into laughter. "How capable are you? Are you accustomed to brawling with street thugs?" Amidst laughter, he feigned the demeanor of a rogue, gesturing exaggeratedly. "Rest assured, madam, a person of his ilk is no challenge for me," Glenn reassured Mrs. Ryan. Undeterred by the jeers from below, feeling disregarded and belittled, the man in the trench coat retracted his smile, fixing Glenn with a sinister gaze. Coldly, he declared, "I had intended to swiftly sever your head, granting you a painless demise, but I have since altered my approach. I shall shatter every bone in your body, extract your organs, and finally present you with your own beating heart as you perish." Chapter 46. "You have triumphed, then give it your best shot," Glenn retorted, vaulting down from the second floor. The man in the trench coat slammed his cup down and, with a nonchalant flick of his neck, rose to his feet, exuding an air of arrogance. "Since acquiring this power, I have yet to unleash it in earnest. It seems you shall be fortunate enough to experience it." In an instant, his eyes narrowed, and he lunged towards Glenn with formidable speed. At that moment, he observed that Glenn's dark pupils remained fixed upon him, his expression unchanged. Just as he entertained this thought, a palm struck his face, and he was abruptly halted, as if colliding with a resilient wall, his forward momentum reversed. When the man in the trench coat regained his senses, he was incredulously aware that Glenn was gripping his face effortlessly. That hand was like a vice, rendering him incapable of escape despite his struggles. Glenn, holding the towering figure aloft, turned to the astonished Mrs. Ryan and remarked, "Madam, I wouldn't want to soil your home during this altercation. I shall resolve this outside." Without waiting for a response, he strode through the door, dragging the man with him. Perhaps feeling an overwhelming sense of humiliation, as soon as they were outside, the man in the trench coat was enveloped in dark purple smoke, his strength surging. Realizing he could no longer be restrained by mere hands, Glenn casually hurled him aside. He surveyed his surroundings. Mrs. Ryan's residence was situated in a pleasant neighborhood with many inhabitants. Yet at that moment, all doors and windows were firmly shut, and no one lingered outside. Clearly, the residents had retreated indoors upon hearing the commotion. "I admit, I underestimated you," the man in the trench coat muttered, rubbing his face, his eyes brimming with a desire to rend Glenn to shreds. "Now, I shall become serious." As he spoke, his trench coat rustled ominously with the thickening smoke. Fangs protruded from his mouth, and his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. "Wow, a transformation!" Glenn clapped sarcastically. "Couldn't you be a bit more original?" The transformed man had grown significantly, nearly bursting his garments, which were now riddled with numerous tears. He bellowed, "What do you know? This is the supreme power bestowed by the illustrious Lord Glass. How could a mere ignorant mortal like you ever appreciate it? Enough, I understand. So, who is this Glass? Is he truly formidable?" "Lord Glass is a magnificent entity capable of guiding us to the pinnacle of greatness. Who dares to speak his name with such irreverence? It is tantamount to courting death." Glenn's demeanor successfully enraged the fervent follower, who unleashed a thunderous battle cry that bore down upon Glenn like a towering mountain. Yet, he remained unfazed, lowering his body to evade the grasping hand, simultaneously shifting his weight to the side, twisting his waist, and delivering a side kick. His movements were akin to a finely tuned machine, each action executed with remarkable precision and timeliness. With the sound of wind generated by the kick, the man in the trench coat spat out bile and was sent flying backward. This kick manifested the power Glenn intended to unleash. "Your attacks are far too predictable. Not much better than those of a street thug," Glenn retorted to the earlier mockery. "Oh my!" Mrs. Ryan's exclamation echoed behind Glenn. Turning around, Glenn smiled and said, "I told you, madam, I am quite adept at fighting." Mrs. Ryan glanced at the trench-coated man, now writhing on the ground in agony, and shook her head, saying, "No, this cannot merely be explained by skill, child. Do not take me for a fool." Glenn awkwardly scratched his head. The fallen man, feeling the intense pain in his abdomen gradually dissipate, rose once more, panting heavily and casting a look of disbelief at Glenn. "How did you accomplish this? With your meager strength, how could this be possible?" Glenn, uninterested in answering his question, simply remarked to Mrs. Ryan, "Madam, the scene that is about to unfold may be rather bloody. I advise you to take cover. Do not forget, you are with child." Initially, Mrs. Ryan intended to dismiss his concern, but his last statement undoubtedly made her hesitate. Though she was uncertain of the effects of witnessing a bloody scene on a pregnant woman, she did not wish to take the risk and chose to retreat indoors, leaving Glenn to fend for himself. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and leave now. I can refrain from informing our boss, but if he sets his sights on you, you are finished." Sensing the murderous intent in Glenn's gaze, the trench-coated man, aware he was outmatched, resorted to threats. However, Glenn merely scoffed. "What? Were you not just about to carve out my heart? Have you now lost your nerve? Spare me. It is futile. You cannot escape." "Is that so?" The trench-coated man stealthily stepped back, bracing himself against the wall behind him, then suddenly turned, reaching out to break through the wall and pull out a gaunt figure. He sneered, "If you do not wish for this innocent man to meet a tragic end, you would do well to let me go. Otherwise," he suddenly tightened his grip around the frail man's neck. The latter looked at Glenn, pleading for salvation. Witnessing this, Glenn merely frowned and, after a mere 2 seconds, raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Very well, you win. You may leave." The man in the trench coat had not anticipated such ease. He was momentarily taken aback. A wise choice. Once he regained his composure, he began to laugh. Once he was free, he would eliminate this unfortunate soul. Did this fool truly believe he would be released? Indeed, he was just an inexperienced simpleton, the trench coat man mocked internally. However, Just as he was retreating with the hostage in tow, he heard Glenn's voice ominously close to the nape of his neck. I was deceiving you. The breath brushed against the fine hairs on his neck. A chill ran down the trench coat man's spine as an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped him. He had intended to harm the hostage in his grasp, but in a flash of silver, both of his hands were severed, blood spilling onto the ground. The frail man collapsed nearby, his pants soaked in terror. The trench coat man gazed at his bleeding wrists, howling and weeping. Aren't you going back quickly? Glenn called out to the frail man, who scrambled away towards his home. Glenn crouched down and addressed the still lamenting trench coat man. I initially planned to follow you to your lair, but I soon deemed it too troublesome. It will be far more convenient to interrogate you directly. Now, tell me, where's your stronghold? Who are your associates? Your leader is named Glass, correct? What is his strength? What has become of the abducted children? The trench coat man glared at Glenn with venomous resentment, enduring the piercing pain as he declared, I will never betray Lord Glass. You shall learn nothing. No, you will speak, Glenn replied, brimming with confidence. Trust me, your resolve is not as unyielding as you believe. Chapter 47. The battle under the trench coat man's skeptical gaze. Glenn dragged him into a dim alleyway. After a minute or two, the man's terrified voice drifted out with the wind. Wait. What are you doing? You monster. Stop. Ah. The agonizing cries echoed for a prolonged period. When Glenn emerged from the alley, his hands and chest were smeared with dark blood, which certainly was not his own. Wiping the thick, grimy blood on the cuff of his trousers, Glenn furrowed his brow in contemplation. Undoubtedly, under his ruthless methods, even the most loyal lackey would confess. A group of over 50 individuals was controlled by a man named Glass, who had inexplicably acquired a terrifying power, transforming into a grotesque figure, and was relentlessly hunting down children under the age of 18. One could easily discern that dark forces were at play. Glass was evidently a mere pawn. He mentally organized the information he had gathered. Around him, some audacious residents peeked through their windows, curious about the commotion. Glenn paid them no mind and returned directly to Mrs. Ryan's house. Upon pushing the door open, he found her still listening intently behind it. When she saw Glenn enter, she appeared somewhat anxious, but upon recognizing him, she sighed in relief and said, I truly worried for you. That man looks like he possesses a heart of stone. You aren't injured, are you? Before the formidable figure before her, Mrs. Ryan felt a twinge of fear. However, she was acutely aware that someone like Glenn would not appreciate excessive reverence, as it could hinder their future interactions. Thus, she endeavored to treat him as the polite, amiable individual he had always been. Glenn felt a warmth in his heart. It was reassuring that she did not speak to him with trepidation. He replied to the kind woman, I am quite well. I consider myself a rather composed person. I would not resort to violence without certainty. Mrs. Ryan was amused by his self-proclamation, responding, Who declares themselves composed like you do? Then her expression turned serious as she inquired, What became of that individual? After a moment of contemplation, Glenn replied, He was dangerous, so I took his life. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ryan's hands trembled slightly, and she sighed. This is the retribution that individuals like him deserve. Rest assured, I will explain the situation to Douglas. He will not hold you accountable. Thank you, madam, Glenn expressed sincerely. Although he believed that even if accountability were pursued, it would not be of great consequence, he felt it was only right to acknowledge her kindness. Sir, it appears you will need to change the door, Glenn said after a brief silence, pointing at the damaged front entrance. It seems I must trouble you once again, Mrs. Ryan replied with a wry smile. Not a problem, Glenn said, having no reason to decline. He then adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Mrs. Ryan nodded in agreement without further thought. In a raucous and dilapidated tavern on the second floor, a figure resembling an orc from fantasy realm, named Glass, toyed with a machine composed of countless intricate components and gears. Humans are truly mundane, spending their days tinkering with these useless contraptions. A spectral voice echoed within the room, disrupting Glass's momentary stupor. He set down the object in his hands. His tone somber, this is the prevailing trend. Many so-called inventions are being showcased in the kingdom, altering our way of life. The old king seems to have a fondness for these gadgets, and in order to appease him, the ministers also prioritize them. By neglecting the pursuit of more powerful magic in favor of these trivialities, this nation is destined for ruin. The spectral voice responded with evident disdain. Such matters are not our concern. Turning to gaze out the window, it continued. Haven tea, you given enough to the children? Why are there still no discernible changes? The room fell silent, and after a full 5 minutes, the voice spoke again. I require more. Just as Glass was about to respond, the noise from below suddenly escalated significantly. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and as he prepared to descend, a head crashed through the second-floor floorboards, bloodied and stuck. "Boss, this head is spewing blood," it uttered. Glass's pupils dilated in shock. What on earth happened? Before he could ponder further, a figure casually sauntered up. Hands in pockets, Glenn appeared, more bloodied than before, and upon seeing Glass's expression, he too was momentarily taken aback. Is this an orc? But should they be green-skinned? Moreover, the physique should indeed be more robust. By the way, does this world harbor a race of beastmen? Such knowledge eludes the original owner's memories. He abruptly cast aside these uncontrollable thoughts and turned to Glass, asking, "Are you their leader? This place is cleverly concealed by magic. No wonder the officers cannot locate you. Speak, where are those children? I might consider sparing your life." Glass, regaining his composure from the shock, responded in a gruff voice. "Who are you? Do you comprehend the gravity of your offense? Furthermore, how did you discover this place?" Glenn was taken aback by the unexpected counter-question, a cold smirk forming on his lips. It seemed prudent to subdue him first before engaging in conversation. With that, he unleashed his wolf claw, striking directly at Glass. The unadorned blow was met with Glass's decision to absorb it. He raised his left arm to shield himself, the sharp claws clashing against it with a metallic ring. Glass was pushed back slightly, his body tilting as he gauged the opponent's strength. Glenn, in turn, displayed an expression of surprise. He anticipated that this seemingly ordinary skin would possess the hardness of steel, if he intended to provoke trouble with merely this level of power. It certainly was not a wise choice. As Glass uttered his final word, he seized Glenn's wrist and exerted force, hurling him against the wall. Yet, suspended in midair, Glenn maintained his composure, swiftly adjusting his posture within that fleeting second, positioning his feet to meet the wall, effectively cushioning the impact. The absence of a destructive crash and sound evidently displeased Glass, who was ready to unleash an even greater force against Glenn. However, his opponent had adeptly utilized the wall to generate momentum, delivering a fierce knee strike to Glass's face. In pain, he instinctively relinquished his grip on Glenn, temporarily blinded. As he rubbed his eyes, Glass suddenly felt something sweep beneath his feet, causing him to lose balance and tumble onto a person, who subsequently hurled him through a window, shattering the glass. With a dull thud, pain reminded him that he had landed. At the Deuter police station, Dudley was engaged in a discussion with his subordinates, analyzing potential hiding places for the group that had been abducting children when an officer rushed into the meeting room, interrupting their conversation. "Captain, there has been an incident at your home." Dudley's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. Half an hour later, Dudley, accompanied by several officers, hurried to his residence. "We should have been provided with a vehicle. I've heard that some police stations in the main city already have them," complained an out-of-breath officer. "Enough. How long has that contraption even been in service? Its efficacy is still uncertain. And does this tiny little town really require such a thing? A horse-drawn carriage suffices," retorted another officer with irritation. Chapter 48, The Giant Insect. Mrs. Ryan had long awaited at her doorstep, and upon seeing Dudley and his team arrive, she promptly advanced towards them. "My dear, you must express your heartfelt gratitude to Glenn. He has saved both me and our child." Deputy Doug meticulously examined his wife's condition, and, upon confirming her safety, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Now, please tell us what transpired," he urged. A crowd had gathered, and an onlooker voiced his outrage. "Sheriff Doug, what is going on with public safety?" "The criminals have come right here." A hot-tempered officer retaliated against the complainant. "You need to understand, the one in distress is the captain's wife. If you have nothing constructive to add, do not create further chaos." Although the officer held no significant rank, his presence instilled a measure of intimidation among the civilians, rendering the complainant speechless. "Let us retreat inside for a discussion," Mrs. Ryan suggested, aware that the public setting was not conducive to conversation. Moments later, upon learning the general outlines of the incident, Doug was drenched in cold sweat. While relieved, he was also utterly astonished by Glenn's formidable capabilities. It was no wonder he dared to reside in Bayek. Clearly, he possessed remarkable skills, Doug murmured to himself. Suddenly, it struck him, "My dear, Do you think his hasty departure was prompted by some urgent news? Mrs. Ryan, puzzled, inquired what news. However, Doug's thoughts grew increasingly convinced of his suspicions, and he ordered his subordinates with a grave tone. Quick, find a way to trace Glenn's whereabouts. He may very well be aware of the hiding place of that group. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated tavern, the battle between Glass and Glenn had reduced the establishment to a near ruin. Glass, his body marred by scratches of varying depths, struggled to catch his breath. He had anticipated grasping his opponent's strength, yet Glenn's vast combat experience and textbook-like offensive techniques continuously thwarted him. I cannot continue like this. I will surely perish. Glass thought grimly. How long do you plan to remain a spectator? Come out and assist me. He suddenly bellowed, his voice booming like thunder. Glenn immediately halted his assault and remarked, "Is the mastermind finally ready to reveal himself?" His reluctance to swiftly eliminate Glass was a calculated decision to draw out the puppeteer behind the scenes, ensuring that fear did not drive them away. A hollow, rasping laughter echoed in the vicinity, as those henchmen whom Glenn had dispatched realized, in terror, that their vitality was swiftly waning. A visible mist of blood coalesced above Glass, soon flowing into his mouth. His aura surged at an alarming rate. Glenn refrained from interrupting, instead harnessing his most potent awareness to locate the source of the ethereal voice. After absorbing the entirety of the blood mist, Glass sprouted uneven bone spikes from his back, with two symmetrical cavities opening in his chest, expanding and contracting as though he were breathing. His physique, as Glenn had anticipated, swelled significantly. Now, let you experience despair. With a thunderous roar, Glass unleashed a column of purple flames from his mouth, hurtling towards Glenn's chest. The flames illuminated Glenn's face with a blinding brilliance, his muscles slightly swelling, sprouting a layer of fine black hair, narrowly evading a frontal assault at the last moment. The purple pillar of fire relentlessly pursued him as Glenn utilized all four limbs to flee around Grath. Though it appeared exhilarating, in reality, Glenn's thoughts were far from focused on Grath. He was still attuned to the source of that ethereal voice. At the moment his foot struck the ground, Glenn finally ascertained the approximate location of that entity, just below a nearby well. "I found you." Glenn revealed a set of stark white teeth, grinning. He abruptly halted, then charged directly at Grath. Witnessing this, Grath cruelly chuckled. He ceased spewing purple flames, his robust right arm drawing back. Gathering strength as a bone spike over a meter long pierced through the skin of his wrist, thrusting fiercely towards Glenn. Glenn leapt high, raising his right hand in response. Under Grath's incredulous gaze, that once formidable hand expanded like a balloon, its palm alone sufficient to encompass Grath's entire being. With a tremendous wolf claw descending, Grath's bone spike shattered before it could even sever a single strand of wolf fur. Grath himself was reduced to a mere pulp after an agonizing crush. This unexpected turn elicited a scream from the ethereal voice. How is this possible? Such a powerful being cannot exist in this place. Glenn intended to declare that the next would be Grath, but the ground suddenly trembled, interrupting his impending words. A thunderous rumble erupted as some colossal creature breached the well, enveloping the air in a cloud of dust that obscured Glenn's vision, leaving only a vague silhouette. Glenn waved his arm to disperse the choking dust, his gaze gradually sharpening with cold resolve. "You have destroyed my hard-earned foundation. Now you may choose your manner of demise." Before him loomed a creature resembling an enormous fleshy worm, its body composed of stacked rings of flesh, its head grotesquely fierce, countless eyeballs rotating erratically, and its sharp mandibles poised menacingly. While the visual spectacle was striking, Glenn's focus remained fixated on the creature's abdomen, where translucent white flesh orbs crowded together. Within them were boys and girls aged between 2 and 14, their eyes weak and anguished, dense filaments adhering to their skin, occasionally struggling slightly as if regaining a modicum of strength. Glenn's chest heaved violently as he forcibly suppressed the surging fury within. Seemingly aware of the anomaly presented by the human before it, the colossal worm's head erupted with a thunderous laughter. Do you remember asking about these human offspring? Now you see them. They're being drained of their purest life energy by me. I shall extract every last ounce of their worth. They will perish in agony. How pitiable. Glenn raised his gaze to the repugnant worm's head, his voice devoid of emotional fluctuation. In a moment, your suffering will only intensify. The colossal insect yearned to mock once more when, suddenly, the human before it vanished, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust. Almost simultaneously, a sound emanated from its abdomen, indicating that its protective magic had been passively activated. Glenn's wolf claw struck against the violet barrier, which held steadfast against the assault. Instead of inciting anger, the insect was emboldened, laughing with abandon. "Ha! Do you truly believe that besting a feeble human grants you the strength to contend with me? In my eyes, you are merely a slightly robust insect." "Ha! Who is the insect here, truly? This is utterly upside down." Glenn, upon hearing this, could scarcely restrain his urge to retort. The insect continued its derision, asserting, "And you think brute strength will save them? How naive! The moment they escape my grasp, they shall meet their demise." Chapter 49. The conclusion. This declaration compelled Glenn to halt his assault and withdraw to a safer distance. Contemplating a strategy, he realized that addressing this situation was no simple matter, as it evidently entailed a significant understanding of magic, a realm in which he was a mere novice, rendered nearly powerless. How tragic it is that individuals like you are so burdened by doubt, so indecisive that you ultimately invite failure. The insect's multitude of eyes turned toward Glenn, its voice becoming insidious. "Why not cast aside these futile human weaknesses and ally with me? I will bestow upon you a future beyond your wildest imagination." Glenn felt his mind clouded, a yearning compelling him to acquiesce to the insect's demands. He believed that compliance would lead to a brighter existence, where all would align with his desires. Yet, this sensation barely surfaced before he forcefully shook his head, shattering the illusion. The feeling was too surreal, provoking a profound aversion within his battle-hardened spirit. "How is this possible? Your mental resistance is remarkably strong." The insect's tone bore a hint of astonishment. Glenn massaged his temples, contemplating the troublesome nature of those who wield magic. It appeared he needed to adopt a more serious demeanor. "Serious? You should be contemplating how you will meet your end," the insect remarked, exuding an air of condescension and patience as it toyed with the overconfident individual before it. Gradually, however, all of its eyes began to tremble. Glenn first erupted from his clothing, transforming into a towering werewolf, 2 meters in height. This should have been the culmination of his metamorphosis. Yet, as the elements in the air stirred restlessly, Glenn's werewolf form surged again, adding another 2 meters to his stature, his fur exuding an eerie, chilling aura. Though still dwarfed by the insect, his presence now matched its own. "Level 4? Level 5 werewolf. Who on earth are you?" The insect's voice quivered for the first time. Having lived for nearly a millennium and encountered countless formidable werewolves, it had never before witnessed such a bizarre aura or a being capable of transforming in stages. "You are a harbinger of death." The devilish tone of its voice was now tinged with astonishment, yet battle had commenced, and it would not neglect its duty to fight. Like a cascading waterfall, a thread-like substance erupted forth, almost instantaneously enveloping the area and proving to be an immense hindrance to the attacking Glenn. Fortunately, endowed with prodigious strength, he merely struck a few times with his massive claws, tearing the environment to shreds. Surrounding the colossal creature, multiple magical arrays of varying designs emerged, some augmenting its abilities while others were geared towards offensive maneuvers. Amidst the chaotic battle, aside from the swirling threads of the creature and the debris of the ruins, dazzling displays of magic filled the air. Devastating spells of fire, corrosive acid, freezing ice, and voracious consumption rained down upon Glenn with reckless abandon. Such a concentrated assault was utterly impossible to evade, leaving Glenn with no choice but to endure the lesser blows. His only weapons were his indomitable wolf claws and teeth. However, every strike upon the gigantic insect's body was thwarted by layers of defensive magic or enhanced skin. Whenever Glenn withdrew, the creature adeptly mended its wounds, showcasing an extraordinary proficiency. This immense reservoir of magical energy was a racial gift, inexhaustible and boundless. A protracted battle would unfavorably affect Glenn. His current state was remarkably energy-draining, and continuing in such a stalemate would inevitably lead to defeat. Despite this, he remained unperturbed, for he held everything within his grasp. The seemingly devastating spells that struck Glenn inflicted minimal harm. As a werewolf, he possessed a natural resistance to magic. and the resilience of a wolf of his caliber was exponentially greater than that of an ordinary werewolf. He was merely probing, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Even if unsuccessful, he could transform further to crush his opponent. However, such an act would certainly leave him weakened, rendering it a Pyrrhic victory. Amidst their frenzied exchanges, the children trapped within the creature's mass exhibited expressions of anguish. The thread-like substances clinging to their skin shimmered with a phosphorescent glow, evidently siphoning the so-called life energy from the giant insect. Glenn, noticing this change, understood the urgency to conclude the battle swiftly. He resolved to attempt a daring plan that had been lingering in his mind. With several quick movements, he diverted the attacking spells while exposing himself, leaving a significant opening before the creature's maw. As anticipated, the adversary reacted, opening its massive jaws, seemingly charging a powerful breath attack. In that fleeting moment, Glenn utilized his tail to strike the ground, propelling himself directly towards the giant insect's mouth. The creature, still in the midst of gathering its power, felt a large and robust object intrude into its mouth, interrupting its charge and inducing a wave of nausea. As it lowered its gaze, it realized that its foe had thrust a hand into its very mouth. A tumult of rage and surprise surged within the colossal insect, which resolved to bite down on Glenn's arm. Yet, despite the swelling of its jaw muscles, it failed to sever the limb. It dawned upon the creature that a fifth-level werewolf's physical strength was beyond the capacity of a being adept in magic to harm. However, it soon realized that there was no defensive magic installed within its own mouth. Crack! Realizing too late, Glenn exerted force, tearing the monstrous creature's mouth apart. As the beast attempted to remedy the situation, an excruciating pain swept through its body from the gaping wound. Glenn injected a substantial amount of controllable wolf venom into the creature, obliterating its bodily tissues while striving to rescue the children without causing them harm. Stop! The creature writhed with all its strength, yet could not shake off Glenn. It wished to concentrate on casting magic, but the sheer agony was beyond its endurance. The wolf venom proliferated within it like malignant cells, voraciously consuming its tissues, advancing relentlessly, leaving only the abdominal region untouched. Ultimately, the creature collapsed, its body succumbing to involuntary muscle spasms triggered by the stimulation. Once assured that the creature would no longer pose a threat, Glenn focused his mental energy to manipulate the vast quantity of wolf venom. He needed to discern the structure of the creature, to comprehend its operational mechanisms, a task somewhat challenging for a high school graduate with a fair understanding of biology. Fortunately, he only needed to concentrate on the fleshy masses in the abdomen. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. The concealed magic dissipated with the creature's demise, and soon, someone would discover the scene, leading to considerable complications. Gradually, he devised a solution, relieved by the simplicity of the creature's structure. Following his understanding, he attempted to rescue the first child. A fleshy mass detached and subsequently burst. Glenn peered inside and found the child merely lying on the ground, breathing weakly, with half-open eyes gazing back at him. Glenn smiled. Using the same method, he freed all the children nearly simultaneously. Outside, a cacophony of shouts erupted. Glenn discerned that Sheriff Douglas and his team had arrived. They had likely been lingering outside for quite some time, only discovering the scene once the magic was lifted. This was preferable. He could leave the remaining chaos to them. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. How curious. With a complex mix of emotions, Glenn swiftly removed a piece of clothing from a nearby corpse and departed, leaving behind a group of frail children staring vacantly at his retreating figure. Chapter 50. Old Bull eats tender grass almost simultaneously. Sheriff Douglas led a team of officers into the scene. This was truly an eye-opener. Don't just stand there. Quickly check if these children are all right. Captain, how do we handle this behemoth? What else can we do? Leave it be and let the professionals take care of it. Douglas issued command after command, bustling the officers into action. The scene was chaotic yet orderly. Did you do this? Douglas murmured as he glanced into the distance. Swiftly traversing the rooftops of building after building, Glenn returned to his deer cart. He tidied his somewhat disheveled hair, ensuring his appearance was not overly conspicuous before driving away. The recent battle has ignited within him a profound interest in magic, akin to a novice gamer witnessing the dazzling characters and skills of seasoned players. Perhaps, once I master the arcane arts, I could fuse technology with magic, I wonder what marvels might ensue. Lost in such reveries, Glun had already departed from Dudtown. A familiar scent abruptly halted his thoughts. He gazed ahead to see 3 horse-drawn carriages, the most common sight in town. 2 of the carriages were laden with furniture and other belongings. Are they moving? Glun surmised their purpose and quickened his pace to catch up. As he passed the foremost carriage, he indeed spotted a familiar face. Layla appeared burdened with thoughts, oblivious to Glun's presence, while her mother, Mrs. Deli, bore a similar expression. "Miss Layla, are you moving out?" Glun inquired loudly. Layla was startled by the unexpected question. Upon recognizing Glun, she sighed in relief, revealing a hint of surprise. "Mr. Glun, it has been a while." Mrs. Deli, standing beside her, greeted Glun with a smile. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Glun. I regret not having the opportunity to thank you in person for your previous act of kindness." Glun nodded at Layla before addressing Mrs. Deli. "Please, call me Glun. I'm only in my early 20s. Mrs. Deli readily agreed. "Are you indeed moving?" Glun reiterated his earlier question. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, their smiles subtly fading. "Due to certain circumstances, we must leave, Mr. Glun," Layla replied, forcing a smile. "Is it because of your father?" Glun asked candidly. Upon hearing the mention of her father, both Layla and Mrs. Deli seemed to recall some painful memories, their faces paling slightly. Glun could surmise the profound scars an inadequate father could inflict upon a family and softened his tone. "If that is the case, you need not worry any longer, for the police have apprehended those criminals. Your father has likely been caught or executed. I received word of this just as I was leaving town." His uncertainty about whether her father was among those he had defeated prompted him to phrase it this way. Even if he were not, without the protection of the monstrous Bob, that scoundrel would hardly evade the pursuit of Dudtown's police, who had long since deployed their forces throughout the area. "Is this true?" exclaimed the mother and daughter in unison, startling even the coachman. "Indeed, it is true. If you don't believe me, you may return to town and see for yourselves. Many children have been found and are awaiting their parents to claim them." This revelation undoubtedly brought immense joy to the mother and daughter, tears glistening in their eyes. They turned to the coachman. "Mr. Pickman, please turn around." "Yes. We wish to go back and see." The coachman, appearing to be familiar with them, made no objections to such an unreasonable request and called to his companions in the 2 rear carriages to turn back. "Mr. Glenn, thank you for sharing this news with us. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly have regretted it immensely." Layla is far more excited this time than ever before, continually bowing to Glenn. "So, you're not moving after all?" Glenn joked. Layla's face visibly flushed, and after expressing her gratitude once more, she departed in her carriage. Glenn continued his journey home. Along the way, he encountered 2 residents of Bayek, whose images lingered in the original owner's memory. Both were clad in tattered, old-fashioned attire, their demeanor reminiscent of black crows. However, they were strangers, each silently pursuing their own path. Upon entering the quaint town of Bayek, Glenn immediately noticed a peculiar carriage and a strange fragrance in the air. Seeing the carriage parked at the old man's doorstep, he deduced it might belong to an acquaintance of the old man, thus feeling no particular anxiety. The individuals within the carriage seemed to have noticed Glenn. One elegant figure descended, adorned in vibrant attire. It was of course Defa. She curiously scrutinized Glenn from head to toe, as if observing a rare creature. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Glenn called out from a distance. "Are you an acquaintance of the old man?" "The old man?" Defa momentarily paused, then covered her mouth with a laugh. "Is that how you usually refer to him?" That's rather impolite. Speaking casually, he considered the implications. As he approached the striking lady, he inquired, "So, you truly are his acquaintance?" This lady exuded charm and wore a robe of magic. Glenn vaguely recalled that wizards lived long lives. Could it be? He wondered, unable to resist asking. "Are you his old flame?" No sooner had he spoken than Defa produced a wand, lightly tapping it against Glenn's head. With a frown, she retorted, "Do I look that old to you?" Glenn scratched the spot where he had been tapped and chuckled. "Isn't it quite common for an old bull to chase after tender grass?" An old bull chasing tender grass? Defa had never encountered such a metaphor before. She then erupted into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "You truly are a unique little fellow. In all my years, I've never met anyone quite like you." Glenn hadn't expected this sorceress to possess such a low threshold for humor. She initially gave off an image of a stern instructor. "Is the old man not home? Would you care to visit my house?" Glenn glanced at the old man's residence and extended the invitation to Defa. After sharing a laugh, she nodded slightly. Together, they arrived at Glenn's abode. Upon opening the door, the young maid Tia immediately stepped forward to curtsy. "Mr. Glenn, you have returned." Glenn waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, let me introduce you. It was only then he realized he did not know her name. Feeling somewhat awkward as he turned back and inquired softly, "How should I address you?" "Call me Lady Defa, but there is no need for introductions. As we have already met," Defa winked at Tia. "Is that so?" Glenn looked at Tia with a puzzled expression. She nodded affirmatively and recounted the events of the morning succinctly. After listening, Glenn, visibly irritated, remarked, "This old man truly never learns. He dares to intrude upon my home." Chapter 51, The White Mouse. "Your relationship with Boar appears to be rather tenuous," Defa commented before making her way into the house uninvited. This air of unwarranted superiority was entirely in line with Glenn's assessment of her character. Allowing Tia to attend to her own matters, Glenn entered the kitchen and casually replied, "The old man used to bully me quite a bit. Didn't Tia mention that to you?" "He did," Defa said, settling into the same spot she occupied that morning. Her curiosity piqued. "He mentioned that you weren't always this way and that you were once quite timid. But now it seems you've changed." Realizing that this was directed at him, Glenn responded, "I'm not entirely sure what he has told you." Propping her chin on the wooden table, Defa spoke in a relaxed tone. "He described you as a werewolf, a rather unique one at that. Powerful, capable of retaining absolute clarity of mind even after transformation, and able to speak as well. That appears to be everything he divulged," Glenn said, emerging from the kitchen with 2 glasses of juice, offering one to Defa. It was one of the few fruit juices made from the limited stock in his home, and once consumed, it would be gone. "Thank you." Defa accepted the juice, continuing the conversation. "He seemed to trust me quite a bit, so naturally, he would share everything." "Wow, so you're not in that kind of relationship?" Glenn raised an eyebrow. "If you continue to imply that, I might actually become upset," Defa said, her gaze fixed firmly on Glenn. "All right, my apologies," he replied sincerely, prompting a brief huff from her. "I spend most of my time quite busy, and even if I were to seek a partner." She trailed off, casting a significant glance in Glenn's direction. "It would only be someone like you, young, vigorous, full of life." "Should I be excited or fearful?" Glenn felt his face flush. "Of course, you should be excited. Do you have any idea how many male mages yearn to share a bed with me? This enviable opportunity will fall upon you. Shouldn't that be cause for excitement?" Defa clearly exuded confidence in herself. Before such beauty, few men would remain indifferent. What was presented as an opportunity would ultimately serve her research purposes. Men are invariably foolish. With just a hint of kindness, they would offer everything. She thought to herself, eagerly anticipating whether he would demur or readily agree. Glenn stared into Defa's eyes for several moments before inquiring, "What exactly is your intention in using your allure to tempt me? Do not mistake me for an inexperienced youth. I can see through your intentions." This response caught Defa off guard. The motion of bringing the juice to her lips froze momentarily before she composed herself and took a delicate sip. "I have no intention of tempting you. I'm being sincere. Are you not intrigued?" Defa's gaze sparkled with intensity. Glenn chuckled softly. "You are still probing me. Such tricks are futile. Save your efforts. Faced with such an enchanting beauty, it would be disingenuous to claim indifference. However, that is merely a man's inherent nature." Glenn would not succumb to his instincts and become a slave to them. Defa, with her electrifying gaze, scrutinized Glenn for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Your composure is truly incongruous with your age. It rather stirs my heart." There was no trace of embarrassment one might expect from being exposed. Glenn leaned back in his chair, patiently awaiting her next words. After a moment of contemplation, Defa resolved to speak candidly. "I am intrigued by the transformations you have undergone and wish to understand how you can achieve feats that elude other werewolves. Any sorcerer encountering a unique individual, such as yourself, would undoubtedly be fervent in their curiosity." "Indeed," Glenn echoed internally, yet replied, "So you wish to study me? If that is the case, I must decline. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I can offer you conditions that are impossible to resist," Defa urged, her tone tinged with urgency. "It is impossible. I will not permit anyone to use my body as a mere laboratory subject," Glenn retorted with unwavering resolve. To allow another to examine his body would mean laying bare all his vulnerabilities and Glenn was not so foolish. Very well. Seemingly recognizing the determination in his eyes, Defa reluctantly conceded, adding, if you change your mind, I can still offer you a substantial exchange. Let's hope that day never comes, Glenn murmured. The atmosphere grew silent, lingering for 4 or 5 minutes. Defa took another sip of juice, frowning slightly. Did you add sugar? This tastes delightful. There's more than just sugar, Glenn replied casually. If marketed, it should find a considerable market. Really? Glenn's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Defa, puzzled by his reaction, stated frankly, it should be accurate. I have traveled extensively, and aside from a few times I have tasted superior beverages among the elves, nowhere else has offered anything comparable. I see. Glenn's mind began to whirl with plans for the feasibility of opening a tavern. Defa, unaware of his thoughts, finished her juice and rose to depart, saying, My purpose here has failed, so I must return. There are many matters to attend to. If Boar returns, please convey my regards. Glenn stood to escort her to the door. As she stepped into the carriage, Glenn noticed the proud, anthropomorphic gaze of the horse, pulling it, and couldn't help but observe it more closely. Noticing the horse's legs adorned with markings reminiscent of white socks, he remarked, Does your horse wear white stockings? Defa, just stepping onto the carriage, turned with a puzzled expression. What white stockings? A type of thin, white long sock, Glenn explained. That sounds rather unrefined, Defa replied before entering the opulently decorated compartment. Is this what women's intuition entails? Glenn mused silently. After watching the carriage disappear into the distance, he returned inside. Has Laville gone to work? He inquired of Tia. As the maid diligently attended to her chores, she respectfully rose and responded, Indeed. My lord has shown remarkable enthusiasm this time. Tia was fully aware that she was not the servant of the person before her. Yet she could not help but exude respect, for he was one whom even Lord Charnes feared. Has he finally come to his senses? Resolving to investigate, Glenn refrained from further words and stepped outside. Just wait a little longer. Food will be ready shortly. Lavelle sat languidly beside the pig pen, watching the black pigs grunt as they devoured their feed, swallowing hard repeatedly. He had contemplated more than once the temptation to sample the pig food, wondering if it was as delectable as it appeared when consumed by the swine. Yet his noble pride restrained him from taking that step. However, he surmised that this restraint would not endure for much longer. Hunger, indeed, was a terrifying ordeal, and today, Lavelle truly felt its weight. This was merely the second day. And what extreme torment must those destitute souls, who had gone 3 days without sustenance, be enduring? He could scarcely fathom it. Chapter 52. A hero? Attempting to diminish his hunger with chaotic thoughts, Lavelle remained oblivious to the approaching footsteps. Glenn approached, standing about half a meter from the curly-haired boy, observing his gaunt appearance. Instead of feeling pity, he chuckled lightly. Ah, it seems you have begun to grasp your predicament. Your work has been quite commendable. Glenn had already assessed Lavelle's efforts. Though they fell short of his own standards, they were worthy of praise. At these words, Lavelle turned his head weakly, and upon realizing it was Glenn, he mustered a slight sense of hope and pleaded, I have done what I was supposed to. I beg you for something to eat. Glenn tossed him a piece of bread, saying, Use this to fill your stomach for now. More will be provided when we return home. Upon seeing the plump, white bread, Lavelle's eyes sparkled with fervent eagerness. Without concern for appearances, he devoured the modest piece in mere bites. Wiping his mouth, he continued to gaze at Glenn with longing. Aware that this small portion would hardly satiate him, Glenn surveyed the surroundings before stating, Now go back, young noble. I hope you remember this lesson and work more diligently next time. At this, Lavelle dared not disagree, nodding vigorously. The two swiftly returned to town. Upon entering the house, Glenn instructed Tia to assist in preparing dinner. The prospect of helping exhilarated Tia. She had long coveted Glenn's culinary skills, which surpassed those of many esteemed chefs serving noble houses. Before long, the rich aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen, driving Lavelle on the brink of starvation, nearly to the brink of madness. The anticipation was almost overwhelming. In this torturous wait, an indeterminate amount of time passed before several hearty, homely dishes, deemed abundant by Glenn, were served at the table. As there was no rice, they resorted to bread instead, yet the meal was still delightfully delicious. Ravel, evidently oblivious to the necessity of awaiting Glenn's permission before reaching for the bowl, instinctively attempted to scoop up some food with his spoon, only to be swiftly admonished by Glenn's chopsticks. Despite his eagerness, he had to suppress his impatience. Ravel had no choice but to adhere strictly to etiquette, waiting for Glenn to be the first to use his chopsticks before daring to indulge heartily. Glenn, though typically not one to fuss over trifles, adopted a stern demeanor when it came to a noble young master like Ravel. Previously, he had often faced reprimands from his father for acting prematurely, and he found a certain satisfaction in imparting such lessons during their meal. Meanwhile, Tia, who consistently maintained decorum, observed her master's chastisement and, rather than feeling anger, thought to herself, "Humph, my master is so disobedient, he deserves to be reprimanded. Unlike me, who is always compliant, Mr. Glenn never scolds me." Suddenly, she came to a realization. Oh dear, how could I think that way? He is my master. It is profoundly disrespectful. After silently reproaching herself, she devoted her attention to savoring the delicious dishes she had helped prepare. Uncertain if it was merely psychological or a matter of fact, she found today's cuisine exceptionally delightful. Having expended considerable energy, Glenn consumed significantly more than usual. However, he had already anticipated this during the cooking process, ensuring he would not go hungry. After the meal, as the old man's presence became apparent, Glenn took note. He instructed Tia to tidy up while Ravel organized his room, and he stepped outside to greet the old man, who was just passing by. "Old man, where have you been? It's taken you quite some time to return. I have a question for you. What is the background of that female sorceress? She seems rather impressive." The old man, still unaccustomed to Glenn's loquaciousness, could only respond with a measured tone. "It seems you have already met her. Did you not inquire directly? It is rather impolite to ask such matters face to face." As Glenn approached, he noticed that the old man was carrying a backpack from which a pair of curious, round eyes peered out. Wasn't this the Rottweiler the old man had recently adopted? Glenn realized he had gone to fetch the little creature. Dafa, the chief sorcerer of the magical spire in the main city of Batisi, certainly had an impressive background. The old man directly answered Glenn's earlier question, explaining that the main city of Batisi was the domain of both Bayek and Dudur. In the kingdom of Zen, a main city equated to a city itself, rivaling the largest urban centers of Glenn's former world in size. The closer one got to the royal capital, the more prosperous these main cities became. Indeed, the position of chief sorcerer was remarkable, and Glenn nodded in agreement. In the memories of the original owner, the chief sorcerer of a main city was a figure of great reverence for their entire family. Observing Glenn's expression, the old man inquired curiously, "Aren't you quite interested in magic? Why did you not ask her to take you on as an apprentice and test your elemental affinity?" At this, Glenn could only chuckle wryly. "She wanted to use me as experimental material, so naturally, I declined. Under such circumstances, how could I possibly seek her out? Isn't she merely a subject of research?" The sorcerers of Germany and France are not the kind of mad wizards who disregard the lives of others for the sake of their studies. Being her research subject would not inflict any harm upon you. It is certainly something you could agree to. "I do not wish for others to know too much about me, as it makes me feel insecure," Glenn remarked, rolling his eyes. "That is reasonable." The elder paused for a moment, contemplating the logic presented, and then nodded in vigorous agreement. Just as he was savoring the profound insight he had just received, he suddenly felt a gentle nudge on his arm. He turned to Glenn, who wore a mischievous expression, and said, "Old man, as a researcher with a doctoral degree in magic, you must know more than one sorcerer, right? Please make an introduction for me. Just as I thought. You have ulterior motives." The elder silently scolded. "I'm afraid my connections are not that extensive," he replied tersely, quickening his pace to leave. It was a jest. The favors of sorcerers are exceedingly precious, and he would not squander them on someone like you. With that thought, he transitioned from walking to running, swiftly returning home. Old man, hey, can we talk more?" Glenn called out, but received no response, his frustration mounting. Meanwhile, in the town of Dud, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the tranquility of Bayek. The news of the missing children being found spread like wildfire, quickly reaching both the townsfolk and those in the surrounding areas. The relatives of the lost children buzzed towards the Dud police station like a swarm of agitated bees. Upon reuniting with their children, some embraced them, weeping uncontrollably, while others vented their fury at those who had taken their children. Even those not directly affected by this incident were moved to tears by the palpable emotion in the air, such as Layla and her mother, who had just returned. "We truly owe our gratitude to these brave officers. Without them, Perhaps these children would never have returned to their parents, Layla, a deeply sensitive girl, remarked, wiping her tears since the moment she witnessed the scene, leaving her eyes quite red. However, as she spoke, one of the officers nearby overheard her and, with a wry smile, replied, "The credit for this success does not belong to us. The true hero is someone else." Chapter 53. It was me. The unexpected response caused Layla to momentarily halt her tears, looking at the officer with curiosity. "Someone else?" she inquired, while her mind pondered the implication. Does this mean only one person accomplished all of this? The officer intended to elaborate, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a stern reprimand. "Jimmy, what nonsense are you spouting? Get back to maintaining order and stop slacking off." Another officer, dressed in a uniform that indicated a higher rank, wore a serious expression. Clearly, he was displeased with Jimmy's indiscretion. Chastised, Jimmy did not dare to retort and lowered his head, retreating to a distance. Layla observed the departing officer, her eyes still reddened, reflecting a contemplative gaze. It is unclear who possesses such remarkable prowess, but undoubtedly, they are a hero of great merit. Mrs. Deli, having engaged in a conversation earlier, arrived at a conclusion akin to Layla's, bestowing lavish praise upon the enigmatic hero. The festivities persisted for almost an entire day and night, enveloping the town of Dude in a celebratory spirit. Some parents, seeking to comfort their frightened children, chose to indulge them with spontaneous purchases throughout the town. Anticipating a significant expenditure, they were rather surprised by the children's responses. These abducted children exhibited a profound aversion to unfamiliar people and objects. Regardless of their parents' inquiries, they merely buried their heads into their parents' embraces, steadfastly refusing to respond. Such extraordinary reactions deeply pained the parents, who attributed it to excessive fright, believing time would heal. As a new day dawned in Bayek, Glenn completed his breakfast and took the time to articulate the work requirements to Lavelle in detail. Young Master Curly seemed particularly attentive this time, evidently having learned a valuable lesson from his previous hunger. After reflecting upon the unruly behavior of children past, Glenn set off in his deer cart towards Dude. Mrs. Ryan's home required a door replacement, and he aimed to finish early to scout for suitable locations for his business. With the reassurance of his previous success and the wisdom of his experience, he felt a measure of confidence about the venture. As Glenn's cart meandered through Dude, he soon discerned his bearings and directed his course towards Mrs. Ryan's residence. He could not help but notice that some of the townsfolk wore expressions of concern. However, he dismissed the thought as mere sensitivity on his part, a passive awareness of the town's atmosphere. Upon nearing the familiar house, he caught sight of Mrs. Ryan returning, laden with items. "Mrs. Ryan," Glenn greeted warmly, descending from his cart with a few brisk steps towards her. "Ah, it is you, Glenn. You have arrived quite early." "I must trouble you again," she replied, appreciating his enthusiastic and composed demeanor. She admired Glenn for his maturity at such a young age, devoid of arrogance, and for the life-saving favor he had rendered to her husband. If she had a daughter, she would undoubtedly seek to make Glenn her son-in-law. "One must remain diligent in earning," Glenn shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, you are correct," Mrs. Ryan chuckled, retrieving 2 yellow fruits from her basket and offering them to Glenn. "Here, take these. They are egg yolk fruits, quite delectable. Do give them a try." Glenn graciously accepted the fruits, familiar with their unique flavor from his previous encounters. "I shall first assist you with the door replacement, as I have other matters to attend to shortly." "Very well, but shouldn't you measure the dimensions first?" she inquired. "No need," Glenn replied confidently. "I assessed the sizes yesterday, and all your doors are uniform." As they exchanged pleasantries, Glenn efficiently retrieved the wooden door, hammer, nails, and hinges from his cart, skillfully initiating the installation process. At last, he produced a lock and said, "Madam, I have prepared a door lock for you as a gesture of goodwill, and I shall not charge you extra for it." "That cannot be," Mrs. Ryan protested, not wishing to see Glenn suffer a loss. Just as she was about to decline, she heard Glenn say, "If you refuse, it may come across as rather distant, madam." Mrs. Ryan pondered this, and, finding some validity in his words, chose to remain silent, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment, having received so much kindness. However, this so-called kindness was almost entirely voluntary on Glenn's part, as he acted solely according to his inclinations. Without much effort, a new door was flawlessly installed by Glenn. Just as he was about to take his leave, Sheriff Doherty returned from outside, appearing somewhat anxious. Upon seeing Glenn still present, the sheriff seemed to exhale in relief. "What is it, dear?" Mrs. Ryan inquired, regarding her husband with curiosity. "It's nothing. I just have a few questions for Glenn," Doherty replied, removing his hat and adjusting his thinning hair. Glenn, sensing the direction of the sheriff's inquiry, did not refuse and asked, "Shall we discuss it here?" After glancing at his wife, Doherty hesitated and spoke gently. "It pertains to a work matter. Let us walk over there and talk." He gestured towards the distant square. Glenn nodded in agreement. Although Mrs. Ryan was somewhat displeased by her husband's secretive demeanor, she refrained from voicing her concerns, merely mentioning that she would return for dinner before attending to her own tasks. "It was I who did that," Glenn declared as they strolled through the sparsely populated square. Doherty had scarcely begun to speak when Glenn made a direct admission. This left the sheriff momentarily taken aback. "I did not anticipate you possessed such capabilities. I was worried that residing in a place like Beck might pose a danger. It seems I was mistaken." Observing the self-deprecating expression on the sheriff's face, Glenn reflected and replied, "I assure you, I shall not misuse this power. You may rest easy on that account." "I understand," Doherty responded. "Years of my career have afforded me an astute eye for character, and you, from the very first glance, struck me as a person of justice." The sheriff acknowledged Glenn's integrity. Suddenly shifting the topic, he remarked, "We reported the incident truthfully, and the response from above was rather peculiar. One might say they're unusually concerned, perhaps in relation to that gigantic insect." Glenn was taken aback that the sheriff would confide such matters to him and cautioned, "Sheriff, can you really discuss such internal affairs with me?" Doherty waved his hand with a smile. "You can answer my questions without reservation. Why should I not make an exception?" "Very well," Glenn conceded, and then continued the conversation. "How will your superiors handle this?" Doherty wore a perplexed expression as he replied, "They will send someone down to investigate, and also take that insect carcass away. They will certainly seek you out, which may cause you some trouble. We must abide by evidence in our work. If they cannot find any, what can they do to me?" Glenn retorted, "It is not so simple. Despite the appearance of our town's police department, the higher-ups are often quite unreasonable." Glenn lowered his head in contemplation. Although the situation was somewhat troublesome, he had his own strategies, merely pondering how to minimize the repercussions. "However, I will shield you from this, the only issue being that too many individuals within the police station are privy to the details. Ultimately, it will lead back to you. I believe it would be prudent for you to temporarily withdraw from the spotlight." At this juncture, Douglas offered his own perspective. Upon hearing this, Glenn lifted his head and smiled, saying, "No worries, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. I have my own methods." Chapter 54. The Elf? Observing Glenn's air of confidence, Douglas chose to trust him, patting him on the shoulder and stating, "Very well, but should you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will stand by your side without reservation." Glenn nodded in acknowledgement. "I must take my leave now. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the police station." With that, Douglas hurriedly departed, leaving Glenn alone to ponder the recent revelations. After a moment's reflection, he too began to walk away. "Mr. Glenn." At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called out to him. Turning his head, he saw a young man clad in ordinary worker's attire. Old Cat. This was one of Glenn's more familiar customers, named Diesel Rodman, more commonly known by his nickname, Old Cat. He was far better recognized by that moniker, and Glenn followed suit in addressing him. "Old Cat, are you not working today?" Glenn teased. "We workers live day by day. You know that as well as I do." Old Cat approached Glenn, slightly out of breath. "It has been ages since you last sold meat. I long for the pigs you raised. Their meat was not only delectable, but also affordable. Now that them has jacked up the prices again, I find myself unable to afford even a morsel." Understanding the source of Old Cat's distress, Glenn nodded knowingly and replied, "It is not that I do not wish to sell. My black pigs cannot endure such frequent slaughter. I estimate it will take a few years to raise them properly." Old Cat's expression promptly fell. "Mr. Glenn, can you not slaughter just one more? I am truly craving it." Witnessing the customer's eager gaze, Glenn felt a pang of internal conflict. This represented a lucrative opportunity slipping through his fingers. How could he not feel vexed? "Very well, I shall resume selling meat tomorrow, though it may not necessarily be black pig meat." Ultimately, Glenn decided to acquiesce, intending to hunt other animals for sale. Though it would involve some hassle, it was for the sake of profit. Old Cat's reaction was akin to that of a child receiving a treasured gift, his exaggerated expression of delight unabashed. He nearly attempted to plant a filthy kiss on Glenn, but fortunately, Glenn pushed him away, lest he be thoroughly disgusted. Hey, what are you planning to do now? Do you need my assistance? Once calmed, Old Cat seemed to recall something and inquired. I am on the lookout for a suitable storefront to purchase, Glenn revealed candidly. Then encountering me must be your good fortune. The old cat clapped his hands, exclaiming that he often searched for work in the town and was well acquainted with the rental and sale of storefronts in prime locations. Allow me to guide you, my friend. Glenn had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events, which would save him considerable time. Then I shall trouble you. I owe you a drink afterward. That would be splendid. Subsequently, the old cat led Glenn through every potential rental or sale property in Dude Town. The prices varied widely, and they engaged in lengthy negotiations with each owner. In this regard, both Glenn and the old cat possessed exceptional eloquence. Their spirited debates often resulted in prices that satisfied their interests while leaving the sellers in tears. However, after surveying all the storefronts, Glenn still hesitated to make a decision. Are you satisfied, Glenn? As they strolled down the street, each munching on a piece of rye bread, the old cat inquired curiously. Glenn shook his head. I am merely contemplating. The old cat naturally assumed Glenn was deliberating on which store to choose and did not press further. In reality, Glenn was contemplating whether to make a purchase at all. There were numerous storefronts for sale in the town, yet the abundance was daunting. There were 3 taverns alone, suggesting that business would not flourish in such a saturated market. While he had confidence in his abilities, he surmised that he could only manage to scrape by. Glenn desired substantial profits, and this situation would not suffice. Let us visit Mitchell's shop, Glenn declared, as if arriving at a decision. I told you his shop is the best, the old cat concurred wholeheartedly. The reason Glenn still opted to purchase a storefront was his intention to use it as a butcher shop or woodworking shop, thereby eliminating the need to set up a stall outside every time. As for his tavern aspirations, he had not abandoned them. Rather, he intended to seek a different location, perhaps the main city. After all, did his home not possess a door leading to the main city of Caradelia in the basement? Before long, Glenn acquired a 2-story tavern for the sum of 2 gold coins and 30 silver pieces. Glenn, do you intend to open a tavern here? The old cat inquired curiously as he received the property deed. You are mistaken. I plan to use it as a butcher shop, Glenn replied. As they conversed, a caravan composed of mercenaries came into view not far ahead, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Glenn observed with curiosity. With his keen eyesight, every detail became strikingly clear. Most of the mercenaries bore damaged armor and appeared lethargic, with portions of their exposed skin wrapped in bandages. Even so, their ranks emanated sufficient combat prowess and authority. Glenn could sense the palpable aura of menace radiating from them. Among the soldiers clad in armor, 3 figures adorned with pointed soft hats and flowing robes indicated the extraordinary nature of this contingent. It is indeed an extraordinary team that transports a cage, within which resides a young girl. The girl, slender in form and adorned in attire inspired by the forest, buries her head deeply into her knees, with only the tips of her pointed ears visible. An elf, perhaps. Glenn furrows his brow. There is no doubt she belongs to the elven race, often depicted in tales of this fantastical realm. This scenario bears resemblance to numerous stories featuring the escorting of elven slaves. As the procession draws near, Glenn and the old cat instinctively step aside to press against the wall. A pungent scent of blood wafts into their nostrils. The mercenaries, seemingly indifferent, stride forward with resolute steps. Among them, one mercenary walks along the periphery, passing closest to the 2. Initially, Glenn assumed he would remain unnoticed, yet in the next moment, a long whip sliced through the air with a sharp crack, striking Glenn. The blow was neither painful nor bothersome to him. He calmly regarded the mercenary who had struck him. Glenn could have easily evaded the lash, but he refrained, knowing it would provide him with justification when he retaliated. The mercenary, surprised by Glenn's lack of reaction, felt a surge of disappointment and irritation. You have quite the bravado, don't you? Let me see just how tough you really are. He taunted, preparing to unleash a second strike. Glenn, however, was ready to retaliate fiercely, envisioning a scenario where he would leave the mercenary half dead and stripped of his clothing, forced to run naked around the town. But a voice halted the mercenary's advance. Fong, don't create trouble. Simultaneously, the quick-witted old cat seized Glenn, recognizing the intent to fight brewing within him. He was astute enough to understand that Glenn was merely a civilian, Any confrontation would only lead to Glenn's misfortune. Although there was a police station in the town, these mercenaries dared not commit murder. Yet they could certainly leave Glenn severely injured, with the officers only able to negotiate a meager compensation. It was simply not worth the risk. Chapter 55. A job emerges realizing the old cat was desperately holding him back for his own benefit. Glenn understood the wisdom in his restraint and chose not to push him away, albeit reluctantly. However, he would not abandon his intentions. Once he found a moment to dismiss the old cat, he would still confront the mercenary. Consider yourself fortunate this time, lad. I hope I do not cross your path again. The mercenary, known as Fong, declared arrogantly before rejoining his companions. Glenn's thoughts shifted momentarily as he contemplated the matter further, recalling the three mages he had sensed earlier, whose essence bore a disturbing resemblance to that of dark sorcerers. They were undoubtedly trouble. Oh dear, Mr. Glenn, you nearly frightened me to death. Those are mercenaries, very powerful and terrifying. You actually considered confronting them? How reckless! The old cat exclaimed, his face pale with concern. As common folk, we ought to refrain from acting on impulse. It can easily lead to devastating consequences. A few of my former colleagues met their tragic ends due to conflicts with those in power. Yes, I understand. Glenn harbored a desire to convey his disdain for the individuals before him, yet he surmised that his companion would not take him seriously. Thus he feigned agreement. The old cat nodded, fully aware of Glenn's insincerity, and refrained from further comments. The two continued to observe the procession. Aside from Glenn, several unfortunate townsfolk nearby were shrieking in agony as they were struck by the vicious whips, yet none dared to voice their grievances. Glenn turned to the old cat and inquired, "What manner of men are these mercenaries?" The old cat, visibly astonished, tilted his head in return and asked, "You do not know?" Glenn, in exasperation, raised his hands in surrender. "Well, I recall you mentioning that you arrived here not long ago." The old cat tapped his head thoughtfully before elucidating. "This is the convoy of the Count of Punk. They frequently assist in hunting magical beasts along the kingdom's borders, though that is not their primary aim. Several of the Count's sons have a penchant for acquiring exotic slaves, and these parties serve to capture and transport them, invariably passing through our town." At this juncture, the old cat cast a lingering glance at the elven maiden confined in a cage, continuing, "I have heard that the Count's sons have offered a handsome bounty for a living elven slave, as they are widely regarded as the most beautiful race on the continent, making them a coveted prize. It seems that one of the Count's sons could no longer restrain himself and, disregarding the risks, ventured deep into the heart of a forest elven tribe to secure one. Behold, he succeeded. Indeed, the baser instincts of humanity were laid bare against such a backdrop." Glenn inhaled deeply, pondering aloud. Such brazen captures of elves are sure to incite the wrath of the kingdom of Cyshur, are they not? The kingdom of Cyshur, ruled by high elves, encompasses not only high elves, but also dark elves, frost elves, and forest elves. It undeniably projects the aura of dominance typical of a grand nation within this world. Certainly, the old cat concurred with a nod. Perhaps the instigator deemed the clandestine transportation too protracted and thus chose to be overt, disregarding the repercussions. They may believe that the kingdom of Cyshur would not trouble themselves over a mere forest elf. Make no mistake, those arrogant noble scions are capable of such folly. While Glenn understood, he was nonetheless astonished that an ordinary worker like the old cat possessed such insights. The noble circles that the original owner had mingled with held a disdainful view of those beneath them, deeming them filthy, ignorant, and unambitious. This led the original owner to adopt a similar perspective, forgetting that he too was a member of this lower echelon. However, Glenn would not be swayed by such notions. He recognized them as mere fabrications born from the supposed superiority complex of the upper class. His astonishment stemmed from the rarity of the old cat's knowledge in an age where information flowed far less freely. What fate awaits this elf? Glenn had his suspicions, but was eager to hear the thoughts of his seasoned companion. The old cat wore a look of reluctance, as if he wished to avoid the topic. "You would rather not know?" he said. "No, I desire to know," Glenn replied resolutely. The old cat was taken aback, then smiled wryly. "You truly understand how to keep the conversation going." His expression turned serious as he continued, "Slaves are a group devoid of human rights. They may find better circumstances if they encounter kind masters, but the members of the Punk family are clearly not among them. Their notorious reputation precedes them. I have traversed many places in the Battersea domain and have heard tales about them, to varying extents. The best fate that could befall this unfortunate elven lady would likely be to become a pet of sorts. As long as her owner does not grow weary of her, she might live a while longer. However, under typical circumstances, she either ends up broken and eventually becomes food for the Punk family's dogs, or worse, is used to brew liquor. Glenn, listening to these words, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. As a soldier of honor, such inhumane acts ignited his fury. Used to brew liquor? What does that even mean? He pressed, suppressing his discomfort. It is well known that elves belong to an exceptionally long-lived race, and there exists a rumor, originating from a time and place unknown, that elf-infused liquor can extend one's life. The old cat shrugged, leaving Glenn to ponder the implications. Let's depart. It would be prudent to avoid contact with these individuals, proposed the old cat. Glenn nodded in agreement, saying, "The time is ripe. I must return to check on the pigs I am raising. I shall take my leave." With that, he hastened away without waiting for the old cat's reply. Nightfall arrived. The mercenaries had commandeered the entire tavern, indulging in their first relaxation in days. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, sweat, and a faint trace of blood. "You acted recklessly this time, Fong. You've put several of our brothers in jeopardy," a mercenary with a broad forehead and long nose mocked, pointing at Fong, who was drinking nearby, without an ounce of reproach. Rather, it felt more like jest. "Do not slander me," Fong retorted, slamming down his cup and shouting indignantly. It was those fools who were incompetent. They charged in recklessly and were shot down by those elves. As the two argued, several drunken patrons joined in, making the already noisy tavern even more raucous. Only a few remained uninvolved, all of whom were the leaders of the group. Among them stood the man who had called out to Fong earlier, the de facto leader. His skin was dark and rough, clad in rugged leather armor that exuded a savage aesthetic, and his face and arms were marred with numerous scars. "Boss, do you truly believe we won't encounter any trouble by being so indiscreet?" A wizard standing nearby voiced his concerns in a hushed tone. The scarred man took a measured sip of his drink, then turned his gaze towards the cage outside the tavern. This establishment had a designated yard for these mercenaries to store their goods, arranged for easy vigilance and patrolling. The elven girl in the cage seemed to sense the scrutiny and turned her face, which was buried in her knees, revealing a pair of eyes filled with hatred and resentment. "The troubles that arise are for the master to worry about. We need only focus on our tasks, Alton," the scarred man replied with a faint smile. Chapter 56. Night Raid, what a breathtaking creation. It has stirred an insatiable yearning within my heart, exclaimed a gaunt magician with a lecherous grin. The scarred man cast a wary glance at him, contemplating the necessity of capturing this prize himself. It was imperative to deliver it back without incident, for should anything go awry, the ire of the employer would surely fall upon you, Eric. The gaunt magician's expression faltered, and he withdrew his smile, retorting, "I merely entertained the thought. Never did I intend to act upon it." "It is best to keep it that way," the scarred man replied, casually sauntering towards the cage, while the elven maiden's eyes remained fixed on him with unyielding hatred. Though he refrained from soiling her, the scarred man ominously continued, only to suddenly brandish a whip that struck fiercely against the young girl's form. The whip cracked audibly, leaving a fresh red mark upon the elf's arm. Yet, she merely quivered, gritting her teeth in silence. "Once again, dear elf, capturing you has cost me dearly in manpower. So I implore you to scream. Release the fury that festers within me, and I shall treat you better on our journey." The scarred man grinned malevolently, lashing the whip repeatedly, instilling fear in the hearts of the nearby magician and several rookie guards. Their leader was known for such temperament, whenever losses exceeded expectations. He sought a scapegoat, be it his subordinates or unfortunate passers-by, and this time it was the elven captive. The whip in his hand was a specially crafted magical instrument. While it inflicted minimal physical harm, the pain it caused was magnified. He had invested a considerable sum in this whip, reflecting his fervor for the torment of others. After a brief interval of inflicting pain, the scarred man exerted immense restraint to cease his actions. It was not out of pity, but rather a fear of shattering the elven spirit. Though the whip spared the body, the doubled agony was unbearable for many. He had once driven a subordinate to madness through excessive use of this whip, and since then, he had learned his lesson, unless absolutely necessary. He would refrain from brutalizing his victims. Moreover, this elven girl was destined for his employer, should she descend into madness, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences. He assumed this petite elven maiden would be exceedingly fragile. Thus he believed he had exercised the utmost restraint. Yet her silence only served to aggravate him further. The red marks on her body gradually faded, but the lingering heat of pain continued to burn. The elf curled up, trembling in agony. Such a stubborn race, lacking the wisdom to adapt to circumstances, only to meet a more tragic fate. The Scar Man scoffed. However, unexpectedly, the elven maiden spoke, her voice trembling and hoarse yet resolute. You wretched beings, for all the transgressions you have committed against our kind, our mother witnesses all, and the day of reckoning will inevitably arrive. In the language of the forest sprites, mother specifically refers to the nurturing forest that sustains them. The Scar Man understood well what she meant by mother, and he chuckled derisively. What mother? Merely your deluded notion. Are you here to settle the score with me? If she dares to come, I'll deal with her on the spot. Laughter echoed around him, yet the girl in the cage felt an overwhelming sense of anger and despair. Such a sacred insult to their forest sprites, yet she was powerless to punish the blasphemer. The Scarred Man and the wizard departed, sharing laughter. A single tear slipped down the girl's face, concealed within her arms. The raucous mercenaries celebrated until the early hours, their revelry continuing until 1 in the morning. The moon hung bright, stars sparse, with only the nightingale's song resonating through the town. A lithe shadow darted between the rooftops. That was Glenn. Choosing to act at night was a strategic consideration. Toppling a powerful mercenary in broad daylight would surely garner unwanted fame. He had no desire for notoriety, as it would make him a target, especially for those formidable adversaries he could not contend with. Although he considered his own strength to be among the upper echelon in this world, it did not render him invincible. Glenn was acutely aware of this. From a distance, he spotted the tavern where the mercenaries had paused. The drinkers were the seasoned members of the team, while the newcomers stood guard outside. This reflected their vigilance. Even in a town patrolled by peacekeepers, they remained on high alert. Perched atop a tall structure, Glenn did not act immediately. He dismissed the watchful newcomers as insignificant. What concerned him were the 3 wizards, who undoubtedly had set up alarm spells. With his limited knowledge of magic, Glenn could not discern them. However, this did not daunt him. He meticulously observed every change within the tavern, deducing the potential resting quarters of the wizards based on the movements of the active mercenaries. With a plan forming in his mind, he bent his legs, the muscles in his thighs swelling, stretching his loose trousers to the brink of tearing. In the next moment, with a mighty crash that echoed through the night, Glenn launched himself skyward like a cannonball. The gods above. Who is it? Beneath the collapsed roof, a man's voice erupted in curses. Yet when a bag fell, its contents revealed to be silver coins, the onlookers quickly fell silent. Under the cover of darkness, no one noticed a shadow descending swiftly toward the tavern. Head first, Glenn extended his arms, transformed into wolf-like limbs, to cushion his landing just before impact. A gust of wind swept through, scattering debris as he completed his descent. Almost simultaneously, the 3 wizards, resting in their respective rooms within the tavern, opened their eyes. They sensed a subtle disturbance in the magic they had set, uncertain whether it was an accidental trigger, thus refraining from raising an immediate alarm. The first wizard to rise opened the door, intent on investigating. A hand shot out, seizing his neck. With a swift twist, he met his demise. A second-tier mage is, after all, merely a shade stronger than an ordinary person, their life as fragile as any commoner's. The other 2 mages remained oblivious to their companion's death, rising from their beds to open the door. One of them was the gaunt mage who had conversed with the Scarred Man earlier, and they both opened the door nearly simultaneously. They merely sensed a fleeting gust of wind before losing consciousness to the crisp sound of shattered vertebrae. For Glenn, dispatching these 3 seemingly formidable second-tier mages was astonishingly effortless. He opted to snap their necks, wary that bloodshed might alert the mercenaries sensitive to the scent of gore. He believed there were such individuals in this group. After all, they lived a life teetering on the edge of danger daily. In truth, with his strength, he could have easily neutralized everyone present in a matter of moments. Yet, such an act would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for Sheriff Dudley. After all, they were acquaintances, and a semblance of respect was warranted. Chapter 57. You are free after securing the lifeless bodies of the 3 mages in their respective chambers. Glenn made his way toward the courtyard where the cage was kept. Inside the frigid iron enclosure, the elven maiden, Gotaya, dreamt of her family and friends. They frolicked together in the lush forest, practicing skills and listening to the wisdom of their elders. Everything was so idyllic, yet all of it shattered with the intrusion of a group of humans. They wreaked havoc, slaughtering and destroying the forest, snatching her away from her loved ones. The memories of her capture flooded back, awakening her from the dream. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a figure standing outside the cage. Gotaya squinted, attempting to discern the silhouette, but the darkness of night obscured her vision. Just as her curiosity piqued, the figure suddenly grasped the iron bars of the cage and with a powerful pull, distorted the thick railing with ease. Gotaya was taken aback. It was important to note that this was no ordinary cage. It had been magically reinforced, and even a so-called third-tier knight among humans would struggle to bend it with sheer strength. It wasn't until she was hoisted up that Gotaya began to grasp the situation unfolding before her. Clearly, someone sought to claim her as a prize. She thought disdainfully. Humans are indeed a greedy race. Surrounded by the fallen guards, Glenn initially carried the elven maiden out of the tavern's confines, placing her in a secluded corner. Though her hands and feet were shackled, Glenn refrained from releasing her, wary of the trouble she might cause if she fled. Gotaya glared at him with the same hatred she had directed at the scarred man, yet Glenn paid her no mind. He turned away and headed back toward the tavern. Confused, Gotaya pondered whether to escape when Glenn soon returned, this time carrying another individual. She recalled that the person was known as Fong. "Who are you?" she demanded. "The one who is rescuing you. Can you not discern that?" Glenn replied nonchalantly. Gotaya evidently harbored disbelief, merely responding with a cold, silent scoff. Glenn, disinterested in further discourse, swiftly seized the girl and tucked her under his arm, ignoring her struggles as he hastened away. Upon exiting the village, he unceremoniously tossed both individuals onto the deer cart he had previously prepared. The majestic deer, recently roused from slumber, appeared somewhat aggrieved by the abrupt disturbance. Glenn rubbed his eyes, dismissing the sensation as a mere figment of his imagination. Perhaps he had been too forceful when he had cast Fong aside. For the latter awakened with a pained cry, cursing aloud. "You wretched cur, who struck my head. I am in agony." He blinked, attempting to comprehend his surroundings, but was met with a sudden, resounding slap. Crack! Fong felt as though his very skin was about to tear as his gums throbbed painfully. Gotaya, startled by the abrupt noise, momentarily ceased her fidgeting. "Hey, do you remember me?" Glenn inquired, gripping Fong's hair to draw him closer for a clearer view of his face. In his moment of anguish, Fong gasped, his expression contorting in fury as he glared at Glenn. For a fleeting moment, he appeared momentarily bewildered, but within seconds, his eyes widened in recognition. "It's you, filthy scum." Crack! Another resounding slap interrupted Fong's tirade. Yet, he remained defiant, despite the overwhelming pain coursing through his face. "I will kill you." Crack! "Do you wish for death?" Cough, cough. It wasn't long before Fong's visage was utterly disfigured, rendering him incapable of articulating a coherent sentence. His head drooped to one side, saliva mingled with blood trickling down his chin. The elven maiden nearby swallowed hard. Despite having endured greater suffering herself, witnessing another's torment was nonetheless unsettling. "Your bones may be tough, but they are of no consequence. I shall make you weep without tears," Glenn declared as he rose to his full height. He retrieved a length of rope from the cart, binding Fong's legs, and unceremoniously kicked him off the vehicle. Perhaps sensing Glenn's intentions, Fong grimaced through the pain and shouted, "You cannot do this. The Hunters Guild will find you and retaliate with tenfold cruelty." Deep down, he was reluctant to admit it, but he was indeed fearful, harboring a quiet regret for provoking such a calamity. He had once relished in tormenting others with ruthless methods, scoffing at those who wept in terror and lost control of their bodily functions. Now, faced with his own predicament, he realized that he possessed no greater courage than those he had once derided. "We are all adults here. You must take responsibility for your actions." "This is of your own making," Glenn stated, turning away to secure the other end of the rope and prepare to drive the deer cart at a brisk pace. Gotaya observed coolly, harboring no sympathy for the fate of the mercenary. He was merely a greedy, despicable human. As for Glenn, her feelings were hardly warmer, even though he had exacted retribution upon one of her foes. Ultimately, he was simply another individual seeking to possess her, indistinguishable from those mercenaries. Glenn showed no inclination to acknowledge the elven girl beside him, indifferent to her scrutinizing gaze. He gave the great stag a firm pat on its face, rousing it from its stupor to prevent it from becoming sluggish when they took off. With the crack of a whip, the stag let out a neigh and surged forward, outracing most carriages. Meanwhile, the tusked beast quickly experienced the painful sensation of its skin being abraded and let out a heart-wrenching howl. As they returned to Bayek, dawn was approaching. At this hour, one would expect to see the sun on the horizon, yet Bayek remained shrouded in darkness. The kerosene lantern hanging from the deer cart swayed creakily with the bumps along the path. Glenn halted the cart midway. The tusked creature's carcass had been dealt with before entering the Bayek forest, leaving only the drowsy elven girl, who nodded off but dared not succumb to sleep. Glenn approached her side, startling her awake. Gotaya fixed him with a wary gaze, reminiscent of a cornered young beast. Under such scrutiny, Glenn spoke softly. I shall now release your bindings. Remember, I am saving you, so do not attack me, lest I teach you a lesson. With that, he waved his fist, a gesture of courtesy before potential conflict. Gotaya furrowed her brow momentarily, then relaxed, inwardly mocking. Surely another one of humanity's tiresome tricks to gain my trust. Noting her silence, Glenn lost interest in further conversation and swiftly broke the iron shackles binding her hands and feet. There, you are free now, he declared, tossing the shackles aside. Gotaya remained silent, rising to stretch her limbs. Her snug, forest warrior armor was tattered and soiled, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. As Glenn observed her, the girl suddenly struck. She pivoted with astonishing speed, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Glenn's head, a velocity that seemed incongruous for one so slender. Chapter 58. Realizing the error, Glenn had anticipated the impending attack. He was well aware of the elven girl's hostility towards him. However, that did not deter him from pursuing what he believed was right. Such a young age, yet so thoughtless, daring to act without comprehending the disparity in strength between them. No wonder she had been captured, he mused for a fleeting moment. Just as he prepared to raise his hand to defend himself and impart a lesson, the long leg abruptly halted mid-strike. A gust of wind, imbued with the forest's unique fragrance, brushed against Glenn's face. Why did it stop? Glenn wondered, perplexed as the situation deviated from his expectations for the first time. He focused intently on the elven girl, who appeared lost in thought. This only deepened Glenn's confusion, and just as he was about to probe further, she snapped back to reality, gradually retracting her foot. The forest tells me you are innocent. Gotaya uttered a statement that left Glenn bewildered. The forest tells you? Having lived here for so long, why have I never heard it speak? Young lady, that is not amusing. Glenn believed that the girl was merely rambling. I have felled numerous trees. It is a wonder the forest does not harbor resentment towards me. Gotaya appeared affronted and, with indignation, retorted. I am 345 years old. Do not refer to me as a young lady. Glenn was momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, asking, So, what are your plans moving forward, myself? Gotaya did not respond. Instead, she turned her gaze towards the enveloping darkness of the forest, reflecting on the sensations she had just experienced. At the moment prior to her action against Glenn, she had felt the will of the forest. The sensation was extraordinarily wondrous. She had only heard tales from her elders about communicating with the natural world. Unexpectedly, while she had never succeeded in reaching out to the forest through her mother, she had now experienced it for the first time here. She yearned to reconnect with the will of the forest, so she closed her eyes. However, silence surrounded her, devoid of any fluctuations of intention. Frowning, Gotaya attempted several times, but to no avail, she eventually gave up. Glenn had been observing quietly and, noticing her open her eyes, jested. So, did you hear the forest's call? Gotaya ignored him and leapt from the vehicle, heading back the way she had come. This is the realm of humanity. An elf as conspicuous as you will soon be captured, Glenn remarked, not hindering her, but expressing his concerns about the outcome of her departure. Gotaya continued, undeterred. Glenn persisted. You will be seized by those greedy individuals and presented to the nobility. Do you know how they will treat you? Given your age, you must have heard tales of this. They would place a collar around your neck and parade you at gatherings, showcasing you to outsiders. If you encounter a person of conscience, perhaps they might lend you some clothing. Otherwise, well, as he spoke, Gataya's stride noticeably faltered, and she proceeded at a slower pace. Glenn had fabricated much of what he said, uncertain of the veracity of such scenarios. Yet he believed reality must be far more brutal, as evidenced by the tales from the old cat. Seeing Gautaya intent on leaving in this manner, Glenn continued. Some nobles do not capture elves for mere amusement. I have heard they use you to infuse their wines. Imagine one day being submerged in a vat of wine. How tragic that would be, especially when your kin discover you in such a state. The despair on their faces would be profound. All of this stems from your current actions. The last word echoed, and Gautaya came to a complete halt, pondering for a long while. After what felt like an eternity to Glenn, Gautaya slowly turned around, her voice trembling as she asked, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Glenn smiled. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I do not wish for my efforts to be in vain. Thus, I offer you a piece of advice to prevent you from falling into the hands of others." This statement irked Gautaya, as it implied her vulnerability. However, Glenn remained indifferent and merely offered a suggestion. The Pank family is brazenly capturing elves. Such news will undoubtedly reach the kingdom of Saishi. Even if it does not, your kin will surely seek assistance from Saishi. I believe a delegation will soon arrive in the kingdom of Zen, and what you must do is hide until then. Gautaya contemplated this seriously. She had to admit that the human's analysis was quite reasonable. How should I hide, then? This is your human realm, and it would be easy to be discovered, wouldn't it? Glenn was not surprised by her question and provided an answer he had already prepared. Do you think I brought you here for no reason? Gautaya paused, and Glenn continued. This place has become quite peculiar for reasons unknown, inhabited by many strange creatures and bizarre residents. From what I've gathered, nearly everyone who knows of this area avoids it. I believe that if you hide here, you should be able to evade their pursuit. After listening, Gautaya instinctively glanced around, and indeed, as Glenn had said, it was markedly different. As a forest elf, she possessed a keener sense of the woods than other races. From the moment she entered this forest, she had not felt much resemblance to her mother's realm. Just moments ago, she sensed a peculiar will descending upon her, revealing that this forest was alive. For forest elves, this was encouraging news, as their ancestors had always said that the will of the forest would not harm them. I will temporarily place my trust in you, Gautaya nodded. Then, where should I reside? How would I know? Glenn shrugged. You don't know? And yet you want me to hide here? Gautaya widened her eyes in disbelief. I ask you, Miss Elf, Glenn's gaze grew cold. Am I your father? I saved you and offered you advice, yet you show me no gratitude and act so rudely. Is this the manner of all elves? I somewhat regret saving you. Perhaps I should have let you be taken as a toy for someone else. Glenn had rescued the elf out of pity, but her current attitude was beginning to annoy him. Upon hearing his reprimand, Gautaya instinctively wanted to retort, but opening her mouth, she realized she was indeed in the wrong. She was not unaware of the importance of gratitude, yet her experiences over the past few days had left her with little fondness for any human. Noticing the elf girl's prolonged silence, Glenn chuckled lightly, turning to drive the cart, deliberately speaking aloud. Had I known all elves were like this, I would refrain from helping any others I see being bullied. It seemed his words triggered Gautaya. As the deer cart was about to move, she hurriedly called out, I understand my mistake. Glenn paused, turning his head to inquire, What did you say? Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Gautaya scrunched her nose, feeling frustrated, yet knowing she could not tarnish the reputation of forest elves. Reluctantly, she raised her voice, I am truly sorry. To you, esteemed human man. I should not have treated you so poorly. Chapter 59. How to explain. A human man? Ugh. Glenn felt an inner discomfort at the awkward address, yet wore a triumphant smile on his face. I had thought that elves were incapable of apologies. It seems you possess a modicum of politeness after all. Upon seeing the smile on Glenn's face, Gautaya felt a surge of anger, but refrained from expressing it. Instead, she patiently inquired, Could you inform me how one might reside here, human man? Disinterested in correcting her form of address, Glenn deliberately paused for a moment before softly replying. I indeed have a place for you to stay, but I cannot simply offer it for free. What do you wish for me to do in return? Detecting the underlying meaning in his words, Gautaya asked directly, What sort of work are you suggesting? I shall consider it. Noting her perceptiveness, Glenn smiled and said, Recently, I find myself in need of assistance, and if you are willing, you shall soon understand my intentions are not malicious. Taking a deep breath, Gautaya responded, Please elaborate on the nature of the work. I shall contemplate it further. Glenn shifted his position, adopting a casual tone. Rest assured, it shall not be arduous. All you need to do is tend to some pigs. With Lavelle soon to have other obligations, Glenn was troubled by the lack of someone to take over his duties. Fortuitously, the elven lady had arrived. Tending to pigs? Gotaya questioned in confusion. Indeed, tending to pigs. Do not mistake me for a schemer. There is nothing about you that I covet, Glenn clarified. Gotaya remained somewhat skeptical, but ultimately agreed, as this appeared to be the most viable option. By the time they arrived at Glenn's abode, daylight had fully emerged. Glenn, having stayed awake all night, showed little sign of fatigue, while Gotaya struggled to maintain her composure. Having already endured considerable mental torment within her cage and lacking sufficient sleep, she was in urgent need of rest. Fortunately, she bore no injuries, which provided her the confidence to confront Glenn directly. Upon entering, Glenn first roused the still sleeping Tia, requesting her to vacate her bed for Gotaya to rest. Tia, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, climbed out of bed with disheveled hair cascading around her shoulders, her loose garments revealing her delicate skin, which caught Glenn's gaze longer than he intended. "Mr. Glenn, what brings you up so early?" she inquired. "We have a new member. She hasn't slept all night and needs your bed for a brief respite." "Oh," Tia said, slightly coming to her senses, but upon noticing the reluctance on the young girl's face, Glenn sighed. "I'll give you a silver coin." Instantly, the reluctance vanished from Tia's face as she feigned modesty, saying, "Very well, if it is Mr. Glenn's request, I suppose I have no choice." "That's the spirit," Glenn replied, nodding with satisfaction. He mused that few could resist the allure of money, himself included. Just then, Tia seemed to realize something, her face flushing crimson as she exclaimed, "Goodness, Mr. Glenn, how could you enter my room without permission?" With that, she hastily pulled the covers up to shield herself from the neck down. Glenn, taken aback by her outburst, felt a pang of guilt. He had entered without much thought and only later sensed the impropriety of his actions. "I was concerned I might not wake you, which is why I came in. Normally, I pride myself on being quite the gentleman," he replied as he swiftly exited the room. Gotaya stood outside, casting a dubious glance at the flustered Glenn as he hurriedly stepped out. Regaining his composure, Glenn suggested, "Please, go inside. You may rest here for now, and I shall reassign your room later." The elven maiden surveyed the cramped space, her expression rife with disdain, remarking, "Your dwelling is exceedingly small. You expect me to reside here?" Unperturbed, Glenn replied, "As long as it provides shelter from the elements, what more is necessary?" "What do you mean by that?" Gotaya inquired. Perplexed, "It simply means that you should refrain from being overly critical." In another part of the town, a scarred man, just awakening, was stretching within his quarters. After a final twist of his neck, he flung open the door and bellowed, "Rise and shine, everyone." With that, he strode down the corridor, barbarically rapping on each door he passed. Upon reaching the chamber of a sorcerer, he pounded on the door, exclaiming, "Eric, what time is it? We should be on our way. Were you dreaming of women last night? You're still asleep." After a prolonged silence, he frowned, sensing something amiss. The other mercenaries had begun to emerge, yet none of the three sorcerers had made an appearance. Growing increasingly uneasy, the scarred man applied more force, striking the door with a thunderous bang that sent dust cascading from the walls. "Eric, do you dare defy my words? Come out at once. Otherwise I shall enter, and you will not escape my wrath." His thunderous calls went unanswered, prompting the groggy mercenaries to knock on the remaining sorcerers' doors. The disconcerting outcome was that none responded. In a fit of rage, the scarred man kicked the door down, startling an approaching tavern servant. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the door, the scarred man's eyes widened in horror. The sorcerer's lifeless body lay sprawled on the floor, head askew. He advanced to inspect, and upon confirming the grim reality, he barked at his subordinates, "Quickly, go check on that elf." A few mercenaries jolted into action, racing towards the yard. The scarred man followed closely behind. Upon seeing the fallen guards and the empty cages, his expression twisted into a mask of fury. He let out a low growl, unleashing a barrage of fists and kicks against the nearby wall, reducing it to rubble. Yet another subordinate arrived with distressing news. "Boss, the deputy Fong is missing." With eyes ablaze, the scarred man seized the messenger by the throat, lifting him off the ground. "What did you say?" As he tightened his grip, the mercenary's neck snapped. Fong was one of the more formidable fighters in his team. Losing him would be a significant blow. The loss of the three sorcerers compounded his despair, leaving the scarred man teetering on the brink of self-destruction. He was unaware of the immense effort it took to build the mercenary group known as the Hunter Corps to its current stature, and now he found himself questioning, why? Who are you? Why are you targeting me? The scar-faced man vociferously demanded of the surrounding air, yet the culprit remained oblivious to his plight. Boss, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. A man bearing a curved blade on his back interjected with fervor. Of course, it cannot be overlooked. The scar-faced man retorted angrily, spittle flying onto the man's face. Everyone, investigate. We must unearth that scoundrel. Yes. The man with the curved blade wiped the saliva from his face and pointed at several disheveled mercenaries. You lot, come with me. As the crowd began to disperse, the scar-faced man still wore a pained expression. How could he explain this to the employer? News of the Hunter Corps incident swiftly spread throughout the town, with many residents engaging in fervent discussions. Who could be so audacious as to provoke the head Hunter Mercenary Corps? They usually act with such impunity, bolstered by the Punk family. What kind of formidable character did they offend? I would relish witnessing their downfall. Just yesterday, one of their members lashed me with a whip for no reason. Heavens, how innocent the first am. Now they are searching so zealously. I wonder if they will succeed. I sincerely wish that brave individual good fortune. Such conversations echoed through the streets and alleys. And even if some mercenaries took it upon themselves to teach a few a lesson, they could not quell the fervor of the townsfolk's chatter. With the presence of the police station, the mercenaries dared not overstep their bounds, for that was an official establishment. In stark contrast to the commotion outside, the atmosphere within the Mace Academy remained tranquil as ever. The modest walls effectively insulated the clamor of the town, allowing the students to concentrate on their studies. Inside the classroom, Mr. Smith, his hair speckled with gray, had just concluded his lesson and was preparing to gather his materials when a young girl's voice called out to him. Mr. Smith, please wait a moment. He paused at the classroom door and turned to see it was Bonnie who had stopped him. He smiled and replied, Oh, Bonnie, what can I do for you? Did you have trouble understanding something from the lesson? Bonnie, a student with commendable grades and an endearing personality, was someone Mr. Smith held in high regard, making him willing to spare a bit of time. Not exactly, Bonnie replied, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Then what is it? At this point, the other students had already begun to engage in their usual post-class antics, oblivious to the exchange taking place. Mr. Smith, I've always regarded you as a learned individual, so I believe you must know a great deal, Bonnie flattered. Mr. Smith felt a swell of pride, but remained humble. I've merely lived a long time and studied extensively. I wouldn't dare claim to be learned. Now, what is it you wish to ask? After a moment's hesitation, Bonnie finally spoke. Mr. Smith, do you know the town of Bayek? Mr. Smith's expression momentarily faltered as he furrowed his brow in recollection. Bonnie felt a tinge of disappointment at his reaction. After a brief moment, Smith hesitantly spoke up, recalling, I believe I heard that name when I first arrived here, but it was merely mentioned in passing. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, Bonnie replied. I just happened to hear the name recently and felt a sense of curiosity. Understanding that she could not extract further information from her teacher, she concocted a casual excuse. Smith regarded the student with a penetrating gaze and waved his hand dismissively. Well then, if there's nothing else, I must be on my way. Oh, goodbye, teacher. As Mr. Smith exited the classroom, Bonnie turned her gaze toward the window. Within a minute, as if resolute, she approached Layla's seat. At that moment, Layla was engrossed in her book, only looking up instinctively when Bonnie drew near. Bonnie, what is the matter? Just as she was about to express her decision directly, Bonnie suddenly became alert, glancing around. Layla's beauty was well known throughout the academy, and the boys in the class often cast lingering glances in their direction. Unsure if her words might be overheard, Bonnie tugged at Layla's sleeve and whispered, Layla, let us step outside. I need to discuss something with you. Confused but compliant, Layla followed her good friend out of the classroom. Once assured that no one was paying them any heed, Layla sighed. All right, Bonnie, what is going on? I still need to review for the next class. With a serious expression and a mysterious tone, Bonnie replied, Layla, would you accompany me back to Bayek Town? Upon hearing this, Layla appeared momentarily stunned, and after regaining her composure, she exclaimed, Aren't you afraid of that place? Why would you want to go back? Their previous venture to Bayek had not been pleasant, leaving Bonnie with lingering shadows of fear. The fact that she was now suggesting a return was indeed surprising to Layla. In a softer voice, Bonnie added, Mr. Glenn came to see me. She hesitated, fearing her friend might not believe her or the words of Mr. Glenn. Although they were aware of the existence of magic, they had never truly encountered it. Mr. Glenn? Layla asked, her curiosity piqued. Is this related to him? Then, with a dawning realization, she nodded. He must have said something to you that helped you feel better, right? Recalling that she had previously mentioned Bonnie to Mr. Glenn, Layla felt more certain. He must have intended to visit Bonnie and offer her assistance. What a kind-hearted person, Layla thought to herself, urging Bonnie, do tell Bonnie. What did you both discuss that day? Surprised by her friend's keen interest, Bonnie was nonetheless prepared to reveal everything, and thus she recounted their conversation as accurately as she could. In the process, they lost track of time, neglecting even their next class. The academy is relatively small, with a limited number of students, and the regulations imposed on them are not particularly stringent, resulting in frequent absenteeism. Even Layla occasionally utilizes class time for other pursuits. The teachers are generally aware of this situation. Unless they witness it firsthand, they tend to turn a blind eye. This is not a prestigious institution akin to those in the main city. Most of the students hail from humble backgrounds, making discipline a more challenging endeavor. After Bonnie finished speaking, Layla's eyes sparkled with excitement, mirroring Bonnie's enthusiasm. Let's pay a visit tomorrow, Layla exclaimed with fervor, leaving Bonnie somewhat taken aback. All right, she replied, nodding hesitantly. The two continued their discussion on the previous topic as they made their way back to the classroom. At that moment, the bell rang, and several boys of varying appearances approached them. Leading the group was Meyer, who, upon seeing Layla and Bonnie, inquired with curiosity, Layla, why weren't you in class last time? You don't seem like the type to skip, and, thankfully, Mr. DeMondo didn't he notice. Mr. DeMondo was the teacher of the preceding class. Thank you for your concern. Bonnie and I had some personal matters to attend to, Layla replied with a smile. The other boys behind Meyer eagerly chimed in with expressions of concern, hoping to win Layla's favor. However, Layla was already accustomed to such attention, aware that her appearance often elicited this sort of behavior. These adolescent boys would invariably attempt to showcase themselves in what they believed to be charming or gallant manners. Layla found this rather juvenile, yet out of politeness. She refrained from dampening their fragile spirits. Among her male acquaintances, Meyer and Bach were relatively mature, at least not as desperate to impress the opposite sex as others. What are you two discussing? Just as Layla was about to respond and dismiss her classmates, a familiar voice called from behind. Everyone turned to see who it was, their expressions brightening. Bernays? Layla exclaimed, recognizing the newcomer. The boys, who were previously vying for attention, fell silent upon seeing the elegantly dressed noblewoman. In comparison to Layla, the beauty of a commoner, Bernays was an unattainable ideal for them. Chapter 61. Family business? What brings you down here? Layla asked, intrigued. Bernays' status differed from theirs. As a noble, she attended a superior class and had access to more accomplished teachers. Of course, in this relatively modest town, the distinctions were minimal, but the academy had to uphold the privileges of nobility. Otherwise, certain parents who valued status would express their dissatisfaction. I noticed something from upstairs and decided to come down for a look, Bernays casually explained before continuing. Now, do tell me, what were you discussing? Class was dreadfully dull. Layla and Bonnie exchanged glances, and Bonnie subtly shook her head. Layla understood that, due to familial reasons, Bonnie had always been reluctant to interact with Bernays. The last time, Bernays had extended an invitation for Bonnie to take refuge at her home, but Bonnie had resolutely declined. Similarly, at present, Bonnie was unwilling to involve Bernays in this matter. Considering the inherent risks, Layla felt it unnecessary to inform her noble friend. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. Bonnie merely invited me to her home." Bernays glanced at the two of them, then at the surrounding boys, finding it hard to believe that it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, since Layla chose not to elaborate, she refrained from probing further. "Oh, I recall that my uncle visited a few days ago and brought the latest cakes from the Gannady bakery. Would you like to come to my house tomorrow to try them?" Upon hearing the word cake, Bonnie's eyes brightened momentarily, but she quickly masked her excitement. She subtly tugged at Layla's sleeve, signaling her not to accept the invitation. Although Layla was equally tempted by the so-called new-style cake, having come from a common background, she declined, saying, "We have plans tomorrow, so we can't make it." "I'm sorry, Bernays." Bernays, sensing that there was something concealed, feigned disappointment, remarking, "What a pity, without friends. Even the most delicious food loses its flavor." "Oh, I can go, Bernays. Let me try some." Meyer interjected eagerly. Pernus shot him a disapproving glance. As a male, how can you shamelessly visit my home? Myra's face flushed instantly. However, Pernus added, but I can bring some out. That's wonderful. Myra exclaimed. Remember to share with Bach and the others. I promise I will. After speaking with Myra, Pernus turned back to Layla, saying, I will save some for you too. Layla remained silent, merely stepping forward to embrace her friend gently. Bonnie stood still, turning her gaze elsewhere. Pernus, unfazed by Bonnie's demeanor, had always maintained her composure. Since entering this small circle, Bonnie had never shown her any warmth, yet Pernus had never revealed a hint of impatience towards her. This dynamic was something the others wished to alter, but to no avail. Both Layla and the other companions had inquired why Pernus exhibited such patience toward Bonnie. But each time, Pernus would merely smile and deflect the question. Observing their interaction, the nearby male students were filled with envy. They longed to penetrate this circle, yet no matter their efforts, they were unable to succeed. After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways as the class bell rang. Bayek. Whether it was due to the wolf-like constitution or not, Glenn, having had a sleepless night, merely dozed from morning until noon. Feeling no discomfort, he descended the stairs and greeted Tia, who appeared lost in thought, having once suggested that she simplify her elaborate hairstyle to a single ponytail. Glenn felt there was no need for excessive fussiness in her appearance. Tia took the advice to heart, simply tying her hair into a single ponytail. Coupled with her youthful and innocent appearance, she exuded the essence of a schoolmate. Upon seeing Glenn, the little maid hurriedly adjusted her dress and greeted him, explaining, Good afternoon. Mr. Glenn, I assure you, I haven't been idle. It's just that there was a little to tidy up at home. Glenn waved his hand dismissively, signaling her to relax, and inquired, Has Lavelle gone to work? Yes, sir. He got up and finished breakfast shortly after your return. After parting ways with the old cat yesterday, Glenn had returned once to inform Tia about the placement of the ingredients, instructing her to prepare dinner in his absence. Quite diligent, he thought, nodding in approval. He then asked, Did you prepare breakfast for me? Yes, but it might be a bit cold now. Shall I reheat it for you? She began to turn toward the kitchen, but Glenn quickly stopped her, saying, No need, I'll just have a little something. Tia seemed poised to say more, but Glenn had already walked into the kitchen alone. After casually filling his stomach, Glenn intended to step out to check on Lavelle's situation. However, he noticed Tia, who was diligently wiping down a table that was already spotless. He paused, contemplating whether the young girl might be suppressing some psychological issues. After a brief moment of reflection, he addressed her, Tia, would you like to accompany me to dude? Huh? Tia was taken aback by the question, her face lighting up with noticeable excitement, though it quickly transformed into a bashful expression. Mr. Glenn, are you jesting with me? Not all. From your demeanor, it seems you haven't ventured out much. Has it been instructed by your master? Glenn nodded in affirmation, puzzled by Tia's reaction. I cannot speak for the servants of other households, but our master is quite strict and forbids us from leaving the estate. Ever since I was sold to him, I have never been anywhere else until the day you arrived. Tia candidly shared her experiences. I see, Glenn replied, understandingly. Then today, I shall take you to Dude Town. Tia's face flushed with excitement, her hands fidgeting as she exclaimed, Should I change into something else? I feel a bit dirty after just finishing my chores. Enough. It's not as if we're attending a grand banquet. Come now, Glenn said, stepping outside, and Tia hurried to follow. Just as they were leaving the house, Tia seemed to recall something and exclaimed, Ah, Mr. Glenn, there is someone else at home. Is it all right to leave her there? It's perfectly fine. You needn't worry about her. Glenn maintained his steady pace without the slightest hesitation. With the Master's assurance, Tia felt reassured and quietly followed behind him. Having lived in this place for a few days, Tia still felt a twinge of fear as they walked through the eerie atmosphere. Inching closer to Glenn for a sense of security, they first arrived at the pig pen, where Lavelle, accompanied by the night howl, had already ventured deep into the forest to gather pig feed, thus was not present. Gazing at the unguarded pig pen, Glenn sighed, feeling vexed by the vast estate that lacked suitable hands to manage it. Tia glanced at the pig pen, which was considerably larger than the servants' quarters at the Charneys Manor, uncertain whether Glenn referred to these holdings as his estate. Chapter 62. Is earning money really so easy? After inspecting the condition of each black pig, Glenn said to Tia, Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Without waiting for her response, he transformed into a gust of wind and vanished into the depths of the forest. The surroundings quickly fell silent, save for the soft grunts of the pigs. Tia felt a chill creeping up her spine and drew closer to the pig pen for warmth. Before long, Glenn reappeared, shouldering a creature resembling a roe deer. Unlike the roe deer of his past life, this animal was considerably larger, almost the size of a domestic pig, with a small conical horn atop its forehead. "Mr. Glenn, what is this?" Tia inquired with curiosity. To her surprise, Glenn shook his head and replied, "I do not know, but I call it a silly roe deer." The Chinese pronunciation made it sound rather awkward to Tia. Silly roe deer? What a peculiar name. Why not choose something more melodious? Why not name it yourself? During their conversation, Glenn began to process the animal. He had promised the old cat to bring meat for sale and could not go back on his word. Tia pondered for a long while, tapping her chin, but failed to come up with a satisfactory name. It was evident that she was not adept in this regard. "Never mind, I cannot think of a good name either." As the two engaged in light banter, Glenn swiftly finished handling the creature, placing it onto the cart. Leading the great deer, he gestured to Tia to join him and find a suitable spot to sit. The little maid eagerly hopped onto the cart, her movements appearing somewhat comical, prompting a chuckle from Glenn. "Are you settled?" Glenn asked. Tia nodded. With a flick of Glenn's reins, the great deer began to trot, and the cart gradually picked up speed. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, Lavelle was grumbling as he harvested pigweed. He carried the basket specially crafted by Glenn, already filled to the brim. Although he had accepted the reality of performing labor, it did not deter him from complaining in secret. After cutting for a while, he discreetly glanced at the large dog dozing not far away and decided to take a brief respite. People tend to slack off when they are being paid, and for Lavelle, who was working purely for free, the sentiment was even more pronounced. As long as he completed his task for the day, that sufficed. He gently set down the basket and began to search through the underbrush, occasionally lifting stones from the ground. Before long, he had captured 2 palm-sized black beetles, each adorned with uniquely shaped pincers. When the 2 beetles with large pincers were placed together, they would engage in combat, a discovery Lavelle had made recently, and he found great amusement in watching these small creatures fight. In his view, this was far more entertaining than any game he had played with other noble youths in the past. His noble attire, having been worn for 5 days prior to this arrival, had become quite soiled from the constant traversing through the forest, with several tattered spots evident. In his own estate, he would undoubtedly have had a maid to assist him with changing and laundering his garments. Yet here there was only Tia, who would have been willing to help, but had not brought any spare clothing with her. Lavelle, however, chose to disregard the matter, having grown accustomed to the discomfort after the initial pangs of unease. By the way, remember to buy Lavelle a new outfit later. The odor emanating from him has become rather pronounced, even from a distance, Glenn remarked to Tia, who was eagerly gazing at the scenery from the deer cart. "Very well, Mr. Glenn," Tia responded, turning her head to acknowledge him. Tentatively, she inquired, "Shall I use my 2 silver coins for that?" "Why not? A simple set of commoners' clothing will suffice. It won't cost much," he replied. "All right," Tia murmured, lowering her gaze. Glenn continued to drive, swiftly entering the town of Dud. Tia's earlier feelings of disappointment began to be replaced by a sense of wonder as she marveled at the houses, stalls, and pedestrians bustling about. As they passed a bakery, her gaze became irresistibly fixated on it. Glenn glanced sideways, stifling a chuckle as he reined in the deer. "If you wish to eat, you may purchase some for yourself." He understood her excitement, reminiscent of his own childhood experience when he first visited the city with his parents, captivated by the unfamiliar treats and toys. "Will this not delay you?" Tia asked, one foot already poised to step off the cart. "It's no trouble. I can afford to wait a little." "But do not squander your coins," Glenn assured her. With his consent, Tia eagerly leapt from the cart, her ponytail swaying as she dashed toward the bakery. "Moments latte," she returned, beaming with joy as she cradled a paper bag filled with various breads. She requested Glenn to hold it for her while she climbed back onto the cart. "Mr. Glenn, would you care for a taste?" "I've already sampled these," Glenn declined, shaking his head as he resumed driving. Tia, undeterred, eagerly extracted a piece of dark yellow bread from the bag and took a bite. However, her initial anticipation waned as the flavor did not meet her expectations. A thought crossed her mind. If only Mr. Glenn's cooking accompanied it. She then sampled another piece, only to be met with further disappointment. As they journeyed to the tavern that Glenn had purchased the previous day, they found it deserted, the front door locked. After parking the deer cart, Glenn alighted and turned to see Tia still clutching her bulging bag. He inquired, "Is that not enough to satisfy your appetite?" Blushing, Tia shook her head and softly replied, "I believe I would prefer to eat it later." "Oh," Glenn said, choosing not to press the matter. "Then it is yours to do as you wish." While Tia meandered nearby, Glenn utilized the key provided by the former owner to unlock the vacant taverness door. He proceeded to remove some assorted items from within and quickly set up a stall in front of the tavern, placing the foolish deer upon a countertop. During this period, Tia remained by, diligently assisting despite her petite stature. Once the task was completed, Glenn began to call out loudly, and Tia widened her eyes in astonishment at Glenn's method of attracting customers. She had already noticed that people in the vicinity quickly gathered around. Some were familiar faces who had purchased meat from Glenn before, while others were newcomers. "Mr. Glenn, are the prices still the same?" "Yes, they are." "Then I would like 20 bella, please." "Not a problem." Glenn skillfully sliced off 20 bella worth of meat and weighed it, achieving the exact amount. His muscle memory had become remarkably strong, allowing him to operate without a scale, though customers were likely to distrust such an approach. At that moment, someone suddenly inquired, "What kind of meat is this? Is it edible? Was it black pig last time?" "Rest assured, it is indeed edible." Glenn had cut a small piece from the animal earlier, roasted it, and tasted it, finding the flavor quite satisfactory. With this assurance, those who had been hesitant no longer wavered. The price of meat had returned to what it was before Glenn began selling, and they understood that if they did not seize the opportunity to purchase ample fresh meat at a low price now, they might not know when the next chance would arise. Tia observed as Glenn collected handfuls of glimmering copper and silver coins, her mouth agape in astonishment. "So, earning money, is this effortless?" she thought to herself. Chapter 63. Finding a way while Glenn busied himself with his trade, two figures in the distance were watching intently. "Is that him?" asked a bald, burly man to his companion. "It should be. I remember that Fong had a run-in with him yesterday," replied his companion, who was lean and wiry, with deep-set eyes resembling a shrewd monkey. They were members of a mercenary hunting group, having taken note of Glenn upon his arrival in the town and having followed him here. Understanding his companion's implication, the bald man responded uncertainly. "He doesn't seem particularly formidable, and if it truly is him, would he dare to reappear here? Perhaps he simply does not regard us as a threat. After all, someone capable of stealthily abducting a person like Fong amidst our numbers must possess considerable strength. Should we test the waters? Are you foolish? Of course. We should return and report. I have no desire to be cannon fodder." The bald man was momentarily taken aback, feeling vexed but unable to express his frustration, and could only concede, "You're clever. I'll follow your lead. Is that satisfactory?" The two bickered as they departed. Amidst his bustling activities, Glenn took a moment to glance at the spot where the mercenaries lingered, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Possessing an awareness of counter-surveillance, he had long since detected his followers but chose to disregard them. As evening approached, Glenn's stall was open later than usual due to the late start. Yet the customers remained enthusiastic. In truth, he could have concluded his sales as twilight approached, but he awaited one specific individual. At last, a figure came sprinting from the distance. Glenn was attentively listening to Tia recount amusing anecdotes from her recent excursion nearby when he caught a whiff of a familiar scent approaching, prompting him to interrupt the young maid's narrative. "Is this the person you were waiting for, Mr. Glenn?" Tia inquired, glancing towards the approaching figure. Glenn nodded in affirmation. "Huff, huff, Mr. Glenn. The moment I heard you were selling meat here, I hastily finished my shift," panted the old cat. "Is there any meat left?" "Rest assured, I've set some aside for you. Let's see if it's enough," Glenn replied with a smile, gesturing for the old cat to inspect the goods. It was at the old cat's special request that Glenn decided to sell meat today, so naturally, he had reserved some for him. The old cat peered at the prime cuts of the silly roe deer on the cutting board, all thighs and the finest parts. His face instantly lit up with joy. "This is perfect. Now I won't have to purchase that overpriced meat from that scoundrel him. How much for all of this?" "That totals 15 bellas, or 60 copper coins. But I'll give you a discount. 55 copper coins will suffice." "That sounds splendid. Could you pack it up for me?" "I am immensely grateful." The old cat promptly produced the required coins. Once the heavy meat was in his hands, the old cat finally noticed Tia, who was dressed in a maid outfit beside Glenn. "And who might this be?" "She is a maid from a noble friend's household," Glenn explained with a glance at Tia. Upon hearing this, the old cat was taken aback and leaned closer to Glenn, whispering, "You actually have noble friends? How'd that come to be?" "By a twist of fate. It's rather complicated and cannot be summed up in a few words," Glenn offered as an excuse. "I see," the old cat replied, not pressing further. "You must be cautious, though. While I have heard of friendships between nobles and commoners, some may harbor ulterior motives." This warning was delivered almost conspiratorially, ensuring Tia could not overhear. "Fear not, my acquaintance with them is quite superficial," Glenn responded in a similarly hushed tone. The old cat nodded, giving Glenn a reassuring pat on the shoulder, then turned to the ever-curious Tia. "Greetings, beautiful miss. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Glenn's friend, Desrodman, though you may call me by my nickname, Old Cat." Tia rose with a smile, performing a maid's courtesy. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Desrodman. Please, call me Tia." "Very well, Miss Tia. I hope we have the opportunity to get to know each other better next time. For now, I must take my leave," the old cat stated before addressing Glenn. "I shall return home now, my friend. Until we meet again." As Glenn watched the old cat depart, he reflected on the exchange between him and Tia, marveling at the old cat's worldly demeanor, which clearly suggested he had practiced such interactions in secret. Afterward, Glenn and Tia tidied up the stall, preparing to head home. In the tavern where the hunter mercenary corps resided, the scarred man sat in a dim corner, his fingers interlocked against his forehead. He had maintained this posture for quite some time, responding to his subordinates' reports with mere murmurs. The loss of the goods compelled him to contemplate how to face the wrath of the young master from the Punk family. The hunter mercenary group serves the entire Punk family, thus that young master would not be so foolish as to jeopardize his life. However, the recent loss is exceedingly grave. 3 second-tier mages and a mercenary wielding the strength of a second-tier knight would surely provoke the wrath of Lord Punk. The only course of action is to identify the instigator and share the burden of the Punk family's fury. With a soft sigh, he pondered this. Just then, another individual entered, marking the third interruption, each time bringing news of suspicious characters. "Boss, we have discovered enough," the scarred man interrupted brusquely. "If you have found a lead, continue your investigation. If you have identified a suspect, keep a close watch. Notify me only if there is an opportunity to act." The bald, burly man and his companion swallowed their words, departing with reluctance. However, just as they turned to leave, the slender mercenary seemed to recall something and spun back around, saying, "Boss, I believe that fellow came from outside the town. Perhaps he plans to leave? If we wait until the area is deserted, we can interrogate him thoroughly." The scarred man stroked his chin thoughtfully before making a decision. "Very well, take a few men and test the waters." The slender mercenary's face fell. "Boss, if that man is indeed the assailant from last night, wouldn't we be walking into our own demise?" The scarred man's expression twisted into one of fury as he bellowed. "Then find a way to handle it yourself. Am I raising a bunch of useless fools?" The 2 men nearly collapsed at his roar, daring not to utter another word as they hastily exited. Once the room fell silent once more, the scarred man raked his fingers through his hair, murmuring to himself, "Perhaps it would be best to sever ties with the Punk family. Their remuneration is miserly at best." At the Glen residence, the elf maiden slowly opened her eyes, the darkness of the room gradually revealing the events of the previous night. Realizing her current predicament, she sat up in bed, stretching luxuriously. Her slender, perfect silhouette was undeniably enchanting. Upon stepping outside, Gatai discovered the house was empty. Furrowing her brow, she murmured, "Where is everyone gone?" Confirming her solitude, Gatai decided to venture outside. However, as she pulled open the front door, she encountered a strangely dressed man with a brooding demeanor, quietly observing her. Chapter 64. A joke. Gatai sensed danger emanating from the man before her and instinctively reached for her bow, only to grasp at empty air. The dark figure noted the elf maiden's movement, but responded with indifference, choosing to turn away and depart. Observing his retreat, Gatai felt a slight relief as she watched him vanish into the mist that shrouded the depths of the town. Only then did she reassess her surroundings. The expansive town exuded an air of lifelessness. Is there truly no one residing here? As she pondered this, Gatai stepped onto the cobblestone path, treading lightly. Arriving at the thoroughfare, she surveyed both ends, one leading out of town, the other delving deeper into its heart. Perhaps it was the allure of curiosity that beckoned her to venture deeper into the town. Yet, she had scarcely proceeded when the door of a nearby 3-story house swung open, revealing a robust old man. He held a steaming iron cup in his hand, taking a sip before casting a languid glance at the unfamiliar elfin girl who was observing him. If you wish to avoid death, keep your distance from the heart of the town, he warned. Who are you? Gotaya inquired, her voice tinged with caution. The old man, seemingly disinterested, casually poured the remaining liquid from his cup onto the ground before retreating into his abode. A flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within Gotaya, yet she refrained from voicing it. Turning her gaze forward, she noticed the outlines of the houses gradually fading into the mist. Initially unperturbed, Gotaya now felt an unsettling dread, as if something terrifying lurked within. After a moment of contemplation, she wisely decided to abandon her advance. As she retraced her steps, an eerie sensation of being watched enveloped her from all directions, causing her heart to race. This subtle awareness had always been present, but she had overlooked it upon waking, her senses still dulled. What is this place? She exclaimed inwardly, hastening her return to Glenn's home. The deer cart progressed slowly along the uneven, muddy path, with 2 horsemen trailing 100 meters behind. The bald, burly man eyed the cart ahead, and, stroking his smooth scalp, queried, Zamet, why are we not bringing anyone else along? Surely 2 of us cannot contend with the ones who abducted the fangs? The slender mercenary, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, scoffed. Who needs to confront such figures? We're merely here to go through the motions. Go through the motions? The burly man echoed. Indeed, whether or not that fellow is our target, we shall not engage. We simply observe for a while, and then return to inform the boss that we have questioned him and found him innocent. The blame will not fall upon us if the employer is displeased. After hearing this, the bald man was instantly impressed. That is the most astute plan I have ever heard. The mercenary, clearly pleased with himself, wore a triumphant expression. Unbeknownst to them, their entire conversation was being overheard by Glenn, who chuckled to himself as he guided the cart, noticing the slight upward curl of Glenn's lips. Ty could not help but inquire, What brings you joy, Mr. Glenn? Glenn hastily suppressed his smile and replied, Nothing, just for calling a joke. What joke? Do share. Taya urged, her curiosity piqued. Glenn pondered for a moment before recounting a few anecdotes from his past life. Taya, easily amused, was soon doubled over with laughter, tears streaming down her cheeks from the simplicity of his humor. Her laughter rang out bright and clear, reaching the ears of the pursuers behind them. What is going on? Why are they laughing so heartily? The bald man asked, bewildered. Who knows? Let it be, the mercenary replied indifferently. As the journey progressed, the 2 mercenaries, as previously discussed, soon came to a halt. The deer cart vanished from their sight. Glenn and his companion arrived at the outskirts of Bayek town. Glenn instructed Tia to return alone, while he made his way, as per usual, to the pig pen. The grass beneath his feet, worn down by frequent passage, formed a clearly visible path winding into the depths of the forest. Glenn followed this trail to a familiar spot. Night Howl was engrossed in devouring some prey, raising its bloodied head to emit a low howl upon sensing Glenn's arrival. Meanwhile, Lavelle, with his conspicuous curly hair, stood by the pig pen, using a wooden ladle to scoop feed into the trough, utterly oblivious to the presence of another. This scene evoked memories of rural life from Glenn's past. If only Lavelle were not clad in such noble attire. You are becoming quite adept, Glenn remarked teasingly in a low tone. Lavelle turned his head at the sound. So, it was Glenn, then turned back, discreetly curling his lip, thinking, You're the one who pushed me into this. Paying no heed to the curly-haired nobleman's demeanor, Glenn stated his purpose. You need not come here tomorrow. I found a temporary worker for you. I have other plans for you. Upon hearing this, Lavelle's expression was devoid of the surprise Glenn had anticipated, replaced instead by evident reluctance. Why? I've only been here a few days. Though I may not have done everything perfectly. Glenn was momentarily taken aback by Lavelle's response. Isn't this what you detest doing? Lavelle's face stiffened, his eyes darting anxiously, forcing an explanation. I never said I enjoyed this. I merely believe one should do their best in any endeavor. This is what my father taught me. Glenn found it hard to believe such insincere words, yet he chose not to delve deeper, merely jesting. I must say, your father seems to possess quite the professional spirit. Indeed, he has always been a father with a strong sense of professionalism, Lavelle replied, his words laden with reluctance. Glenn fixed an unblinking gaze upon him, and for a moment, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Lavelle's face flushed crimson, experiencing an unprecedented sense of discomfort. Night Howl reduced its chewing, glancing left and right, much like a spectator at a spectacle. After a pause of approximately 6 or 7 seconds, Glenn finally averted his gaze, saying, "The task I have for you won't take long. Once I find someone, you may return." "Very well," Lavelle replied, no longer wishing to prolong the conversation. After inspecting the facilities of the pig pen, Glenn departed. He did not return to the town, but instead headed to the lumbering site. He intended to construct the lumber shed today, for there were still many logs piled up. Should it rain, they would become unusable. Meanwhile, the hunter mercenary group had spent an entire day in Dud Town without any fruitful results. The recent attack had been far too unexpected, and despite their inquiries, the mercenaries found no substantial leads. As night descended, the scarred man gathered everyone together, consolidating all the information he had managed to glean. In the end, frustration led him to the disheartening conclusion that there were no leads. One could not entirely blame these mercenaries for their incompetence, as they were ill-suited for intelligence work, compounded by the presence of numerous slackers. What a pack of useless wretches! The scarred man, in a fit of rage, bellowed like a madman, occasionally striking or kicking his subordinates who reported to him. For nearly an hour, he unleashed a torrent of harsh and unpleasant words. The subordinate, Zamet, keeping his head bowed in submission, couldn't help but admire the boss's powerful voice. Chapter 65. The Black Sword. Just as the scarred man paused to catch his breath and take a sip of water, a gust of wind flung the door open. Everyone turned to see what had drawn their attention. A distinguished old gentleman, leaning on a cane, clad in a neatly tailored tailcoat and wearing a black bowler hat, appeared at the entrance. Perched on his shoulder was a jet-black raptor, its eyes gleaming with a sinister red light as it scanned the room. Upon seeing this figure, the scarred man furrowed his brow deeply. "Snook, why are you still here? Where is the young master's cargo?" The old gentleman squinted, his voice resonating like distant thunder. The scarred man, though questioned, did not cower. The prolonged shouting had rendered his voice somewhat hoarse. "The Black Sword? Why are you not protecting your young master from the shadows? Why are you here?" The newcomer was one of the magicians appointed by Lord Punk to ensure the safety of his heir. They were all dark sorcerers who had sought refuge with a powerful noble to escape a life of constant flight. The young master could no longer wait, so he sent me to fetch you. However, it seems you have made a mess of things, Snook. With a flick of his cane, the old gentleman swiftly approached the scarred man, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind and the ominous bird. Face to face, his slightly clouded eyes regarded Snook with an unsettling calmness. A bead of sweat trickled down Snook's forehead as he inwardly cursed this monstrous old man. "As you can see, I have lost the cargo," Snook admitted candidly, for it was already quite evident. "You are indeed a lowly creature, just as your scars suggest. Incapable of handling even this trivial matter," the old gentleman remarked, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "Oomph. Even you would be unable to find a one who absconded with the goods," Snook retorted, employing a rather crude provocation. "Do not compare me to you. Before the grandeur of magic, all truths are laid bare." Surprisingly, the old gentleman known as the Black Sword took the bait, prompting whispers among the other mercenaries. A fierce glare from Snook silenced them all. Seeing that the Black Sword remained unperturbed, Snook pressed on. "Anyone can speak. Why don't you show us what you can do, oh great sorcerer?" The tone evidently struck a chord with the old gentleman, who, with a flick of his wrist, summoned a tempestuous black wind within the confines of the room. The black raptor perched on his shoulder emitted a shrill, piercing cry, flapping its wings vigorously. The mercenaries were sent sprawling, with only a few formidable individuals managing to maintain their footing. Amidst the raging winds, Black Sword ascended, his lips moving rapidly as he chanted an incantation. Before long, he began to advance, gradually making his way to the courtyard where empty cages were situated. Snoke, too, led his men in pursuit. The black winds grew ever more ferocious, emanating from Black Sword like chilling blades, compelling the mercenaries to shield their faces with their hands. If only he had chosen his words more wisely. Did this old fellow truly believe such theatrics were impressive? Snoke seethed internally, just as he contemplated calling for a halt. A faint, ethereal shadow materialized ahead, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. However, as a physically robust warrior, Snoke was able to perceive it. The scene vanished almost as quickly as it had appeared, And at that moment, the old gentleman black sword ceased his magical incantation. He descended gracefully, gently stroking the raptor's feathers on his shoulder, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Did you find it? Despite his internal certainty, Snoke still felt compelled to inquire. Black Sword cast a disapproving glance in his direction, as if questioning his audacity to doubt him. Do you wish to test the might of my wind blades? Snoke remained silent, awaiting an explanation. A fellow utterly ignorant of magic, without even a semblance of concealment, yet I scarcely exerted any effort. Upon hearing this, Snoke finally felt reassured. Reflecting on the frustrations of the day, an uncontrollable urge for vengeance ignited within him. What are we waiting for? Let us confront that scoundrel now. I have already devised ways to torment him. Meanwhile, in the Glen household, after Laville returned from his errands, Glen personally prepared a sumptuous feast. Considering that the forest elves were strictly vegetarian, he included several vegetable dishes, accompanied by dipping sauces that enhanced the flavors. At first, the elven maiden displayed a rather disdainful demeanor, proclaiming the superiority of her kin's cuisine. Laville and Tia could hardly contain their salivation. However, after reluctantly sampling a bite, Gotaya begrudgingly remarked, "It's not as dreadful as I had imagined." "Wow, your elven food must be exquisite. I long to taste it," Tia exclaimed, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Our elven fare is not something that can be casually offered to mere humans." "Do not even think about it," Gotaya retorted, a hint of guilt shadowing her response. Tia, resembling a deflated balloon, sank into disappointment. Laville observed her for a moment before gently chiding, "Tia, why do you seem to have lost your sense of decorum? Your behavior resembles that of a commoner." "Huh?" Tia gasped, ready to apologize. At that moment, Glen coldly interjected, "Do you dare to act haughty in my presence?" Was it a sense of lightness in life or a desire for conflict? Ravel instantly bowed his head, trembling with fear. Glen glanced at the now timid Tia. Etiquette is only employed in necessary circumstances, which are entirely absent here. Thus your demeanor is not misguided. Perhaps it was Glen's assured tone that allowed Tia to relax somewhat. Meanwhile, Gotaya cast furtive glances between Glen and Tia, lost in her own thoughts. After the meal, Glen learned from Gotaya that a black crow had seemingly come looking for him. Quietly noting this, Glen resolved to pay a visit the following day. After all, they had known each other for some time, yet he had yet to visit their home. Subsequently, he prepared a room on the second floor, transforming it into Gotaya's quarters. In a modest two-story house, 3 individuals resided, with Glen maximizing the value of his space. Of course, this did not include Ravel, who lived in the warehouse. "By the way, I also have a basement. If we need more space, it could accommodate another 2. This thought crossed his mind before sleep. But just as he closed his eyes, he was jolted awake by the howls of the night howler echoing in his mind. Startled, Glen sat up. Recalling the sensation, it felt too real to be mere illusion. Could it be that the night howler was sounding a warning? Not wishing to take chances, Glen opened the window and leapt down. The monstrous shadows roaming the streets scattered in disarray. Upon landing, he dashed toward the town's outskirts without pause. As he approached, the thunderous sounds of battle and the pained howls of the night howler became increasingly discernible. Chapter 66. The battle in the forest trees were shattered and felled by an immense, unknown force. The boisterous shouts of mercenaries echoed endlessly as they pursued a swift figure fleeing through the woods. Black Sword, riding the Tempest, lagged behind the mercenaries, following at a leisurely pace. He flipped his palm, and a luminous sphere composed of intricate patterns floated above him. This sphere connected to 3 larger orbs, allowing the mercenaries to track their quarry without the need for torches. To his surprise, such a rare aberration existed here. It appeared to have mutated from the flesh and blood of a werewolf. Capturing it would yield valuable material, wouldn't it, my dear? Black Sword mused, while absent-mindedly preening the feathers of his pet perched on his shoulder. The crimson glint in the black raptor's eyes flickered, and its beak twisted into an eerie, almost sinister smile. Ahead, Snoke led the mercenaries in a relentless hunt, employing every manner of beast-catching tool available. Yet, the night howler always seemed to narrowly evade capture, prolonging what Snoke believed should have been a concluded hunt. At that moment, the night howler bore numerous wounds, healing slowly. These were the injuries sustained during their earlier confrontation. Black Sword had employed some form of magic that significantly diminished the night howler's self-healing abilities. Recognizing its disadvantage, the Night Howler decisively chose to flee, evading while awaiting rescue. Snooker wielded a chain hook with a swiftness that rivaled the Night Howl, fixating intently on its target. Just as his subordinates cornered the Night Howl into a change of direction, Snooker seized the moment, lunging forward to launch the chain hook. The sound of metal tearing through flesh sent a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, the iron chain tautening instantaneously. He promptly pulled back, leveraging the trees and stones beneath his feet. The Night Howl let out a harrowing cry, losing its balance and crashing to the ground. The mercenaries, emboldened by their strength, surged towards their fallen prey. Sensing imminent danger, the Night Howl opened its disproportionately large jaws and lunged at the foremost attacker. The man, seasoned and perceptive, deftly evaded the vicious maw, narrowly escaping its deadly grip. The sharp snap of the jaws echoed ominously, leaving the dodger with a chilling sense of dread. The others, acutely aware of the terrifying jaws, feared that even the most resilient of armor would be rendered asunder. Consequently, they hesitated to approach, opting instead to engage from a distance. Black Sword, observing the mercenary's struggle, felt a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within him. As a dark wind blade formed in his hand, he prepared to launch it at the Night Howl's mouth when an unsettling premonition struck him. Just as he was about to react, the raptor perched on his shoulder unfurled its wings with remarkable speed. The wings exploded open, enveloping Black Sword entirely. Simultaneously, a deafening clang of metal against metal pierced the air. Black Sword felt his wind magic dissipate instantaneously as he and the wings were hurled away. As the wings retracted, the anguished cries of mercenaries rang out in rapid succession. Black Sword's once pristine attire was now crumpled and disheveled, and his meticulously styled hair lay in disarray. A tempest of fury roiling within him. He propped himself up with his staff and surveyed the battlefield. A young man stood beside the beast, his arms adorned with claws covered in black fur, while the ordinary mercenaries lay defeated, leaving only Snooker and 3 capable fighters still standing. Yet, their situation was far from favorable. The dark raptor perched on Black Sword's shoulder, its wings still extended, revealing fresh claw marks that emitted wisps of smoke. "So, you were the one who stole our goods, were you?" Snooker demanded, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Having narrowly escaped death in his previous encounter with Glenn, he was now filled with trepidation. "Goods?" Glenn initially feigned confusion, then comprehended. "Ah, you mean that forest elf? Yes, she is indeed with me, but I shall not relinquish her. What will you do about it?" Veins bulging in his neck and bloodshot eyes aflame with fury, Snooker bellowed, "What are you? A mere nothing. Do you think a bit of power grants you the liberty to provoke anyone? The force behind us is beyond your imagination. You do well to hand over the goods and accompany us back to face the consequences. Your fate may be less dire if you comply." "Oh dear, I am so frightened," Glenn replied, his tone devoid of any fluctuation, "as if I have never encountered nobility before. Isn't the formidable Punk family behind you merely an earl? How insignificant! Am I to be intimidated by them? Do they seek to amuse me?" Glenn, while not lying, acknowledged that an earl might hold a position of considerable esteem in these outlying regions. Yet the original owner had encountered numerous noble families, including earls and even marquises, and was well acquainted with them, not to mention the mercenaries. Such disdainful remarks infuriated Snoke, who clenched his teeth in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. His brashness betrayed a lack of worldly experience. Having gained a modicum of power, he fancied himself invincible. "Allow me to educate you properly." The dark sword had approached Snoke, his attire and hair having mysteriously regained their former neatness. Glenn observed this gentleman, now presenting himself so impeccably, and, sensing a familiar aura, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "An evil dark sorcerer? Magic is simply magic, devoid of moral distinctions. It is beneath me to discuss such matters with a peasant like you who knows nothing of magic. You would be better off dead." The dark sword covered his face, only to suddenly unleash an energy sphere composed of razor winds, hurtling towards Glenn with terrifying destructive force. The attack arrived with astonishing speed, prompting Glenn to swiftly deflect Night Howl aside and evade with centrifugal force. He could sense that this magic possessed formidable penetrative power, capable of bypassing even the resistance of a werewolf's fur. Although it could breach defenses, he discerned that this sorcerer's strength was likely at level 3. making it manageable for him without transformation. The attack missing was anticipated by the dark sword, as that previous spell had been meticulously prepared. And now his second incantation had reached completion. The rapidly swirling dark winds coalesced into circular blades, curving towards the opponent. Glenn moved with spectral agility, deftly avoiding the onslaught and gradually closing in on the dark sword. Truly, like a tenacious mouse. Let us see how you evade this. The elderly gentleman, forsaking all semblance of elegance, executed a grand sweeping motion, casting forth a net infused with corrosive power, enveloping Glenn in its vast expanse. If evasion was not an option, then he would not evade. As long as it was not that highly penetrative wind blade, Glenn regarded it with indifference. With a flick of his right hand, his wolf claw emerged and swiped at the colossal net, shattering the seemingly fearsome, corrosive web in an instant. The dark sword, sensing the precariousness of the situation, felt a surge of panic and hastily unleashed his most powerful spell. As Glenn lunged forward, he suddenly felt himself ensnared, an unavoidable attack poised to strike. A massive, jet-black arm emerged from behind the dark sword, plunging into the ground to retrieve a colossal, fractured knight's sword, dripping with dark liquid, which was then swung fiercely towards Glenn. Chapter 67. More powerful than me? Realizing evasion was futile, Glenn fully transformed, his arms swelling with wolfish might, preparing to catch the blade barehanded. The giant's sword descended, caught between his formidable claws, and the force transmitted through it astonished Glenn. Even a level 4 knight would falter against such strength, and the effort required for him to withstand it attested to the spell's formidable potency. The colossal broken sword dripped with a noxious black liquid, its corrosive properties profoundly terrifying, and Glenn already felt a searing pain. This formidable spell dissipated almost instantaneously after Glenn intercepted it, clearly possessing a fleeting duration that vanished after a single strike. The black sword, witnessing the spectacle, stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. However, he soon realized he had kicked against an immovable force and began to chant an incantation to escape. Yet, Glenn would not afford him that opportunity. As the giant's sword vanished, he surged forth. Before the black sword could complete his spell, Glenn was already upon him. "Help me!" The shadowy, eerie raptor transformed into a dark silhouette, launching itself directly at Glenn, and in the air, it rapidly expanded to the size of a griffin, opening its maw wide towards Glenn. What is this? Glenn was in midair, with no leverage to evade, and smoothly plunged into the raptor's gaping mouth. In an instant, he was swallowed whole. The raptor closed its jaws, reverting to its original size, and flew back into the embrace of the black sword. Just as the old gentleman was about to revel in his triumph, the black raptor suddenly thrashed, and a hand burst forth from its chest, piercing into the black sword's torso. The arm, having gradually enlarged from the raptor's body, emerged as a normal-sized wolf's claw from the back of the black sword. Blood gushed from his mouth, his eyes filled with reluctance and a thirst for life. Yet he was powerless to resist the inevitable fall. Glenn tore through flesh and blood, emerging from the black raptor's body, instantly returning to his normal size. He lamented internally, wishing he could avoid changing clothes this time, as he shook off the blood and gastric fluids. Witnessing the demise of their strongest ally, the four, including Snook, were engulfed in terror. "I understand now. We should not have troubled you, my friend. This is a misunderstanding. What do you desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. In truth, I have long harbored disdain for those fools from the Pank family. As long as you let us depart, we promise to sever ties with the Pank family and never appear before you again." Snook, ever pragmatic, quickly dismissed his earlier fury upon realizing the dire situation and adopted a submissive demeanor. The other 3 mercenaries, emulating him, began to offer various assurances and promises of benefits. Glenn remained silent, steadily advancing toward them. After much talk and receiving no response, Snook's resolve hardened, and he exchanged a knowing glance with his companion. The latter immediately understood. Just as Glenn was about to pass by them, Snook suddenly hurled a peculiar-looking ball to the ground. With a thud, a dense cloud of black smoke billowed forth, obscuring a vast area of vision. Glenn halted in his tracks. In the next moment, a dagger imbued with magical essence pierced through the smoke, aimed directly at Glenn's throat. With a swift motion, Glenn swatted the incoming dagger aside and reached into the obscuring haze. He seized a mercenary who had his mouth covered. and before the man could resist, Glenn delivered a devastating punch, shattering his skull. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, the remaining 3 individuals opted to strike simultaneously, each launching an assault from different angles. Glenn stepped forward, seizing the weapon of the person before him, sweeping both the individual and the weapon aside with a forceful motion, followed by a swift sidekick. 2 adversaries were sent flying. While one met his demise at Glenn's grip, his neck brutally snapped. The ones sent tumbling were Snooker and a wielder of a curved blade, who attempted to escape upon landing. Such efforts were in vain. Glenn effortlessly caught up to them, dispatching each with a single decisive strike. Thus, the assailants of the night met their end. Glenn meticulously searched the bodies, collecting all valuables, with the exception of the peculiar items possessed by the Dark Sorcerer. He surmised that these objects were indeed of significance, and so he claimed them all. His only regret was the absence of any storage rings or similar artifacts. He wondered if they simply did not exist in this realm, or if the sorcerer had failed to bring any. Approaching the side, he found the night howler, languishing and panting heavily. It appeared quite feeble. Upon closely inspecting its wounds, Glenn noted that although they were healing slowly, they did not seem life-threatening, which offered him some relief. "You seem rather weak," he murmured with a frown. The night howler let out a whimper, conveying its helplessness. Glenn crouched down, probing one of its unhealed wounds with a finger. After a prolonged moment, he withdrew his hand and remarked, "Indeed, it is not manageable. The wolf poison within you is beyond my control. A forced change could be fatal." Pondering deeply, Glenn concluded that without a means to strengthen the night howler, he would have to set the matter aside for now. Rest here and recuperate. When I discover a method to enhance your condition, I shall endeavor to acquire it. Remember to dispose of the bodies, he instructed before departing. The night howler had purposely distanced itself from the pigsty during its encounter with the enemies, thus sparing the area from any damage. Glenn felt a sense of satisfaction in this, promising that any future benefits for the night howler would not be withheld. A night passed. In the morning, Glenn was roused by a knock at the door. Descending from his bed, he opened the door to find Tia standing there. "Mr. Glenn, Master Lavelle and the elf have been waiting for your instructions. They apologize for disturbing your rest." After hearing her words, Glenn ruffled his somewhat disheveled hair and replied, "Very well. Inform them that I shall be down shortly." The young maid curtsied and descended the stairs. Closing the door once more, Glenn touched his face and hair. Thanks to the wolf poison, he could effortlessly manage the growth of body hair, alleviating any concerns regarding his beard or hair length. However, his hair had become tousled during the night, prompting him to shorten it slightly, leaving it just longer than a buzz cut. Without a mirror, I wonder if this hairstyle suits me? He pondered softly. After a hasty wash of his face, Glenn proceeded downstairs. Lavelle, clad in simple, unadorned attire, appeared more approachable as he sat in a chair, idly gazing at the ceiling. Gotaya leaned against the doorframe, lost in thought as he stared outside. After a prolonged wait, "My esteemed employees," Glenn's voice captured the attention of the 2 individuals. "Follow me, and I shall assign you your tasks." "Employees?" Gotaya furrowed her brow, feeling that the term was less than flattering. Laville, however, thought little of it, maintaining a more optimistic outlook. Initially, Glenn led the pair to the pig pen, recounting the same instructions he had given to Laville upon their arrival. Upon observing the state of the pig pen, Gotaya's expression soured further, and after listening to Glenn's arrangements, she could no longer contain herself. "You expect a great elven warrior to do this? What of it? Can a warrior not engage in husbandry?" Glenn shrugged nonchalantly. "Moreover, I am mightier than you, yet I undertake this labor as well." "Mightier than me?" The elven maiden displayed disbelief. "Do not presume that defeating a few mercenaries makes you remarkable. Had I not been ensnared, they would have posed no challenge to me. And yet, you were captured?" Glenn regarded her with a bemused expression. "That was due to their cunning. There were 3 sorcerers. They combined their powers to seize me." Gotaya stomped her foot in frustration. Glenn chuckled dryly before delivering a swift punch that sliced through the air, stopping short before the bewildered elven maiden. The gust from his strike tousled her hair, causing her pupils to quiver. "Let me impart some information. Those 3 sorcerers have met their demise at my hands. Furthermore, last night, the mercenary group that roamed nearby was annihilated by me, including a 3rd-tier dark sorcerer." Glenn patted Gotaya on the shoulder with an air of nonchalance. From that moment, The elven maiden ceased her objections to Glen's arrangements and listened intently, observing her compliance. Glen then took Laville in a deer-drawn cart to the tavern he had purchased in Dudtown. He handed the curly-haired young noble a key, stating, "Your task today is to conduct interviews." "Interviews?" "Indeed. Shortly, I shall place a help-wanted sign at the entrance. Those seeking employment will come in for interviews, and you are to select suitable candidates." Glen elaborated on his hiring criteria, making it clear that the disabled, elderly, and weak were not to be considered. Once Laville appeared to grasp the requirements, Glen added, "I shall return tonight to review your selections. Do not falter." Laville nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Glen located a suitably sized wooden board within the tavern and etched a simple recruitment notice upon it with a wolf's claw. Feeling it lacked vibrancy, he procured some paint in town to embellish it, finally satisfied with the result. This uniquely styled recruitment board quickly garnered the attention of several onlookers, predominantly children aged 10 to 15. The reason for this was the inclusion of whimsical cartoon illustrations drawn by Glen, which captivated the young audience. "Seems there are quite a few children in town today. Is it another holiday?" Glen mused quietly while observing the crowd. The Kingdom of Zen provides subsidies for families with school-aged children, ensuring that even those with modest incomes can afford to send their offspring to school. Regarding such a policy, Glen expressed his admiration. After observing its effects for a while, he re-entered the tavern. At this moment, no one had yet attempted to enter, and Lavelle was resting his chin on his hands, waiting. "By the way, if there's any trouble or an unforeseen event, just head to the police station. The sheriff there is somewhat acquainted with me. Do not indulge in noble airs. If you get beaten up, it's well-deserved," Glen reminded, standing at the door. "Understood." Lavelle nodded in response. Exiting the tavern, he approached the deer cart, shooing away a few children who were playfully teasing the large deer. Just as Glen was about to board and depart, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Turning around, he noticed a pair of individuals hastily turning their backs to him. Recognizing them, Glen halted his actions and approached them directly. "If you wish to enter and take a look, please do so. I will not interfere," he called out from behind them, startling them into a slight tremor. The pair slowly turned to face him, both clad in simple attire, their faces obscured, leaving only their eyes visible. "Esteemed Lord Charnes and Lady Sophia, it is a pleasure to see you again," Glen greeted with a teasing tone. "What brings you here?" "That is of no consequence. We merely wish to see our son. We harbor no intention of causing offense." Lord Charnes's voice resonated cautiously. Indeed, we absolutely do not wish to create any trouble," Sophia echoed fervently. Glen chuckled softly. "As I mentioned, you are free to go in and look. I shall not hinder you, but do refrain from causing any disturbances. I am not particularly fond of nobles such as yourselves, so my patience is rather limited. Do you understand?" The couple hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads in unison, declaring, "We absolutely will not. We swear upon our family's honor." "Then feel free," Glen replied, turning to leave. The couple exchanged a glance, and once the daunting commoner had departed in his cart, they no longer hesitated and mingled into the crowd. Upon returning home, Glen informed Tia of his whereabouts, and then proceeded deep into the town, carrying the cake he had purchased. The scent of the Black Crow was faint. Was it due to the fog? It was Glen's first time traversing this path, and he found himself intrigued by the surroundings. As he passed by certain buildings, he could see the silhouettes of residents moving about in the windows. Some paused to scrutinize Glen. Others merely cast a casual glance. Continuing onward, the scent guided him to a quaint, slate-gray house. "Is the Black Crow residing here? How peculiar," he murmured to himself as he gently rapped on the weathered wooden door. "Knock, knock, knock." Creak. The door opened, revealing the expressionless face of the Black Crow. "You have arrived, my friend. Please come in," he stated flatly. "Forgive the intrusion. This is a gift for your visit," Glen offered, presenting the cake box. The Black Crow accepted it with one hand and stepped aside. Inside the Black Crow's abode, the surroundings were quite dilapidated. The walls and furniture bore the marks of many years. Stepping onto the wooden floor, Glen could hear the boards groan under the strain. A dimly lit chandelier hung in the center of the living room, casting the only light upon the space. Glen approached a long bench, brushed away the dust with his hand, and sat down directly. A Black Crow produced a glass cup from an unknown source, filled it to the brim with wine, and handed it to Glen. "Thank you," Glen said as he accepted the cup, bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff. "What kind of wine is this?" I bought it in Dude Town to entertain you. I'm unaware of its type, replied the Black Crow succinctly. Glenn merely acknowledged with a soft HM. Taking a small sip, the taste was as mild as he imagined, yet palatable. I remember you mentioning you have a wife. Is she not present? No sooner had he spoken than a slightly aged female voice emerged from another room, asking, "Darling, who is it?" "It is Mr. Glenn, here, to pay a visit." The Black Crow responded, his tone a pitch higher than usual. He then turned to Glenn and added, "My wife is unable to move around the room." "Oh, I see." Glenn nodded in understanding. However, the voice from within called out again, "Ah, so it is him, Mr. Glenn. Would you be so kind as to step in, so I may see you?" Glenn glanced at the Black Crow, who nodded in permission. Without further ado, Glenn gestured for the crow to lead the way. The two entered the room, one after the other. Upon seeing the appearance of the Black Crow's wife, even though Glenn had braced himself for any visual shock, he could not help but feel his eyelids flutter. The woman lay in bed, her body grotesquely contorted, resembling the gnarled roots of a withered tree. It was difficult to discern where her hands ended and her feet began, as her limbs were entangled like a ball of yarn. A lamp by the bedside illuminated the scene, yet it cast no light upon her face, leaving only the sight of a woman with flowing hair. "I apologize for the spectacle, esteemed guest," she said, her tone laced with self-deprecation, which jolted Glenn back to the present. He quickly expressed his apologies. "I am the one who has offended, madam. No harm done. I understand that anyone seeing my appearance would be taken aback. You are far better than others, at least devoid of disdain or fear." Glenn was at a loss for words, falling into silence. It was the Black Crow's wife who broke the tension with a light laugh. "Your cake arrived early. My birthday is the day after tomorrow." Glenn was momentarily taken aback. She continued, "Originally, my husband intended to invite you to my birthday, but it seems you were unavailable and encountered a fairy maiden instead. I was still in Dude at that time, but it matters not. When your birthday arrives, I shall personally bake you a far superior cake." Glenn confidently replied, "You can bake cakes? How splendid." The tone of the Black Crow's wife was imbued with mirth. The conversation seemed to reach an awkward pause, or perhaps Glenn felt the discomfort as he sensed the individual lying in bed was earnestly scrutinizing him, an examination devoid of malice. Just as Glenn was about to quietly inquire about the current situation with the Black Crow, the woman on the bed spoke again. "Could you come a little closer?" Confused, Glenn stepped forward a few paces. An arm, resembling would yet not quite, extended from the disheveled form, reaching towards her face in the darkness, as if to brush aside a stray lock of hair. It may have been an illusion, but Glenn felt that her eyes gleamed with a newfound brightness. "I can see your uniqueness. My husband and I are honored to know you." The words left Glenn increasingly bewildered, yet he responded politely, "I feel the same, madam." "Well, I am tired now. Will my husband attend to you?" "I truly apologize." Her voice dwindled, and Glenn could ascertain that she had indeed fallen asleep. "Let us go," the Black Crow said as he exited the room. Glenn followed suit. Upon returning to the living room, they sat facing each other. No sooner had they settled than the Black Crow remarked, "My wife was once strikingly beautiful. The dream of every man in her hometown." Glenn understood that asking about this might be impolite, yet he discerned an underlying intent in the crow's words. An evil force from beneath assailed her. "I vanquished that malevolence, and I shall forever protect my dearest wife." So succinctly put, Glenn, accustomed to the crow's manner of speaking, sincerely replied, "I shall extend my heartfelt wishes." "Then, what would you like to inquire?" "Huh?" Glenn took a moment to grasp the crow's abrupt shift in conversation. He realized he had arrived today with questions, and fortunately, his mind was quick. After a brief consideration of his words, he stated, "My question can be summarized as, how well do you know this town?" The Black Crow nodded, as if anticipating the question. "My wife and I have resided here for quite some time, longer than most of the outer residents. When I first arrived, the houses were of the oldest style, and many evil creatures roamed about, daring not to approach the depths of the town, instead vying for territory in the surrounding forest. I witnessed their gradual disappearance, either through mutual slaughter or being hunted down by the new residents. The last creature I encountered outside the town was a troll named Abu, who has survived thus far due to its adeptness at hiding." At this point, Glenn interjected, "I have already slain it." "Oh, then that should be the end of that." The Black Crow continued, "The town is not entirely cut off from the outside world. Every 4 or 5 years, a peculiar group arrives to repair and renovate the town's facilities. This is why, despite its long history, The outer structures remain up to date. I see, Glenn pondered. Miss Puppet mentioned she has lived here for over a century, yet is still considered a new resident. How long must this town have existed? And those houses do not reflect antiquity. There's a large villa beside me. Reflecting on this, Glenn nodded, encouraging the Black Crow to continue. Throughout the passage of time, despite my frequent excursions, my acquaintance with this town remains rather superficial. For instance, all the long-standing residents of this town appear to be ensnared by a curse, either willingly or unwillingly confined to their homes, eternally accompanying the mayor. Furthermore, it is well known among the nation's elite, who tacitly endorse its existence, and certain legal provisions offer it special protection. After absorbing this information, Glenn, with his own interpretation, formed a rough understanding of the situation. Regardless of the nature of the so-called old residents, as long as they do not infringe upon his own affairs, he saw no reason to concern himself with them. The Black Crow further informed him that as long as one refrains from causing disturbances deep within the town, trouble is unlikely to ensue. Having gathered sufficient insights, Glenn took his leave. Before departing, the Black Crow gestured toward a 3-story house not far from his own, stating, "An old resident resides there. She is quite talkative and has persistently invited me to visit, but I have always declined." Glenn glanced at the house and was about to respond when suddenly, a girl of about 16 or 17 emerged from the window, her head poking out as she waved her hand with palpable excitement. "Hi, are you a new resident? Welcome to Bayek Town. My name is Silly. Would you like to come over to my house? I have so many fun things to share." Can you? Glenn clicked his tongue and replied, "Thank you for your invitation. Perhaps next time. I promise." With that, he hurriedly departed. "Goodbye, new friend. We've made a promise for next time." Silly waved her hand in farewell. Once he had vanished into the misty distance, she suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to ask his name. How careless of me. Well, I'll ask next time." Subsequently, her form floated back into the house, and an unseen breeze gently closed the window. "Layla, be careful on your way back, and remember to send my regards to him." "All right, Mom," Layla responded, already jogging towards Bonnie. "What are you wearing?" Bonnie inquired, somewhat puzzled by her friend's attire. Instead of a dress, Layla sported a fitted women's top paired with a pair of long brown pants that accentuated her legs, making her appear particularly tall. "What do you think? Nice, right?" Layla twirled around, asking. Bonnie nodded emphatically but remained puzzled. "But why are you dressed like that?" Layla flashed a mischievous smile. "That way, if I encounter danger again, I can run faster. Dresses are just too impractical, don't you think?" Bonnie's eyes widened, a look of enlightenment crossing her face. Then she lamented, "But I don't have such long pants. Does that mean I'll be the first to be caught in danger?" Layla linked arms with Bonnie, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll pull you along with me." They exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Chapter 70. The dispute in the countryside during the afternoon. The two young girls continued their cheerful conversation as they walked. Unbeknownst to them, 3 similarly youthful figures stealthily followed behind. "Indeed, they're concealing something from us," Pernis murmured softly, donning a wide-brimmed soft hat and clad in a light-colored dress. Behind her, 2 young boys followed cautiously. They were Boke and Meyer. Boke, visibly anxious, urged, "Pernis, you should return. Lady Anya will be upset." Lady Anya was Pernis' mother, a woman of noble standing. "Silence. Boke, if you wish to leave, do so on your own. Layla and the others are keeping a significant secret from us, and I must witness it with my own eyes." Pernis' resolve was unwavering. Meyer also wished to dissuade her, yet it seemed she anticipated his intervention and interrupted. "You two, be quiet. Meyer, you cowardly boys." The 2 youths fell silent, but in their hearts, they sighed deeply at the thought of the formidable, dignified woman. Bayek, in the outer woods, replaced her original attire with loose work garments, gripping a crude bough as she aimed at a target carved into a tree trunk. With a swift whoosh, the wooden arrow struck the bullseye. This was the only task she could think of after tending to the pigs. Retrieving the arrow, she raised it to aim once more. However, after a second, 2 seconds, and 3 seconds, she ultimately set the bow down. "I never imagined I would be doing this one day. My friends would surely mock me if they saw." Bayek glanced at her attire and sighed deeply. She then looked at the night howler lying beneath a tree, equally bored, its long tail swishing. This strange creature was that fellow's pet. Bayek pondered how he had tamed it. Just then, the large dog suddenly perked up its ears and lifted its head. The elven maiden instinctively followed the creature's gaze and saw Glenn approaching, hands in his pockets, strolling leisurely. "You seem quite at ease," she remarked. "Oomph. Can such trivial matters trouble me?" After a brief exchange, Glenn entered a shed beside the pig pen, a structure he had built casually while constructing the lumber shelter to store tools and miscellaneous items. Bayek stood by, watching as the human extracted a pile of tools and wood, then carried several logs from who knows where, surrounding the pig pen with a flurry of activity. While working, Glenn suddenly turned and asked, "You see me using this lumber. You must know I've been chopping down trees? What's the matter?" "Nothing to say." Bayek looked puzzled. "What is wrong with chopping trees? We forest elves chop trees too. It is permitted by our mothers." Then it dawned on her, "Oh, I understand now. You don't think we forest elves would be upset over your felling a few trees, do you? That is a stereotype. Unless you recklessly clear vast areas, the forest wouldn't be angry. Is that so?" Glenn responded, astonished. "Of course, sometimes we also use wood to build houses." At this moment, the night howler suddenly stood up, facing a particular direction, and Glenn mirrored the action. "What is happening?" Bayek questioned, confused by their reaction. "Who are they?" Glenn murmured softly to himself, and then he caught a whiff of a presence behind him. "Wait, there are several? With so many individuals around. Perhaps I could persuade them to assist me." Glenn mused, contemplating a plan to test this notion shortly. "Are you saying someone has arrived?" The elf's keen hearing allowed her to catch his faint words. Glenn nodded, setting down his tools. "It's just a few friends. You needn't be alarmed. I shall go and see. Where do you see me being anxious?" Gotaya retorted defiantly. Yet, Glenn paid her little mind and swiftly made his way back along the path. From the forest, he could already discern the figures of two young maidens strolling along the road, engaged in quiet conversation. Glenn called out from a distance, "Miss Layla, Miss Bonnie, over here." The two young girls were startled, turning to see Glenn's hazy silhouette in the woods. Layla hesitantly inquired, "Is that you, Mr. Glenn?" As his form became clearer, Glenn approached them and remarked, "I thought you might not dare to come here anymore." Seeing him in person brought relief and joy to the two girls. Bonnie exclaimed, "I originally didn't want to come, but I was eager to see that large dog." I told Layla about it, and she was curious as well. Glenn found this amusing, though he felt compelled to respond. "I did mention it looks quite fearsome. Are you certain you wish to meet it?" "Did you say that?" Bonnie pondered aloud. "Didn't I?" Glenn shrugged with a smile. "Regardless, we want to see it," Bonnie declared, shaking her head eagerly. Layla's face also bore an expression of anticipation. "Very well," Glenn sighed, realizing he had piqued their curiosity and had no choice but to indulge these two young girls. "By the way, do those hiding behind the bushes wish to join us?" As the two girls bubbled with excitement and trepidation, Glenn suddenly called out loudly behind them. They turned to see the bushes rustling slightly, startling them into retreating behind Glenn. "Pernas, we've been discovered." "Silence. He may be deceiving us. If you step out, you'll truly be exposed." A girl and two boys whispered from behind the foliage. "Have we really not been exposed?" At that moment, Glenn's voice rang out above them. The three of them screamed in unison, tumbling out from the bushes. Layla and Bonnie looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how Glenn had crossed the distance so swiftly, and were equally astonished by the appearance of the trio from the thicket. "Mr. Glenn, how do you have Pernas, Bach, and Meyer with you?" Their chaotic inquiries ensued. Pernas turned upon hearing Glenn's suppressed laughter directed at her, and she stood up in indignation, pointing at him. "You dare to frighten me?" "Perhaps it is your cowardice that is to blame," Glenn replied with an innocent expression, further inciting the blonde noblewoman's ire. At this moment, Layla and Bonnie had arrived, positioning themselves between Glenn and Pernas. "Enough, enough. Pernas, you have yet to answer me. What brings you here? Have you been following me?" Layla inquired with a tone of reproach. Pernas brushed off the dust from her attire and replied nonchalantly, "As a friend, it was your initial concealment that prompted my following. I'm here for your own good. Aren't you afraid of Lady Anya's wrath? As you can see, this place is hardly safe. I have no fear. As for my mother, as long as you keep silent and I remain discreet, she shall remain oblivious," she retorted defiantly. While the two were embroiled in their argument, Bonnie tugged at Glenn's sleeve, whispering conspiratorially, "Mr. Glenn, Pernas is a noble. They are all quite wicked. You should not befriend her. This girl truly has a child's temperament," Glenn mused, lowering his head, and softly echoed into Bonnie's ear, "Indeed, I share your sentiment." Meanwhile, Meyer and Bach appeared sidelined, observing the situation with uncertainty. Chapter 71. Summoning the Butcher? With her ears tingling from the commotion, Bonnie couldn't help but hunch her shoulders. Observing the prolonged debate yielding no resolution, Glenn stepped forward helplessly. All right. Do you still wish to go see the big dog? To his surprise, Pernus retorted, this is not a matter for you to address. Hey, you insolent little girl. It seems you're in need of a lesson. Glenn chuckled, rolling up his sleeves and advancing. Mr. Glenn, please do not be angered, Layla exclaimed, sensing the tension and rushing to intervene. Glenn gently pushed her aside. I shall merely teach her a small lesson. Do not worry, it will be harmless. What? Do you dare touch me? If you lay a filthy hand on me. Pernus raised her chin, exposing her alabaster neck, exuding an air of haughty defiance. However, Glenn's hands swiftly found their way to her cheeks, squeezing and kneading with abandon, stretching and compressing them. Oh my, this sensation is exquisite. So smooth, so tender. Glenn became entranced, entirely oblivious to the shock of his victim. Pernus' face was in his grasp for several seconds before she finally reacted with a piercing scream. She retaliated with a flurry of ineffectual punches, which, of course, had little effect. Ultimately, her companions timely intervened to rescue her. You filthy commoner! How dare you treat someone as beautiful as I in such a manner? I shall inform my mother. Woe is me. The golden-haired noblewoman's face bore clear red imprints. As she buried herself in Layla's embrace, feeling utterly wronged, Glenn raised an eyebrow upon hearing her words. Why does everyone enjoy complaining so much? Layla, shall we depart from this place? Do you see what that wretched person has done to me? Layla felt somewhat torn by her friend's request. Yet Glenn interjected. If you utter another word, you shall experience this. As he spoke, he rubbed his hands together, forming them into claws with a mischievous glint in his eye as he approached her. Upon perceiving the unsightly stains upon the palm, Pernus was immediately seized by an overwhelming terror, burying his head in Layla's embrace and uttering not a sound. Glenn, upon witnessing this, clapped his hands and declared, Behold, I have succeeded. Layla and the others could not help but stifle their laughter. Mr. Glenn, you are incorrigible, they exclaimed. Now, do you not wish to meet the great hound? Follow me. Upon hearing this, Bonnie and Layla urged Glenn to lead the way without delay. The three newcomers, however, remained oblivious, prompting Poke to lean closer to Bonnie and inquire, Bonnie, what exactly brings you here? What great hound? Bonnie, knowing they would soon find out, decided to divulge the story in broad strokes. As she spoke, Meyer and Pernus attentively listened, their ears perked. Once she concluded, both Poke and Meyer expressed their astonishment and disbelief. Yet, Bonnie succinctly encapsulated their feelings with a single word, cool, right? The few who had never encountered this term were taken aback, but soon found it perfectly aligned with their sentiments. Where did you learn that word, Bonnie? It sounds impressive. Poke remarked with admiration. Mr. Glenn taught me. It must be a term frequently used in his homeland, Bonnie replied, her demeanor radiating pride. Engaging in conversation, they soon arrived at their destination. Deep within the woods, a clearing had been carved out, where a group of black wild boars crowded around a repaired pit, accompanied by a modest warehouse and a simple deer shelter. A fairy maiden was practicing her archery, while the night howl had already concealed itself. Upon noticing the arrival of a few adolescent humans, Gotaya furrowed her brow. It's a fairy, several excited youths exclaimed. Layla, hurry. Your fairy language skills are excellent. Go greet her. Bonnie urged her friend enthusiastically. This scene reminded Glenn of a time in high school when he encountered a foreigner. Layla, somewhat exhilarated, stepped forward, poised to utter a common greeting in fairy language, but was interrupted as the other party spoke. I can speak the human tongue. Layla's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, as did Bonnie, who had just prompted her. Gotaya, disinterested in the strangers, picked up her basket and began walking into the woods. Mr. Glenn, does she dislike us? Bonnie asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Pay her no mind. Fairies are often like that, much like a certain noble young lady, Glenn replied, patting the young girl on the shoulder with a knowing glance. Pernus, aware that he was the subject of Glenn's remark, felt a surge of indignation yet dared not voice it, his face burning. Layla quickly recovered from her earlier embarrassment, surveying her surroundings with a puzzled expression and inquiring, Mr. Glenn, you mentioned before she could finish. Glenn suddenly whistled. Under the watchful gaze of the eager and curious onlookers, a massive beast emerged from the forest. How immense! How fearsome! They each gasped, retreating behind Glenn for safety. Night Howler first approached Glenn, nuzzling him with its nose. Glenn patted its head and remarked, "You seem rather idle lately. Why not go and play with them?" Night Howler turned its singular eye towards the group of individuals behind Glenn, seemingly sighing, and nodded in acquiescence. "Well then, who among you wishes to stroke the great dog's head?" Glenn proclaimed, akin to an announcement heralding the commencement of a performance. The first to muster the courage was Bonnie, her small hands nervously clasped against her chest as she slowly approached Night Howler. Bonnie, Layla, and several companions held their breath in anticipation. As she extended her hand and felt the soft black fur beneath her palm, Bonnie's eyes sparkled with delight. With both hands now engaged, she stroked the creature with unrestrained enthusiasm. Night Howler, resembling a languid fish, surrendered to the affectionate ministrations, observing the evident joy of others. Two boys could no longer contain themselves and joined Layla in their advance. Glenn, witnessing their fervor, couldn't help but ponder, is this truly more enjoyable than caressing Pernus' visage? Just as the golden-haired noblewoman hesitated, contemplating whether to join in, an unexpected chill coursed through her. Leaving these young souls to Night Howler, Glenn returned to his own affairs, planning to subtly coax some effort from them later. In Dude Town, after a brief reunion with his parents, Lavelle's gloom had considerably diminished over the past few days. Although his parents could not take him away at present, the mere opportunity to see them occasionally served as a modicum of solace. The Charney's couple, concerned that their prolonged presence might hinder Glenn's directives to Lavelle, exchanged few words before taking their leave. However, today's workload was far lighter than anticipated, as not many visitors had arrived. Lavelle idly fiddled with a quill pen, contemplating whether to exhaust the funds Glenn had allotted for his meals when the door swung open once more. He immediately straightened up, adopting a demeanor of official business. Entering was a remarkably tall, albeit slender man. His hair was unkempt, and his small eyes conveyed a sense of vacancy. He was clad in the most commonplace of work attire. The man approached Lavelle like a lanky pole, slightly bending at the waist, his voice tinged with fatigue. "I saw the sign outside indicating you are hiring a butcher." Chapter 72. The carving of the great wooden head gazing at the gaunt figure before him. Lavelle's pride as a minor noble compelled him to suppress any sign of trepidation. "Indeed, so you wish to apply for the position, do you?" he inquired. The tall man bore an indistinct scent of blood, which Lavelle found difficult to identify, yet the odor was undeniably unpleasant. Upon hearing Lavelle's words, the man's eyes widened slightly as he surveyed the surroundings, commenting, "This does not resemble a slaughterhouse. Is this truly where I would be working?" Lavelle thought to himself, "How should I know?" "Yet," he replied, "such details are beyond your concern. The employer will provide that information. For now, you need only ascertain whether you wish to accept this position." "You're not the employer?" the man inquired, momentarily taken aback. "I never claimed to be the employer," Lavelle clarified. Ravel rolled his eyes and asked, "Well, do you truly want this job?" The tall, slender man fished some coins from his pocket while turning his back to Ravel, sighed with closed eyes, and then turned around to say, "Of course. I desperately need this job." Ravel straightened the pale yellow paper on the desk and, with a professional demeanor, inquired, "Very well, I must confirm your circumstances. First question, are you ill, sir?" The lean man shook his head, replying, "No, I am in good health." "Good. Have you had any relevant work experience? Specifically as a butcher?" "I was renowned as a butcher in my hometown long ago." "Long ago? Does that imply you ceased working in that capacity?" "Why? I heard from friends that the main city was hiring many workers, offering generous compensation, meals, and accommodation, and the work wasn't strenuous, so I went there." "Why did you return?" "Because it was a scam. The factory owners are ruthless, squeezing every ounce of value from you. Although the wages were indeed high, I simply could not endure it, which is why I came back." Ravel nodded, increasingly engrossed in the conversation, a method demonstrated to him by Glenn before his departure. He felt he was embodying this dialogue with newfound maturity, reflecting that while others his age were likely still in school, engaged in childish games, he had already become a man of substance. He continued to probe, "From what you just said, you are not from here. What brings you to seek work in this place?" The man displayed a hint of indignation. "The town where I once resided has another butcher now, and I lack sufficient funds to purchase livestock. My money was nearly exhausted on acquiring a new home, leaving me unable to establish myself there." Ravel scribbled something on the paper, which gave the tall man an impression of professionalism. "All right, you're the only qualified candidate today. Please wait here. The boss will likely arrive around 4 or 5 this afternoon." Upon hearing the curly-haired youth's words, the tall man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and found a seat. From his sleeve, the blade of a dagger peeked out, its hilt adorned with an eye that glimmered furtively. In the next moment, the tall man nonchalantly tucked the dagger back away. As dusk approached, in the vicinity of Bayek, the outer woods bustled with unusual energy due to the arrival of several youngsters. They were filled with curiosity, wandering the forest accompanied by the sounds of the night. Most notably, they assisted Glenn with his tasks. While they could not undertake skilled work, they were capable of labor-intensive tasks. Glenn was more than willing to exploit this free labor, and under his guidance, the pigpen was nearly entirely refurbished and reinforced. The youngsters didn't feel fatigued. Rather, they reveled in the experience. Even the self-important noble lady joined in the labor, her face adorned with a satisfied smile. However, when Glenn deliberately glanced over, the little girl immediately stiffened her face. How wonderful it would be if they were all my employees. Glenn couldn't help but think. He still needed to visit Dude. So glancing at the sky, Glenn called out to everyone to stop, saying, "All right, thank you all for your hard work. It's getting late, and shortly I will take you back while presenting each of you with a small gift." "How does that sound? A gift?" exclaimed Bach, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The others gazed at Glenn with the same eager expression. Without further ado, Glenn left the crowd and walked towards the lumber shed. Upon his return, he cradled a woven basket made of reeds, from which he retrieved an adorable wooden carving with an oversized head. "Oh my, how cute!" Bonnie gasped, covering her mouth and bouncing on her small feet. Initially, they marveled at the proportion of the carving, but the more they looked, the more they adored it. "It resembles a miniature Layla." The keen-eyed Meyer instantly recognized the characteristic features of the carving and shouted. Upon hearing this, the group re-examined it and realized that the attire of the carving was identical to what Layla was wearing today. Naturally, they didn't need to mention the face. Anyone familiar with cartoon characters would understand that apart from the clothing and hairstyle, it was quite similar. However, for these individuals from another world, it was their first encounter, and they were convinced that this was indeed Layla's likeness. Meanwhile, Layla had turned crimson with excitement, itching to snatch the carving from Glenn's hands. Seeing that everyone was fond of it, Glenn handed the wooden sculpture to Layla, who accepted it with great reverence. "Mr. Glenn, what about ours?" Bonnie exclaimed eagerly. "Don't worry, everyone will receive one," Glenn reassured them. These carvings were crafted during the time the youngsters explored the forest, whenever Glenn found a moment to spare. Under his deft hands, wood and foam were indistinguishable, allowing him to complete them all in under an hour. Glenn took out the corresponding sculptures for each of the young men and women, handing them over one by one. When it was Pernus' turn, Glenn feigned surprise and asked, "Ah, do you want one too? I hadn't prepared one for you." Upon hearing this, the blonde noblewoman felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Pouting her lips as if a storm were about to break, Glenn quickly pulled out the last wooden carving, saying, wait, I was just joking." Without hesitation, she snatched the carving from him, casting a fierce glare in his direction. Each wooden sculpture had its unique pose, as Glenn had tailored them to reflect the personality traits of each individual, inspired by various game and anime illustrations he had seen in his past life. Once the young men and women received their carvings, they began to discuss them animatedly among themselves. After a while, Glenn beckoned everyone to the road and let out his deer cart, signaling for them aboard. Except for Pernus, who reluctantly climbed aboard. The others eagerly scrambled onto the cart. With a flick of the reins, Glenn set the deer cart in motion. They continued to admire their oversized wooden carvings, engaging in lively discussions and comparisons along the way. The reindeer-drawn carriage moved at a respectable pace, ultimately arriving in Dud Town before 6 in the afternoon. Upon disembarking, several young men and women bid their polite farewells, and even Pernus, blushing, uttered a parting goodbye. Chapter 73 became my experimental material. Glenn smiled as he waved goodbye to the group, watching them depart in each other's company before he steered the carriage towards his tavern. Upon reaching his destination, he parked the reindeer beside the establishment, pondering how many employees he had managed to recruit that day. Ideally, there would be more than 3. That would certainly simplify matters ahead. With anticipation, Glenn pushed open the tavern door. Before turning his attention to the standing La Ville, Glenn scanned the surroundings, and his expression immediately fell upon noticing a solitary, lanky man seated in the corner. He abruptly seized Laville by the collar and, with skepticism, inquired, "Do not tell me that only one person came in today." Laville, momentarily flustered, explained 4 individuals arrived today, but the first 3 did not meet your criteria. Only he is somewhat qualified. Only 4. Glenn frowned, releasing Laville's curly locks. At that moment, the slender man approached and politely bowed, saying, "Good day, sir. You may call me Luther." Glenn extended a hand, introducing himself. They shook hands briefly before Glenn continued. "Since you have already been vetted, when can you begin working?" "Anytime," Luther replied with unwavering confidence. Satisfied with the response, Glenn then turned to Laville and requested, "Let me see your evaluation records." Laville promptly produced a sheet of pale yellow paper, inscribed with less than elegant handwriting conveying various details. Glenn's irritation surged upon reading the scrawled notes, and he could not help but remark, "You ought to practice your penmanship." Laville, unable to retort, could only nod submissively. Glenn, with a sense of archaeological curiosity, perused the contents of the document, completing it in a matter of moments. Indeed, as Laville had stated, the first 3 candidates did not meet Glenn's standards. They were either unwell or possessed deplorable character traits. Reluctantly trusting this curly-haired noble would not deceive him, Glenn turned his attention back to the lanky man, Luther, and inquired, "You have previously worked as a butcher, which aligns perfectly with my needs. However, the record indicates you are from out of town. Do you have a place to stay here?" "Yes, sir," Luther explained calmly. "My late wife was a resident here, and after her passing, I have been residing in her former home." "Oh," Glenn nodded, then suddenly pointed at Luther's right hand, asking, "Can you tell me what is in your sleeve?" Luther's heart seemed to skip a beat, and his pupils dilated. "What do you mean, sir? I do not understand. My sleeve obviously contains my hand. What else could it be?" Noticing Luther's reaction, Glenn narrowed his eyes. Just as Luther contemplated whether to flee, Glenn's right hand suddenly moved with a swift motion, stirring a gust of wind. As he finally processed the situation, Luther discovered that Glenn had unexpectedly acquired a dagger in his hand. A wave of paralyzing fear enveloped him, rendering his mind momentarily blank as he stood there in a daze. Glenn furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary dagger, bringing it closer to his nose to inhale its peculiar scent. One odd aroma. However, it seemed rather unremarkable, Glenn pondered, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on the blade. In the next instant, a barely perceptible trace of moisture appeared on the blade. Where did that water come from? Glenn's confusion deepened. At that moment, Luther's befuddled mind began to regain its faculties, and he hysterically lunged at Glenn, shouting, "Give it back to me." Glenn sidestepped, evading the assault, and swiftly transferred the dagger to his left hand, gripping Luther's wrist with his right, twisting and turning. Luther's arm was painfully contorted behind his back, eliciting a cry of agony. Just as Glenn was about to inquire further, the dagger suddenly split open, emitting a voice that was far from human. "Release him." The dagger spoke. Lawrence, who had been unable to comprehend the unfolding events, was now utterly flabbergasted, his words tumbling over themselves. Glenn, equally astonished, gazed at the transformed dagger. An eye had split open on the blade, and a mouth resembling that of a shark emerged from the middle of the edge, uttering human words. "Give it back." Luther strained to turn his head, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The eye on the dagger glared fiercely at him, prompting Glenn to enter a brief state of contemplation. After a moment, he asked with an unusual tone, "Could this possibly be your wife?" Luther fell silent, and just as Glenn thought he had received a tacit confirmation, he quietly murmured, "He is my son." Glenn responded, "Release Luther," then directly inquired, "Now what is going on?" Ignoring the pain in his arm, Luther turned anxiously toward the bizarre dagger. "Could you please return him to me? I implore you not to harm him. He is my entire life." After a moment's reflection, Glenn tossed the object back. Luther hurriedly caught it and urgently called out, "Angie! Angie, are you all right?" "I am fine," the dagger replied. Luther exhaled a sigh of relief, tucking the dagger into his sleeve. Just as Glenn anticipated that Luther would begin to recount the circumstances, the tall, slender man bent his knee as if to kneel. Glenn grasped his shoulder, preventing him from doing so. "Speak properly, no kneeling." After several futile attempts, Luther understood the futility of his action and stood straight, stating, "Mr. Glenn, before discussing my matters, I implore you not to disseminate this information." Otherwise, both my son and I shall be doomed. If you and your son are innocent, I shall make no such promises, Glenn replied thoughtfully. Luther opened his mouth, seemingly inclined to argue, but ultimately closed his eyes and softly said, "Then please listen to my tale first, before passing judgment on my innocence." Glenn promptly pulled up a chair and sat down. Lawrence did likewise, both appearing as devoted listeners. "All right, the story begins now." Luther recounted slowly. "What I previously shared with you is indeed true. I was once an ordinary butcher in the town of Terra, blessed with a wife and a son, living a contented life. However, one fateful day, while I was drinking at the tavern, I encountered a sorceress who forewarned me of a dreadful illness afflicting my wife, predicting her imminent demise as foretold by her divination. In a state of sheer panic, I learned that my wife had recently been suffering from incessant coughs, and I implored her to save my beloved. The sorceress, seemingly moved by my distress, agreed to assist me. Thus, she instructed me to gather various herbs and brew a remedy, which I diligently followed, administering it to my wife daily. Yet, her condition showed no signs of improvement. In my desperation, I sought answers from the sorceress, who revealed that her illness was far graver than she had anticipated and required her personal intervention. Lacking any will of my own, I acquiesced, but from that moment onward, I never laid eyes on my wife again. When I finally encountered the sorceress again, several months had passed. I confronted her, demanding to know why my wife had not been returned to me. After a long pause, she smiled and said, "You mean the woman from months ago? She has become my experimental subject." Chapter 74. The three. Upon hearing this, Glenn remained silent, while Lavelle leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "This is the work of a dark sorcerer. Only they would commit such atrocities." Luther merely sighed in sorrow, acknowledging that indeed, only a dark sorcerer could perpetrate such acts, but I understood this grim truth far too late. Certainly, these dark sorcerers are utterly detestable. Glenn, feeling exceedingly perturbed, then inquired what happened next. "You didn't foolishly attempt to confront the sorceress, did you? How could one maintain composure in such a situation?" Luther covered his head, recalling how, like a madman, he had lunged at her, but as one might expect, he was swiftly struck unconscious and taken away. When he awoke once more, he found himself bound in a dimly lit chamber filled with bizarre furnishings. The dark sorceress had also captured my son, subjecting us to a series of grotesque experiments, ultimately transforming my son into a dagger. By the gods, fortunately, a knight discovered her hideout, and amidst their fierce struggle, I seized the opportunity to escape with my son. I knew I had to find a place of safety, so I mingled with the crowds seeking work in the capital, believing that in the city we would be free from peril. However, such a monstrous being as my son could not be tolerated there. The authorities' minions could uncover us at any moment. Juggling the demands of labor while maintaining our safety filled me with dread, fearing I would break under the strain, leading to the harrowing narrative you see before you. As the tale concluded, the room fell into a profound silence. Throughout Luther's narration, Glenn observed his subtle expressions, noting various details that suggested he spoke the truth. He could tentatively place his faith in Luther, unless the latter had even deceived himself, thereby eluding Glenn's discerning gaze. Luther had been eagerly awaiting Glenn's response, but the latter remained silent for an extended period. Thus, he took the initiative to inquire, "Sir, do you have anything to say?" Glenn stroked his chin, lost in thought. Upon hearing the question, he turned to Luther and asked, "Do you know where that dark sorceress is at present?" Luther was taken aback and shook his head. "I do not know. Ever since I encountered that night, she has vanished. However, I once heard from a friend in town that the original village is still under the watch of knights, so I doubt she would appear there. That is indeed unfortunate." A flicker of ferocity flashed in Glenn's eyes, his tone laced with regret. He then queried, "How can you be certain that the dark sorceress has not been captured or slain?" Luther gently placed his right hand over his heart and replied, "I can feel it. She will come looking for me again, as if she has cast a curse upon me." Glenn's eyes sparkled with interest as he stood up and patted Luther's shoulder. "No matter. From now on, you shall be my employee. Work diligently, and I will ensure your safety." Luther was at a loss for words, hesitating before responding, "Boss, that is a dark sorceress we're talking about. She is terrifying. Do you happen to have knightly friends?" Glenn shook his head. "I have my own means of dealing with such matters. You need not worry." Feeling reassured by Glenn's confidence, and recalling his earlier display of skill, Luther believed him a little more. I do not know how to express my gratitude. I can only promise to demonstrate my worth in the future. Huh, I have gained a loyal employee. Glenn chuckled, his smile widening. I look forward to it. Do you think my son and I have done wrong? Luther suddenly asked. Glenn waved his hand dismissively. Of course not. This matter shall remain between us. After saying this, he glanced at Lavelle, who quickly assured, I won't say a word. Luther bowed in gratitude. Well then, rest well today. I will arrange work for you tomorrow, Glenn instructed. All right, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell, Luther turned and exited the hotel. Glenn instructed Lavelle to wait by the deer carriage while he locked the door and headed down another street. Half an hour later, Glenn returned with 2 bulging bags in hand. Lavelle sniffed the air, catching a whiff of creamy fragrance. Curiosity piqued, he refrained from asking questions. The two traveled in silence on the deer carriage, with Glenn leisurely whistling an unknown tune. After checking on the work of the elf maiden, which had been satisfactorily completed, Glenn decided to bring her along back home. He placed the 2 bulging bags down, and Tia, drawn by the enticing aroma, inquired, Mr. Glenn, what is in those bags? It smells delightful. Eggs, cream, flour, and such. I will use them to make a cake tomorrow, Glenn replied, bustling about in the kitchen. A cake, Tia exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I want to learn too. Watch closely tomorrow. Whether you learn or not is up to you. I will be very diligent. Beneath the cloak of night, upon a distant ridge, 3 men clad in armor with fierce visages gazed intently ahead. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man with hair streaked with gray and a crescent moon emblazoned upon his forehead. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply as if to draw in the very essence of the air around him. It was the lingering scent of Bacon's and his companions, 2 of whom had vanished for some time, likely having met their demise. After listening to their leader, one of the men adorned with metallic earrings inquired, Shall we investigate? The leader, lost in contemplation, ultimately resolved, Let us conduct a reconnaissance. We may yet uncover 1 or 2 aberrations. Will this not delay our journey? Ventured the remaining man with a prominent nose. It is merely a cursory glance. It will not consume much time, nor will it lead us astray, the leader replied nonchalantly. With their concerns laid to rest, the 2 subordinates followed their leader, tracing the scent. Morning broke as Glenn was roused by Tia's persistent knocking. Lacking a clock, he could not ascertain the hour of his rising. Even the daylight outside offered no clarity, shrouded in perpetual gloom, thick fog obscuring the sun's position. Mr. Glenn, I recall you mentioned yesterday that you would be baking a cake today, so I came to remind you, Tia exclaimed eagerly upon his opening the door. Glenn scratched his head, gently pushing the little maid's head aside as he descended the stairs. I have matters to attend to this morning. We shall bake in the afternoon, he replied. Tia's face fell in disappointment. After breakfast, Glenn, accompanied by Lavelle, set forth for Dewtown. Upon arrival, Luther awaited them at the tavern's entrance. Glenn had temporarily assigned him the task of indoor cleaning, as he had yet to prepare the quarry for slaughter, allowing Luther to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Lavelle's duties remained unchanged. He would not relent until he had gathered at least 3 individuals. Once these tasks were completed, Glenn transported all the furniture and goods from the lumber shed to the tavern. When time permitted, he planned to remodel the tavern, transforming it into a butcher shop and furniture store. Chapter 75. Fairy tale. After several trips, Glenn, even while riding, found himself somewhat fatigued. He halted the deer cart by the roadside and stepped down to stretch. Just as he was relaxing, he heard someone calling his name from a distance. Turning, he saw Layla at the end of the street, her left hand clutching a book while her right waved enthusiastically as she jogged towards him. Miss Layla, it is a pleasure to see you again, Glenn greeted politely as she drew near. Mr. Glenn, Layla panted, I was uncertain at first, but your magnificent deer confirmed your identity. Indeed, it was quite distinctive. Glenn glanced at his steed and then asked, Are you out shopping? I am heading to the bookstore to purchase a book, she replied, shaking the volume in her hand, which bore the title, Mechanical Principles. You truly are a diligent scholar, Glenn expressed with admiration. The young girl merely smiled and then invited, If you are not busy, Mr. Glenn, please come over to my house for a visit. While it cannot be said that he was particularly busy, Glenn nonetheless appreciated the sentiment and decided to defer for another time. At present, he lacked the inclination to engage in conversations with others during social visits. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment passed through Layla's eyes, yet she maintained her smile. The subtleties of the young girl's emotions were not lost on Glenn, though he could only conjure words of comfort in his mind. Before he could voice them, he suddenly felt something grasp his lower leg. Looking down, he discovered a chubby child of 6 or 7 years. "What do you want, little one?" Glenn inquired, pinching the child's plump cheek. Yet, the boy clung tightly without uttering a word. Layla noticed the sudden appearance of the small child and bent down to ask gently, "What is it, dear? Do you need any help?" The child remained silent. Just as Glenn was about to pry the boy off, a woman rushed over in a flurry, seizing the child and exclaiming tearfully, "Chris, what's the matter? Let go." Glenn was left in a state of confusion, pondering how to handle the situation, when he suddenly noticed another small figure launching itself at his other leg. He quickly raised his foot, causing the newcomer to miss. But before he could revel in his small victory, the child promptly latched onto his leg as well. Glenn felt utterly perplexed. This time, it was a little girl who, like the chubby boy, clung silently. The girl's parents soon arrived, a couple who tugged insistently at Glenn's feet, though the little girl was easily pulled away. As soon as she was released, she began to cry and struggle, creating a scene of chaos. Onlookers cast curious glances at the unfolding drama. Glenn managed to pry the chubby boy off and set him down, then took a seat to the side. The child gazed up at him with wide eyes. "What on earth is going on with your child?" Glenn asked the bewildered woman. "I have no idea, sir," she replied, her voice still tinged with sorrow. "Since he went missing and was found, he's been acting strangely, remaining silent and withdrawn, plagued by nightmares every night, and now he engages in this inexplicable behavior." Her words struck a chord with Glenn, reminding him of the children he had encountered while battling that monstrous creature. All of them had been wide awake. It seemed they still remembered his appearance before he transformed. He set the chubby boy down again, only for the child to cling to him once more. A brief observation revealed signs akin to depression in the young boy. Was it the result of overwhelming fright or the influence of that dreadful creature? He glanced at the little girl, who exhibited similar traits. Perhaps he could consult the old man upon returning, as he likely possessed considerable knowledge, though it remained uncertain whether that unkind old fellow would be willing to assist. As Glenn pondered this, Layla quietly seated herself beside him, gently stroking her trousers and curiously observing his contemplative expression. With no immediate solutions at hand, Glenn resolved to address the matter before him. He glanced at the few individuals before him and tentatively inquired of the two little ones, "Have you ever heard of fairy tales?" The chubby boy shook his head, while the little girl had already freed herself from her parents' grasp and clung to Glenn, also shaking her head. "Fairy tales? Are they akin to the tales sung by bards?" Layla asked with curiosity. "You don't know either?" Glenn replied in astonishment. Logically, such stories should have emerged by this period, he pondered uncertainly. Layla strained to recall, but ultimately shook her head. "I have never heard of such a tale." The parents of the two children also shook their heads in affirmation. The original owner's memories held no information regarding fairy tales, though they were of little value as a reference, since they had never heard of it. "I shall narrate one for you," Glenn thought, uncertain if recounting a fairy tale would prove effective. Yet it was the only idea that came to mind. The onlookers had dispersed, leaving few to pay attention to this corner. Initially intending to find a story that resonated with the experiences of the two children, Glenn momentarily drew a blank and opted to tell one at random. The title of this story is The Ugly Duckling. Layla straightened in her seat. The children's parents could not resist finding a place to sit, eager to safeguard their children while also wishing to discover what a so-called fairy tale entailed. The tale unfolded gently. The ugly duckling was born and was despised by the surrounding animals. Everyone who encountered it bullied it. Glenn mimicked the tone from his memories, reminiscent of a television narrator with great charisma. Gradually, the surroundings quieted. Layla rested her chin on her hands, utterly engrossed, captivated by the absurdity, peculiarity, and beauty of the story. The animals in the tale possessed emotions akin to humans and could converse. Their dialogues were imbued with childlike innocence, simple yet enchanting. She had never encountered such an intriguing story. Both children, as well as the adults, were deeply absorbed in this narrative. When the tale reached its climax, with the ugly duckling transforming into a beautiful swan, it culminated in a splendid conclusion. Glenn surveyed the surroundings, noticing that everyone remained entranced, their expressions reflecting an insatiable longing for more. "The story has concluded. Everyone," Glenn's words roused the crowd. Layla could not help but step forward, grasping Glenn's hands with both of hers. "Mr. Glenn, that story was absolutely wonderful. If I had heard it as a child, it would surely have left me with beautiful memories. Her cheeks flushed. She disregarded the book she had just purchased, which had fallen to the side. Glenn attempted to withdraw his hands, but found himself unable to. I also have ducklings at home. Will any of them transform into swans? The chubby boy asked with eager anticipation. It's possible, Glenn replied dismissively. I have ducks at home too, but none are ducklings, the little girl lamented. No worries. Just let them hatch a brood, and you'll have some, Glenn continued to respond nonchalantly. Hooray. At last, the two little ones released Glenn. Mom and Dad, let's go get the ducks to have ducklings. Mom, I want to find the ugly duckling. Both sets of parents wore expressions of elation. Having not witnessed their children smile like this in quite some time, tears welling in their eyes. They immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Glenn, saying, Thank you so much. Sir, we will forever remember your kindness. With that, they were led away by their children. Chapter 76. Unwelcome visitors. As Glenn shifted his gaze, he found Layla's face remarkably close, her crystalline black irises seemingly shimmering with starlight. Her grip on his right hand was firm, and fearing an unintended reaction, Glenn quickly withdrew his hand, asking, Miss Layla, why do you regard me so? He had no desire to entertain inappropriate thoughts regarding this young girl. Realizing the absence of his hand, Layla became aware of her previous actions, her initial excitement tinged with embarrassment. Grasping a stranger's hand felt somewhat impolite, and her cheeks flushed as she apologized. I am sorry, Mr. Glenn. I acted inappropriately. I am not particularly concerned. Just refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Glenn replied nonchalantly. I typically only act this way in the company of female friends. I must have been overly excited, Layla hurriedly explained. You grasped my hand the first time we met. This marks the second occasion. Glenn mused internally before asking, Did you wish to convey something earlier? At his words, Layla took a deep breath to compose herself before stating earnestly, Mr. Glenn, I wish to record the story we just shared in a book. May I? Glenn was taken aback. You enjoyed it that much? Indeed. I swear I have never loved a story as I do today. Layla's serious tone left no room for doubt. After a brief contemplation, an idea struck Glenn. Of course, but I would like to assign you a task. Are you willing to undertake it? A task? Layla inquired, puzzled. What task? As you observed, there are likely many children in the town who would benefit from hearing such tales. Why not take the initiative like I did just now, and share this story with them? Layla's eyes widened in surprise, quickly followed by uncontainable joy. That is precisely what I was thinking. Glenn paused momentarily before adding, I believe one story may not suffice. How about this? I will write several fairy tales for you next time, and share them with you. Oh, and more. Layla once again grasped Glenn's hand. Her face flushed, but she promptly realized her action and awkwardly released it. She stood up, dusting off her clothes, and declared, Then I shall go record this story immediately. Farewell, Mr. Glenn. With that, she hurriedly dashed away. Glenn also rose, stretching lazily, knowing he needed to return to prepare a cake. At that moment, the deer had finished the food Glenn had provided and was munching on the tender grass sprouting from the crevices of the stone slab. Glenn mounted the cart, prompting the deer to understand it was time to set off, ceasing its meal, and under Glenn's guidance, began to head toward the town's outskirts. Tia sat at the doorstep of the Glenn household, her visage marred by a cloud of sorrow. Today, she had witnessed several oddly charismatic residents of Bayek entering and exiting the town, yet still awaited the return of Glenn. Her heart was consumed by a fervent desire to learn the art of cake making, and she could hardly bear to wait. In truth, it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. Glenn had always been known for his early departures and late returns, a detail that Tia had momentarily forgotten. As she sat lost in thought, a gruff voice abruptly shattered her reverie. This must be the home of that lad, given the scent that permeates the air. Tia turned her gaze and was taken aback. 3 formidable-looking men appeared in the distance, with Gotaya bound by ropes and hoisted over one man's shoulder. The ropes silenced her, allowing only muffled sounds to escape her lips. Nighthowl was similarly restrained, carried like a mummy by another man, twisting helplessly. It was worth noting that Nighthowl had recently gained considerable weight, nearing a ton, yet the man bore him effortlessly, showcasing his immense strength. Who are you? Release the lady elf at once. Otherwise, Mr. Glenn will not spare you. Tia rose and exclaimed with indignation. The leader of the men remained silent, instead posing a question. Little girl, tell me where the master of this house has gone. I might consider sparing you, First, release the lady elf. Tia's tone was resolute. The man chuckled menacingly as he advanced slowly towards the young maid. I am commanding you, little girl. As he reached out to grasp Tia's chin, she summoned an unexpected burst of strength, producing a gleaming dagger from seemingly nowhere, aimed at the man's throat. His eyes widened in shock as he recoiled, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of crimson. Just as Tia prepared to strike again, a powerful hand seized her wrist, rendering her efforts futile. Such disobedience, the man growled, delivering a heavy punch to Tia's abdomen, causing her to lose consciousness instantly. He tossed her to his subordinate, instructing, bind her up. She shall serve as our provisions on the road. The subordinate swiftly produced a length of rope from his satchel and secured Tia. We shall wait here for the one who intends to eliminate Bacons, the leader declared, eliciting sinister nods from his accomplices. Meanwhile, within a nearby house, Miss Puppet chanced upon the scene unfolding at the Glen doorstep, just as she considered leaping from the window to offer assistance. She heard her brother's voice behind her. What do you think you are doing, Elena? The neighbors are in trouble. Of course, I must help. Elena replied, her reasoning unassailable. You shall not go. The puppet clad in a blue vest asserted with an air of finality. But there are no buts. Lindy's suddenly interjected. This is someone else's affair. Have you forgotten the unspoken rules of this town? We cannot disturb the peace here, lest we rouse some slumbering entities who would not take kindly to it. I love now wish to refute, yet she found herself unable to contend with her brother. If you go down, it will surely create a tremendous uproar, leaving us without a refuge. Close the window and let him resolve it himself. Ultimately, Miss Puppet chose to heed her brother's counsel. As Glenn ventured into the outer woods of Bayek, an unusual and unfamiliar scent wafted into his nostrils. Were these the signs of werewolves? A foreboding sensation gripped his heart, prompting him to leap from the deer cart and sprint with great speed. Soon, he arrived near the pig pen. Upon witnessing the current scene, Glenn's fury ignited. The areas he had recently repaired bore the marks of destruction, with shattered wood scattered everywhere. Only the pig pen remained relatively intact. Yet as he approached to inspect further, his blood pressure soared. 3 were missing. Glenn scanned the surroundings and immediately spotted blood and fragments of flesh, evidently consumed. He surmised that the remaining black pigs had been spared, likely intended for abduction. Chapter 77. The battle among werewolves. The lack of signs of struggle indicated that Night Howl and Miss Elf had been swiftly subdued. He detected no scent of their blood, suggesting they were still alive. Quickly regaining his composure, Glenn analyzed the situation and made no further delay in heading back home. As he neared his dwelling, he discerned the number of individuals present and spotted Night Howl, bound like a mummy, discarded outside. Only 3? This revelation surprised him. The mere presence of 3 individuals capable of subduing Night Howl and Gotaya spoke volumes about their prowess. At precisely the moment he approached within the house, the 3 were rummaging through his belongings as if plundering. However, in the next instant, they ceased their actions and turned their gazes toward the outside. Clearly, the main figure had arrived. The leader chuckled softly, exchanging a meaningful glance with his subordinate. The latter understood and hoisted the 2 discarded hostages, proceeding directly out the front door. As the door swung open, both parties came face to face. Glenn quietly observed as the intruders emerged from his home, his expression as still as a tranquil pond. Ah, so you're the one who killed 2 of my subordinates? You hardly appear formidable, the leader remarked, adopting a condescending tone. You seem rather pleased, my friend. Glenn offered no reply, instead focusing on the 2 captives, and upon confirming their well-being, he turned to Gotaya. Miss Elf, did you not claim to be quite capable? How then have you found yourself in such a predicament? At his words, Gotaya's eyes blazed with fury as she thrashed her body in a desperate attempt to explain. Yet, the ropes binding her mouth prevented her from speaking. Ignoring the defiant elf, Glenn turned his attention to Tia, who gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. Do not fear, Tia. I am here. They cannot harm you. With this confident assurance, Tia's dread diminished significantly. Upon witnessing the adversary blatantly disregard his conversation with the hostage, the leader and his 2 subordinates were immediately consumed by displeasure. The leader spoke coldly. Hey kid, do you have any idea who you're facing? What? Have you gained the strength of a werewolf and become so self-assured? Glenn turned to regard the speaker, finding him to be excessively verbose. No sooner had he finished his words than the enraged leader lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Glenn's face. With a slight tilt of his head, Glenn evaded the strike, his right arm bending as he retaliated with a punch that landed firmly in the opponent's abdomen. The latter expelled a mouthful of bile and was sent reeling backward. The leader. Both subordinates gasped in unison. The leader raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from advancing. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, he suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Well done. I never anticipated that you, infected by 2 lowly mongrels, would possess such prowess. Who trained you? Bacons? Or Doroi? You are worthy of being my subordinate." No sooner had he spoken than a stone flew through the air, striking him squarely between the legs. An indescribable pain surged through his body, and he clutched his groin, letting out a muffled grunt. "Fool," Glenn taunted. "You shall perish." The werewolf's extraordinary regenerative abilities swiftly alleviated the leader's pain, yet what remained was an almost irrational fury. With all fours on the ground, he exerted himself with ferocity, sending the earth flying as his body rocketed toward Glenn like a cannonball. Most werewolves are highly emotional beings, and this trait is often evident even when they remain transformed. Observing their leader's transformation, the 2 subordinates instinctively retreated slightly. In the face of such primal, savage aggression, Glenn responded with a dismissive smirk. He turned, executed a spinning kick that connected squarely with the oncoming assailant's chin. The latter's head snapped back violently, sending his body hurtling once more. Glenn, propelled by the force, performed several somersaults before finally coming to a steady halt. As the leader was launched backward, he scraped along the street, and by the time he attempted to rise, blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. "How is this possible?" he bellowed in fury. "How could a lowly werewolf defeat me in my normal state? I'm a level 4 werewolf." Resentment simmering within, the leader charged at Glenn once more, swinging fists, kicking legs, and lunging forward. This half-white-haired werewolf leader relied almost entirely on brute strength. Even if Glenn's own power were to diminish further, his skill would still utterly dominate. The 2 subordinates watched the battle unfold, their expressions blank, as if witnessing a monkey's antics. How can this be? The leader is constantly being bested. Isn't he just a lowly werewolf? They thought in unison. Meanwhile, the 2 bound individuals harbored a different perspective. Apart from Tia, whose face radiated surprise, Gotaya observed with the gaze of an art connoisseur. What splendid combat technique! What exquisite counters! This is simply magnificent, she marveled internally. The battle raged on. The leader, now covered in bruises, with wounds that had no time to heal before new ones were inflicted. At long last, he could no longer endure the humiliation of being toyed with, and he suddenly leaped forth, exclaiming, "Enough! I shall tear you to shreds." No sooner had the words left his lips than a look of anguish crossed his face, followed by the ominous sound of cracking bones. As his body gradually contorted, gray fur sprouted forth, and within mere seconds, he transformed into a formidable gray werewolf. Glenn, witnessing the entire spectacle, could not suppress his curiosity, exclaiming, "Why does your transformation resemble the agony of childbirth?" However, the werewolf, now devoid of reason, was consumed solely by the singular obsession to eliminate Glenn. He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surroundings, causing the very structures to tremble. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from his adversary, Glenn no longer dared to be overconfident. In terms of raw power and combat prowess, a werewolf's might was unparalleled. Even the most powerful knights, known for their strength, would hesitate to contest against them. Thus, Glenn, lacking magical abilities, had to ensure that his strength did not fall short compared to his opponents to secure victory. He swiftly shed his garments, and in a mere instant, his transformation was complete. Stage 1 transformation. A certain Griffin Knight remarked that he had attained the status of a level 3 werewolf, one tier below that of the leader. Yet, he deemed this sufficient. This seamless metamorphosis left his 2 subordinates in a state of profound self-doubt, questioning whether this was still the world they had once known. The 2 monstrous beasts collided with a thunderous crash, and the battle intensified, yet the expressions of the onlookers reverted to their previous state. For the leader was still being overwhelmed. In contrast to the fighting prior to his transformation, the ferocity of the combat now multiplied several times over, with blood splattering throughout the air, blood that belonged solely to the leader. Claws glinted with silvery sheen amidst the clash. and the terrifying roars sent shivers down the spines of all present. Under Glenn's command, the leader's body moved as though it were a mere puppet, repeatedly torn apart by Glenn's relentless assaults. Eventually, the two subordinates recognized that if this continued, the leader would undoubtedly face defeat. And what fate awaited them then? After undergoing what seemed like an agonizing transformation, two werewolves, slightly larger than Glenn, yet smaller than the leader, joined the fray. Chapter 78, Go Back. With three assailants now, Glenn found himself facing a more formidable challenge. The attacks he endured became increasingly relentless and unpredictable, forcing him to rely solely on the wisdom gained from his past life to devise clever countermeasures. Yet even so, he found himself with rare wounds. Glenn felt a slight pressure, but the three werewolves engaging him experienced an entirely different sensation. The remnants of their rationality were astonished. They had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Their attempts to bite and claw frequently missed, with the most injured always being themselves. This predicament only served to heighten their ferocity, compelling them to fight with reckless abandon. Even after several instances of accidentally harming one another, they showed no inclination to cease their assault. Glenn, meanwhile, grew weary of the game. A dark mist suddenly enveloped him, and his form expanded, surpassing that of his three adversaries. With a sudden, fierce swipe, three werewolves were sent flying through the air. At this moment, the two spectators remained in shock, first astonished by Glenn's revelation as a werewolf, and then by the sheer force he exhibited. This seemingly ordinary individual, indistinguishable from any normal human, was, in fact, a werewolf. Were werewolves not known for their volatile tempers? Gataya, he thought in disbelief. Mr. Glenn is a werewolf. It is said that werewolves are inherently malevolent, yet Mr. Glenn does not seem that way, Tia pondered. The battle was far from over. The three werewolves, undeterred by their opponent's formidable prowess, charged once more, their eyes clouded with a bloodlust. The outcome was predictable. One werewolf bore the brunt of Glenn's assault first. His chest was raked by a powerful claw, leaving 5 deep gashes that nearly cleaved him in two, with only a thin layer of flesh clinging together. He let out a wail before being hurled away. The remaining leader and one subordinate met the same fate, dispatched with a single swipe each. Meanwhile, within the house across from the elderly man, a gray-skinned man, deeply entrenched in slumber in his chair, suddenly snapped his eyes open. Bloodshot and filled with an inexplicable rage, he erupted. Enough with the noise. His voice, rusty and harsh, called out, and he transformed into a swirling cloud of darkness, bursting through the window. As Glenn prepared to finish off the two incapacitated werewolves on the ground, he sensed an inexplicable, ominous energy rising. Turning to investigate, he caught sight of the peculiar entity descending from the window of the elderly man's abode. The werewolf he had just sent flying was nearby and met that strange form. In mere moments, it was torn to shreds. Subsequently, Glenn felt the weight of a gaze fixated upon him. Was it you who disturbed my dreams? The voice echoed, filled with wrath. Glenn's luminous wolf eyes flickered in response. I apologize, but that was not my intention. You are the source of my disturbance. The dark entity roared, vanishing in an instant. Glenn's alertness surged, yet he felt a piercing pain in his chest. Inside the old man's house, the elderly observer, keenly watching the unfolding battle, cursed internally at the appearance of the dark entity. Oh no, I knew this young man would provoke this being. He had only encountered the homeowner a few times, knowing only that he despised disturbances and possessed unfathomable strength. You have disturbed my dreams. You deserve to perish. The voice was laced with madness, igniting Glenn's fury, and he spun around, claws outstretched. The entity evaded, and an eerie whisper echoed in Glenn's ears. However, it had little effect on him. His muscles bulged as he struck towards the strange entity. Boom! Upon contact, Glenn felt the immense corrosiveness of the dark cloud, which clung to his entire arm. No reason or logic shall be applied here. I shall not reason with you. With tremendous force, he sent the dark cloud hurtling away. Ignoring the stinging pain in his arm, Glenn pursued the entity with ferocious and relentless aggression. At the onset, Glenn could discern the presence of a human within the swirling mass of energy solely by the sensation of claws and fists. However, as he launched his relentless assault, the entity within the vaporous sphere seemed to undergo various transformations in an attempt to retaliate. Yet, against Glenn's torrential barrage of punches and tempest of claws. These efforts proved futile. Even the corrosive black mist that splattered across his body only inflicted minor discomfort. The magical resistance of a level 5 werewolf's fur was remarkably high, indicating that this adversary had evidently underestimated Glenn's prowess. Ultimately, the latter managed to evade Glenn's strikes by dispersing its form, subsequently reconstituting itself not far away. Glenn shook off the hissing, smoldering black mist clinging to him and gazed at the now hesitant black mass, which seemed reluctant to advance. "If you dare to make a move, I shall take your life," Glenn declared ominously. Nearby, the leader and his subordinates had reverted to their human forms. Sprawled on the ground, their eyes fixed on Glenn with a gaze befitting that of a monster as they recalled the recent confrontation. The atmosphere fell into a brief silence. Just as Glenn was about to speak again, ominous energies began to emanate from the surrounding houses, as if tangible death itself was honing in on him. Sensing the shift in the environment, the figure within the black mass gained confidence and slowly approached Glenn. "Those who cause a ruckus should not remain here. Get out or perish." Glenn surveyed his surroundings. "I apologize for disturbing you, but I have paid for this house. There is no possibility of me vacating." "Then you have chosen death. The dead do not require shelter." Such declarations echoed around him, igniting a fiery wrath in Glenn's eyes. It was clear that the residents, who had sought him out for trouble, were now turning against him. "It seems you are utterly unreasonable. This place shall be cleansed today." The turbulent energy surrounding Glenn surged, as he prepared to invoke his mightiest form, a transformation he had not undertaken since a previous trial in the forest, though it would leave him exceedingly weak afterward. Timely nourishment would suffice for recovery. Just as he resolved to proceed, a familiar voice resonated from the depths of the town. "Return." This command was not directed at Glenn, but rather at the restless entities within the houses. "Black Crow?" Glenn murmured in mild surprise. The agitated energies hesitated momentarily, weighing their options, yet ultimately chose to disregard the Black Crow's warning and continue their prior actions. "Return." This time, a woman's voice rang out, melodious yet commanding, belonging to the Black Crow's wife. "Return." Miss Puppet suddenly thrust open a window, her demeanor fierce. The tumultuous energies subsided entirely, and the black mass swiftly retreated into its respective dwelling. Glenn ceased his manipulation of the agitated wolf poison and nodded subtly towards the depths of the town. He also waved to Miss Puppet, who reciprocated the gesture. In the next moment, she was drawn back inside by a pair of wooden arms, and the window was closed once more. The leader and his subordinates lay on the ground, thoroughly terrified, for the preceding scene had been nothing short of bizarre. "What place is this?" they exclaimed in unison. Glenn reverted to a level 3 werewolf, first freeing Tia and her companion from their bindings, then slowly approaching them with an icy tone. "I trust you possess sufficient compensation for my losses, whether in currency or goods. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is excruciatingly painful." With that, Glenn began to search their belongings. Their attire was peculiar, seemingly designed for ease of transformation. Aside from the joints and certain areas left uncovered, the leather armor consisted of intricately crafted components, capable of accommodating the expansion of their bodies without damage. Chapter 79. Borrowing the kitchen. Among the various items Glenn retrieved from them were not only gold, silver, and copper coins, but also assorted trinkets, such as maps and pocket watches. "Wait, we can negotiate. We are all werewolves. There is no need for violence." The leader on the ground, regaining some strength, shouted, "We have witnessed your prowess. You could easily usurp the position of the old Wolf King. That old fellow has held his position for far too long, and it is time for fresh blood." The leader fervently persuaded, but Glenn continued his search. "Listen to me. Do you not aspire to become a king? The king of the entire werewolf clan? We can follow you. Yes, follow. We can overthrow this kingdom and establish a mightier empire. Imagine that scene. Do you not wish to see it?" The leader employed his finest rhetoric. Glenn, however, appeared oblivious to his words. After assessing the wealth he held, he exhaled with relief and addressed the two on the ground. "Thank you for bringing such valuable possessions. Now I can grant you a swift departure." Sensing the rising aura of menace from Glenn, the leader cried out in desperation, "No, you cannot kill me." With a swift motion, Glenn disregarded the leader's pleas and ended their lives with a single claw. Rule the entire werewolf clan? Hardly. From what I have observed of these werewolves, there is no cohesiveness among them. Selfishness and self-interest are the prevailing traits. Glenn scoffed inwardly. Tia approached, looking distressed. Mr. Glenn, they have made quite a mess of the house. I will send you 2 silver coins to tidy up. Glenn lowered his wolf head and offered her 2 silver coins from his palm. I will do a splendid job, Tia assured, carefully taking the coins from the immense wolf paw. Gotaya also approached, gazing up at Glenn's massive form with a hint of indignation. Clearly still troubled by her earlier defeat. I have never encountered a werewolf like you before. Glenn ignored her and found a spot to sit. Instructing the little maid who was preparing to clean, Tia, please go to my room and fetch a coat. Although he had removed part of his clothing earlier, he was unsure where the rest had ended up during the battle. Certainly, Mr. Glenn, came Tia's response from within the house. Glenn reluctantly donned a pair of trousers belonging to a werewolf, suppressing his discomfort. Nightowl approached him, lying down with drooping ears, emanating an aura of profound despondency. Glenn could surmise Nightowl's discontent, having endured numerous beatings lately, nearly succumbing to melancholy. He donned his trousers and settled down. Gotaya observed the werewolf and the otherworldly being lost in thought in the yard, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward and inquiring, Human, what techniques do you employ in battle? Is it your kind's martial arts? Glenn's ears twitched, and with a glance from his wolfish eyes at the elven lady, he clarified, It is more accurately my own martial arts. What is it called? She asked. Kung Fu. Kung Fu. Gotaya mulled over the term, silently committing it to memory, then asked, May I learn it? Glenn yawned, revealing his fearsome fangs. Why should I teach you? Gotaya anticipated this response and began to contemplate her strategies. From within the house, the sweet melody of the little maid humming could be heard, a tune she had learned from Glenn, performed quite adeptly. Her voice was fairly melodious, prompting a satisfied nod from Glenn. Tia pushed open the door, holding a set of brown garments, and cheerfully approached Glenn, handing them to him. Receiving the attire, Glenn transformed back into his human form and changed clothes. He informed Gotaya, I am off to retrieve my deer cart and tend to the pigsty. You need not work today. You may stay here or assist Tia. It's up to you. Gotaya nodded silently. After walking a short distance, Glenn turned back to Nightowl and instructed, drag those corpses outside for disposal and try to clean the ground as much as possible. Nightowl rose and growled in acknowledgement. Glenn then ventured outside the town, first retrieving the abandoned deer cart, and subsequently busied himself in the pigsty. It was only around 5 or 6 in the afternoon that he concluded his tasks. He made another trip to Dudtown, only to find he had yet to recruit anyone, leaving him somewhat disheartened, but he still allowed his 2 employees to clock out. He also repurchased ingredients for cake making. Although he hadn't checked his own home for supplies, it was a precautionary measure. Upon returning home with Lavelle, he found that the little maid, alongside Gotaya, had tidied up the house. Glenn cast a glance at the elven lady, approving of her diligence. Gotaya blushed and let out a soft hum. Mr. Glenn, the cake! Tia exclaimed excitedly. You still have such enthusiasm after all that just happened. Glenn raised an eyebrow with a smile. Wasn't it all resolved by you, Mr. Glenn? Tia replied matter-of-factly. Glenn, appreciating the little maid's cheerful disposition, simply waved his hand and declared, All right, then let us head to the old man's house to make it. What? Whose house are we going to? Tia was about to cheer, only to realize something was amiss. I lack many necessary tools at home. I've been to the neighbor's kitchen, and it is well equipped, with an oven as well, making it the most convenient place to work, Glenn explained. However, Tia hesitated, but will the neighbor lend us their kitchen? He will lend it to us. Let's take the items and depart. Without further ado, Glenn pushed open the door with the belongings in hand. Gotaya hesitated for a moment, yet followed suit, equally intrigued by the kind of cake Glenn would create. This left Laville alone at home, though he exhibited no dissent. After everyone had left, he returned to his own workshop, engrossed in an unknown endeavor. Glenn was the first to knock on the old man's door. A faint sound echoed as the door opened a crack, revealing the old man's face behind it. He smirked and inquired, What do you want? I'd like to borrow your kitchen, Glenn replied with a smile. The old man glanced at the girl and the elven maiden behind Glenn, yet he did not fully open the door, asking, Don't you have a kitchen at home? Why borrow mine? Your kitchen is more sophisticated. There are tools I require that my kitchen lacks, Glenn expressed earnestly. After a prolonged hesitation, the old man finally said, Wait a moment. With that, he closed the door, and Glenn's keen hearing detected the sounds of rummaging within. Glenn speculated that the old man was likely hiding food from the kitchen, an act that held little significance for him, given his keen sense of smell. Nevertheless, the old man was undoubtedly aware of this. His actions reflected an understanding that Glenn would not search for items in the owner's presence, as it would be exceedingly impolite. Before long, the door reopened, and the old man's towering figure appeared before the trio. "All right, come in, but stay in the kitchen. I hope you won't wander into other rooms," he cautioned. In the outer woods, the bodies of several werewolves consumed by night howls underwent strange transformations. "Rest assured," Glenn replied, stepping into the old man's abode without hesitation. Tia followed closely behind, timidly offering a polite bow to the old man. "I apologize for the intrusion." Gotaya, displaying far more pride, remained silent. As the three entered the old man's spacious kitchen, Glenn immediately began directing the two girls in an orderly fashion to prepare. They stoked the fire, washed the utensils, and so forth. Throughout the process, Glenn took care to explain the nuances, purposes, and effects of each step to the two. The kitchen was filled with a cacophony of sounds, occasionally accompanied by playful laughter, while the old man, accustomed to solitude, sat upstairs with a forlorn expression, seemingly indifferent to life. Due to the unexpected guests consuming much of his time, Glenn's allocated period for cake making was considerably extended. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that he finally produced a birthday cake that met his satisfaction. Tia and Gotaya gazed in awe at the exquisite and beautiful cake before them. The two-tiered cake was enveloped in pristine white cream, adorned with unique fruits from this world, and artistically decorated based on Glenn's reminiscences of a past life. It appeared as an enticing, mouth-watering work of art. "Mr. Glenn, is this cake meant for someone else's birthday?" Tia inquired curiously, noticing the words "Happy Birthday" elegantly inscribed in cream atop the cake. "Indeed, it is for a friend in the town, as her birthday is tomorrow." Glenn is preparing a beautifully packaged cake box, affirming Tia's words. "Tomorrow? May I accompany you?" Tia leaned closer to Glenn, her face alight with anticipation. Glenn hesitated momentarily, uncertain if the wife of the Black Crow would permit him to bring someone along, yet he deemed it should be acceptable. With that thought, he replied uncertainly, "It is likely permissible." Tia, brimming with excitement, shook Glenn's arm, exclaiming, "I want to go. My friend has a rather peculiar personality. Her birthday may not be as enjoyable as you might think. Are you certain you wish to attend?" Glenn wanted to clarify his expectations. "No worries, I want to go." The young maid replied without hesitation. "You simply wish to partake of the cake, don't you?" Glenn had already discerned the maid's true intentions, but chose not to refuse. "Very well, but remember to maintain your decorum. The birthday girl has a unique appearance, and do not provoke her anger. This is the basic conduct expected of a maid, which I will surely uphold." Tia vowed earnestly. As they spoke, Glenn had completed the packaging and placed the exquisite cake inside the box. After bidding farewell to the elderly gentleman, the trio stepped out into the dimly lit street. Shadows that had not managed to conceal themselves were abruptly encountered, startling Tia and Gotaya at the fearsome sight. "This is the norm here. Are you not accustomed to it yet?" Glenn chuckled. Tia merely nodded. "I was just not paying attention," Gotaya proclaimed with a puffed chest. "Then do remember to be more vigilant." As they conversed, the shadows that had failed to hide had already vanished. Upon reaching his own yard, Glenn noticed that Lavelle had already fallen asleep. Thus he urged the two girls to retire early as well. Once inside, Glenn turned to Gotaya, who appeared to be wrestling with some inner turmoil, and inquired, "Miss Elf, if you have something to say, please do. It is not that you wish to attend my friend's birthday as well, is it?" "Certainly not," Gotaya immediately refuted. "Then what is it?" Glenn asked, perplexed, as if struggling to find the right words. Gotaya eventually spoke candidly. "I simply wish to know what would compel you to teach me martial arts." Glenn was taken aback, not expecting her to still be pondering this, and could not help but scrutinize her from head to toe, asking, "Do you truly yearn to learn?" Gotaya nodded vigorously, her expression sincere. After contemplating for a moment, Glenn responded, "Seeing your eagerness, I cannot bear to decline. Here is what we shall do. I will soon procure some livestock, transforming the pigsty into a farm that will also include a chicken coop, duck house, and cattle pen, significantly increasing your workload. If you can excel in farm duties, I shall assess your aptitude and teach you suitable martial arts accordingly. How does that sound?" Upon hearing Glenn's words, the elf maiden paused for a moment, but then, with determined resolve, she replied, "I accept your terms." Glenn smiled, a deal struck. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed that she seemed to have something further to express. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Is there more? May I attend tomorrow's birthday party?" Gautaya inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed. Glenn rolled his eyes and turned away. "If you go, who will take care of my pig?" The night was tranquil. After Glenn and the others had succumbed to slumber, a series of unfamiliar figures gradually emerged from outside the town, venturing deeper into its heart. Apart from the shadows prowling the streets in search of food, no townsfolk noticed or cared about the arrival of these figures, remaining oblivious until dawn broke. Glenn first escorted Lavelle to Dude Town to continue recruiting before returning home, changing into fresh attire and setting off with Tia towards the abode of the Black Crow, bearing a birthday cake. As they walked, Tia observed Glenn sniffing the air repeatedly and curiously asked, "Mr. Glenn, what is the matter?" Glenn glanced down at Tia and shook his head. Nothing. He merely detected a plethora of unfamiliar scents in the air. Having lived in this area for an extended period, he was quite familiar with the odors of the local residents. The peculiar scents wafting through the air this time, however, were undoubtedly not from the inhabitants of Bayek. Pondering these matters, Glenn continued his stride. "Mr. Glenn, why is this place so peculiar?" Tia suddenly inquired with intrigue. "I cannot say," Glenn replied nonchalantly. "How did you become a werewolf? You're so powerful." "A secret," he retorted. As their conversation flowed, the grayish-blue house gradually came into view. Yet, Glenn abruptly halted, placing a firm hand on Tia's shoulder to signal her to stop as well. She looked at him, puzzled. Glenn gazed skyward, and Tia followed suit. The sky was a dull gray, devoid of any apparent anomalies. However, Tia noticed that Glenn's eyes seemed to focus intently on something, gradually lowering his gaze until it rested upon the grayish-blue house ahead. Suddenly, a heavy thud resounded from the spot where Glenn's gaze fell, followed by a gust of wind that caused both Glenn and Tia to squint. A white dragon-like creature materialized, halting at the entrance of the Black Crow's home, raising its long neck and turning its head to regard Glenn and Tia. "Mr. Glenn, is that?" Tia stammered, covering her mouth. "A dragon? It's rather small, and it doesn't resemble a hatchling. Its characteristics don't align with what I initially thought was a giant dragon," Glenn mused, quickly reassessing. The dragon-like creature was only the size of a human, entirely snow-white, and apart from its dimensions, bore a striking resemblance to the western dragons Glenn was familiar with. The creature lifted its proud head, its amber eyes reflecting the figures of Glenn and Tia, particularly fixating on Glenn for an extended moment before suddenly speaking. "A werewolf has come to attend Leijira's birthday?" Chapter 81. The Birthday Party. The voice was neutral, leaving Glenn unable to discern the dragon's gender. "Also attending?" Glenn keenly noted the choice of words, feeling a surge of surprise. He had initially believed that only he was invited to his friend Black Crow's wife's birthday celebration. In retrospect, that notion was perhaps misguided. Who decreed that the other party could only know one friend? "Are you also a friend of Black Crow?" Glenn inquired of the draconic creature. However, the creature offered no reply. Instead, it turned its back, its voice dripping with arrogance as it declared, "Were it not for your association with Leijira, your filthy wolfish audacity to converse with me would have already reduced you to mere ashes." With that, it disregarded Glenn's reaction and opened the door to Black Crow's residence without knocking, stepping inside. At the moment the door swung open, a brilliant light spilled forth from within. "Mr. Glenn, that was exceedingly rude," Tia exclaimed in indignation. Glenn merely chuckled. He had encountered many such arrogant individuals before. After all, it was a friend's birthday, and he hoped not to let this incident spoil the occasion. He silently resolved to teach the creature a lesson if it dared to provoke him further. Tia wholeheartedly agreed. The two approached the entrance of Black Crow's home, where Glenn gently rapped on the door twice. A strange male voice emerged from within, inviting them in. Glenn hesitated for a moment, but ultimately pushed the door open. A beam of light burst forth, forcing the two outside to shield their eyes. Once they adjusted, Glenn and Tia gasped in astonishment. Inside, a breathtaking tableau unfolded. Blue skies, fluffy clouds, and a verdant lawn, all populated by numerous guests and other fantastical beings, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The refreshing air enveloped them, prompting Glenn to observe the dilapidated gray house and then the surreal landscape beyond the door. A wave of absurdity washing over him. "Mr. Glenn," Tia trembled slightly with excitement. "This is utterly magical." Glenn chuckled in agreement. As they slowly stepped into the room, the door closed automatically behind them. Glenn turned back to find only a solitary door standing amidst the lawn. The surroundings appeared so vivid, with rolling hills in the distance and a few trees dotting the expansive plain. The two shifted their focus to the birthday party scene. Elegant tables and chairs were arranged in order, adorned with delightful decorations. Guests of various races, humans, beast folk, dwarves, and others, mingled in clusters, either standing or seated. Among them were witches, peculiar warriors clad in black robes, and wizards wielding staffs, each representing different professions. Some attendees cast glances at Glenn and Tia, but they simply acknowledged their presence without further interaction. Alas, Glenn suddenly exclaimed, his expression turning grave. "What is it, Mr. Glenn?" Tia gasped, her concern palpable. "There won't be enough cake." Glenn slapped his forehead in realization. Tia stepped forward into the throng, while Glenn followed the scent to locate Black Crow and his wife. At that moment, the couple was engaged in conversation with a bearded wizard wearing a pointed hat and a woman in her 40s. Black Crow's wife sat on a bed, a blanket obscuring her lower half, leaving her neck to abdomen exposed in an unusual manner. The last time, I did not catch a clear glimpse of the other person's face, certainly not due to darkness, as that posed no challenge to a werewolf. The obscurity stemmed entirely from the individual's hair, which concealed much of their visage. Now, in the bright light, the hair was elegantly styled up, revealing their true countenance. The skin was exceedingly pale, almost sickly so, with lips slightly cracked and a gaunt face, the eye sockets dark and sunken. At first glance, the appearance was rather unappealing. Tia, upon seeing this, nearly gasped in surprise, but recollecting Glenn's instructions, she tightened her posture and expression. As they approached, the wife of the Black Crow turned her face towards them and smiled. This singular smile made both forget her myriad imperfections. It was not the result of magic or any unnatural force. Everyone was gathered around the bedside. As Glenn and his companion drew nearer, they noticed a shift, and the conversation halted as heads turned in their direction. "Happy birthday, madam," Glenn said, placing the gift box containing the cake on a nearby table. Greeting her with a smile, the Black Crow couple returned the gesture with nodding smiles. "Lygira, who are these two?" the bearded wizard inquired, furrowing his brows. Lygira, evidently the name of the Black Crow's wife, introduced with a gentle smile. "This is our friend from town, Mr. Glenn, and this is my friend, Tia, who wishes to join us for your birthday celebration. I hope you don't mind." Glenn offered an explanation. "Good day, madam," Tia said nervously, curtsying while holding her skirt. "Not at all." Lygira gently shook her head, indicating no offense taken. She then turned to the bearded wizard and his wife, continuing with the introductions, Dolph and his wife. "Miko, it is a pleasure to meet you both." The introduced couple bowed slightly in acknowledgement of Glenn and Tia. "We are equally pleased to make your acquaintance." Glenn and Tia replied, mimicking the bow with grace. "I sincerely apologize, madam. I did not anticipate such a large gathering, and the cake is rather small." Glenn remarked apologetically as he glanced at Lygira. Before she could respond, the Black Crow interjected, "That is not an issue. Leave it to Dolph." Glenn, intrigued, looked towards the bearded wizard. "Ha, a trivial matter. May I take a look at the cake you prepared for Lygira?" Dolph chuckled lightly, addressing Glenn. "Of course," Glenn affirmed. Upon receiving his consent, Dolph waved his wand lightly, and the gift box seemed to spring to life, opening on its own. All eyes turned towards the contents of the box. When the exquisitely crafted two-tiered birthday cake was revealed, expressions of astonishment adorned their faces. To create such a culinary masterpiece solely by hand, without the aid of magic, was truly remarkable, Dolph praised, stroking his beard. The others, encountering such a birthday cake for the first time, nodded in agreement. Witnessing this scene, Glenn could not deny a sense of pride swelling within him. Even the little maid appeared to share in the glory. However, he mused, it was indeed too small, insufficient for all. Dolph spoke as he raised his staff and gestured toward the birthday cake, gently tracing a circle in the air. Glenn sensed a shift in the atmosphere, and soon, he witnessed the cake he had crafted slowly begin to enlarge. "Wow!" Tia exclaimed, her fingers entwined in excitement, her eyes fixated on the ever-expanding confection. At last, the cake reached a height suitable for sharing among all, prompting Dolph to cease his incantation. A rich, delectable aroma wafted through the air. instantly capturing the attention of everyone at the birthday celebration. Conversations ceased and guests gathered around. This is the most exquisite birthday cake I have ever seen. The scent of cream is divine. I'm in for a treat. They marveled, their joyous chatter creating a warm atmosphere that even the crow couple found comforting. Chapter 82. Bai Lajura, esteemed elder. Black Crow, esteemed elder. Are these your new friends? From the crowd emerged a petite tree spirit, approximately 1 meter tall, with a slender figure and round features, who innocently pointed at Glenn and Tia with curiosity. Indeed, Lajira nodded, reiterating the introductions. Just as she was about to present Glenn to the rest of the attendees, Dolph interjected, "Allow me to take over." Dolph then began introducing each guest at the birthday celebration, one by one, starting from his left. With Glenn's remarkable memory, he could effortlessly recall everyone's names. But Tia was becoming increasingly disoriented. She only remembered that the dragon-like creature was named Gabai, and the little tree spirit was called Tashaban, while most others remained a blur. As each individual was introduced, they stepped forward to either bow or nod in acknowledgement, except for the dragon-like creature, who exhibited little reaction. After completing the round of introductions, Lajira turned to Glenn, saying, "There are a few friends who, for various reasons, could not attend. I will introduce you to them when the opportunity arises." "Thank you, madam," Glenn replied with a smile, clearly recognizing her intent to expand his social network, a gesture he appreciated. "Ladies and gentlemen, it has been many years since we last gathered. I have invited you all to celebrate my birthday, both to reminisce and to introduce this new friend to you. It is an honor to meet you all. Now, please enjoy this banquet freely." Lajira's voice rang out, raising a withered hand in a toast. Cheers erupted, accompanied by applause. Glenn and Tia joined in the clapping and cheering. "Dolph, please distribute the food and cake." The Black Crow turned to the bearded wizard. Dolph nodded, thrusting his staff into the ground, causing the cake Glenn had made to automatically slice into portions, soaring towards the crowd. At the same time, a variety of foods appeared from nowhere, swirling in the air, easily within reach of everyone. Tia was the first to seize a cake made by Glenn, eagerly placing it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately squinted in delight, clearly savoring the moment. Glenn casually took a piece of a white dessert, tasting it and nodding in approval, appreciating its flavor. The guests at the birthday celebration had begun to disperse. Some exchanged a few words with the Raven couple, while others found a spot to sit and engage in conversation. The lively atmosphere continued unabated. With cream and crumbs adorning her lips, Tia approached Glenn, arms laden with an assortment of sweets. Without hesitation, she shoved a piece of dessert into Glenn's mouth, exclaiming, "Mr. Glenn, you must try this. It is absolutely delightful." The little maid appeared quite exuberant. Had Glenn not been quick to eat, anyone else might well have found their cheeks bursting. Seeing that the others still wished to fetch more food, Glenn promptly restrained her, saying, "Mind your image, please. Remember to take some back home. Don't forget there are 2 others waiting." The little maid suddenly enlightened, clapping her hands as if in prayer, exclaimed, "Oh my, how could I forget Master and Miss Elf? Mr. Glenn, you are so thoughtful." Immediately, she dashed off to retrieve the box that had originally contained the cake, selecting the delicacies she deemed delectable to fill it. Naturally, Glenn's cake was essential, as the 2 at home had yet to taste it. Meanwhile, a man ensnared in chains observed Glenn leisurely indulging in his food, his tone somber as he remarked, "How could Lygila invite a werewolf? Are you certain there is no mistake?" Beside him, a white dragon-like creature, with an air of aloofness and authority, replied, "Are you questioning my perception?" "No, merely stating that it defies logic." The man responded with an outstretched hand. "Werewolves are notoriously disreputable breed. Lygila should be well aware of this." The white dragon snorted lightly. "Who knows what scheme she harbors? I, for one, find it quite uncomfortable." At that moment, a man dressed in a pristine, tailored uniform and wearing a top hat approached, curious about their conversation. The white dragon glanced at the newcomer and then grinned, revealing its fangs. "You don't believe that fellow is a werewolf? Perhaps you should inquire with this vampire lord." The man, bound in chains, turned to the newcomer and explained, "The white dragon claims that Lygila has introduced this individual as a werewolf, which I find difficult to believe." The vampire, referred to as by E, glanced towards Glenn in the distance and replied with a smile, "The white dragon does not lie. He is indeed a werewolf, Raymond's." Upon hearing this, Raymond was taken aback. Confounded, he asked, "Would Lygila truly befriend a werewolf?" To this, he merely shook his head. I cannot say. However, this werewolf is rather peculiar. In what way is he peculiar? Both the white dragon and Raymon's inquired simultaneously. I have encountered numerous werewolves, and whether in their transformed state or not, I could always sense their bloodthirsty and frenzied nature. Yet, with this individual I feel none of that, he explained, furrowing his brow. Upon hearing this, both instinctively turned to look at Glenn, only to find him gazing back at them. This fellow has noticed us, he remarked with a smile. And what of it? Jiao retorted dismissively. However, strode overconfidently. Glenn regarded the vampire approaching him without any visible reaction. As Dao Fu has introduced, let me formally introduce myself. I am a vampire. He extended his hand. Shouldn't you refer to yourselves as the bloodline? Glenn responded, shaking his hand with an air of nonchalance. I am Glenn, a werewolf. As their hands parted, chuckled. I assumed you would take immediate action. Since you are a friend of Lady Lygila, you must be my friend as well, and I trust you cannot be too disagreeable, continued, smiling. Glenn returned the smile. You are correct. Lady Lygila possesses the ability to discern a person's true nature. Those she deems worthy must surely possess commendable character. He nodded in agreement. However, this statement conveyed a message to Glenn. Lady Lygila can see into one's heart? Does this imply she possesses such abilities? Glenn pondered rapidly, not neglecting to continue the conversation. It seems Mr. He has inquiries for me. Feel free to speak candidly. The other had approached to converse, clearly not merely to convey that information, indicating ulterior motives. Indeed, he revealed a smile that could captivate many a maiden. I appreciate your character, Mr. Glenn. Since you have asked so directly, it would be impolite for me to linger on trivialities. Taking a small breath, he inquired, it appears you manage the negative aspects of your werewolf lineage quite adeptly. How do you achieve this? Glenn was taken aback by the question. How do you know this? He asked directly. We vampires know your kind intimately, and as a scholar, many details do not escape my notice. Understanding dawned on Glenn as he connected the dots. He too had observed the differences between the werewolves he had encountered and ordinary humans. Their extreme emotional states were not commonplace. Chapter 83. Jealousy. This werewolf constitution of mine is rather conspicuous. It will prove quite inconvenient in the future, Glenn lamented inwardly. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He discreetly began to manipulate the dispersed wolf venom within him, gathering and compressing it. Ultimately, he condensed it to the size of a cell, hiding it within one of his red blood cells. Turning his attention back to he noticed the other's eyes widening in astonishment, as if witnessing a ghost. What have you done? He stammered. What's the matter? Glenn feigned innocence. Do not play coy. How did your werewolf presence vanish so suddenly? You are now akin to an ordinary human. He raised his voice, relieved that the surrounding noise masked their conversation, preventing unwanted attention. It's merely a trivial technique. There's no need to be alarmed. Glenn did not jest with his counterpart and conceded. Little tricks? Half convinced, reflected that in his many years of existence, he had never encountered such a situation. Yet, he was not a werewolf, and he could not ascertain whether this was indeed a minor ruse. Upon returning, he resolved to study this matter thoroughly. Unsure, he shifted back to his original inquiry. You still haven't answered me. Why are you different from the other werewolves? Glenn retorted. What do you think accounts for the general demeanor of werewolves? He responded without hesitation. It is because the werewolf curse affects the minds of those infected, gradually transforming them into murderous, selfish lunatics. Indeed, under the curse's influence, one is controlled by desire through repeated transformations, ultimately altering their inherent character. Yet, as long as one maintains their rationality, isn't it possible to evade such a transformation? Glenn explained, partially earnestly. In his previous life, he had been a person with rigorous self-discipline, harboring deep convictions about certain matters, unwavering in the face of external disturbances to his thoughts. This was also the reason he could endure the grueling training of hellish perseverance, a feat few could achieve. Maintain rationality? Is it truly that simple? If werewolves have existed for so long, why has no one like you emerged? He remained skeptical. However, Glenn's subsequent remark nearly caused him to falter. Hasn't one already emerged? It is merely that the probability of such individuals is low. Glenn shrugged. He found himself at a loss for words, for there was no fault in that statement. As their conversation continued, Two figures approached, a witch and a girl of about 13 or 14. "Mr. Glenn, Sir by E. Greetings to you both," the witch said, pulling the girl beside her to bow before them. Glenn recalled that the witch's name was Sasha, and the girl was her apprentice, named Ambella. "Good day, Miss Sasha." Ambella by E greeted them warmly, and Glenn followed suit. "Are you here to familiarize yourself with our new friend?" Bai inquired of Miss Sasha. "Indeed. I have known Lygila the longest, and since she specifically introduced you, how could I not take it seriously?" Sasha replied with a smile. She then turned to Glenn and said, "Mr. Glenn, Lygila holds you in high regard. There must be something about you that she admires. As a token of our first meeting, I present this to you." As she spoke, a box appeared in her hands, which she extended to Glenn. Faced with this gesture, Glenn felt it impolite to decline, so he graciously accepted it. "This box will allow you to contact me upon opening, though that is under normal circumstances. Should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out," Sasha elucidated. Glenn nodded and replied politely, "I did not prepare a gift for our meeting this time. I shall ensure to bring one for our next encounter." "You are far too courteous," Sasha chuckled lightly, then affectionately ruffled the hair of the girl beside her, saying, "Ambella is my apprentice, and it is unfortunate that she has become a witch. If she ever finds herself in danger, I hope you will assist her within your means." Ambella possesses an undeniable charm, with her pert nose, round eyes, and a cherubic face that elicits a natural instinct to offer care. At this moment, as she hears her teacher introduce her, she timidly bites her lip and casts a shy glance toward Glenn, clearly somewhat apprehensive, yet mustering her courage. Glenn kneels down, his gaze gentle as he addresses the young girl, saying, "Ambella, what a lovely name, just as delightful as you are. Do not fear in times of danger. Besides your teacher, I am here to assist you as well." Perhaps it was Glenn's soothing tone that eased the little girl's nerves. She gazes at him with her bright, clear eyes and nods softly. Sasha observes this scene with a hint of comfort in her eyes, her expression toward Glenn softening. After exchanging a few more words, Sasha leads Ambella away. Bai watches them depart and suddenly exclaims, "How unfortunate to endure such hardships at such a tender age." Upon hearing this, Glenn feels a flicker of confusion and is about to inquire further when Bai interjects, "It was a pleasure to meet you. Our conversation was quite enjoyable. I must catch up with other friends now. Farewell, Mr. Glenn." With no other recourse, Glenn can only smile and respond, "Goodbye, Mr. Bai." Soon after, several others approach Glenn, engaging him in conversation, alluding to a desire for camaraderie. Glenn graciously welcomes each interaction, gleaning a wealth of valuable information during their exchanges. He learns that most of them are indeed descendants of the Crow couple, having benefited from their kindness or provided assistance in return, thus forging their friendships. They hold this couple in profound respect, which explains why, despite the distance, they would hasten to respond to an invitation. Meanwhile, as Glenn converses animatedly with others, the increasingly uncomfortable Jabai mutters, "I've had enough. Why are those individuals so engrossed in conversation with that filthy werewolf?" Beside him, the voracious Raymond turns to glance at him, teasing, "Are you jealous? That fellow seems to enjoy greater popularity than you." Jabai puffs out his chest and raises his long neck, attempting to defend himself. "Jealous of him? Ha ha, what a jest. I possess the noble blood of dragons. Why would I envy a wretched insect from the sewers? Should I take your words as a provocation?" Faced with Jabai's aggressive demeanor, Raymond continues to eat, unfazed, and retorts, "But you must admit, that fellow is more well-liked than you." This casual remark seems to strike a nerve with Jabai. He glances toward Glenn, who is laughing in the distance, then back at Raymond, who is still eating. Suddenly, he strides toward Glenn. Raymond notes this movement and quickly warns, "Hey, don't cause trouble. This is Lygila's birthday celebration. Mind your own business," Jabai coolly retorts. Raymond furrows his brow, setting aside his food, and stands up, preparing to prevent that foolish and arrogant dragonborn from wreaking havoc. Chapter 84. A proper lesson for him. Isn't it disgusting to engage so eagerly with a werewolf? The sudden emergence of discordant words instantaneously shattered the harmonious atmosphere. The surrounding clamor dissipated as Glenn and several conversing individuals turned their gaze, only to behold the approach of a white, dragon-like creature accompanied by the smirking Jabai. "Jabai, after such difficulty in gathering everyone today, do refrain from causing a disturbance," declared a burly man from the crowd. "I am not causing any disturbance," Jabai retorted, continuing to stride closer to Glenn, circling him as if to scrutinize. It was, in fact, this fellow who was the source of the turmoil. This remark incited a hushed chatter among some, speculating that Jabai was once again seeking to stir trouble. Eventually, Jabai confronted Glenn, locking eyes with him. The latter merely responded with a gaze akin to that directed at a childish imp, a slight smile gracing his lips. This expression only intensified Jabai's irritation. Turning to the assembly, with his back to Glenn, Jabai proclaimed loudly, "I understand that all of you wish to relish this banquet, and so do I. However, I simply cannot tolerate the presence of a lowly creature, such as a werewolf." Upon uttering these words, the crowd genuinely stirred. A werewolf? Impossible. That child appears quite gentle and easy to interact with. They murmured. Moreover, how could Lygila possibly associate with a werewolf? That is not her nature. Jabai did not seem to be lying, suggesting a potential misunderstanding. He rather liked that lad. Tia squeezed her way through the crowd, tugging at Glenn with an anxious expression. Glenn signaled for her to remain among the throng, assuring her he would handle the situation. This unusual occurrence naturally caught the attention of the Crow couple. Observing Jabai's antics, Daofu, gripping his staff, exclaimed in anger, "This Jabai is as insufferable as ever. He is a far cry from his brother, arrogant and dim-witted. I truly wonder why Hong White would allow such a character to attend." Knowing his disposition, Lygila, seated on the bed, turned her gaze towards the commotion, sighing, "Hong White probably had no choice but to permit Jabai's presence. He is perpetually busy, as we all know. Shall I intervene?" Daofu inquired. Lygila halted her husband, who was already preparing to step forward, and, after a moment of contemplation, whispered something to him. Meanwhile, Jabai continued his verbal attempts to provoke Glenn. "What is the matter, Mr. Werewolf? Are you not going to offer an explanation? Are you preparing to transform and attack us?" Upon finishing his taunt, Glenn scratched his head innocently, replying, "On what grounds do you accuse me of being a werewolf? Do you possess any evidence?" At this, the white dragonborn became enraged, roaring, "Are you taking me for a fool? My senses clearly." Suddenly, he faltered, his dragon snout vigorously sniffing Glenn, narrowing his eyes in careful scrutiny before stammering, "How is this possible? What have you done?" Glenn maintained his fa ade of innocence, retorting, "What have I done? I have not understood your words since earlier." Jabai stood flummoxed, and the surrounding onlookers, witnessing his reaction, erupted in derisive laughter. It turned out this fellow was merely spouting nonsense. How utterly tiresome. It seems that it may have felt too idle, wishing to create a spectacle for our amusement, akin to a theatrical performance. If it were not for its brother, how would it have made the acquaintance of Lady Regula? If Jabai were capable of blushing, it would likely be entirely crimson by now. Yet the sensation of social embarrassment is undeniably real. Concealed amidst the crowd, Bai clamped a hand over its mouth and belly, desperately stifling its laughter. It was the first time it had encountered such an amusing scene. "Mr. Glenn is indeed a fascinating individual," it mused. The whispers around it pierced Jabai like 1,000 daggers, leaving it feeling utterly exposed, its mind a tempest on the brink of eruption. Just as it was prepared to unleash its fiery breath upon those surrounding it, a voice akin to heavenly intervention rescued it. "This is Lady Regula's birthday celebration. What commotion are you causing?" It was Master Daofu. The wizard Daofu was the one who instigated Jabai's disturbance. The little treant leapt forth, pointing an accusatory finger at Jabai. Seething with indignation, Jabai immediately bared its teeth at the treant, causing the latter to retreat behind Daofu in fright. "Please explain yourself, Lord Jabai," Daofu inquired with an authoritative tone. "I'm not causing trouble. I simply do not understand why Lady Regula would invite a werewolf to such an occasion. Such creatures have no place here," Jabai fervently protested. After hearing this, Daofu nodded slowly, while a lady in a long gown interjected, "Master Daofu, Jabai has not provided sufficient evidence to substantiate its claims. This is merely its perspective." "My innate sense does not err," Jabai retorted angrily, raising its voice. "Enough." Daofu's calm command silenced the crowd, demonstrating the respect he commanded among them. "Do you have anything to say about Jabai's remarks, Mr. Glenn?" He directed his gaze toward Glenn. "Well, I was merely teasing Lord Jabai. I truly am a werewolf." Glenn's admission provoked gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. "It truly is a werewolf. One would never suspect it. I have encountered numerous werewolves, and this fellow does not possess that aura at all. Lady Regula's actions seemed to carry deeper significance, as they held no malice toward Glenn, fully aware that his words were aimed at Jabai's deceit. Daofu cleared his throat, restoring silence once more, while Jabai fixed its round eyes upon Glenn, gritting its teeth. Are you saying you were merely toying with me? Intentionally making me look foolish? Indeed, you wouldn't be upset by that, would you? So petty. Glenn's words left Jabai in a state of indecision, caught between retorting and remaining silent, causing it great discomfort. Oh, you wish to play with me? Glenn chuckled coldly in his mind. Daofu, you see, he has already admitted it. He is a werewolf, unworthy of being here. Jabai ultimately turned its gaze to Daofu. However, Daofu merely replied in a remarkably even tone, the criteria for worthiness are not determined by you. As long as one has received an invitation from Lady Regula, anyone is entitled to stand here. But enough. Daofu interrupted Jabai before he could respond. And I suspect you harbor a bias against Mr. Glenn, do you not? Jabai paused, glancing around as if contemplating how to reply. However, Daofu continued, let us resolve this simply. Since there is discord between you and Mr. Glenn, why not engage in a duel? A hush fell over the crowd, soon followed by cheers from those with a penchant for excitement or combat, clapping and shouting, instantly invigorating the atmosphere. A duel? Glenn's interest was piqued. This suits my taste. Jabai, too, expressed a flicker of delight, although likening a one-sided beating of a filthy Wolfman to a duel was somewhat insulting. He genuinely wished to teach the other a lesson, disregarding unnecessary details. As Glenn eagerly prepared, Daofu's voice echoed in his mind. Teach him a good lesson. This is also what Lady Lygila desires, so do not worry about incurring her displeasure. Chapter 85, Instant Kill. The voice, like an ethereal whisper, soon faded, almost making Glenn believe he had experienced a hallucination. He turned to Daofu, who gave him a slight nod. It seemed this fellow Jabai was not particularly favored by those present, Glenn mused. As the crowd parted, a large space opened up, with tables and chairs being moved aside, leaving only Glenn and Jabai in the clearing. Daofu approached the Black Crow couple, raising his hand to cast a spell, enveloping the area in a shimmering, translucent barrier. Cheers erupted from the onlookers, with Tia among them, cupping her hands into a horn shape, shouting with fervor, unwilling to be outdone by the others. Glenn performed a few stretching exercises, appearing calm and unhurried, while Jabai flicked his long tail, suddenly growing to the size of an automobile. From his lofty position, he declared, it is not too late to beg for mercy. This would spare some face for the Black Crow and Lady Lygila, preventing you from being beaten too severely. Glenn offered no reply, his leg muscles swelling dramatically as he lunged forward with breathtaking speed. His right arm transformed into a wolf-like appendage, expanding grotesquely to several times his original size. Jabai did not anticipate such a fearless attack, nor the astonishing speed with which it was delivered. However, he remained composed, with the strength of his armor. It was impossible for the opponent to breach his defenses. Boom! Just as this thought crossed his mind, an excruciating pain surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. Jabai felt as though his belly were being crushed against his spine, his mind buzzing. Bang! The white dragonborn's form collided heavily with the transparent barrier, nearly distorting it. How could he be so strong? As Jabai's body slammed to the ground, he barely had time to entertain this thought before losing consciousness. Instant kill. Those who had anticipated a prolonged battle were taken aback, their expressions shifting, filled with surprise at Glenn's prowess. The Black Crow exchanged a glance with his wife, who seemed to have conveyed something. After hearing her, the Black Crow expressionlessly nodded. Such formidable strength. Had he truly unleashed such an attack merely through the power of his arm transformation? This was not a capability befitting a werewolf. Daofu furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation with a sense of confusion. In truth, this was also a consequence of Jia by underestimating his opponent. Had he regarded his adversary with greater seriousness from the outset, Glenn would not have succeeded so easily. After all, he possessed numerous potent draconic spells yet to be unleashed, including one capable of significantly enhancing his defenses, sufficient to withstand that blow. However, one cannot dwell on hypothetical scenarios. As the protective barrier dissipated, several individuals moved to lift Jia by his side for treatment. The remaining guests gathered around Glenn, showering him with praises and expressions of awe regarding his strength. The little maid squeezed her way through, clutching Glenn's arm tightly, as if fearing someone might snatch him away. Naturally, inquiries arose regarding the source of Glenn's power, but he merely brushed them off, stating it was a personal secret. No one took offense. The reasoning was entirely reasonable. As the gathering neared its conclusion, the guests attending the birthday celebration began to bid farewell to the Black Crow couple. When only a few individuals remained, Lygela unexpectedly beckoned to Glenn, who was engaged in conversation with a small tree spirit. "Mr. Glenn, could you come here for a moment?" Glenn paused his discussion and approached Lygela, inquiring curiously. "Is there something you need, Mrs. Lygela?" Taya and a few other remaining guests gathered around, eager to discern the matter at hand. Lygela gestured to Dao Fu beside her, saying, "Would you measure Mr. Glenn's affinity for light elements?" "At your service, madam," Dao Fu responded. "Is this to teach me magic?" Glenn thought, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. "Do not be anxious. There is nothing painful about this," Dao Fu said with a kind smile. There was no real anxiety, just a sense of anticipation. "I have longed to explore the realm of magic." Glenn replied with a wry smile. "It feels just like when I first encountered magic in my youth," Dao Fu remarked, extending his finger, which glimmered faintly as he pointed it at Glenn's chest. Glenn felt nothing in particular. However, Dao Fu displayed a hint of astonishment. The affinity for light elements was nearly 90%, while precise measurement required tools. It was likely quite accurate. This revelation momentarily astonished those around them. 90% is comparable to some of the top apprentices in prestigious magical towers. Dao Fu's wife remarked, "Indeed, he is a promising talent. Simply applying to any magical tower would garner him exceptional treatment." Dao Fu nodded in agreement with his wife's statement. The concept of light elements encompasses more than just light. It also includes a series of positive elements such as fire, lightning, wind, and water. The original owner possessed this knowledge. Yet Glenn perceived these classifications as somewhat lacking in rigor. Just as ancient China believed that the world was composed of 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, they have yet to delve deeply into the essence of these elements. Of course, this is a realm of magic, and perhaps it is indeed constituted by these elements. However, until clarity is achieved, Glenn shall maintain his perspective. While Glenn was lost in contemplation, Dao Fu appeared somewhat perplexed. Despite Glenn's considerable talent, it seemed improbable that Lygela would specifically summon him for an assessment. "Could it be that I have overlooked something?" Dao Fu pondered. At this juncture, Mrs. Lygela suddenly spoke, causing a momentary pause among all present. "Dao Fu, please measure his affinity for the dark element." Dao Fu looked at Lygela in astonishment, as if to say, "Are you jesting? The dark element? Can I truly learn dark magic?" This thought naturally crossed Glenn's mind. "Lygela, you cannot possibly think," Dao Fu's wife, Mike, tentatively inquired. Lygela remained silent, instead fixing Dao Fu with a resolute gaze. The latter, wearing a wry smile, felt his years of knowledge challenged, but nevertheless raised his hand once more. This time, his fingertips were enveloped in swirling black smoke, directed towards Glenn's chest. Almost a minute passed in silence, during which Dao Fu's hand trembled slightly. An absurd conjecture began to form in everyone's minds. "Dao Fu, dear, are you all right?" Mike approached with concern. As the finger hovering over Glenn's chest quivered and withdrew, Dao Fu's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, someone was there to support him. "What have you discovered?" someone asked impatiently. Dao Fu's eyes reflected a shattered worldview as he slowly replied, "The affinity for the dark element is also around 90%. A collective gasp echoed through the room. According to common knowledge, if the affinity for the light element is 90, then the dark element's affinity should logically fall between 10 and 20. Yet Glenn had shattered this norm. As the crowd remained in shock, Dao Fu's concluding words seemed increasingly disconcerting. His body continued to tremble, his gaze filled with confusion. For the first time, this usually composed old mage exhibited such a disarrayed demeanor. His wife was not faring much better, her eyes vacant, her mind incessantly replaying her husband's recent statement. The affinity for the dark element is also around 90%. Chapter 86. Learning magic as those around them assessed the disconcerting state of the couple and were at a loss for how to proceed. A soothing breeze suddenly swept through, calming and settling all emotions, leading to an immediate improvement for Dao Fu and his wife. Ligela gently lowered his raised hand and softly asked, "Are you feeling better?" Doubtful? Daofu was gradually assisted to his feet, exchanging a glance with his wife, a rueful smile on his face. "I apologize for the disturbance, Ligela. What has transpired is a profound deviation from the truths I have held for a century. I nearly believed I was on the brink of a downfall." "So did I," Mike remarked, rubbing her temples. "It appears that in the realm of magic, the incompatibility of dark and light elements has been accepted as an undeniable truth." "Is this the reason for Daofu's reaction?" Glenn pondered silently. "I anticipated this revelation might impact you significantly, yet I never imagined it would be to such an extent. Had I known, I would have certainly adopted a gentler approach," Ligela expressed with a hint of regret. Daofu shook his head, a wry smile crossing his face, admitting, "It seems my resolve is insufficient, although the events unfolding are enough to drive most magicians to madness." Curiously, he then inquired, "Did you already perceive Mr. Glenn's uniqueness? What did you discern within him that led you to such an improbable conclusion?" Ligela turned her gaze toward Glenn, who reciprocated her look. "I have glimpsed into many souls, radiant, shadowy, tainted, twisted, and deranged. Regardless of their essence, the interplay of light and darkness is invariably entwined within them. The distinction merely lies in the predominance of one over the other. However," her eyes brightened, reminiscent of their first encounter, "I have never encountered anyone like Mr. Glenn, whose inner darkness and light are so distinctly separated." "So, you deduced he would be so extraordinary?" Daofu interjected. "I merely harbored a suspicion," Ligela replied, shaking her head. "I have observed that many magicians' affinities for the light and dark elements closely resemble the souls I have encountered." Her words left all present in contemplative silence. Daofu too lowered his gaze, deep in thought, and after a moment remarked, "Perhaps I should revisit this widely accepted principle of magic." He was referring to the relationship between the affinities of light and dark elements. Taya gently tugged at Glenn's sleeve, and he looked down, puzzled, only to find her regarding him with an unusual intensity. "What is it?" Glenn inquired. "Mr. Glenn is truly remarkable," Taya declared earnestly. Glenn merely chuckled softly. At that moment, Ligela cast a glance at Glenn before addressing the bearded magician. "Daofu, I believe you understand that if other magicians were to discover Mr. Glenn's uniqueness, it would undoubtedly incite considerable turmoil. I cannot fathom how many fragile-minded magicians would fall into despair. This is not a scenario we wish to witness. Mr. Glenn possesses a keen interest in magic, and, as a friend, I hope you might assist." "Madam Glenn," he spoke up, and Ligela turned to him, bowing deeply in gratitude. This was the least Glenn could do for the kindness he had received. He felt he would repay this debt soon. His intuition assured him of that. Ligela nodded with a gentle smile. Daofu stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before exchanging a glance with his wife, then nodded. "It is my honor, and indeed my duty." Ligela's smile grew warmer, her somewhat pallid complexion seemingly revitalized. In that moment, Glenn fully comprehended the truth behind the Black Crow's previous words. His wife must have indeed been beautiful in her youth. Regula addressed Glenn, saying, "Dao V is a 5th-level sorcerer, undoubtedly among the elite in any realm, thus deserving to be your mentor. Dafa is merely a 4th-level sorcerer, yet he holds the esteemed position of chief sorcerer at a major city's magical spire. A 5th-level sorcerer merits grand respect even in the royal capital, where the royal family will accord them due honor." Glenn nodded and approached Dao V, clasping his fists and bowing slightly. "This is a customary greeting from my homeland. I look forward to your guidance, Master." Dao V gently patted Glenn's hand, smiling benevolently. "Very well. I shall do my utmost, but your progress ultimately depends upon your own efforts." "I understand, Master. As the saying goes, the teacher opens the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual," Glenn remarked, echoing a famous adage from his past life. Dao V and those around him were momentarily taken aback, impressed by Glenn's words. "Indeed, my child, the teacher opens the door, but the cultivation is indeed a personal journey." Since a mentor-student relationship had been established, Dao V naturally did not need to refer to Glenn as an equal. Interestingly, both the Crow and Regula, despite their seniority compared to Glenn, chose to address him as a peer. This was largely due to Glenn's initial friendship with the Crow, which established a basis of equality, and Regula, as his wife, naturally followed suit. Furthermore, they often befriended younger juniors as equals, a habit they had grown accustomed to. Now that you are my apprentice, let us commence your journey into magical perception here. In the presence of all witnesses, Dao V declared, extending his somewhat withered hand to press gently against Glenn's forehead. What does it mean to awaken magical perception? Glenn pondered, somewhat bewildered, yet now was not the time to inquire further. Fortunately, Tia, observing from the sidelines, posed a question for him. Little Treant, what does it mean to awaken magical perception? Tia inquired, prodding the small Treant beside her. The Treant smiled and explained. Awakening magical perception is the first step to becoming a sorcerer. It requires assistance from a formally trained sorcerer who has a proficient grasp of elemental control. Once awakened, one can sense the surrounding elements and magical energies, which form the foundation for learning any form of magic. Tia nodded, somewhat understanding. Meanwhile, Glenn, attentively listening, began to comprehend. As Dao V's hand rested on his forehead, a gentle tingling sensation began to permeate through him, and Glenn felt subtle changes in his awareness. After a few brief moments, Dao V withdrew his hand. For a 5th-level sorcerer, initiating magical perception was a trivial task. In contrast, 2nd or 3rd-level sorcerers typically needed to start at a much earlier age. Glenn touched his forehead and closed his eyes to attune his senses. He indeed detected slight differences in his surroundings, though he could not yet distinguish them clearly. The initial awakening of magical perception yielded modest effects, but with diligent practice in the days to come, he would learn to harness the elemental forces around him and cultivate his unique magical energy. Dao V smiled as he explained this. Immediately, he spread his hands and conjured an ancient tome, presenting it to Glenn with the words, "Within this book lies a compilation of fundamental spells and personal techniques for mastering the elements. Your current task is to thoroughly comprehend this tome." Glenn accepted the book with gratitude and eagerly turned to the first page. The content was indeed simplistic, yet there were still aspects that eluded his understanding. Dorith recognized that it was time for him to offer guidance. So he began to elucidate the material using straightforward and easily digestible language. Glenn, filled with a keen interest in magic, listened intently, his mind brimming with wonder. Chapter 87. Disdain unbeknownst to the passage of time, Regila abruptly interrupted Dorith's lecture. Enough, Dorith. Surely, you do not intend to exhaust the entire book here? Matters await your attention back home, and those individuals will be quite agitated. Glenn has a neighbor who is an expert in the arcane arts. He can consult that person for these basics. Your time is precious, my friend. Dorith slapped his forehead, first expressing his gratitude to Regila before addressing Glenn. I must take my leave. Once you have mastered this book, seek me in the Demon River Valley. There, you will undoubtedly sense my presence. My magical abode lies nearby. At that time, I shall impart new knowledge to you. If I am absent, I will have journeyed to the main city, but I shall return within a day or two. With that, he turned and opened the wooden door standing upon the lawn. His wife, Meka, approached Glenn, presenting him with an exquisitely crafted wand. I am merely a level 4 sorceress, so I can only offer you this, which may assist you in your spellcasting. Thank you, Mrs. Meka, Glenn replied, accepting the wand, his mind momentarily drifting to the scene of himself casting spells with a wand resembling a toothpick while transformed into a werewolf, nearly causing him to chuckle. Though he restrained himself, observing that Glenn had accepted her gift, Mrs. Meka smiled before departing with her husband, who was waiting outside. Stowing the wand away, Glenn surveyed his surroundings, noting that the guests had all departed, leaving only him, Tia, and the Raven couple. Tia lay asleep atop a table, her hands still clutching the box filled with confections. Similarly, Mrs. Regila had reclined, her eyes closed in slumber. Glenn found it surprising that Mrs. Regila had just been conversing with Dorith, yet now she had fallen asleep without warning. He approached the Raven, who whispered, "My wife is quite fatigued today. Yet she is happy." Glenn returned a smile, also lowering his voice. "Please convey my farewell to her." The Raven nodded in acknowledgement. Glenn then moved to Tia's side, gently nudging the young maid, who merely smacked her lips, showing no inclination to awaken. He took the box into his hands, gently lifting the little maid onto his back, and waved farewell to the Raven before exiting. As the door closed behind him, the blue sky, white clouds, and lush grass gradually distorted and vanished, transforming into the original interior of the house, enveloped in darkness. Lygira lay languidly on her bed, while the black crow stood silently by her side. Having departed from the crow's abode, Glenn felt an exuberant joy throughout his journey. This expedition proved to be truly rewarding. He not only encountered a multitude of eccentric characters, but also had the opportunity to learn magic. He would forever cherish the kindness bestowed upon him by the crow couple, and should the chance arise in the future, he would surely repay their generosity. The little maid appeared to be in a deep slumber, remaining undisturbed throughout Glenn's return home. He gently placed her on her own bed and gazed up at the sky, unable to ascertain the current hour. He retrieved the pocket watch he had seized from the wolf leader, and upon examining it closely, he was taken aback. How could it already be 9 o'clock at night? It felt as though only a short time had passed, yet it was already so late. He wondered about the young nobleman still in Dudtown, uncertain of his current state. Without delay, he set off in his deer cart towards the neighboring town. Fortunately, the young nobleman was unharmed, though he still had not managed to recruit anyone that day, and Glenn noticed a flicker of apprehension in the way he looked at him. Luther had already finished his regular shift, leaving only Lal to idly ponder in solitude. Glenn, disinterested in lengthy conversations, merely inquired about the day's events before promptly escorting the young nobleman back home. As Glenn approached the pig pen, he noticed that Night Howl had grown considerably larger. Intrigued, he moved closer to inspect. Night Howl sensed its master's arrival and sat upright, resembling a soldier awaiting inspection. Glenn circled the large dog, scrutinizing it from various angles, and upon confirming that it was not merely overweight, his expression brightened with excitement. Who would have thought that consuming those creatures would strengthen you? He mused. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He drew his wolf claw across his wrist, allowing blood to flow, and presented it before Night Howl, saying, "Try my blood and see if it has any effect." Galtea, passing by, regarded Glenn's actions with a look of bewilderment. Night Howl sniffed at the offering, but promptly turned away. Not in fear, but with disdain. Observing this reaction, Glenn kicked the animal lightly and exclaimed, "Since when did it become your place to turn your nose up at me?" Under Glenn's insistence, Night Howl reluctantly licked the blood from his wrist. However, despite Glenn's hopeful anticipation, there was no discernible change in the creature. Was it perhaps not enough? As he pondered this, Night Howl suddenly began to retch violently, as if attempting to expel its very stomach. Eventually, Night Howl collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly exhausted and unwilling to move. "Is your blood toxic?" Galtea inquired cautiously. "Perhaps," Glenn replied dismissively, instructing him to tidy up and return to partake of some food. Upon arriving home, Glenn found himself devoid of the desire to cook. He allowed the two to satiate their hunger with the birthday treats. While he retreated to his own room, lighting a kerosene lamp, he eagerly began to peruse the book that Dolph had gifted him. Though there may be many areas of confusion, at least questions have arisen in his mind, prompting him to seek answers from the elder with a sense of preparedness. The sound from downstairs have gradually faded, indicating that Laville and Gotaya have succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Glenn remains engrossed in his reading. Only when the kerosene lamp flickers low does he set aside his book to replenish the oil, then resumes his literary pursuit. This marks Glenn's inaugural night of vigil since his arrival in this realm. Shadows meandering through the streets cast curious glances at the sole abode illuminated within the town, emitting unintelligible growls. A series of knocks resound upon the door, prompting Glenn to divert his gaze from the pages. Upon consulting his pocket watch, he realizes that it is already 8 in the morning. Turning, Glenn opens the door to find Tia bowing respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Glenn. Young Master Laville is awaiting your assistance to journey to Dudtown for work, and I was sent to fetch you." Scratching his head, Glenn is about to acquiesce, but suddenly recalls something, saying, "Tia, please inform Laville that he should drive himself. He has observed me do it enough times. He ought to manage it." Tia hesitates, uncertain whether her young master possesses the requisite skills, pondering whether to persuade him further. Nevertheless, Glenn hands Tia a pouch of coins, urging, "Hurry along, it will be fine. This is for the lad's meals." Reluctantly, the young maid descends to relay the message to Laville. To Tia's surprise, upon hearing the news, Laville's eyes light up with excitement rather than indignation. "I understand. I shall go at once," he exclaims, swiftly departing. Chapter 88. Rivals Laville soon arrives at the pig pen where Gotaya is already at work. A mere glance from Gotaya is all he receives before she returns to her tasks. Undeterred, Laville eagerly approaches to harness the great stag. Perhaps familiar with the scent of the young noble, the stag offers little resistance. Once let out, it calmly lowers its head to graze. The young noble, lacking in strength, struggles to affix the harness to the carriage, finding himself laboring far more than he had anticipated. Having previously witnessed Glenn execute the task with ease, nevertheless, he manages to maneuver the harness behind the stag's rear. Recalling Glenn's method for assembling the apparatus, he perseveres through several attempts until he successfully completes the assembly. Next comes the task of driving. As he shakes the reins and the carriage begins to move slowly, an indescribable thrill envelopes Slaville. Meanwhile, Glenn remains at home, having previously instructed the night howler to conceal itself and ensure the safe passage of the young master. Given the night howler's current prowess, it should remain undetected by ordinary folk. Moreover, its role is merely to escort the journey through the outskirts, as the town is patrolled by guardians, minimizing the likelihood of unexpected incidents. Glenn turns the page to the 1/3 mark, acquiring a wealth of knowledge. In contemplation, he grasps some intricate problems that require elucidation, yet finds himself stymied by others that elude his understanding. At this moment, feeling overwhelmed by the accumulation of issues, he closed the book. It was time to seek enlightenment from the old man. Although he wondered if the man would be willing to assist, Glenn softly remarked, then shook his head, whether he was willing or not. He had no choice but to comply. Thus, Glenn descended the stairs with the book in hand, exchanged greetings with Tia, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the courtyard, he spotted a resident emerging from around the corner of another street. The individual was tall and portly, sporting a protruding belly that his clothing could not conceal. As soon as the person laid eyes on Glenn, a dark expression instantly crossed his face, and an ominous malice surged towards Glenn. However, Glenn, sensing the hostility, merely smiled coldly and advanced a step, his arm transforming into a beastly appendage aimed directly at the man. The other party did not evade, believing that his own strength could withstand the blow. Another arrogant fool, Glenn thought, finding the man's stupidity astounding. His arm had been enhanced to a 5th-tier level, while the other's strength barely reached 4th tier, a clear testament to his foolishness. Bang! As anticipated, the hefty man was thrust into the ground, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. Glenn stood beside him, gripping the man's neck with a hand that exuded the chill of death. Among those who told me to leave the town the day before yesterday, you were one of them, weren't you? I didn't seek each of you out for retribution, yet you dare to provoke me? The man, struggling against Glenn's wrist in a futile attempt to break free, gasped hoarsely, "It's you who's too noisy. We detest raucous individuals. You should move away." Too noisy? Glenn paused, then continued, "I am well aware that creating a racket is uncivilized, but you should understand it was those 3 who were the issue. Discussing this with you is simply a waste of time." With that, Glenn delivered a punch to the man's abdomen, causing him to spew forth more blood, the intense pain rendering him convulsed. Glenn casually tossed him aside and declared, "Consider this a lesson. Out of respect for being neighbors, I shall spare your life this time." Next time, just as he was saying this, a peculiar, halting voice interjected, "If you are concerned that the mayor might be angered, you are entirely mistaken." Glenn turned, puzzled, to see a puppet clad in a blue vest approaching, completely unnoticed. It did not surprise Glenn. His perceptiveness before transforming had never been remarkable, and moreover, the puppet concealed its presence, being an inanimate object. "What do you mean?" Glenn inquired. Palandes, devoid of emotion, replied, "The town is not always peaceful. Occasionally, conflicts arise among the townsfolk, and deaths do occur. As long as it does not disrupt the town's balance, there will be no repercussions." He had discerned that Glenn hesitated to kill a townsman for fear of the unpredictable consequences, which was why he intended to let the fat man go. Based on the strength displayed the day before, Palandes understood that Glenn was not truly afraid of inciting trouble. He simply wished to remain undisturbed in this place. Moreover, this man was no saint. He was likely stained with the blood of countless innocent lives. The puppet gazed at the fat man, who was now glaring venomously at Glenn. Glenn nodded and smiled. "I am not a person who revels in slaughter. I had genuinely intended to spare him. However, upon hearing your last words, I am compelled to end his life." With that, Glenn's claw lunged forth, and the man's eyes widened in shock. Just moments ago, he had attempted to summon some force for defense, yet he was still pierced through the right side of his chest. You are indeed peculiar. Typically, those endowed with power beyond the ordinary allow their hearts to transform, perceiving the annihilation of the weaker as an inevitability. The blue-vested puppet remarked emotionlessly. One must adhere to principles. That is a lesson imparted to me by my father since childhood, Glenn replied, simultaneously reflecting. My father from a previous life. Palandes fell into a brief silence. Glenn suddenly inquired, what of your sister? A wary expression crossed Palandes' face. Why do you ask about her? Merely out of curiosity? Glenn shrugged. Palandes fixed his gaze upon Glenn's eyes, seemingly attempting to discern his inner thoughts. Ultimately, all he could perceive was indifference, compelling him to withdraw his gaze and respond. She is currently asleep. Please convey my gratitude to her regarding the events of the day before yesterday. Glenn's tone turned earnest. That was not my consent, the puppet exclaimed. I am aware, Glenn replied as he turned to head toward the old man's dwelling. So you're merely to relay a message. Watching the peculiar werewolf retreat, Palandes wore an inscrutable expression. He glanced at the lifeless body on the ground and departed silently. Glenn stifled a yawn and gently knocked on the old man's door. The door was swiftly opened, revealing a frowning face. What is it? The old man inquired. Glenn waved the book in his hand, boasting, Old man, I've begun my studies in magic as well. The old man scrutinized Glenn, astonished. Have you unlocked elemental perception? Which magician assisted you? I'm unsure if my teacher wishes to disclose their name, Glenn replied, shrugging his shoulders. The old man nodded. So what brings you to me? Surely, you did not come merely to boast. Certainly not, Glenn denied. I am here to learn from you, a master of magic. The old man immediately understood and shook his head. I have no time. Glenn interjected. You approached me for help last time, and I acquiesced readily. Although it was for a reward, you undoubtedly profited from it. Do not underestimate my resolve. My silence was out of neighborly consideration. Will you not assist in this small matter? The old man remained silent for a moment, then finally stepped aside, saying, Come in. Chapter 89. The Lesson in the Valley of the Fallen Demon. A faint light glimmered. Within a grand hall adorned with vibrant, flickering lights nestled among the mountains. The soft glow merged onto the balcony. The figures of Dolph and his wife, Mike, emerged onto the terrace. Voices echoed within the hall. The teacher has returned. Quick, go welcome the teacher. Cease your trivial pursuits. The teacher has arrived. Soon, several men and women, aged between 10 and 30, gathered on the balcony, their faces alight with reverence and excitement as they bowed in greeting to Dolph. Daofu smiled amiably and gestured for the apprentices to quiet down. We are attending an important friend's birthday celebration, an event of necessity. Has anyone from the main city come to seek me? At that moment, a relatively older apprentice stepped forward and said, Master, you have only been gone for half a day, yet a third-level sorcerer has come looking for you, stating that their affairs cannot be delayed and require your prompt attention. Upon hearing this, Daofu's smile remained unchanged. They are indeed quite dedicated, he mused, but I now have more pressing matters to attend to. He signaled to his wife, who nodded and subtly pointed into the crowd. A sapling sprouted from the wooden floor, rapidly growing. The surrounding individuals stepped aside as the tree branched out, soon bearing an array of delightful desserts and cakes. These are the treats for the birthday party. Children, do savor them, Daofu said, stroking his beard. The apprentices immediately cheered and rushed to gather the culinary delights from the tree. Meanwhile, Daofu and his wife made their way to a spiraling wooden staircase. As he took his first step onto the staircase, Daofu turned back to a female apprentice who had already begun sampling the treats. Little Leaf, please inform the other children that if anyone from the main city comes seeking me again, they should be told that I have withdrawn from their research due to a lack of interest, and they are not to disturb me in Meiku. We shall be occupied in the study for quite some time. The girl named Little Leaf blinked her large eyes, repeated Daofu's words, and nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Daofu was about to continue his ascent, his wife Meiku sighed in resignation and added, Your teacher has taken on another apprentice named Glenn. If he arrives, please let us know. Little Leaf's eyes sparkled. Is there a new classmate? Daofu slapped his forehead, exclaiming, How could I forget this? He then responded on behalf of his wife. Indeed, he will be my 20th apprentice. Little Leaf cheered and joyfully bounced off to share the news with the other apprentices. Daofu chuckled. I seem to be forgetting things quite often lately. It's fortunate you reminded me, dear Meiku. Now, let us attend to the important matters at hand. I am still somewhat dazed, not realizing that even the rules inscribed in the Tome of Magic could contain errors. The repercussions this will have on the magical realm remain to be seen. As the couple conversed, they ascended the stairs step by step. What? In the old man's chamber, upon hearing Glenn mention that his affinities for both light and darkness were around 90, the old man emitted an incredulous gasp. This is no laughing matter, he exclaimed, panting heavily. Glenn anticipated this reaction, but merely replied, I have already informed you. It is your disbelief that is to blame. Do not say I did not warn you in the future. Deciding to share this information with the old man was a carefully considered choice for Glenn, as he recognized the need for guidance and wished to inform the elder of his potential gift, uncertain of its implications. The old man scrutinized Glenn with a wary gaze, unsure of the intentions behind his words. Could there be some ulterior motive? He pondered. Let us continue with our discussion, Glenn remarked, patting the old man's shoulder. The elder nodded, casting a glance at the book Glenn had handed him, recognizing its superiority over most foundational texts on magic available in the market. As a PhD in magic, he possessed discernible insight. Flipping through a few more pages, he became increasingly convinced that Glenn's mentor was indeed remarkable. He instructed Glenn to wait while he ascended to the upper floor to retrieve a square wooden board. Regarding the inquiries you raised earlier, I shall elucidate each point. But I will only explain once, the elder stated. Glenn nodded in agreement. A single explanation sufficed, as his memory was keen enough to retain the information. Before commencing, the elder presented Glenn with a tooth from an unknown ferocious beast, saying, This is a beast's tooth. I shall refrain from detailing its origin, as you are unaware. Regardless, this tooth harbors pure elemental power. After I finish discussing the concept of magical sensitivity, you shall attempt to sense the elements within. If you can discern the impurities, it will indicate your grasp of the principle. After hearing this, Glenn preemptively tried to sense the elements. Having previously studied that section, he was familiar with the process. However, after several attempts, he could only barely perceive the existence of the elements, let alone distinguish any impurities. Observing Glenn's efforts, the elder snorted lightly, then produced a black object resembling a pen. He began to write on the square wooden board. Glenn surmised that it was a tool crafted from special materials, functioning similarly to chalk, albeit one that did not diminish with use. The elder's voice resonated with the authority of an educator. The queries you posed are typically challenging for novices in the realm of magic. There may be others, but it seems you have grasped the essentials, so I shall not dwell on those. Now let us discuss the first concept, how to construct a magical conduit. The lecture lasted a little over an hour, as Glenn's questions were not overly numerous. There was also time allotted for practical application. Many concepts were comprehensible in theory, yet translating them into action proved elusive. Both Glenn and the elder understood that mastery was not achieved overnight, but required continuous accumulation and practice. Upon exiting the elder's abode, Glenn returned the book home and advised Tia that if she found herself bored, she might seek out the elven maiden for companionship, as he believed she too would be in need of diversion. Glenn then departed the town, making his way to a more distant farm. During the conclusion of the lecture, he had specifically inquired about where livestock could be purchased. The elder responded, There is a small farm in Dudtown, but if you seek to acquire a significant number of livestock after leaving Bayek, look for a sign leading to a larger farm called Filna, where common livestock can be found. Eagerly anticipating a satisfactory response, Glenn could hardly contain his excitement. Although the deer-drawn carriage was occupied, it posed no inconvenience to him. A mere sprint would suffice. Along the way, he clutched the beast's fong, a gift from the old man for his practice, continuously refining his skills. While Glenn claimed it was borrowed, the old man remained uncertain about its return. Chapter 90. The girl, a splendid carriage, drawn by 4 horses, approached a modest estate. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the carriage, 2 children, a boy and a girl, aged around 7 or 8, dashed out from the grand 5-story English-style house. Father! Father! They exclaimed joyfully, quickly rushing to the side of the halted carriage. A middle-aged man, dressed in attire that exuded elegance, descended from the carriage, arms wide open, embracing his 2 children. I have missed you dearly, my precious ones, he exclaimed. After giving a brief command to the private coachman, he settled down by a nearby fountain, still holding his children close. My dear children, guess what I have brought for you? The middle-aged man said mysteriously. The 2 children, filled with curiosity, eagerly inquired, What is it? Is it something delicious? With a smile, the man produced 2 boxes from his pocket, handing one to each child. Open and see, he encouraged. As the children unveiled the contents, their faces lit up with delight. Inside both boxes lay the same exquisite trinket, reminiscent of a music box. Upon opening, intricate gears began to turn, producing a melodious tune. Young children find it impossible to resist such enchanting toys, and they cheered, planting a kiss on their father's cheek. Come, let me teach you how to play with this, he began, just as a distant voice interrupted. Mr. Hank, there are guests at your farm, claiming to purchase livestock. The man, named Hank, furrowed his brow and replied, Tell them to wait a moment. I will be there shortly. He then turned back to his children, saying, I must leave, my darlings. Father needs to earn some money. Go play with the nanny, all right? The children appeared somewhat disheartened. The girl protested, but Father, don't we have plenty of money? Why must you earn more? Can't you stay? Even the greatest fortune can be exhausted. My dear, he reassured. And after a few more gentle words, the girl and boy reluctantly moved towards the waiting nanny. Hank rose, his gaze tinged with melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, as the girl turned away, her expression darkened ominously. In a barely audible whisper, she murmured, If they disrupt my plans, I shall deal with those troublesome individuals shortly. Upon arriving at his farm, Hank immediately spotted the buyer. A very young gentleman, impeccably dressed, presented a favorable impression, save for the peculiar style of his trousers. Glenn had already conducted a general tour of the farm, where the livestock were exceptionally well cared for. The farm was divided into several sections, each managed by 4 or 5 farmhands. Glenn felt a twinge of envy. At that moment, he was intently observing the herd of cattle within the enclosure until Hank approached him, prompting him to divert his gaze. Good day, sir. I heard from my workers that you are here to purchase livestock. Hank extended his hand and shook Glenn's. Glenn nodded and replied, Indeed. I wish to establish my own farm. Is that so? What scale are you considering for your farm? Perhaps I could offer you some advice. The two soon engaged in a discussion about farming matters. Unbeknownst to Hank, however, Glenn was subtly observing him amidst their conversation. From the moment Hank drew near, Glenn had caught a faint whiff reminiscent of the beastly fangs he possessed. This scent dissipated shortly thereafter, but Glenn was certain it was no mere figment of his imagination. After several fruitless observations, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, this was the outskirts of the kingdom, where encounters with peculiar creatures were not uncommon. The original owner had never faced any real danger while mingling in the major cities, yet these areas were rife with werewolves and vampires. Upon learning about the scale of Glenn's intended farm, Hank personally selected a few suitable types of livestock, claiming they were relatively easy to raise. Glenn, lacking familiarity with such matters, gladly accepted Hank's recommendations. Mr. Hank, with such a large farm, I wonder how your income fares? Glenn casually inquired after finalizing the order. He was still contemplating the issue of finances. Having become a mage, he would inevitably incur considerable expenses in the future. Perhaps his mentor could shoulder a significant portion of these costs, but that would be rather unwise. Although he was indeed his teacher, there was no obligation for him to take on all responsibilities. It was best for an adult to rely on oneself. Hank, upon hearing this, feigned modesty but could not suppress a sense of pride as he replied, It's not much, really. The farm is merely a small venture of mine. I have other businesses as well, averaging over 10,000 gold coins annually. This revelation nearly caused Glenn to choke on his own saliva. After a moment to compose himself, he remarked, To think that a businessman of your stature would personally engage in such a modest transaction with me is truly admirable. Hank, visibly pleased, waved his hand dismissively while smiling. In business, one must uphold a certain attitude. This is a lesson my father imparted to me, Mr. Glenn. Moreover, I have 2 children to consider for their futures. No matter how much wealth one possesses now, it may not always be there. You make a valid point. Glenn responded in agreement. The two continued to converse casually for a while before Glenn took his leave, needing to promptly delineate the area and construct necessary facilities before transferring the livestock. As he exited Hank's farm, Glenn had not walked far when he spotted a young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, sitting on a bare stone by the roadside, seemingly waiting for him. Glenn narrowed his eyes, pondering briefly before smiling and inquiring, Are you Hank's child? The little girl remained silent, her expression far from the innocence typical of a child, instead bearing a terrifying gloom as she declared, You have thwarted my plans to seize Hank's body. The opportune moment has passed, and now I shall end your life. What utter nonsense! Glenn's face reflected impatience. He had nearly concluded that this child was indeed Hank's offspring. She exuded a potent aura reminiscent of a magical beast, coupled with the unmistakable scent of Hank. As the girl spoke, dark flames enveloped her entire form, charging towards Glenn. Yet with a mere grasp, Glenn captured the diminutive figure effortlessly. The searing flames halted by the thick fur of his wolf form. The flames, evidently conjured by magic, proved ineffective against the magical resistance of his fur. "What are you? You are not an ordinary human." The girl appeared visibly agitated, struggling and kicking in desperation. Realizing escape was futile, a flicker of rage and regret crossed her eyes. In the next moment, the flames surrounding her vanished, and just as Glenn was taken aback, a dark entity shot forth from the nape of the girl's neck. Attempting to escape, Glenn reacted swiftly, reaching out. He made contact, but the creature's skin was remarkably slick, slipping from his grasp. He released the girl and bolted after it. The speed of the dark entity astonished Glenn as it ricocheted across the ground, covering 100 meters in mere moments. Glenn summoned his strength, increasing his speed dramatically, his hands expanding to more than double their size. In an instant, he closed the distance, ensnaring the creature within his palms. Chapter 91. The flame source insect. Glenn could feel the entity within his grasp, bouncing like a bullet, striving to evade capture. Yet, instinct told him that this was likely a valuable specimen. There was no way he would let it go. Gradually, he constricted the space within his palm, ultimately securing the creature in one hand. He muttered softly to himself that he would inquire with the old man to ascertain its true nature. Returning to the previous location, he checked the little girl's condition, confirming she was merely unconscious, before quietly placing her within Hank's farm for others to discover. As he sprinted away, nearing the path that led into the Bayek outer woods, Glenn spotted the old man seemingly preparing for a journey. He called out to him from a distance, prompting the latter to halt and express surprise upon seeing Glenn rushing toward him. "Old man, where are you headed?" Glenn approached and asked. Invited by a friend to attend to some matters, the old man replied casually, gesturing to Glenn's wolf-like hand clenched into a fist. "What has happened to your hand?" Glenn raised his hand, explaining, "I captured a peculiar creature that jumps exceptionally fast, and I feared it would escape." The old man appeared contemplative, asking, "What kind of creature? Tell me more about it in detail." Glenn then recounted the events he had encountered succinctly. Upon finishing, the old man's expression shifted from surprise to grave seriousness. "Old man, you must know what this is, right?" Glenn inquired. After a silence of about 4 to 5 seconds, the elder replied, "Based on your description, it should be a fire source insect, though I cannot ascertain the specific variety, as there are many branches and the differences are exceedingly subtle." "What use does this creature have?" Glenn asked. "More than just useful. This creature is considered rare among magical materials, fetching over 1,000 gold coins for a single specimen." The elder responded with a sardonic smile. Astonished, Glenn clasped his hands tightly, fearing the creature might escape, and swallowed hard. "If I sell this, I might not have to work hard again," he mused blissfully. Observing Glenn's reaction, the elder sighed. "I advise you not to sell it." "Why?" Glenn asked, regaining a semblance of calm. "This creature is a rare find, and many sorcerers spend their entire lives without encountering even one. If you sell it now and later find yourself in need, you may have nowhere to lament your loss." "Is it truly that rare?" Glenn exclaimed, astonished at his own fortune. He continued, "What exactly is its purpose?" "The fire source insect is the only known creature capable of generating impure fire. This fire is needed in many advanced spells, formations, and magical artifacts. Some high-level sorcerers, lacking a fire source insect to provide impure fire, are forced to risk their lives venturing into the abyssal rift to collect scattered impure fire. The dangers of penetrating deep into the demon territory are unimaginable. Almost none return alive unless they are exceptionally powerful sorcerers." After the elder concluded his explanation, he pulled out an old pocket watch to check the time. "This truly is a remarkable creature, and it ought not to be sold," Glenn thought with a hint of regret. He shook his tightly clenched hand and asked, "How should I preserve it? Should I find a cage to keep it in?" "If you can find such a cage, that would suffice. This creature does not require food or drink. It survives by absorbing elemental energy from the air. You merely need to collect some of its shed exoskeleton periodically as a means of sustenance," the elder explained, nodding. "I do not possess such a cage," Glenn replied, realizing he had merely been speaking figuratively. Anticipating this, the elder stated, "This is simple. You can weave a bag from your wolf's fur." "Is that even possible?" Glenn's eyes widened in disbelief. "You cannot be jesting." "I lack the leisure for jest. This method is indeed feasible," the elder asserted with conviction. Reluctantly, Glenn had no choice but to believe him. Suddenly recalling the elder's earlier serious expression, he tentatively asked, "Old man, is there something you haven't told me? I noticed your grave demeanor just now." The elder chuckled softly. "Your transformation is indeed remarkable. You've become quite astute." Glenn remained silent, prompting the elder to continue. "The appearance of fire source insects often heralds calamity. I read this in an ancient tome, and upon reviewing records of past fire source insect sightings, I found this assertion to hold merit." "So you suspect that a disaster is imminent here?" Glenn probed further. The elder refrained from confirming or denying. Glenn glanced at his right hand, sensing the struggle of the fire source insect within. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Are those records of natural disasters or something else?" The old man, evidently unfamiliar with this new term, asked, "Natural disasters?" Glenn elaborated, "Disasters caused by nature, such as hurricanes and earthquakes." The old man fell silent, pondering the matter. It likely did not pertain to natural occurrences, but rather to beastly upheavals or the emergence of formidable malevolent entities, events not orchestrated by nature itself. Realizing that such calamities were indeed the case, Glenn felt a sense of relief. If they were natural disasters, he personally would not be frightened, but rather concerned for his estate. "There is still time, so let me share some fundamental information about the fire source insect," the old man said, glancing once more at his pocket watch, his speech quickening. Glenn immediately focused intently. The old man continued with haste, "The origins of the fire source insect remain a mystery. Upon their birth, they possess little intelligence, only gaining similar cognitive abilities to their host once they parasitize another organism. It is unclear whether it is by design, but most fire source insects consciously choose humans as their hosts, a phenomenon not observed with other highly intelligent species. Once they have acquired sufficient cognitive capacity, they may opt to switch hosts, seeking those of higher status or greater strength. However, the conditions for such a host change are not uniform. They may depend on time, physical constitution, or even gender. Once they have gained a comprehensive understanding of the world and recognize their own rarity, they tend to conceal themselves to avoid detection. Nevertheless, wizards have long devised specialized tools to detect them, rendering the fire source insects nearly impossible to hide. Having finished his discourse, the old man turned to leave. "That is all I know. Be cautious not to let others steal it from you." Watching the old man hastily depart, Glenn felt a renewed urgency to cherish this entity. He hurried home at a swift pace, needing to quickly craft a pouch for nurturing the fire source insect. Upon returning home, he found Tia absent, presumably having taken Glenn's advice to play with the elven maiden. After searching the house thoroughly for suitable materials to create a weaving needle, he encountered difficulties as one of his hands remained immobile, complicating his ability to weave. With no other option, he decided to summon Tia back. Chapter 92. Harmoine. Upon hearing Glenn's request, the little maid appeared quite troubled. "Is there a problem?" Glenn asked. "Mr. Glenn, I cannot weave," Tia replied, her cheeks flushed. "Isn't weaving a requisite skill for maids?" "It seems it should be, doesn't it? But no one has ever taught me. What should I do?" She thought anxiously. However, Glenn smiled and waved his hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will teach you shortly." "Mr. Glenn can do that?" Tia asked, astonished. "No, I cannot," Glenn replied candidly. Tia was taken aback, her expression frozen in disbelief. "But, do not worry. It does not require extraordinary skill. You just need to be able to hold things together. It is merely a matter of crossing and joining the threads, is it not? It should not be too difficult." Glenn exhibited a confident demeanor, while Tia harbored reservations about his reliability. However, the situation left her with no alternative. Thus, when Lavelle returned, he was greeted by a room strewn with wolf fur and the sight of two perspiring individuals engrossed in their task. "Mr. Glenn, this wolf fur is exceedingly tough. It is quite difficult to weave," one remarked. "Apply a bit more strength. You can manage it," Glenn encouraged. Intrigued, Lavelle approached to observe. Just then, Tia triumphantly lifted an unsightly wolf fur blanket, exclaiming, "It's finished." Glenn accepted the blanket, wrapping his steadfast right hand within it before swiftly drawing it out to seal the opening. Something inside the bundle writhed energetically. Lavelle, perplexed, pointed at the restless package, and inquired cautiously, "What are you two up to?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Glenn replied nonchalantly, "A rather valuable insect." What kind of insect could cause such commotion? Lavelle wondered. His curiosity piqued, yet he hesitated to probe further. Glenn instructed Tia to tidy the room, and then turned to Lavelle, asking, "So, did you manage to recruit anyone today?" The young noble replied with a hint of pride, "Indeed, 2 individuals. They are both awaiting your meeting tomorrow." Satisfied with the response, Glenn allowed Lavelle to take a seat while he retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. By the time the elven lady returned, the meal was just finishing. Several plates of stir-fried meat and vegetables were laid out, accompanied by bread, a customary way of dining for them all. Midway through the meal, Lavelle suddenly recalled something and addressed Glenn. "Today, a bearded officer came looking for you." "Was it Sheriff Dagley?" Glenn asked after swallowing his food. "He only instructed me to tell you to visit him when you have time." He did not elaborate further. Lavelle's words prompted Glenn to speculate. Perhaps this was regarding the previous mention of visitors from above, suggesting a discussion on how to handle the matter. "That bearded officer must know you, right? Did he not divulge anything to you? Or did you refrain from sharing anything with him?" Glenn inquired with a sudden smile. Lavelle shrank back, stammering, "There was nothing significant to mention. I deemed it unnecessary." Both Tia and Gotaya cast curious glances, while the elven lady seemed to take delight in the unfolding drama. Glenn chuckled softly. "I can infer the nature of your conversation without you saying a word. He likely inquired about you, and you embellished the details of my dealings with your family, did you not?" Lavelle fell silent, his body trembling slightly. How could he possibly know? A sense of dread filled his heart as he thought, feeling as if nothing could be concealed from him. Observing Lavelle's reaction, Glenn concluded, "My dear young master, consider this. If those officers truly had the capacity to deal with me, would I be at ease leaving you in this town? Are you not afraid that I might, in a fit of displeasure, annihilate your entire family?" Both Tia and Gotaya were taken aback. The words were far too sanguinary. Ravel trembled more violently, nearly losing his mind at the thought of such a scenario, fully aware that Glenn was capable of such actions. "Em sorry. I'll never dare again." Noticing the effectiveness of his reprimand, Glenn nodded, signaling to take over. Throughout the meal, everyone except Glenn was preoccupied and distracted. After clearing the table, as Glenn prepared to retreat upstairs for further study, Tia called out to him. With her conflicted and fearful demeanor, Glenn instantly discerned her inner turmoil. He simply replied, "Do not worry, Tia. I was merely intimidating Ravel." Upon hearing this, the little maid seemed to relax significantly, offering Glenn a smile, lifting her skirt in a curtsy, and returning to her tasks. Only Gotaya, who was preparing for bed, quietly inquired, "Are you truly just scaring that young noble?" Glenn continued upstairs, assessing the situation. Gotaya did not quite grasp the meaning of his response, but chose not to press further. Another night, accompanied by the flicker of an oil lamp, ensued. The pouch containing the fire source bug lay in the corner, occasionally twitching. Lost in his thoughts, Glenn felt only a slight drowsiness. However, despite his robust constitution, he eventually closed the book during the late hours and took a brief nap. The text contained much that required practical application, yet without the means, Glenn could only read and comprehend. He was contemplating cleaning the basement to create his own laboratory. Once established, he could conduct the experiments described in the book and then seek out Dao OV to learn the next phase of knowledge. In Dudtown, at the police station, the dawn broke. Sheriff Dagley arrived for work, opening the doors of the station. At this hour, aside from the resident officers, most were yet to arrive. The officers on duty greeted him with nods, to which Dagley responded with a smile. He retrieved his cup from the storage room and brewed a steaming cup of cocoa, his favorite invigorating tea. Sipping it lightly, he pushed open his office door, only to find a stranger standing with his back to him. The sheriff nearly spewed his drink in surprise. He swallowed hard and demanded, "Who are you? Why did you enter my office without permission?" The figure turned slowly from the window, revealing a long, slender face marked by deep wrinkles, a hairline receding to an extreme, and a glaringly shiny forehead. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable old gentleman exuded an overwhelming sense of danger that struck Dagley with alarm. "Sheriff Dagley, I've long admired your reputation. I am Harmoine, the chief officer of the kingdom's special enforcement team in the Bartzy district. It is a pleasure to meet you," the elderly gentleman said, offering a faint smile. Upon hearing this title, Douglas' pupils involuntarily quivered. A chief officer? Such a figure has been stirred? What exactly is the origin of that giant insect? The situation has become quite complicated, yet he remained composed and replied, "Ah, it is the esteemed Lord Hamoen. Please forgive my earlier rudeness." He stepped forward to draw a chair for his guest, his tone exceedingly respectful. Chapter 93. The new employee Hamoen gracefully seated himself and, with polite words, remarked, "Sheriff, there is no need for such formalities. It is I who intruded upon your office without permission. Thus, I am the one at fault." Although Douglas felt a twinge of displeasure, he recognized the higher status of his visitor and refrained from expressing his feelings, maintaining a cordial demeanor. He poured a glass of water for Hamoen and gestured toward his own cup, asking, "Would you care for some koki?" "No, thank you, I do not fancy this beverage," Hamoen replied, raising a hand in refusal. Consequently, Douglas handed him a glass of plain water. The esteemed official appeared entirely unpretentious as he accepted the drink and took a gentle sip. "May I inquire if your visit to our humble town is for a significant matter?" Douglas asked, settling at his desk as if engaged in casual conversation. Hamoen set down his glass and chuckled lightly. "Since I am here, it must indeed be for something of great importance. You should be aware of this, Sheriff." Douglas had a sense of clarity, but still posed the question. "The notice I received indicated that the individual responsible for handling that matter would not arrive for another 2 days. Why have you? That was the original plan, yet I deemed the circumstances extraordinary, prompting me to leave my team and arrive early to prevent any mishaps," Hamoen replied, his expression seemingly sincere. However, Douglas's instincts suggested that the matter was far more intricate than it appeared. The two continued their idle banter regarding the pending issues, with Douglas attempting subtle inquiries, all of which were artfully navigated by Hamoen's words. As more officers gathered, Hamoen suddenly glanced at his exquisite wristwatch and courteously stated, "Sheriff Douglas, I see that most of the personnel have arrived. Please take me to the scene, as this is part of my duty." With no reasonable grounds to refuse, Douglas organized a team, assigning several leaders to maintain order at the station, and then they proceeded towards the battlefield. The carriage rolled slowly through the bustling streets. Glenn lounged leisurely against the frame of the vehicle, driven by Lavelle. Nearby, a young woman in a clean, flowing dress passed by, seemingly of middle-class standing. Suddenly, she felt a gentle breeze beneath her skirt and instinctively covered it, though the wind was too slight to lift the substantial fabric. Blushing, she glanced around and hurried away. Glenn lowered the book that had been shielding his face, casting a guilty glance in the direction of the departing young lady. It seemed he needed to practice more, however. The unexpected success of his efforts surprised him as he continued to peruse the book, tracing lines with a quill. He had just come across a spell purportedly simple enough for beginners, and he could not resist attempting it. Much to his astonishment, he succeeded. The vehicle gradually slowed down, coming to a halt in front of the tavern. Glenn leaped out, stretching his limbs. At this hour, Luther had yet to arrive for work, let alone the 2 new hires from yesterday. After waiting a while in the tavern, the tall and slender Luther finally pushed open the door. Upon seeing Glenn, he lamented with a furrowed brow, "Mr. Glenn, when will I be able to officially start working? I feel quite guilty idling away my time here." Glenn immediately offered a reassuring smile, saying, Soon. We have already hired people, and I will have you all busy in no time." After a thorough conversation, Luther felt somewhat at ease. Before long, 2 individuals arrived, and Lavelle promptly introduced them as the new hires. "Good day, sir," they both greeted Glenn in unison. These were 2 men who bore a striking resemblance to one another, slightly shorter and sturdier than Glenn, with some scruffy facial hair, exuding an overall sense of robustness. "Greetings. I am delighted to have you here," Glenn responded with a smile, curiously inquiring, "Are you brothers?" "Indeed, sir. My name is Carter, and this is my brother, Cargon," replied the plumper of the 2. "Excellent. You both appear to be diligent workers, and I hold you in high regard. The wages here are paid daily. Do you find that acceptable?" "Yes, certainly. We have struggled to find suitable employment for quite some time now, and our funds are dwindling to the point where we can hardly afford meals. So we kindly ask to commence as soon as possible." "Well, I must inform you that I am not in a rush to open just yet, as there is still preparatory work to be done. However, fret not. I am willing to advance you a month's salary. In the meantime, I will be hiring individuals to renovate the premises, and I would appreciate your assistance during this period." "Splendid. We would be more than willing to help." The discussion proceeded amicably, and Glenn took a square piece of paper from Lavelle, covered in writing. This is the employment contract, which holds legal significance. Please review it carefully, and upon signing, I can provide you with your salary for this month. The assertion of its legal validity was, of course, an exaggeration, intended merely to intimidate the two men. The brothers scrutinized the document for quite a while. Having worked at several large factories, they were accustomed to strict oversight, yet encountering a labor contract was a novel experience for them. Hesitantly, they inquired, "Sir, we cannot read." Glenn had anticipated this and smiled as he explained, "No worries. I can summarize it for you. Essentially, after you sign, you are obliged to adhere to the established rules and regulations, which include." He recited the contents, and while the brothers found the terms somewhat daunting, nothing within seemed overtly unfair. "All right, we understand. We simply need to sign, correct?" "Indeed. But what if we cannot write our names?" "I will write it for you, and you can copy it." "Very well." The agreement reached, Glenn neatly stored the documents and shook hands with the two new employees, saying, "All right, take a moment to acclimate to your work environment. I shall now consult with the construction crew regarding the renovation matters." Shortly after Glenn exited, Luther hurried after him, calling out, "Mr. Glenn, about that agreement, why haven't I signed it?" "Well, that's rather obvious," Glenn chuckled, patting Luther on the shoulder. "The document was just finalized last night. There is no need for you to sign it. I have complete faith in you. Surely, you would adhere to those regulations, wouldn't you?" "I will absolutely comply," Luther replied with unwavering conviction. "Then that's settled," Glenn said, casting an approving glance at him. "Thank you for your trust. I shall strive to double my efforts." Glenn nodded with satisfaction. The construction team in Dewtown consisted of a group of familiar workers, who Glenn had overheard discussing while selling meat. Many of the town's architectural facilities had been constructed by these individuals. The leader, or contractor, was a fellow named John, residing in the housing district on the west side of Dewtown. Chapter 94. Who, indeed, has brought about his demise? Meanwhile, Dougley had escorted Hamoin to the location of the giant insect's demise. Upon witnessing the immobile mound of flesh, a serious expression overtook Hamoin's features. This is a descendant of the ancient demon god, Balgalin. What a pity the last of its kind has met its end, he mused, standing still for a moment in contemplation. The sheriff and several officers turned to him, prompting Dougley to inquire, "Is there an issue, Your Excellency?" Hamoin resumed his stride, as if nothing had transpired, replying, "No, merely a touch of astonishment." He preferred to walk with one hand clasped behind his back, his posture upright, exuding an air of elegance and steadiness that was quite pleasing to observe. Officers were stationed on a continuous basis to guard the scene, preventing any outsiders from entering or any unforeseen incidents from occurring. The sheriff presented his credentials, allowing the guards to permit a few individuals entry. This step was, in fact, a last-minute addition, as the presence of a superior necessitated a display of strictness. As they approached the vicinity, a pungent and overwhelming odor assaulted their senses, causing everyone to cover their mouths and noses. Just as Dougley was about to advance further, Hamoin raised his hand to halt him, frowning as he inquired, "Is this how you typically approach it?" The sheriff, puzzled, replied, "What else would we do? Is there something amiss?" Unable to restrain himself, Hamoin closed his eyes and shook his head, then opened them again to solemnly state, "With such hazardous creatures of unknown origin, it is best to implement comprehensive protection, even if they are already deceased. Are you not concerned that the emanating stench may be toxic or cursed?" Upon hearing this, several officers ahead jumped back as if scalded, quickly distancing themselves from the carcass of the giant insect. Dougley's expression darkened, deeply troubled for the safety of himself and those officers who frequently approached the insect's remains. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. In such rural areas, even if there are numerous officers, they are predominantly local recruits, lacking substantial training, primarily guided by a handful of senior leaders. Even these individuals have seldom encountered extraordinary events, and thus remain oblivious to essential precautionary knowledge. "Your Excellency," Dougley inquired anxiously. Hamoin raised his hand, swept it through the air, and then licked his fingertips as if savoring a flavor. He closed his eyes, seemingly tasting the essence of the atmosphere. "Rest assured, it is merely the ordinary stench of decaying flesh. It poses no threat to your lives, although excessive inhalation should be avoided." Upon receiving Hamoin's assurance, Dougley and several officers exhaled in relief. It is perilous for you to remain unprotected in such a state. Allow me to assist you, Harmoine suddenly proclaimed, snapping his fingers. Instantly, a transparent membrane, akin to a second skin, enveloped those nearby, including himself, adhering to their garments without hindering movement. Your Excellency, you are indeed a sorcerer? Daggily marveled at his own smooth hands, astonished. One might say so. Perhaps I am more than just a sorcerer, Harmoine replied, hands clasped behind his back. His gait still elegant and assured. As he approached the colossal insect carcass, they noticed a dark, pus-like substance oozing from the surface of the meat mound, accompanied by a persistent hum of flies. When I was here last, this black substance was absent, Daggily remarked. Harmoine squinted, his mind surmising the presence of a werewolf's curse, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, choosing instead to circle the insect cadaver. Indeed, it is this very thing, Harmoine suddenly declared, deliberately imparting information to the others. What is it? Daggily promptly inquired. Harmoine turned to him. Have you heard of the progeny of the demon god? The progeny of the demon god? The sheriff's expression clearly indicated unfamiliarity. The commander gazed at the immense insect corpse, slowly articulating, the demon god. Perhaps that is how they refer to themselves. Is the name we ascribe to them. They are a collective capable of unleashing calamity, though I cannot articulate the specifics. They are undeniably fearsome. This enormous fleshworm is said to be the last descendant of a certain demon god, which is precisely why it garners such significant attention from above. After listening, Daggily remained skeptical. Such information should not be disclosed so readily, or perhaps only fragments have been revealed. Harmoine abruptly turned, posing the question, so who exactly killed it? This creature possessed numerous means of escape. Having survived the chaos of the last century to reach this point, it should not have been so easily slain. Indeed, he was testing me. Daggily tightened his resolve inwardly, yet maintained a composed exterior, stating, the particulars have already been reported. We are unaware of the full circumstances. By the time we arrived, everything had already concluded. The words did not allow Harmoine to relent. His eyes narrowed slightly, the crow's feet at the corners deepening. Sheriff, he remarked, your pupils flickered momentarily before you spoke, and your response was rather swift. Based on my years of experience, you must be privy to certain information. Am I correct? Lying is not a commendable habit, Sheriff. At this moment, Douglas's heart raced, but as a seasoned head of the precinct, he maintained a steady tone, replying, Your Excellency, please refrain from employing such absurd justifications to press me. I reiterate, all that I know has already been reported. With a subtle tilt of his head, Harmoine cast a sidelong glance at Douglas, a posture that lent him an air of sharpness, imposing an indescribable pressure on Douglas. Sheriff, do not mistake me for those who merely seek to exploit their power over the underprivileged. I am a person who values human connections. I do not rigidly adhere to rules. Share with me some valuable intelligence, and I shall overlook your deceit. What do you say? A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Douglas's forehead as he prepared to stubbornly shake his head, when suddenly a distant officer rushed in, exclaiming, Sheriff, a mister. Glenn is here to see you. He claims to be your friend. Trouble. Douglas's eyes widened in alarm as he glanced back, realizing the gravity of the situation. This reaction was, indeed, noted by Harmoine, who smirked and directly addressed the officer. Bring him here. The officer hesitated, looking towards Douglas. Sensing the tension, Harmoine produced a badge adorned with a golden griffin from within his gold-rimmed coat, declaring, I'm the highest authority here. Heed my command. The officer gulped, yet remained rooted to the spot. Harmoine's gaze grew cold, instilling fear in the officer, who felt as if he had plunged into an abyss. Listen to the Excellency, Douglas interjected, just in time, prompting the officer to scurry back down the path. Moments later, within the precinct, Glenn sat on a bench in the waiting area, tracing patterns with his fingers. He had just returned from the housing district to the west, where a contractor named John had readily agreed to Glenn's request, informing him to bring his own cement and bricks, and that they could commence work at any time. Recalling that Rawl had mentioned Douglas's visit, Glenn decided to check in at the precinct, only to find that Douglas had stepped out. An officer had gone to notify him, leaving Glenn to wait. Chapter 95. A mutual performance. Suddenly, Glenn sensed something amiss and turned to face the precinct's entrance. The officer who had gone to notify Douglas returned, drenched in sweat and somewhat flustered. Mr. Glenn, he panted, the sheriff has asked me to bring you to him. Glenn rose, his tone peculiar as he inquired. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Let us hurry," the officer urged, betraying a hint of urgency. His demeanor suggested otherwise. Douglas was not coming, but rather sending him, indicating that something was indeed amiss. Glenn refrained from asking further questions, gesturing for the officer to lead the way. As they traversed familiar paths, Glenn began to surmise the nature of the unfolding events. Indeed, they arrived at the very spot where he had vanquished the monstrous creature. Sheriff Douglas stood beside a stranger, clad in attire devoid of the customary black police uniform, next to the carcass of a colossal insect. "Captain, the individual has been brought in," announced the officer loudly. Both Douglas and the enigmatic figure turned simultaneously, their expressions markedly different. Douglas exhibited a hint of unease, while the stranger bore an inscrutable smile, tinged with scrutiny. Without the seasoned sheriff's prompting, Glenn instinctively recognized that this mysterious individual was undoubtedly one of those dispatched from above. The very garb he wore signified a person of considerable status, and the aura of latent danger that he exuded only reinforced this notion. As Glenn approached, Harmoine's gaze sharpened perceptibly. "Sir, what brings you here? And what manner of creature is this?" "It is quite terrifying," Glenn remarked, covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve, his tone betraying a touch of trepidation. Douglas, momentarily surprised, allowed himself to relax slightly. Meanwhile, Harmoine tightened the grip of his hands behind his back. A shared thought flickered through their minds. What a performance. "Mr. Glenn, this is the chief commander of the Special Law Enforcement Unit from the main city. You ought to extend your greetings." Douglas gestured toward Harmoine. Glenn shrank back slightly, stammering, "See, Chief Commander, greetings." "I am Glenn." "Greetings, no need to be anxious. I am not as fearsome as you might imagine," Harmoine responded, his demeanor softening with a benevolent smile. "How can I not be anxious?" "I have never encountered someone of your rank," Glenn replied, offering a shy grin, projecting an air of innocence. "Is that so?" Harmoine maintained his calm smile, and, in a seemingly casual manner, inquired, "You appear to be quite familiar with Sheriff Douglas. What is it that you seek him for?" "Oh, it's nothing of great importance. I recently hired some employees and thought to inquire about any legal constraints regarding them. You know, it can be quite troublesome if one's subordinates are disobedient." Glenn replied nonchalantly. "Ah, I see." Harmoine inhaled quietly, a thought brewing within him. "I refuse to believe I cannot uncover your flaw." He mused inwardly. "You seem rather unfazed by this creature. Are you already aware of its existence?" He gestured toward the massive insect behind him. Douglas' heart raced, silently urging Glenn not to reveal any weaknesses. Glenn glanced at the foul-smelling carcass and replied, "Hasn't it already been slain by your team? I've heard you are particularly adept at dealing with such creatures. With you around, I feel less fearful." His response remained plausible, igniting a sense of challenge within Harmoine. It had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. He was one who thrived on analyzing the expressions and subtle movements of others to decipher their thoughts. This skill had enabled him to achieve countless objectives, exposing even the most astute actors, rarely encountering a situation that posed a significant challenge. Yet here he was, confronted with one. "Your answer is quite reasonable. However, do cease your pretense, for I have already seen through you," Harmoine declared with sudden conviction. The intensity of his expression convinced Douglas, who believed that Glenn had inadvertently revealed a flaw. "Pretend? What am I pretending?" "Commander, are you speaking to me?" Glenn glanced around, appearing rather dazed. Indeed, the situation was quite intricate. Harmoine's eyelid twitched, yet he maintained a composed demeanor as he remarked, "When Douglas learned of your arrival." His expression was one of evident concern. "This does not suggest a mere inquiry. Considering our prior discussion, I have reason to suspect your involvement in this matter." "Huh? Your Excellency, are you implying that I am connected to this creature?" Glenn pointed to his own nose, then shook his head in disbelief. No. How could this thing possibly be related to an ordinary person like me? You must be mistaken. He thought to himself, trying to deceive me? You are not quite capable of that. Still feigning innocence, Harmoine stepped closer, towering over Glenn with an intimidating gaze. "I strongly advise you to be forthcoming. Otherwise, the consequences could be quite dire." "I truly do not understand what you are saying," Glenn replied, collapsing onto the ground, seemingly overawed by Harmoine's imposing presence. The two maintained a tense stare, and Glenn's innocent expression only seemed to mock Harmoine, who was acutely aware that this situation was indeed tied to Glenn. Yet, Harmoine could find no tangible flaw in Glenn's facade. Defeated, Harmoine closed his eyes. Douglas approached and helped Glenn to his feet, offering reassurance. The commander is merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. He then discreetly gave a thumbs up. Harmoine turned away from the two, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly stated, Mr. Glenn, you reside in Bayek, do you not? Glenn pretended to hesitate before replying, Yes, Your Excellency. There was nothing to conceal. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. He must have arrived earlier than I anticipated, conducting his own investigation, Douglas thought. Bayek is a fine place, Harmoine said, nodding slightly. Allow me to share an unwritten rule, commonly acknowledged by those in power, but not inscribed in the kingdom's laws. Both Glenn and Douglas exchanged puzzled glances. Harmoine slowly turned around, his expression reverting to a mild smile. In Bayek, residents are not prosecuted for murder. The two men displayed expressions of astonishment. What purpose does he serve by telling me this? What is his intent? The idea that residents of Bayek can murder without consequence feels akin to saying that the insane are free to kill. Is that the implication? Glenn found himself momentarily engulfed in mental turmoil, while Douglas remained purely curious and bewildered. What sort of regulation is this? Bayek grows ever more enigmatic. Unfazed by the bewilderment of the two, Harmoine elegantly walked past them, saying, In a few days, my people will arrive to remove the insectoid creatures. Please arrange accommodations for me. Sheriff, thank you. After a considerable amount of time, Douglas finally regained his composure. He tugged at Glenn, who was still frowning in contemplation, and said, Let us go. These high-ranking individuals delight in toying with us common folk. Their words may merely serve to vex us, so we need not concern ourselves. Glenn nodded and departed with him. Chapter 96. The Crazed Bear Forest. Douglas mentioned he needed to attend to matters concerning the esteemed Grand Officer, and thus soon parted ways with Glenn. His purpose in seeking the sheriff was to address the issues posed by the arrivals from above. Now that it appeared he had managed that, he felt no need to linger. The old fellow seemed unwilling to force the issue, knowing full well that I have my troubles, yet still seeking a pretext for confrontation. What could he be apprehensive about? Or is he simply an eccentric? As Glenn pondered these thoughts, he arrived in front of a factory. This was the sole manufacturing plant for construction materials in the town, monopolizing nearly all the raw material business in the vicinity. He learned this from a contractor named John. In the distance, a line of people queued up, and upon inquiring, Glenn discovered they were all there to procure building materials. He dutifully took his place at the end of the line. Pulling out the basic magic tome given to him by Dolph, Glenn began to peruse it to pass the time. Before long, a familiar voice broke through the air. Mr. Glenn, is that truly you? Glenn set down the book and turned to see it was Old Cat calling out to him. Old Cat, what brings you here? Of course, I'm here to buy building materials. I plan to construct a house not far from town soon. Old Cat replied with a smile before asking, Are you also building a house? Glenn shook his head. Have you forgotten about the tavern I purchased last time? I intend to convert it into a butcher shop and will need to make some renovations. Old Cat immediately understood. The two engaged in casual conversation until Glenn's turn arrived, much quicker than he had anticipated. A small booth resembling a reception area opened, revealing a balding, middle-aged man in work attire. Holding a quill and not looking up as he inquired, What materials do you require? How much do you need? Glenn was taken aback. He truly lacked knowledge in this area and had never built a house in his past life, leaving him entirely unaware of the necessary quantities. Distracted by Douglas's earlier matters, he had not thoroughly considered his visit and now found himself in an awkward position. Just as the bald man raised his eyebrows in curiosity, Old Cat, sensing Glenn's unease as if he could read his thoughts, spoke up on his behalf, listing the materials and their quantities. Seeing that Glenn did not object, the man swiftly jotted down the details on what appeared to be an order form. Glenn glanced back at Old Cat, who smiled and remarked, These figures should be a bit less. You can always purchase more later. Thank you, my friend. I was just about to report quantities twice as high as yours. Glenn expressed his sincere gratitude. Mr. Glenn, it is nothing to be concerned about, Old Cat replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the stout man completed the necessary paperwork and stated, Please pay a deposit of 4 silver coins. Equivalent copper coins will also suffice. Glenn retrieved 4 silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the rotund man, who accepted them and placed them into a metal box. He then pressed a seal-like object firmly onto a piece of paper before setting it aside with a stack of similar orders. Excuse me, sir. How long will it take for the materials to arrive? Glenn inquired, remaining in place. Not many people have come to purchase materials these days, So it should arrive within a day or two, came the reply. Nodding, Glenn stepped aside. The old cat clearly stated the type and quantity of materials he required, and the rotund man executed the same procedure, the deposit amounting to 20 silver coins. Building a house certainly requires a significant expenditure, the old cat remarked with a wry smile as he approached Glenn. Are you also enlisting John's team to assist with the construction? Glenn asked curiously. John? The old cat shook his head. Hiring someone else would incur additional costs. Constructing a single house nearly depletes all my savings. I cannot afford such extravagance. At most, I can ask friends for assistance. The two continued their conversation as they walked, transitioning from mundane matters to their respective views on the kingdoms, much of which consisted of unfounded boasting. When the topic of wizards arose, Glenn inquired, somewhat tentatively, Old Cat, do you know where one might procure magical items? He was still contemplating the possibility of having his own magic laboratory. A source for such tools and materials would be most advantageous. Why do you ask, Mr. Glenn? The old cat instinctively queried. I have a friend who has just become a magical apprentice. He requires information in this area. While he could consult his teacher, it would be far better if he could resolve it independently. Glenn replied, his composure unruffled. A magical apprentice, how enviable. If it weren't for financial constraints, I too could aspire to be a wizard, the old cat lamented. Why do you say that? Glenn turned to inquire. A wizard once assessed my elemental affinity, claiming it to be in the 70s, which would qualify me as a magical apprentice. However, the financial demands thereafter are astronomical, far beyond what my family can bear. After listening to the old cat's account, Glenn nodded. There were numerous instances like the old cat's. In the memories of the original owner, tales often circulated about commoners possessing exceptional magical talents, yet remaining ordinary due to a lack of funds. This topic frequently surfaced among the nobility during their leisure, perhaps because it served to highlight their own superiority. What good is talent if one lacks the wealth and status they possess? One is still relegated to the status of the lower class. Such is the prevailing mindset. The root of this situation lies in the fact that talent is not held in high regard by many. Individuals with elemental affinities exceeding 70 or 80 are not uncommon. Yet previous conclusions indicate that a high affinity merely increases the probability of future strength. There are also those whose elemental affinity barely reaches 60 yet achieve remarkable success. This is a primary reason why most wizards are reluctant to bear the costs associated with elevating apprentices. The old cat returned to Glenn's earlier question. You were inquiring about places like magical trading posts, were you not? That hardly requires contemplation. The main city undoubtedly possesses the most opulent establishments. I am well aware of this. It is merely my reluctance to venture forth. Ah, I see. You are referring to those privately owned shops in the wilderness, correct? Old Cat interjected. Well, I suppose that must be the case, Glenn replied with uncertainty. I cannot confirm this, but I have heard from a friend who visited the Frenzied Bear Forest about a rumor concerning a lake nestled within that woodland, where resides an eccentric individual who specializes in selling magical materials. Old Cat mentioned casually. The Frenzied Bear Forest? Glenn had never encountered this location. Why is it named thus? It is said that periodically a frenzied gray bear emerges to cause harm. I cannot ascertain the truth of this claim. Do you believe this rumor to be credible? If I were you, I would advise against going. Although it is merely a rumor, it does not sound like a pleasant place. Better to let your apprentice venture there alone. Glenn merely chuckled at Old Cat's words. With his capabilities, ordinary dangers could hardly harm him. Suddenly, a few drops of rain fell from the sky. Old Cat exclaimed, "Damn it, it's raining. I must take my leave, Mr. Glenn. My dwelling is quite far from here, and I certainly do not wish to become a drenched chicken." With that, he hurried away. Chapter 97. Rainy day. Glenn recalled that his deer cart lacked a shelter from the rain and silently prayed that the downpour would not persist for long. As he passed by a general store, he noticed several small books resembling novels and casually purchased one that the proprietor highly recommended, claiming it to be the kingdom's current bestseller. Intrigued, Glenn intended to pass the time reading it while seeking refuge from the rain at the tavern. A rumble of thunder echoed, and the pedestrians hurried along the street. Glenn first moved his deer cart to a sheltered spot before entering his tavern, where he found his newly hired employees gathered with Luther, animatedly discussing something. Lavelle idly fiddled with a quill pen. The sound of the door creaking open startled the group, causing Luther and the two brothers to spring up as if caught off guard in class. "Please continue." Do not mind me, Glenn waved his hand, signaling for them to relax. However, they did not resume their seats, but instead began to wander about the tavern as if searching for tasks to undertake. Glenn, uninterested in their activities, settled in a corner against the wall and opened the book he had just acquired. Outside, the rain intensified, with droplets rhythmically tapping against the glass. The book was titled The Marvelous Adventures of Hank Barr, recounting the exploits of a knight named Hank Barr as he traversed the continent, encountering various adventures and romantic entanglements with numerous lovely maidens. The book was not particularly thick, and, given Glenn's reading pace from his previous life, he nearly finished it within mere hours. This was largely due to the poor quality of the writing, which relied on a monotonous formula. Encounter an enemy, rescue a damsel. Encounter another enemy, and then rescue another damsel. While Glenn could tolerate this repetition once or twice, it occurred far too frequently. Moreover, he had forgotten the names of many enchanting ladies he had encountered earlier, as yet another appeared, and even the subsequent scenes mirrored the previous ones, merely with the characters' names altered. Such a narrative, astonishingly, was deemed one of the bestsellers, leaving Glenn utterly speechless. He remarked that it was less engaging than a fairy tale, and tossed the book aside. He then retrieved the beast tooth gifted by the old man, practicing his elemental perception and control. At that moment, Laville, who had chanced upon this scene, hesitated for a while, but ultimately mustered the courage to approach, saying, "Mr. Glenn." This, as he pointed to the discarded novel. Glenn, engrossed in his practice, casually replied, "Take it for yourself." The curly-haired young master felt a surge of joy, promptly picking up the book and returning to his original spot to read. One of his previous hobbies had been indulging in such novels, and since being kidnapped by Glenn, he had not had the opportunity to enjoy them. This particular book was one he had intended to read, but had not managed to. Outside, the occasional calls of people echoed, as if conversing through the curtain of rain. Glenn remained undistracted, seemingly having discovered a hint of a technique. The elemental power coursing through the beast tooth resembled a river woven from countless threads, and he sought out those few strands of a different hue. In this pursuit, it felt as though he had developed a new sense, enabling him to exert a slight influence over these threads. He reveled in this transformation, immersing himself in the experience, yearning to achieve even more. Time passed slowly, and only when Glenn felt a pang of hunger did he cease his practice. He rose, stretching his slightly numb arms and neck, and when he turned to glance at Laville, he found him still engrossed in the tedious book. Perhaps the scarcity of entertainment in this era rendered such stories irresistible, Glenn mused, shaking his head and gazing out the window. The rain outside had lessened somewhat, but continued to fall steadily. Glenn regretted not having prepared rain gear, as he would now have to brave the elements to procure food. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he noticed that Carter and Kagan appeared quite idle, prompting him to call out to them, "Carter, Kagan, come here for a moment." Upon hearing their employer's summons, the two promptly approached. "Is there something you need, Mr. Glenn?" Carter inquired. "After all this time, you must be feeling a bit hungry, right?" Glenn asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, the two indeed felt a twinge of hunger. Glenn continued, "I would like to offer 30 copper coins. Could you procure some food for me? If the rain is an issue, it's perfectly fine if you decline." Upon realizing it was Glenn treating them, the two immediately waved their hands, exclaiming, "Not at all. We relish the rain, truly. Please let us go." Glenn felt quite satisfied and retrieved 30 copper coins from his pocket, handing them to the two, who, upon receiving the coins, dashed out the door with remarkable enthusiasm. The sensation of having someone run errands for him was quite pleasant, and Glenn reclined back, resting his feet on the table, allowing himself to relax and ponder. Not long after, the two brothers had not yet arrived when a stranger entered. The tavern door was rudely pushed open, and a robust woman, drenched and carrying a broadsword on her back, stepped inside. "How unfortunate! Why did it suddenly start to rain?" she grumbled as she strode to the bar. Laville set down his book and regarded the peculiar tall woman with curiosity. "May I have a bottle of ale and some food, please?" The woman seated herself, unfastening the broadsword and a bulging bundle from her back, speaking without lifting her head. The young nobleman, still a minor, felt somewhat intimidated by the woman's imposing presence. He opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Noticing the prolonged silence, the woman finally looked up. "Did you not hear what I said? Has someone else taken over? Regardless, I am quite hungry, so please do not waste my time. This is no longer a tavern." Glenn's timely interruption shifted the woman's attention, allowing Laville to exhale in relief. Luther stood nearby, curiously observing the woman, who was nearly as tall as he was. Not a tavern? Wasn't Tia just fine the last time I came? The woman looked at Glenn in confusion and asked. I have purchased this place and intend to open a butcher shop, Glenn explained. Damn it. The woman cursed, then inquired, Is there any food here? Please get me something. I am truly starving, and I will pay you. I sincerely apologize, ma'am, but we are still waiting for our companion to return with food, Glenn stated, tossing a beast tooth and gazing at the ceiling in boredom. Upon hearing this, the woman's disappointment was unmasked, and she tentatively suggested, Then how about I share some when your companion returns? Glenn put away the beast tooth and looked at her. Can't you just go buy it yourself? The woman sighed. I've come this far and am nearly exhausted. I really do not want to move, especially with the rain outside. I cannot assist you. I can only see if there is any surplus food later. He implied that if the food brought back was sufficient, he might share some with her. I would be immensely grateful. I shall pay double. The woman's voice, while somewhat coarse for a female, possessed a distinctive charm without being overly masculine. Glenn did not respond, merely waved his hand dismissively and stared blankly at the rain outside. Chapter 98, Big Climbed the Tall. Strong woman placed her belongings on a nearby table and turned to Laville, smiling in a familiar manner. Young boy, you're so young and already working? How rare. Laville merely chuckled and nodded, thinking to himself, It's not like I had a choice. The woman, seemingly quite talkative, noticed the young man's silence and awkward laughter, but took no offense, continuing, The first time I wielded a sword. I was even younger than you when hunting magical beasts. I was terrified. Those beasts were all ferocious. Are you a monster hunter? Laville found himself intrigued and could not help but ask. Indeed, the term monster hunter typically refers to those who specialize in the extermination of vampires, werewolves, and demons. I have once hunted werewolves myself. Otherwise, I primarily pursue magical beasts, making lone hunter a more fitting title for me, the woman remarked, her fingers grazing her smooth chin with uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Lavelle instinctively glanced towards Glenn, noticing that he appeared disinterested in their conversation before turning back. Although Glenn did not face them, he was acutely aware of the dialogue unfolding. He held no significant thoughts regarding the words of the robust woman. Rather, he found her loquacity to be a delightful diversion, far more engaging than a mere tale from a book. Lavelle's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. It seemed that the woman was not the monster hunter he had hoped for. Compared to those who exclusively target malevolent beings, hunters who pursue magical beasts are relatively mundane. This disparity is not so much a matter of strength, but rather a consequence of an inexplicable cult of admiration that has arisen over time. Young lad, please refrain from displaying such a disappointed expression. It is quite impolite, the tall woman jested. I am not. I am merely more curious about monster hunters, Lavelle hastily clarified. The woman let out a soft snort, glanced at Glenn in the distance, and inquired, Is that your boss? Yes, he replied. He is quite young, yet he has managed to purchase such a tavern. He is indeed impressive. The woman then recounted various adventures from her excursions. Initially, Lavelle was indifferent, but as she spoke, he became increasingly engrossed, engaging in a spirited exchange of questions and answers with her. Luther approached Glenn, casting his gaze toward the two at the bar. Sir, my son has expressed his fear of that lady, he remarked. Did you not hear? She is a hunter, specializing in magical beasts, and naturally, she possesses an intimidating aura. Glenn replied, straightening his posture. Then I should best keep my distance, Luther said, retreating to another corner. At that moment, Carter and Kagan entered, their arms laden with an assortment of items. They cheerfully approached Glenn's table, disregarding their drenched clothing, and placed the wrapped goods upon the table. I sincerely apologize, sir. The closer dessert shops and bakeries were closed, so we ventured to a more distant one, Carter explained. However, the food remains warm and dry, Kagan added. You have my gratitude, Glenn called out to the others nearby. Everyone come over. The enticing aroma of the food had already stirred the appetites of all present in the tavern, prompting them, including the female hunter, to gather around. Sir, look at how the female hunter is beaming at Glenn, someone remarked. Share a little with her. Glenn instructed the Carter brothers, who merely exchanged a glance with the female hunter before complying, as it was not their own coin that was being spent. Thank you ever so much, esteemed sir. The female hunter exclaimed joyfully as she accepted her share of food, though it was not enough to satiate her entirely. It sufficed. She produced 5 copper coins from within her soft armor and placed them upon the table. Glenn, unreserved, accepted them without hesitation. The remaining individuals also took some food and found a place to eat. Luther and the Carter brothers engaged in light conversation, occasionally punctuated by soft laughter. Glenn, with a hearty appetite, quickly devoured his portion, feeling only moderately satisfied. He opened the tavern's front door, gazing at the relentless rain, pondering that it might not cease throughout the day. Closing the door once more, he approached the female hunter. She, too, was quite the hearty eater, having finished her meal and now organizing her belongings. Noticing Glenn's approach, she smiled and inquired, "Is there something you need, sir?" Though she appeared amiable, Glenn could sense an underlying vigilance in her demeanor. "I overheard you mention you're a hunter. May I inquire if you have just returned from a hunt?" Glenn asked with a friendly smile. However, the hunter's wariness intensified. She deliberately moved her hand closer to her broadsword, yet maintained her smile as she replied, "Indeed. A modest catch. I'm preparing to sell it for a good price." Glenn nodded, unconcerned by her caution, and directly proposed, "Why not sell it to me? I might require those items." The hunter hesitated, then waved her hand, saying, "I'm afraid that's not possible. The goods already have a buyer." "It's the rule, my apologies, sir." Upon hearing this, Glenn did not press further, replying, "Very well." He then produced the beast tooth given to him by the old man and handed it to the hunter, asking, "Do you recognize this?" She examined the tooth closely, furrowing her brow. "It seems familiar. I believe I've seen it before, though rarely. I can't recall at the moment. I need this item, along with similar ones. Can you procure them?" "I will offer ample compensation." Glenn articulated his intention. The hunter scrutinized the tooth for a while before seeming to recall something. Nodding at Glenn, she remarked, "I can certainly try, but based on my experience, this item is not inexpensive, likely starting at 2 gold coins." Glenn was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, replying, "No problem." To his surprise, the hunter sprang to her feet, her hands, nearly the same size as Glenn's, clasping his firmly and shaking enthusiastically. "You are quite the esteemed client, sir. Rest assured Blood axe, vow by my honor to fulfill this commission." Glenn gently extricated his hand, replying, "I look forward to it." Afterward, the hunter, whether by her name or moniker Blood Axe, lingered in the tavern for a while, but upon seeing the rain persist, she decisively chose to depart. It seemed her business was rather urgent. Glenn, not wishing to wait any longer, instructed Carter and Kagan to assist in procuring 2 raincoats from this world. These were crafted from the skins of amphibious creatures, providing excellent waterproofing. This time, he did not offer to pay for anyone's purchase except for himself and Laville. But the 2 brothers did not decline. Once he received the raincoats from them, Glenn and Laville set off in the deer cart, braving the downpour. As for the others, he paid them no mind. They were all adults and surely could manage to return home despite the rain. The road was utterly bogged down, and the wheels of the deer cart became ensnared in the mire several times, necessitating manual assistance to liberate it. After much exertion, they finally managed to enter the town of Berserk. Curiously, while a torrential downpour fell upon the forest outside the town, within the settlement, there was no trace of rain whatsoever. Chapter 99. In retrospect, the ensuing days were both mundane and busy. Lavelle took the small book home, seemingly adding a touch of delight for the 2 girls. Considering the lifespan of elves, Gotaya was indeed still in her youth. Initially, the 3 of them vied to peruse the book, leaving Glenn bewildered. How could such a thin volume captivate them for so long, and even prompt repeated readings? One day, he could not help but exclaim, "This is so dull. How can you possibly keep reading it?" The irritable elven maiden promptly retorted, "Dull? If you're so clever, why don't you write something more interesting?" Coincidentally, Glenn had just completed a collection of fairy tales intended for Layla, so he casually handed it over, stating, "I believe these stories for children are far superior to that book." The elven maiden, unconvinced, snatched it from him, her expression suggesting she was eager to mock Glenn in due time. Lavelle and Tia, intrigued, joined her in examining the tales. Glenn, however, paid them little heed and busied himself with his own matters. Yet, when he fortuitously encountered Layla later, she inquired about the tales, prompting him to recall he had forgotten to retrieve his collection. He informed Layla that he had written several stories, promising to share them with her next time. She could hardly contain her excitement, nearly reaching out to grasp Glenn Glen's hand once more. Over the past few days, Glen learned that Layla had conveyed the story of the ugly duckling to every child who had suffered at the hands of the giant insects. The children, previously plagued by melancholia, exhibited varying degrees of improvement, much to the delight of their parents. In this process, Layla experienced a taste of what it felt like to be an angel. The story continued to circulate, even reaching the ears of adults, and spreading among the children like wildfire. Glen had even encountered a minstrel in Dudtown who specialized in recounting this tale, drawing a surprisingly large audience for such a small community. Reflecting on these events, he found himself eager to see if his other stories could achieve similar popularity. However, when he asked the elven maiden for his book, she was evasive, clearly reluctant to part with it. Ultimately, Glen resorted to a bit of coercion, managing to reclaim it despite her evident displeasure. Noticing that the manuscript was well preserved, he could not help but inquire, "I had thought you disliked such stories?" "It's not bad," the elven maiden replied, her cheeks flushed. Glen then glanced at Lavelle and Tia, who were surreptitiously observing, realizing that both also cherished these tales. With a newfound sense of assurance, he addressed Tia, "I will give you one day to copy these stories. You may keep a copy for yourselves, but I shall take this one with me." Tia cheered and readily agreed, "Absolutely, Mr. Glen. I want a copy too." Lavelle and Gotaya echoed in unison, eager to have their own. "Go find Tia and have her copy it for you," Glen instructed, waving his hand. The two individuals were free to celebrate together. The tales they recounted were classics he had long been familiar with from his previous life, such as Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White, Cinderella, and the Three Little Pigs, amounting to no more than 20 stories that required little time to transcribe. Once they had completed their copying, Glen handed the original manuscript to Layla, who, upon receiving it, eagerly bid him farewell and departed, intent on savoring the stories at home. Glen felt a twinge of concern that this might impact her academic performance. Aside from these matters, there were also concerns regarding the corpse of the giant insect. The commander named Harmoin had not sought Glen out since their initial meeting, yet Glen was keenly observant of his activities. Although he learned through Doug that the commander had been rather unremarkable in his movements for the first 2 days after settling in, Glen still perceived subtle signs of his ongoing presence in the town. Clearly, the old fellow was not as straightforward as Doug had suggested. However, Glen need not worry too much, for Harmoin's subordinates soon arrived in Dudtown. The contingent was larger than the previous one, led by Berlin, and their imposing presence turned the town into a festive spectacle, drawing many spectators. They were remarkably efficient, transporting the magically concealed corpse of the giant insect on the very first day, and Harmoin naturally departed alongside them. Months passed, during which Glen not only developed a small farm, but also ensured that all the livestock he acquired were in place, tending to everything by himself. Construction at the tavern had also commenced, with materials arriving as scheduled, and John's team promptly responding to the call. They mentioned having participated in the construction of numerous noble residences, thus capable of handling various challenging requests, provided the price was right. Upon hearing this, Glen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he returned home to draft a remarkably avant-garde yet beautiful design for the shop. The following day, when he presented it to John, the latter was taken aback, expressing that he had never encountered such a style before, but he was confident in attempting it. After prolonged negotiations over pricing, an agreement was finally reached and construction commenced immediately. Luther and the Carter brothers also lent their assistance, treating it as their work for the days ahead. Returning to Bayek Town, Glen remained true to his promise to Professor Gotaya regarding martial arts training. He dedicated a portion of his daily time to instructing the elven maiden. As she was already a warrior among forest elves, there was no need for her to start from the basics of physical conditioning. The instruction was minimal in verbal guidance. Instead, it was largely conducted through sparring, allowing her to grasp the nuances of combat through experience. Although the elven maiden was often bested, her eyes sparkled with an unwavering fascination for the techniques. It must be said that despite her slender physique, her control and coordination were remarkably robust, as evidenced by Gotaya's mastery of martial arts, surpassing that of many humans. Aside from the mundane matters of life, Glen devoted most of his energy to the study of magic. He diligently maintained 4 hours of perception practice each day, attempting 1 or 2 basic spells. The old man had not returned since last mentioning a visit to a friend, leaving Glen to wonder if he was deliberately avoiding him. However, it seemed unlikely, as it was simply a request for him to impart some lessons. After several months of practice, Glenn had managed to consistently perform the basic spells outlined in his introductory book. He was uncertain about the adequacy of his progress. There remained over half of the content in the foundational book awaiting the old man's instruction. If his mentor continued to delay, Glenn would have to contemplate a journey to seek him out. He had inquired and learned that the Demon Fall Valley was quite distant from Bayek, requiring at least 4 to 5 days of travel by wagon. He was reluctant to embark on such a journey unless absolutely necessary, for Daofu had advised him to thoroughly grasp the contents of the book before seeking him. Setting aside this matter for the time being, Glenn would occasionally tend to his basement. After a thorough cleaning, he made preliminary plans for it to resemble a proper wizard's laboratory, awaiting the day when his knowledge of magic would be sufficient to gradually acquire the necessary tools and materials. Chapter 100. The demon the stone sculpture nestled within the depths of the forest emitted a faint sound as the intricately carved stone door mysteriously creaked open. This marked Glenn's second visit. The corpses of the ogres had been removed by some unknown beasts, yet the air still carried a foul stench. Glenn merely frowned. His primary intention this time was to explore the city of Kyradlia. He aimed to gauge housing prices while perusing a magic materials exchange. He planned to clear the surrounding area upon his return. With this in mind, he dashed toward the city as he had done previously. As one of the kingdom's major cities, Kyradlia boasted a higher flow of people than most others. Consequently, numerous soldiers and knights guarded the city gates, equipped with precise methods of identifying malevolent entities. Originally, a werewolf like Glenn would have found it impossible to blend in, but he had successfully concealed his wolfsbane. Entry to the city required permits issued by local authorities, which Glenn lacked, so he discreetly hid among the cargo of a merchant caravan. Fortunately, the soldiers and knights focused primarily on detecting evil entities, allowing for a more lenient inspection of other goods. Once it was confirmed that the caravan bore no malevolence, they were granted passage. Glenn remained hidden among the cargo until half an hour after leaving the city gates, when he stealthily slipped out. Standing beside a street, he observed the towering buildings surrounding him, along with the distant factories emitting plumes of black smoke, pondering which direction to take. The flow of people in the city was even denser than he remembered, predominantly composed of the middle class, each hurrying along with purpose. The cacophony of voices rendered it impossible for Glenn to discern any useful information. At that moment, a young man wearing a cap passed by, prompting Glenn to call out, "Hey there, friend, could you spare a moment to provide directions?" "Apologies, sir, I am in a hurry." The other party merely uttered a brief remark before departing hastily. Glenn sighed, and just as he was about to continue his inquiries, a boy's voice interrupted him. "Sir, do you require a guide?" Turning to look, he saw a brown-haired lad of about 16 or 17 gazing at him. "Indeed, I am in need," he replied. Upon hearing this, the boy's face lit up with delight. "What are you seeking, sir? I am quite familiar with this area." "First, we should agree on a price. Guiding cannot be free," Glenn stated calmly. As he was not in a rush, since he was near the city gate, he intended only to complete his business in the vicinity and return home early. The main city was vast, and he deemed it unnecessary to delve into its heart. The boy hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Glenn before breaking into a smile. 20 copper coins for an hour will suffice, sir." While this fee seemed rather steep, it was still acceptable. Glenn paused briefly before nodding in agreement. "Then lead me to the nearest magic exchange." Upon hearing this request, the boy momentarily froze, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his eyes. Yet, after another appraisal of Glenn, he regained his resolve. "What troubles you? Are you unfamiliar with the route?" Glenn inquired, having noticed the boy's change in demeanor. "Of course I know, sir, but it is best to take a carriage for such a journey. This would save your time," the boy said earnestly. "Very well, call for a carriage." "I shall cover the fare," Glenn responded nonchalantly. "Certainly, sir." The brown-haired boy turned and melded into the crowd. Glenn settled onto a nearby bench. Before long, the boy returned, riding in a carriage adorned more splendidly than those in Deuter, halting before Glenn. "Please, step aboard, sir," he beckoned. After confirming the fare with the driver, Glenn ascended into the carriage. In the town of Filna, an otherwise ordinary afternoon was abruptly disrupted by a slight tremor. Workers at Hank's farm were startled, scattering into the open. However, the quake subsided after merely a few seconds. The workers exchanged bewildered glances, and once they were certain that the earth would not tremble again, they resumed their tasks. Unbeknownst to them, several kilometers away in the wilderness, the ground had split open, revealing a chasm 100 meters long. An eerie laughter, instilling dread in the surrounding creatures, emanated from the fissure. Simultaneously, at the police station in Duder, an officer rushed in with a telegram code for the sheriff. Douglas seized the document from the officer's hands, meticulously deciphering its contents. The telegram had been invented in this world, primarily utilized for urgent communications between specific official institutions. Each message transmitted via telegram was of significant importance, warranting the utmost attention from its recipients. Due to certain constraints, establishments like the one run by Dudley lack dedicated personnel for decoding. The sheriff, a cultured individual, personally undertakes this task. Upon deciphering the contents of the telegram, Douglas could not suppress a tremor in his hand, his gaze becoming momentarily vacant. The message read, "Suspected demonic invasion imminent. Urgent evacuation organized." Douglas steadied his mind and abruptly turned, commanding, "Assemble all officers. Remember, I mean all," in the square outside the station. Quickly, the officer, daunted by the urgency, responded affirmatively and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Douglas hurried towards the room, storing the telegrams, intent on sending a message to confirm whether assistance would be dispatched to address this matter. However, his concerns proved unwarranted. Ever since the diviner from the upper echelons forewarned of the impending demonic appearance within the kingdom, the high authorities had immediately taken heed. Regardless of the accuracy of the prediction, preparations were imperative. The consequences of a successful demonic incursion were too grave to bear. Besides the Knight's Sanctuary and a magic alliance, the only church permitted within the kingdom, the Holy Sevi Church, would also dispatch forces. Within an expansive hall, magnificent pillars carved from the bones of rare, colossal beasts supported the dome, which was adorned with intricate and aesthetically pleasing magical runes. The floor gleamed like a mirror, with a rich flow of elemental and magical energy coursing through it. A group clad in white ceremonial robes knelt reverently, surrounding an elderly figure seated cross-legged in the center, arms outstretched as if in embrace. He was the kingdom's foremost diviner and a general, known to all as the White-Clad One. Diviners, while considered a subset of magicians, focus exclusively on the art of divination, ultimately forming a distinct category. The White-Clad One dedicated his life to the craft, elevating his status and gaining recognition for his prescient insights that led to numerous victories in battle, earning him the title of the kingdom's undefeated general. At that moment, they were engaged in a divination ritual, a unique creation of the White-Clad One, capable of dispelling the veils of uncertainty surrounding divination. The demonic invasion was evidently well prepared, employing numerous counter-divinatory tactics, yet the White-Clad One discerned the anomalies. After reporting to the higher authorities, he sought further verification through a more secure method. Chapter 101. The arcane exchange before the White-Clad One rested an object resembling an incense burner, featuring a series of orderly apertures through which azure smoke flowed like water, weaving between them. Suddenly, the azure smoke transformed into a striking crimson hue, then converged towards the White-Clad One's nostrils. His head gradually tilted back, and his brow furrowed deeply. As the final wisp of red smoke was inhaled, the White-Clad One's eyes sprang open. The kneeling figures below followed suit, awakening after a brief pause. Inform Fifth. It is now confirmed that the demonic invasion is indeed occurring, the White-Clad One commanded authoritatively. However, before the individuals below could react, a commanding female voice resonated from beyond the hall. "I already know. The Grand Hall ought to be soundproof." However, the female voice resounded with remarkable clarity. The figure clad in white chuckled softly twice, expressing gratitude for the effort. No one responded thereafter. Unperturbed, the individual in white murmured, "What could the demon race's intention be? Should they aim to conquer the kingdom, their meager forces would surely be inadequate." Upon entering the towering magical trading post, thick with the aura of arcane energies, Glenn immediately sensed a multitude of gazes fixed upon him. Yet, in this expansive hall, closely adjoining the exhibition area, there were no living souls resembling attendants. Aside from the patrons present, clearly, those scrutinizing eyes did not belong to the customers. Could it be that this place is under constant surveillance? The thought flitted through Glenn's mind. The brown-haired youth had claimed he dared not enter, opting instead to wait outside, perhaps for this very reason. Feigning ignorance to the prying eyes, Glenn proceeded towards an exhibit labeled with the word items. A myriad of objects adorned the display stands, each accompanied by descriptive text. Just as he was about to pick up an item named the Frostbinder bracelet, the stand beside him unexpectedly sprouted eyes and a mouth, coldly declaring, "Touching is forbidden. You may only observe." Glenn's hand froze, and he turned to look. The eyes were positioned at diverging points on the stand, while the mouth was cruelly slit open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. Before Glenn could respond, a peculiar voice emanated from beneath the display. "First time here, isn't it? You seem rather dazed." Stepping back a few paces, Glenn noticed that the stand, too, had developed eyes and a mouth. The source of those gazes was now clear to him. He inquired, "Who are you?" "We are the creations of the illustrious Lord Holmes, tasked with overseeing this establishment, foolish apprentice," the stand replied with great pride. Glenn quickly deduced the implications. Employing such animated constructs as loyal servants without the burden of wages was indeed advantageous. However, the ability to animate inanimate objects suggested formidable strength, likely at least a fourth-tier caliber. "I wish to purchase some items. May I consult with you?" Glenn asked. "Certainly. It is our duty. However, apprentice, you cannot afford any item here. Perhaps you should discuss it with your mentor before returning," the stand replied, speaking slowly. "How could you know I cannot afford it?" Glenn pressed on. "Based on your attire and demeanor, I surmise you possess some wealth, yet it remains insufficient for this venue. My experience tells me so," the stand responded. Just as Glenn was about to retort, a chorus of mocking laughter erupted from behind him. Turning around, he noticed several nearby patrons observing him with the amused expressions of spectators. Frowning, Glenn remarked, "Have you swallowed a fly? Your laughter is so unappealing. Are you afraid others might not recognize the cacophony of your melodious voice? Those who frequent such places are undoubtedly wizards, apprentices, or perhaps the attendants of sorcerers. Accustomed to the reverence bestowed upon them in the outside world, most possess certain odious traits of character, and Glenn would not indulge them." The group was taken aback by the audacity of this young apprentice, who dared to insult them collectively, despite his evident status as merely an apprentice. Having been identified as such upon entry, how could he presume to act so boldly? This thought echoed in the minds of all present, yet none wished to instigate a disturbance, prompting most to withdraw. A few, however, remained, adopting a stance of defiance, as if to challenge Glenn's resolve. "Pray tell, whose apprentice are you, that you exhibit such arrogance? It is unbecoming of a wizard," admonished a lanky youth with a broad forehead. Glenn merely turned away, disinclined to engage. Just as he was about to pose another question, he felt a sudden chill in his lower leg. Glancing down, he discovered that his trousers were damp, exuding a foul odor. Raising his gaze, he spotted a boy of 8 or 9 years, who had just retracted his wand and was now making a face at him. As Glenn narrowed his eyes, the boy swiftly concealed himself behind a female wizard clad in a light brown robe, still wearing a provocative expression. The few who remained erupted into laughter, while the female wizard smirked as well. From the moment Glenn entered, they had cast a cursory glance in his direction, noting his simple attire, which bore no resemblance to that of a master wizard's apprentice. Rather, he appeared to be an untrained wild sorcerer, who had merely stumbled upon the ability to sense magical energy. Initially, they dismissed him with contempt, but their interest was piqued by his recent behavior. They had intended only to mock him lightly before attending to their own affairs, but his boldness compelled them to linger. Suddenly, amidst their laughter, they felt sharp stings on their cheeks, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground. This included the female wizard, as all those who had been laughing found themselves sprawled on the floor. The woman, clutching her swollen face in disbelief, turned to Glenn, who had seized her apprentice by the ear, lifting him high into the air. Each yelp from the young boy prompted Glenn to twist him further, yet the boy only screamed louder with each turn. Onlookers perusing the wares were drawn to the commotion. Bonna's apprentice? How did he come to be struck? Not only had Bonna's apprentice been assaulted, but Bonna herself had also suffered. Isn't she a third-level wizard? Who would dare to strike her? Just as Glenn was relishing the moment, he sensed a surge of danger. The wizardess named Bonna had raised her hand, ready to unleash an offensive spell. Yet, Glenn was quicker, grasping her wrist, and with a forceful motion, crack, he shattered her wrist. She let out a cry of agony, writhing on the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. His ruthless action immediately silenced the crowd. Even the weeping apprentice boy was rendered speechless, and his understanding, his teacher was akin to a deity, granting him the freedom to act as he pleased. However, witnessing his mentor being subdued felt like the very heavens had collapsed upon him. Glenn approached the boy, seizing his other ear, prompting a fresh wave of cries. "Silence," Glenn commanded coldly. The boy instantly quieted, leaving only a choked sob. "Listen well, lad. Should you dare to engage in such behavior again, I will find you and sever both your ears and your tongue. Do you comprehend?" The boy trembled, nodding fervently at Glenn's terrifying words. Only then did Glenn release him to the ground and stride over to Baena. Ignoring her lamentations, he gripped her collar. "Cease your wailing. I know you are still conscious." Baena gradually quieted, though her body trembled in pain, her gaze filled with venom directed at Glenn. "Do not look at me in such a manner. I have slain more than one third-tier mage like yourself, and even fourth-tier mages are no match for me. Do you truly believe you have a right to regard me with such disdain?" Glenn spoke with unwavering confidence, causing Baena's eyes to widen in shock. Realizing the sorceress about her head, Glenn stood tall and addressed the surrounding crowd. "And those of you from earlier, do not think you can hide among the masses. I will find you. Mind your words next time, or no one will come to your aid." Naturally, the crowd understood his words. Their backing was, at best, a mere third-tier mage. They were ill-equipped to provoke Glenn. "What are you still staring at? Go about your business and do not occupy public space." Glenn gestured dismissively, prompting the crowd to disperse. Baena, along with her apprentice, retreated in defeat. Glenn made his way back toward the platform. The vendor remarked, "You're not only a magic apprentice, but also a warrior." Instead of replying, Glenn inquired, "Is there no security here?" I had anticipated the presence of swords or axes to maintain order. The response came from the vendor. "Such trivial disturbances hardly warrant the involvement of security." Indeed, it was merely a minor fracas, Glenn thought to himself, nodding slightly before reverting to the previous topic. "What is the cost of your most affordable props?" 2 gold and 50 silver coins, the vendor replied directly. That amounted to 250 silver coins, causing Glenn to grimace before turning to depart. He did not require these items at present, and had no intention of squandering his money. Once outside the trading post, Glenn intended to converse with the awaiting brown-haired youth when a resounding cry pierced the air. A raptor, the size of a fighter jet, soared across the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Array's knight? Where could he be headed? The brown-haired youth murmured softly. Glenn, however, caught the words and turned to inquire, "Who is the Knight of Res?" Startled, the boy realized Glenn's keen hearing and candidly replied, "The Knight of Res is one of the 4 guardian knights of Kyradlia, and the only formidable knight who rides an aerial lord." "An aerial lord? Is it the large bird we saw earlier?" Glenn asked. "Indeed, sir," came the affirmation. With a smile, Glenn questioned, "Was such a name granted with the consent of the Dragon Clan?" The term aerial lord does not imply lord of the skies. Thus the Dragon Clan had no objections, the brown-haired youth elucidated. "That makes sense," Glenn acknowledged, before shifting topics. "I noticed that the aerial lord was flying rather hastily. Is there a conflict requiring assistance?" The boy shook his head. "I'm unsure about that." Glenn, merely curious, refrained from pressing further and said, "All right, let us conclude for today. Thank you for your efforts. Sir, you have just arrived in this place. There must be many areas where you still require my assistance, such as affordable housing options," the boy began. "No need for that," Glenn interjected. "I do not require such information, as I shall not be residing here." The boy fell silent, then stated, 2 silver coins. "Thank you, sir." Glenn hesitated. Having engaged this guide for merely over 2 hours, the fee surely would not exceed 60 copper coins. He glanced at the boy, who still maintained a respectful demeanor, though several individuals in work attire were now approaching. Glenn suppressed a smirk, having noticed a few individuals shadowing the youth from the start, and had surmised their intent. Indeed, their true nature was now unveiled. As the workers began to encircle Glenn, he suddenly stomped his foot. Boom! The ground fractured instantly, cracks radiating outward from Glenn for a meter or so. The brown-haired youth, and those nearby, felt a jolt through their bodies. "Apologies, there was a bug just now." Glenn chuckled at the youth. "How much did you say again?" The workers froze momentarily before turning and fleeing. The brown-haired youth trembled, a wave of fear washing over him. And with a mix of laughter and tears, he stuttered, 20, no, it's free, no charge." Glenn approached, placing 20 copper coins into the boy's palm and giving his shoulder a gentle pat before stepping aside to leave. Originally, Glenn had intended to inquire about local housing prices. But recalling the earlier conversation regarding the price of cheap item, he surmised that the housing rates here wouldn't be particularly low either. Perhaps it would be wise to wait some time before returning. With that thought, he hired a carriage and set off towards the city gate. In Deuter Town, the clamor of voices nearly reached the heavens. Officers faced a formidable challenge in persuading the townsfolk to evacuate. Despite the officers conveying the gravity of the situation to all, some remained skeptical or unwilling to leave. Most of them were bound to this place by their family assets. Leaving would mean relinquishing everything and starting anew, a prospect that was enough to drive them to abandon reason. In this regard, Doug was powerless despite his efforts, hoping that the influential figures above would arrive soon to manage the situation. Similarly, several surrounding towns faced the same plight as Dudtown. The police department lacked the local credibility to execute such actions. At Hank's farm, several officers were embroiled in a heated argument with Hank. "Sir, please evacuate at once. Safety is paramount. These can be rebuilt, but if you lose your life, you lose everything." The officers were already drenched in sweat. "No, you have no idea how much I have invested in this." Hank pushed against the officer in front of him. His 2 children were crying nearby, and the nanny was unable to console them. Amidst the chaos, the ground suddenly shook violently, silencing the clamorous crowd. Perhaps having endured for too long, one officer turned and briskly walked away, exclaiming, "Damn it, if he wants to die, let him. I certainly don't want to." With a leader departing, most of the remaining officers followed suit, choosing to abandon the argument. Only a few, perhaps genuinely well-intentioned, remained to persuade Hank and his employees. Chapter 103. The emergence of the demon. At this moment, Hank paid no heed to the surrounding uproar. He glanced at his house, then at his 2 children, his expression betraying a profound inner struggle. Ultimately, he had to make a choice. Although losing the farm was a tremendous blow in comparison to his other enterprises, it was not insurmountable. It was primarily because this was the place where he had begun his journey that made it difficult to let go. But he could no longer afford to dwell on it. "Mary, take Ollie and Amira and leave for Batsy Town." Hank suddenly shouted to the nanny. "And what about you, sir?" the nanny asked anxiously, cradling the 2 children. "This place still requires my direction. I must gather the essentials." Hank moved toward his farm. The officers exchanged glances for a moment, quickly realizing they could do no more, and thus hastily departed. Berserk. Glenn returned from Caladria to find Lavelle at home, speaking with Tia, who appeared frightened. Upon seeing Glenn, Tia rushed towards him with excitement, speaking rapidly. "Mr. Glenn, Master Lavelle says that a demon clan is about to invade here." "What?" Glenn was taken aback. "Who told you that?" Just as Tia was about to respond, Lavelle approached quickly, pulling her away and clarifying, "The police department in Dudtown notified me. The sheriff asked me to inform you to prepare as well." Glenn felt somewhat confused. "So, is an invasion here or in Dud? Please clarify." Lavelle scratched his head vigorously, uncertainly stating it should be an invasion from all sides. Glenn, aware of the unreliability of the young man, was about to pry further and seek clarification from Dud when a pigeon flew in through the window. Upon seeing it, Glenn instinctively halted his actions. The pigeon flew directly towards him, and he subconsciously extended his palm. With a soft thud, the pigeon transformed into white smoke upon landing in his hand, leaving behind a letter. The others in the room looked on in astonishment. Glenn brought the letter close to his nose, detecting a peculiar scent that was unfamiliar to him. He instructed Tia and Ravel to keep their distance before carefully opening the envelope. Upon seeing the handwriting, he immediately recognized it as belonging to the old man. Recalling the last lecture vividly, the letter read, "I have received word that a potential rift to the demon realm may appear near Filna, and a swarm of demons could sweep across the surrounding areas. However, Bayek should be fine. Don't ask how I know. It's merely a gut feeling. Dudtown is relatively close to Bayek. I wonder if it will be affected. If it is convenient for you, please assist those in distress. If you prefer not to help, that is your choice. Bolburns." This was all rather sudden. Glenn set the letter down, furrowing his brow. He placed the note on the table. Tia was the first to pick it up and began to read. After finishing, she expressed her surprise and inquired, "Sir, who is Bolburns?" "The tall old man next door," Glenn replied absent-mindedly, deep in thought. "Is it him?" Tia nodded, and Ravel snatched the letter from her hands. "This truly is a disaster. The rumors about the fire source insect may indeed be true, but this calamity seems rather excessive. By the way, that knight named Rez who appeared in Caladria. Could he be coming here? As Glenn was lost in contemplation, another object flew in through the window. It was a letter with long wings. Glenn suspected the sender's identity, took the letter, opened it, and began to read. Indeed, it was from Daofo, warning him to be extra cautious regarding the impending demon invasion. I must make a trip to Dud Town. You are not to go anywhere. Glenn strode quickly to the door, turning back to issue a stern reminder. My parents, Ravel interjected hastily, his eyes filled with fear and concern. Yes, my lord and lady, Glenn assured him. I will ensure their safety. Without allowing Tia to finish her sentence, he made a promise, pausing momentarily to add, remember to call back that elven lady. With that, he vanished from sight. In the wilderness, the rift that initially spanned only 100 meters had expanded several-fold. Scalding lava bubbled forth like boiling oil, occasionally leaping from the fissure before cascading down. The surrounding vegetation had long since turned to ash. A haunting laughter echoed relentlessly across the desolate expanse. Suddenly, a lava-covered arm emerged, grasping the edge of the rift. Suddenly, a 4-meter-tall demon emerged from the fissure. Its face bore no mouth, only a symmetrical arrangement of 10 eyes. Tattered, fleshy wings unfurled from its back, shedding the magma that clung to it. Its lower body resembled that of an insect, supported by 4 segmented legs. This was merely the first. 2 seconds later, a multitude of demons, each more grotesque than the last, clamored out of the opening. They roared and spread outwards, but did not venture too far. The demon at the outermost edge seemed to have anticipated this moment, forming a line around the fissure that delineated a circular area approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. The demons behind began to swarm, enveloping the outer ring and continually stacking higher. Before long, their bodies had formed a towering wall. At this juncture, viscous magma flowed from their forms, gradually solidifying to fortify this barrier. Yet this was not the end, for a new phase of construction had commenced. Additionally, from the chasm emerged grotesque demons towering between 20 and 30 meters. Their corpulent bodies varied in shape. Following preordained commands, they halted at designated spots, transforming and solidifying. These structures were intended as dwellings for the more formidable demons. A thunderous roar akin to a dragon's erupted from the fissure, followed by a gigantic dragon claw, ablaze with fierce flames, rising above the fissure's edge and crashing down heavily. This was a colossal dragon, its body composed solely of bone, engulfed in the infernal flames of demonic souls. Its arms and head were bound by dark iron chains, peering down at the laboring demons below. As this dragon ascended onto the ground, a demon stood upon its back, clad in infernal armor. Even its head was encased in a heavy helmet, with only a pair of eyes, flickering with the fire of souls, instilling fear. One hand grasped a chain resembling reins, while the other held a sword, dark yet tinged with crimson. "Oh, beautiful upper realm, welcome us, the tribe of flames," cried the demon atop the dragon's back, raising the sword high and unleashing a thunderous roar. Below, both lesser and greater demons echoed the cacophony. The skeletal dragon unleashed a column of flame towards the heavens, nearly piercing the sky. Chapter 104. Repulsion. As the towering wall of demons began to take shape, the remaining demons surged towards the arched passage intentionally left open at its base. The dense tide of magic surged forth like an army of marching ants, striking in all directions. Each individual radiated intense heat, transforming the entire host into a living inferno, incinerating all in their path. Yet at this moment, the townsfolk and villagers in the vicinity had not fully evacuated. The calamity arrived with startling abruptness by the time they beheld the overwhelming tide of demons. It was already too late. As Glenn made his way to Dud, he fortuitously encountered Layla and Bonnie rushing towards him. The 2 young girls, disregarding their breathlessness and fatigue, grasped Glenn's hand and urged, "There is no time, Mr. Glenn. We must leave immediately." However, Glenn swiftly tucked the 2 young girls under his arms and began to run with remarkable speed. I understood what was unfolding. I felt secure in my location, but I needed to check on the well-being of some friends, Glenn remarked as he ran. "What? Those are demons. Numerous demons. How could it possibly be safe there?" Layla gasped, her breath slightly labored as she gazed up at Glenn. "I would never jest with my own life," Glenn retorted. "Wow, it seems Bonnie just realized the situation. Mr. Glenn has such strength. He could still run this fast while carrying both of us. Incredible. Glenn was left speechless. They dashed forward. As they approached Dude Town, the chaotic clamor grew louder. Glenn strained to discern the situation within the town. Upon entering, he set the two girls down and inquired, "How do you plan to leave? Is there a carriage available?" The girls shook their heads in unison. Layla explained, "Many people in the town are walking. Pernis originally intended to take us along in her carriage, but Bonnie and I wanted to inform you, so we didn't T-board." "So she walked off on her own?" Glenn frowned as he asked. "Pernis wanted to accompany us, but her mother wouldn't permit it, so she had to leave with Bach and the others," Layla clarified. Glenn turned to observe the townsfolk still arguing with the officers, his brow furrowing deeper. "So you two intend to walk out of town with your mother?" Glenn asked again. The girls nodded. Noticing Glenn's exasperated expression, Layla attempted to reassure him. "Don't worry, Mr. Glenn. Look, so many people haven't left yet. It should be fine." The presence of others does not guarantee safety, Glenn thought, refraining from admonishing the two Na'vi girls. Instead, he spoke in an authoritative tone. "Go now and call for your mothers. Wait for me outside the town." "Is it the outskirts of the town we're evacuating to?" Bonnie inquired. Glenn pointed in the direction they had come, indicating the outer edge of the town. Once the two girls hastily departed, he followed his instincts to locate Douglas. After confirming that the latter had a means of rapid escape, he proceeded to check on Luther, Old Cat, and the Carter brothers, discovering they had all left well in advance. He then visited Janice's estate to see Lavelle's parents, who had not yet departed, assuring them that Curly would be under his protection before they left with concern. As for the others, he could no longer concern himself. After all, they made their own choices and must bear the consequences. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, he spotted Layla and her mother alongside Bonnie and her mother, all waiting with their belongings. Just as Glenn was about to say something, a faint yet ominous scent of charred air, tinged with demonic essence, filled his nostrils, triggering a sense of foreboding. He quickly addressed Layla and the others. "You all go to my residence first. I have some matters to attend to." With that, he transformed into a gust of wind and sped away, leaving the two pairs of mothers and daughters bewildered in the swirling air. "Mr. Glenn must be extraordinary," Layla remarked. In a state of full speed, Glenn swiftly reached the edge of the outer forest of Bayek within a few breaths. He gazed at the distant, billowing black smoke, steeling himself for the impending battle. "I hope your intuition is correct, old man," he silently prayed. Before long, he beheld the demonic army, their vast and dense numbers causing his heart to race uncontrollably. No way. There are far too many. This was the very scenario he had dreaded. Although his werewolf form was formidable, it was best suited for swift, one-on-one combat, even in his most powerful werewolf state. He could not maintain it for long due to its rapid energy consumption. Now, he could only wait and see if the town behind him could protect its inhabitants. If it could, all would be well. If not, he would flee in his most potent form with those he could save, running as far as possible. As the demons drew ever closer, Glenn's heart raced. Just as the foremost demon was about to catch sight of him, an overwhelming sense of doom enveloped the frenzied, charging horde. Above the forest, a colossal creature, akin to a giant tree, had appeared, straddling the line between illusion and reality, linking heaven and earth. Countless black tendrils, as thick as pillars, writhed slowly, resembling the vines of this immense tree. In the next moment, a single vertical eye opened within the giant tree, flooding the minds of these lower demons, who were incapable of thought, with a sensation of annihilation. The demonic army turned and fled in unison. Glenn exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to look back. The sky was merely shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of any discernible threat. Yet he was certain that those demons had witnessed something utterly terrifying. This town is truly a mystery, Glenn mused as he departed with a lightened step. Not only would Bayek be safe, but so would Dud. For the demonic horde to reach Dud, they would have to circumvent Bayek, and given what had just transpired, they would undoubtedly be too fearful to do so. The temporary lair constructed by the demons had already begun to take shape. What had once been an empty wilderness was now rapidly transforming into a city of demons, packed with towering edifices. Winged demons patrolled above. Suddenly, a group of lower-tier demons, akin to startled beasts, began to retreat. This was not a command issued by their leader. The demons in the sky immediately dove down, intending to reprimand these defiant lower-tier demons. However, as they approached, they received the thoughts of this rebellious group. The terrifying aura sent shivers through the slightly higher-ranking demons. Thus, the information spread throughout the demonic tide, soon reaching several high-ranking demons and their leader. Upon receiving this information, the leader, clad in heavy armor, felt the flames of his soul flicker violently and promptly ordered that no one was to approach that area. None of the high-ranking demons present dared to oppose him. Thus, the invasion of the demonic army primarily focused on another front. It was at this moment that the kingdom's forces arrived, led by a dozen large flying beasts, with the Griffin Knights being the first to reach the scene. Though not entirely timely, the demons' rapid movements had already inflicted irreversible damage. At that very instant, they continued their path of destruction and advance. The Griffin Knights wasted no time. Disregarding the fatigue of their mounts, they charged directly into the oncoming tide of demons. Chapter 105. The crimson-clad enigma from afar. A resounding cry echoed across the horizon. A colossal griffin, its body cloaked in darkness yet shimmering with iridescent feathers, swept through the air with unmatched authority. Like a bolt of black lightning, it struck directly into the ranks of high-ranking demons preparing to engage in battle. This group, which should have been immensely fearsome, was instantaneously obliterated from existence. The formidable black aura that sent shivers down the spines of the demons rendered the entire battlefield eerily silent. As the smoke and ashes of the demons dissipated, the black griffin re-emerged within the sight of the surrounding observers. Yet, the terrifying power of that black aura did not emanate from the griffin itself, but rather from a female knight clad in dark, ink-colored light armor upon its back. Her helmet obscured the upper half of her face, revealing only her alluring, emotionless, glossy black lips. A cascade of smooth black hair flowed behind her, dancing with the rhythm of the surrounding aura. Her presence seemed to significantly bolster the morale of the Griffin Knights, while the demons gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Observing from high above in their demonic nest, the upper echelon of demons yearned to tear apart this suddenly appearing human knight. However, the leader, perched upon a skeletal dragon, bellowed a command that halted their advance. "You are no match for her. Allow me to confront her personally." As he spoke, the skeletal dragon was engulfed in flames, emitting a mighty roar as it soared toward the female knight, its chains clattering ominously. Fetty raised her knightly sword, pointing it at the demon leader, her tone devoid of emotion. "I am Fetty Badgerbushies, Vice Marshal of the Kingdom's Griffin Knights, and I shall bring an end to you here." At the sound of her declaration, the demon leader erupted into a chilling laugh, no longer hesitating to approach, but accelerating toward her. The enormous black griffin flapped its mighty wings, propelled by potent magic, advancing to meet the enemy. The collision between the two unleashed a torrent of magical energy that extended for miles. The sky, already shrouded in darkness due to the demon's arrival, resonating with thunderous roars of battle. The atmosphere suggested an impending storm. The advance of the demons was temporarily halted. However, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. The town. Glenn informed Layla and Bonnie, the mother-daughter pairs on the road, that the demons would not be coming here. When they inquired about the reason, Glenn recounted his first-hand observation. "So, we need not evacuate?" Layla remarked. "It seems so." Glenn nodded, suggesting that they could still seek refuge at his residence. The two pairs of mothers and daughters exchanged glances, and Mrs. Delilah, Layla's mother, stated, "It would be best not to trouble you." Glenn refrained from saying anything further, bid them farewell, and hurried towards Deuter Town. He needed to inform Doug. However, matters did not unfold as he had anticipated. A peculiar symbol, outlined in crimson curves, began to flicker rhythmically in the sky above Deuter Town. Upon witnessing this emblem, Glenn instinctively felt that it portended ill. Without hesitation, he charged directly into its midst. Soon, he encountered the culprits. 5 figures clad in tattered red robes had cleared a square in the town, encircling themselves as they bowed low, inscribing something upon the ground. At the center of their circle stood a column, woven from red silk, towering over 10 meters high. Over 20 children were ensnared in the web-like strands of crimson silk, suspended from the pillar. A closer inspection revealed that the silk emanated from the children's mouths. As this horrifying scene unfolded before him, Glenn slapped his forehead, lamenting that he should have inquired with the old man about the children's circumstances. Perhaps today, as calamity could have been averted. At that time, He had assumed the children were merely suffering from psychological trauma and had neglected to mention this matter to the elder. Now, he was uncertain if it was too late. "Glenn, don't get too close." A familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Turning, Glenn was startled to see Sheriff Doug appearing from behind a building, clutching a gun, drenched in sweat, and gazing at him with palpable anxiety. Glenn swiftly moved to his side and inquired, "Are you all right? When did these fiends show up?" Doug cautiously glanced at the ragged figures in red robes before quickly turning back to him. "I don't know. The moment that thing appeared in the sky, we discovered their presence. Against such extraordinary beings, our firearms are utterly ineffective. We have already lost several team members." Upon hearing this, Glenn replied, "I understand. You should prioritize managing the other situations. The demon will not return here." "What do you mean? Why won't the demon come back?" Doug asked, bewildered. "I witnessed the demon's army retreating with my own eyes. There is no doubt. Take the nearby officers and evacuate. I intend to see if I can rescue those children." Glenn interjected, speaking rapidly. He had been intently observing the condition of the suspended children, but could not ascertain whether they were alive or dead. However, he was certain that those 5 individuals were doomed. Doug, observing Glenn's composed demeanor, eventually nodded. He realized he could do little more in this situation. "Be careful," he cautioned, signaling to the officers concealed nearby, who promptly followed him away. After a brief pause, Glenn approached the center of the square. He had scarcely taken a few steps when the silk column emitted a terrified cry. "It's him. He is dangerous. He must be dealt with." Glenn paused, astonished to discover that the column possessed consciousness. As the 5 individuals, who had been engrossed in their sketches, simultaneously straightened up and turned to gaze at him, Glenn noticed a peculiar commonality amongst them. Each was blind in their left eye. After a brief moment of mutual regard, the 5 resumed their artistic endeavors, seemingly indifferent to Glenn's presence. With a soft chuckle, Glenn continued his advance. Just as his foot was about to descend upon a particular stone slab, he abruptly retracted it. This action caused the 5 seemingly unconcerned figures to freeze in unison. It was evident that a trap lay in wait, and Glenn's instincts were heightened. Throughout his perambulation, he had been vigilant, scrutinizing any subtle movements from the 5. At the moment his foot hovered in the air, he distinctly observed a slight hesitation in their actions, as if they were apprehensive about something. It appeared that his caution had been well-founded. "You seem well prepared. I wonder if this was specifically arranged for me," Glenn thought. But before he could voice his musings, he felt a sudden jolt that shifted his position forward. He could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Clearly, some unseen force had altered his location, leaving him to ponder the unpredictability of the situation. The surroundings warped in a surreal manner, and Glenn transformed into a level 5 werewolf, fully alert to the imminent dangers. Once the environment stabilized, he found himself at the center of a structure reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. The bizarre emblem above remained, casting a crimson hue across the sky. The 5 peculiar beings positioned themselves atop the outer walls, seemingly maintaining the integrity of this realm. Columns woven from silk adorned the throne area of the Colosseum. In Chapter 106, The Siege, Glenn, in his level 5 werewolf form, understood that by dismantling any one of the spellcasters, he could easily tear apart this space and escape. Yet, he was acutely aware that his adversaries were undoubtedly prepared. Sure enough, moments later, 10 armed individuals emerged from the arched passages beneath the arena's walls. Fully equipped with advanced tools and weaponry, their presence palpable to Glenn. Ha ha ha, so it truly is a level 5 werewolf. If I hadn't been informed beforehand, I might have thought it was that old wolf returned, boomed a burly man. This potent aura of curses, coupled with such a youthful, robust physique, may even surpass that of the old wolf. We must not underestimate him, cautioned a long-haired warrior. What is there to fear? With our combination, we can handle even 2 level 5 werewolves, replied a lady clad in a flowing robe. As Glenn listened to their fervent discussions about him, he let out a distinctive werewolf chuckle. "It seems they consider me mere sport. How amusing," he spoke. One exclaimed in disbelief. "This could be a variant. Everyone, stay alert. It's likely not as simple as we thought." "Understood. Positions." The 10 arranged themselves as if rehearsed, clearly accustomed to working together. "Come on, let me join in your game." Glenn unleashed a sonic assault upon the assembled crowd as the battle commenced. In the square where Glenn had vanished, there was now nothing but emptiness, and the sky had returned to its former state. At that moment, A contingent of griffin knights soared overhead, alighting in the area of the town where the populace was most concentrated. Upon seeing these silver-armored griffin knights, the townsfolk, who had been embroiled in heated disputes with the officers, fell into an immediate hush. Most of the knights, dismounting from the griffins, were women, with only a few slender or average-built male knights among them. The leading female griffin knight turned to the crowd, her voice ringing out with authority. "What is the meaning of this? Why are you still here? Have you not received the order from above?" No one dared to respond. Just then, Dudley squeezed his way forward, offering an explanation. "I sincerely apologize, my lady knight. The townsfolk are reluctant to abandon their homes. Are those homes more important than their lives?" The knight interrupted, her tone resolute. "Everyone must evacuate immediately. Those who defy this order will be apprehended on the spot." "But the demons will not come here anymore," Dudley quickly interjected. The leading female knight paused, then inquired, "How do you know that?" Dudley gritted his teeth and fabricated. "I witnessed the demon horde turning away from this direction." The knight exchanged glances with another companion. They had only just arrived and were not well acquainted with the circumstances. But the sight of so many people remaining amidst the chaos prompted them to investigate. "Understood. You maintain order here. We shall proceed to the battlefield," the female knight declared before preparing to mount her griffin. Dudley hastily called out, "My lady knight, please wait." "What is it?" She turned, her annoyance evident. The sheriff promptly recounted the incident involving the 5 peculiar figures that had appeared in the town. He had only just noticed the strange pattern in the sky vanish, and, concerned for Glenn's well-being, intended to investigate, unaware that the knights would soon arrive. Upon hearing this, the leading knight swiftly mounted her griffin and directed it towards the square. They had indeed perceived something unusual upon their arrival, but had not delved deeper. It was now clear that a thorough examination was necessary. Dudley could only lead a few officers to follow behind. Upon returning to the square, they found that everything had indeed vanished. The griffin knights were scouring the area, yet they found nothing. Glenn and Dudley stood in place, momentarily stunned. After what felt like an eternity, a female knight approached Glenn and said, "We are not sorcerers, and at present, we are unable to discern any traces. The battlefield over there is of utmost importance. We shall address everything once the invading demons are eliminated." However, Dudley still wished to convey something, but the griffin knights had already taken flight. In the illusion, Glenn was ensnared in an array of runic rings of various sizes, each possessing formidable debilitating properties that significantly diminished his strength. Despite this, he remained composed, contemplating strategies for counteraction. A warrior wielding a 2-meter-long sword floated like a whisper behind Glenn, raising the blade for a downward strike. The massive wolf body was almost a guaranteed target. However, Glenn managed to bend low and deliver a powerful kick, evading the sword strike, while simultaneously sending the warrior flying. The latter, adorned in intricate defensive magic, barely managed to withstand the blow, yet was propelled a considerable distance. Clad in heavy armor, resembling a tank, the warrior roared as he charged at Glenn, brandishing a shield larger and thicker than a door. The other warriors engaged with Glenn tactfully stepped aside, just as Glenn extricated himself. He found himself unable to evade the incoming assault, but he merely chuckled at the absurdity of it all. He extended his hand, effortlessly using only his left to halt the seemingly unstoppable charge. Engaging in a contest of brute strength with a werewolf? What folly! Glenn gripped the shield with a firm hand, and with a crack, the sound of magical pathways breaking echoed as the warrior was stunned. This shield was forged by a master dwarf, reputed to be indestructible, yet it was shattered by a single hand of the werewolf before him. There was no time for astonishment, as the towering werewolf raised its other claw, seemingly intent on shattering the shield entirely. Yet, before the strike could land, a surge of magical energy emanated from Glenn's raised hand. In an instant, the wolf's claw transformed into several octopus tentacles, moving independently and lunging towards the wolf's face. In a moment of desperation, Glenn released his grip on the shield, allowing his adversary to escape. The suction cups of the octopus tentacles clung tightly, obstructing his vision. With great effort, Glenn managed to push them aside, only to find himself struck multiple times. He swiftly dodged and created distance from the melee warriors. Meanwhile, the wolf venom surged violently through his right arm, which had morphed into octopus tentacles. The once aggressive tentacles, no longer under Glenn's control, soon stiffened like stranded fish, and ultimately withered away. With a resounding thud, Glenn's wolf claw returned. Concurrently, a sorcerer standing at the periphery of the battlefield watched as the spinning magical array in his palm shattered instantly. He frowned. Had it been dispelled? The battle raged on. Glenn attempted several times to break through the encirclement and eliminate the distant support mages, yet each endeavor proved futile. This was perhaps the most uncomfortable battle Glenn had ever fought, aside from being afflicted by countless negative effects. Even his attacks felt constrained. He attempted to bite, only to find an iron muzzle suddenly clamping shut over his mouth. He tried to use his claws, but they morphed in bizarre ways and moved without his command. Was this what it felt like to play a game? Amidst the chaos of battle, he found himself contemplating such thoughts. Chapter 107. A grim outlook in stark contrast to the situation on Glenn's side, the battlefield on the other end painted an even bleaker picture. With the arrival of reinforcements from the kingdom, one would expect the demons to be gradually subdued. However, the demon leader at the forefront possessed a terrifying strength. As the vice-marshal of the kingdom and the grand instructor of the Griffin Knights, Fight holds the esteemed title of a 7th-tier knight, endowed with the ancient swordsmanship of the Night Bloom left by primordial deities. Yet, despite such formidable prowess, he finds himself unable to vanquish his adversary. This is an egregious miscalculation. The massive black griffin, while impressive, is merely a third the size of a bone dragon, and its combat effectiveness pales in comparison. In fact, the bone dragon's power subtly surpasses that of the demon lord. It is only by virtue of this fierce steed that the demon leader, whose strength should reasonably be inferior to Fight-S, manages to gain the upper hand. Ha ha ha, valiant human warrior, you are no match for me. Why not accept my pact and join our ranks, becoming a great demon? With your abilities, it is a tragic waste to remain among mere mortals. Serve under me. The demon leader repeatedly repels Fight, taunting him with an unpleasant voice. Demon, you are unworthy. Fight appears to be pushed back, yet each collision is met with unwavering resolve and indomitable spirit. The once glossy black feathers of the griffin are now tattered, some torn away, others singed from the relentless combat. The duration of this battle has far exceeded initial expectations. If this continues, the relentless tide of demons will inevitably breach the knight's defenses. Numerous thoughts flicker through Fight's mind, and finally, as if resolved, she retreats a distance after another clash, producing a piece of parchment and swiftly sketching upon it. The parchment trembles momentarily, revealing a message. Upon reading it, Fight's eyes widen in astonishment. The demon lord, poised to launch another attack, seemingly senses what his opponent is planning and bellows. Ha ha, are you seeking assistance? Hoping for your kingdom's strongest to come to your aid? Ha ha, that is impossible. Fight stows away the parchment, her gaze sharper than ever, coldly demanding, Demon, what are your true intentions? Why risk summoning the demon sovereign to assault the royal capital? The demon sovereign represents the apex of dominion in the demon realm, existing on an entirely different plane of existence from other demons, wielding powers akin to that of deities. However, the sovereign bears a significant limitation. It cannot physically emerge from the abyssal rift, and even its avatars suffer considerable damage upon crossing into the mortal realm. The demon realm's willingness to expend such immense resources for this endeavor indicates a grand design at play. I shall not divulge that to you. Ponder it at your leisure. Ha ha ha, the demon leader mocks before preparing to strike again. However, Fight is resolved to abandon this futile skirmish. She commands her steed to turn and soar away, unleashing a wave of sword energy that dispatches numerous lesser demons, thereby alleviating the burden on the Griffin Knights and the formidable warriors who have come to their aid. With a commanding voice, she issues her order. All personnel, retreat. Establish a new defensive line. The demon lord does not pursue, for it too is weary, and moreover, it cannot stray far from its lair. Fight recognizes that her opponent refrains from chasing, attributing it solely to their fatigue, unaware of another underlying reason. The demon lord returned to its lair, letting out a thunderous roar that served as a command. The demons, who had been relentlessly assaulting the knight's defenses, abruptly halted their advance and retreated into the depths of the lair. While the lower realms are teeming with demons, they cannot be replenished rapidly. They require a respite. In other words, their influx cannot keep pace. The warriors of the kingdom, nearing the brink of exhaustion, collectively sighed in relief. They had expended nearly a day's worth of energy, and to continue would surely lead to their collapse. Meanwhile, the remaining Griffin Knights sought assistance from local law enforcement agencies to provide logistical support for the warriors. Fit, leaning against her steed atop a mound, had removed her helmet, revealing a strikingly beautiful and spirited face. Due to her training in combat energy, her hair, eyebrows, and lips were all tinged with black. Yet she retained an air of distinguished elegance. Her armor bore numerous scars, with remnants of demonic power still lingering on its surface. As she adjusted her breathing to gradually regain her strength, a tall, golden-haired knight approached, bowing respectfully. Esteemed Commander Fit, greetings from the Guardian Knight, Resharl of Karaladria City. Fit opened her eyes and regarded the newcomer. Knight Resh, what brings you here? I noticed you sought assistance from higher authorities, Resh replied, a look of confusion in his eyes. Could you enlighten me on the situation? After a moment's contemplation, Fit deemed it appropriate to share, stating plainly, a manifestation of the demon lord has emerged from the abyssal rift and attacked the royal capital. Her succinct words sent a tremor through Resh. What he had presumed to be merely a routine demon incursion, an occasional nuisance faced by kingdoms, had escalated with the involvement of the demon lord's very avatar. Noticing Resh's silence, Fit added, this matter must not be disseminated. The warriors are already sufficiently fatigued. Resh nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her, I understand, before he withdrew. Following this, reinforcements from various regions began to arrive, including several promising apprentices dispatched by the Knight-S Sanctuary and the Mage-S Alliance, all reporting to Fit, the overall commander of the operation. Lastly, 3 bishops from the Holy Church of Saint Sevi approached. In their presence, Fit adopted a more serious demeanor, responding in accordance with the customs of their order. Once they departed, she finally had the opportunity to focus on recuperating her strength. After approximately 4 to 5 hours had passed, Fit opened her eyes once more. Many temporary logistical personnel were now in position, and several tents had been erected. We cannot prolong the conflict for too long, a black griffin suddenly spoke in human tongue. Fit rose and nodded. The demon lord's avatar cannot last indefinitely, indicating it is confident in completing its objectives before then. We must indeed resolve this battle beforehand. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. However, the strength of the enemy exceeded our expectations. With our current capabilities, it seems an impossible feat. The black griffin gazed towards the towering magic nest on the distant horizon. There is no other choice. We shall fight with all our might once the remaining reinforcements arrive, remarked Fight, his tone unwavering. The black griffin understood that its master was an exceedingly proud individual, and such words were not uttered lightly. I too shall devote myself entirely, it declared. Fight turned, gently stroking a scar on his steed, speaking softly for a rare moment. Nightclaw, does your wound still ache? The black griffin shook its massive head, indicating that the pain was negligible, yet lamented, alas, my beautiful feathers. A look of sorrow filled its eyes. Fight fell silent. Chapter 108. The Tooth of Flames. A colossal silver-white serpent pursued Glenn with an almost imperceptible speed, entwining him. The battle had raged for hours, and as his stamina waned, he contemplated transforming once more to swiftly conclude the conflict. This was a course he was reluctant to take, for unknown dangers lurked outside. If he did not conserve some energy for the exit, the consequences could be dire. After all, once his trump card was played, he would have nothing left. Just then, a certain mage summoned a robust and succulent wild boar to aid in the attack. To Glenn's surprise, he welcomed this development, swiftly tearing the boar apart and consuming it, replenishing his strength and inflicting near-fatal injuries upon several melee warriors. Had it not been for the timely arrival of their healer, those wounded warriors would have surely perished. It must be said that this group exhibited remarkable synergy and possessed an abundance of combat experience. For now, the serpent remained alive, serving as a temporary source of sustenance. The summoning mage remained blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his blunder. To them, it was entirely normal for a werewolf to consume meat, and the demise of the wild boar seemed entirely justified. Having gained insight into the tactics of this group, he gradually began to formulate a plan to conclude the battle. Unlike Glenn, who was growing increasingly adept, his adversaries found themselves drained of energy. They had not anticipated the agility and elusiveness of this 5th-level werewolf. Not only were his methods peculiar, but his combat experience appeared to surpass their own. rendering their attacks progressively less effective. What a terrifying adaptability. Let us alter our offensive strategy. This fellow is becoming increasingly troublesome. Someone shouted at an opportune moment. How shall we change? The tactics were established beforehand. We had no contingency plans. Didn't you say that a mere 5th-level werewolf could be easily dealt with? How do we end up in this predicament? During the fray, several individuals began to quarrel. They were hardly a united group, each member possessing a temperament as foul as the next. Instances of discord arising from unforeseen complications during missions were far from uncommon. However, such a transformation may not significantly affect those mindless werewolves, but Glenn is a different matter altogether. He abruptly redirected his focus, launching a ferocious assault against a dual-wielding warrior preparing to strike from behind. The opponent's exquisite dual-blade technique was formidable, yet it proved utterly inadequate before Glenn, as he dismantled every defense in mere moments. The wolf claw lunged swiftly towards the exposed opening of his adversary. The others reacted with remarkable speed, but they were too late to provide assistance. The rhythm had already been disrupted since their quarrel began. A massive python had wrapped itself around Glenn's waist. Yet this did not hinder him in the slightest. Only a sorcerer skilled in transformation magic from a distance managed to respond. The familiar surge of magical energy reappeared upon Glenn's attacking wolf claw, and in the next instant, the claw morphed into a hefty pig's backside. However, this was all within Glenn's expectations. What appeared to be a direct strike ultimately altered its trajectory, sweeping sideways to displace the target and send it spinning off the ground. The other wolf claw followed closely behind. With a sound that could nearly rupture eardrums, the protective magic of the dual-wielding warrior was shattered, and the colossal wolf claw impaled him, cleaving his body in two. The upper half of the dual-wielding warrior fell to the ground, and perhaps due to his high level, he was still alive. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Hurry, save me." Yet, all that awaited him was a gargantuan pig's backside. Although this pig's posterior was soft and elastic, under the might of a level 5 werewolf, it was more than sufficient to obliterate an unprotected warrior. Bang! Chunks of flesh splattered everywhere. The entire area fell into a stunned silence, as the death of a comrade was beyond their expectations. Though they had experienced casualties during previous hunts, those had occurred under considerably less favorable conditions. Now, they were well prepared, equipped with the finest gear available. This operation should have been foolproof. Do not hold back any longer. Unleash your full fighting spirit. Otherwise, it will be your lives on the line. This werewolf is far more powerful than you can possibly imagine. The voice came from the towering column wrapped in crimson cocoons, brimming with resentment and disappointment towards the group. Glenn severed the giant python coiling around him into several segments, took a moment to savor his victory, and then addressed the speaking column. "Do not fret, fleshworm. Once I finish with them, you shall be next. I assure you, this time I will ensure your demise is complete." His resolute words instantly ignited the fury of the others, as if he had already secured victory. "I will tear you apart. Werewolf, I promise you that. Do not assume that just because you killed one person, victory is assured. He was merely the weakest among us. I shall fashion your pelt into a splendid carpet." Each of these individuals, chosen from among the elite, were accustomed to respect and admiration, and could scarcely tolerate such indignity. Observing the furious expressions of the crowd, Glenn could not help but chuckle silently. Anger is the greatest adversary of reason. Within the demon's lair, the demon leader stood beside a chasm of surging magma, one hand caressing the massive skull of a bone dragon. Is this the maximum size it can attain? He mused aloud. From the depths of the chasm, a sinister laughter echoed, reminiscent of the initial rumbles when the fissure first opened. How could the passage between realms be so easily forged? Merely pinpointing this location has already consumed considerable energy. Stretching the rift to this extent is my utmost limit. Whether this passage remains intact now rests in your hands. The voice from the abyss reverberated through the lair, yet only the leader comprehended its vital implications. There should be no unexpected events. Although that human woman's strength exceeds my expectations, it is not enough to derail the entire plan. As long as this rift stabilizes, those humans cannot hope to seal it, the demon leader declared with confidence. Unexpected occurrences do not bend to your will. Remember, this is not the primary objective. Even if we cannot hold it, It is imperative that you do not lose the flame tooth. It is far more precious than your life. The voice warned. The demon leader gazed at his steed, the flame tooth. This creature was bestowed upon him by the lord of the flame tribe. An ancient dragon transformed from a great fall into the abyss, possessing immense potential, arguably more valuable than the demon leader himself. I shall not betray the trust of my leader. The flame tooth shall ascend to greatness under my command. Chapter 109. The battle concludes. An illusion. A divine statue crowned with a noble diadem stood majestically on the battlefield. This was summoned through the combined efforts of two sorcerers, employing previously untried methods that severely weakened Glenn's magical resistance. The statue, with 4 arms, each wielding a different artifact, could unleash attacks potent enough to pierce the bodies of 5th-level werewolves. Meanwhile, the other warriors unleashed various tactics, further augmenting their combat prowess. Glenn, who had been gradually mastering the rhythm of battle, found himself once again suppressed. However, he harbored little concern. This outcome had been anticipated. Unlike before, when they had coordinated their efforts to target Glenn, the warriors, emboldened by their enhanced strength, gradually ceased to focus on team synergy. Glenn seemed to have instilled in them a false sense of confidence, making them believe they could resolve matters independently. Yet they remained oblivious to the trap laid by their adversary. A bone whip, stretching over 10 meters, crackled with electric currents as it lashed violently against Glenn, tearing his flesh. Yet Glenn merely turned sharply, seizing the whip with one hand, ignoring the searing pain of the electric burns, and yanked its master towards him. Just as he was poised to deliver a fatal blow to the incoming foe, the previously shield-bearing tank roared, colliding forcefully into his body. Unbeknownst to him, the opponent employed a method that nearly matched his own prowess as a level 5 werewolf. Before his form could touch the ground, the earth beneath him suddenly writhed, transforming into a quagmire from which countless tendrils emerged to welcome Glenn's arrival. With a resounding thud, his massive lupin body plunged into the mire. After a brief turmoil, the swamp regained its stillness. The remaining warriors, poised for a fierce assault, halted at the swamp's edge, exchanging bewildered glances. How did he manage to enter so easily? One dim-witted individual inquired. He cannot be so effortlessly vanquished. Who conjured this swamp? Release him at once. He must be recuperating within. Someone surmised loudly. At this, the group hurriedly scanned their surroundings and soon spotted a mage attempting to dispel the magic. Once the swamp dissipated, a large pit remained. To their exasperation, they discovered that the pit was barren, a mere uneven expanse devoid of even a single strand of wolf fur. He must have burrowed underground. Hey, cult of the Ancient Ones! The illusion is your creation. Force that fellow out. Indeed, drive him out, shouted several warriors at the crimson-clad figures atop the towering wall. Yet, regardless of their cries, the 5 figures remained unresponsive, unable to reply. This assembly of magic novices failed to comprehend that if the crimson figure could manipulate the illusion at will, there would be no need for their involvement. It was only those few mages, enduring their impatience, who elucidated the situation to the irate warriors, thus averting their ire from the crimson figure. Merely burrowing underground was no formidable feat for this group. As they beheld the statue looming over the battlefield, it emanated wisps of golden energy, causing the very arena to tremble. Great fissures appeared on the ground, and just as the quaking began to subside, Glenn's form was thrust forth by some unseen force. While still airborne, he was assailed by several attacks. With no leverage to rely upon, Glenn extended his claws, magnifying their size several-fold, and with a sweeping motion, he dispersed most of the oncoming strikes. Only a few non-physical attacks landed upon him, but having just regained considerable vitality, these blows were inconsequential, and his healing abilities would swiftly mend the damage. As his limbs touched the ground, the warriors surged towards him. Glenn plunged his hands into the fissures below, and with a primal roar, he heaved a substantial section of earth. The attackers stumbled, sent sprawling by the upheaval. It was at this very moment that one warrior's magical aura began to wane. Glenn, with his extraordinarily keen perception, instantly detected the change and deftly altered his target, charging directly at that warrior. The rising dust obscured visibility, preventing the distant spellcasters from casting their countermeasures in time, allowing Glenn to close the distance to his target successfully. A simple yet powerful strike descended, instantly obliterating the man and scattering his equipment across the ground. With yet another companion lost, the original group of 10, comprising 4 mages and 6 warriors, was now reduced to merely 4 warriors. Several of them displayed visible shock, but having survived through a life of peril, they were not overly daunted. Instead, they became increasingly cautious, their previous sense of invulnerability dissipating. However, it was all too late. With 2 fewer comrades, Glenn felt no need to hold back any longer. His strength and speed surged dramatically, catching the 4 warriors off guard. Although their power showed no signs of waning, they were still no match for Glenn, who dominated them with ease. He had not even exerted himself fully from the onset. You cunning werewolf, relying solely on deceit. Such behavior is unbecoming of a true warrior. The 4 mages ought to devise a strategy quickly. If we perish, you shall not survive either. Damn it, damn it. I have so many more women to enjoy. In this dire moment of life and death, the remaining 4 warriors spoke wildly, as if driven to madness. Meanwhile, the 4 mages in the distance were sweating profusely. 2 of them unleashed various magical attacks upon Glenn, but to little effect. The formidable divine figure began to fade as if erased from a canvas, and the 2 mages maintaining it slumped to the ground, trembling slightly. You scoundrels of the ancient god sect, you have betrayed us. This is no ordinary level 5 werewolf. How can a level 5 werewolf be so formidable? Release me at once. I no longer desire the gold and benefits you promised. The warriors engaged with Glenn roared, attempting to withdraw, but Glenn's relentless assault made escape impossible. Turning away would spell certain death. Upon the high platform, the red pillar uttered frenzied words. No, 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 no. This is not how things should be. Why can you not simply accept your fate and perish? Why? Suddenly, it pointed accusingly at the red-clad figures. Are you not followers of my kin? Think of something quickly. I am the sole descendant of our lineage. You cannot allow me to die. Otherwise, it would be a sacrilege against the demon god. This statement roused the 5 red-clad figures, who had been standing like statues to maintain the illusion. They seemed to collectively perform a gesture, causing the illusion to tremble violently, forming a swirling pool of red blood at the center of the battlefield. The surrounding air, imbued with a potent corrosive quality, began to draw everything towards the vortex's core. The 8 hired thugs barely had time to utter a word before being disintegrated into blood mist and drawn into the whirlpool. Glenn's level 5 werewolf form was rapidly stripped of its skin, but he thankfully activated his ultimate form just in time to withstand this horrific force. As everything subsided, the scene returned to that plaza, where 5 desiccated corpses knelt around Glenn in identical postures. Chapter 110. The Strange Beasts as Glenn, his form gradually diminishing into that of a level 3 werewolf, surveyed the 5 lifeless figures clad in red. He couldn't help but think the madman. The crimson silk column remained stationary in the center of the square, and upon noticing Glenn approach, it erupted into a frenzied shriek. Stay away. You cannot kill me. You mustn't. Glenn paid no heed to its frantic cries. As he drew near, the distant sound of griffins flapping their wings reached his ears. He dared not linger. Transforming into a level 5 werewolf, he cautiously uprooted the imposing column and hoisted it upon his shoulder, sprinting towards the opposite side. Circling around, he ultimately veered toward Bayek. An insatiable hunger, potent enough to cloud the minds of ordinary folk, gnawed at his insides, yet he maintained an outward composure. Along his path, he evaded notice from any irrelevant onlookers. Once within the town, he hurriedly exchanged greetings with a few family members before plunging deeper into its heart. Werewolf, where are you taking me? Release me at once. The red column incessantly clamored. Glenn had no desire for further discourse. The familiar slate gray houses loomed in the distance. The door creaked open, and the black raven, as if sensing Glenn's arrival, emerged to greet him. Just as Glenn prepared to offer an explanation, the raven nodded knowingly, leaving him momentarily speechless. I believe I understand your intent, the raven stated. Do you have a solution? Glenn inquired, determined to leave no room for peril. His understanding of magic was limited, and he was uncertain whether the children within the column still had a chance of salvation. It's you. The red column seemed to finally notice the raven, its voice laced with terror. How do you know each other? Glenn marveled, glancing between the two. The raven, however, had no intention of engaging in conversation with the crimson column. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the interior of the house. Withered tendrils extended from within, and Mrs. Ligera's gentle voice resonated. Hand it over to me. And you, Ligera, impossible. You should be dead. The column exclaimed. No, don't touch me. Something within the red column writhed, yet it remained ensnared by the silk. Without hesitation, Glenn gently placed the enormous crimson silk column upon the tendrils. To his astonishment, the slender vines effortlessly lifted the column, which he had perceived to be quite heavy. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. I could be of great use to you, it pleaded. The tendrils grew swiftly, enveloping the column entirely, muffling its cries. What about the children? Glenn reminded. Rest assured, they will be fine. Mrs. Ligera reassured him softly. Glenn watched intently, captivated by the wondrous spectacle, unable to tire of it despite having witnessed it multiple times. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and, as the entwining vines began to shed, along with the silk, the once vibrant crimson hue dulled to a lifeless shade. The column vanished, and the 20-odd children were gently lowered to the ground by the tendrils. In addition to all this, there lay a pale, golden larva, measuring the length of an adult's arm. Glenn immediately assumed it to be the creature that should have perished by his own hand, exclaiming, "Is it responsible for all this chaos?" However, the black raven shook its head and replied, "It is not." Glenn's large wolf-like eyes filled with confusion. Indeed, it was not the creature he had presumed. Mrs. Ligera, present in the room, affirmed this is an exceedingly rare larval form of a fantastical beast, the name of which eludes me. It is not of the same species as the demonic offspring, Balgalin. It appears someone intends to infuse the remnants of Balgalin's soul into this little creature, thereby resurrecting it. By possessing it, Glenn suddenly grasped the situation, but soon found himself questioning further. But if it is merely a soul, does that still classify it as a demonic offspring? I believe that those ancient cultists would indeed value lineage, wouldn't they? Ancient cultists? The black raven revealed a hint of perplexity. Are you not aware? Glenn was somewhat taken aback. It has been too long since we communicated with the outside world, Ligera's voice interjected. In our era of activity, this cult had not been spoken of. Were the guests at your last birthday celebration not inclined to discuss external matters? Glenn continued to inquire. Our last meeting was the first in a century, leaving little time to converse about the outside world, the black raven replied casually. As they spoke, the pale golden larva began to show signs of awakening. Glenn glanced over and resumed his previous line of inquiry. Let us set that aside for now. Do you not think the ancient cult would care about the physical lineage? As a demonic offspring, Balgalin's soul possesses a potent corruptive quality. This larva, once it has been possessed, will undergo a gradual transformation, ultimately maturing into Balgalin's true form. Mrs. Ligera's explanation left Glenn astounded, prompting further contemplation. To influence the flesh through the soul, what principle underlies this? Wait, does that mean my own body could also be? This fantastical larva shall be entrusted to you. Feel free to dispose of it as you see fit. Mrs. Ligera's words interrupted Glenn's musings. Entrusted to me? He echoed, gazing at the now fully awakened larva, which was observing its surroundings with its large, glimmering compound eyes, its body curled and trembling slightly. Nodding gently, Glenn acquiesced. Very well. I shall keep it as a pet. Simultaneously, a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could have Nighthowl look after it when he was preoccupied. Extending his wolf-like claw, he carefully grasped the soft larva in his hand and used his other hand to stroke it, attempting to coax the little creature into relaxation. What does it feed on? Glenn inquired. It predominantly enjoys the leaves of a certain tree, though that tree seems to have become extinct. Nevertheless, it can also be nourished with ordinary plants. Albeit with a variation in taste, came the response from within the room. Nodding in understanding, Glenn prepared to attempt to carry away the unconscious child on the ground when suddenly, the vines stirred. They bound all the children together in a comfortable manner, facilitating Glenn's efforts to transport them. At the end, a vine grew before Glenn, its tip faintly glowing, from which two peculiar golden fruits emerged. Take this one, eat it now, and save the other for a time of need, Mrs. Ligera instructed. Glenn hesitated and did not pick the fruits, but perhaps sensing his apprehension, Mrs. Ligera continued, Do not worry, it poses little harm to me. With a sigh, Glenn decided against further hesitation, plucked the fruits, and consumed one. Initially, there was no sensation, but shortly after swallowing, the terrifying hunger that had tormented Glenn dissipated, replaced by a sense of fullness. "How do you feel?" Mrs. Legira inquired with concern. "I feel fantastic. I was just starving, and now I feel somewhat satiated," Glenn replied, his delight evident. Chapter 111. Logistics. Seeing Glenn in good spirits, Mrs. Legira continued, "Then go and do what you wish." Glenn politely bid farewell to the two and returned home, entrusting the larva to Tia and the others for care. The little maid fainted upon seeing such a large creature, while the elven lady seemed quite enamored and took the larva into her hands. After instructing Gotaya and Lavelle to take good care of the unconscious Tia, Glenn departed with the 20 or so children, with the speed of a level 5 werewolf. He swiftly returned to Dudtown. Although the town was patrolled by numerous Griffin Knights, their abilities were rather mediocre, and Glenn's stealth skills rendered him undetected. He first went to his newly renovated shop to settle the children. After barricading the windows and doors, Glenn transformed back into his human form and donned a set of uniforms he had prepared for his employees before stepping out. The streets were currently deserted. Save for a few officers patrolling, Glenn paid them no mind and headed directly to where Dudley was commanding. Upon seeing Glenn, Dudley could hardly conceal his astonishment, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. "Oh, my heavens! You're safe. That's wonderful. You cannot fathom how worried I was." The sheriff approached, scrutinizing Glenn closely to confirm his identity, before bursting into laughter. "I'm sorry to have caused you concern, Sheriff," Glenn said, a hint of remorse in his tone. Dudley waved his hand dismissively, then glanced around cautiously before pulling Glenn into a corner and asking earnestly, "What happened to those people?" "They're all dead. I rescued the children, but they remain unconscious. I'll need your officers to assist me. I thought those children were beyond saving. I'm relieved to hear they survived," Dudley replied, a mix of surprise and gratitude evident in his voice. "I was equally astonished. Resilient little human beings," Glenn mused inwardly. "All right, where are those children?" "I'll gather a team to bring them in," Dudley inquired. Glenn promptly provided the address of his shop. Upon hearing this, Dudley immediately summoned a few officers to depart. Glenn felt there was nothing that required his attention, so he walked boldly towards the outskirts of the town. Just as he glimpsed the scenery beyond, a female knight riding a griffin suddenly called out to him, "Sir, wait a moment." Glenn turned around in confusion, displaying a timid demeanor. The griffin flapped its wings and halted 5 meters away, while the knight dismounted and approached him, saying, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm." After reassuring him and seeing Glenn nod, she continued, "The kingdom's warriors are currently engaged in battle against a sudden emergence of demons. Yet we are short on support personnel and need to recruit more hands. I see you are strong and healthy. Lend your strength to the kingdom." Glenn contemplated for a moment, as he too wished to witness the battlefield, and was about to agree. However, the knight interjected, "Do not rush to refuse. Our warriors will prioritize your safety." With that, she stepped closer and pressed a gold coin into Glenn's hand, surprised by the alluring texture. He looked up at the knight in astonishment. She offered a faint smile. Is she using her own money to recruit? A strong sense of admiration for the knight blossomed within Glenn, though it was not the kind of admiration that arises between men and women, but rather for someone willing to contribute selflessly. He returned the coin to her, only to see disappointment flicker in her eyes. Glenn patted his chest and declared, "What are you doing, my lady? The kingdom's warriors fight outside to protect us ordinary folk. It is our honor to offer even the slightest assistance. I'm willing to go." The knight stared at Glenn for a long moment, her unwavering gaze revealing no pretense. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she embraced him tightly, the pressure of her armor causing him slight discomfort, and she whispered, "Thank you." Glenn hesitated in his response. "It is all for the kingdom." The words felt insincere. Releasing him, she wiped away the tears that threatened to fall and saluted him, saying, "I am Elena Horn. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I know your name, sir?" Her face and attire were covered in dust, obscuring her features, clearly having returned from the battlefield. Yet her tall, graceful figure was striking, and her voice bore the spirited tone characteristic of many female knights. Glenn cleared his throat. "Dylan, you may call me Dylan. I have no surname." Considering his previous encounter with a griffin knight named Windsor, he decided it best not to reveal his true name to these griffin riders. However, Dylan was indeed a name he could claim without deceit. "Sir Dylan, It is quite a distance to your destination. Allow me to escort you, Elena suggested. Glenn imagined himself seated behind the knight, embracing her waist as they soared through the air, and immediately shook his head in refusal. It felt rather awkward. Elena felt a twinge of disappointment, yet she smiled as she bid farewell to Glenn. Before departing, she bestowed upon him a badge, fastening it to his shoulder, signifying his role as a logistics personnel. As he exited the town, he quickly encountered a group of individuals, each adorned with the same logistics badge. 16 individuals? Had they all received Elena's gold coins? 16 coins. Elena truly possessed considerable wealth. Glenn forcefully suppressed the urge to pilfer from the pockets of those ahead of him, silently trailing behind. After a while, Griffin Knights appeared to escort them. Upon reaching the encampment of the kingdom's army, Glenn was assigned the task of delivering meals to a designated group of soldiers, accompanying several others with the same assignment. They ventured to a place imbued with the aroma of food, each taking a wooden bucket-like vessel, forming a line to receive the hot meals from the server. When it was Glenn's turn, a portly server adeptly distributed various dishes into the compartments of the wooden bucket, and Glenn stepped away. He examined the contents of his bucket. While plentiful, he surmised the taste would likely be less than palatable. Selecting a less frequented area, Glenn carried the food in that direction. As he walked, an unsettling realization struck him. Had he truly been in this illusion for less than a day? Why did it seem as though the battle had been ongoing for an extended period? The more he pondered, the more disconcerted he became. He quickened his pace and called out to a logistics personnel, inquiring, "Sir, may I ask how long this battle has been ongoing?" 3 or 4 days, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure, the individual replied uncertainly. Glenn was at a loss for how to process this response. If he deemed it significant, it felt trivial. Yet, if he dismissed it, he had undeniably lost several days. With such complex emotions swirling within him, Glenn resumed his duties. After delivering meals to a few soldiers, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the Griffin Knight named Windsor. Chapter 112. Massage. Glenn paused momentarily. At that moment, the strikingly attractive knight with long legs was tending to a bloody wound on her arm, her expression heavy with fatigue. As footsteps approached, Windsor glanced over, her voice weary as she remarked, "I'm not really hungry right now. Thank you, Milady Knight. If you're truly exhausted, it may be best to take a short nap. That way, you won't be distracted during battle," Glenn suggested, his clear and articulate voice resonating with concern. Windsor looked at the young man before her with mild surprise, seemingly taken aback by his unexpected care. "I would love to rest, but oddly enough, I am very tired yet unable to sleep," she replied, a warm smile gracing her lips, slightly marred by the hint of dark circles beneath her eyes. Glenn approached her side, delivering food to other Griffin Knights while responding, "This may be due to excessive anxiety. Perhaps if you could relax, it might resolve itself. Do you actually understand medical principles? Are you a doctor?" Windsor's half-closed eyes widened slightly in curiosity. "Not a doctor, merely somewhat knowledgeable," Glenn humbly replied. At this moment, he had finished delivering the food from the barrel and was about to return for a refill when Windsor called out to him, "Please wait a moment. I too wish to relax, but the demons have been attacking with increasing ferocity these days, and we are at constant risk of death and defeat. If you possess any means to grant me a brief respite, I would be eternally grateful." Several female knights nearby, sharing Windsor's plight, cast expectant glances in her direction. Observing their hopeful expressions, Glenn set down the barrel and replied, "I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee its effectiveness." "Excellent," Windsor readily agreed. Glenn approached Windsor from behind and retrieved a chair with a backrest from the tent. Most items here had been transported from a nearby town, and this particular chair was a creation that other craftsmen had imitated from Glenn's design, having gained popularity in the area of late. It was neither rare nor extraordinary, merely uncommon. Coincidentally, Glenn had noticed this slightly oversized and ostentatious chair upon his arrival. He placed it beside Windsor and gestured for her to take a seat, which she obediently did. Standing behind the chair, Glenn gently placed his hands on the shoulders of the female knight and said, "Now, I need you to sit in the most comfortable position possible." Windsor nodded softly. Glenn then began to apply moderate pressure to the areas of her neck that were not covered by armor. This sensation, entirely foreign to the usually formidable Griffin Knight Captain Windsor, elicited a soft sigh of comfort from her. Sensing success, Glenn continued with practiced skill, including her temples and other areas. A few female knights nearby, having observed their captain's reaction, were instantly filled with envy. After a while, however, it seemed that Windsor had yet to fall asleep, causing Glenn to frown slightly. Just then, Windsor spoke up. "This feels wonderful and quite relaxing. But could you perhaps attend to some other areas? My arms and legs are quite sore." Glenn hesitated for a moment before responding, "Of course, but is that acceptable?" After all, there were distinctions between men and women. Although Glenn was unconcerned, it was prudent to confirm. "It's fine, I assure you," Windsor replied, somewhat dismissively. With that reassurance, Glenn shifted to face her, sitting on a low stool. To his surprise, she extended one long leg into his lap. He felt a sense of delight at this unexpected turn and deftly removed her armored boot. However, upon sensing his actions, Windsor exclaimed, "No." Yet, her boot was already off. Glenn placed the slightly warm boot aside and inquired curiously, "What is wrong?" Windsor was at a loss for words. Although her armor and boots were high-grade magical items designed to absorb most odors, a twinge of self-consciousness crept in. Would an outsider, particularly a man, find her repugnant upon catching even a hint of an unpleasant scent? Such thoughts were uncontrollable. She had initially presumed he would apply pressure through her boots, not realizing he intended to remove them entirely. The scent of Glenn was indeed perceptible, yet it was far from offensive. Compared to the aromas exchanged during moments of relaxation with comrades in a previous life, it was a stark contrast. Indeed, if it were not for Glenn's acute sense of smell, it might have gone unnoticed, leading one to marvel at the wonders of magical creations. Problems that remained unresolved in an era of advanced technology could be effortlessly addressed here. A rare blush appeared on Windsor's face, and feigning indifference, she remarked, "It's nothing. Please continue." Thus, Glenn, with utmost concentration, commenced to massage and relax the elegant legs in his embrace, of course, limiting his focus to below the thighs. Any further would not be permitted, regardless of Windsor's liberal nature, for a woman remains a woman. The sensation coursed through her body like an electric current, sending shivers down her spine, yet Windsor managed to suppress any sounds this time. Stealing glances at the engrossed Glenn, she noted his hands were devoid of calluses, not indicative of someone accustomed to labor, yet he diligently attended to her slightly perspiring feet. This sensation brought her an indescribable delight, and before she knew it, she drifted into slumber. When Glenn prepared to switch to the other foot, he discovered that Windsor had already succumbed to sleep, and he could only halt his actions with a tinge of regret. After all, with so many onlookers, if his intentions were fulfilled and he continued to touch her feet, it might appear less than pure. He retreated to the tent to fetch a basin of water, gently removing the boot from Windsor's other foot. He submerged her feet in the water. As he stood to leave, a few impatient female knights nearby exclaimed, "What about us?" Glenn's earlier actions had greatly endeared him to them, evoking a sense of care that altered their gazes towards him. With a wry smile, he gestured for them to approach one by one. Deep beneath a certain forest, at a depth of 100 meters, lay a black beetle approximately 30 meters in length. Quietly ensconced within the thick shell of the beetle, there existed a room of 4 square meters. An eerie green, magical flame flickered in a hanging lamp. The room was utterly vacant. In the next moment, the ground writhed, giving rise to a hairless human head, which subsequently struggled to extricate itself from the earth. It was a bald man, his left eye blind, clad only in the lower half of his attire, with the image of an unknown beast tattooed upon his arm. The walls immediately manifested 4 faces, one of which inquired the man on the ground, "Why are you alone? Where are the 5 bishops? They are dead, all dead." I witnessed the Griffin Knights carry away the withered corpses of the elders. The man on the ground lamented with profound sorrow, tears streaming down his face. "No, our bishops. This cannot be true. We made so many preparations. It should have been foolproof. Was there an unforeseen incident? Yes, it must be so. Did the kingdom send forth high-ranking knights to discover them? Curse it. Who is responsible? We must seek vengeance. Those damned demons. They chose this battlefield. They too shall perish." The faces upon the wall contorted in rage, cursing and wailing. Chapter 113. Hamid observing the adults who had succumbed to madness. The man on the ground hesitated to interject, daunted by the fervor of their debate. Perhaps the cacophony had disturbed the colossal beetle, causing the room to tremble, as a dreadful chorus of insectal shrieks pervaded the space. The faces etched into the walls fell silent, forcibly suppressing their inner turmoil. Once the tremors abated, The bald man spoke in hushed tones. "I have found no evidence of external interference. It is highly probable that the werewolf has encountered some unforeseen complication." "What?" Several faces registered astonishment. "Merely a 5th-level werewolf, and with 10 4th-level minions alongside our superior equipment. How could we possibly be unable to subdue it?" "Perhaps the werewolf possesses some formidable artifact," one suggested. "What shall we do now?" The loss of 5 bishops at once, coupled with the failure of their mission, plunged them into despair, casting a shadow over their future prospects. The current era starkly contrasted with the past. The kingdoms were now ruthlessly suppressing religious movements, rendering the ascension of new sects, such as their ancient deity cult, exceedingly arduous. This operation had nearly depleted the church's resources, resulting in a catastrophic loss. "I refuse to accept this. No matter the cost, vengeance must be exacted. Even if the church faces annihilation, that detestable werewolf must accompany us to the grave." The enmity had been forged. It was a matter of life and death. In the city of Bartzi, within a manor reserved for nobility, Pernis paced restlessly in a lavish chamber. Her mind was consumed with worry for Layla's safety. As for Bonnie, their relationship had always been strained, lacking the depth of her bond with Layla. Yet, having known her for several years, the thought of her being in harm's way still unsettled her. These two imbeciles, why must they risk their lives for that loathsome individual? The golden-haired young lady muttered, tugging anxiously at a silk scarf. Vivid images of the contemptible commoner filled her mind, igniting her ire further. At this moment, she felt a pang of jealousy, envious of the camaraderie shared between Layla and Bonnie, despite their brief acquaintance. Would they extend such concern for her if she were in peril? Pernis could not shake her feelings of insecurity. Just then, a maid's voice pierced the air outside the door. "Miss Pernis, we have guests at the manor. Lady Anya and Lord Lauban request your presence." "Understood," Pernis replied, taking a moment to tidy her appearance and compose her emotions before stepping outside. This manor belonged to her uncle, the aforementioned Lord Lauban. Their family's wealth was primarily concentrated near Dud Town, where they had long-established residence. Yet in light of recent events, that security was likely to be lost. Fortunately, Lady Anya had already taken most of their assets, ensuring they could still purchase a decent villa in the main city in the future. As I traversed the familiar corridor, I soon spotted my mother and uncle awaiting guests at the entrance. "My lovely little angel, how are you feeling?" exclaimed Pernis as she hurried towards them. Lord Lauburn turned around, revealing a tender smile as he gently embraced the golden-haired maiden. "You spoil her too much. It's not good for her," remarked Lady Anya, her tone tinged with reproach as she slightly tempered her usual assertiveness. "Have you forgotten how I spoiled you in your childhood?" Lord Lauburn retorted playfully, unabashed in his demeanor. "Let us not dwell on this. Our guests have arrived," he added, clearly wishing to maintain his maternal authority before his daughter. Upon glancing over, Lauburn observed several exquisitely appointed luxury carriages approaching, prompting him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Pernis stuck out her tongue and joined her mother, embodying the grace befitting a noble lady. The carriage came to a gradual halt, and the driver called out, soon revealing a deeply wrinkled old gentleman clad in opulent attire, who disembarked with a smile. "Lord Lauburn, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" inquired Count Pank. "Count Pank, what brings you to my humble abode? This is quite a surprise." The two nobles exchanged warm greetings, seemingly on very amicable terms. Pernis clutched the hem of her mother's garment, visibly anxious and tense, as unwelcome memories resurfaced. "Do not be afraid. I am here," Lady Anya reassured her daughter with a gentle pat on the hand. In truth, this unexpected visit was quite unsettling. The mother and daughter had scarcely arrived in the city when Lord Lauburn received Count Pank's letter of visitation. It was difficult for them not to speculate. However, the Pank family was one of the prominent houses in the city, making it impossible to decline such a visit. "How fortunate that you have the time to come here. I was utterly unprepared," Lady Anya expressed, her voice laced with concern. "Oh, it's nothing. I simply remembered having a friend like you, and it has been ages since we last met, so I thought I would drop by," replied the older nobleman, engaging in trivial conversation with his counterpart. Just then, another middle-aged man emerged from the carriage, and upon seeing him, both Pernis and Lady Anya felt a weight descend upon their hearts. "My eldest son, Hamet. You must have met him before," Count Pank introduced. Hamet first offered a polite smile and bowed to Lord Lauburn, then turned to the mother and daughter, saying, "It has been a while. Pernus. Get away from me. Your very presence disgusts me. Trash. The golden-haired maiden suddenly erupted in an emotional outburst, hurling insults before fleeing from the scene. I deeply apologize, Count Pank, Lady Anya said curtly, her tone decidedly unfriendly as she hurried after her daughter. Haman's eyes flashed with irritation at being publicly insulted, but he maintained an air of indifference, standing as if nothing had transpired. It seems that Miss Pernus harbors quite a profound misunderstanding of me, he remarked with a half-hearted jest. Lauburn's smile was exceedingly rigid. He inwardly wished he could crush the shameless scoundrel before him. Yet, he was obliged to greet him with a cordial F.A.A.D., remarking, after all, the incident left an indelible shadow on a young girl of merely 6 or 7 years. This was a subtle reminder of the heinous nature of the actions committed. Your Excellency, that is a misunderstanding, Ponk continued to smile. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes particularly pronounced. It was one of our household servants who was responsible. My son merely happened to pass by and was mistakenly identified as the perpetrator. I had that servant executed upon my return. Lauburn found it absurd that Ponk spoke with such conviction, the incident having had numerous witnesses, rendering the notion of a misunderstanding utterly ludicrous. He wanted to retort with a few sardonic remarks when Ponk leaned in closer, whispering, "Surely you are aware of the ways of the nobility? My son simply chose the wrong target. It did not succeed, did it? Why cling to it? Moreover, my son genuinely cares for that young girl. Should she be willing to marry him, she would undoubtedly find happiness." Chapter 114. You have failed regarding the words of Count Ponk. Lauburn remained noncommittal. However, he did not perceive them as justification. Once a person acquires power, indulgence is inevitable. He had experienced this in his youth, leading to numerous quarrels with his wife. It was only after their separation that he gradually learned restraint. Your Excellency, regardless of whether it was Hamet who committed that act, Pernus has already concluded that it was he. Should they unite, happiness is unattainable. Lauburn cherished his niece dearly and was resolute in shielding her from harm. Furthermore, the notorious behavior of Ponk's offspring had long been the subject of gossip throughout the Battersea area, their hands stained with the innocent blood of countless victims. It was imperative that Pernus not be allowed to marry him. This matter is not beyond discussion. Let us proceed inside, for we have lingered here for some time. With Ponk's thick skin, Lauburn had no choice but to permit them entry into the estate. The demonic roar surged from the distance, heralding yet another wave of assault. The knights promptly roused themselves from their respite, bracing to confront the enemy. Glenn, along with the other logistical personnel, was summoned to the rear, ensuring they would not be harmed by any demons that might breach the front line. A series of piercing, high-pitched howls cleaved the sky, as massive avian beasts soared over the battlefield, confronting the ominous high-ranking demons. Glenn caught sight of a colossal bird known as the Sky Lord, trailing behind a gigantic black griffin. So it has indeed come to this, he mused inwardly. All around him, the logistical crew erupted into fervent cheers, the spectacle far more exhilarating than the most thrilling sci-fi blockbuster on Earth. Perhaps at this moment, a sense of pride swelled within them. This was a might of their kingdom. How formidable! Yet, Glenn's primary focus remained fixated upon the leading black griffin. The formidable aura he encountered was unlike any other, instilling an unparalleled sense of dread within him. Without transformation, he found himself unable to gauge the disparity in power between his ultimate form and that of the looming threat. Yet before he could ruminate further, his attention was drawn to another powerful entity. A colossal skeletal dragon, wreathed in infernal flames, loomed 3 times larger than the black griffin, charging forth towards the kingdom's forces with an indomitable presence. It was evident that this creature was the leader, and Glenn swiftly discerned the futility of confronting it. The battle was orchestrated by Fetty High Above, ensuring that the repercussions did not endanger their allies on the ground. She valiantly faced the demon lord alone, while the few warriors of comparable strength to her were held at bay by the superior demon. From a distance, even Glenn's keen eyesight could only discern 2 diminutive figures clashing rapidly in the sky above the battlefield. The occasional gust of wind imbued with magical energy served as a reminder of the ferocity of the struggle. This was dire. The combined might of the demon lord and the skeletal dragon surpassed that of the individual he had hoped to defeat. Glenn attempted to analyze potential strategies. Meanwhile, the ordinary spectators remained oblivious, perceiving only the knights' valiant efforts and cheering them on. The skeletal dragon's flames intensified, illuminating the surroundings as if to elevate the very brightness of the world, before it hurtled like a meteor towards the black griffin. 3 layers of obsidian energy shields materialized before the griffin, yet one by one, they shattered under the onslaught. The skeletal dragon closed in on the black griffin, its terrifying infernal flames searing every inch of the griffin's skin, rendering its meager magical resistance utterly insufficient. At that moment, Fetty abruptly dismounted, her back sprouting illusory black wings as she surged towards the demon lord perched upon the dragon. The demon lord emitted a cacophonous laugh, unfurling its tattered, massive wings to counter her advance. Their powers were closely matched, though Fetty held a slight edge, controlling the rhythm of their engagement. Gradually, they drifted away from their mounts, while the frenzied demon lord remained oblivious, believing they were evenly matched. The black griffin endured the torment of its skin being charred and ravaged, fiercely clinging to the skeletal dragon, engaging in close-quarters combat. After what felt like an eternity of battle, Fetty suddenly cried out now. The demon lord sensed impending doom. Yet before it could react, the air around the 2 mounts distorted, and a massive spherical iron cage materialized, swinging open to ensnare them both. The skeletal dragon roared in fury, reluctantly plummeting alongside the black griffin from the heights. Within the iron cage, the griffin seemed to cast a spell as shadowy black tendrils coiled around itself and the skeletal dragon like ropes. Fangs of the blazing inferno, the demon lord shouted, attempting to rescue its mount, but Fetty would not allow it to succeed. The cage could hold them for no more than a minute. She had to vanquish the demon lord before that time elapsed. In the sky reverberated the voice of an aged man, one of the late arrivals to offer aid. Fit spoke little, her entire demeanor transformed as her aura surged, locking onto the demon leader with unyielding focus. The adversary, sensing the formidable energy emanating from her, seethed with rage, exclaiming, "Human woman, I shall cleave you into fragments with my sword." With that, it charged at Fit in a furious roar. Yet the outcome was irrevocably altered. This time, the demon leader was utterly overwhelmed. No matter how fearsome its demonic powers were unleashed, they were deftly countered by Fit's exquisite swordsmanship. However, the demon remained unperturbed in its heart, for it believed that if Fit's strength were merely a fraction greater than its own, it could not be vanquished within the span of a minute. Amidst such thoughts, the demon leader ultimately grasped the gravity of its miscalculations. After a relentless flurry of attacks, Fit suddenly halted, raising her knightly sword behind her, and in that instant, the world seemed to revolve solely around her. The demon leader was struck by sheer terror, realizing that regardless of how it soared, it remained anchored in place. The earlier onslaught had merely set the stage for this decisive strike, marking it with an inescapable seal. As Fit wielded her sword, the motion appeared to unfold in slow motion, while the demon leader could only watch in horror as a torrent of ominous black sword energy coalesced, leaving it nowhere to flee. Ivildi, the demon leader gasped, pondering if the skeletal dragon could assist it in withstanding this blow, yet its ally was absent. In that moment of dire peril, it abruptly activated its demonic innate skill. Fit felt the scene shift, and suddenly a longed-for, yet long-gone memory materialized before her. A tall man stood in the afternoon courtyard, calling to her, "Fit, it's time to practice your swordsmanship." Her grip on the sword slackened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, tightening her hold. Nevertheless, the sword energy she unleashed veered askew. The demon leader suffered a grievous wound, its form drastically diminished. Yet it laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha! Human woman, you have failed." A plume of flames, accompanied by thick black smoke, rose from the distance like a colossal dark mushroom. The skeletal dragon roared as it burst forth from the smoke, returning to the demon leader's side. The demon absorbed some of the flames from the dragon, swiftly restoring its lost mass. Meanwhile, Fit appeared to have expended her strength, struggling to maintain her flight. Chapter 115. The Ambush Ultimately. The formidable female knight plummeted from the heights, her once black wings dissolving into shadows. Many knights witnessed this spectacle, their hearts wavering in an instant. For a moment's lapse could lead to being struck or perishing at the hands of the demon. The front line began to show signs of impending collapse. Warriors engaged in battle with the high-ranking demon in the sky rallied, channeling their energy to issue thunderous commands. "Do not falter. We have not yet lost." That demon leader has also sustained grave injuries. Fear not. You are valiant warriors. How can you waver in the face of such adversity? Grasp your weapons tightly. These invigorating voices stirred the spirits of the knights, swiftly stabilizing the front line once more. Several elite warriors sought to transcend the barriers posed by high-ranking and superior demons in a desperate attempt to rescue Fit, yet their efforts proved futile. The adversaries were far too formidable, rendering any escape impossible. Fit's body crashed behind the demonic army, where a horde of demons surged forward, intent on tearing her apart and devouring her. However, the demon lord intervened, halting their advance. A colossal bone dragon descended, and the demon lord leaped in front of Fit, its voice dripping with concealed mockery, lamenting, "Alas, how unfortunate! After all these years, I finally encounter the taste of death. How shall I thank you for this?" Fit, struggling to prop herself up with her knight's sword, managed to raise her gaze, though the expression behind her helmet remained inscrutable. Yet the demon lord could sense her unwillingness to accept her fate, which brought it a twisted sense of delight. The bone dragon circled behind Fit, preventing any chance of escape. Perhaps, it mused, I could transform you into a powerful superior demon, and together we could slaughter your kin. What do you say? The demon lord relished the opportunity to taunt its foe, especially one that had nearly claimed its life. Fit, however, was resolute. Should the demon attempt to corrupt her, she would annihilate her knightly spirit, ensuring that even in transformation, she would pose little threat to the kingdom. Observing the subtle tremors coursing through the female knight's form, the demon lord erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter, raising its demon sword to pierce Fit's chest and infuse her with a torrent of demonic essence. Just then, a thick cloud of black smoke, imbued with potent curses, suddenly filled the air, entirely distinct from Fit's aura. The massive bone dragon sensed an ominous presence and let out a warning roar, yet it could not discern the source of the threat. The demon lord, too, felt an unfamiliar energy and was about to command the bone dragon to defend it when a gigantic claw pierced through its chest. The flames of its soul, hidden beneath the helmet, flared with intense fury. It had been ambushed. As the claw withdrew, the demon lord's body lifted off the ground. Fit, her eyes wide with astonishment beneath her helmet, beheld this shocking scene, catching a glimpse of a shadowy silhouette within the smoke, though she was reluctant to accept the reality. The demon lord, now enraged, turned to confront the source of the claw, locking eyes with a pair of enormous glowing orbs. As the smoke dissipated, a towering werewolf, standing approximately 6 meters tall, materialized upon the battlefield. The sight left all onlookers in stunned silence. Werewolves were only supposed to reach a maximum of level 5. Were they not? Is this merely a level 5 werewolf? One might inquire of the gods for clarity. Shocked murmurs rippled through the knights engaged in battle. The voice of the werewolf demon lord dripped with venomous rage. It was now the most unwilling of participants, one of the demon lords of the Flame Tribe. It had been ambushed by a creature deemed beneath notice, an utter disgrace. A torrent of cursed energy surged into the demon lordess body, effortlessly breaching the feeble defenses of its demonic flames. In a state of profound animosity, the soul's fire within the helmet extinguished. The skeletal dragon, bound by its master's presence, refrained from making any rash movements. However, it was utterly unprepared for the audacity of such a lowly creature to slay its master. In a fit of rage, flames erupted from its body as it surged toward Glenn. Fit found herself caught between the two titans, paralyzed with dread. Just as she braced for the inevitable clash that would claim her life, the colossal wolf intervened, swatting her aside with remarkable precision. The force of the blow, while substantial, spared her from injury and propelled her far enough to land safely atop a griffin knight. "My lady Fit, I shall escort you to safety for recuperation." "Wait, Nightclaw." Fit urgently inquired about her mount's condition. "Your steed has been taken away by several esteemed bishops. It should be unharmed," came the reassuring reply. With this, Fit's anxiety abated. Initially, she had resolved to sacrifice herself and her mount for the sake of victory in this war, but now that she remained alive, she naturally wished for the same fate for her steed. She cast one last glance at the fierce battle between the wolf and the dragon, closed her eyes, and succumbed to unconsciousness. The death of their leader plunged the lesser demons into chaos, with only a few higher-ranking demons managing to exert control amidst the turmoil. Yet, the outcome was already determined. These lowly demons, lacking in intellect and driven solely by a desire for destruction, began to attack indiscriminately, even turning on their own kind if provoked. Seizing the opportunity, the kingdom's forces advanced, determined to eliminate every demon that dared to exist in the upper realm. No, the great leader should not perish in such a disgraceful manner. Werewolf, you shall pay dearly, bellowed a powerful demon adorned with writhing tentacles, its voice heavy with grief and fury as it charged toward Glenn. However, this time, the elite warriors stepped in to obstruct its path. Their intent was not to assist Glenn, but rather to ensure that they lacked the means to confront the skeletal dragon. It was in their best interest for the exceptional werewolf and the dragon to engage in mutual destruction, allowing them to seize the upper hand. In the distant battlefield, the enormous werewolf had already engaged in a fierce struggle with the skeletal dragon. In comparison to the dragon, Glenn, even in his most formidable form, was dwarfed. His body length fell short of the dragon's neck. Nevertheless, his strength was only slightly inferior, and his skill would more than compensate for it. This was Glenn's first time employing his most powerful form against an adversary, his body seemingly infused with boundless energy. Each exertion was accompanied by thick, cursed black smoke that corroded everything in its vicinity. Yet, these efforts paled in comparison to the fiery onslaught emanating from the dragon, as he could feel the searing pain of the demon's flames scorching his skin. This operation had been meticulously planned. He had initially intended to slay the demon leader and flee, but the dragon's unwavering loyalty had taken him by surprise, as it seemed intent on a relentless confrontation. The dragon's head continually attempted to unleash its fiery breath upon Glenn, but each time, Glenn thwarted the attack, either deflecting it or seizing its jaw, rendering it incapable of unleashing its infernal breath. In a fit of rage, it ferociously struck Glenn with its claws, the force of which was truly terrifying. However, for Glenn, who had mastered the art of evasion, this posed little challenge. The real difficulty lay in the searing flames that were exceedingly hot. Despite his efforts to summon more dark smoke, he found it futile, as the smoke was consumed by the fire. Chapter 116. The Bone Dragon Gauntlet. The Bone Dragon, unable to inflict effective damage upon its adversary, suddenly pivoted and lashed out with its flame-enshrouded tail towards Glenn. This maneuver was easily dodged by Glenn. Yet just as he intended to close the distance, the bone dragon unfurled its fiery wings and ascended high into the air. This was troubling. Recognizing the peril, he swiftly evaded. Boom! The dazzling breath of the bone dragon scorched the ground where Glenn had been, igniting flames that transformed the soil into a pool of molten rock. The extreme heat distorted the surrounding air. The dragon's breath attempted to follow Glenn, yet he was far too swift. The dragon merely turned its head and lost sight of him. The dragon's breath was not inexhaustible, compelling the bone dragon to pause for a moment to recuperate. Seizing this opportunity, Glenn leapt from an unseen vantage point, landing atop the dragon's back and launching a fierce assault with his claws against the bony spine. Lacking the protective scales characteristic of dragons, the bone dragon's defenses were significantly diminished. Nevertheless, its bones remained exceedingly hard, and Glenn's claws only left superficial scratches. Enraged that a lowly creature dared to assault its sacred back, the bone dragon went into a frenzy. It writhed in flames, plunging downward with Glenn, crashing violently to the ground and rolling forward in a tumultuous motion. Yet, this degree of damage was insufficient to make Glenn relinquish his grip. He clung tightly to the dragon's back. However, the situation soon shifted. The bone dragon managed to twist its head around and bit down on Glenn's shoulder, its fangs piercing effortlessly through fur and flesh. A torrent of black smoke poured from the wound, and as Glenn felt the pain, his strength surged with fervor. The bone dragon seemed to choke on the black smoke, yet it clung on tenaciously, yanking Glenn off its back with brute force. The dragon's head thrashed violently, attempting to tear away this stubborn morsel it had caught. At one moment, Glenn's claw unexpectedly gripped the long neck of the bone dragon, tightening as power coalesced. As the pressure reached a terrifying threshold, the dragon's body pulsated with what resembled phantom veins, convulsing violently. It became apparent that the bone dragon, too, felt pain. It released Glenn and pressed down on him with its forelimbs, straining its neck upwards in an effort to escape the iron grip of Glenn's claw. At that moment, Glenn's hand was ensnared in a muscular vice, seemingly unwilling to let go easily. Frustrated by its futile attempts, The enraged bone dragon concentrated its strength, flames surging fiercely from its neck. Glenn, sensing that his hand would soon melt if he did not withdraw, decisively pulled back. After his departure, the flames engulfing the skeletal dragon appeared diminished in intensity. However, Glenn had no time to revel in this detail, as he was tormented by an extreme hunger. It seemed he had reached his limit. He gently maneuvered a golden fruit that was lodged between his teeth, pushing it into his throat before swallowing it. In moments, the gnawing hunger showed marked improvement. The skeletal dragon lunged at him once more, and he swiftly dodged to the side, his gaze fixed on the creature's abdomen. When the dragon had manifested its ethereal veins, Glenn had scrutinized every visible aspect of it. There, amidst the gathered veins, he discerned the dragon's heart, astonishingly located within its abdomen, pulsating between the bony gaps. Yet, inflicting harm upon that vital organ would not be an easy feat. The dragon was clad in armor-like bone fragments, most densely concentrated around its chest and abdomen. To breach the heart, he would need to shatter that protective layer. As the dragon unleashed its fiery breath, Glenn hastily evaded. Turning back, he found the dragon's enormous maw descending upon him. With a surge of strength, his right arm bulged, and he struck with ferocity, his wolf claws imbued with potent curses, leaving dark marks upon the dragon's pale visage. Without hesitation, Glenn pivoted and wrapped his arms around the dragon's neck, thrusting it forward with all his might. The colossal creature, several times his size, was sent crashing to the ground, its flames dimming further. Having lost its master, it seemed the dragon's power was waning. Glenn speculated as he pressed on. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon remained incapacitated, he swiftly ascended to its abdomen, grasping a fragment of its armored bones with both hands, his feet braced against the dragon's belly, muscles taut. With a thunderous wolf's howl, the bone fragment emitted a piercing crack, subsequently being forcibly wrenched away. Molten lava, akin to the dragon's blood, oozed from the severed piece. A guttural roar, filled with fury, anguish, and humiliation, reverberated across the battlefield. The dragon attempted to rise, but Glenn perceived its vulnerability once more and charged forward, causing it to topple with another anguished roar. Elated as if dismantling a toy, Glenn seized another bone fragment, employing the same relentless force to tear it away. The skeletal dragon weakened yet again. One by one, the bone pieces from its abdomen were stripped away, revealing the heart, now ethereal, exposed to the air. At that moment, the skeletal dragon appeared as merely a colossal assemblage of bones, its flames nearly extinguished, yet still capable of movement. Grasping the illusory heart, Glenn squeezed with all his might. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once dimmed, demonic flames surged anew at the instant the heart was crushed, even exceeding their former vigor at the dragon's peak. As his hand clutched the heart, he felt a powerful tugging force, prompting Glenn to retreat in alarm. Though he extricated his hand, his forearm was ensnared by gossamer strands of molten lava, still tethered to the blazing skeletal dragon. Desperate to free himself from these strange filaments, he employed his other hand to pull away, only to find both hands ensnared. The silken threads appeared to possess a life of their own. What was happening? He was on the verge of biting through his own arms to regrow a pair when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flames ahead seemed to animate, manifesting as two swirling vortices. The skeletal dragon's form vanished, leaving only the fiery whirlpools, their centers entwined with the threads on Glenn's hands. Before Glenn could react, the vortices surged forward, engulfing him. He felt no pain. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in the same spot, the skeletal dragon utterly absent. Yet his hands bore new, devilish gauntlets. These gauntlets connected to his fingers, which now extended into exaggerated steel claws. Simultaneously, a fragment of demonic language echoed in his mind, and he miraculously comprehended its meaning. The fangs of Inferno, destined only for the victors, with a curse of eternal consequence. The voice resonated with the gravitas of a transcendent being, wielding an undeniable power. Glenn raised his arms, the steel claws shimmering in the sunlight, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Unable to contain his excitement, he swiped at the ground with one claw. A flash of white light erupted, and 5 scorching claw marks, reminiscent of the dragon's breath, emerged. Chapter 117. A single strike, what a remarkable treasure! Glenn exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the high-ranking warriors of the kingdom, who had been observing the situation, wore expressions of dismay. This was not the outcome they had anticipated. The most incensed were the high and upper demons. How dare this lowly creature seize our fangs of inferno? Your soul must be imprisoned in the infernal furnace to endure eternal torment. I shall rend your body apart and consume every bit of you. A host of upper demons charged toward Glenn, having lost any reason to be obstructed by the high-ranking warriors. The sight of such formidable and terrifying demons rushing forth would have instilled fear in most. However, Glenn felt exhilarated, eager to test the might of his new weapon. Sensing their master's eagerness, the gauntlets ignited with fierce flames, emitting a roar akin to that of demons. Come at me if you dare. The fangs of Inferno belong solely to the victors. Defeat me, and you may claim them, Glenn proclaimed with a powerful, resonant voice. This declaration only served to further incite the ferocity of the upper demons, each exhibiting varying degrees of distortion as their power surged. Come forth. Glenn drew back his right arm, channeling his strength, then swung with force. A colossal draconic silhouette materialized behind him, vanishing as his claws struck, replaced by 5 expanding blades of flame. As the demons approached, they felt the overwhelming power of the dragon's breath, the heated air drawn towards the 5 blazing blades. The scene did not unfold as one might have imagined, with demons neatly severed into pieces. Instead, the attack tore the multitude of demons into countless fragments. The souls of the demons, mingled with magma and their own flesh, rained down upon the earth. 5 blades of flame spread far before dissipating into nothingness. This spectacle was undoubtedly the most astounding on the battlefield. The few warriors who had just battled the higher-ranking demons widened their eyes, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. Such formidable power would surely lead them to the same fate as the upper demons should they advance. The cadre of high-ranking demons, initially intent on charging alongside their superior, abruptly turned to flee towards the tide of demons. This war was lost, regardless of the eventual victor. It would certainly not be them. The remaining low-ranking demons resembled a pack of mindless beasts, awaiting the knights to eradicate them one by one. What shall we do? If that terrifying werewolf attacks us, we stand no chance. A senior knight of the temple expressed anxiously. We cannot retreat. To do so would betray the knightly spirit we have forged over many years. Riaz declared solemnly, standing atop the back of the Sky Lord. We must confront them. We have no other choice. Intoned the wizard, transformed into a giant eagle. Below, the Griffin Knights, engaged in purging the lowly demons, were also distracted by the unprecedented werewolf. They understood that should the foe unleash a massacre, it would spell disaster once more. However, Glenn was not inclined to linger. He needed to make a swift escape. Although the bracer bestowed upon him considerable energy, this form remained a high-consumption machine, and he wished to avoid enduring the torment of insatiable hunger any longer. Moreover, he had never intended to engage with these knights. The bracer, after unleashing its strike, had dimmed significantly, indicating it had entered a cool-down phase. Just as he prepared to depart, a colossal hand, towering over 100 meters, emerged from the tide of demons. And a chilling voice echoed across the battlefield. You cannot leave. Leave behind a fiery fong. What? Glenn was taken aback, readying himself for an assault. However, the enormous hand began to smoke under the scorching sun, swiftly melting away, vanishing before it could reach Glenn. That startled me, Glenn muttered, speechless. The warriors of the kingdom were also momentarily shaken by the giant hand, but upon regaining their senses, they found that the threat had been eradicated by the sunlight. After a brief pause, their attention shifted back to Glenn. A dense black smoke enveloped Glenn entirely. The knights, having noted this change, became vigilant, suspecting the werewolf was about to unleash some sinister move. Yet, they waited in vain for any sign of danger until the black smoke dissipated, revealing no threat. Instead, the werewolf had vanished without a trace. Where's the wizard? Quickly, locate the werewolf. Someone shouted urgently. Immediately, several highly skilled wizards cast various detection spells, ultimately concluding that the werewolf had departed from the area. They were unable to trace or backtrack, as the demons had manipulated the area, creating significant interference with prophecies, tracking, and divination magic. Do not underestimate it. It may be lurking nearby. The warriors, of course, remained vigilant. Past experiences had taught them that this was the moment they were most susceptible to attacks. However, the true culprit had already distanced itself from the battlefield, returning to its vicinity. Upon transforming back into human form, Glenn was pleasantly surprised to discover that his bracers could morph into clothing styled entirely at his discretion. Additionally, he noticed a pair of bracelets around his wrists, inscribed with a passage in demonic language, the meaning of which eluded him. Once the old man returned, he would surely be able to translate it. He mused softly as he approached his home. Inside, there was a cacophony of noise, the loudest being Tia's shrieks. Glenn could easily surmise what was occurring. As he pushed the door open, he found Gotaya intimidating the little maid with a caterpillar, while Lavelle stood by, laughing uncontrollably. The little maid, clutching a broom, swung it wildly with her eyes shut, tears brimming at the corners. Upon seeing Glenn suddenly enter, the fairy lady was taken aback and hurriedly cradled the caterpillar, exclaiming that she was merely teasing. Lavelle quickly covered her mouth and retreated to a corner. "You are truly a bore," Glenn remarked, stepping forward to give Gotaya a light smack on the head. The fairy lady did not dare to retaliate, merely pouting in response. Tia, hearing Glenn's voice, opened her eyes and immediately burst into tears, throwing herself into his arms to complain, "Mr. Glenn, the fairy lady is so mean. She has been scaring me with that big bug." "It's all right. I've already given her a lesson. That creature is not actually frightening," Glenn reassured her helplessly. "But I'm still scared." Tia clung tighter. "Then perhaps you could hide behind me?" Glenn suggested. After a moment, the little maid reluctantly nodded and concealed herself behind him. "Hey, Mr. Glenn's attire." At this moment, everyone noticed the distinctiveness of Glenn's clothing. Indeed, it was unique. He had blended the common style of this world with athletic wear from Earth, resulting in an ensemble that was both comfortable and unobtrusive to others. Chapter 118. The old man returns. "What do you think? Does this outfit suit me?" Glenn asked, spreading his arms wide. Tia gazed for a moment, her eyes brightening as she nodded. "Yes, it's quite nice." Even the fairy lady and Lavelle came forward to join in the admiration. "It is indeed quite good," the fairy lady commented, then shifted her tone, "but it seems to lack something." Tia and Lavelle scrutinized him again, and they too felt that something was amiss. Upon hearing this, Glenn pondered for a moment, then, as if struck by a revelation, conjured a black cowboy hat and placed it upon his head, saying, "How about now?" Everyone's eyes lit up. "This is it. Sir, you look truly dashing," Tia exclaimed first. Glenn gently ruffled the little maid's hair and said, "All right, I am quite hungry now. Have you all eaten?" "We just had a meal, but it's no problem. I shall go prepare something," Tia replied as she made her way toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the purging efforts were nearing completion, yet the formidable werewolf had yet to make an appearance, leaving the exhausted warriors with a sense of relief intertwined with an unsettling apprehension. It seemed that it would not show itself. Ri surveyed the charred battlefield and spoke to the nearby mage. Reports indicate that the demon lord's avatar has dissipated, causing minimal damage. The mage's tone was weary. "We still have not discerned the intent behind this demonic incursion, and coupled with the mysterious werewolf, I cannot shake the feeling that our kingdom is in decline. Be cautious with your words, Ri. Such sentiments should not be voiced lightly." "My apologies. I merely wish to alleviate my own oppressive thoughts." Ri offered his apologies with understanding before shifting the topic. "How is Lord Fit faring?" The mage turned to leave. "She is merely exhausted with a few minor injuries. There is no cause for concern." With a sigh, Ri waited until the mage had departed before murmuring, "How peculiar." Unbeknownst to the two conversing above, the knights were now returning to their encampment. They needed only to wait for Vice Marshal Fit to recover, so they could annihilate the demon lair and mend the rift before returning to the capital to report. The logistics personnel, who had been waiting, immediately sprang into action, tending to the wounded and distributing water and food. Windsor did not rest. She soared low over the camp on her griffin, searching for something. Where could that boy be? She expressed her concern and anxiety. Could he have been attacked by a stray demon? It seems unlikely. I haven't heard any reports of demons assaulting the logistics personnel. Windsor pondered when another griffin knight approached her. "Captain, what are you looking for?" asked a young female knight. "The gentleman who knows how to give relaxing massages. Have you seen him?" "No." The griffin knight shook her head. He might have been frightened and returned. Windsor remained unconvinced. She felt that the extraordinary young man did not strike her as one easily intimidated. "Are you hoping to find him to help you relax?" The female knight inquired curiously. Windsor shook her head. I wish to take him with me as my personal attendant. Upon hearing this, the female knight chuckled. Captain, you truly have an eye for talent. That gentleman indeed knows how to care for others. Enough flattery. You should also take some rest. I will search the nearby town for a while longer. Dismissing her subordinate, Windsor soared away from camp. A brief tranquility enveloped the battlefield, replete with the remains of demons. The reappearance of the female knight, clad in ebony armor, signified the impending conclusion of this ordeal. A bolt of black thunder pierced through the demon lair, unleashing a barrage of martial energy that swiftly dismantled the towering edifices constructed by the demons. The final strike plunged into the chasm, and the terrifying magma erupted like splashes of water, accompanied by a demonic scream that echoed for an eternity. The ground trembled slightly, as the fissure seemed to stitch itself closed, ultimately returning to tranquility, leaving behind a prominent ridge that resembled a scar upon the earth. Has it truly come to an end? During dinner, Glenn spoke of the situation outside to the three at home, and Gotaya responded with a tone tinged with complexity. The beginning and end of this matter remains unclear, and it is likely that further events will unfold. Glenn, devouring his meal, mumbled a response. May the divine protect us. Let not extend its reach here. Tia clasped her hands in prayer. What about my parents? Are they safe? Lal had endured in silence for long enough and finally mustered the courage to inquire. Rest assured, Glenn wiped his mouth and reassured her. I have already notified them to leave, and the conflict did not reach that place. Lal exhaled in relief. Glenn instructed Tia to tidy the dining table and stood up, declaring, Very well, young master. From today onward, you shall work here alongside Miss Elf. You need not return to the town. Lal paused momentarily, then nodded without any particular reaction. I still need to visit Dude and check on my shop, and I will call Ruther and the others back. With that, Glenn prepared to step outside. Farewell, Mr. Glenn. Tia waved with a smile. Farewell. Just as he stepped out, he spotted an old man returning from the outskirts of the town, burdened with a large package. Upon seeing Glenn, the old man quickened his pace, and soon they stood together. Old man, what do you have there? Glenn inquired, pointing at the large bundle on his back. Some special materials and tools. A gift from a friend, the old man replied casually, then countered, How about you? It seems the demons have been defeated. Did you engage in battle? I not only participated, but also vanquished the demon leader. Glenn carefully chose his words and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, the old man was left speechless, his expression blank. Woof woof. The sound of a small dog barking brought him back from his daze. It was the little Rottweiler peeking out from the old man's pack. How did you manage that? How? The old man stammered, struggling to find the right words to express his thoughts. I understand this may be difficult to grasp, but I wish to convey that I am just as perplexed. It might be related to my unique constitution, Glenn replied, taking over the conversation. The old man remained silent for a long while, ultimately conceding to abandon this topic, as the secrets of the individual before him were far too numerous. You mentioned obtaining the Tooth of Flame. I have heard of it, but I never anticipated it to be a demonized dragon, now a trophy of yours. The old man set the package down on the ground and sat upon it like a bench. He continued, Currently, you are at significant risk of exposure. Fortunately, the demons in that region have caused a diversion. Otherwise, you would have been discovered. The Grand Commander of the Griffin Knights will undoubtedly report this to the higher-ups, who will pursue you. I cannot ascertain whether you can conceal me, but rest assured, the FA will not betray you. She is not that kind of person. Chapter 119. A kind of glory after listening to the old man's analysis. Glenn merely bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before responding. If exposure occurs, it bears little consequence for me. I am unencumbered in this world. At worst, I can leave. If I wish to hide, they will find it exceedingly difficult to capture me. Once I become invincible, I can emerge again without hesitation. I must admit, I envy your disposition. It seems nothing truly troubles you, the old man said sincerely. I simply have an open perspective, Glenn chuckled. Oomph. I always feel that you are someone who has experienced much, yet you are unlike anyone I have encountered. The old man remarked as he rose to shoulder his pack and headed homeward. Glenn hurriedly called out, Wait a moment, old man. There's a string of demonic script on the inner side of my bracelet. Could you take a look? The old man paused, took the bracelet, squinted at it, and then set it down, saying, This is ancient demonic language. I do not comprehend it. Ancient demonic language? Glenn exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible for demonic language to evolve? The ancient demonic language, also known as high demonic language, is the mode of communication exclusive to upper-tier demons and those of even higher status. To this day, no one has fully deciphered it. The current demonic language is commonly used by high-ranking demons and those of lower rank, the old man explained. What am I to do? Must I seek out an upper-tier demon to inquire? Glenn thought, ultimately deciding to abandon his quest for knowledge. After bidding farewell to the old man, he chose to drive his deer cart to Dewtown. The town was no longer filled with clamor. The Griffin Knights were still patrolling and resting within its confines. Shortly after Glenn entered the town, shouts echoed from above. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Windsor. You left without a word. That is quite impolite, sir. The nimble Griffin Knight, clad in form-fitting silver armor that accentuated her figure, said with a smile. Glenn offered an awkward smile and concocted a flimsy excuse. I suddenly remembered that I had matters at home, so I departed early. Leaving without permission is a provocation of the kingdom's laws, and you have committed a grave error. Windsor attempted to intimidate him. Glenn feigned great fear, trembling as he replied, I sincerely apologize, my lady knight. I shall never dare again. Please do not take me back. Seeing the reaction she desired, Windsor burst into laughter, her delightful voice ringing melodiously. Ha ha. All right, I was only teasing you. A voluntary civilian, like yourself, is not bound by this law. Upon hearing this, Glenn patted his chest, feigning relief. My lady knight, you nearly frightened me to death. I certainly do not wish to end up in prison. This sight amused Windsor, who suddenly leapt from the griffin's back, striding over with her long legs to the deer cart. With a graceful leap, she perched herself upon the cart's frame, slightly leaning forward. Glenn, seated in the cart, could only gaze upward, the angle quite exhilarating. Windsor smirked and softly inquired, Have you considered becoming my personal male attendant? I could take you to the royal capital, where you would enjoy better living conditions, more respectable attire, and engage with individuals of higher stature. Glenn blinked in surprise at such an unexpected proposition. It seemed that their last encounter had indeed left a favorable impression on her, which brought a chuckle to his heart. After contemplating the appropriate expression to wear, he humbly and sincerely replied, I'm truly grateful, my lady knight, for your regard, but I have established roots here. Though it may seem trivial to you, I am a commoner with dreams. I aspire to build my future with my own diligent hands. My parents taught me that a person without dreams is no different from salted fish. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your kind offer. His words were profoundly moving, stirring even Windsor's heart, and she suddenly perceived this man before her in a new light, her fondness for him growing exponentially. I did not expect you to possess a heart of strength that rivals that of night. To suggest you become my personal attendant would be an affront to your dignity, as if I believed that a mere 2 gold coins could sway you, Windsor remarked, sitting down beside Glenn with a self-deprecating smile. Glenn's lips twitched at her words. Why must you bring up gold coins? Wasn't that simply distasteful? He mused. If the knight has no further business, I must attend to my own matters, Glenn cautiously reminded her. Upon hearing this, Windsor turned her enchanting face towards him, a playful glint in her eyes. Is this the first time a man has sought to dismiss me? Have I not stirred your heart? She leaned in closer. Her eyes narrowed playfully. Is she playing games? Glenn gently pushed her away, maintaining his demeanor. My lady knight, you are beyond my aspirations. It is best that I focus on my own endeavors. Windsor rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Glenn, her tone still laced with teasing. Well, after all this conversation, you have yet to tell me your name. I am Glenn, he replied, eager to send her on her way, when suddenly another griffin rider descended from the sky. Mr. Dillon and Captain Windsor, what brings you two together? Elena exclaimed as she dismounted her steed, astonished. Another one? Glenn thought, feeling a headache coming on. So your name is Dillon, Windsor chuckled, turning to Elena. Do you know him? I previously summoned him for logistics. And he readily agreed, Elena replied candidly. Windsor nodded in understanding, then jumped down from the deer cart. You two carry on. I shall wait nearby. Elena performed a knightly salute, and once Windsor had mounted her griffin, she turned to Glenn with concern. I heard there was a disturbance on the battlefield. A powerful werewolf appeared. Are you uninjured? No, I left early. Thank you for your concern, Glenn said, harboring a genuine fondness for the female knight. That is good to hear. I have been here, unable to fight alongside my comrades on the battlefield, which is truly disheartening, Elena replied, first smiling, then revealing a hint of regret. Everyone has their own responsibilities. It is unnecessary to feel regret or discontent about what one cannot change, Glenn gently reassured her. Thank you. It's just that seeing so many comrades fall in battle while I remain here is quite distressing, she confessed. They are heroes, and we shall forever remember them. All the beauty of the present is a price paid with their lives. I believe this is what every warrior of the kingdom desires. To die defending their homeland is indeed an honor, Glenn recited, recalling a line from a game. Hearing this, tears streamed down Elena's cheeks, yet she smiled through them. Yes, it is an honor. If everyone could remember them as Mr. Dillon does, then it would all be worthwhile. Unable to resist, Glenn reached out to wipe away her tears and gently patted the knight's head, only to realize the impropriety of his actions and quickly withdrew his hand. Chapter 120. Stopping the car, the previous gesture had been purely instinctual. Glenn seemed to have little resistance to this group of endearing warriors. Elena stood frozen, finding the sensation peculiar, despite Glenn being younger than her. It felt akin to a fatherly comfort. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she hurriedly said, "Thank you for your guidance. I must take my leave." Glenn barely raised his hand in farewell before she had already mounted her griffin and departed. Windsor cast a meaningful glance at Glenn before also taking flight on her griffin. Did I just flirt with her? Glenn pondered uncertainly as he resumed driving. Level 7 werewolf? In a blood-soaked cave. An elderly man with a white beard sat upon a high rock, biting into a piece of raw meat with his yellowed teeth, mumbling a question. Yes, a werewolf capable of ambushing and slaying a demon lord must indeed be at least level 7. A gaunt old man below responded respectfully. False, the elder scoffed. There is no werewolf in this world more powerful than I. It must be a shapeshifter in disguise. Use your brains to think. Below, alongside the emaciated elder, were hundreds of others, some human, some half-wolf. Upon hearing the old wolf king's verdict, they fell silent, then suddenly appeared enlightened and in agreement. Our king is wise. This is clearly a scheme devised by others to frame us. I wonder if those foolish knights will fall for it and come looking for trouble. The lean elder spat bitterly. The old wolf king tossed aside the half-eaten meat and laughed heartily. Looking for trouble? They would first have to find us. Over the years, when have we werewolves ever been exterminated? There's nothing to worry about. The discarded piece of meat was quickly besieged by a horde of werewolves, for it was the flesh of a high-level magical beast, a delicacy among them. Only a few of the werewolf leaders remained inactive, their gazes curiously aligned, constantly fixed upon the position of the Wolf King. Yet, they dared not reveal their ambitions at this moment. The current Wolf King was not one they could contend with, and they must bide their time. I recall that Leader Parker had ventured near the region plagued by the demon invasion, and he has yet to return. Could it be that he has met his demise? The old Wolf King suddenly inquired. Indeed, my king, Leader Parker has lost contact, came the respectful reply from the elder below. Such a pity, I have lost another capable subordinate, the old Wolf King remarked, uttering words that starkly contradicted the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Parker was meant to assist the king in transporting goods, and his disappearance nearly resulted in the cargo being reclaimed. The elder expressed his discontent. The other leaders exchanged glances with the elder, their disdain palpable. Just a mere assortment of beast flesh and materials. We can easily reclaim them, the old Wolf King dismissed. No sooner had he spoken than a subordinate's voice rang out from the periphery. My king, we have just received a message from the demons. What? The old Wolf King was instantly unsettled. A message from the demons was akin to a death warrant, a summons to the underworld. Where did it originate? He leapt forward, landing before the werewolf member who had called out, grasping him firmly. From the stronghold in the Sunbow region, the trembling werewolf member replied. What did the message say? Several werewolf leaders inquired urgently. The message demands the immediate surrender of the Flame Tooth, or your soul shall writhe in eternal torment. The old Wolf King crushed the skull of the messenger in his grip and vanished. In the Sunbow region, the werewolf stronghold, the pack gazed at the words inscribed in demonic fire above, consumed by profound terror. Glenn drove his deer cart along the winding dirt path. After confirming that the shops in Dude Town had not been maliciously vandalized, he headed towards the location where Luther and the others had retreated. He did not actively inquire. Instead, he followed the scent, unaware of his destination. The impact of the demon invasion rendered the roads deserted, flanked by rolling hills and jagged stones. The path was exceedingly rough, a result of many footsteps. The absence of convenient communication devices in this world is truly troublesome. If only there were mobile phones. A single call would suffice to summon them back. He lamented inwardly, quickening the pace of his deer cart. He could write a letter to notify them. But considering his time constraints, he resolved to make the journey instead. Suddenly, a few figures appeared ahead, armed and clearly intent on robbery. Glenn felt a surge of excitement. Moments later, he counted the silver coins in his hand, ruefully pursing his lips. Continuing to drive forward, the group of robbers found themselves in a state of undress. Huddled together, covering their modesty on the verge of tears. They had taken advantage of the chaos brought by the demonic invasion, managing to seize a few opportunities for gain. Those who failed to succeed were unable to fight back and ultimately escaped. Little did they expect that their hard-earned spoils would be snatched away by others, leaving them feeling utterly wronged. After half an hour of driving, a camp appeared ahead, situated beside the road, with several plumes of smoke rising and faint voices echoing in the air. It seemed to be a mercenary encampment. Glenn had no intention of stopping and intended to drive past the side road. However, mercenaries on watch outside the camp called out to him, "Hold on." The vehicle came to a gradual halt, and Glenn turned to look at the two mercenaries who had spoken. "You cannot pass," they declared, blocking the way with a sly grin. In such a desolate place, encountering others while driving alone, one could expect that 9 out of 10 would harbor ill intentions. Even those who were ordinarily virtuous might not hesitate to change their demeanor under such conditions. "Why can't I pass?" Glenn yawned, feeling fatigued from the bumpy ride. The two mercenaries, noticing his nonchalant attitude, burst into laughter, believing he was unaware of the situation. "You've come from the area of the demonic invasion. How can we know you're not a demon in disguise? Therefore, you cannot proceed. Leave your vehicle and come with us," one of the mercenaries said in an authoritative tone. Glenn merely nodded, saying, "So it's a robbery after all." The two mercenaries chuckled, thinking him to be a simpleton. But in the next moment, their world spun wildly, and they were forcefully thrust to the ground, nearly shattering their bones. Once they regained their senses, they realized they had been thrown aside. Witnesses to the scene caused an uproar in the camp. A throng of mercenaries rushed out, surrounding Glenn, their eyes filled with suspicion. "What's going on?" boomed a muscular giant who emerged, his voice echoing. "Esteemed Lord of the Wild Lion, this person has just attacked our men," a mercenary respectfully explained. The man referred to as the Wild Lion widened his eyes, immediately turning his gaze to Glenn. He strode forward, roughly pushing through the crowd of mercenaries to stand directly in front of Glenn, nearly pressing his nose against Glenn's face. "Soft-shelled shrimp, are you looking for trouble?" The foul stench of his breath assaulted Glenn's senses, prompting him to deliver a sudden headbutt. Caught off guard and with a slight height advantage, the giant stumbled backward, blood pouring from his nose as he fell. "What a nuisance, getting so close with such a stench," Glenn exclaimed, waving a hand in front of his nose in disgust. The onlookers were taken aback by the audacity of this young man, surrounded yet daring to retaliate, causing a stir as they contemplated rushing him all at once. The burly man, who had been knocked down, rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his nose, veins bulging on his forehead. His expression one of fury, as if he longed to tear Glenn apart. "You shall pay dearly for this," he exclaimed, seizing a weapon from a nearby individual and preparing to advance. However, a man's voice echoed through the camp. "What is all this commotion about?" The scene fell into a brief hush. 3 figures emerged, 2 women and a man, all clad in the typical attire of mercenaries. The man, with long hair cascading down his shoulders, had striking features and a distinct jawline, a subtle scar marking the corner of his eye. The 2 women exuded a fierce demeanor, their muscular limbs even more robust than those of ordinary men, yet their figures were remarkably well-proportioned. "Norman, this scoundrel just attacked our men. He even struck me. Look at my nose," roared the Lionheart, pointing at his bleeding nose. Upon witnessing his plight, the 2 female warriors burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs. "Ha ha ha, Lionheart, that image suits you well. Perhaps you should thank this gentleman," one of the female warriors teased amidst her laughter. "You foul wench, red lizard, laugh again, and I shall duel you," Lionheart fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at the mocking warrior. "Enough. Cease this nonsense." Norman, the long-haired man, commanded sharply. The 2 female warriors stifled their laughter, though their shoulders still trembled with mirth. Norman turned his gaze toward Glenn, who was casually checking his pocket watch, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. "Why did you attack our men?" Norman inquired. Glenn chuckled lightly. "Then you must first explain why they blocked my carriage." He gestured toward the two mercenaries who had just been assisted back after attempting to halt his vehicle. Norman had a fair understanding of the situation. He was well aware of the temperament of his subordinates. Nonetheless, this matter concerned the reputation of the entire mercenary group. Even if they were at fault, they had to maintain a dignified posture. Perhaps their actions were misguided, but your response was excessively harsh. It would be prudent to offer some compensation and an apology, and we shall consider this incident as if it never occurred, allowing you to leave unscathed. Norman, how can you let him off so easily? Lionheart protested vehemently. Yet before Norman could respond, Glenn interjected decisively. No. All eyes turned to Glenn, filled with disdain, perceiving him as a fool unaware of the gravity of his situation, overestimating his own abilities. Norman, you heard him. This coward seeks to suffer. Lionheart pointed at Glenn. What are we even discussing? He has already harmed our men. How can we allow him to leave unscathed? Seize him, one of the female warriors declared, drawing her massive sword from her back threateningly. Norman, wary of underestimating Glenn's strength, had refrained from giving the order to attack, having only tested the waters with words. Observing Glenn's calm demeanor, it was evident that he was not without confidence. Provoking the wrong individual could lead to dire consequences. However, this mercenary group was not entirely under his control. The two female warriors and the ferocious lion were muscle-bound, yet lacking in intellect. Should he show any sign of retreat, he would lose any semblance of authority in the future, as they would ostracize and even scorn him. It was indeed a challenging predicament. The only one with any semblance of intelligence seemed to be a man named Norman, but the others appeared to be rather disobedient. Glenn, noticing Norman's hesitation, deduced the situation. He provocatively challenged them, saying, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, step aside and don't waste my time." Like a spark igniting a powder keg, the two female warriors and the ferocious lion charged at him without a second thought, weapons in hand. Glenn swiftly patted the deer's backside, causing the deer cart to dart aside. The first to approach was the ferocious lion, brandishing a spear and bellowing as he charged. His explosive power revealed him to be a second-tier warrior. With a slight pivot of his body, Glenn pushed the spear aside with one hand while delivering a powerful punch to the lion's left eye. The lion let out a horrendous scream and was sent careening backward, toppling several mercenaries in his wake. The next female warrior prepared to strike upward with her sword, but Glenn stepped forward with his right foot and executed a gentle leg sweep. The female warrior immediately lost her balance and fell sideways, only to have her ankle seized. With a forceful motion, Glenn swung her around like a lasso over his head twice before tossing her aside. The final female warrior leapt high into the air, bringing her great sword down with tremendous force. Glenn merely formed a scissor gesture with his hand, allowing the great sword to strike perfectly between his fingers. As he pinched his fingers together, the sword became immobile, as if time had paused. Despite her struggles to withdraw the sword, the female warrior found it utterly impossible to move even an inch. Glenn slowly rotated his wrist, causing the great sword to tilt to one side. He smiled at the female warrior, whose face was flushed from exertion, and with a firm pinch, a distinct crack appeared along the blade. "This is impossible." The female warrior gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Yet, ultimately, the great sword was crushed into two pieces, causing her to plummet onto the ground. The two who had just been sent flying and tossed aside attempted to advance once more, but upon witnessing such an absurd spectacle, they halted in their tracks. Glenn placed a hand on the shoulder of the female warrior. She trembled, and he lifted her effortlessly to her feet. "Do you still wish to fight?" Glenn inquired. The female warrior seemed momentarily paralyzed, her mind blank. It appeared she still harbored the desire to fight. Glenn then grasped her neck, lifting her into the air. As she experienced the suffocating pain, her legs flailed helplessly, her face turning crimson. "We will not fight." Norman quickly interjected to halt the confrontation. Only then did Glenn release her, and she collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly, filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped. The entire mercenary group had to concede that they had encountered a formidable opponent, their once arrogant bravado shattered. Glenn turned his gaze towards the ferocious lion, asking, "Do you still wish to fight?" The lion swallowed hard, hesitating to respond, his nature preventing him from conceding easily. However, Glenn had assumed that the opponent was still eager to fight, in a manner that eluded the notice of everyone present. He appeared before the raging lion and grasped its mouth and nose with a firm grip. With similar swift motion, he lifted it. Chapter 122, Danny. The raging lion felt as though its mouth and nose were being torn away, and amidst the agonizing pain, it was unable to utter a sound. The audible crack of its bones resonated through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all onlookers. They had provoked a truly fearsome individual. Stop. He no longer wishes to fight. Norman attempted to intercede on behalf of the raging lion. Glenn regarded the increasingly desperate struggles of the creature and inquired, "Is that so?" With its mouth obstructed, the raging lion could only emit muffled sounds. "Oh, I almost forgot. You cannot respond," Glenn remarked, as if just recalling the situation, and then released the lion. The latter collapsed onto the ground, clutching its mouth and nose, swaying its upper body in evident agony. Warm blood trickled through Glenn's fingers. "Do you still wish to fight?" he asked. The raging lion, as if electrified, shook its head in terror. Glenn then turned his gaze to another female warrior. Feeling weak in the knees, sank to the ground, also shaking her head. This scene would remain etched in the hearts of the mercenaries. For the first time, the lower-tier mercenaries witnessed their three leaders in such a disheveled state, let alone the trio themselves. Initially, when the three engaged, the lesser henchmen had contemplated seizing an opportunity to attack, yet the defeat arrived with astonishing swiftness. Today, I am imparting a lesson. Refrain from arrogance in the future. Consider this mercy. At least you are still alive. Had I been of a more irritable temperament, all of you present might well have perished, Glenn declared as he approached the deer cart, with everyone maintaining a considerable distance from him. Leaping onto the vehicle, he continued, "I wonder how you have managed to survive thus far, especially you," directing his finger at the three who had just assaulted him. The individuals pointed out dared not meet his gaze. "With such minimal strength, what audacity do you have to be arrogant?" His tone dripped with mockery. An indescribable sense of shame surged within the mercenaries, particularly among the three who had just displayed their bravado. Reflecting on their earlier thoughts and actions, they felt like clowns, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow them whole. "By the way," Glenn paused, hand poised on the reins, "you haven't captured many innocent bystanders, have you? Release them at once." The mercenaries exchanged glances and Norman's voice boomed, "What are you waiting for? Whoever has taken captives, go and release them now. Do not make me find out." Several mercenaries who had initially sought to take advantage of the chaos immediately scurried back to the camp, including the two who had attempted to intercept Glenn. Norman vowed to thoroughly discipline the mercenary group upon their return, for if he were to provoke another formidable foe, he might very well bleed. Typically, these subordinates delighted in engaging in petty antics, siphoning off profits, and the managers turned a blind eye, provided no lives were lost. Moments later, several terrified civilians and merchants were brought forth. They were all bewildered by the unfolding events, some even whispering pleas for mercy. "Return their belongings," came Glenn's airy voice. The mercenaries, naturally hesitant to defy him, promptly restored the plundered items, as they beheld their possessions returned. And with the mercenaries seemingly poised to release them, the victims transformed their fear into surprise. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Norman hastily interjected, attributing their salvation to Glenn. The civilians and merchants then turned their grateful gazes towards Glenn, showering him with thanks. Glenn, however, found such displays distasteful and impatiently urged, "Enough. Enough, be on your way." It was merely a trifling act. Just as he intended to depart, a voice, unfamiliar yet reminiscent, emerged from the crowd. "Dylan, is that you?" Glenn halted, turning his head. A woman with a child cradled in her arms stepped forward, her features bearing a resemblance to Glenn's, albeit softer. "Danny," Glenn exclaimed in astonishment. How could the original owner's sister be here? Could she be searching for him? He was both shocked and perplexed. The woman before him was Danny and I Bankru, the second sister of the original owner, who had an elder brother, two sisters, a younger brother, and a younger sister. Danny had settled in the Kingdom of Tanks with her husband after their separation, a location that the original owner had never retained in memory. During the original owner's transient days, he occasionally received letters from his siblings, though he seldom read them, replying only sporadically until he ceased correspondence altogether. After settling in Bayek, he had not received any letters from them since. Danny gently placed her child down and rushed forward, enveloping Glenn in a tight embrace. He promptly dismounted to reciprocate. Danny clung to him fiercely, as if expending all her strength. "It's truly you," she murmured, tears cascading down her cheeks. Glenn, taken aback, could only embrace her gently in return. This was someone else's family, someone else's sister. The sudden surge of familial affection was alien to him. Danny inhaled deeply, finding solace in Glenn's familiar scent, feeling somewhat comforted from the sufferings endured in recent times. After a prolonged embrace, she finally released him, cupping his face in her hands. "You look much better than before," she remarked, her hands tracing his arms. "You've grown stronger. You changed your residence without informing us. We couldn't send letters, and it left us quite worried." "I apologize," Glenn could only respond. At that moment, a youthful voice piped up from behind. "Mama." Danny wiped her tears, turning to lift her child, saying to Glenn, "Dylan, look, this is my son, Ricky. Ricky, say hello to your uncle." "Uncle," the little boy obediently called out. Glenn patted the boy's head and inquired of Danny, "What brings you here? And why were you captured?" In the distance, the mercenaries, already trembling in fear, were aghast at having ensnared a relative of this demon. Surely, they had sealed their own doom. Norman harbored a deep desire to execute the mercenaries responsible for the abductions on the spot, now burdening them with the consequences of their actions. Danny, as if contemplating how to articulate her thoughts, eventually spoke. "Due to the prolonged silence from you, I decided to visit your former residence a few days ago, only to discover it was occupied by others. After some inquiries, I arrived in a town called Dude, where I encountered the calamity of the demonic invasion." Glenn had already surmised the subsequent events. "And what of Paris? Why was he not with you?" Paris was Danny's husband, a slightly portly middle-aged man and a modestly prosperous merchant. Mentioning her spouse made Danny somewhat uneasy as she replied, He's been preoccupied with matters." To which Richie interjected, "No, that's not true. Daddy is just scaring us." Danny reprimanded the child sternly, causing the little boy to bury his head into his mother's embrace. Yet, Glenn had grasped the essence of the situation, his voice icy as he inquired, "He cast you out?" "No, Dylan, you mustn't misconstrue," Danny hastily clarified, but Glenn interrupted, eager to dismiss the matter for the moment. "Let us put this aside for now. We will settle accounts with that man later." Although he felt a simmering anger, the distance from the kingdom of tanks necessitated patience before he could confront that corpulent scoundrel and extract a fitting retribution. For a man who abandoned his family, Glenn felt compelled to intervene, indifferent to any accusations of meddling in others' affairs. Perhaps influenced by newfound power, Glenn's actions leaned towards his desires, unrestrained by any moral qualms. He surveyed the onlookers, addressing the afflicted. "You may all leave. What purpose remains for you here?" After a moment's hesitation, they dispersed, contemplating how to express their gratitude to Glenn, yet sensing the inappropriateness of the moment. Once they had retreated, Glenn turned to the mercenaries who remained apprehensive, stating, "My sister has endured indignities at your hands. A measure of compensation would not be unreasonable, would it, judging by the released individuals?" It appeared the mercenaries had not subjected them to severe torment. They merely appeared somewhat haggard, likely having been confined for a duration. Danny also seemed merely fatigued, suggesting their provisions had not been excessively meager, prompting Glenn to refrain from further scrutiny. He understood the situation well enough. After all, mercenaries were recognized by the kingdom. Had it not been for the chaos, they would not have succumbed to greed and thievery. Unless, of course, they were akin to the previous hunter mercenary group, emboldened by the backing of powerful nobles, engaging in lawless acts of murder and theft in the wilderness as a matter of routine. Without hesitation, Norman commanded a few subordinates, quickly retrieve the remaining funds. They soon presented him with a small chest, which they respectfully handed to Glenn. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a substantial amount of gold, silver, and copper coins. The estimated total value was approximately 15 gold coins, so he handed the small chest to Danny, saying, "Consider this your compensation, judging by your appearance. It seems you have not fared well these past days." Danny found herself perplexed by the unfamiliarity of the person before her, yet she was intrigued by how Glenn managed to command the allegiance of such ruthless mercenaries. Nevertheless, she noted that her brother seemed markedly more mature, which she deemed a positive development. She hesitated to accept the chest, wanting to refuse. But Glenn did not afford her the opportunity, Instead, he leaped onto the deer cart and gestured for her and her son to join him. He then addressed Norman, stating, "I see that you have not harmed anyone, and my sister has not suffered any injuries here, so I shall not pursue this matter further. But it is best that there be no next time." Norman dared not disobey. "Dylan, you have changed so much. Could you tell me what has transpired?" After a while of traveling on the cart, Danny could no longer suppress her curiosity. Glenn sighed inwardly, realizing he would need to fabricate a story. He had initially thought he would not encounter any acquaintances of the original owner again, yet fate had brought him to this day. The original owner was dead, slain by those two werewolves, and he had taken possession of his body. Although he had avenged the original owner, he still felt the need to show kindness to the remaining family. "I have engaged in some trade here, and it has shown modest success. I can barely be considered wealthy. By a stroke of chance, I was taken on as an apprentice by a wizard and have also become a wizard myself." Glenn quickly concocted a brief narrative in his mind, one that was mostly true, albeit with some details concealed. "You have become a wizard." Danny's attention was evidently captured by the notion of wizardry. In this world, becoming a wizard was indeed a matter of great joy for the entire family. Before their parents met with tragedy, the original owner's father had harbored hopes of guiding his child towards the path of wizardry. But either due to insufficient elemental affinity or various other circumstances, those aspirations had never materialized. The original owner, often lost in frivolities, never had the opportunity. Danny felt genuine happiness for her brother. "I cannot believe you have become a wizard. My goodness. If Mom and Dad were to know, they would be overjoyed." She beamed, tears brimming as she witnessed Glenn's joy and pride. His emotions were complex. This once harmonious family had been shattered by a tragic event. If Danny were to discover that her true brother had perished, how would she feel? "My dear sister, everything will turn for the better. Even I, who have been a source of concern for you, have managed to find my way," Glenn said, driving the cart without looking back. "There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Your life has only just begun to improve, and I do not wish to add to your burdens. Ricky and I intend to seek refuge with your elder brother, who has opened a factory." Danny gently wiped her tears with her sleeve. Glenn wished to convey that caring for her and Richie would not be a burden. Yet reflecting on recent events, he realized how easily one could drag others into turmoil, and thus refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he said, "Very well, you both shall rest here for a while. I will take care of you, as it is evident from your appearances that you have endured considerable hardship." This time, Danny did not refuse. "Mom, I'm hungry," Richie softly called from Danny's embrace. Upon hearing this, Glenn pointed out, "There's food in the cloth bag in the carriage." Watching the deer-drawn cart disappear into the distance until it was but a mere speck, Norman felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. "Captain, we've exhausted our funds. What shall we do?" A bold mercenary inquired, concerned about the advancing demons. "We must hasten our journey." They had originally come from the main city to hunt magical beasts, but upon hearing news of the demon invasion, they had panicked and returned to set up camp here, not anticipating the recent calamity. Norman, upon hearing this, felt his previously uplifted spirits plummet once more. He glared fiercely at the mercenaries who had carelessly captured others, commanding, "Give them a thorough beating. Expel them from the mercenary group." Immediately, some complied. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, a frightened female warrior stepped forward and said, "I have some savings that might help us through this difficult time." Norman regarded her with curiosity. The female warrior sighed. "Originally, I was reluctant to accept your nomination as the leader of the mercenary group, but today's events have made me realize that I am unworthy of contesting this position." This statement startled Norman, and before he could respond, another female warrior approached, declaring, "I too agree, Norman. Among the three of us, you're the most level-headed, a fact we all recognize. We previously mistook your caution for cowardice, but that was simply our arrogance." Even the fierce lion, reluctant as he was, admitted, "I've been cowed into submission. You should take the position of leader." With such declarations laid before him, Norman felt there was no longer any reason to decline, especially since he had long aspired to be the leader. "Very well then, I shall do my utmost to enhance the Wolfhound mercenary group. While I may not reach the excellence of the former leader, Bull, I assure you we will not fall short." His declaration was met with the support of the mercenaries. The deer-drawn cart rolled into a medium-sized town named Checkham. Glenn, discerning by scent, deduced that the evacuees were likely residing there temporarily. However, he did not rush to seek out Luther and the others. Instead, he found an inn to accommodate Danny and her son. "Richie, would you allow your uncle to hold you?" Glenn asked the little boy who was nestled in Danny's embrace as they exited the inn. Richie glanced at Glenn's gentle smile and then at his mother, his expression timid. "Let your uncle hold you," Danny encouraged softly. Richie nodded hesitantly and was obediently lifted by Glenn. "Come, Uncle will take you to enjoy some delicious food." Glenn couldn't help but gently ruffle the little boy's hair. As Danny strolled through the bustling streets, she observed Glenn joyfully interacting with her son, a smile perpetually gracing her face. "If Sanguis and the others could see you now, they would surely be astonished," she remarked suddenly. Sanguis was the eldest sister of the original owner. Upon hearing Danny's words, Glenn merely turned back and smiled at her. Aside from Danny, the original owner's siblings harbored little affection for her, often expressing their disappointment in her, even when they parted ways. The letters sent to the original owner primarily consisted of admonishments, which contributed to her lack of enthusiasm in responding. Speaking of Sanguis, perhaps triggered by a reflex, a memory flashed in her mind of a woman with arched brows, lecturing herself while poking at her own frizzy hair. How troublesome, Glenn thought with a sense of resignation. He suddenly realized he was not entirely disconnected from the world. Whether to feel joy or sorrow about this sentiment was uncertain. Chapter 124. Four vampires, the trio, continued their light-hearted banter until they arrived at the entrance of an exquisitely decorated restaurant. Upon realizing they were at such an ostentatious venue, Danny instinctively felt reluctant. Was it too extravagant to dine here? In the days when her parents were still alive, they would have entered such places without a second thought. But now, fully aware of life's hardships, she was loath to squander money. "After all, it's the mercenaries' money. Consider it their treat," Glenn remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Richie displayed a look of eager anticipation. Danny's heart softened, and she refrained from further objections, following Glenn into the restaurant. The establishment boasted a medieval aesthetic, bustling with patrons. As it was situated in a densely populated area, after a prolonged search, Glenn finally located an available table, seating Richie before instructing Danny to sit while he placed their order. The waitstaff did not present menus to the guests. They were solely responsible for delivering meals. Guests were required to order from a designated area, a procedure that the original owner's memories recalled with ease. Once a series of appetizing Western dishes arrived at their table, the three began to enjoy their meal in harmonious delight. Glenn showcased his conversational prowess, transforming this familial reunion into something far less monotonous. Richie gradually warmed up to his uncle, charmed by Glenn's humor and enthusiasm. Just as they were relishing their meal, the server unexpectedly delivered 2 bottles of wine, stating, "A lady has ordered these for you." Both Glenn and Danny exchanged puzzled glances. Glenn scrutinized the bottles and inquired of the server, "Which lady?" The server instinctively glanced in a particular direction, and Glenn followed suit. It did not take long for him to discern the identity of the benefactor. A stylishly dressed, elegantly refined young woman sat at a nearby table, gazing back at him. "Murphy?" Glenn whispered, softly articulating her name. It was the vampire who had crossed paths with Glenn in Dude Town, and he was taken aback to see his counterpart here. In the distance, Murphy raised her glass toward him, smiling as if to greet him. There were others at her table besides her. First, a handsome man seated directly across from Murphy turned his face, casting a fleeting glance at Glenn. Then, 2 equally exquisite women leaned in to observe. Danny also turned to take a look, then inquired Glenn, "Who are they?" "Friends I met not long ago," Glenn replied with a smile, gently rising from his seat. "I'll go and say hello." Danny nodded, believing it to be the proper course of action. Approaching Murphy's table, the vampire lady revealed a smile. "You fled here. Haven to you? Have you encountered those demons?" Glenn did not respond to her question. Instead, resting his hand on the back of a chair, he remarked, "You certainly are bold to appear together in a place like this, unafraid of being captured and turned into magical materials." "We have our own means," Murphy retorted, but then her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, have you removed the curse?" "What curse?" The handsome man seated opposite Murphy asked, his tone laced with confusion. He was displeased by Glenn's proximity. How audacious for a mere human. "I haven't removed it. I've simply concealed it using a bit of technique," Glenn succinctly explained. This response gave the handsome man a sense of being overlooked, yet before he could express his anger, Murphy addressed him, "The werewolf curse. When I first encountered him, I realized he was a werewolf." "What? The handsome man and the two women's pupils turned crimson, their sharp fangs barely concealed. Be cautious, Murphy quickly warned them. Their eyes and fangs retracted, and they reverted to their original appearance. A werewolf dares to approach us? Do you think we wouldn't dare to kill you? The man coldly glared at Glenn, tilting his head slightly. However, Glenn showed no inclination to engage with him. Murphy continued her earlier line of questioning. How come I was unaware that werewolves possess such abilities? That is merely a reflection of your limited experience, Glenn shrugged. Murphy seethed, finding this werewolf insufferable. We are equally unaware of such techniques. The female vampire seated beside Murphy interjected, seemingly defending her friend. Then you all are simply lacking in knowledge, Glenn retorted without hesitation. Murphy, may I eliminate him? The previously vexed female vampire suggested to Murphy. Ignoring her companion's dissatisfaction, Murphy took a deep breath and asked Glenn, do you even realize who you are speaking to, Mr. Werewolf? A mere quartet of level 4 vampires, are they not? Glenn replied nonchalantly. You know? Murphy and her 3 companions exclaimed in shock. How did you discern that? I guessed, but it seems I guessed correctly. Glenn's smile was sly and cunning. Indeed, it was a deduction based on his understanding of this world and an analysis of Murphy and his companions' arrogance, leading to a remarkably high accuracy. What? The 4 were initially taken aback, followed by a profound sense of embarrassment at having their intellect mocked. As esteemed high-level vampires, they had been outmaneuvered by a mere werewolf. Such news would undoubtedly incite laughter among their kind. Murphy, I don't care. I want to slay him now. Let us silence him. Today's events must remain a secret among us 4. I have endured this for far too long. Murphy inhaled deeply once more, reminding himself of the greater good, and addressed his 3 soon-to-be enraged companions. Enough. Let us not behave like werewolves. We must maintain our elegance. Meanwhile, Glenn was thoroughly amused, unable to resist the urge to toy with their pretentious demeanor. Mr. Werewolf, did you come here solely to mock us? Murphy inquired calmly, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Of course not. I was merely trying to lighten the mood, Glenn waved dismissively. Since you've gifted me 2 bottles of wine, it seems you consider me a friend. It would be rude not to greet you. Who is your friend? I merely wish to inform you of my presence. Murphy retorted with an eye roll. At that moment, the handsome vampire questioned coldly. Knowing we are 4th-tier bloodsuckers, do you still dare to approach us? Are you truly unafraid of death? Ever since recognizing the other as a werewolf, he felt an unsettling discomfort, especially with the creature so close by. Can you discern my tier among werewolves? Glenn countered. Murphy paused, contemplating, then replied. When I first encountered you, I gauge your aura to be at most tier 3. Have you truly ascended to tier 4 now? So you cannot tell, Glenn nodded. I could be a tier 3 werewolf or a tier 5. That is my leverage for conversing with you here. Chapter 125. The knights endeavor upon hearing Glenn's words. The vampires displayed the expected looks of confusion. We do not understand your meaning. You should clarify, Murphy said impatiently. Glenn chuckled lightly. Consider me a tier 5 werewolf. He merely needed to convey to the 4 vampires present that his presence warranted respect, thereby circumventing unnecessary troubles. Both the vampire and werewolf communities were aware that there existed only one tier 5 werewolf, the reigning king of the werewolves, the Old Wolf. You claim to be a tier 5 werewolf. Are you jesting with us? The handsome male vampire scoffed, with the others, including Murphy, in agreement, who decrees that there can only be one tier 5 werewolf in this world. Must I announce my ascension to the entire world? Glenn regarded them as if they were fools. Nonetheless, his words left the 4 vampires speechless. Why should we believe you? Perhaps you are merely posturing. The handsome male vampire insisted defiantly. Would you care to test that? Glenn's voice dropped, laden with gravity. The male vampire suddenly appeared to be engulfed by an impending crisis, involuntarily shuddering, only to become infuriated and prepared to confront the nearby werewolf. However, Murphy was no longer inclined to prolong this trivial discussion. She raised her voice slightly, inquiring of Glenn, what exactly do you intend to do? I am merely curious about the convergence of 4 level 4 vampires. What are your intentions? Glenn, unwilling to squander further time as Danny and her son awaited, responded curtly, this does not concern you. Of course, Murphy would not reveal that. You would do well to speak. If you are conspiring to orchestrate something catastrophic, I shall not stand idly by. Although I have transformed into a werewolf, I still detest the occurrence of tragedy. If your affairs are likely to cause suffering to the innocent, it will deeply disturb me. Glenn's tone was devoid of jest. His soul, shaped by a rigorous upbringing, harbored a profound dedication to justice and a unique respect for life. He held in utmost disdain actions that exhibited a flagrant disregard for existence, though malevolent lives were exempt from this judgment. Upon hearing Glenn's words, Murphy and the four vampires were momentarily taken aback, unable to believe such sentiments could emanate from a werewolf. It was truly absurd. Weakness was inherently sinful, an inability to safeguard oneself amid calamity. Sheila, Murphy sharply interjected, silencing her companion. Turning to Glenn, she asserted, "Rest assured, our gathering will not affect any innocent beings. I swear it upon the progenitors." Glenn nodded, and then turned his gaze to the female vampire named Sheila, abruptly placing a hand upon the shoulder of the male vampire beside her. Upon feeling the pressure on his shoulder, the striking male vampire instinctively wished to lash out. Yet his pupils constricted, a cold sweat forming on his brow. Glenn's voice resonated. "So, Sheila, you were just about to say that those incapable of self-preservation amidst disaster are weak and useless? Huh. Very well. I shall remember you. Do not let our paths cross again." With that, without waiting for a response, Glenn turned and departed. As the hand on his shoulder relinquished its grip, the male vampire nearly crumpled to the ground, feeling as though he had been pulled from the depths of water. This transformation startled his companions, with a nearby female vampire hastily offering support. "What is wrong with you, Molt?" Murphy inquired, puzzled. "He possesses an artifact of at least level 6. The male vampire nearly shouted. Fortunately, the restaurant was exceedingly noisy, rendering his exclamation inaudible to the surrounding patrons. "What?" The three female vampires gasped in shock. Once they regained their composure, including Molt, they all turned their gaze toward Sheila, the vampire Glenn had just marked. She, too, appeared alarmed, stammering, "I merely intended to say that those lacking the ability to protect themselves in a disaster are at fault for causing calamity." Returning to his table, Glenn suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to ask whether they recognized by the vampire he had met at Lygila's birthday celebration. Glenn thought to himself that it was nothing of great importance and continued to address the hunger issues faced by Danny and her child. "Are they all your friends?" Danny suddenly inquired. Glenn swallowed the food in his mouth and nodded, indicating that they were, to some extent. "They certainly don't appear to be ordinary people. They are remarkably handsome. Surely, they are nobles? Are you still mingling with the aristocracy?" There was a tone of concern in Danny's voice. "I cannot say for certain. We have only met a few times. But rest assured, I have long ceased my associations with those nobles I once knew," Glenn reassured her, aware that his family harbored a strong disdain for the noble offspring that the original owner had ingratiated himself with. These individuals were lofty and replete with vices, treating the original owner as if he were a mere lackey. "That is for the best," Danny said with a smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further, knowing that her brother disliked being lectured. After they had satisfied their hunger, Glenn spent the remainder of the day guiding Danny and her child through the town streets until nightfall, primarily to purchase some toys and clothing for little Ricky. The child's laughter never ceased, frequently calling Glenn uncle. Glenn found himself quite fond of the little one, appreciating his obedient nature and lack of mischief, unlike other unruly children. As for locating Luther and the others, that would have to wait until the morrow. In stark contrast to their leisurely outing, within the grand structure resembling a castle at the heart of this medium-sized town, male and female servants moved about, while guards clad in knightly armor stood silently at designated posts. At first glance, everything appeared normal, but a closer inspection of their eyes revealed a profound emptiness, as if their souls had been stripped away. Only one woman, dressed in the uniform of a housekeeper, exhibited a demeanor of calm, strolling through the corridor while ignoring the peculiarities of those around her. She pushed open a large door, entered, and gently closed it behind her. Inside lay 5 corpses, adorned in opulent noble attire, unmistakably the former inhabitants of this place. With a subtle gesture, the housekeeper raised her hand, and the 5 bodies began to levitate slowly. Then, as a strange wind swept through, they disintegrated into ashes. Having completed this grim task, the housekeeper prepared to cast a spell to conjure 5 puppets identical to the recently departed nobles. However, a voice interrupted from behind, the first. Startled, the housekeeper instinctively sought to respond, but her awareness began to fade. The male vampire, Mort, whom Glenn had encountered at the tavern, felt his blood-red eyes gradually return to normal, disregarding the fallen housekeeper who was bleeding profusely. He addressed the flock of 3 bats that hovered behind him, stating, "This level of challenge is trivial for us. Now, let us split up and eliminate the remaining ones together." The trio of bats offered no reply, simply departing in 3 separate directions, while Mort transformed into a swarm of bats and followed suit. Once silence enveloped the area, the housekeeper's body trembled briefly before she stood upright. Chapter 126. You killed? The lady housekeeper stretched her neck and murmured, "You have arrived so swiftly." On that very night, similar scenes unfolded in residences scattered throughout the vicinity. The following day, Glenn awoke early and knocked on the door of the adjacent room, rousing Danny from her slumber. After a shared breakfast, he informed the mother and son that he had matters to attend to and departed alone in his deer-drawn carriage. In truth, even without the aid of his nose, one could easily inquire with a passerby to ascertain the whereabouts of Luther and his companions. After all, the collective exodus of such a multitude would undoubtedly attract attention. In a squalid area known as the Old Wind District, Glenn encountered the displaced individuals. It appeared that the area had been deliberately tidied up, as evidenced by various details, perhaps under orders from above. The local authorities had no choice but to make do with this space. A cacophony of unfamiliar odors assaulted Glenn's nostrils, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. The refugees were densely packed in this area. Navigating the uneven terrain and weaving through the throng of displaced persons, Glenn arrived at a sheltered spot with a low eave, where he spotted the Carter brothers partaking in a meal. "At last, I have found you," Glenn announced as he approached the 2 brothers. Upon recognizing their employer, the Carters sprang to their feet in surprise. "Sir, you are safe. We were so worried about you." "Rest assured, the demons have not invaded Dud," Glenn clarified, glancing around. "Where is Luther?" "I do not see him. Luther went out to buy breakfast. He has not yet returned," Kaken replied. "Sir, you say there's no trouble in Dud? Does that mean we can return?" "I can no longer endure this life," Carter exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, I have come to summon you back. I'm certain someone will arrive with news shortly," Glenn affirmed with a nod. "Thank heavens." The brothers rejoiced. Glenn smiled in return, finding a place to sit. "How much longer until Luther returns?" he inquired. "You should be back soon. He has been gone for a while," Carter answered, settling down beside him. "Then let us wait for him," Glenn replied, and the 3 engaged in casual conversation about the events of recent days. Glenn predominantly spoke, as the happenings on his side were of greater significance. He vividly recounted the epic clash between demons and the royal army from the perspective of an ordinary citizen. Such tales would undoubtedly captivate the interest of the common folk, providing them with stories to share with others once they ventured out. Approximately half an hour later, Luther finally arrived, his expression tinged with trepidation. "Listen, I must—" "Glenn, is that you?" Luther exclaimed, astonished to find Glenn present. "Why have you been gone for so long? What transpired?" Glenn inquired as he rose to his feet. "Indeed, we returned long ago," Kaken added. Luther appeared quite anxious and swiftly remarked, "We should leave at once. I encountered an individual outside who seems to have set his sights on me. My instincts tell me he is undoubtedly a perilous character." As he spoke, Luther discreetly signaled to Glenn. Glenn seemed to grasp that this person was likely fixated on Luther's son. "Is that the individual you were referring to?" Glenn suddenly gestured with his chin toward a tall man with a pronounced hooked nose who had just emerged in the vicinity. Luther turned to look and quickly turned back, exclaiming, "That's him. He is certainly approaching me. We must hurry." However, barely had the words left his lips when a sinister voice echoed from behind. "Discovered." How troublesome indeed. Luther turned around, nearly petrified with fear, for the man who had been trailing him had now appeared directly behind him. "You, what do you intend to do?" Luther asked, his voice trembling with terror. "I'm intrigued by the peculiar qualities you possess. I find you quite fascinating. Regrettably, I must eliminate you here, along with your companions. Truth be told, I am reluctant to do so, as getting caught by the special enforcement team would lead to complications." The man said, wearing a look of melancholy. "I too am troubled by the necessity of ending your life here," Glenn replied, mirroring the man's sorrowful demeanor. The assailant, taken aback, was about to inquire further when he suddenly realized with fright that his protective magic had been effortlessly breached. A hand covered his mouth and nose, and with a decisive twist, A sickening crack echoed as the man was instantly dispatched. Glenn cautiously surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find that no one had taken notice of the commotion. He gently laid the man down and addressed the 3 stunned onlookers. "Fetch a sack to carry him away. YUV committed murder." Carter stammered, his lips quivering. "Of course. He was a dark sorcerer. Had I not slain him, he would have killed us." Glenn shot a glare at him, retrieving a pitch-black wand from the deceased's person and gesturing for the others to observe. The sight of the malevolent wand steadied the trio's breaths. "Let us take him to the precinct and let them handle it," Carter suggested. Glenn nodded, indicating that they should allow the officers to discover the body themselves without intervening. "Why?" Luther inquired. "Because it would be quite troublesome. They would bombard you with questions." Glenn replied, gesturing toward the corpse. "How are you so adept at this?" "I simply have a clearer understanding of the situation," he said. Under Glenn's direction, the group discreetly departed, carrying a filled sack. Moments later, 2 patrolling officers stumbled upon a body, its foot conspicuously protruding from the sack. After resolving the matter, Glenn escorted Luther and the others back to the inn. Following introductions with Danny and her son, he promptly checked out and departed with his companions. The addition of 3 individuals made the carriage rather cramped, compelling Glenn to have Danny sit up front with him. In the shadow of a clock tower, for vampires reconvened. Murphy surveyed his companions and inquired, "I have resolved my issue. How about you?" They nodded in unison, affirming the same. "Isn't it a bit too smooth?" The male vampire expressed his skepticism. "Indeed, one would expect that fellow to make a move," remarked one of the female vampires. After a brief silence, Murphy proposed for now, "Let us depart. Our methods cannot remain concealed for long. We must not allow those troublesome humans to track us down." This time, they had brought along special tools capable of evading most human detection, and they had also disguised themselves, their auras entirely unlike that of vampires, including their skin tone, which did not appear excessively pale. Just as they were about to leave, a series of words materialized in the air, forming a sentence. "You shall not leave so easily." The 4 vampires narrowed their eyes in unison. "He has indeed sensed our presence," Murphy stated. "He must have alerted the special enforcers." "We should scatter," suggested the male vampire. Without further discussion, the 3 4th-level vampires swiftly dispersed. Although the enforcers present posed no significant threat to those of their caliber, they could still present considerable complications. Chapter 127. The loss of parents. Once the clock tower fell silent once more, an owl flew inside. Its anthropomorphic gaze swept across the room before it transformed fluidly into a man clad in a black uniform. He gestured, and several others rushed in, each wielding handguns, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The bullets within these firearms possessed heightened purifying properties, wielding substantial lethality against both demons and malevolent entities. "They have departed," the man who had transformed from the owl remarked flatly. The others looked bewildered. Their efforts had proven fruitless. However, the leader felt a flicker of relief, as he sensed the lingering aura in the air, unmistakably that of a high-ranking malevolent being. He himself possessed only the capability to contend with a 2nd-level malevolent entity, and the other team members were even less formidable, most merely at 1st-level strength, with a few being ordinary humans. On the bumpy carriage, Danny noticed that the 3 newly boarded passengers appeared somewhat peculiar. She sensed an air of tension among them, and their demeanor had been notably quiet throughout the journey. Her intuition was not misplaced, for the trio had just witnessed Glenn take a life, an experience that had stirred their emotions. However, they did not harbor any fear of Glenn, disregarding the man's identity as a dark magician. Anyone with malicious intent who met such an end brought it upon themselves. In lawless territories, there were countless unaccounted deaths, a reality that Luther and Carter had either heard of or encountered. Unlike their lingering shock, Glenn drove the carriage ahead, cradling little Ricky in his arms, engaging in cheerful banter. The young child, no longer as timid as before, had transformed into a whirlwind of curiosity, bombarding Glenn with a flurry of questions. What is the name of the place we are passing through? What is a great deer? How far is the sun? How far is the moon? And so forth. Glenn answered what he knew and spoke whimsically when uncertain, offering answers with a childlike innocence and boundless imagination. They occasionally paused to rest and relax before continuing their journey. At last, they arrived in Deuter town by the afternoon. The sight of the town, untouched by any signs of destruction, filled Luther and the Carter brothers with immense joy. although Glenn had reassured them and they had come to believe it. Witnessing it firsthand was still a source of delight. "I must return home to check if any thieves have invaded," exclaimed Carter, leaping eagerly from the carriage, with Carter Jean naturally following suit. "Everything in the store is nearly prepared. Remember to arrive punctually for work tomorrow morning," Glenn called out from a distance. "We understand," responded the brothers as they walked away. Luther, unable to suppress a chuckle at their antics, turned to Glenn and said, "I'm not in a hurry to return. I'll accompany you to the store." Glenn readily agreed. The knights in the town seemed to have multiplied significantly, especially the land knights clad in cumbersome heavy armor. Glenn surmised they had been dispatched to clear the battlefield and address any lingering issues. This did not greatly affect him, though he occasionally felt an unsettling sensation as if something were scanning him. He recognized this as a tactic employed by those knights. As the cart halted in front of Glenn's uniquely styled shop, Danny showered it with praise. "Is this your establishment? It's truly beautiful. I'm curious how you conceived such ideas." "Just a moment of inspiration. Let us head inside," Glenn replied, gently pulling little Ricky to push open the shop's door. Upon entering, Danny was once again awestruck. Ricky giggled and dashed about the store in delight. "Luther, I've ordered staff uniforms for you. They're in that room. Go take a look." Glenn pointed to a particular room. "Certainly, sir," Luther acknowledged, making his way towards the designated area. Glenn then addressed Danny. "Please wait here while I tidy up a bit for you." This was the space Glenn intended to arrange for the mother and son to temporarily reside. Had Danny been taken to Bayek, she would undoubtedly have urged Glenn to leave that place. Thus this location was chosen instead. During Danny's stay, he would also sleep there. "I'll manage it myself." "You seem unfamiliar with this," Danny instinctively remarked. "You're not familiar with this place." Glenn gently pressed her shoulders down, ascending the stairs himself. The shop had 2 levels. The second floor was originally intended for storing goods, but with a bit of organization, several rooms could serve as bedrooms. Danny found a spot to sit, reaching out to touch the clean table before her. The table's design, described in modern terms, embodied minimalism, pleasing to the eye. A butcher shop typically wouldn't require such embellishments, yet Glenn, in his design, had decided to incorporate a side venture selling tea and beverages. He wished to ascertain whether the patrons appreciated the beverage he had concocted. One window offered fresh cuts of meat, while on the other side, one could sit and sip drinks, creating a somewhat jarring contrast. Unbeknownst to Danny, she was enveloped in a haze of bewilderment. It was astonishing to realize that her wayward brother had established such a charming establishment, and she felt a genuine joy for him. Ricky darted around the shop, eventually leaping into Danny's embrace, gazing up at her with wide-eyed wonder. "Mom, this place is beautiful. When can we build a house like this?" "Someday. Perhaps Uncle Dylan could construct one for us," she replied, merely to placate the child. She had no desire to burden her brother. To her, Glenn's venture seemed to be in its nascent stages, and its future remained uncertain. Yet, these comments were overheard by Glenn on the second floor, and he took them to heart. Dudley, accompanied by several officers, brought 5 children before a lady knight. "My lady, these children have lost their parents, and we hope to take them to the relief center. We would be immensely grateful." The lady knight glanced at the children, whose faces bore expressions of tear-streaked sorrow and bewilderment. She nodded and instructed, "Go over there and find Knight Elena. She will take responsibility for them." She pointed in a specific direction. Dudley expressed his gratitude once more and led the children toward the indicated area. These 5 children had been rescued by Glenn, whose parents had been tragically slain by the Red Cloak while they were away from town. Henceforth, they would grow up as orphans within the confines of the St. Savior's Church's Relief Center. Dudley was uncertain whether the relief center would adequately care for these unfortunate children, but it was all he could do. Upon learning of their plight, Elena could not suppress her sorrow for the children. She knelt down and gently kissed each child's forehead before personally escorting them to a repurposed building housing refugees who had lost loved ones in this tragedy. Elena arranged a special place for the children, ensuring that they would be looked after in shifts. Chapter 128. The peculiar boy having momentarily resolved matters concerning Danny, Glenn excused himself from the shop under the guise of having other affairs to attend to. As he maneuvered the deer cart through the streets, he fortuitously encountered Sheriff Dudley. "Are you heading back?" Dudley inquired with a smile. "Yes, but I shall return," Glenn replied politely. "Are you still occupied? What are you engaged in?" Dudley sighed softly. "Several children have lost their parents. I just entrusted those children to the knight returning to the relief center." Glenn fell silent, having anticipated this outcome. For those referred to as the old gods did not appear to shy away from indiscriminate slaughter. Feeling a pang of sorrow for the children, he stated, "I wish to see them. They're just over there. You should be able to meet them." Dougley indicated toward a building guarded by knights. Glenn nodded, dismounted from the cart, and made his way on foot. Doug lightly touched his heart, his voice barely audible. "Oh, gods above, please protect those poor children." Upon arriving at the building, a knight stepped forward to intercept Glenn. After a brief explanation, the knight allowed Glenn to touch his sword, and upon seeing no reaction, granted him entry. Inside the structure were many refugees, some bereaved, others maimed, and many displaced from their homes. Initially, Glenn merely scanned the scene, but his attention was drawn to a boy huddled in a corner. The boy was caked in mud, his hair and face grimy, and his clothing was in tatters. While such appearances were not uncommon, what caught Glenn's interest was the boy's gaze. Glenn had encountered many eyes in his life and prided himself on his ability to glean insights from them. Yet, the boy's eyes seemed incongruent with his surroundings. There was an air of a seasoned player in a novice village, despite the boy's attempts to blend in as a tormented commoner. Could he be an adept, extraordinary being masquerading as a victim? Glenn pondered. As he scrutinized the boy, the latter seemed to sense his gaze and looked up. Glenn instinctively averted his eyes, feigning nonchalance. He chose not to linger and proceeded directly to the room where the children were gathered. He wished to avoid any further complications. The boy, having concealed himself among the refugees, surely intended to escape with them towards the capital. Once there, if he stirred trouble, there would be those to handle him. After exchanging a few words with the female knight tending to the children, Glenn was finally face to face with the 5 suffering youngsters. To his astonishment, as soon as he opened the door and locked eyes with them, the children rushed towards him. Regardless of whether they had been crying moments before, they were now wailing loudly. The attending knight hurriedly entered, momentarily at a loss for how to manage the scene. Glenn understood that the children remembered him well, which explained their reaction. After some time spent soothing them, Glenn and the knight managed to regain a semblance of calm. The profound loss of their parents had left these children, none older than 10, desperate for a protector, a conduit for their emotions. In that moment, Glenn was their ideal refuge. They would forever recall the figure who had transformed into a great wolf to rescue them from the belly of a monster during their darkest hour. "It's all right now," Glenn reassured them, gesturing for the knight to step outside. She nodded in understanding and quietly exited. After a brief silence, Glenn surveyed the vulnerable lives before him and gently spoke. "Listen closely, little ones, this too shall pass one day. There is nothing to fear. If you ever feel afraid, just think of me. Remember, I will always come to your aid, just as I did that day. But won't you always be with us?" A small girl sobbed in response. "I also have other children to save, and naturally, I cannot remain by your side indefinitely." Glenn told a lie. "You must remember to come when we need you," a girl interjected. "Yes, I promise," Glenn replied, gently patting her head. Anyone with a sound moral compass. Upon witnessing these forlorn and isolated children, and seeing the helplessness and confusion in their eyes, would inevitably feel a surge of compassion and desire to extend a helping hand. Glenn knew he could not personally adopt these children, for the uncertainties of the future loomed large. Yet, he would do all within his power to assist them. After expressing these sentiments, a glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of the 5 children. "How about this? I shall tell you another story," Glenn proposed. "What is a story?" the youngest child inquired, wide-eyed. Glenn smiled. "This story is titled Harry Potter." By the time Glenn exited the building where the refugees gathered, dusk was nearly upon them. He had condensed the tale of Harry Potter significantly, recounting only the initial segments, yet it still took quite a while to narrate. He hurried back to Bayek to check on his home. Everything seemed normal. Only the young maid appeared somewhat anxious due to Glenn's absence the previous day. "Tia, let's move to Dud's place for a few days," Glenn suggested in an inquisitive tone. Tia paused, instinctively asking, "Why must we stay there?" Glenn leaned closer to the young maid's ear and whispered, "My sister has arrived, and I fear I may not manage alone. I need your assistance." "Mr. Glenn's sister?" The maid expressed her astonishment, having believed Glenn to be without family or perhaps abandoned by them. "Yes, but if you do not wish to go, that is perfectly fine. I would certainly like to go," Tia quickly agreed. To the east of the kingdom of Zen lies the kingdom of Seihai, governed by high elves. Within its borders, to the west, lies a place known as the Shadow Forest. Towering trees, each reaching heights of 100 meters, obscure the sky, with various peculiar flora climbing their trunks. Each of these colossal trees has natural formations resembling houses, serving as the dwellings of the indigenous inhabitants. Here reside the forest elves, tall and graceful, with elongated ears and smooth, delicate skin. The density of elves in this vast shadow forest rivals that of human cities, their voices resonating throughout every corner. At the heart of this realm stands a grand castle, richly adorned with the essence of the forest. A potent force of nature emanates from the luminous core at the top of the castle, nurturing all living beings in its vicinity. Within the castle, a heated argument was unfolding. My child has been captured for so long. Why is the kingdom yet to take action? Are you not supposed to uphold the rights of our kind? A female forest elf, clad in a flowing white robe, vociferously questioned the three imposing male high elves on the dais. Chapter 129. Apprenticeship. Calm yourself, priest of the Tachia tribe. We understand the anguish of losing a child, yet you are well aware of the fate that befalls elves in the hands of those human nobles. Even if they survive, it will be a life of endless humiliation, returning only to become a stain upon your tribe. No, a female elf clad in white robes cried hoarsely, evidently incited by the words of the exalted elf above. Dear priest, please take care of your health. Several forest elves accompanying her approached with concern, witnessing their priest's distressed reaction. The white-robed elf clenched her teeth, forcing back tears, and implored in a tone bordering on desperation, I beseech you, assist me. I am willing to endure any cost. Silence enveloped the grand hall for a considerable time before the authoritative voice of the exalted elf resounded. We shall send emissaries to the kingdom of Zen. This is all we can offer. As for retrieving your daughter, we make no guarantees. The white-robed priestess expressed her profound gratitude and subsequently departed with her kin. Once the doors of the hall closed, one of the exalted elves on the high platform remarked, their tribe does not belong to our kingdom. Is it truly necessary to extend our aid? Standing at the center, another exalted elf replied, we are all children of the great mother goddess. We ought to be one family. Moreover, our kingdom has previously enacted decrees to protect the rights of all kin. Let it be for the sake of the mother goddess. Another exalted elf concurred. Bayek, the outer elf, wielded a wooden staff, imitating the motions with flair. Thanks to Glurin's dedicated training, she consistently gleaned much from each session. This exhilarated her, and she had even learned to indulge in leisurely practice during work hours. Practicing these techniques seemed to captivate her more than her previous training in archery. Had it not been for the multitude of events occurring recently in Glurin's overwhelming busyness, she would have seized every opportunity to engage him in sparring. She sensed there was much more to uncover within Glurin, yet he remained somewhat reserved, much to her dissatisfaction. After battling her imaginary foes for what felt like an eternity, she finally paused to rest. As she gazed at the hazy sky, thoughts of her mother, the gentle elf clad in white, who smiled lovingly at her, flooded her mind. The human had mentioned that the kingdom of Saishi would dispatch emissaries, yet there had been no sign of movement. Could it be a deception? She murmured softly to herself. In truth, Glurin had once told her that if there was no news from the kingdom of Saishi, he could, if she wished, find a way to send her back in due time. Yet she felt conflicted. Departing now, while still mastering the so-called skills, seemed deeply unsatisfactory. Furthermore, in the grand scheme of an elf's long lifespan, the time spent here was but a fleeting moment. As her thoughts tangled in disarray, a voice filled with complaint broke through. Elf woman, it's your turn to take over. Em exhausted. Gataya rose to her feet. It was now time for Lavelle to indulge in leisure. Due to the impact of the war, the opening of Glurin's butcher shop had not yielded the anticipated success. Perhaps it is due to the frequent passage of knights through the streets that pedestrians are scarce. In the past, travelers and merchants would often pass through the town, but for the foreseeable future, it is likely that they will avoid this area altogether. 3 individuals are sufficient to manage the shop, and Danny is always willing to lend a hand. Although Glenn resides here, he spends his days conversing with Danny and her child outside, while the rest of his time is devoted to the old man. His primary focus remains on the study of magic. The introductory magic book, gifted by Dolph, is nearing its final pages, signifying that he is on the brink of truly entering the realm of magic. Upon returning to Dudtown from the old man's place, Glenn was intercepted by a burly man clad in a craftsman's attire. Are you Mr. Glenn? The man inquired. I am. What can I do for you? Glenn responded, perplexed as he had no recollection of this individual. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Cliff, the most renowned carpenter in Kankila town, the man said, adjusting his attire with a sense of gravity. A carpenter? Seeking me? Could it be a request for apprenticeship? Glenn speculated inwardly, thinking perhaps this man had admired his furniture and wished to collaborate for profit. However, the man's words were quite different. You may not be aware, but the furniture you crafted has become the most fashionable item in our town. The nobility, they are paying handsomely to collect your pieces. And we ordinary carpenters have been imitating your work, earning quite a bit ourselves. Yet, for some reason, we cannot replicate the beauty of your creations. Thus we sell them at a lower price to the common merchants. Upon hearing this, Glenn understood. So, you wish to be my apprentice? Apprentice? The man was unfamiliar with the term, but quickly grasped its meaning, nodding earnestly. Yes, indeed, I wish to be your apprentice. I am willing to pay, so please. Kindly teach me, esteemed sir. I apologize, but this is a proprietary craft. I cannot share it, Glenn firmly declined. Knowing how profitable his furniture was, he would be foolish to divulge his skills and create a rival. The honest man, however, was persistent. Please do not be so hasty in your refusal. We can negotiate. He clearly did not wish to give up. Glenn feigned contemplation before suggesting, I can teach you, but you must assist me in my work. In other words, you will be my employee. The man was taken aback, then shook his head vigorously. No. I refuse to work for someone else. How much can one earn that way? I want to make my own money. Glenn remained silent, instead proposing his terms. You may keep 60% of the profits from the furniture sold. Cliff lowered his head, counting on his fingers, yet struggled to grasp the arithmetic. At that moment, Glenn's voice rang out again, room and board included. This time, Cliff was completely swayed. He gritted his teeth and replied, fine, but I'll only try it for a few days. If it does not work out, I must leave on my own. A few days? Glenn chuckled softly. All right, but do not expect me to teach you anything in the coming days. I will only provide you with finished products for sale, and you will receive merely 30%. That is acceptable, Cliff replied without hesitation, fully aware that his previous request would yield such a result. You will also need to transport them back yourself. As you can see, there are hardly any customers here. It's quite bold of you to come. Glenn gestured towards the surroundings. I arrived upon receiving word that the demon had been repelled. Cliff scratched his head and explained. Get in the car. I happen to have some stock available. Let me show you. Glenn indicated for him to enter the vehicle. Without hesitation, Cliff climbed onto the rear frame. By the way, do you have a cart? How will you transport the goods? Glenn suddenly inquired as the deer cart began to move. That is not an issue. I can hire a team of carts. Cliff assured him. Chapter 130. Parting ways upon returning to the shop. Glenn led Cliff to the upstairs room where the furniture was stored. Upon seeing the pieces that had captivated Cliff's dreams, he appeared particularly exhilarated, much like an excited child, touching and inspecting everything. This is it. My goodness. How on earth did you accomplish this? Listening to the man's fervent exclamations, Glenn simply smiled quietly, offering no response. Judging by Cliff's reaction, it seemed that the woodworking craftsmanship in this world was rather rudimentary. Otherwise, they would not be unable to replicate even the simplest structures he had created. Can all of this be moved today? Glenn inquired. Cliff made a rough estimate. Although the room appeared filled, it was not something that could be transported in a single trip. To be honest, I reckon it will require at least 2 round trips. My location is quite far from here, so it cannot all be moved today. Very well, then go hire your cart team. Glenn replied as he turned to descend the staircase. Just as he reached the first floor, Richie rushed over and hugged Glenn's leg, saying, Uncle, play with me. All right, I will come play with you shortly. Glenn gently ruffled the boy's hair and reassured him. Richie gleefully ran back to his mother's embrace. Danny chided, Do not keep your uncle from his work. Glenn merely nodded at Danny before stepping outside with Cliff. Your nephew is truly adorable, Cliff complimented sincerely. Thank you. As long as children are obedient, they are all quite charming, Glenn responded with a smile. Just as the two were about to part ways, 2 middle-aged men approached from a distance. Cliff turned, seemingly recognizing them. Charles, Hubert, what brings you both here? The men ignored him and addressed Glenn directly. You must be Mr. Glenn. Glenn nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. The 2 men then introduced themselves formally, revealing that they were also carpenters. They concluded by asking, We have heard that you possess unparalleled craftsmanship. We traveled from afar to learn from you. Might you allow us to do so? Before Glenn could respond, Cliff interjected. Do not even think about it. Mr. Glenn's skills are not to be shared with outsiders. The two men continued to disregard him. As Cliff remarked, my skills are indeed not meant for outsiders. Glenn echoed this sentiment. Sir, if you impart your skills to us, it would not only promote your craft, but also enlighten a greater audience. Surely, this is a commendable endeavor? A man named Charles gestured earnestly. Indeed, we have come with genuine intentions. Please do not let our visit be in vain. Another man, Hubert, chimed in. Their words implied that it was imperative for Glenn to teach them, yet they conspicuously omitted any mention of what they might offer in return. Enough. I will not teach. And there is no room for negotiation. Glenn firmly rejected their plea. The notion of promoting his craft held little significance for him. The two exchanged glances, as if comprehending each other's unspoken thoughts. Hubert stepped forward, saying, Mr. Glenn, we are willing to pay tuition, albeit not a substantial amount. What? Glenn exclaimed in shock, looking at them incredulously. You initially had no intention of offering tuition? The loudness of his response left Hubert somewhat flustered, his bravado waning. He quickly retorted, No, that was not my intention. Perhaps noticing his companion's lack of assertiveness, Charles stepped in, smiling at Glenn. Hubert may be at a loss for words. But we are indeed prepared to pay. We are simply willing to offer more should you agree to teach us. Glenn scrutinized the two men, assessing their character. They sought to achieve their desires while wishing to minimize their costs. How naive of them. With a derisive chuckle, Glenn stated, No need for further discussion. I will not teach you. After all our pleas, how can you be so heartless? It is merely a matter of skill. Why must you be so selfish? The two appeared quite indignant, but their protests fell on deaf ears as Glenn pushed them away. Begone. With your kind of character, I would never teach you. Glenn was quite strong, and despite their imposing physiques, the two men found themselves nearly toppled by his forceful demeanor. Cliff stood nearby, reveling in their misfortune, laughing at their predicament. Perhaps fueled by frustration for being dismissed, Hubert retaliated with a shove, cursing, You wretched scoundrel. Yet his feeble strength was no match for Glenn, who remained unperturbed, causing Hubert to stumble and fall. Passing knights chuckled at the spectacle, deeming it a trivial squabble unworthy of their intervention, unless matters escalated further. Charles hurried to assist his fallen companion. Hubert, now flushed with anger, rose to his feet, pointing a finger at Glenn, and coldly declared, I have several brothers and sisters at home. You are in for it. If you dare emerge from here, I shall summon them to deal with you. With that, the two stormed off in a huff. Glenn, however, paid their threats little heed, for such intimidation held no weight in his eyes. Cliff approached, expressing concern. Hubert is notorious as a bully in our town, and he boasts over a dozen strong brothers. You would do well to avoid venturing out lightly. Thank you for your concern, but I am aware. Glenn nodded, feeling too weary to elaborate further. After Cliff finished speaking, he went off in search of an available carriage. Danny pushed open the door and stood at the threshold, her gaze fixed on Glenn, filled with unease. The earlier quarrel had naturally drawn the attention of several individuals within the room. Glenn stepped forward and reassured her, You need not worry about me. I am a magician. Do you not remember? Those mercenaries are no match for me, especially not such individuals. Upon hearing this, Danny felt a measure of relief and reached out to adjust Glenn's attire, saying, Becoming a magician indeed brings us considerable peace of mind, as we hardly need to fret over your safety. Indeed, Glenn agreed. However, as Danny withdrew her hand, she inquired, I have always wanted to ask, why do they all call you Glenn? That is not your true name, is it? Finally, the question was posed. Glenn sighed inwardly. During their return with Luther and the Carter brothers, they had called him Glenn more than once, yet Danny had only expressed confusion without asking further. It was not surprising that she sought clarification now. When I first arrived here, it seems others misheard my name and called me incorrectly. I did not correct them, and thus it has become my name here, Glenn replied, his tone devoid of deceit. Danny did not doubt him. She merely adopted a scolding tone, saying, You are so indifferent to your own name. Such a habit is not good. Glenn simply smiled innocently, offering no response. All right, we shall prepare to leave tomorrow for Bolt. I shall not impose on you any longer, Danny suddenly announced. Bolt was their elder brother. Can we not stay a few more days? Glenn asked, perhaps out of habit from a past life. I appreciate your kindness, but my presence here is merely to see how you are faring. You are well now, so I must take my leave. Danny maintained a gentle smile throughout. Glenn pondered for a moment and asked, I recall Bolt should currently be in Inton City of the Zane Kingdom. Which route do you intend to take? I have long made plans. This place is quite close to the USO River, and Ricky and I will take a ferry to reach Bolt, Danny replied. Since I also have intentions to venture out, I might as well escort you to the USO River, Glenn declared after hearing her. His magical studies were nearing completion, and the remaining time could be spent seeking further enlightenment from Doff. The thought of sending this mother and son off alone left him with a sense of unease, prompting this decision. Moreover, there was little to worry about here. The shop was temporarily quiet, and Luther and the others could manage. The farm was in a similar state. A brief word with Tia, and perhaps entrusting the elderly neighbor or the puppet siblings to keep an eye on things would suffice. Danny was taken aback by Glenn's offer and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Will this not interfere with your affairs?" "Not at all. It will have no impact on me," Glenn replied with certainty. Seeing this, Danny could only nod in agreement. The following day, Glenn first conferred with Cliff, who had come to meet him, arranging for the latter to liaise with Luther in the upcoming days. Only then did he gather his belongings and depart with the mother and son. With everything clearly articulated, Glenn felt little concern for any unforeseen events. After all, the situation on Dud's side was exceptional, and the security was undoubtedly guaranteed. Furthermore, Glenn had heard that aside from the formidable knight named Faith, several other capable individuals had been dispatched. It would take someone quite foolish to stir trouble in Dud during this period. The journey was remarkably safe, and they arrived at the Usso River without incident. The river was expansive, its opposite bank nearly obscured from view, likely due to their proximity to the sea. The surface was dotted with enormous three-masted sailing ships, and the throngs of travelers were dressed for distant voyages, painting a picture of a bustling port. By inquiring with specific service personnel, they learned of a vessel that suited their needs. After purchasing their tickets, they simply needed to board the ship and await its departure. As they prepared to leave, Glenn cautioned Danny to conceal her valuables to prevent envy from others. Danny patiently took note of his instructions, and in that moment, it felt as though their roles had reversed. Richie, reluctant to part with Glenn, wept in Danny's arms, inconsolable no matter the attempts to soothe him. However, what was meant to come would inevitably arrive, and what was meant to leave would surely depart. As the ship began to glide away, Danny waved goodbye to Glenn from the railing. Richie, too, waved his small hand, though his words were lost in the cacophony surrounding them. Even Glenn's keen hearing could not discern anything amidst the clamor. "Safe travels," Glenn murmured softly in Chinese, lingering for a moment before turning away and melting into the crowd. Leaving the Usso River, he journeyed eastward. Unfamiliar with the route, Glenn sought guidance from a long-haul muleteer, inquiring about the general direction to the Valley of the Fallen. He proceeded forward, gathering information as he walked, thus his pace was not rapid. As night fell, after a long day's journey, Glenn found himself in the wilderness, intending to kindle a fire and rest. However, the wind shifted unexpectedly, and a foreign scent wafted into Glenn's nostrils. Was someone nearby? He glanced toward the source of the aroma. There was no path through that desolate expanse. It was pure wilderness, and thus, he presumed no one would be present. Considering the darkness that had enveloped the land, he preferred not to continue traveling. To avoid a potential ambush, he resolved to investigate. Tethering the stag to a nearby withered tree, Glenn ventured into the wild. As he approached, he discerned that there was indeed only one individual present. Climbing over a small hill, he spotted a faint glimmer of firelight ahead. It was a campfire tended by that solitary figure, who was busily engaged in some task. Glenn did not draw closer, but instead crouched behind a thicket to observe. As he observed further, an air of peculiarity enveloped him. The figure before him donned a black robe, its hood obscuring the face, while a satchel lay to the side, the contents of which were indistinguishable due to the distance. These details were intriguing enough, yet what perplexed Glenn the most was the absence of any visible means of transportation. Through his inquiries, Glenn had learned that they were quite far from any inhabited area, and it would take a considerable amount of time to traverse the distance, even by cart. Unless the individual was a formidable, extraordinary being, it would be impossible for a being of lower rank to undertake such a long journey unaided. Yet, why would a high-ranking, extraordinary being linger in such a desolate place? This enigma piqued Glenn's curiosity, while he pondered whether the figure might be scheming for some precious treasure. A sultry, captivating voice broke the silence, whispering in his ear, "Peeking is hardly the act of a gentleman." Glenn, having anticipated this revelation, was not taken aback. He slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his garments. The shadowy figure in the distance continued its work, seemingly indifferent to the earlier remark. However, Glenn was acutely aware that the words had indeed originated from that very individual. Just as he lifted his foot, the scene before him shifted dramatically. When he regained his composure, he found himself beside the campfire. A glance over his shoulder confirmed that the bushes he had used for cover remained behind him. Had he truly been crouched right in front of another, spying? Embarrassment washed over Glenn as he longed to cover his face. Magic wielders could be so vexing. Suppressing his discomfort, he mustered the courage to address the busy figure before him. Do not take offense. Encountering such a scene in this remote place would arouse anyone's suspicion. Please, have a seat. The voice, emanating from beneath the hood, seemed entirely devoid of reproach, its tone remarkably casual. Glenn rubbed his temples, found a stone to sit upon, and curiously watched the figure's diligent efforts. Before her lay an oddly shaped contraption, devoid of mechanical quality, crafted entirely from bones and the limbs of some unknown creature. With a labyrinth of interconnected tubes, the robed woman skillfully manipulated the device, though Glenn could not comprehend her actions. "What are you doing?" he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "I am preparing to gather the magic of moonlight," she replied succinctly, much to his astonishment. The magic of moonlight? Does moonlight truly possess magic? The thought that she had arrived at such a peculiar location sparked numerous questions in Glenn's mind, prompting him to resolve to wait until she had completed her task. Eventually, as the woman ceased her activities, everything appeared to be in readiness. "This should suffice. Now we await the moon's emergence," she declared, clapping her hands. Her voice sent a shiver down Glenn's spine, a sensation that was oddly pleasurable to his ears. Speaking of the moon, Glenn instinctively looked up, just in time to witness the full moon breaking through the clouds. For reasons unknown, an urge to howl surged within him. His inner wolf stirred with excitement. Chapter 132. Temptation. Glenn was naturally able to suppress this restlessness, feigning nonchalance as he lowered his gaze, focusing once more on the peculiar device. Upon closer inspection, Glenn was filled with wonder. The moonlight cascaded like a spotlight, casting a beam that illuminated the peculiar instrument before him. Delicate tendrils, akin to fluttering ribbons, entwined around it, exuding an indescribable beauty, despite the instrument's lack of aesthetic appeal. Glenn glanced once more at the woman, poised to inquire something, yet she silenced him with a shushing gesture. As the light penetrated her hood, he glimpsed lips as fiery red as embers, igniting a fervent desire within. The sight of those lips, shushing him, was enough to quicken any man's heartbeat. They were undeniably alluring. Glenn swallowed the question that lingered on his lips, perhaps understanding her choice of attire. He dared not imagine the malevolence that lay beneath her tattered black robe. Redirecting his focus to the instrument, he awaited in silence. Under the moon's glow, the device emitted a rhythmic, subdued flicker, a phenomenon that persisted without interruption. Glenn prided himself on his patience, yet after more than 3 hours, the end remained elusive. In his boredom, he resolved to take out a book to pass the time. An hour later, while reading by the moonlight, he noticed a sudden dimness. Looking up, he realized the spotlight illuminating the strange instrument had vanished. He turned his gaze skyward, discovering that the moon was obscured by clouds. It seemed he would have to wait for its reappearance, so he closed his book, preparing to rest his eyes for a moment. Suddenly, the woman spoke. "It's time." "What?" Glenn exclaimed, startled. "Aren't we waiting for the moon to shine again?" She crouched down, adjusting the instrument, and explained this process must not be interrupted. "A disruption signifies an end." Glenn nodded, feeling it was now appropriate to pose question. "Did you come here specifically to gather this moonlight magic?" "Sort of," she replied ambiguously. "Is this place particularly special?" "Not really." "Then why must you undertake this here?" "Because it is necessary." Glenn rubbed his temples, fatigued by the conversation. Despite her melodious voice, "You carry on with your work. I shall take my leave." Not sensing any malice from her, he decided to return to the deer cart for a brief rest before continuing his journey the next day. However, he had scarcely taken a few steps when an overwhelming desire, emanating from the depths of his soul, surged from behind, penetrating every pore of his being. Glenn whirled around to see the woman in the black robe extracting a spherical stone from the instrument, cradling it in her hand, which radiated a soft moonlight. That intense yearning was born from the stone itself. Every fiber of Glenn's being urged him to seize it at any cost. The woman turned her head, swaying the stone, and teasingly inquired, "Do you desire it?" Oh, how desperately he craved it. Glenn's mind screamed, yet his lips uttered, "I do not want it." With that, he turned to depart, instinctively aware of the stone's strangeness. Rationality urged him to steer clear, even as his soul and body rebelled against such wisdom. The woman remained rooted in place, resembling a stone sculpture, her expression beneath the hood one of profound astonishment. She could scarcely believe that she too could err in judgment. The stone in her hand was supposed to possess an irresistible allure for werewolves, even if the individual was a unique type of werewolf. It should have proven unable to resist such temptation. It was inconceivable that uttering a word of rejection would be an easy feat yet. Not only did the werewolf refuse, but he smoothly turned away and walked off into the distance. Through the palpable shift in magical energy surrounding her, she was convinced that the stone had indeed exerted its influence. This indicated that the werewolf had resisted the temptation through sheer willpower. It was utterly astonishing. She lingered in her astonishment until Glenn was on the verge of cresting the hill, at which point she stowed the stone away and cast a spell to draw Glenn back to her side. Glenn, somewhat dazed, gazed at the suddenly altered scene. He had been wholeheartedly battling his desires, which had rendered him momentarily sluggish in his reactions. He furrowed his brow and looked at the enigmatic woman before him, asking, "What is it that you wish to do?" The woman chuckled softly. "You are truly extraordinary, more fascinating than anyone I have ever encountered. Perhaps you are destined for greatness." This cryptic remark only prompted Glenn to suppress the urge to roll his eyes. Yet, the woman continued, "Do you wish to know what that stone is?" "What is it?" Glenn inquired, playing along. "It is a fragment of the moon, the sole entity capable of harnessing the magic of moonlight," she elucidated. She settled beside her satchel, retrieving a cup from within, steam wafting from it. Bringing the cup beneath her hood, she took a delicate sip before continuing. Legend has it that the creator of werewolves was enamored with the moon goddess. Thus wolves, or werewolves, possess an innate yearning for the moon. It is said that even the most tempestuous werewolf can reclaim their true self under the purifying radiance of moonlight magic. Quite an intriguing tale, wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Glenn finally comprehended the cause of his earlier uncharacteristic reaction. Simultaneously, he grew wary of the individual before him. Her ability to discern his werewolf identity suggested she was no ordinary person. It was highly probable that her presence here was not coincidental, but rather a deliberate wait for him. However, the dark hood of the woman shifted, seemingly directing her gaze towards Glenn, revealing a hint of her jawline. "Yet you, little one, have truly surprised me. To withstand such desire requires immense self-control. Perhaps you are indeed worthy of such power and opportunity." Such power and opportunity? Did she possess knowledge of something? Glenn pondered her words, maintaining an outward demeanor of attentive listening. "I believe you have surmised that I am here specifically to await you, and the moonstone was prepared exclusively for you, at no cost whatsoever." Now, the woman produced the softly glowing moonstone. "Tell me, do you desire it?" Glenn turned his head aside, his tone mirroring his earlier defiance. "I do not wish for it." He thought to himself, what a jest. Free gifts are the most precious of all. Glenn waited for a considerable time, noticing the lack of response, and he cast a sidelong glance. To his astonishment, the other party stood before him, gazing down at him with an enigmatic intensity. It seemed they were casting some form of magic, for the darkness beneath the hood obscured even Glenn's night vision, allowing him to discern only features below the nose. Yet, at that moment, such details seemed trivial, as a single drop of saliva was perilously close to landing on his face. "What do you intend to do?" Glenn hastily sidestepped, questioning her. The woman appeared to realize her predicament, wiping away the droplet that nearly fell, and remarked, "I sincerely apologize. I couldn't help myself. You are simply too alluring." "What audacious words," Glenn retorted, regarding her with a look of incredulity. Chapter 133. Beyond the burden of expectations, I meant to convey just how exceptional you are to a researcher like myself. I too am enduring torment, restraining myself from forcibly taking you away, though it seems I lack the capability. The woman hastily clarified, attempting to regain her composure. "Another one wishing to study me?" Glenn felt a wave of exasperation. The last encounter had been with a mage named Defa, and now this mysterious woman. It appeared he indeed possessed some research value. State your intentions quickly. My time is precious, he expressed with noticeable impatience. She delicately cradled the moonstone in her hands and said, I know you must desire this immensely. So there's no need for pretense. I truly can give it to you for free. Free things are often the most expensive, Glenn candidly voiced his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the mysterious woman initially failed to grasp the apparent logical fallacy, but after a moment of contemplation, she understood the underlying truth. Holding the moonstone, she chuckled softly, you make a valid point. Therefore, allow me to inform you that this is not entirely free. Let me present my conditions. Trust me, the moonstone is an invaluable treasure that you cannot afford to overlook. She emphasized the word free with particular weight. Glenn endeavored to divert his gaze from the tantalizing object she held. After a moment's reflection, he nodded, go on. The woman tucked the moonstone away, alleviating Glenn's tension. Yet her subsequent words took him by surprise. I would like to request your assistance, which should be a trivial matter for you. I hope you can protect my 2 children. Children? Glenn was perplexed. Yes, my children, whom you are acquainted with. One named Polindus and the other Aina. A trace of guilt crept into her tone. Glenn's eyes widened slightly. You are their guardian? The woman chuckled twice. It seems they have mentioned me. It must be Aina, as she is the most innocent. This was an implicit acknowledgement. Glenn still harbored many questions and inquired, you wish for me to safeguard them? Cannot you do so yourself? They appear to have been searching for you. Cannot you meet them? The situation is quite complex. I am unable to ensure my own safety, which would only endanger them. The woman's tone lacked urgency, as if she were discussing an ordinary matter. Glenn nodded. Since the other party had revealed so little, further inquiries would prove futile. He shifted the conversation. You seem to know me well. Have you been observing me for a long time? Not exactly observation, the woman replied, her fingers gently caressing her chin in an elegant manner. I inferred your circumstances from the memories of my 2 children, combined with the news of the 7th-level werewolves that emerged from that area. Glenn sighed, realizing that this was merely a deduction rather than genuine observation. He continued, so, does that mean you can access the memories of the Aina siblings at any time? I can only see images and hear their words. I cannot delve into their thoughts. Moreover, I must be close enough to achieve this. Then you have been a Bayek? Yes, but I could not enter. I could only remain outside. After Glenn's inquiry, he fell into contemplation. He began to understand the situation. Someone or some force was undoubtedly pursuing or hunting this woman and the Aina siblings, possessing formidable strength. He recalled Aina mentioning their presence in the town for over a century. The nature of their grievances remained a mystery. However, remembering how the puppet lady had disregarded her brother's objections to aid him, unafraid of offending other townsfolk, Glenn felt indebted to her. Even without today's events, he would have lent a hand had Aina found herself in peril. In truth, he had received that piece of moonstone without charge. Resolving these thoughts, Glenn nodded at the woman. Very well, I agree to assist you. However, you'd best not plot against me, for I bear grudges. The woman chuckled lightly, saying, I lack such capabilities. If you transform into a 7th-level werewolf, you will discern the depth of my strength, which poses no threat to you. Glenn refrained from transforming, as he had already mastered the wolf venom and heightened his senses, allowing him to vaguely gauge her power. Based on his encounters with extraordinary beings thus far, she likely possessed a strength between levels 6 and 7. However, it was uncertain whether she was a mage. The energy within her was peculiar, neither magic nor fighting spirit. I trust in Aina's character, so I will not transform, Glenn asserted earnestly. The woman, unsure of his belief, gazed at him for a moment before retrieving the moonstone, cradling it in her palms as she approached Glenn. The moonstone merely needs to be worn. It will consume magical energy to stabilize your reason and suppress the werewolf's ferocity. Just as Glenn reached out to accept it, he hesitated upon hearing her words. Is there no manual switch? Can it not be activated when needed? He could control the werewolf's violent emotions during his transformation, rendering this stone somewhat redundant unless it could manage a form beyond level 7. Nonetheless, he was uncertain if such a scenario would ever arise, suspecting that the moonlight's magical energy would be exhausted after a few transformations. The woman fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before speaking. A werewolf's combat prowess significantly amplifies as long as it retains its rationality. When you transform, this ability will come into play. A level 7 werewolf can maintain its form for several days, which is quite a duration. A level 5 werewolf consumes very little. You need not be overly frugal. Just give me a switch, Glenn insisted, otherwise it would be better not to have it at all. The woman fell silent once more. And after what seemed like a struggle, she produced a small orb with ferocious features. She brought a moonstone close to the orb, which suddenly opened its jaws filled with sharp teeth and devoured the moonstone in one swift motion. Glenn felt an overwhelming urge to charge at the orb and tear it apart. Yet he restrained himself. This is a bibbo, the woman explained. It can serve as a storage pack. Anything consumed by it will be completely isolated from the outside world. When you do not require the moonstone, simply store it within its body. Glenn's eyes lit up. This was akin to a spatial ring, obviously a very convenient item. How do I retrieve the items? He inquired, accepting the orb. Just tickle it, the woman replied, her tone feigning calmness. Intrigued, Glenn examined the orb in his hands, unsure of where to tickle. Eventually, he gently scratched its side twice, causing the orb's features to contort. Its mouth then opened wide, expelling everything within, which turned out to be merely the moonstone. How amusing, Glenn thought, finding the experience quite entertaining. Just as he intended to speak, he realized the area was deserted. Chapter 134. Lucas, have they left? Glenn wondered, utilizing his heightened senses to scan the surroundings, confirming there was indeed no one left. They didn't even say goodbye. Are they upset? He murmured softly, stowing the orb away and turning to depart. As he walked, he contemplated whether to share the day's events with the puppet siblings. After some deliberation, he opted to keep it to himself. The mysterious woman's demeanor clearly suggested she did not wish for the siblings to be informed. It was prudent to avoid causing trouble, especially after having benefited from someone else's goodwill. The horizon was beginning to lighten, marking the passage of the night. Yet, Glenn felt the need for a brief rest, as staying up late was ultimately an unwise habit. After resting for about an hour and a half in the deer cart, he set off alone once more. His journey took him through numerous locales, where he entertained himself along the way. When he encountered someone reciting poetry, he paused to listen. If there were local festivities, he would join in the merriment, and upon stumbling across a circus, he would delight in the performances. Encounters of the mysterious variety, like his meeting with the enigmatic woman, were few and far between. However, experiences with nefarious individuals and wild beasts in desolate areas were plentiful, serving as the spice of Glenn's travels. Eventually, after inquiring with a kind passerby, he finally entered the domain of the Abyssal River Valley. Dolph had mentioned that upon entering the Abyssal River Valley, Glenn would be able to sense the presence of others. Glenn took a moment to inhale the air around him, and indeed, he detected the faint aroma of Daoov. However, more prevalent was the scent of magical beasts. Why were there so many magical creatures here? Could it be that Daoov employed them as guardians? Glenn pondered as he followed the scent. As if to confirm his suspicions, a massive, pitch-black beast resembling a rhinoceros suddenly charged out of the woods, its mouth opening in a cross-like fashion. The terrifying roar of the beast caused the deer to foam at the mouth and collapse in fear. Glenn had no time to attend to his unconscious mount and swiftly dispatched the attacking creature with a powerful strike of the wolf fist. Only then did he prepare to check on the fallen deer. However, as he approached, the deer's previously rolled-back eyes returned to normal, and it stood up as if nothing had happened. This left Glenn utterly bewildered. "Brother, have you become sentient?" He could not help but exclaim. Yet, the deer merely turned its head aloofly to one side, leaving Glenn uncertain whether it was embarrassed or simply unwilling to engage. With a chuckle, he patted the deer's belly in a gesture of reassurance and resumed his seat as he prepared to continue on his journey. Suddenly, a youthful voice emerged from above. "You actually killed Dembrolo. You are truly formidable." Glenn looked up to discover a small figure with dragonfly-like wings peeking out from behind the leaves, holding a tiny stick and gazing at him with wide-eyed wonder. "Were you?" Glenn instinctively inquired. The little one hesitated, then cautiously replied from behind the foliage, "I am Siri." "Hello, Siri. I am Glenn. It is a pleasure to meet you." Glenn courteously introduced himself. "I'm also very pleased to meet you," the small creature exclaimed with excitement. "I must go now to find my teacher. Farewell." Glenn, though curious about the creature's identity, found little inclination to linger for conversation and bid farewell. The little one waved and said goodbye. As Glenn traversed the decline ahead, the dense vegetation dissipated, revealing the breathtaking vista of the fallen Demon Valley. The Grand Canyon, waterfalls cascading from great heights, vast plains and forests, the calls of birds, and the low growls of magical beasts all converged in a symphony that stirred Glenn's desire to run wildly. Among these elements, what captivated him most was the rich aura of magical energy, perhaps the very reason Daoov chose to dwell in this place. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Glenn adjusted himself comfortably and whistled cheerfully as he proceeded. Throughout his journey, he encountered his share of oblivious magical beasts attempting to interrupt his experience. The deer, having learned its lesson, no longer feigned death as it had the first time, now exhibiting a commendable calmness. Ahead, a tall and peculiar structure emerged atop the mountain. It was likely the abode of Daoov. Shortly after spotting the house, as if anticipating Glenn's arrival, a bird with blue tail feathers alighted on a nearby branch and transformed into a girl of approximately 13 or 14 years. "Are you the new apprentice of the teacher, Glenn?" inquired the young girl with innocent eyes. "Is she also a student of the teacher?" Glenn paused for a moment before responding, "Yes, that is indeed me." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in the girl's eyes, yet she deliberately assumed a demeanor of elder authority and proclaimed, "My classmates call me Little Leaf. I have noticed you for quite some time, so I specifically came to fetch you. Am I impressive? Wow, how impressive." Glenn played along enthusiastically. The girl, with her nose nearly pointing to the heavens, placed her hands on her hips and declared, "You will be as remarkable as I am in the future." She then transformed into a bird once more, flapping her wings as she took to the skies. "Now, follow me. You cannot ascend alone." "All right," Glenn replied, guiding the deer cart in her wake. The once clear landscape suddenly became shrouded in mist. The further they ventured, the denser the fog grew, until visibility was reduced to less than an arm's length. Only the figure of the bird, transformed from Little Leaf, remained unaffected by the haze, appearing strikingly vivid. Beside the deer cart, occasional rustling sounds emerged, with moving vines sporadically appearing within the limited field of vision. Glenn surmised that the entire area ahead was shifting, likely a maze designed to protect the residents of Daofu. The voice of the flying bird echoed back. "If you were to enter alone, you would only find yourself wandering back out, never able to enter the magical house. It must be someone from within who leads you inside." That may not necessarily be the case, Glenn thought dismissively. He believed that with heightened perception, such a measure would pose no challenge to him. As the mist dissipated, Glenn once again beheld the peculiar, massive house. Beneath it stood several apprentices, roughly the same size as Little Leaf, curiously observing. At the forefront stood a male apprentice who appeared to be of similar age to Glenn. Little Leaf transformed back into her human form and introduced him to Glenn, saying, "These are our classmates." "Hello, my name is Glenn," he greeted politely. The apprentice, who resembled Glenn in age, stepped forward, dressed in a dark purple robe of magic, and removed his pointed hat in a gesture of respect. "I am Lucas, the fourth apprentice of the teacher, and here I am considered the leader. If you have any needs regarding daily life, you may approach me." "That is truly wonderful. I am still merely a novice apprentice, and indeed have many questions to ask," Glenn replied, appearing quite pleased. Lucas smiled and remarked, "Becoming an apprentice of Master Dao Fu surely leads to great accomplishments." He then turned slightly, saying, "Let me introduce you to our classmates." Chapter 135. Arranging the room. Dao Fu has 12 apprentices here, 3 of whom have already graduated and are currently unaccounted for. Lucas patiently introduced each one, and aside from himself, the others seemed to be quite youthful, their faces still bearing the innocence of childhood. Glenn greeted these classmates with the tone one would use with children. Most of the classmates exhibited lively personalities, although a few, perhaps of more introverted dispositions, merely nodded in acknowledgement to Glenn. After the introduction, Glenn proactively inquired, "Where's Professor Dayaloff?" "He is currently occupied in his research lab, but he should be aware of your arrival and will likely join us shortly." "Allow me to escort you to your designated accommodations," Lucas replied, preparing to lead the way. However, the young girl, Xiao Yezi, interjected, "Let me take him." "Lucas, you can step aside." She pulled Lucas away and turned to Glenn with a cheerful smile. "Allow me to guide you. I chose your residence." Glenn glanced at Lucas, who merely expressed a resigned look. Thus, he smiled at the young girl and said, "It will be my pleasure." Her laughter grew more joyful as she took Glenn's hand and dashed towards a magical house. Although her legs were short, she ran swiftly, and Glenn found the experience amusing as he bent slightly to keep pace with her. Upon entering the magical house, Glenn was astounded by the wonders within. An array of bizarre and fantastical items dazzled the eyes. Xiao Yezi seemed to navigate the space with ease, while Glenn felt as though the scenery before him was swirling until they arrived at an arched door. Above the door, a series of magical runes were inscribed, which he could not comprehend. Xiao Yezi wiped the area where the lock should be, and a handle-like object emerged. Grasping the handle with her small hand, she gave it a gentle twist. The door creaked open with a soft sound. Xiao Yezi bounded through the door first, turning to Glenn with outstretched arms. "Tada! What do you think? I meticulously arranged this for you. Isn't it beautiful?" Glenn's eyes widened gradually, captivated by the unique decor. The interior was so eccentric that he would never have guessed it was intended for habitation had he not been informed beforehand. The floor was covered in deep green foliage. A large stone block adorned with strange patterns rested to one side. A serpentine figure seemed to coil around the window, and metallic chandeliers hung from the ceiling like drooping willows. In addition, there were numerous peculiar pieces of furniture that left Glenn hesitant to step inside. Noticing Glenn's reluctance to enter, Xiao Yezi frowned and asked, "Why aren't you coming in?" After a moment of contemplation, Glenn cautiously stepped into the room. "Where's my bed?" he inquired tentatively. Xiao Yezi pointed toward the oddstone. "That one is yours. How can one possibly sleep on that?" Glenn was utterly perplexed by her logic and was unwilling to concede. "Why not?" Xiao Yezi retorted, her displeasure evident, and promptly lay down on it. To his astonishment, the seemingly solid stone softened upon contact with the girl's body, even bouncing slightly. "It feels quite comfortable," she exclaimed. After a brief silence, Glenn sighed and replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I believe I shall arrange my own accommodations." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yezi sprang up, tears welling in her eyes. "I put so much effort into helping you. How can you say that?" Glenn, fabricating an excuse, replied, "I have a sensitive constitution. If I come into contact with such things, I might fall ill. Do you wish to harm me?" Xiao Yezi was taken aback, hearing about such a thing for the first time, and expressed her disbelief, saying, "How come I've never heard of anyone with a constitution like yours?" "Such individuals are rather rare," Glenn replied earnestly. Pouting, Xiao Yezi countered, "All my classmates' dormitories are like this. Were you not residing in a house before, but rather outdoors?" Glenn was baffled by the question, pondering to himself, "Wizards are indeed different. Their abodes are so unique." However, he believed that only certain wizards lived in such a manner, and one could not generalize. "This is the residence of you wizards. I, of course, previously inhabited the dwellings of ordinary folk. Surely, you have seen what a common person's home looks like." Glenn regarded Xiao Yezi with the eyes of someone who had witnessed little of the world. Sensing the provocation, Xiao Yezi puffed up her modest chest and retorted, "Of course I know. I was merely testing you. If you wish to decorate it yourself, then go ahead." With that, she stormed off in a huff. In truth, Xiao Yezi had no idea what an ordinary person's dwelling looked like, as she had been here since she could remember. It seemed the entire world consisted solely of this small space. Occasionally, her teacher attempted to take her out to see the outside world, but she was always reluctant, though she could not quite articulate why. Though Xiao Yezi had departed, the other students remained at the door, curious about how Glenn would arrange his room. Yet, Glenn remained still, contemplating where to find normal furniture. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for Alf to appear and see if he could provide a solution. Consequently, Glenn stepped outside the room and found a place to sit. "Why don't you decorate your room?" a little boy clad in apprentice robes inquired. Glenn did not respond, but instead asked, "How often does the teacher come down?" The boy, appearing quite earnest, replied, "I don't know. The teacher comes down whenever he feels like it." Glenn was at a loss for words and subsequently engaged in a casual conversation with the surrounding young classmates. These little ones seemed quite intrigued by the outside world, listening intently to Glenn as he shared many commonplace matters. Through their chatter, Glenn learned that these apprentices were orphans taken in by Alf. Their magical talents varied, with one even lacking any discernible gift. If it weren't for some means employed by Alf, that individual would not have been able to learn magic at all. Glenn mused, "It appears I am the only apprentice taken in by Teacher Alf who is not an orphan." In truth, Xiao Yezi had not wandered far. She was hidden on the steps above Glenn, listening intently, her eyes filled with longing. Just as Glenn was about to yawn from waiting, Alf's voice finally resonated. "I sincerely apologize, Glenn. I was engaged in a very important research endeavor, which is why I have only just come down." Glenn promptly stood up and, along with the other apprentices, called out, "Teacher Alf." Daofo smiled and waved his hand, still addressing Glenn, and inquired, "Have you completed the foundational textbook I provided you? So soon? There are just a few pages left." "I came early," Glenn replied candidly. "That is indeed quite prompt. Typically, with your talent, it would take about a year to master such material. Perhaps your memory is exceptionally sharp, or that a STEAM PhD in magic truly possesses remarkable skills." Daofo mused while stroking his beard. "Both factors contribute," Glenn affirmed. Chapter 136. Cleansing Magic. Very well, Daofo nodded in agreement. Since these recent days have been relatively unhurried, it is an opportune moment to arrange your forthcoming lessons. "Master, I may not be able to remain here for long. I have business to manage at home, so I hope we can adjust the learning plan," Glenn quickly responded. To his surprise, Daofo chuckled and remarked, "Ah," while others approached the study of magic with profound reverence. "Never imposing conditions, my dear Glenn. It seems you are rather nonchalant." "Absolutely not," Glenn quickly interjected. "I have never been lax in my pursuit of magical knowledge. It is just that matters on Bayek's side are somewhat complex, and I am uneasy about leaving my friends there for too long." Daofo chuckled and patted Glenn on the shoulder. "I was merely jesting. No need to be anxious." With a sigh of relief, Glenn listened as Daofo continued. "Originally, I intended to guide you through some intricate courses before having Mike assist you, but since you have made a request, we shall adjust accordingly." He then turned to a nearby apprentice and said, "Chick, go fetch my staff." The apprentice named Chick promptly dashed out and soon returned with a staff of ancient bronze hue. Daofo accepted the staff and gently rotated its tip toward the spiraled pillar in the center of the room. A multitude of boxes varying in size floated forth and finally hovered before Glenn. These contained different low-tier spells. Mastering just one of them would qualify you as a first-level magician, Daofo explained, surprising Glenn. "Is that truly sufficient to be considered a first-level magician?" "Indeed. Do not underestimate these low-tier spells. Each one encapsulates a significant portion of the foundational knowledge you have acquired. Once you attain the status of a first-level magician, you will understand that some minor spells, which are not classified as low-tier, you will be able to conjure with ease." Daofo patiently elaborated. Glenn comprehended these words and gazed once more at the boxes before him. Each box bore ethereal golden inscriptions. Gale Magic, low tier. A high-quality, comprehensive magic that harnesses the wind element. Cleansing Magic, low tier. A high-quality, comprehensive magic that wields the power of purification. Shadow Magic, low tier. A high-quality, comprehensive magic that controls the shadow element, darkness. Transformative Magic, low tier. A comprehensive, high-quality magic that governs the principles of transformation. And so forth. There were more than 20 in total, 5 of which were marked with dark attributes. Glenn stared at these spells, momentarily uncertain of how to choose. "Now I shall delve into the arcane arts that may prove beneficial to me, for I lack not in power," mused Glenn. Suddenly, he recalled the incident when mercenaries employed by hunters had sought him out. After he rescued the elf, he had tidied up the aftermath so thoroughly that the pursuers should have been unable to trace him. However, the fact that they had indeed found him indicated that some means had been employed. The old man had mentioned previously that the reason he had not been located by the kingdom's sorcerers was due to interference from a demon. This suggested that the sorcerers possessed methods of tracking or divination. Thus, it would be prudent for me to master the corresponding counter-tracking techniques. Having contemplated this, Glenn inquired of Daofo, "Is there any magic here that can erase traces and prevent being located by sorcerers through divination or tracking?" Daofo pondered for a moment before grasping Glenn's intent. "You seek magic of interference, do you not?" Glenn nodded affirmatively. "You should indeed acquire such magic. Considering the occurrences at Bayek, it is wise to be prepared." Daofo gestured towards one of the boxes, saying, "Choose this one. The erasure spell contained within has the capacity to eliminate all traces, effective on both surface and magical levels." Without hesitation, Glenn reached for the box marked with the inscription of the erasure spell. As a 5th-level mage, Daofo had his own unique insights, and his counsel was certainly worthy of consideration. The box required no special unlocking method or incantation. Merely prying it open with a hand was sufficient. Inside lay a tattered booklet, its cover made of leather, adorned with several scratches. "This is an early manuscript from a friend of mine long ago. This erasure spell is one of his creations, not to be found elsewhere. I have only perused it a few times, but it should serve as adequate guidance for you." Dao Fu's voice resonated as he elucidated the origins of the booklet. When shall we commence? Glenn asked directly. Now, replied Dao Fu with a smile. In the capital city of Bartzi, a royal griffin adorned with the royal crest soared through the vibrant feathers, landing gracefully at the opulent villa of the Pank family. Servants and knights emerged to greet them, and Count Pank himself was the first to step out from the villa. From the griffin's back dismounted a young soldier clad in resplendent red attire, standing erect like a javelin, awaiting the arrival of the Pank family with quiet poise. A royal edict. Once all were assembled, the soldier produced a feathered hand edict and proclaimed, "The delegation of the Sechi kingdom has come to our land, accusing the Pank family of unlawfully capturing an elf. If this is indeed true, Count Pank is hereby requested to return the captured elf and offer apologies and compensation to the victim." The edict succinctly outlined the matter, leaving Count Pank in a state of bewilderment, while his third son was already drenched in sweat. After reading the edict, the soldier paid no heed to the reactions of those present, mounted the griffin, and took flight. Count Pank turned to his sons, his expression darkening, and demanded, "Now, who will tell me what in the world has transpired?" His sons exchanged glances, but only the youngest, Savik, kept his head bowed, showing no reaction. The Count Pank noticed this and strode forward, seizing the collar of Savika's garment, bellowing, "Savik, explain yourself." At merely 19 years of age, Savik trembled in fear at his father's fury, stuttering as he recounted the dealings he had entrusted to the Hunter Mercenary Guild, including the mysterious disappearance of his personal guard, the Black Sword. Upon hearing this, Count Pank felt an overwhelming urge to strike down this thoughtless son. "How dare you engage in such reckless behavior so openly? Do you truly wish to bring ruin upon the family? It appears I have been far too indulgent, and now the flames of consequence will consume us all." The servants watched in trepidation as their master raged, while Pank's other sons secretly reveled in the misfortune. They understood that Savik would no longer be a contender for the family inheritance. After venting his ire, Count Pank gradually calmed down. With so many witnesses in Duda town, denial was futile. Even if the elf was not in their possession, others would assume they had hidden it away. He turned to his sons and commanded, "Follow me to my chamber." Chapter 137. Heartbeat. Count Pank realized that the current predicament left no room for denial. When the time came for the church to conduct its inquiry, it would be universally accepted that the kidnapped elf was in their custody. Yet he had no means to produce it, and thus could only confess, crafting a singular narrative that the elf had been executed, with the body disposed of in the river or elsewhere, rendering it irretrievable. He would offer whatever compensation was necessary, knowing it would be substantial. Yet at least it would not cost him his life. Furthermore, he would shift the majority of the blame onto his youngest son, hoping this would mitigate the family's punishment. In the abyssal valley, Glenn was led by Dolph to a spacious verdant expanse. In the distance, rolling hills were bathed in the azure glow of the sky, while the fresh air caressed the vibrant earth. "Now, I will guide you in experiencing nature. Many sorcerers hasten their apprentices past this step, but I deem it vital, as it will greatly benefit you." Dolph spoke softly. Glenn savored this rare beauty, reminiscent of a past life, and nodded in agreement. "Now sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and embark on your first meditation. Here, your experience will be profoundly different." Glenn complied, intending to inquire about the nature of meditation when Dolph's voice resonated once more. "Relax every pore of your being. Attune yourself to everything around you. The gentle breeze, the pulse of each plant, the calls of the creatures." The tone of Dolph's voice enveloped Glenn in an immersive, ethereal sensation. So much so that he did not notice Dolph's slightly rough hand gently resting upon his forehead. "Do you perceive it? Has the external world seeped into your mind? If so, softly articulate what you behold." As Glenn spoke, he entered a wondrous state, as if his soul had detached from his body, observing the world from an entirely novel perspective. The world transformed into something remarkably different, with myriad elements flowing around him, functioning according to an extraordinarily intricate program. However, if Glenn focused intently on a single point, he could discern the corresponding aspects of reality, whether they be plants, animals, wind, or water. He witnessed countless elements, resembling flowing water, each with its own distinct trajectory, a truly enchanting sight. Glenn's lips moved gently as he began to articulate the world he perceived. Daouf's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed it would take several attempts to succeed, yet Glenn achieved it on his first try, which struck him as rather peculiar. This was unrelated to innate talent, for entering the correct state typically required multiple attempts before the body exhibited the corresponding changes, leading to success. Yet, Glenn had succeeded on his first attempt. Either he had previously meditated at least once, or his body was exceptional. Moreover, Glenn's ability to describe his vision with such clarity resembled that of seasoned mages who often meditate, yet he was certainly not a mage before this moment. This constituted a unique situation. Nevertheless, Daoov refrained from interrupting Glenn, as meditation bore no adverse effects, instead continuing to guide him. Aside from these, can you perceive anything else? Delve deeper. Glenn did not resist, and, following the guidance, began to explore more profoundly. The surrounding elemental world seemed to fade significantly, revealing voids enveloped by elements, akin to a realm of nothingness. The sea of elements continued to diminish, and another entity manifested within the void. Glenn struggled to articulate this phenomenon. It appeared chaotic, yet upon closer examination, it resonated with a certain order. A faint, indistinct rhythm echoed, prompting Glenn to discern its nature. No, it was not a drumbeat. It resembled a heartbeat. Was it his? Yet, it seemed not to belong to a human. Furrowing his brow slightly, Glenn softly spoke again. I see something very strange, and I cannot describe it. I also hear sounds akin to heartbeats. Daoov's gaze deepened, recognizing this as anticipated. Those who enter profound meditation often experience similar phenomena, although the specifics may vary from person to person. Just as he contemplated concluding this meditation, Glenn's next utterance left him momentarily speechless. No, the heartbeat persists, and there are many of them, each with a different rhythm. It's rather eerie, almost grotesque. Daoov could not comprehend the final term Glenn uttered in Chinese. He remained lost in thought, pondering whether there were historical precedents for such experiences. Those who had engaged in deep meditation and perceived the same phenomena regarded those heartbeat sounds as the heartbeat of the earth. Although unverified, this notion had become a prevailing hypothesis. Heartbeats from above? How could that be? Could Glenn truly hear the heartbeat of the gods? Daoov found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, Glenn suddenly fell backward, pressing his hands against his eyes and letting out a muffled groan. Daoov was taken aback and hastily cast a healing spell. However, Glenn showed no signs of improvement. He stood up with blood oozing from between his fingers. Daoov intended to employ another spell, but Glenn's head had already transformed into a massive wolf's head, with glimmers of light gradually appearing in his eyes before he reverted back. What on earth just happened? What did you see? Daoov inquired with concern. Glenn, rubbing his eyes, responded in a tone of bewilderment. I merely wished to gaze upward, only to perceive someone seemingly throwing something at me, resembling a spear, and then I was jolted back by the pain in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Daoov found himself at a loss for explanation. It was indeed unprecedented to witness someone nearly injuring their eyes during meditation. His tone grew grave as he remarked, I have never encountered such a situation before. I cannot ascertain its impact on your future magical endeavors. Glenn scratched his head and glanced at the sky, suddenly harboring an idea of constructing a rocket to venture into the cosmos. However, he quickly dismissed this notion, recognizing the absurdity of such a thought. Shall we attempt it once more? Glenn suggested, eager to catch another glimpse of that shadowy figure, and if the opportunity arose, he would like nothing more than to poke that person's eyes. Yet Daoov firmly rejected the idea, stating, No, I lack the experience to handle your condition. Should any safety hazards arise, I may not be able to manage them. It is best not to take such a risk. After much contemplation, Glenn reluctantly acquiesced, despite his overwhelming curiosity, prioritizing caution in the face of the unknown. So, should I cease my meditations entirely? He inquired once more. Daoov, his brow furrowed since earlier, replied, It would be wise not to proceed until we gain clarity. Glenn fell silent and sat down, lost in thought. I believe I must journey to the royal capital and search the royal library for any relevant records. Although it may consume some time, it is essential, Daoov suddenly declared. A delay of a day or two should pose no significant impact, and Glenn had no reason to disagree. Chapter 138. Assignments. I shall assign you some tasks shortly. To ensure you remain engaged during my absence over the next few days, Daoov said gently. Glenn nodded once more, suddenly recalling the mysterious woman he encountered along the way. He had intended to mention it to Daoov earlier, but had forgotten. it was better late than never. By the way, I encountered an unusual individual on my journey, and I believe it is important to inform you. Glenn stood up. An unusual individual? Dolph displayed a look of curiosity. Glenn succinctly recounted the details of the encounter. Upon finishing, Dolph uttered a name. It must be Ivisha. Do you know her? Glenn was not particularly surprised. It was hardly remarkable for a seasoned wizard like Dolph, who had lived for quite some time, to be acquainted with many notable figures. The enigmatic woman possesses extraordinary abilities surpassing the 6th level, undoubtedly making her a notable figure in certain circles. Dolph nodded, recalling that Ivisha was a renown which a century ago, who later fell afoul of an ancient sect and was pursued by 2 7th-level legendary popes. I had presumed her to be deceased. It is astonishing to learn she is still alive. Can she be trusted? Glenn was concerned about the possibility of her machinations against him. I once heard during my apprenticeship that she had allegedly massacred an entire village, though the truth of that claim remains uncertain. Dolph stroked his beard thoughtfully. However, I am familiar with moonstone, and such a substance cannot be counterfeit. Show it to me. Without further deliberation, Glenn produced a small orb with distinct features, hesitated momentarily before extracting the moonstone, suppressing a strong sense of reluctance, and handed it to Dolph. Witnessing Glenn's willingness to pass such a dangerous substance was indeed surprising to Dolph. He gently tapped the moonstone with his wand, scrutinizing it closely before returning it to Glenn, stating, "I find no issues with it." Glenn carefully placed the moonstone back into the orb and replied, "There should be no problems. If she harbors any ulterior motives, I am not particularly fearful." His confidence stemmed from a knowledge that he could relinquish part of his rationality to transform into a werewolf of 7th level or above. Yet, he instinctively sensed that such a transformation could lead to considerable chaos. Thus, he intended to use it as a last resort, for he would not wish to see innocents harmed. Dolph continued his lecture for a while longer before concluding. Upon returning to the magic house, Glenn first replaced the furniture that Dolph had procured for him into his own room, which took considerable effort. A few idle classmates stood outside, curiously observing. It was their first glimpse into the quarters of an ordinary person, and they found it quite novel. Mike descended the stairs, instructing the children to disperse before addressing Glenn, who had just emerged from his room. "I was unable to leave my post upstairs until now. Are you satisfied with your new surroundings?" "It is quite novel. I believe I will enjoy my time here," Glenn replied with a smile. "That is splendid. You will soon acclimate to this place. Feel free to inquire if you have any questions, although I may be absent much of the time. Ask Lucas. He is quite adept at providing care." After Mike concluded, she bid farewell and departed through the main door, her destination unknown. As Glenn turned to re-enter the house, he caught a glimpse of Xiaoya hastily hiding in a corner of his vision. "Xiaoya, what are you doing there?" Glenn inquired directly, realizing she had been discovered. Xiaoya ceased her concealment, approaching with an air of feigned nonchalance. "I was just looking for something and decided to check on your room." "Oh." Glenn chose not to expose her ruse and continued into his room. Xiaoya followed, observing the various ordinary yet simple furnishings within, pondering her thoughts in silence. Glenn allowed her to inspect, retrieving a prepared notebook and opening the weathered pages, aligning his notes with Dolph's teachings to formulate his own summaries. However, the quill proved rather cumbersome to use, requiring Glenn to adjust it as he wrote. There are indeed many individuals skilled in magic here, and it seems that no materials will be lacking. Perhaps tomorrow, I could enlist Lucas's assistance in crafting a fountain pen to once again refine the nib of my quill. Glenn pondered. Unbeknownst to him, Little Leaf had already departed. Glenn's quill, having become intermittent, persisted through the night. Only when a hint of drowsiness crept in did he resolve to retire for the night. Once the lights were extinguished, Glenn closed his eyes, instinctively slipping into a meditative state. Realizing this, he nearly opened his eyes again, but hesitated, sensing something was amiss. After a moment of investigation, he discovered that he was unable to enter a profound state of meditation. Could it be that I have been tampered with? Such thoughts crossed his mind, possibly stemming from the spear cast by the shadowy figure during his first meditation. On the brighter side, he thought, he would no longer have to endure the searing pain in his eyes. With that, Glenn returned to slumber. At dawn, an unusual morning bell rang outside. This sound possessed an enchantment of its own. Upon hearing it, Glenn found himself devoid of any lingering drowsiness, promptly turning over and rising from bed, entirely free of the typical signs of sleep. I must acquire such an alarm clock myself, he mused as he got up. Outside, Lucas's voice called out, Glenn, are you awake? I'll take you to wash up. Glenn opened the door, exchanged morning greetings with Lucas, and followed him to the washing area. Moments later, Glenn experienced the convenience and wonder of the magical abode. Numerous enchanted tools could instantly cleanse one's entire being. Even the teeth were tended to by living toothbrush-like creatures. Upon exiting the washroom, he felt utterly refreshed. After enjoying a lively breakfast with his fellow classmates, they prepared to embark on the tasks of the day. The teacher has already left, but before he did, he asked me to remind you to complete the assignments he assigned. Lucas remarked as he was about to attend to his own experiments, turning back to Glenn. I understand, Glenn replied with a smile. Dof's assignments comprised 3 tasks. The first 2 involved contemplating and understanding the structural principles of a specific node in magic and documenting his findings. Only the 3rd task required Glenn to set out and engage in practical work himself. He had already commenced the first 2 tasks the previous night. They posed some challenges, yet they were not insurmountable. Suddenly recalling the matter of the quill, Glenn called out to Lucas, sharing his desire to create a functional fountain pen. Lucas merely smiled upon hearing this. That is not difficult. Some wizards utilize a magical pen that writes with magic energy. But such a pen would be unsuitable for your magical capacity. After saying this, he led Glenn into his laboratory. For an apprentice of Lucas's caliber, possessing a personal laboratory was essential. Once Glenn reached Lucas's level, Dof would also arrange a similar laboratory for him. However, Glenn had already resolved to set up one in the basement of the Bayek residence, potentially sparing himself the trouble of inconveniencing Dof. Lucas placed a seemingly discarded piece of iron wire upon the experimental table, then proceeded to cast a spell, explaining, based on your description, I shall employ shaping magic to transform this wire into a pen that meets the specified requirements. Glenn contemplated suggesting that perhaps it would be prudent to draw it out before proceeding, but alas, Lucas had already begun. The wire began to flow like liquid, coalescing into a cylindrical form, tapering to fine points at both ends. Once completed, Lucas picked up his proud creation and inquired, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Chapter 139. Disturbance. Glenn accepted the metallic pen, which featured fine holes at both ends. Although it resembled a pen, it did not achieve the effect I had envisioned. Glenn lamented. It seemed that these magical apprentices possessed formidable practical skills. They acted according to their own interpretations without fully clarifying the requirements. Lucas, scratching his head, replied, I thought this was what you meant. You were too hasty. This design is somewhat complex. Allow me to illustrate it for you. And you must listen carefully to the specifications. Glenn found a scrap of paper, retrieved a quill, and began to sketch the pen's form and principles from memory, explaining the function of each component as he drew. Lucas, inherently curious and deeply committed to the pursuit of truth, felt as though he was acquiring new knowledge from Glenn's explanation of the pen. Once Glenn had finished his overview, Lucas eagerly gathered additional materials and once more cast his magic. One by one, components that resembled a pen were produced. However, Glenn encountered issues with dimensions during the assembly process. Lucas made minute adjustments throughout the assembly, and, at last, they successfully completed a finished product. Glenn promptly fetched some ink, dipped the pen's nib into it, absorbed a sufficient amount, and inscribed a few strokes on paper. There was a slight ink leak, yet it was usable. Glenn expressed his gratitude, holding the semi-finished product. Thank you for your assistance, Lucas. This will greatly facilitate my studies. Lucas gazed at the pen, lost in thought, and chuckled upon hearing Glenn's words. It is only right, but I believe that whatever we undertake, we must strive for excellence. Zaiwaizi and the others will also utilize this item, so I feel compelled to refine it further for their use. Will this interfere with your experiments? Glenn inquired. Lucas shook his head. My experiments can be paused at any time. There will be no delay. Then I wish you success, Glenn replied before taking his leave, as he still needed to complete his assignments. In the heart of Barth City, within the estate of Lord Loban, Pernice, with her skirts held aloft, hurried through the corridor, her face aglow with excitement. Ahead, she spotted Lady Anya, just returning from a recent ball, though weariness was evident upon her countenance. Upon seeing her daughter rushing towards her, Lady Anya greeted her with a smile. Mother, Pernice exclaimed as she embraced her mother. Then, releasing her, joyfully exclaimed, Mother, I just heard from the maid that the invading demons have been repelled. Can we return now? Anya was taken aback, gazing at her eagerly awaiting daughter. Yet she uttered words that would inevitably lead to disappointment. I've already heard about the ball, but alas. Our home over there has suffered grievous destruction at the hands of demons, and we cannot leave just yet. Where would we reside? Their dwelling was situated in a town directly opposite Bayek, across from Deuter, the three towns forming a straight line. Had it not been for Glenn's encounter with their carriage on his last journey home, this situation might not have arisen. The town where they resided lacked a school, prompting Pernus to attend the closer Deuter for her education. As for Bayek, a mere glance would reveal it to be a desolate wilderness, without a reminder. One would hardly suspect the existence of town there. Without the protection of Bayek, their original town had naturally succumbed to the rampant destruction wrought by demons. Upon hearing Mrs. Anya's words, Pernus' smile faded. Then we could stay at an inn, or perhaps buy a new house. I cannot bear to remain here any longer. Just a few more days, my dear. I shall procure a new residence over there. However, I have heard that they're still completing work, and many knights have gathered there. It would be quite inconvenient for us to go now, Mrs. Anya gently counseled. But I can hardly endure it any longer. That scoundrel keeps harassing me every few days. The sight of him makes me want to crumble. The golden-haired, noble girl crouched down, covering her head and sobbing. Anya's normally stern visage softened entirely as she knelt beside her, offering comfort. My dear child, I shall not allow that bothersome fly to come near you in the slightest. Has he not always been turned away by Lorben? He has not even seen you, has he? But I tremble at the sound of his voice. Even knowing he is outside makes me uneasy. The eldest son of the Punk family, Hamit, would always shout Pernus' name at the top of his lungs whenever Lorben concocted various excuses to send him away, uttering words of feigned friendliness. In this modest estate, it was easy to hear even the slightest approach. The servants, too, found the noble young master exceedingly repugnant, let alone Pernus, who loathed him deeply. Speaking of Hamit, his voice echoed from outside. I am the eldest son of the Punk family. Hamit, how dare you impede my progress? Where is Lorben? Bring him to me at once. I am here as a guest. The golden-haired noble girl let out a scream and dashed toward her room. Mrs. Anya sprang to her feet, her expression icy. Lorben was still at a friend's banquet and had not returned. It was uncertain if Hamit had deliberately chosen this moment to arrive. Outside the estate, several guards clad in knightly armor awkwardly stood in front of Hamit, attempting to block his path. Enraged, Hamit regarded these guards not as mere servants, but as obstacles to be removed. He kicked and struck without hesitation. Hamit, what do you think you're doing? A commanding woman's voice interrupted the noble youth, halting his hand mid-swing. Hamit turned to see Lady Anya, immediately donning a smile and removing his hat in a gentlemanly manner. My Lady Anya, I hope this finds you well. You have grown ever more noble and beautiful. However, Hamit, you must be aware that my daughter harbors a strong dislike for you. Why do you persist in coming here? Anya questioned with an air of authority. Hamit felt a twinge of pressure, swallowing hard. He had assumed that with only two women present in the house, he might finally encounter the girl who haunted his dreams. Yet it was proving to be more complicated than he had anticipated. My father has been preoccupied with matters in the capital, taking my younger brother with him. I have been contemplating how to earn Pernus' forgiveness, and thus I came bearing gifts. Madam, I implore you to grant me an opportunity to meet her. Hamit's face radiated sincerity, but Anya was not easily deceived. His notorious reputation was well known. Enough. Even a 3-year-old child here knows your true nature. There is no need to attempt to fool me. Moreover, my daughter is currently unavailable. She has gone to a banquet with Lorben. Upon hearing Lady Anya's words, Hamit chuckled softly. I cannot believe that, unless you allow me to enter and see for myself. Absolutely not. Anya firmly rejected. To everyone's astonishment, Hamit raised his voice, calling out, Pernus, my dear girl, please come out and see me. Anya's face flushed with anger. Chapter 140. Under surveillance in Pernus' bedroom. Hamit's voice pierced through her mind like icy needles amidst a snowstorm. She was curled up in bed, swathed in her blanket, desperately trying to shield her body from exposure, wishing to block out the voice she detested. Yet, she still heard him. In the next moment, she flung off the blanket and seized a pillow, unleashing her frustration in a chaotic outburst. Everything on her vanity was sent crashing to the floor, creating a cacophony of clattering sounds. After a vigorous onslaught, perhaps wearied, she slid down against the bed, overwhelmed by memories that tormented her to this day. In the midst of a lively ball, she, merely 7 years old, donned her favorite dress, searching for her mother. A man took notice of her and gently inquired about her troubles. "I am looking for my mother," she replied. The man promptly took her hand, offering to assist her in her search. However, he led her into a dimly lit room, and fear gripped her heart. The ensuing scene was one of extreme revulsion. The man began to disrobe, attempting to tear at her. Thankfully, her cries drew the attention of the household servants, and more individuals rushed in to rescue her. Had they arrived moments later, it would have been akin to stepping into hell for her. This was a true shadow, and that man, Homit, was a being far more terrifying than a demon. In that moment, Pernus hugged her knees, on the verge of burying her head and weeping once more. However, Yu Guang caught sight of a large wooden sculpture that had fallen to the ground. This exaggeratedly proportioned head, adorned in noble attire with hands placed defiantly on its hips and its head slightly tilted upwards, exuded an air of disdain, yet appeared irresistibly charming. Strangely, upon seeing this sculpture, Pernus' spirits lifted somewhat. At the same time, she recalled the commoner who had consistently dared to be disrespectful towards her. He seemed to embody an attitude of indifference, as if everything were within his grasp. How she wished to possess such a mindset. In the Valley of the Fallen Magic. After a morning of diligent study, Glenn finally completed the first 2 assignments. From this endeavor, he gained a deeper understanding of magic. He pondered how to manipulate his own magical energy to construct the spells he wished to cast through incantations and gestures. These were the insights he gleaned during that morning. However, theory and practice were 2 distinct matters, and he recognized the necessity of continual practice to achieve proficiency. While in his room, he had attempted a simple spell of object manipulation, managing only to levitate a book. Utilizing the wand gifted by Miko made the task considerably easier. After resting at his desk for a while, Glenn felt a pang of hunger and ventured out to inquire with Lucas about mealtime. "It's still early for the next meal, but I recall that this is the time for a second meal outside. I'll take you to the kitchen for some bread," Lucas replied, pausing his tasks and leading Glenn out of the laboratory. "Don't you all have lunch?" Glenn asked curiously as they walked. Lucas shook his head. "We typically only have 1 meal in the morning, and then eat a second around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. The professors do the same and see nothing amiss with it. Are they neglecting their meals?" These research fanatics, Glenn thought to himself, choosing not to press further. After having his fill in the kitchen, he informed Lucas of his intention to step out and complete his assignments. Lucas seemed to have anticipated this, merely nodding in response. As Glenn exited the magic house and gazed upon the expansive landscape, he contemplated the assignment given by Dao Fu. He was to rely on his own perception of magical energy to locate a plant known as withering grass that grew in the Valley of the Fallen Magic. This plant possessed a remarkably pure essence of decay, and he believed that by sensing the so-called elements of decay, he could theoretically find it. This presented a moderate challenge for Glenn, as his sensitivity to magical energy was not particularly high at present. Once he passed the protective barrier surrounding the magic house, Glenn focused intently on his search. Unbeknownst to him, a tree lurking nearby had set its sights on him. "What should we do? This fellow seems to be Dao Fu's apprentice. Should we take action?" A shrill voice inquired quietly from within the trunk. The entire tree was enveloped in a barrier, so there was no concern about even the faintest sound escaping. Yet the speaker remained cautious. "When this fellow first arrived, I harbored suspicions regarding his connection with Dao V. It now appears that he was honing his ability to perceive magical energy." Another deep sound resonated. "Should we not exercise a bit more caution? After all, we have been lying in wait for nearly a month." This time, a harsh female voice broke the silence. "This is a rare opportunity. When Dao Ov ventures out, those apprentices remain stubbornly within the magical barrier outside the house. Capturing him would be utterly impossible. We cannot afford to miss this chance. For who knows how long we shall wait for another." The shrill voice spoke impatiently. Indeed, Dao V would never suspect that we are lurking outside his home. When the time comes, he shall learn the consequences of crossing us. The 3 of them made up their minds. And then a remarkable scene unfolded. A once lush tree suddenly withdrew its roots, trailing behind Glenn like an octopus. Meanwhile, in the distance, Glenn was scratching his head, frowning in search of a target. The myriad elements in the air made locating the so-called withered element exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, none of the magical beasts dared to disturb him, likely due to the lingering aura of the magical house. Even when approaching those beasts, they instinctively kept their distance. At one moment, He seemed to sense several gazes upon him, prompting him to glance back. Everything appeared normal, save for the shrubs and trees. Perhaps it was merely birds or beasts. He dismissed the thought and continued his aimless search. Yet, that faint gaze returned once more. Glenn turned abruptly, and everything remained as it was. He regarded the forest behind him with a skeptical look, eventually turning back slowly. However, midway through his turn, he suddenly pivoted again, feigning a false movement. Still, it was merely an ordinary sight. He hissed in frustration, scratching his head as he turned back. Meanwhile, within the trunk of a certain tree, that deep voice muttered curses. Damn it! Damn it! I nearly twisted my waist. That hurt. Enough. As a level 4 dark mage, you surely know the simplest healing spells, don't you? The unpleasant female voice scolded. You weren't the one who just felt the pain. Why don't you try down there? I'm a mage, not a strong man. Quiet. He vanished. Suddenly interjected the sharp voice. The three voices fell silent, and then the sharp voice spoke again. He behind us. Turn your perspective. At that moment, Glenn was stroking his chin, contemplating the seemingly ordinary tree, lost in thought. He had recalled the 2 instances of turning back and noticed a slight shift in the position of one tree, prompting him to move closer for inspection. Chapter 141. Dao Ov's adversary Hey. Compri, has he discovered us? The unpleasant female voice asked tentatively. He should not have. He merely harbors suspicion, which does not equate to discovery, the sharp voice replied. What should we do now? Are we not to take action directly? The deep voice inquired. Let's not rush. Let us observe what he intends to do, the sharp voice calmly suggested. They spoke freely, unperturbed by the possibility of their voices carrying. Glenn circled the towering tree before him, exploring its every facet, his gaze ultimately settling upon its base. The roots appeared as though they had only recently been thrust into the earth, the surrounding soil still exuding a freshness that suggested something was amiss. Could this be a tree that moves? A smile crept across Glenn's face as an idea struck him. Under the watchful eyes of the 3 individuals within the tree, Glenn clasped the trunk with his hands in a reverse grip. Just as a high-pitched sound pierced the air, he felt a tremendous pressure emanating from the tree's midsection, leaving all 3 with a sensation of impending suffocation. Glenn's arm muscles bulged, veins protruding, as his feet sank gradually into the soil. Despite the roots' frantic efforts to delve deeper, Glenn resolutely uprooted the tree. As the roots broke free from the ground, they writhed like an octopus. Indeed, it was alive, and now I have it in my grasp. Glenn triumphantly hoisted the tree above his head. Let us get to work. The tree, no longer feigning stillness, emitted the same shrill sound, transforming from its previously rigid state into a form that resembled flesh. The branches atop the crown converged towards Glenn like the fingers of a giant. Moreover, the surrounding trees seemed similarly affected, their trunks bending and branches intertwining. Centered around Glenn, the environment closed in like a cage, attempting to suffocate him within its grasp. After a cacophony of creaks and groans, the forest fell silent, giving birth to a structure reminiscent of a bird's nest. The 3 figures clad in black robes oozed from the dense branches, standing atop the nest. A short, thin man, a pockmarked woman, and a tall, somewhat rotund fellow. To think an apprentice possesses such strength. He nearly choked me to death just now, the short man remarked, clutching his waist with a high-pitched voice. I must ensure he endures great torment before documenting his plight to present to Daofo. He will surely be astonished. Heh. The woman's voice was so grating it could evoke tears from a child. And finally, I shall turn him into a delicacy. I would relish that. The stout man opened his mouth, revealing uneven, yellowed teeth, with worms visibly wriggling among his gums. So, you're the enemies of Master Daofo. Glenn's faint buzzing emanated from beneath them. Remarkably, he can still speak. It seems we haven't restrained him tightly enough. The short man extended his right hand, palm upward, and clenched it forcefully. The nest-like structure beneath them contracted violently, with silence enveloping the scene. The short man let out a triumphant laugh. Do not die just yet, or I shall be quite vexed, for we would miss the pleasure of tormenting you. Ha ha ha. The trio erupted into laughter, but suddenly, the short man felt a tap on his back. He halted his laughter, turning in confusion. There stood Glenn, exhaling onto his fist before launching a powerful strike toward his face. The impact caused the short man to explode into a puddle of black liquid. splattering his two companions in the process. This is a unique survival tactic of the short-statured, rendering them almost immune to all forms of physical assault. Upon realizing the presence of an unattractive woman and a corpulent individual, they instantaneously transformed into a black mist and vanished, only to reappear shortly thereafter at a distance. Meanwhile, the short figure, who had been reduced to a puddle of black liquid, also dissipated into black mist, coalescing into form in the distance. "You! How dare you lay hands on me?" The diminutive figure exclaimed in furious indignation, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at Glenn. However, in the next moment, Glenn closed the distance with an almost imperceptible speed. The astonished short figure split in two to narrowly evade Glenn's second punch. Just as Glenn was about to continue his assault, he abruptly halted, realizing that the magic of the other two had already commenced its attack. A gargantuan maw, seemingly suspended in the air, opened wide, revealing rows of sharp fangs as it descended towards Glenn. Simultaneously, the ground beneath him revealed a magical array. He was left with no choice but to abandon his pursuit and evade this dual onslaught. "You can't escape," the unattractive woman cackled maliciously, unconcerned as drool dripped onto her robes. Glenn noticed that the array beneath his feet remained firmly attached to him, and before he could devise a countermeasure, 3 yellow-green spikes spiraled forth, prompting him to leap upwards in an attempt to evade. However, a trap had already been meticulously laid in the air. Countless thorny vines, adorned with backward-facing barbs, ensnared Glenn, encasing him in a spiky sphere. Surrounding him were 6 skulls of unknown creatures, which opened their jaws to unleash torrents of blazing flames, incinerating the thorny sphere into a fiery orb, as the 3 dark sorcerers believed they had dealt a grievous blow to Glenn. A wrist adorned with a metallic gleam and a paw covered in black fur tore through the fireball. Subsequently, a ferocious werewolf burst forth from the flames. "This lad is a werewolf," the unattractive woman exclaimed in surprise. Yet, the short figure remained unperturbed, dismissing the threat. "Just a werewolf. My laboratory is replete with materials derived from their limbs." However, the disdain on his face was short-lived, as the werewolf launched a sudden attack that left him aghast. He barely witnessed the werewolf swipe at them before 5 destructive blades of flame hurtled toward them with an unavoidably swift velocity. In a moment of desperation, they had no choice but to cast their most formidable protective spells. Yet, these efforts proved futile. The so-called protective magic crumbled before the 5 fiery blades as if it were mere tissue paper, shattering upon contact. The 3 dark sorcerers experienced the excruciating agony of their flesh being seared by flames, but the torment of their very souls was 100-fold worse. Following 3 ear-piercing screams, they were hurled backward. However, they were not yet dead. The power of the flame tooth seemed to correlate with Glenn's form. At that moment, he had unleashed this attack in his 3rd-level werewolf state, evidently considerably weaker than when he had utilized it at the 7th level. The 3 dark sorcerers writhed on the ground, engulfed in illusory flames, but regardless of the floor they touched, nothing ignited. This fire was intent solely on extinguishing its designated targets. Glenn approached the diminutive figure, crouching beside him and uttering, "Reveal the location of your lair and the whereabouts of your possessions, and I shall grant you a swift end, sparing you further anguish." Initially, he had intended to leave this matter to Daoov, but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary. He could simply await Daoov's return for confirmation. Such a 4th-level mage must have amassed considerable wealth, and he intended to seize the opportunity to recover it, rather than allow it to fall into the hands of others. The short man continued to wail in agony, seemingly oblivious to Glenn's words. Sighing, Glenn lamented, "Must you compel me to employ inhumane methods?" As he spoke, his fingertips morphed into claws resembling those of a wolf, gently pressing against the man's forehead. Chapter 142. The anxious Lucas A cry, far more harrowing than before, echoed through the skies. Passing beasts covered their faces, unable to bear witness to the misfortune of the 3 hapless souls. After an indeterminate amount of time, Glenn surveyed the 3 lifeless bodies before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why not simply confess sooner? Must you endure such torment? He shook his head, deciding to dig a hole and bury them on site to avoid disturbing the surroundings. However, he suddenly struck his forehead in realization. This might pollute the land. I shall leave it to the beasts to resolve. They are unlikely to suffer from it. Thus, Glenn dragged the three corpses toward a region densely populated with magical creatures. Once the matter was settled, he could resume his own tasks. The recent battle had consumed some time, yet he felt confident he could complete his mission before nightfall. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Glenn finally discovered a plant in a secluded valley that seemed to match the description he sought. It appeared entirely withered, exuding a potent and rich elemental aura, though he could not be certain if it embodied the so-called withering power. Nevertheless, Glenn had a strong inclination that it did. Upon returning to the magical abode, he promptly sought Lucas for confirmation. After examining the specimen in Glenn's hand, Lucas nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this is it, the withered grass. Excellent material for experimentation. I had thought it would take you at least 2 days to locate it. Perhaps it was merely luck, Glenn modestly replied, silently committing the sensation of withering power to memory. He tucked the withered grass into his pocket and casually added, by the way, I believe I encountered a foe of my teacher during my outing. A foe of the teacher? Lucas seemed momentarily perplexed. 3 dark mages. They appeared to be pursuing us. The moment I stepped outside, they followed, intent on capturing me, Glenn elucidated. What? Lucas's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he paced anxiously. You are but an apprentice. This should be perilous for you. Did they deliberately allow you to return? What scheme do they intend against our teacher? Glenn restrained Lucas, quickly assuring him, those 3 dark mages were not formidable. I have already dealt with them. Lucas raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Glenn. Enemies of our teacher should at the very least be 3rd-level mages. Even 3rd-level mages would not dare approach the vicinity of our teacher's magical abode. In summary, it suffices to know that I have handled the situation. Upon the teacher's return, he will elucidate further. This was all Glenn could convey in the end. Lucas gazed at Glenn for a considerable time before reluctantly nodding in agreement. He too lacked experience in managing such circumstances. Dolph had shielded these apprentices too well, depriving them of essential trials. Glenn discerned this from the other's reaction and contemplated discussing it with Dolph. Those apprentices with minimal magical aptitude might not require much attention, as they may not evolve into true sorcerers. However, individuals like Lucas and Little Leaf, who possessed a modicum of talent, must undergo sufficient external experiences for their growth. Hey, what are you doing? Little Leaf and a junior apprentice peeked in. The two in the laboratory turned to look. Glenn preemptively stated, nothing much, just discussing how to create a useful pen. Lucas remained silent, tacitly agreeing. A pen? Little Leaf pulled the junior apprentice inside. Lucas promptly showcased his recently crafted creation to the 2 children, saying, look, this is it. You will never have to worry about quills running out of ink again. I just tested it, and it works splendidly. The children, ever curious about new things, eagerly reached out, with Little Leaf exclaiming, let me see. Lucas grinned and handed over the pen. Upon receiving the pen, Little Leaf and the junior apprentice excitedly began to experiment with it. The fountain pen appeared to incorporate many of Lucas's own designs, making it exceptionally exquisite, rivaling the finest Glenn had ever seen in his previous life. After attempting a few strokes on paper, Little Leaf became utterly enamored with it. The junior apprentice, enviously glancing at Lucas, looked at him with pleading eyes. Don't worry, everyone has one, Lucas assured, retrieving another similarly elegant fountain pen to hand to the junior apprentice. She joyfully accepted it. Glenn remembered that the junior apprentice was named Jola, though her classmates affectionately refer to her as Little Mushroom, likely due to her round face and petite stature, often topped with an oversized, wide-brimmed pointed hat, making her resemble a mushroom from afar. Thank you, Lucas, Little Mushroom said in a delicate voice. This was all Glenn's idea. Otherwise, I would have thought to make it, Lucas replied, scratching his head. Little Leaf, still immersed in the delight of her new toy, paid no heed to this remark, while Little Mushroom, staring blankly, expressed her gratitude to Glenn. Thank you, Glenn. Glenn offered her a faint smile. Little Mushroom blushed, lowering her head, her entire form concealed beneath her hat. Glenn assessed her as a very shy girl. Little Leaf, Lucas suddenly called out. Little Leaf instinctively responded, snapping back to reality from her excitement over the new toy. What is it? Lucas inquired. Did you come here for something? You typically don't visit me. Little Leaf seemed to have just regained her senses. She grasped Little Mushroom's hand and said, It's Little Mushroom. She wishes to hear Glenn speak of the outside world, so she asked me to accompany her. So, it was you she was looking for. Lucas glanced at Glenn. It seemed this little girl also yearned to listen. Glenn merely shrugged in response to Lucas. The latter then inquired of the two young ladies. Have you completed your tasks for today? Indeed, we have finished everything, Little Leaf declared with utmost conviction. Little Mushroom quietly added, I have completed mine as well. Recalling that he had completed the assignments assigned by Doff several days in advance, and that telling a story would not consume much time, Glenn took the two girls outside. As they gathered together, Glenn seized the opportunity to share some tales while imparting essential knowledge of the outside world to these children who had rarely ventured beyond their confines. He wanted to ensure that, should they ever find themselves outside, they would not struggle for survival, although they had completed all their tasks ahead of schedule. The growth in their magical proficiency had not diminished in the slightest. The moment he discovered the withered grass, Glenn distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his control over magic. In the next phase, he would be able to delve into more profound studies of magic elimination, and once he mastered this art completely, he would ascend to the rank of a first-level sorcerer. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Doff had arrived in the royal capital, meeting with several old friends from the royal family. After securing permission, he entered the royal library. Doff, oh my goodness, it truly is you. You haven't visited in ages. I've missed you dearly. My old friend. As Doff stepped through the intricately protected gates, a voice filled with surprise rang out. It belonged to a grand, intricately carved dragon head made of mahogany, perched atop a towering bookshelf, its expression animated, its eyes fixed upon Doff. I have missed you too, Ambrose, though you remain as noisy as ever. Doff chuckled, gesturing toward the wooden dragon head. Do you require my assistance? I am well acquainted with most of the materials here and can help save you considerable time. Thank you, but I believe I am sufficient on my own, Doff replied. Proceeding deeper into the library. The royal library was not only adorned in an extraordinarily grand and opulent fashion, but also boasted vast spaces, with each bookshelf towering like city walls. Shadows flitted by, belonging to individuals of high status. Otherwise, they would not be permitted entry. Those who recognized Doff's identity approached with delighted expressions to greet him. Doff responded warmly, exchanging a few words before concluding the conversations. In such a grand library, there were naturally corresponding methods for retrieval. Although Doff had not visited in quite some time, he still felt familiar with the layout. He quickly located the section where the materials he sought were housed, waving his wand to extract a heap of books from the shelves, and began his search on the spot. As time passed, figures occasionally flitted by, but none dared to disturb the focused old sorcerer. Yet, after sifting through all the materials, Doff still could not find the information he sought. He transitioned to another section to retrieve relevant tomes, perusing them in situ. Thus, he cycled through numerous batches, yet still found nothing. Nevertheless, Daofu had no intention of ceasing his search. The royal library housed an inner sanctum accessible only to those of higher status, and fortuitously, he possessed such credentials. Daofu pressed onward towards the inner chamber. Before him stood an ancient, grand double door, quietly positioned at the heart of the library. This was the sole entrance to the inner sanctum, said to have been crafted by a high-ranking sorcerer during the reign of the first king of the Zen Kingdom, endowed with the most formidable protections in the realm. As Daofu approached, the door began to open slowly, a testament to the power of the threshold, which recognized his qualifications in an instant. There existed no possibility of impersonation, for the enchantments woven into the door rendered all disguises futile. Upon entering, the door closed automatically behind him. The inner space, though considerably smaller than the outer area, was filled with exceptionally valuable manuscripts. Daofu wasted no time and began his search for the information he sought, just as he had done outside. Time slipped away unnoticed. After what felt like an eternity, Daofu had yet to uncover any tomes that documented circumstances akin to Jaren's. It appeared that Jaren's predicament was an unprecedented case, and this left him in a quandary. Using his staff, he pushed aside the scattered volumes and scrolls, rising to his feet, only to be immediately struck by the discomfort in his lower back. He patted himself lightly, pondering the time. Was it already the following noon? Suddenly, a hoarse, aged voice broke the silence. Daofu turned to see a figure seated on a nearby step, a venerable man clad in a blue and yellow robe, engrossed in a book. This individual was none other than King Mycalido of the Zen Kingdom. At that moment, the king was not adorned in royal regalia, nor wearing a crown. He was simply dressed for the day, absorbed in his reading. His frame was slender, hair completely white, devoid of a beard, and his gaze was sharp, presenting the demeanor of a stern and serious elder at first glance. I notice you upon entering, wearing a countenance of distress while searching for something. It seems you may have encountered a significant issue, Dao Fu. I recall you to be an exceedingly composed individual, and it is rare for you to visit this place. The king remarked, gently closing his book and regarding Dao Fu with a meticulous tone. Indeed, I am confronted with a perplexing matter, which is why I have come here in search of answers. Dao Fu replied, straightening his posture. Have you found what you were looking for? The king inquired, his tone nonchalant. Not yet. Dao Fu shook his head. You will find it. I have faith in your capabilities. The king seemed unmoved by the nature of Dao Fu's troubles. He leaned on his knees to stand, returning the book to the shelf, and continued, have you heard about the events that transpired a few days ago? I have indeed heard of it. It is hard not to take notice. Dao Fu leaned on his staff, trailing behind the king. A 7th-level werewolf. Had it not been for Fight's own words, I would never have believed it. The werewolves are no longer the inconspicuous characters we once dismissed. The king drew forth a tome with a crimson cover, not glancing back at those behind him. Dao Fu sighed inwardly. He was certain that it was Glenn, that unusually exceptional apprentice whose existence defied all known understanding. He did not forget to respond to the king's remarks. I believe that may be an anomaly. Future werewolves should not present such singularities. That cannot be guaranteed, Dao Fu. The king replied, flipping through the pages, his tone laden with melancholy. Your Majesty, even if a second 7th-level werewolf were to emerge, our kingdom remains capable of handling it, so there is no need for excessive concern. There exist powers exceeding the 7th level in the kingdom of Zen, though they are not easily employed. The king merely nodded in acknowledgement. For a moment, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of pages turning. Dao Fu observed that the king was perusing historical records from previous centuries, which prompted speculation in his mind. From their earlier conversation, he discerned that the king was not particularly concerned with the so-called 7th-level werewolf. He was merely engaging in casual discourse. What truly preoccupied the king remained unsaid, perhaps tied to the contents of the book he was reading. Just as Dao Fu began to grasp this, the king spoke again. Dao Fu, why do you think those demons so fervently desire to invade our world? They covet the beauty of our realm, where the air is purer, resources more abundant, and magic more potent, Dao Fu articulated, echoing the consensus across the continent regarding the reasons for the demonic incursion. Yet, some demons are unable to thrive here, finding the lower realms more suitable for existence. What could be the reason for this? The king closed the book and turned to Dao Fu. After a moment of silence, Dao Fu replied, as you mentioned, Your Majesty, it is indeed the case for some. Dao Fu understood that the king implied there must be other motivations behind the demon's invasion of the upper world. Still, he preferred to adhere to his initial explanation, for there were myriad reasons. Indeed, perhaps I am overthinking it. The king chuckled suddenly. He shifted the topic. You have not visited the capital in quite some time. In a few days, it will be the birthday of one of my sons. You should attend. Dao Fu shook his head. I apologize, Your Majesty. I have recently taken on a new apprentice, and due to certain special circumstances, I must return to complete his lessons. So I shall not be able to attend a birthday celebration. That is truly regrettable. I had hoped you would provide guidance to some of my children in their magical studies, the king lamented. Chapter 144. Aftermath upon returning to his magical abode. Dao Fu had scarcely begun to express his lack of findings when Glenn divulged a profoundly alarming piece of news. Are you telling me that those 3 individuals have been lying in wait outside my magical protective array all along? Cold sweat trickled down Dao Fu's forehead. He could scarcely fathom the dire consequences had it not been Glenn who ventured out, but rather any other apprentice from the magical abode. That would have etched an indelible nightmare in his memory, for these were children he had nurtured with his own hands. Contemplating this, his gaze toward Glenn brimmed with gratitude. Indeed, they may have been increasingly unkempt and clamored to torment me with threats, yet I resorted to rather ruthless means to set them on their path, Glenn remarked. You have performed an act for which I am profoundly grateful, my child. I truly appreciate your efforts, Dao Fu stated with utmost sincerity. There is no need for such formality. It is my duty. Even were I to encounter them elsewhere, I would not spare them, especially considering the threat they pose to my classmates, Glenn replied, offering a smile to his mentor. Upon hearing this, Dao Fu smiled kindly in return, chuckling softly. You are such an endearing child. I can see why Ligela holds you in such high regard. Perhaps in the future, He hesitated. It is still too early. Some matter should not befall you. Glenn, intrigued by the other's words, pondered momentarily before speaking. I can discern that the raven couple harbors many secrets from me, yet I shall not pry. However, should the day arise when you require my assistance, I will not stand idly by. Daofu smiled and shook his head. In truth, I am not fully informed either. I once inquired of them, and Ligela merely mentioned it as a mission, one they were destined to bear. They had faltered once, narrowly escaping disaster. And now they are prepared to attempt once more, but no further information was divulged. It sounded intriguing, yet the information was scant. Should he approach the raven couple, it was likely they would remain reticent. In due time, all would be revealed, and there was no need to rush. Once Glenn resolved his thoughts, he shifted the topic. By the way, when I dealt with those 3 dark sorcerers, I did not inquire about their origins. Since they are your adversaries, you must be familiar with them, correct? Daofu displayed a hint of regret. This matter dates back over a decade. Those 3 dark sorcerers were initially in the royal capital, members of an organization known as the Dark Sorcerers Alliance. For reasons unbeknownst to me, they clashed with other members of the organization. During their fierce battle, I chanced upon them. One side managed to flee, but I relentlessly pursued those 3. You must understand the tragedies a level 4 dark sorcerer can unleash in a year. They must not be allowed to escape. However, I was unaware that they had already set up an insidious sacrificial array in a nearby village. I had to divert my attention to dismantling that array, and thus, the 3 managed to flee. I dealt them a significant blow, yet I never anticipated they would dare seek revenge upon me. In hindsight, I should have relentlessly tracked their whereabouts. Perhaps this perilous incident could have been averted. After listening, Glenn offered some comfort to the other party, noting that at least no tragedy had occurred. You have averted a disaster. There's a saying in our hometown that good deeds are rewarded. Perhaps it was your benevolence on that day that thwarted their sinister plot. Daofu smiled and replied, that saying from your homeland is indeed reassuring. However, fate is the most inscrutable of forces. Countless great sorcerers throughout history have endeavored to unravel its mysteries, yet to no avail. Seeing that the other man had improved significantly, Glenn inquired further. You mentioned earlier that they had set up a sacrificial array before you pursued them. Do you know their intentions? I doubt their original aim was to threaten you. Indeed, Daofu nodded. They initially intended to sacrifice the villagers to summon power from a demon to eliminate their adversaries. It is not uncommon for dark sorcerers to collaborate with malevolent demons. The two engage in a discussion regarding demons and dark sorcery before eventually turning to Daofu's findings from his trip to the capital. Upon learning that the other had found no useful information, Glenn was not particularly surprised. This matter was inherently elusive, and any outcome was possible. Yet, when Glenn mentioned his inability to enter deep meditation, Daofu furrowed his brow in concern. It was yet another matter of great significance, devoid of any exploratory avenues. Daofu seemed resolute in his desire to clarify these issues. After reviewing Glenn's assignments, he retreated to his study. Perhaps he believed that, having become Glenn's mentor, it was necessary to eliminate potential dangers that his apprentice might face in the future. Glenn could only offer limited counsel in this regard. He had discerned Daofu's stubbornness in certain areas during their brief time together. Though Daofu was ensnared in a quandary, he would not neglect to guide Glenn. He once remarked that Glenn was the most gifted apprentice he had ever taught, a fact beyond dispute. Unlike other sorcerers who prioritize talent and wealth, Daofu's students, apart from Glenn, were all orphans he had taken in, each with varying degrees of aptitude. Such an esteemed scholar commanded Glenn's utmost respect. For those who could befriend Ligeia were of a similar ilk. On one occasion, after providing guidance to Glenn, Daofu suddenly recalled something, prompting Glenn to speak. Master, I have observed that Lucas and the others seem not to have undergone true trials. If they venture out into the world, they will undoubtedly suffer. Daofu merely waved his hand gently. I am aware, for I do not intend to let them roam freely. Glenn was taken aback. Do you intend to support them indefinitely? Rather, I mean protect them, Daofu clarified. You should understand well, Glenn, that becoming extraordinary is not necessarily a blessing. If one cannot attain a certain height, then the outside world can be perilous. My first 3 apprentices learned this the hard way. It was only after I allowed them to venture forth that I realized how foolish my decision had been. Daofu's voice grew slightly hoarse as he concluded. Glenn, through the subtle shift in the other's tone, could infer that the fate of the three apprentices would not be favorable. Indeed, as Dao Fu continued, it became apparent that while those children had not lacked for trials, they ultimately suffered grievously. Jonathan had been captured by a dark sorcerer and turned into a puppet. Buckler had vanished without a trace, and only Kumi could be confirmed alive, albeit as a disabled, ordinary person. Fortunately, with my assistance, his situation is bearable now. Chapter 145. Princess Dodoa Glenn could sense the old sorcerer's sorrow, and it stirred his own reflections. It seemed he had taken certain assumptions for granted. Perhaps influenced by novels from his previous life, he instinctively believed that to acquire great power, one must endure arduous trials. However, the reality is that not everyone can achieve their desires. Most become indistinguishable from the masses, discarded by the harshness of reality. He was uncertain whether Dao Fu's actions were justified. Yet at this moment, Glenn found himself in support of his mentor. You may indeed be right. I perceive that these apprentices are akin to your family, your children. To see them harmed would be an excruciating ordeal. Glenn expressed his affirmation of Dao Fu's sentiments. The latter smiled, creasing his face with wrinkles. You're also a member of our great family, Glenn. Their conversation continued until noon, interspersed with guidance and discussions on various matters. Lunch was adjusted by Dao Fu to accommodate Glenn, aligning with a typical human dining schedule. During his stay in a magical abode, Glenn did not witness the anticipated environment of a conventional classroom filled with a teacher and students. Instead, it resembled a warm and harmonious family. The younger apprentices often engaged in playful brawls and disputes, with Dao Fu and Mike naturally assuming parental roles. When the children cried, Dao Fu would scold them like a stern father, while Mike would embody the nurturing mother, comforting the aggrieved child. In their absence, Lucas took on the role of the responsible older brother, managing everyone, except for Glenn, who was both more mature than Lucas and still somewhat unfamiliar to the younger apprentices. At lunchtime, two apprentices around 8 or 9 years old began to argue over a trivial matter. Dao Fu tapped his staff on the table, and silence fell over the dispute. After lunch, Dao Fu instructed Glenn to rest for a while, after which he would lead him into a special laboratory. Dao Fu explained, "You have already grasped the fundamentals sufficiently. Now I shall teach you the craft of creating simple magical artifacts and enchanting them." Glenn nodded eagerly, ready to embark on this new endeavor. First, you must understand the most basic knowledge of creating magical artifacts. Any magical material can influence ordinary objects, yet certain special materials may negate the effects of others. Attentively listening to Dao Fu's explanation, Glenn's gaze followed the sorcerer's fingers as he pointed out various materials. They remained in the laboratory until the late hours of the night. Enthralled by the subject, Glenn successfully crafted several props under Dao's guidance. A thought echoed persistently in his mind. Mastering this discipline would enable him to create products that meld modern machinery with magic. The mere contemplation of such a possibility filled him with exhilaration. Upon returning to his chamber, Glenn lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. A myriad of fantastical designs surged through his mind, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. After much restless deliberation, he resolved to maintain a better state of being the following day, recognizing the necessity of rest. Thus, he employed a meditation technique to lull himself to sleep. Dao had once remarked that prolonged meditation would naturally lead one into deep slumber, a remedy for insomnia par excellence. Once again, he experienced that sensation of his soul detaching from his corporeal form, as the elements surrounding him danced vividly in his mind's eye. As he reveled in the extraordinary sights before him, Glenn's mood gradually settled, awaiting the arrival of dreams. Faintly, he heard whispers. "Mama, Mama, you have not yet returned. Mama will be back shortly." Initially inclined to dismiss the sounds, he found them incessantly reverberating, rousing him from the brink of sleep. He remained in a meditative state, yet the voice was so faint that he could not discern its direction. Shifting his perspective, Glenn finally spotted a peculiar gray thread pulsating amidst the ocean of elements. The voice emanated from that strange gray essence. He attempted to disturb the unknown element with his current magical prowess. However, to his astonishment, his power failed to exert even the slightest influence. It was akin to a resilient steel wire, and Glenn's strength was as ineffective as a gentle breeze, utterly futile. This was perplexing. He knew he could manipulate other elements to a certain extent, Although his interventions were minimal, they were never to the point of being utterly ineffectual. His curiosity piqued. Even the joy of having just unlocked the door to a new realm was somewhat diminished. Glenn began to persistently experiment, striving to induce even the slightest change in the gray element. Yet, this endeavor proved futile. Just as he contemplated surrendering and consulting his teacher the next day, he suddenly became aware of his ethereal arm. His soul. The thought flashed through his mind. He bent down to look, discovering that his lower half trailed off into a long, wispy tail of white smoke, extending into the infinite distance. Could it truly be my soul? Glenn exclaimed in astonishment. This transformation was unexpected. He recalled that during his previous meditations, he had only experienced a singular perspective, yet now he found himself as a spirit. He hastily reassured himself, feeling his physical body still present, which comforted him with the knowledge that he could awaken at any moment. Glenn wandered around for a while before returning to the gray element. He gently extended his ethereal right hand and made contact with it, sensing that his transformation was influenced by this gray element. However, nothing remarkable occurred upon touching it. He then firmly grasped it, attempting to disrupt it with the power of his spirit. Yet, as soon as he held it, a faint voice suddenly became distinctly clear. His brief contact had not revealed this earlier. It was an exceedingly juvenile voice, even more delicate than that of an infant, reminiscent of a tiny life. Mommy will be back soon. Mommy will be back soon. Why isn't mommy back yet? Who are you? Glenn endeavored to communicate, uncertain if the entity could hear him. To his surprise, not only did it hear him, but also reacted fervently. Mommy! Mommy, where are you? Glenn felt a few dark lines form on his forehead. I am not your mother, he stiffly explained. The voice lowered once more, realizing he was not their mother. Glenn deduced that this was likely a left-behind child and attempted to engage further. You still haven't told me who you are. Who am I? The entity pondered for a moment before responding with excitement. I am Didia, Princess Didia. Mommy says I am the most beautiful princess in the world. Glenn quickly recognized that the entity's mental state was quite questionable, akin to that of a mad person. Chapter 146, The Howling Wind. Hello, Princess Didia. I'm a friend from afar. Could you tell me where you are and what you are doing? Glenn carefully chose his words, needing to extract information gradually, hoping to uncover some special secret. After a lengthy silence, just as he thought the entity had disconnected, the voice emerged again, softly. Why hasn't Mommy come back yet? Glenn covered his face, reaffirming that the entity's mental condition was severely impaired. He changed his inquiry. Princess Didia, is there anything fun to do there? Yes. The voice rose several octaves. There's so many fun things here. I'll take you to play. Where are you? I see you. Why aren't you speaking? Speak. Glenn looked around, finding nothing unusual. His body remained unchanged. Tentatively, he replied, I don't see you. Huh? Isn't that you? The voice brimmed with confusion. Glenn sensed that this so-called Princess Didia had whimsically mistaken something for herself. It seemed that meaningful communication was futile. Although he longed to ask more, it appeared to be an exercise in vain. He released his grip on the gray element. However, the next moment, an extraordinary sensation surged through his hand, startling him. His ethereal hand had turned gray, as if petrified, with fingers stiff and rigid. Overwhelmed by a profound mental disturbance, Glenn abruptly exited his meditation and sprang up from the bed. He first glanced at his hands, watching as the faint gray hue gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing entirely. Glenn let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had been somewhat careless, lacking sufficient vigilance towards the unknown, a reflection of his state of mind since his arrival in this realm. With a mindset of having gained a lifetime of fortune without any cost, he approached his endeavors with a carefree attitude. However, such an outlook was perilous. Even the most fortunate could eventually plummet into the abyss. After sitting in quiet contemplation for a while, Glenn reclined once more, closing his eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to him, the slight trace of gray energy he had brought forth had triggered extreme weather phenomena across several regions of the Kingdom of Zen, occurring almost simultaneously. Meanwhile, various churches, whether radiant or shrouded in darkness, experienced subtle tremors in their divine statues. Some observers noted this occurrence, mistaking it for a divine decree. In a remote, perpetually dark desert, a dilapidated church stood, long abandoned. Scattered throughout were the remains of the once vigilant church knights. The desert winds rustled a tattered banner, creating an eerie sound. This was a forsaken place, a true wilderness where all semblance of past prosperity lay buried. Concurrently, as extreme weather manifested across the kingdom of Zen, the decayed and crumbling statue within this church violently shook and shattered. Moments later, a hidden trapdoor in the floor gradually opened, revealing an elderly beast man with a panther's head. Carrying a lantern, its eyes glowed with an eerie white light, devoid of discernible pupils, exuding an air of mystery. The old beast man approached the shards of the statue, gently picking up a handful and kneading it. Do even the gods feel fear? It mused aloud. Glenn was roused from his slumber by the howling winds outside. At that moment, the alarm that could awaken anyone had yet to sound, and the outside world remained dim. Rising from his bed, he walked to the window and was taken aback by the scene before him. The sky over the abyssal valley appeared gray and overcast, dark clouds swirling ominously, while fierce winds filled the entire landscape. Remarkably, there was wind, but no rain. The trees outside swayed as if gripped by a colossal hand, threatening to be uprooted at any moment. It was evident how strong the winds were. Just yesterday, the sun had shone brightly in a cloudless sky. How could it have transformed so drastically overnight? Glenn pondered that the meteorological knowledge from his previous life held little relevance here. After observing for a moment, he pushed open his door and stepped outside. He noticed that the other apprentices had gathered on the balcony, seemingly observing something. Glenn joined them, and soon realized they were all watching the high-flying Daofu and Meiku as they conjured spells. Lucas, what is the teacher doing now? Glenn inquired of Lucas, who stood nearby. Lucas turned to Glenn and replied, the teacher is attempting to alter the weather. This condition is quite unfavorable for the valuable materials growing in the back mountains. Can a fifth-level mage truly influence the weather? Glenn unexpectedly turned his gaze towards the two individuals casting spells high in the air. With his extraordinary vision, he could discern every intricate detail of Dolph's movements, even the subtle shifts of his lips as he spoke. After observing for a considerable time, Glenn noticed that Dolph's brow remained furrowed, suggesting that things were not proceeding smoothly. Once again, he inquired of Lucas, is it difficult for the teacher to alter the weather? Lucas shook his head, explaining that modifying a small area should not pose much difficulty. However, given that the teacher had been casting spells for quite some time, it appeared to be an unusual circumstance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Dolph and Mike descended from the heights. Addressing the apprentices, it seems the weather cannot be altered by magic. Mike and I will now go to the back mountain to cast some protective spells. You must not venture outside. This weather is rather strange and does not bode well. Lucas, Glenn, keep a close watch on them, I cautioned. The apprentices could only respond with a hurried acknowledgement before the two departed once more. Once they left, Xiaoya voiced her dissatisfaction. Glenn just arrived. Why should he be the one to observe us? I should be taking care of him. Lucas chuckled as he ruffled her hair, saying, Glenn is older than you, so he should be the one giving instructions. But he hasn't even mastered a low-level spell yet, Xiaoya pouted. Glenn understood that this little girl wished to act as an adult, a sentiment many children share. Noticing her demeanor, Lucas adopted a more serious tone. Xiaoya, listen to your teacher. Xiaoya nodded in acquiescence. Lucas then assigned tasks to each apprentice, and the children dispersed to their respective duties. You are quite experienced. Glenn teased Lucas with a smile. The latter merely chuckled, and the two proceeded to attend to their own matters. In the back mountain, upon their arrival, the two wizards observed a diminutive figure, adorned with dragonfly wings, diligently gathering tiny plants. Siri, Dolph called out, beginning to weave protective spells against the fierce winds. Hearing his name, Siri responded, Dolph, Mike, you are finally here. My precious herbs were on the verge of being depleted. Although a barrier existed here, it was exceedingly fragile, designed with consideration for the plant's need for sunlight. A stronger barrier would obstruct the magical energy contained within the sunlight. It is indeed a miracle that such strong winds have not swept you away, Dolph jested, eliciting an admonishing glare from Mike. Chapter 147. Wine Fairy chastised by his wife, glare. Dolph regained his serious demeanor and continued casting spells. I saw your new apprentice, Dolph. He is quite remarkable. He defeated a formidable beast with a single punch, Siri remarked while tending to his herbal garden, recalling the individual named Glenn. So do you know him? Dolph inquired. He is a good boy and will make a fine friend for you, Dolph replied with a tone imbued with admiration. Mike remarked that his future potential was immeasurable, for there would always come a time when they would need one another. We introduced ourselves, and I found him quite amiable, Silly reminisced. Do come to my magical abode for a visit. The children are quite fond of you, and it would also serve to deepen your impression with Glenn, Daowu suggested. Very well, that sounds agreeable, Silly replied, sensing the goodwill in his words. Just as they finished their cordial exchange, Daowu, while raising a protective barrier, noticed something unusual in the dim sky. He cast an observation spell upon himself and immediately discerned the anomaly. It was a wind fairy. How could I have overlooked that? Damn it. Daowu's expression abruptly shifted. The wind fairies, perilous creatures that could only traverse by the wind, seized every opportunity to prey upon the frail beings of the land, including ordinary humans. The Valley of Fallen Magic was home to a multitude of these wind fairies, and no matter how many times Daowu attempted to eradicate them, new ones would invariably migrate, presenting a persistent nuisance. In such tumultuous weather, it was the prime opportunity for them to indulge in their predatory revelries. Make it equally grave, called out to Silly to seek refuge in the magical house while she and Daowu charged toward the swirling mass of wind fairies. At that moment, some wind fairies had already succeeded in capturing livestock and other creatures, including several humans. Meanwhile, in the laboratory where he had conducted enchantment experiments the previous day, Glenn was engaged in pondering various design hypotheses swirling in his mind. Although many theories were feasible, the difficulty level was apparent given Glenn's current abilities. However, he was not one to be disheartened. Surrender was not in his nature. After yet another failure, as he contemplated what his next experiment should be, he faintly heard a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a collective call from some kind of social creature, one he had never encountered before. Driven by curiosity, he approached the laboratory window, squinting through the glass to gaze upon the outside world. A creature with a long body, a head resembling that of a wasp, and multiple limbs was shrieking amidst the wind. What on earth is that? Glenn furrowed his brow. This creature appeared far from pleasant, exuding an air of ferocity. Just as he was about to turn back and resume his experiments, he suddenly noticed several of those creatures flying exceedingly low, clutching animals and even humans in their grasp. This was a situation that could not be ignored. Having sat for too long, he decided it was time to take action. Glenn promptly opened the window and leapt down, hurtling toward the wind fairies that had captured their prey. He also spotted Daowu and Mike, who had already begun their rescue efforts, but there was no time for greetings. Saving lives took precedence. Fortunately, the instinct of the wind fairies was to return their captured prey to their nest for storage, which meant that most of the victims remained alive. The first target Glenn noticed was a terrified woman, frail in stature, struggling futilely in the grip of a wind fairy. Glenn propelled himself forward with a force akin to a cannonball, aiming directly at the wind fairy. Taken aback, the creature dropped its prey with a shriek, but Glenn was swift enough to seize her in his embrace. He cradled the unfortunate lady momentarily before executing a graceful arc as they plummeted into the woods. Once they landed safely, the lady continued to scream in terror, her hands gripping Glenn's neck with a ferocity as if he were her father's murderer, intent on exacting revenge. However, Glenn had no time to offer solace, for urgency was paramount. He promptly extricated the frightened woman from his grasp and began to hew down surrounding trees, constructing a makeshift shelter into which he placed her. Having accomplished this task, he vanished into the shadows. The wind fairy, enraged by the collision, took to the skies once more, seeking retribution against the human who had dared to challenge her, determined to rend him limb from limb to quell her fury. Soon, she spotted him. He was navigating through the trees, each hand guiding a person. With a furious roar, she charged forward, but in the split second before she could bite, her vision blurred, and her body was severed into pieces. For Glenn, this was merely the effortless elimination of an insolent minion, not an impediment to his mission. The skies were becoming increasingly populated with wind fairies, and Glenn observed their relentless emergence from a distant mountain. Yet, he was unperturbed by the prospect of being overwhelmed. For Dorith had cast a powerful spell, sealing off the entirety of the Demon's Fall Valley. Glenn was tasked with the rescue operations within the valley, while Mako was responsible for those who had ventured outside to hunt. How fortunate it was to wield magic. Glenn genuinely envied such capabilities. If he could master such techniques, he would no longer fear the onslaught of demonic legions. unlike the formidable attack of his own Inferno Fangs, which despite its vast range, still had its blind spots. Dorothy's spell provided a comprehensive safeguard. Before long, Glenn had rescued all the victims, relieved that the situation had been averted in time. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed. He called out to Dorothy, who was maintaining the barrier above. "Master, all is resolved." Dorothy glanced down, nodded in acknowledgement, and then, his body crackling with electric arcs, unleashed a beam of light from his staff that connected with the barrier enveloping the entire valley. The barrier responded with a dazzling display of electric arcs, preparing to strike down all the wind fairies aloft. However, at that moment, another beam of light joined the barrier, causing the arcs to quickly diminish in intensity. Dorothy's light dissipated, and he cast a furious and perplexed gaze toward the source of the new beam. It was an elderly man with wavy long hair, clad in noble attire, wielding a staff encrusted with jewels. "Morogen, what do you intend to do?" Dorothy shouted, yet the man offered no reply. Wholly absorbed in his magical incantation, the barrier gradually transformed from its original translucent state into something seemingly tangible, intricate spiral patterns densely appearing upon its surface. In the next moment, a formidable force of attraction surged throughout the abyssal valley, drawing countless wind fairies irresistibly towards the spiraling patterns within the barrier. This alluring pull seemed exclusively directed at the wind fairies, leaving trees and magical beasts unaffected. However, Glenn, along with those who had previously encountered the wind fairies, found themselves similarly influenced by this force. While Glenn possessed the strength to resist, the ordinary individuals were swiftly drawn into the barrier, vanishing in an instant. Glenn hesitated to assist anyone, fearing that his intervention might result in the dismemberment of a person's arm due to the overwhelming force. He had concluded, through his recent studies of magic, that there was likely a safe space within the barrier where individuals would not perish upon entry. Chapter 148. Morogen, the Wind Fairies, possessing a modicum of intelligence, ceased to emerge from the mountains upon sensing the imminent danger. Those remaining were entirely consumed by the barrier. The sorcerer with flowing, wavy hair decisively retracted the barrier, revealing a magnificent 2-meter-long oil painting that vividly captured the myriad wind fairies within its frame. He erupted into a triumphant laugh, revealing a gleaming golden tooth. "Dao Fu, my apologies for not greeting you, but I am in dire need of a substantial quantity of wind fairies for my materials. Today's weather is fortuitous, prompting my immediate arrival. I trust you won't mind?" The man spoke with a smile, yet his expression bore little trace of genuine regret. As if indifferent to Dao Fu's sentiments. "Prince Morogen, I bear no concern over trivial matters. However, among those you have just captured are innocent civilians. Kindly release them," Dao Fu asserted, aware of his position as a 5th-level sorcerer, which compelled him to exhibit restraint in the presence of this individual, whose status and prowess overshadowed his own. Morogen was a 6th-level sorcerer, having risen through royal resources, yet his innate talent was not inferior to that of Dao Fu. Miko drifted from the periphery to Dao Fu's side, furrowing her brow upon encountering Morogen, casting a questioning glance at Dao Fu. The latter responded with a calming look. Upon hearing Dao Fu's words, Morogen waved dismissively. No. If I were to reopen the oil painting world, everything within would escape. It's merely some civilians. If they're gone, they're gone. Why concern yourself so? Dao Fu, you are far too merciful, ha ha ha. With that, he turned to depart. You had better release them, or I shall take your life this instant. Glenn's icy voice rang out, causing Morogen to pause. He glanced down at the audacious apprentice who dared to defy him. Dao Fu, how could you raise such an impolite apprentice? He is of no use. Shall I rid you of him? Morogen casually tossed a dark orb towards Glenn. Stop! Both Dao Fu and Miko shouted in fury, simultaneously casting a teleportation spell to divert the black orb elsewhere. Their concern was not for Glenn. Such an attack could not harm him. Rather, they feared the consequences of the confrontation between the two. Although the strike had missed its mark, Glenn had effectively sentenced the sorcerer known as Morogen to death. With a thunderous roar, a massive plume of black smoke erupted from the ground where Glenn stood, swirling violently and nearly engulfing all the surrounding flora. The overwhelming power of the curse radiated forth, sending chills down the spines of the 3 high-ranking sorcerers. A werewolf? Such a formidable werewolf? Doubtful. You are indeed the master of that 7th-level werewolf. You will face the kingdom's retribution. Morogen, aware of the recent invasion by demons and the emergence of 7th-level werewolves. Quickly deduced Glenn's identity as the higher-ups had been in discussion about it. Before Daofu could respond, Morojin hastily discarded his oil painting and, without hesitation, employed the swiftest flight spell to flee. Surviving was paramount. Everything else could be reclaimed later. Yet, Glenn would not permit his escape. A shadow surged forth, entwined with the swirling black curse smoke, rapidly closing in on the fleeing Morojin, the sound of rending air echoing in the stillness. Sensing imminent peril, the 6th-level sorcerer swiftly erected a defensive spell. Just as Glenn's hand reached out to seize him, Morojin suddenly transformed into a multitude of flies, a tactic reminiscent of that diminutive dark sorcerer's escape. However, Morojin's method was even more sophisticated. The flies dispersed at incredible speed, leaving Glenn momentarily perplexed. Yet, Glenn had a solution. He exhaled a vast cloud of cursed black smoke, which quickly enveloped a 100-meter radius. Though the flies were swift, they could not outpace the spreading darkness. As Morojin's vision succumbed to the shadows, panic gripped him. But this was only the beginning. Perhaps due to Glenn's mastery over wolf venom, he could manipulate the black smoke with precision. The potent curse contained within, typically uncontrollable, would obliterate anything it touched. Yet, Glenn was able to spare the flora amidst the smoke, directing his wrath only towards his intended foe. Morojin felt the horrific curse gnawing at his very essence. An unbearable agony. With no other choice, he revealed his human form and cast a defensive spell to shield himself. This was precisely what Glenn desired. 2 bright orbs of light materialized within the oppressive darkness, appearing directly before Morojin. No, if you dare to lay a finger on me, the high-ranking officials of the Zane Kingdom will tear you to shreds. His threats bore no weight. A steel claw effortlessly breached his advanced protective magic, seizing Morojin with a grip that suppressed the flow of his magical energy. A series of bone-crunching sounds echoed, and Morojin could only emit a pained wail. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of cursed black smoke surged into his mouth, nostrils, eyes, and ears, consuming him entirely. An unbearable agony engulfed the entire being of the 6th-level sorcerer, with the potent force of the curse even permeating his very soul. In merely an instant, Morojin's body withered like liquid, thick black ichor oozing from his mouth and nostrils, a sight most macabre. Daofu and Mike had been circling outside the black smoke, acutely aware that Glenn had turned to murder. The Prince Morojin was unlikely to escape his fate. At this moment, Daofu contemplated how best to conceal the matter. Suddenly, the ominous smoke began to dissipate, swiftly vanishing. Glenn stood before the desiccated corpse, his feet planted in the repugnant viscous substance. Daofu and Mike descended beside him in succession. Daofu murmured, "We must clean this place." Although Prince Morojin is a royal, his obsession with the study of magic often leads to prolonged absences and a refusal to disclose his whereabouts. Thus, this should remain concealed for a considerable time. Glenn turned, a hint of regret in his voice. "I apologize for involving you in this, teacher and madam. However, should any repercussions arise, you may place the blame squarely upon my shoulders. My disdain for this individual is profound. He had to be eliminated." Daofu waved his hand dismissively as your mentor. "How could I betray you? I shall resolve this matter." "No, teacher," Glenn replied earnestly. "Consider your responsibilities towards Lucas and the others. It would be entirely permissible for you to shift the blame onto me, for I possess the capability to withstand any fallout. This is not betrayal. It is merely a prudent choice. We shall discuss this matter later. For now, let us erase the traces left behind." Mike, noting the grim expression on Daofu's face, interjected to change the subject. Chapter 149. The Little Match Girl. Ultimately, Daofu remained silent as he employed magic to erase the evidence of the recent conflict. His inner turmoil, comprehensible to Glenn, who would have felt similarly distressed in his position. The bizarre weather did not linger long, dissipating by 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Daofu released all creatures from the oil painting and cast spells to banish the wind sprites, allowing the remaining innocent civilians to return to their homes. In the end, he announced his intention to erase any trace of Morojin's presence and departed shortly after noon. Before leaving, Daofu specifically encouraged Glenn to cultivate a rapport with Sheely, hoping that the two would support each other in the future. Glenn had no objections. Once Sheely departed, Glenn found himself with some leisure. with Mike stepping in to fill the role of his teacher. Though merely a 4th-level sorceress, Mike's knowledge far surpassed that of Glenn. She discerned Glenn's keen interest in the creation of magical artifacts and thus imparted a wealth of information on the subject, alongside her own insights, enlightening Glenn significantly. With her assistance, Glenn successfully crafted his first magical item independently, a transparent orb that could emit light, with colors adjustable to the rhythm of music, suitable for use at gatherings. Although it may hold little significance in reality, it nonetheless attests to Glenn's remarkable progress. Whether due to knowledge from a past life or inherent talent, Glenn successfully crafted several magical artifacts in the following days, astonishing Mike and the other apprentices. They had witnessed the various enigmatic creations he produced. While they were not particularly intricate, they were indeed impressive for someone who had been studying magic for less than a year. Glenn became engrossed in his endeavors. Although he yearned to remain in the laboratory around the clock, the younger apprentices would periodically pester him for stories. Considering that the little ones had seldom ventured outside, Glenn would carve out time to indulge them. However, the tales he recounted had shifted from mundane matters to enchanting fairy tales. As he narrated these stories, he often felt like a preacher, envisioning a future where these children, having absorbed his tales, would revere him as their master. Ultimately, Cinderella and her prince lived a life of happiness and joy. Upon concluding the tale of Cinderella, Glenn informed the eager apprentices that the story had ended and prepared to leave. However, the little ones were not ready to part ways. They had become utterly captivated by the beautiful narrative spun by Glenn and wished to hear more, imploring, "Glenn, please tell us just one more tale. We want to listen." Glenn had encountered this scenario before and, with practiced ease, admonished them. "How can you neglect your studies? Stories are meant for relaxation. Your primary focus must be on learning magic. Now, off you go to your tasks. We shall speak again tomorrow." At that moment, little Mushroom rushed forward, clinging to Glenn's leg, gazing up at him with tear-filled eyes, pleading, "Just one more, please." How had this little girl mastered the art of adorably pleading? Such charm was undeniably potent. Glenn felt as if he were dazzled by a radiant light, unable to meet little Mushroom's gaze. Her cherubic face and large, clear eyes rendered her irresistible when she pouted. Noticing that Glenn was avoiding her eyes, little Mushroom shook his leg once more, her voice tinged with a sense of injustice. "I want to hear another one, please." Ultimately, Glenn succumbed to her charms, conceding, "All right, just one more tale, but only this once. I have much work to complete." "Yay!" cheered little Mushroom and the other apprentices in unison. Observing Glenn, little Leaf pondered thoughtfully. Just as Glenn settled down to begin the next tale, little Mushroom approached once again, planting a kiss on his cheek before bashfully returning to her companions. Glenn touched the spot where she had kissed him, relishing the sweetness of her innocence. The next story was titled The Little Match Girl. A sorrowful narrative unfolded slowly. In the depths of winter, a lonely little girl endured the biting cold, desperately selling matches. Yet no one made a purchase, rendering her plight profoundly tragic. Children are often quite sensitive to emotions. As Glenn painted such a scene, several youngsters were already on the verge of tears. However, the sorrow was yet to unfold. When they heard about the little match girl, amidst the feeble glow of her matches, glimpsed her beloved family, someone finally wept aloud. Little Mushroom and little Leaf covered their mouths, tears cascading down their cheeks, trickling through their fingers. A few boys, perhaps concerned about their pride, pretended to look elsewhere, seizing the opportunity to wipe away their tears, despite their evident sorrow. Glenn found this amusing, deriving a mischievous delight from witnessing these little ones touched by his narrative. The following day, when the little girl was discovered, she lay curled in a corner, a blissful smile gracing her lips. It was understood that she would now celebrate the new year with her grandmother. As Glenn concluded his tale, all the apprentices burst into tears. He felt momentarily overwhelmed, unsure of how to salvage the situation. Suddenly, he glanced back to see Miko gently wiping away her tears. Meeting his gaze, she offered him a knowing look before turning to leave. She had also been moved by the story, and as a sorceress who had lived for centuries, she realized it had been ages since she had shed tears. Glenn sighed, acknowledging that he had brought this upon himself and must bear the consequences. Why did no one help the little match girl? She is so pitiful, he lamented. With Lucas absent, little Leaf, the eldest present, was also the one crying the loudest. Little Mushroom buried her head, revealing only her oversized magical hat. Her tiny hands incessantly dabbing at her eyes, clearly heartbroken. The others were not faring much better. It was as if the sorrow was contagious. Even the more resilient children were moved by the atmosphere. Glenn uttered several words of comfort, but they fell on deaf ears until he concocted a new plan. "Wait, the story isn't over yet," he exclaimed, and to his surprise, the room fell silent. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The little match girl actually still had a breath left. Just as she was about to perish, I saw her. Having studied medicine, I recognized at once that she was not dead, so I swiftly rescued her and cared for her through the winter, uncertain if this improvised continuation would appease the children. Glenn felt he had no other recourse. "Is that really true?" Little Leaf asked, her voice thick with emotion. "Indeed, it is true. The little match girl is now doing very well and is quite happy," Glenn assured them, speaking with earnest conviction. The apprentices finally calmed down upon hearing this. "Thank you for saving the little match girl," Glenn, Little Mushroom said, lifting her head, visibly moved. Glenn, feeling embarrassed, blushed, and awkwardly waved his hand. It was nothing. He vowed never to tell sad stories to children again, or at least not to narrate them personally. After this incident, inexplicably, a hint of admiration began to gleam in the eyes of those children when they looked at him. Chapter 150, Barbecue the Day, came to an end. Glenn was organizing today's notes, preparing to retreat to his room for some rest, when Zayawaizi and Shao Mushroom quietly approached him. "Do you two have something to discuss?" Glenn inquired with curiosity, silently praying, "Please don't ask me about the little match girl." However, his worries were unfounded. Zayawaizi stepped forward and said, "Glenn, could you take us out?" "Take you out? Where to?" Glenn questioned with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "We want to see the area outside the Abyssal Valley." "Mama Miko has already given her consent," Zayawaizi spoke quickly. "Here." The apprentices affectionately referred to Miko as Mama, while Glenn addressed her as Teacher Miko. It seemed that his stories had sparked their curiosity. Yet he pondered why these children had previously shown such resistance to the outside world. As a child, he had yearned for his father to take him on adventures. Glenn, lost in thought, hesitated to respond immediately. Zayawaizi and Shao Mushroom waited anxiously. They had begged Miko for a long time before she agreed, but only on the condition that Glenn would accompany them. Previously, Miko would have eagerly taken the children out herself, but the death of Moro-Jin had cast a shadow of unease. "All right, but it's getting late. We shall go tomorrow, and I will take you out for the whole day," Glenn finally acquiesced after a long pause. The two girls erupted with joy, cheering before they clasped hands and twirled away, skipping off in delight. Glenn had been contemplating their outing as well, and this presented the perfect opportunity to raid the lair of those three dark sorcerers before he found himself too pressed for time. The next day, before the alarm even rang, Glenn's door was knocked upon, and Zayawaizi's excited voice called out, "Glenn, sleepyhead, hurry up, we're all ready." "Zayawaizi, this is rather inappropriate," came the almost inaudible voice of Shao Mushroom shortly after. The energy of children was truly boundless. Glenn threw off his covers, yawned, and then rose from his bed. I'm coming. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of two beautifully dressed, vibrant young girls looking up at him. Glenn's half-closed eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of alertness. "You both look splendid, truly beautiful," he exclaimed with a smile, giving them a thumbs up. Both girls blushed at the compliment. Zayawaizi huffed and turned her head away, while Shao Mushroom shyly lowered her gaze, revealing a wide-brimmed hat that was identical in size to her previous one. This was arranged by Mama Miko. Shao Mushroom's soft voice cautiously floated out from beneath the brim. That explained it. Although Miko was a sorceress who had lived for a century, her sense of style was ever-evolving, and her aesthetic was second to none. Even someone like Dowerfew, who appeared indifferent to outward appearances, managed to dress well every day, thanks to the influence of a wonderful wife. "All right, let us hurry and wash up. We'll set off after breakfast," Zayawaizi exclaimed, tugging at Glenn's hand towards the wash area. After a short while, Glenn emerged from the wash area and beheld Mike, gracefully sipping juice at the dining table. Noticing Glenn's approach, she softly remarked, "I have prepared breakfast. Please help yourself. I have something to discuss with you shortly." Glenn nodded and seated himself to enjoy the meal. Mike had prepared a fried egg accompanied by several slices of meat, exquisitely cooked using a special technique, and the flavor was quite delightful. For Glenn, a voracious eater, It was a mere trifle, and he finished it in no time. Then he observed Mike instructing Zaiwaizi and Shao Mushroom to wait outside. Once the room was left with just the two of them, Mike spoke. These two children have never ventured outside. I had always worried they might struggle to survive if they ever did, but now they are eager to explore. And that is entirely your doing, Glenn. Please take good care of them while they are outside. Of course, that is no trouble at all. I consider myself part of your family. After all, Glenn replied with a smile. He paused for a moment and added, however, I have never understood why they were so resistant to going out before. Mike's expression darkened slightly at his words. Did Daofu tell you about those 3 children? Glenn nodded, realizing she was referring to Daofu's first 3 apprentices. Mike continued, Daofu also spoke to these apprentices when they were young. They likely developed a fear of the outside world, which turned into a shadow over time. Now, it seems that curiosity has prevailed over that fear, prompting Zaiwaizi and Shao Mushroom to express their desire to venture out yesterday. Afterward, Mike conveyed some safety instructions, and Glenn packed a few essentials and playthings into a backpack before setting off. His majestic deer had been grazing in the lush fields outside the magic house for several days, and it was evident that the creature had gained some weight, making it somewhat reluctant to pull the cart. This is our first time riding in a cart. It feels so special, exclaimed Zaiwaizi, peering over the edge and watching the wheels turn. Shao Mushroom, nestled in Glenn's embrace, seemed fascinated by the deer, occasionally reaching out to pat its rear. Be careful. Don't fall off, Glenn advised, one hand holding the map Mike had given him before their departure, while the other grasped the reins. Zaiwaizi made a face at Glenn's back, saying, I'm not that foolish. Shao Mushroom, shouldn't you keep your hat on? It's a bright sunny day, and it will get hot, Glenn gently urged, though in truth, the top of the hat often bumped against his chin. Yet, the little girl clung to her hat, resolutely refusing to part with it. Glenn, resigned, allowed her to keep it on. Beyond the chasm of the fallen magic lay a small town. But Glenn's destination was not that. He recalled that the lair of the 3 dark sorcerers was located in a place called Kangboling, which was not too far away, reachable within a day. To keep the 2 children from feeling bored, Glenn would occasionally share a story or sing nursery rhymes. His own translations and lyrics, such as Little Bug Flying and Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. This only deepened the admiration the 2 young girls felt for Glenn, as they perceived his vast array of skills, all of which aligned with their interests. The vehicle gradually came to a halt on a verdant clearing, signaling the time for lunch. The trio hopped out of the car, and Glenn tethered the large deer to a nearby tree. From what appeared to be a modest backpack, he meticulously extracted a folding sunshade, collapsible chairs, a portable grill, and an assortment of ingredients. The 2 girls frolicked on the grass for a while, but their curiosity was piqued when they noticed Glenn unveiling some peculiar contrivances he had crafted during his experiments. They gathered around him with intrigue. Glenn opened the sunshade, arranged 3 folding chairs beneath it, and skillfully prepared the grill, adding charcoal and igniting it with magic. Are you cooking? Little Leaf inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Why else would I be doing this? Surely, you've never had barbecue before? Glenn replied, while continuing his preparations. Barbecue? The 2 girls echoed in unison, as Glenn produced a small bundle of bamboo skewers, threading fresh meat and vegetables onto them. Little Leaf raised her hand eagerly, exclaiming, I want to play too. I want to as well, Little Mushroom softly added. Glenn chuckled and said, Of course, but remember, you can't put too many items on one skewer. Understand? The girls joyously affirmed their comprehension and began clumsily imitating Glenn, threading their skewers with a delightful assortment of colorful ingredients. After assembling a substantial platter, Glenn paused. The charcoal was now at the right temperature, so he placed some of his own skewers on the grill. Seeing this, Little Leaf clamored for her turn, and Little Mushroom joined in. Glenn casually accepted their skewers and placed them on the grill as well. While brushing on a homemade marinade, he hummed a cheerful tune, reflecting on the essence of life. The sizzling sound of the oil elicited a response from the 2 girls, who were increasingly enticed by the aroma of their impending meal. Despite being familiar with the ingredients, Little Leaf found herself salivating, pondering why these ordinary items seemed so delectable in this moment. This was the allure of outdoor barbecuing. A wave of tantalizing scents wafted through the air. The 2 young girls, at an age when cravings are particularly potent, abandoned their half-threaded skewers and approached the grill, gazing eagerly. Glenn, is it ready yet? Little Leaf urged, wiping away the drool that nearly escaped her lips. Little Mushroom, however, was in a daze, oblivious to the drool that trickled down her chin. Just a moment more, Glenn replied calmly. After a short while, he deemed the food sufficiently cooked and sprinkled chili powder, pepper, and chopped green onions over the skewers. These ingredients had been stealthily acquired from the kitchen of the magic house, which was stocked with an impressive variety of culinary delights from both Earth and this world. The enticing appearance of the barbecue had captivated the two individuals in front of the grill, leaving no room for anything else in their eyes. Be careful, it's hot, Glenn cautioned as he handed each of them 3 skewers. Ignoring his warning, the 2 eager girls seized the skewers and bit into them, only to yelp in surprise from the heat before cautiously taking smaller bites. An indescribable flavor lingered in their mouths, utterly delightful, prompting a desire for more, much more. It's so delicious. I could eat 10 times this amount. Glenn, give me more, Little Leaf exclaimed, her cheeks puffed out as she chewed, her words somewhat garbled. Me too, Little Mushroom chimed in, equally enthusiastic. Glenn continued to focus on his task, merely advising, finish what you have before asking for more. The 2 girls, as if competing to see who could eat faster, hastened their pace. They likely believed the food would run out if they took their time, but Glenn knew he had more than enough to satisfy them. Their worries were unfounded. He took a bite of a completed skewer, pleased with his craftsmanship. His skills had not diminished over the years, he thought with satisfaction. After a while, Little Leaf and Little Mushroom lay back on their loungers, rubbing their bellies with satisfied expressions, a half-finished juice beside them. Meanwhile, Glenn continued to grill and eat, his appetite insatiable, relishing every moment. I've never been this full. Barbecue truly is the best thing in the world, Little Leaf declared, stretching her arms toward the sky. I want to eat barbecue again, next time, Little Mushroom murmured, her face buried beneath her hat. After a brief rest, the children's playful nature took over, and they began to chase each other across the verdant field. Just as Glenn was enjoying his meal, Little Leaf suddenly called out to him, Glenn, look. He turned to see the 2 girls standing together, gazing into the shaded greenery, where a pair of glimmering eyes caught his attention. The wind and the aroma of the barbecue had previously concealed the creature from his immediate perception. However, he was still capable of protecting the girl's safety, for if the creature approached any closer, Glenn's senses would alert him. For now, it remained at a safe distance. Come closer to me, but don't get too close. It's dangerous, Glenn instructed Little Leaf and Little Mushroom. Having been specifically told by Mayke the previous night to heed Glenn's words, they obediently returned to his side. The creature in the forest appeared to draw nearer, its outline gradually becoming discernible to Glenn. Is that a wolf? He whispered, contemplating. A wolf? Curiosity sparked in the girl's eyes. Indeed, as the creature emerged from the shadows, it revealed itself to be a pale-furred, blue-eyed wolf. However, this wolf was emaciated, its coat patchy, limping as if its frail bones might pierce its skin at any moment. The sight frightened the 2 girls, who swiftly hid behind Glenn. How could there be a wolf? The nearby human settlement was unmistakably within reach. Places like this should have been thoroughly plundered by hunters long ago. Glenn sensed something peculiar about this wolf. The white wolf, drooling, with its azure eyes fixated on the barbecue rack, dragged its weakened body forward inch by inch. Its mind seemed somewhat clouded, likely due to hunger, as its world revolved solely around the irresistibly fragrant meat sizzling on the grill. Glenn, it looks so pitiful, Little Mushroom tugged at Glenn's sleeve, her voice laced with compassion. Glenn glanced down at the 2 young girls, who now wore expressions solely filled with sympathy. Sighing, he tossed a handful of cooked skewers towards the struggling white wolf, landing them right before it. The wolf collapsed as if it had lost all strength, opening its mouth to devour the roasted meat on the grass. It's crying, Little Leaf exclaimed in astonishment. Glenn noticed it too. At that moment, as the white wolf feasted on the skewers, tears streamed down its face, and anyone could feel the intense emotions swirling within its heart. Glenn silently acknowledged that it was indeed a remarkable creature, and he found himself intrigued by the wolf's origins and fate. The 3 by the barbecue grate observed the wolf with newfound fascination as it finished the skewers. The white wolf rose again, and Glenn realized that what he had offered was insufficient. He assumed it would ask for more. Yet unexpectedly, the wolf merely closed its eyes and bowed its head slightly, as if to express its gratitude. Then, astonishingly, it turned and departed. Is it not going to eat more? Glenn remarked with a chuckle. In contrast, the two girls, who were experiencing their first adventure, were far more exhilarated. "Oh my, Glenn, did you see that? It must be thanking us. Thanking us for saving it. It has to be that way." Little Leaf gestured animatedly, her face flushed with excitement. "Indeed, I saw it too." Little Mushroom smiled innocently, gazing up at him. Chapter 152. The goblin engaging in acts of kindness is undoubtedly a source of joy, especially for children. The sense of accomplishment and fulfillment they derive from such deeds far surpasses that of adults. In response to the two children's enthusiasm, Glenn gently patted their heads, suggesting that perhaps one day, should they encounter difficulties, they might see that white wolf again to return the favor. Although he was unaware of the wolf's backstory, this did not hinder him from weaving a fantasy for the two little girls. However, due to current circumstances, it was not feasible for him to investigate the wolf's origins. "Really?" Little Leaf exclaimed, even more excited. She and Little Mushroom began to discuss their future encounters, occasionally asking Glenn Navi questions, such as how to behave politely should they meet the white wolf again. Glenn merely responded in passing, as he needed to finish grilling the skewers he had not yet cooked. However, none of them anticipated that the white wolf would return, this time with something clutched in its mouth. Glenn immediately discerned its presence, coincidentally just as they had finished roasting. He turned to gaze at the white wolf. "Little Mushroom, look quickly. It has truly arrived." Little Leaf exclaimed, vigorously shaking Little Mushroom, causing her to see stars. As they approached, Glenn still could not ascertain what the white wolf was clutching in its mouth. It was a cylindrical object, one end adorned with what appeared to be a ruby, while the rest gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of mystery. The white wolf set the object down, cast a brief glance at Glenn, then lowered its head once more, repeating its earlier motion before turning to depart. Little Leaf felt an irresistible urge to retrieve the object, yet she restrained herself, recalling how Doff had admonished them against handling unknown items. Glenn bent down to scrutinize the object, then picked up a twig and prodded it. Little Leaf felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu, and then remembered seeing a classmate do something similar with the excrement of a magical beast when they were younger. After a moment of poking, Glenn concluded that it was safe to touch and attempted to lift it with his hand. The texture was icy, reminiscent of metal, and even the ruby-like feature posed no issue upon contact. However, he soon discovered that the cylindrical object had a section that could be opened. Using his fingernail, he pried it open, revealing a dense array of magical runes packed tightly within. Limited by his own knowledge, Glenn handed the object to Little Leaf and Little Mushroom, believing they would possess greater insight. The two girls leaned closely together, examining it intently, but eventually shook their heads. "It's too chaotic. I have no idea what it says." Little Leaf remarked, "This seems to be advanced rune crafting. We haven't mastered this yet. If only Lucas were here, he would surely know," Little Mushroom added. Glenn understood that clarity was unattainable at that moment, so he stowed the object in his backpack. The lunch hour concluded, and having rested sufficiently, Glenn packed his belongings and set forth once more. Whenever they encountered a town along the way, he would pause to explore, providing the two young girls, on their first journey away from home, a glimpse of the world. Thus, they traveled playfully, eventually departing the densely populated areas and entering the true wilderness. Although the surroundings appeared similar to ordinary desolate hills, this region was a gathering place for numerous wild tribal factions. Creatures such as goblins and kobolds frequented these territories. Aside from those who ventured here intentionally for training, few would dare to intrude. This had rendered the area a refuge for fugitives, heretics, and exceedingly dangerous individuals. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the three dark sorcerers chose to establish themselves in such a place. From this point onward, it was not Glenn who would enlighten the two young girls about what they encountered, for it was his first time in such a locale as well. While the two girls had never been here before, they possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Along the way, they encountered countless peculiar creatures, and both could articulate each other's names, habits, and characteristics, greatly enriching Glenn's knowledge. As he listened to the two young ladies chatter about their recent discoveries, Glenn pondered a pressing question: how to transport the entirety of the three sorcerers' estate. He doubted that a single deer cart could suffice for such a monumental task. "How careless of me," he mused with a sigh. Suddenly, a shrill cry interrupted his thoughts. Upon closer inspection, he realized that a throng of over 100 goblins had gathered ahead, their diminutive figures clad in coarse burlap, brandishing an array of substandard weapons, all grinning maliciously at the approaching cart. Wow, so many goblins. What are they saying? I can't make it out, Little Leaf exclaimed, leaning over Glenn's shoulder to gaze ahead. What difference does it make if you could hear them? Do you understand their language? Glenn replied with a smile. Little Leaf awkwardly shook her head. My teacher taught me, but I didn't want to learn. I can understand a bit, she admitted. Glenn continued to gaze forward, his tone reflecting understanding. He recalled the agony of learning English during his school days. It seemed that everyone had an aversion to studying foreign languages in their youth. I've studied it. I can comprehend, whispered Little Mushroom, perched on Glenn's other shoulder. I almost forgot. Little Mushroom is the quickest learner. She must understand. Little Leaf exclaimed in surprise. Language is not that simple. You may read and write, but that doesn't guarantee comprehension, Glenn remarked, not holding out much hope. As the car halted, the goblins immediately surrounded them. A slightly larger goblin stepped forward, wielding a spiked club, and jabbered at Glenn in a rapid, unintelligible manner. What did it say? Glenn inquired of Little Mushroom. She furrowed her brow in contemplation before replying. It said for us to get down, stand still, and not resist. Otherwise, it would strike us. Glenn was taken aback that Little Mushroom truly understood, giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Little Mushroom blushed and scratched her head shyly, seeing that these humans were ignoring them. Engrossed in their own conversation, the goblins grew furious. One of them bellowed something, and the surrounding goblins prepared to charge at the three oblivious humans. However, what followed was a cacophony of their own anguished cries. Glenn, having just seized the smaller goblin, contemplated his next move. Meanwhile, Little Leaf gasped, Wow, Glenn, you're incredible. That kick was amazing. Can you teach me? Just moments ago, when the goblins had lunged, Little Leaf had thought that Glenn, lacking magical abilities, would surely be no match for them, and had intended to use her own magic to protect him. Yet, she was astonished to discover Glenn's remarkable prowess. His movements swift and elegant, further deepening the admiration of the two young ladies. Chapter 153. Malevolent Spirits, we shall discuss this later. I believe I have just discerned the sound of another's voice. Xiaoya, you and Xiao Mushroom, please investigate. Perhaps someone is in need of assistance, Glenn indicated, pointing in a certain direction. He had indeed heard the faint yet unmistakable cries of a person in distress. Very well, we shall go at once. Without hesitation, Xiaoya transformed into a bird and swiftly grasped Xiao Mushroom, soaring towards the direction Glenn had indicated. Once they had flown far enough, Glenn cast aside the goblin he had been holding, and the flame of the dragon, once more, transformed back to its original form. The goblins on the ground, powerless to flee, gazed in terror as the dragon's breath enveloped them. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, having taken the form of a bird, moved with great speed. Upon traversing a dense thicket, she beheld the source of the anguished cries. However, the man was already lifeless, a brown-haired man, bloodied and battered, while several goblins brandished weapons, mercilessly carving into his flesh. This was a large goblin tribe. The brutal scene was not isolated, as numerous corpses bound to wooden frames lay strewn about, the majority of which were human. The two young girls had never witnessed such horror and were immediately struck with fear, collapsing to the ground. Glenn had initially intended to keep them away from the gruesome execution of the goblins. Yet, ironically, he had inadvertently led them to a more sanguinary spectacle. The sound of their fall did not escape the notice of the goblins, who turned to discover a large bird and two human children, their faces lighting up with glee. Chattering excitedly, they approached the girls. The vivid imagery of the carnage still replayed in the minds of the young girls, causing them to momentarily forget their peril. It was only when the goblins were upon them that they felt a pang of fear. Xiaoya wished to cast a spell in retaliation, but the incantations that usually flowed effortlessly from her lips now eluded her. As the goblins reached out to grasp them, a large, shadowy hand suddenly descended. In an instant, a cluster of goblins was reduced to a mere puddle of gore. Glenn swiftly lifted the two girls, cradling them gently. I was just startled, Xiaoya admitted, her face still pale, yet she wished to convey her capability to Glenn. Glenn released his embrace, observing the girls' expressions, which did not seem to reflect any significant trauma. This brought him a sense of relief. These two 10-year-olds were far braver than he had anticipated. Glenn glanced at the slain man and then at the gathering throng of goblins. Softly, he asked the girls, Would you like to close your eyes? Xiaoya nodded firmly. Our teacher often recounts his adventures. Though I yearn for similar experiences, I truly feel unwell at this moment. Xiao Mushroom remained silent, but similarly shook her head in agreement. Very well. Please step back a bit, cover your ears, and do not look this way. It will surely give you nightmares. Glenn faced the warriors of the goblin tribe, determined to test his prowess without resorting to transformation, aiming to eradicate the entire tribe. A goblin clad in metallic armor rudely shoved aside its companions to step forward. It bellowed commands to the goblins behind, as if to scold them, before turning to Glenn with a cruel grin. Fingers brushing against the skull of a human child hanging from its belt, which was adorned with various animal skulls. This was a blatant provocation directed at Glenn. Narrowing his eyes, Glenn responded with a cold smirk and surged forward. The armored goblin had anticipated this confrontation. Its earlier taunt was intended to provoke a reaction. Confident in its strength, it had witnessed countless self-proclaimed formidable human warriors meet their demise at its hands. Glenn, being the most diminutive human warrior it had encountered, was naturally dismissed as insignificant. However, the moment Glenn unleashed his power, the goblin realized its grave misjudgment. It hastily raised its formidable shield to defend itself. But a sharp sound of tearing metal echoed as the supposedly indestructible shield shattered. Before the goblin could react, Glenn had seized it, one hand gripping its shoulder, the other clamping down on a leg, rendering it unable to escape despite desperate struggles. While the other goblins hesitated, unsure whether to intervene, they were struck with terror as they witnessed their once invincible leader being disassembled by this seemingly frail human. The goblin leader's desperate screams filled the air as it was torn apart, the scene grotesquely sanguinary. The remaining goblins were paralyzed by fear. What kind of demon was this? Especially the goblins at the forefront, who either collapsed in shock or frantically attempted to retreat. Having survived in this land for so long, they had seen their share of bloodshed, but none had encountered a human capable of dismembering a living goblin with such ease. The chilling cries of their leader resonated deeply within them. Yet, the nightmare had only just begun. Glenn surged forth like a true wolf among sheep, unleashing a bloody massacre. Among the goblins, there were indeed some brave souls who, undeterred by the gruesome display, dared to charge at Glenn with their subordinates. However, this only hastened their demise. Glenn reveled in the unrestrained expression of his martial prowess, never having experienced such exhilarating slaughter. The innate craving for bloodshed, enhanced by the influence of the wolf poison, surged within him, creating a sense of addiction. Had it not been for this influence, Glenn might have soon succumbed to numbness and nausea. When the battle concluded, Glenn stood atop a heap of goblin corpses, drenched in blood, panting heavily. The most formidable force in this region had been eradicated by a single human. The excessive slaughter seemed to attract the attention of something ominous. A shadow resembling a centipede flashed by, and, immediately, the corpses of the goblins on the ground erupted with black specters, coalescing into a mass of vengeful spirits. These apparitions were visible only to Glenn. If he could not withstand their malevolent onslaught, he would surely succumb to madness. Yet, Glenn merely lifted his gaze to glance at the tormented specters, and the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest gradually subsided, his expression swiftly returning to normal. It was as if he were not the one who had just butchered an entire tribe. This transformation resulted in the spirits dissipating before they could even launch an attack. How could they vanish? Glenn had braced himself for confrontation, only to find that a mere shift in his disposition had caused them to utterly disappear, all the while pondering the nature of that centipede-like apparition. What was that creature? How could it conjure such malevolent spirits? Chapter 154. Deception. Ultimately, Glenn's understanding of this world was still too limited, and he had neither the inclination nor the time to delve deeper into these thoughts. Since his garments were conjured artifacts, the bloodstains upon them could be effortlessly erased with a mere thought. Only the blood clinging to his skin required a more thorough cleansing. He first incinerated all the goblin corpses with dragon fire before seeking water within the goblin's dwelling. Not far off, he discovered a cage, a place where goblins imprisoned their prey, inside which were two surviving humans, both male, seemingly in their 20s, and appearing to have been captured not long ago. They had witnessed Glenn's recent massacre in its entirety. Although they still possessed some strength, they dared not call out for his aid. "Little leaf, little mushroom, you may come over now," Glenn shouted once he had cleansed the blood from his body. The two young girls peeked out from behind a rock, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the goblin's complete disappearance. They had only heard the goblin's cries and the sounds of anguish, along with the crackling of flames, but never anticipated the corpses would be so thoroughly incinerated. Upon entering the tribe, they were struck by the sight of cooling magma covering the ground. The atmosphere was thick with unfamiliar elemental energies, an unsettling sensation. Look at the magma, little mushroom analyzed, fixated on the ground. Forget about that. There's still two people locked up over there. Little Leaf urged, tugging her friend's hand as they hurried away. By the cage, Glenn scrutinized the two individuals within. Their attire consisted solely of thin white garments, suggesting that any valuable possessions had likely been stripped away by the goblins, leaving them in a pitiful state. Judging by their physiques, Glenn inferred they possessed some degree of strength. Their arms were muscular, marked with healing wounds. However, their pale skin did not reflect a life of constant adventure. Instead, the scent emanating from them felt oddly familiar to Glenn. "Are you nobles?" Glenn inquired. "This particular aura is unique to the aristocracy, reminiscent of perfume. However, it is peculiar that men use the same scents as women, and some employ such fragrances to mask their body odor. This only serves to exacerbate the unpleasantness." The original character had encountered a few such nobles in the past. "Indeed, sir," one of them replied cautiously, despite feeling utterly fatigued, yet it was imperative to remain alert. At that moment, two young girls approached and glanced at the two individuals inside. Little Yezi looked up with curiosity and inquired, "Are we not going to rescue them?" "Wait a moment." Glenn signaled for the young girl to be patient. He then asked the two confined individuals, "What are your names? What title do you hold? How did you find yourselves trapped here?" The two men, bound back to back, were unable to exchange glances. After a brief silence, the man who had initially spoken said, "I am Anlianmu, and this is my cousin Keela. We hold no titles, but our parents do. My father is a viscount, and Keela's father is also a viscount. We arrived here a few days ago with a group for training, but we never anticipated encountering such a vast tribe of goblins. The others were slain, leaving only the two of us." After he finished speaking, he awaited Glenn's response, but Glenn merely regarded him with a smile, causing Anlianmu to feel increasingly uneasy. Just as the expression on Anlianmu's face was on the verge of cracking, Glenn finally spoke. "I'll give you one more chance. Speak the truth or disclose any unspoken information, or prepare to be devoured by the beasts here." "Sir, I speak only the truth. I have no reason to deceive you. It would serve me no purpose." Anlianmu hurriedly defended himself, his eyes wide with agitation. Glenn rolled his eyes, taking the two young girls by the hand as he turned to leave. "Wait, please let us out. We will repay you handsomely." Anlianmu and Keela shouted after Glenn's receding figure, but he continued to walk further away. "I don't think he is lying," Little Mushroom innocently remarked, looking up. "He is certainly lying. I can tell," Glenn asserted confidently. Anlianmu's eyes had darted about while he spoke, reminiscent of a student caught unprepared by a teacher, desperately seeking an excuse. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of experience, let alone to Glenn. This was also the reason he had maintained such a steady gaze upon him until he finished speaking. The two young girls appeared to be somewhat skeptical, largely believing that Glenn was merely indulging in theatrics. However, just as the sound of their voices began to fade, Anlianmu's words suddenly shifted. "All right, you win. I will tell the truth." Little Yezi and Little Mushroom's mouths fell open, their expressions adorably astonished. Glenn paused, theatrically ran a hand through his hair, and turned back, saying, "Let us go." Feigning delight brought joy, especially in the presence of children. Glenn strode ahead, buoyed by the admiring gazes of the girls behind him. Upon the return of the individual, the two occupants of the cage exhaled a sigh of relief. "I must apologize, sir, for I did indeed withhold certain information." Anrium appeared exceedingly awkward, particularly after his earlier declarations. Glenn remained silent, patiently awaiting Anrium's continuation. The latter, recognizing the necessity of maintaining the patience of this formidable individual, spoke with a hint of discomfort. "Our purpose for coming here was not merely for training, but rather to ensnare an individual associated with the Rose Demon Hunter group. Have you heard of them? The target of our scheme is a newcomer within this group. We harbor some minor grievances with them. Hence we feigned taking her here for training, while in reality, we had prepared a trap, intending to confine her for a few days to instill fear. However, to our surprise, We ended up trapped ourselves, and just as we plotted to escape by an alternate route, we were ambushed by Goblin Tribe. Upon hearing this, Glenn remained silent, but Little Leaf, incensed, placed her hands on her hips and pointed at Anrium within the cage, scolding, "Is it really worth it to do such a thing over a trivial grievance? This is utterly outrageous. So many lives have been lost, all because of you." Anrium and Clara could only nod and smile in agreement, acknowledging Little Leaf's sentiments. However, Glenn intervened, calming the indignant young lady. Why the rush? They had gone too far. Little Leaf protested, twisting her shoulders defiantly. Not so fast. I have more to say, Glenn replied with a smile. Both young women, along with the two men in the cage, appeared perplexed. Suddenly, Glenn remarked, "You mean her, right? What I gather from your words is that someone among you has taken a fancy to that lady, yet she has shown you nothing but disdain, prompting you to devise a trap in an attempt to coerce her into submission. Am I correct?" The two men in the cage displayed expressions of disbelief. Noticing their reaction, Glenn realized he had hit the nail on the head. It is a well-known truth that when it comes to noblemen and women, it often leads to such entanglements, as Glenn had learned from experience. Chapter 155. Bloodfang. Both Anrium and Clara lowered their heads in shame, tacitly acknowledging Glenn's assertion. Even the two Na'vi young ladies understood that Glenn's words contained the essence of the truth, instantly deepening their disdain for the two men in the cage, while simultaneously reshaping their perception of Glenn. "Speak up, gentlemen, where have you hidden that lady?" Glenn inquired. A thoroughly disheartened Anrium despondently replied, "In a cave at the end of the path ahead." Upon hearing this, Glenn unlatched the cage and used his nails to sever the bindings of the two men, instructing, "Lead the way. You shall personally go and rescue her." "Glenn, why are you releasing them? Wouldn't it be better for them to perish here?" Little Leaf exclaimed in frustration. Glenn simply replied, "You will understand shortly." Moments later, the group arrived at the specially treated cave where Glenn could already sense the presence of individuals within, and not just one. Under Glenn's threatening gaze, Anrium and Clara reluctantly positioned themselves on either side of the cave, as if operating some mechanism. The cave emitted a muffled sound of friction, and Glenn realized that the cage inside had been opened. He urged the two young girls to step back, saying, "Stay back. A spectacle is about to unfold." "A spectacle?" Little Leaf was perplexed. Just as she finished her question, a woman's furious voice echoed from the cave. "Anliam, how dare you return?" A lithe figure burst forth from the cave, her vibrant red hair tied in a high ponytail, dazzling under the sunlight. With a swift kick, she aimed directly at Anliam's face. In a normal state, Anliam might have evaded the blow, considering the opponent had weakened significantly during her confinement. However, he and Clara had endured far worse. The iron sole of the woman's shoe stamped firmly onto his gaunt face, causing blood to gush forth as he was sent flying. Several armored men surged out of the cave, charging towards Clara. The two, just liberated from the grip of goblins, found themselves pinned to the ground and mercilessly pummeled by those emerging from the cave. This grim scene caused the two girls watching nearby to cover their eyes, peeking through their fingers. Meanwhile, Glenn watched with keen interest. Eventually, the woman with the fiery red hair, seemingly exhausted from her exertions, rested a foot on Anliam's battered face, hands on her hips, panting heavily. She possessed a somewhat fierce appearance, yet her beauty was undeniable. Her figure so alluring that it could make any man drool, despite the dirt smudged across her face and body. After catching her breath, she glanced toward the three in the distance and boisterously remarked, "You must be the ones who taught these two a lesson to come rescue us, right? Thank you immensely." Glenn stepped forward, surveying the others who had emerged from the cave, and inquired, "I don't recall these two mentioning anyone else apart from you." A trembling hand was raised, and Anliam, with great difficulty threw the foot on his mouth, managed to say, "I didn't say there was only yet." Before he could finish, the woman above him forcefully stomped her foot down and ground it in, asserting, "Who permitted you to speak?" Anliam let out a muffled grunt, his raised hand trembling before falling limp. Glenn silently mourned for the unfortunate lad for a brief moment. At this juncture, the woman explained, "These are all my companions. Every time I embark on an adventure, my family insists I bring them along." Glenn nodded in understanding. Casting a glance at Anliam on the ground, he said, "You shall handle the rest yourselves. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave." He turned to lead the two young girls away, but the woman called out to him, "Wait a moment. Let us introduce ourselves. You may call me Bloodfang. May I inquire your name? Bloodfang? How familiar that sounds." Glenn recalled the last encounter in the tavern with a tall, robust woman who referred to herself as Bloodaxe. Also sporting red hair, albeit not as vibrantly as Bloodfang's. "Do you know a woman named Bloodaxe?" Glenn cautiously inquired. Bloodfang paused for a moment, then exclaimed with delight, "You know Bloodaxe? She is my sister. I haven't seen her in ages." Indeed, there exists a connection. Glenn merely smiled, stating that they had met only once. He had previously enlisted her assistance in hunting magical beasts, and thereafter they had not crossed paths again. Bloodfang, upon hearing this, exhibited little disappointment. Suddenly, she stepped forward and draped her arm around Glenn's shoulder, speaking as if to a close friend. "Since you know my sister, we are friends too. You must come visit my home. I promise you will be thoroughly entertained." Though this young lady was not as towering as her sister, her demeanor was equally bold, treating Glenn with a familiarity that disregarded any notion of gender. Her unreserved gesture left Glenn quite astonished. He reciprocated by resting his hand on her shoulder, saying, "We shall discuss this later. I have noticed a distinct difference between you and your sister." "What difference?" Bloodfang inquired, puzzled. "I sense that you hail from a prominent family, while your sister gives off an air more akin to that of a commoner. Why is that?" Glenn recalled the last time he had seen the tall woman, noting her attire, which did not suggest extravagance. At that time, she appeared rather disheveled. It seemed unlikely she would be in such a state if accompanied by one or two attendants. Upon hearing this, Bloodfang let out a bittersweet chuckle. "That is somewhat of a scandal in our family. I ought not to speak of it." "Miss Shamaretti," several attendants immediately interjected. Yet Bloodfang, with a playful tone, retorted, "But I shall speak of it regardless." The attendants exchanged glances, contemplating whether to silence her. Glenn, sensing their hostility, turned to the attendants and advised, "I suggest you refrain from any ill intentions. My mentor is a level 5 mage." This revelation caused the attendants to cough awkwardly, nearly dropping to one knee in embarrassment. A level 5 mage was a being they might never encounter in their lifetime. To provoke an apprentice of such a distinguished figure would be to invite disaster. "No wonder you could handle those rascals, Anlium. It turns out you have such a formidable mentor," Bloodfang exclaimed, visibly astonished. "One must remain modest," Glenn replied, feigning humility while feeling an undeniable sense of pride. This amused Bloodfang to the point of doubling over with laughter. "You are simply delightful. I have never met anyone quite like you." Xiao Yezi tugged at Glenn's sleeve, slightly annoyed. "Is she mocking our teacher?" Glenn could not help but pinch the little girl's cheek, saying, "No, she is laughing at me." "Why is she laughing at you?" Xiao Yezi remained upset. "Because I just shared a joke," Glenn replied casually before patting Bloodfang's back. "All right, enough laughter. Let us address the matter at hand." Chapter 156. The scandal wiping away the tears of laughter from her eyes and regaining her composure, Bloodfang began, "In truth, Bloodaxe is not my biological sister. Our blood relation is rather distant. However, we have known each other for a long time, and our bond is akin to that of sisters. Unfortunately, her circumstances led to our eventual separation. That day remains vividly etched in my memory. Had I not heard the elders of our family speak those words with my own ears, I might have remained blissfully unaware of the tempestuous affairs that plagued our lineage. There was an elder within our family who harbored a grudge against the Shuax family, devising a sinister plot against the parents of Shuax. In pursuit of his nefarious goals, this twisted individual even sacrificed his own son, intending to frame Shuax's parents and thus provide justification for their eventual demise. Ultimately, his scheme bore fruit. Shuax lost her parents and was cast out of the family, departing with her younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Glenn inquired at the opportune moment, "Is this what you uncovered?" Bloodfang, already weary, chuckled softly and replied, "This is what Shuax confided in me before her departure. Learning this infuriated me, and I returned to inform the elders of our family. Yet, their response was disturbingly indifferent, for they were already aware." How could this be? Glenn surmised some of the truth, but feigned ignorance for the sake of conversation. "Indeed, how could this be?" I exclaimed in anger, only to be met with their explanation that it was precisely because they knew the truth that they allowed Shuax and her family to leave. Otherwise, they would have surely perished. "How infuriating!" exclaimed Little Leaf. Bloodfang glanced at her, taking in the adorable sight of her indignation, and couldn't resist pulling her into an embrace. planting a kiss on her cheek. Little Leaf squirmed, wiping away the saliva from her face while protesting. "Hey, let me go. You smell terrible." The child, unrestrained in her honesty, caught Blood Fong off guard. She sniffed herself and indeed detected an unpleasant odor. Instead of releasing Little Leaf, she tightened her grip, playfully allowing her to experience the full extent of the smell. Little Leaf's face crinkled in distaste as she cried out for Glenn to rescue her. Glenn, amused by her pitiful expression, finally interjected, "All right, stop teasing her." Blood Fong finally set Little Leaf down, who immediately darted behind Glenn, casting wary glances at Blood Fong. Little Mushroom had long since hidden behind Glenn, equally apprehensive about being seized by that woman. "Are they your sisters?" Blood Fong inquired curiously. "We are all apprentices under the same mentor. They have actually been studying magic even longer than I have," Glenn explained. Blood Fong nodded in understanding. Continuing the conversation, Glenn remarked, "By your account, it seems your family harbors some darkness?" "One could say that. My unfortunate sister is a victim of it," Blood Fong sighed. A rumble from Blood Fong's stomach interrupted the conversation. "I apologize. The provisions we brought have long been consumed, and I find myself quite hungry," she said, scratching her head. Before Glenn could respond, he felt a tug on his clothing and looked down to see Little Mushroom. "I'm hungry," she stated. Glenn surveyed the scene, noting the number of people present. While his own supplies might suffice for them, they were far from any populated area, leaving them without the means to replenish their provisions. Perceiving Glenn's predicament, Bloodtooth smiled and said, "There is no need for concern. A few days of hunger will not harm us." At that moment, she realized that Glenn had yet to disclose his name, prompting her to inquire, "By the way, you haven't told me your name, sir." "You may simply call me Glenn," he replied casually, before abruptly striding towards a large deer that was gnawing on hay in the distance. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Glenn retrieved several pieces of raw meat wrapped in special paper and returned. "This is the extent of the assistance we can offer. You may divide it among yourselves shortly." He tossed a piece of meat directly to Bloodtooth, who instinctively reached out to catch it. "You really need not be so helpful," Bloodtooth remarked, her voice tinged with complexity as she felt the weight of the meat in her hand. Having encountered various treacherous souls, she had learned to trust only her companions. Yet, it was surprising to discover that the seemingly reliable Anrium and his companions were also capable of betrayal. This revelation subtly shifted her perspective. Her initial warmth towards Glenn was merely a fa-ade, born from the knowledge that her side was not his match. However, upon hearing that Glenn was acquainted with Bloodaxe, her thoughts began to change, and she felt inclined to divulge her family scandal. Yet, remarkably, this person she had just met, who had exchanged only a few words with her, was willing to extend a helping hand. While she pondered how to respond, Glenn stated, "I judge friendship based on instinct. I feel that we can coexist, and thus I am willing to befriend you and assist you as best as I can." Without any ulterior motives, this straightforward declaration was surprisingly comforting to Bloodtooth. "I cannot quite articulate my feelings at this moment, but I still wish to express my gratitude." She nodded towards Glenn. He accepted her thanks with composure and paused to ask, "What has become of the person who framed Bloodaxe?" Bloodtooth's expression turned scornful. "What else could happen? His life seems to be improving, and my family has no intention of holding him accountable for his crimes." "Have you done nothing?" Glenn inquired. "I would have liked to, but the elders are well aware of my close ties with Bloodaxe, so they keep a close watch on me. Fearing I might take any action against him," Bloodtooth replied with a hint of bitterness. "If given the chance, it would be best to eliminate him. A person as cunning and ruthless as he is likely to harbor suspicions and may very well be devising plans against you as we speak," Glenn cautioned. After contemplating Glenn's words, Bloodtooth furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling a chill run down her spine. She realized the possibility in what Glenn had said. She had scarcely heard any news of that individual lately, which could mean he was plotting yet another scheme. "Thank you, Glenn. I believe we must take our leave now. I will remember this kindness." With that, Bloodtooth signaled to her followers, who hoisted the two bruised noble youths onto their shoulders. Though the two still clung to life, Bloodtooth, as a noble herself, found it unseemly to kill them, for it would present a considerable complication for her family. "I perceive that your condition is rather dismal. Is it truly wise to embark on this journey? This locale harbors considerable peril." Glenn's gaze was one of skepticism. Yet, Bloodfong turned away nonchalantly, asserting, "I am somewhat familiar with this area. As long as we take care to circumvent it, we shall not encounter any dangers beyond our capabilities. Thus, the weary group set forth, evidently burdened by an extraordinary sense of urgency instilled in Bloodfang by an unnamed individual. Chapter 157. The monster of the laboratory. They kindled a fire, for Glenn had to address the hunger of Little Leaf and Little Mushroom. Although numerous dangers lurked nearby, Glenn remained unfazed. This time, he refrained from grilling. The environment was far from ideal, and excessive consumption of grilled fare was hardly beneficial to one's health. He retrieved an iron pot from his backpack, complete with a deployable stand. After washing it with water, he placed the pot over the flames and busied himself with various ingredients. Soon, a fragrant stew was simmering, awaiting completion. The two young girls watched eagerly, the enticing aroma wafting from the pot causing them to salivate, once again captivated by Glenn's culinary prowess. Why, during their time at the Magic House, did the teacher not permit Glenn to cook? This smells far superior to our usual meals, Little Leaf thought with mild grievance. Before long, they savored Glenn's exclusive creation, indulging in an exquisite gastronomic experience. Unsurprisingly, they overindulged, rendering them reluctant to move for the remainder of the journey. In such a place, one could hardly avoid trouble from various magical beasts or lower tribes. Yet they were all deterred by Glenn's formidable display of strength. As twilight descended and the deer-drawn cart approached its destination, a place known as Conwar Ridge, Glenn resolved to search for the dwelling of the three dark sorcerers on the morrow. As the cart came to a halt, the two drowsy girls peered around in confusion. "Glenn, where are we?" Little Leaf inquired, rubbing her eyes. "We're at a place called Conwar Ridge. Step down. We shall spend the night here," Glenn replied. Leaping from the cart to survey the terrain, he discovered a sloping embankment and commenced erecting a tent. An orange-hued lantern illuminated the assembled tent, creating a serene tableau against the tranquil wilderness. The two girls, already fatigued, soon succumbed to slumber without much coaxing. Meanwhile, Glenn ascended tall, stately pine tree to gaze into the distance. Based on the descriptions of the three dark sorcerers, he had formed a rough notion of their whereabouts. Descending the tree, he ignited a campfire and settled against its base, closing his eyes. A faint sound broke the stillness, prompting Glenn to open his eyes. A fleeting shadow flitted through the dense forest. "It appears that the inhabitants of this place have discovered us." He immediately perceived the potential consequences. Grasping the massive tree behind him with both hands, and then exerting force, his body ascended the tree silently. In the depths of the forest, a bare-chested man, with a thick beard and chest hair, turned around a tree only to be startled by the sudden absence of the individual who had just been sleeping. He instantly became alert, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The shadows in the forest were not limited to him alone. Perched on a nearby tree was a slender male elf, his exposed arms marred by numerous scars, and his once handsome face bore the marks of what appeared to be burns. He had just witnessed Glenn ascend the tree, but merely blinked and the human vanished. A formidable adversary, the male elf surmised. At that moment, the hirsute man emitted a hissing sound, a signal for their mutual communication. The elf turned to see his companion gesturing with hand signs, inquiring about the whereabouts of the human. The elf simply shook his head, and the companion understood his meaning. Sensing danger, they decided to make their escape. However, Glenn had other intentions. Before they could act, they felt a sharp pain at the back of their heads and promptly lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, they found themselves bound to a great tree, while a young man stood before them, accompanied by two young girls. "Wait, please don't kill us. What do you want? Gold? We have it. We can give you everything. But please spare our lives," the male elf implored decisively. "Indeed, your killing us would yield you no benefit. Please have mercy," the hirsute man echoed, equally desperate. Both had survived in this realm for a considerable time, fully aware that treasures paled in comparison to the value of life. This truth was clear to them. Otherwise, with their limited strength, they would not have lasted until now. In this land, slaughter was commonplace, but not the objective. Only profit held true significance. Glenn was taken aback by their compliance, which spared him considerable effort. "We shall discuss the gold later. Are you aware of the three dark sorcerers in the vicinity? Where do they reside? Reveal it to avoid death." Upon hearing this, the two captives exchanged puzzled glances, and then the male elf cautiously responded, "We know. Compuli and his two companions, all fourth-level dark sorcerers, are the rulers here. Everyone in Canbowling is aware of them." "Excellent," Glenn smiled. "Then you must know their dwelling." Initially unaware, the elf continued. However, it seems their laboratory encountered an accident. We have a seer among us who foretold that Compuli and his companions perished, resulting in a laboratory becoming uncontrollable and birthing a monster. Thus, we all became aware of their location. The male elf spoke while carefully observing Glenn's expression, but discerned nothing. In truth, Glenn's heart had already grown cold. The term out of control implies that everything inside has been utterly destroyed, does it not? He suppressed the urge to rush over and confirm this, maintaining a calm demeanor as he said, "Then you should go and check if everything inside has been removed." No, everything in the laboratory has been completely devoured by that monster. A few who got too close were consumed as well. If we hadn't fled quickly, we too would have become its prey. The elf's voice trembled with fear. Glenn could only curse inwardly, realizing that this trip might have been in vain. Sensing Glenn's discontent, the male elf mustered his courage and said, "If your intention is to seize the wealth of the 3 dark sorcerers, there might still be a chance." Glenn's eyes lit up with curiosity as he pressed. "What do you mean?" "I heard from that seer that Compli and his companions actually have another laboratory beneath their visible one, but to enter it, one must confront the monster." The elf continued. "The creature hasn't left?" Glenn inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the elf nodded. "It seems that monster was born to guard that place. Regardless, I intend to claim everything in the laboratory for myself." Determined, Glenn severed the ropes binding him. He urged the hairy man and the elf to lead the way with haste. Chapter 158. Transform again, Glenn. "Are we going to confront that monster?" Little Leaf asked, tilting her head. Glenn, hurrying the two ahead, replied, "Yes, and we will also gather some items." Little Leaf still found it difficult to comprehend the adult's line of thinking, so she refrained from further inquiries, instead discussing the surrounding flora with Little Mushroom. Along the way, they inevitably encountered more locals. The two guides attempted to warn their companions to leave, but their efforts proved futile. Most of them regarded Glenn and his companions with disdain, readily uttering threats of robbery. However, the outcome was that Glenn's team gained a few more laborers. Ahead loomed a dilapidated structure resembling a crescent moon, towering above the trees and quite conspicuous. That is the residence of Compli and his companions, and the monster is there as well. "Perhaps we should not proceed?" the male elf said, stopping in fear. Glenn gazed at the striking building, then fixed a dubious look upon the male elf. "Is it truly that conspicuous? Did you not know that the 3 dark sorcerers were here? This building did not exist before. It only appeared after the seer proclaimed that Compli and his companions had perished." The male elf hastily gestured. The others nodded in agreement. After contemplating for a moment, Glenn declared, "All of you come with me." His words rendered the locals pale, caught between opposition and fear. "Let us go, and do not compel me to repeat myself." Glenn's tone was laced with warning. Thus, they continued toward the ominous structure. A sound akin to thunderous snoring echoed, striking each person's eardrum as fear surged like a flood. A few locals suddenly felt their calves tremble, cold sweat permeating their entire backs. Witnessing several individuals so terrified by a mere snore left them speechless. In an instant, he unleashed the curse of the werewolf within him and the draconic might of his fiery fangs, infused with a demonic essence. All present, except for Glenn, felt as if a thunderclap had reverberated in their minds. It was as though the entire world existed as a backdrop for Glenn. His mere presence commanded respect and instilled fear, as if he were a being from a higher realm. "Continue walking," Glenn's voice resonated, deep yet unmistakably clear, compelling everyone to comply without question. Observing this, Glenn retracted all his formidable aura. The 2 young girls regarded him with intense curiosity. Although Glenn had deliberately avoided them, they still sensed the overwhelming, unknowable power emanating from him. They yearned to inquire, yet the multitude of strangers nearby made them instinctively withdraw. Eventually, after navigating through a maze of gazes, they caught sight of the base of the structure. In the midst of the dust-laden ruins, a colossal creature, covered in bony protrusions, lay curled up, snoring incessantly. "Is this the monster?" Glenn turned to ask the male elf. "Indeed, its power is terrifying, and it can spew forth a corrosive green liquid. We must not provoke it," the elf whispered, fearful of awakening the beast. After receiving confirmation, Glenn observed the creature in silence for a moment. Although the beast was slightly smaller than the form of the fiery fawn dragon, it exuded a formidable pressure. Little leaf, little mushroom, keep an eye on these people. Do not let them escape. I shall deal with that creature, Glenn declared, leaping suddenly, tracing a perfect parabolic arc as he descended upon the slumbering giant. This action sent the locals into a panic, instinctively wanting to flee, but Little Leaf cast a dungeon spell, immobilizing them in place. They had already been rendered half-dead by Glenn, and now they lacked the strength to escape Little Leaf's confines. In mid-air, Glenn had yet to land when the giant stirred, seemingly able to sense any creature encroaching upon its vicinity. The beast turned its head towards Glenn, its eyes and mouth grotesquely asymmetrical, one eye larger than the other, with several teeth protruding through its lip. The entire creature appeared as if sculpted from clay by a child's hand. With that grotesque visage, the beast opened its maw and inhaled, preparing to draw Glenn into its all-consuming stomach. However, as it sensed its prey, several of its teeth suddenly shattered. Transformed into a fifth-level werewolf, Glenn stood within the creature's mouth, one hand bracing its upper jaw while the other wielded his steel claws to slice. The flesh of the beast was as soft as tofu. Before it could react, Glenn severed its lower jaw. This scene astonished the locals ensnared by magic from a distance, while Little Leaf and Little Mushroom cheered enthusiastically for Glenn. The colossal beast, having lost its jaw, emitted a comically absurd roar. In a fit of rage, it swung its spiny arms to strike at Glenn. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as countless fragments of debris were sent soaring into the air. Yet not a single blow landed upon Glenn. Instead, it was the beast itself that suffered as Glenn's razor-sharp claws carved away chunks of its flesh. Curiously, this creature seemed devoid of blood. No matter how severe the wounds Glenn inflicted, no liquid resembling blood escaped. Could it be that this monster was fashioned from clay? Glenn pondered, yet his assault did not waver. After numerous fruitless attempts to strike, the beast's abdomen swelled dramatically, the bulge shifting towards its throat, culminating in an explosive eruption. A deluge of green acidic fluid rained down, and Glenn found himself unable to evade, his body inevitably splattered. This corrosive liquid possessed formidable potency, yet Glenn's magical resistance proved sufficient to withstand it. The beast, realizing that its ultimate attack had failed to vanquish its opponent, grew increasingly agitated, its assaults becoming ever more erratic. Seizing the opportune moment, Glenn surged forward, darting past the creature's neck. Upon landing, the creature's head plummeted to the ground. Hooray! The two young girls in the distance cheered exuberantly at the sight. However, Glenn did not perceive this as the end. Indeed, his keen senses detected the severed parts of the beast's body convulsing violently, evidently attempting to reassemble. "Oh, this old trick again," Glenn scoffed, as flames erupted from the fiery gauntlet upon his wrist. With a simple wave, the flame blades swept through, igniting the writhing remains, which swiftly turned to ash. Transforming back into his human form, he called out to the distant Little Leaves, "You may come closer." The two young girls immediately cast their spells, bringing several locals to Glenn's side. "Glenn, what magic did you just use? You turned into a gigantic wolf. That was incredible. Can you do it again?" Little Leaf tugged at Glenn's hand, jumping with excitement. "I want to see it too, and I want to touch it," Little Mushroom added, her face alight with anticipation. Glenn felt a tinge of embarrassment. Did they not know what a werewolf was? Werewolf. The two girls were taken aback, and it was Little Mushroom who first recovered, exclaiming, "So you were a werewolf? No wonder you could transform into such a massive wolf." Little Leaf also recalled, but just as she was about to speak, her friend interjected, forcing her to hold back her words, leaving her somewhat frustrated. Glenn understood why they had not initially associated him with a werewolf. It was largely due to their inexperience. Though they had heard of werewolves, they had never encountered one firsthand. At that moment, the male elf forced a smile and spoke, "Sir, you are truly remarkable to have slain such a terrifying creature. May I inquire if we may now be released? The posture is rather uncomfortable." Glenn glanced at the few individuals ensnared by the Little Leaf's magic, ready to speak, when the Little Leaf interjected, "Glenn, they were just about to escape, but luckily I caught them." She wore a look of pride. "Well done, Little Leaf." Glenn readily showered her with praise. The latter immediately lifted her neck like a proud swan. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed sir. Please forgive our cowardice. We were truly frightened by this monster. Indeed, we have come to recognize your prowess, and we shall never attempt to flee again. Please trust us." A group of individuals wore mournful expressions, seemingly terrified that Glenn might unleash his wrath upon them. They were quite experienced in such matters. After all, it appeared that the person before them merely required their guidance. And now that their task was complete, they had outlived their usefulness. Observing their fearful demeanor, Glenn surmised their thoughts and displayed an expression of indecision. Seeing that they had not been immediately dispatched, the group felt a glimmer of hope and quickly gestured to the most eloquent male elf to speak up. The latter did not disappoint, promptly stating, "Esteemed sir, we are a group that reveres the strong. We have witnessed your might and are utterly captivated. It is rare to encounter a master with such formidable power and unmatched handsomeness. Although we possess little strength and may not yet be worthy to serve you, we still hope you might accept us to perform menial tasks." These words flowed effortlessly, sending shivers down Glenn's spine. This is excessively sycophantic, he internally scoffed. Yet he maintained a composed facade. "So you are truly this formidable?" Both the little leaf and the little mushroom were taken in by the male elf's words. Gazing up at Glenn's lips twitched slightly. He chose to ignore the two naive girls and, maintaining an impassive expression, addressed the local inhabitants. Upon reflection, "It is evident that killing you serves no purpose for me. Therefore, I shall spare your lives for the time being, so you might assist me." The trapped individuals rejoiced at his words, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts. Glenn then instructed the little leaf to dispel the magic. Once freed, the individuals noticeably became much more subdued, abandoning any thoughts of escape. Glenn led them in a search of the ruins, but found no hidden passages or mechanisms. He then pulled the male elf aside and inquired, "Did the prophet reveal to you the location of the concealed laboratory?" The male elf swallowed nervously and shook his head slowly. "Where's the prophet? Bring him to me now," Glenn commanded. "I am truly sorry, sir. The prophet departed from here several days ago," the male elf replied with great respect. Could it be he anticipated my arrival? Glenn pondered with suspicion. In truth, the prophet merely anticipated potential trouble in the near future, prompting his intention to flee for refuge, unaware that a force even mightier than the monster would soon emerge. With a wave of his hand, Glenn signaled the elf to continue searching. The elf, as if granted a reprieve, promptly turned and departed. After observing the ruins for a while longer, Glenn's patience began to wane, and he shouted, "Enough! Everyone, cease your efforts." The locals, who had been diligently searching for hidden passages and mechanisms, halted their actions, having grown weary of retracing their steps, yet hesitant to defy Glenn's command. Only the little leaf and the small mushroom remained indifferent to the adults' affairs, treating the ruins as a playground for their amusement. "Now step aside. I shall excavate this area," Glenn declared, leaping onto a broken pillar, standing upright amidst the debris. Upon hearing his words, everyone retreated to the periphery of the ruins, including the two children. Glenn transformed into a level 5 werewolf and directed his assault against the damaged foundation of a structure that resembled a crescent moon. The building, made of ordinary materials, succumbed to his blows and gradually toppled to one side, an area devoid of onlookers, thus sparing anyone from harm. The sound of the towering edifice crashing down was considerable, startling birds into flight and sending plumes of dust billowing into the air. The muffled echoes lingered for some time, before the spectators on the outskirts could fully appreciate this magnificent spectacle. Another tremendous noise captured their attention. It was Glenn, now rapidly wielding two claws armed with fiery fangs, furiously digging into the ground. The noise was unexpectedly loud, for the fiery fangs were so sharp that they could slice through anything as if it were mere clay. However, after plunging 7 or 8 meters into the earth, the invincible steel claws were inexplicably obstructed by a dark red stone. This was decidedly abnormal. The 3 dark sorcerers, being only of the 4th level, could not possibly conjure such a resilient material capable of resisting Glenn's steel claws for so long. Despite the relentless strikes of his formidable strength and indomitable claws, only a shallow layer was torn asunder. Glenn was compelled to pause and examine the situation closely. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Could this be an ancient ruin? Ancient ruins equate to treasure troves, a sentiment familiar to anyone with even a modicum of knowledge on the continent. The tales of individuals stumbling upon ancient ruins and subsequently ascending to the pinnacle of their lives due to fortuitous encounters are countless. How much of the valuable contents had those 3 miscreants already pilfered? With a surge of excitement coursing through him, Glenn transformed once more into a level 7 werewolf. A dense cloud of cursed black smoke erupted, instantly enveloping the entire expanse of the ruins. The onlookers in the distance were taken aback, retreating to distance themselves from the ominous smoke. Glenn, as the two young girls withdrew, concern for Glenn pierced their thoughts, prompting them to rush back into the black smoke to rescue him. However, at that moment, a somewhat familiar, yet heavily malevolent voice called out to them, "I am unharmed. This is my doing." After a moment of reflection, they finally recognized the voice belonged to Glenn, which relieved the two young girls. The others, however, were nearly brought to their knees, astonished that such a tremendous commotion was caused by Glenn. Oh gods! To what terrifying extent does his power reach? This was the collective outcry echoing in the minds of several locals. Chapter 160. The essence of the curse. Amidst the turmoil of their emotions, an earth-shattering sound erupted, akin to a thunderclap. It was accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground. A few individuals were startled, jumping 3 feet into the air, their hearts nearly skipping a beat. As the black smoke dissipated, the ruins once again came into sharp focus before everyone's eyes. Distinctively, a bottomless pit had appeared amidst the debris. As the locals hesitated over whether to investigate, Little Leaf transformed into a bird and flew towards the pit, clutching Little Mushroom. "Glenn, are you down there?" The two girls called out, their voices echoing and diminishing within the depths. "I'm fine, but don't come down just yet. It may be dangerous." "I'll take a look first," Glenn responded. Upon hearing his voice, the girls felt a renewed sense of relief. Meanwhile below, Glenn surveyed the remnants of the ruins with his glowing emerald eyes, reminiscent of the exhilaration he felt during his past life when first entering an underground fortress in a game. He found himself in what appeared to be a corridor, with walls covered in moss-like vegetation, though Glenn knew that such moss would not thrive in this environment. The ground beneath him was paved with dark red bricks, showing clear signs of human activity, and it was not ancient. This must be the secret lair of the 3 dark sorcerers. How much have they explored this ruin? I wonder? Glenn casually removed a torch from the wall and ignited it with a bracelet on his wrist. The moment the flame flickered to life, the other torches ignited in sequence, as if responding to a signal. "How remarkably intelligent," Glenn remarked, then replaced the torch and strolled towards one end of the corridor. After a short distance, he encountered an arched wooden door on either side, all of which were unlocked. Pushing open the first door, the flickering candlelight illuminated the interior, revealing various dissected animal corpses, an array of tools, and scattered notes piled upon a large table. It was evident that the owner was a rather careless individual. Glenn inspected the room, but found nothing of particular interest, so he exited. The subsequent rooms were similarly gruesome dissection chambers, one of which was dedicated specifically to the dissection of werewolves. Inside were corpses of werewolves at various stages, some humanoid, others half-wolf, and some appearing to be caught between forms at the moment of death. Amidst this grim collection, Glenn discovered several vials of purified wolf venom, each labeled accordingly. The dark sorcerers referred to this venom as the essence of the werewolf curse, with a classification of the respective werewolves noted on the labels. Glenn picked up a bottle containing the essence of a level 3 werewolf curse, scrutinizing it closely. The semi-translucent glass vial appeared utterly dark. Had it not been for his acute senses, he might have mistaken its contents for ink. He gently shook the bottle, and to his astonishment, a transformation occurred within the silent confines. The pitch-black essence swirled about like a colony of living microorganisms, dancing within the bottle. With his exceptional hearing, Glenn could even discern the faint sound of countless minute creatures colliding against the glass. How did those dark sorcerers manage to extract such a substance? Setting the glass bottle down, he exited the room and continued his exploration deeper into the ruins. He arrived at a chamber reminiscent of a meeting room, and was taken aback by the enormous map affixed above the conference table. The map depicted the entirety of the Kingdom of Zen, encompassing every district and locale, complete with areas marked by magical symbols, the meanings of which eluded him. Nonetheless, the map represented a valuable find, and after imprinting its details in his memory, he began to scrutinize the other aspects of the meeting room. Yet, he found no further valuable information, prompting him to delve into other areas. Time passed swiftly, and by the time Glenn departed the ruins, the afternoon sun hung low in the sky. Spotting him, the small leaf and mushroom who had been chatting together, rushed over. "Glenn, what's down there?" the eager Leaf inquired. "Nothing extraordinary. It's quite similar to the laboratory in the magic house," Glenn replied, half truthfully. The areas explored by the three sorcerers were indeed typical magical laboratories, but the uncharted regions held unknown perils. Upon hearing Glenn's response, the enthusiasm of the two girls waned significantly. This was precisely the effect Glenn desired. The unexplored ruins were likely fraught with dangers that even a level 4 dark sorcerer would find daunting, and bringing the two girls along would be troublesome. "Esteemed sir, how may we assist you?" A male elf, accompanied by his comrades, approached respectfully. They understood that this was the moment to be summoned. Pleased with their eagerness, Glenn instructed, "All of you shall accompany me. I have already visited the laboratories of the 3 dark sorcerers. They pose little threat. Your task is to help me remove all valuable items." The group immediately displayed expressions of confidence. "Rest assured, sir, we are quite experienced in this regard. We won't miss a single treasure. Just watch us." Glenn merely nodded, then turned to the two girls, saying, "You will remain above and keep an eye on them. Ensure they do not hoard anything, understood?" "That's easy," the assertive Leaf proclaimed, hands on her hips. The serious Mushroom added, "We will fulfill our duty." With instructions given, Glenn and his entourage descended into the deep pit. These individuals were all at least level 1 warriors, and the pit's depth posed no threat to them. Upon entering the ruins, Glenn promptly informed his companions about the locations of various chambers and sternly warned them against venturing into areas untouched by the dark sorcerers. Naturally, they nodded in compliance, each cherishing their lives too much to take unnecessary risks. Once they dispersed, the ruins buzzed with activity. Glenn paid little heed to how they transported their belongings, as that was their concern. Instead, he ventured deeper into the shadows of the ruins, where the torches failed to illuminate. As the clamor gradually faded, darkness enveloped him. Ahead, a prison gate loomed, obstructing his path. Surrounding the gate were shattered stones, evidence of a fierce battle that had once transpired here. Without hesitation, Glenn approached the gate, attempting to force it open with sheer strength, only to meet with predictable failure. Consequently, he transformed into a level 5 werewolf, effortlessly tearing the gate apart with his steel claws. A faint ripple of dark magical energy emanated from it, suggesting that the gate was crafted by those 3 dark sorcerers, considering its age did not align with the surrounding walls. The moment the gate was obliterated, countless crimson eyes simultaneously flickered open in a distant circular chamber along the corridor. Chapter 161, The Giant. The sound of incessant scuttling reached Glenn's ears, revealing that the creature's stir by the sorcerers had not been adequately dealt with. It was all too apparent that the disturbance stemmed from the actions of those 3 dark sorcerers, as the swift response following the destruction of the gate was no coincidence. The noise grew increasingly nearer. The unsettling sound, akin to an army of insects, reverberated within the suffocating darkness, enough to terrify any ordinary person. Glowing red orbs began to appear ahead, growing denser until Glenn discerned that they were a swarm of bat-like creatures. Unlike ordinary bats, these creatures were human-sized, with elongated arms that enabled them to scale walls effortlessly. Like bats, they possessed wings, though they were tucked against their long arms, unfurling only when necessary. In a frenzied manner, they lunged toward Glenn, either crawling or flying. Were this encounter to occur in the open, Glenn might have felt overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. But in such a confined space, the circumstances were entirely different. His body swelled as he transformed into a level 5 werewolf, summoning the fiery fangs of his powers. Instantly, the dark corridor was bathed in blinding flames. The bat-like creatures appeared to harbor a deep fear of light. The moment the fire ignited, the once targeted monsters flailed chaotically, some crashing against walls while others hastily retreated. However, they evidently failed to grasp that what they should truly fear was not the light itself, but the searing heat capable of igniting their very souls. Thus, Glenn brandished 2 flamethrowers, advancing forward as if wielding a super insecticide against the creatures. He continued to spray relentlessly until he had thoroughly eradicated the infestation at their lair. Glenn traversed a realm scorched black, the potent essence of dragon's breath lingering in the air. Retracting his overheated flame tooth, he retraced his steps. The path he had taken bore no branches, and he uncovered nothing of value. It was merely a den for those monstrous beings, with another passageway only visible beyond the prison gates. Upon entering the alternate corridor, he encountered no obstructive creatures, merely a plethora of mechanical traps, all of which Glenn adeptly navigated. Occasionally, murals adorned the walls, depicting the lives of ancient peoples. Glenn glanced at them briefly before moving on. The chambers that appeared at intervals along the corridor were the focus of his exploration. Although most held little worth to him, a few rooms were dedicated to the relics of the site's original owner, showcasing an array of peculiar treasures. Naturally, these chambers were not without their formidable defenses, illusions, mind-bending mechanisms, and heavily fortified barriers all posed significant challenges for Glenn. After dismantling these protective measures, he marked the locations for future retrieval. Another descending spiral staircase marked his fourth encounter, indicating that he now dwelt 5 levels beneath the surface of the ruins. He pondered the total number of levels this edifice might possess. As he set foot upon the descending steps, upon reaching the bottom, Glenn passed through an arched doorway, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Instead of the anticipated corridor, a vast circular arena unfolded before him, expansive enough to rival a football field, where a colossal figure knelt, swords protruding from its back. Taking a few cautious steps forward, Glenn triggered no traps or mechanisms, allowing him to draw closer. He confirmed his advance repeatedly until he stood before the giant. For reasons he could not fully comprehend, the giant emanated an aura of authority, stirring within Glenn an inexplicable urge to prostrate himself in reverence. Perhaps this was the original master of the ruins? Glenn mused, observing the numerous swords embedded in the giant's back with a hint of sardonic admiration. The ground bore dark stains, likely the blood shed by this titan. Clad in armor as thick as walls, the giant's visage was obscured beneath a knightly helmet, its arms resting heavily at its sides, flanked by a massive battle axe and an enormous shield. Glenn approached the formidable axe, studying it intently, yet unable to discern its material. Wrapping both hands around the axe's handle, he prepared to lift it. This giant clearly possessed immense power. Its weapon could not possibly be inferior to his flame tooth. Surprisingly, the axe was lighter than he expected, almost too light for its size. Although he exerted considerable effort, lifting the axe felt akin to an ant hoisting a boulder. Something was amiss with its weight. Suddenly, he directed the axe toward a specific spot and struck with great force. Bam! After a resounding crash, the battle axe appeared unscathed. However, moments later, a couple of cracking sounds emerged, revealing several fractures on the axe's blade. Glenn, now disheartened, set down the axe handle. He paid no heed to the enormous shield, assuming it too was rendered useless. Circling to the giant's rear, Glenn gazed at the swords embedded in the giant's back, unable to resist the urge to rub his hands together. With a leap, Glenn ascended onto the giant's arched back and selected the most striking red sword, gripping its hilt with both hands in an attempt to extract it from the giant's flesh. Yet, despite his face reddening with exertion, he could not budge the colossal blade. Consequently, he transformed into a level 3 werewolf, then a level 5 werewolf, and ultimately had to assume the form of a level 7 werewolf. A thick, dark mist of curses enveloped the giant entirely. Glenn, seizing the hilt of the red sword, summoned all his strength. The sword trembled slightly as Glenn continued to exert pressure. A trickle of crimson arcs began to emerge from the wound in the giant's back, increasing in number as the sword gradually ascended. Glenn was acutely aware of the potential consequences of extracting the sword. The worst-case scenario would merely involve the giant reviving. However, given the giant's diminished strength and the protective measures surrounding this relic, its master could not possibly exceed Glenn's level 7 form by a significant margin. Ultimately, Glenn succeeded in withdrawing the red sword from the giant's back, without a single drop of blood splattering. And even the portion of the sword, once embedded within the giant, bore no trace of blood. Holding the impressively large red sword aloft, Glenn attempted to squeeze it, noting its remarkable hardness. Satisfied that it was not a mere husk, Glenn decided to discard the sword for the moment and prepare to extract the other blades. Yet, in the next instant, the remaining swords embedded in the giant's back began to withdraw on their own. Startled, Glenn feared the giant had revived and hastily jumped down. He observed the kneeling giant, ready for battle. However, he merely witnessed the swords clattering to the ground, transforming into wisps of azure smoke before vanishing, while the giant remained motionless in its original posture. This alleviated Glenn's anxiety. Regrettably, he lamented the disappearance of those swords, leaving him with no choice but to take the red sword. Just as he took a few steps, a voice of immense authority resonated in Glenn's mind. "Who are you?" Chapter 162. The gods. Glenn immediately halted, turning to face the giant's visage. After a few moments of silence, dust fell through the crevices of the giant's helmet, and an almost imperceptible gaze fell upon Glenn. "Are you the one speaking?" Glenn inquired, reverting to his level 5 werewolf form. The voice echoed again in his mind. It did not respond to Glenn's query. "A werewolf? That seems unlikely. A werewolf could not possess your level of strength." Although the entity did not answer him directly, Glenn was now certain that the giant was indeed conversing with him. "What are you? Is it possible that you are still alive after all this?" Glenn remarked casually, as if engaging in a friendly conversation. However, the giant appeared somewhat irked by Glenn's ignorance, its urgent voice echoing in his mind. "How can you not know the illustrious war god of the twilight, the ruler of the land of Hilsaz, the mightiest warrior of the earth's power, the king of Bessaments?" Glenn tapped his head, feeling a buzzing sensation, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Though I hesitate to dampen your spirits, I must confess that I have never heard of any of those titles." Furthermore, Glenn surveyed the surroundings of the ruins. The grandeur and caliber of this site seemed rather inconsistent with your impressive-sounding titles. The voice in his mind fell silent, a wave of melancholy emanating from the giant's form. "Indeed, time is the cruelest of forces. No matter how magnificent my past glories, they will be buried by its passage. Those were not accolades, but mere fabrications woven by the gods." The once authoritative voice now sounded profoundly despondent. Yet, Glenn felt a flicker of curiosity. "Fabrications woven by the gods? You still have ties with the divine? Surely you jest?" A mocking tone laced the voice in his mind. "Have the so-called gods become so ethereal in your hearts?" It seemed that in the era of this giant, the divide between deities and mortals was not so vast. Yet, why did it appear that these gods had seemingly vanished? Glenn contemplated the giant's words. As he rifled through the memories of the original owner, he found no substantial clues. That individual seemed to have been entirely preoccupied with amusement, oblivious to much else. "Which god do you know of now?" The giant's voice inquired once more. Glenn scratched his head, recalling that there were indeed 10 deities: the sun god Borum, the god of justice Akachurla, the god of starshine Pua, and a few others that eluded him. As for the dark deities, he was at a loss. Oh, there was also a demon lord. What was its name? Glenn genuinely struggled to remember, for these were merely fragments of the original owner's recollections, and at that time, the original did not possess Glenn's current capacity for memory. The giant's emotions shifted from sorrow to exasperation. It felt compelled to interrupt Glenn's futile reminiscence. "Enough. The fact that you cannot even recall the names of the gods speaks volumes about their current renown. But let us not dwell on them. Little one, do you desire to wield greater power?" "How great?" Glenn raised an eyebrow, internally scoffing at the classic trope. "Certainly, far more formidable than you are now. As long as I do not encounter a supreme mage or the Night King, you would be invincible." The giant's voice brimmed with unparalleled confidence. Glenn smirked, sensing that the giant was attempting to toy with him. For nothing in this world comes without a price. "Speak, what are your terms?" "I prefer dealings with those who possess wisdom." The giant first praised, "My current body has become utterly unusable, hence my soul requires a new vessel. Your body is quite suitable, capable of withstanding the might of my powerful essence. Fear not, this will not harm you. Rather, it shall enhance the resilience of your own soul." "Perhaps not. I am unwilling to take such a risk," Glenn replied as he hefted the massive crimson sword, preparing to depart. "Wait." The giant attempted to call Glenn back, but Glenn showed no intention of stopping. With a sigh, the giant proposed, "Let us renegotiate our terms. What do you say?" At this, Glenn paused and turned to await further elaboration. "You seem to be an apprentice in the magical arts. I could lend you the remnants of my power to expand your magical reservoir, thus accelerating your journey in the arcane significantly, saving you a great deal of time." Contemplating this, Glenn inquired, "What is the cost?" "Assist me in eliminating a particular individual." The giant's tone turned stark and frigid. "Kill someone?" Glenn frowned. "Is this foe of yours already deceased?" "He should still be alive. He is a formidable elven archmage, possessing a long lifespan," the giant clarified. Nodding, Glenn pressed on, "What manner of person is he? I must consider whether he is worth my efforts." He was once one of my subordinates, known as Alfra, who devised strategies for me. However, he was originally a follower of that wretched silver god, who sought to exploit me. Once I fulfilled their desires, they intended to eliminate me. Were it not for my habit of retaining my strength, I would not be here now. Alfra is an unrepentant zealot, resorting to any means necessary to accomplish the silver god's tasks, having slain countless humans, including his own kin. Therefore, you need not worry about his innocence. Rather, he is steeped in egregious sins. After hearing the giant's account, Glenn nodded decisively. Very well. If your claims hold true, I shall ensure the demise of this Alfra. As his words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Just as Glenn presumed the giant had fallen asleep and was about to call out to him, an invisible force suddenly descended upon Glenn, instigating a profound transformation within him. The power that interfered with the elemental magic surged, reaching an astonishing magnitude that left Glenn astounded. Just as the giant had foretold, this would indeed save him several years in mastering the arcane arts. Once the sensation subsided, the giant's voice emerged again, though considerably weakened. The bargain is struck. I trust you will uphold your end. Glenn hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, Are you dying? Indeed, death is of little consequence to me. After all, everything has changed. I merely feel a twinge of reluctance. The giant leaned forward gradually. Yet, is it not the silver god you yearn to slay the most? And what of it? You are in no position to confront a deity. With a resounding crash, the giant's form collapsed to the ground. The future remains uncertain, Glenn murmured. Chapter 163. Ilya Glenn waited for an eternity, and upon hearing no further sounds resonate within his mind, he cast a final glance at the colossal giant's corpse before turning to shoulder the massive sword and depart. As the corridor was rather confined, he exerted considerable effort to maneuver the great blade out of the ruins. Upon reaching the surface, he discovered that everyone was present, indicating they had already retrieved all that was transportable. A few individuals, grinning foolishly while clutching gemstones, immediately masked their expressions and set their treasures aside upon Glenn's arrival, approaching him with ingratiating smiles. Disregarding their sycophantic demeanor, Glenn turned his attention to extracting the magnificent red sword from its deep pit. The moment the exquisitely crafted weapon was revealed, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, their eyes and mouths agape. Glenn, what is this? Where did you find it? Little Leaf exclaimed, bouncing beneath the great sword, eager to touch it. This is a legendary blade. Little Mushroom pondered for a moment before earnestly enlightening Little Leaf. Glenn set the red sword aside for the two young girls to admire while addressing the rest. I have thoroughly explored the remaining sections of the ruins below. I have eliminated all potential dangers. You may now divide yourselves to retrieve any valuable items, and I have marked the rooms that contain treasures. He proceeded to describe the layout of the ruins and the nature of the marks he had made. Just as he was about to instruct the group to commence their work, Little Leaf approached him and suggested, Glenn, shouldn't we eat first? This remark elicited grateful glances from the assembled individuals, who had been laboring for quite some time and were now famished. Glenn, reminded of his own hunger, having apparently skipped breakfast, relented. Very well, let us first satisfy our appetites before resuming our tasks. In the royal capital, within the opulent district of Saint Artang, a strikingly beautiful noblewoman was arranging her hair before a vanity mirror. Suddenly, her fingers hesitated momentarily. In the next instant, the exquisite room vanished, and the noblewoman found herself engulfed in a void, a state that lasted but a few seconds before normalcy returned. Her delicate brows knitted in confusion as she mused aloud. How peculiar. Why did it suddenly cease? No sooner had she spoken than a maid's voice echoed from outside the room. Miss Ilya, your friends have arrived and are currently awaiting your presence. The noblewoman, known as Ilya, opened the door with a smile captivating enough to enchant countless youths, saying, Let's not keep my friends waiting. The maid, keeping her head bowed and avoiding eye contact with her mistress, felt her heart race at the melodic tone of Ilya's voice. Why, yes, I shall lead you, miss, the maid stammered. Witnessing the maid's flustered demeanor, Ilya's smile widened even further. This is her home, where a maid was unnecessary for guidance. However, today marks the grand ball hosted by Ilya's mother, drawing a considerable crowd to the hall. To avoid any disturbances, the maid had arranged a route that would evade the bustling throngs, escorting Ilya to her friend's location. As they traversed the corridor, the distant sounds of voices and music from the hall could be faintly perceived. Upon passing a balcony overlooking the hall, Ilya paused. The maid, ever vigilant of her mistress's movements, noticed the footsteps behind them fade away and turned back cautiously to inquire, "What is it, Miss Ilya?" Ilya closed her eyes, offering no immediate reply. After a moment, her ethereal voice broke the silence. "What is this music? Why have I never heard it before? It feels as though I am in another world." The maid listened for a while before responding with a smile. "This is a new composition by Master Dengami, titled The Ugly Duckling. It was created for a story, so it is entirely understandable that you have not encountered it before, Mississippi." "A story?" Ilya inquired, curiosity piqued. "I have heard that Master Dengami has not produced new works for quite some time, and I believed he intended to cease composing altogether. What sort of tale possesses such allure that it would inspire him to take up his pen once more?" The maid, seemingly well informed about the matter, pondered her words before replying. "It is said to be a new genre of story aimed at children, referred to as a fairy tale, penned by a writer from a remote town near Bartzi. Originally, the story circulated only within that region, but following the invasion of demons, it gradually spread along with the refugees. The Ugly Duckling is but one of the tales within this collection." Upon hearing this, Ilya exhibited a keen interest, stating, "Please ensure that the complete collection of this fairy tale is delivered to my room, along with a record of Master Dengami's new composition." The maid readily acquiesced, and the two continued on their way. Turning several corners, a room illuminated by warm orange light came into view, accompanied by the sounds of laughter. As Ilya entered, all eyes turned toward her. The room was vast, rivaling the ballroom where the celebration was being held, and it housed around a dozen individuals, all elegantly attired, their noble status evident. "My apologies, everyone, for keeping you waiting," Ilya said with sincere regret, offering a graceful curtsy to the assembled guests. Her mere presence held them momentarily in awe, and as her words settled, the guests responded with a blend of belated embarrassment and admiration. "To have the honor of seeing the beautiful Miss Ilya is worth any wait," one remarked. "You remain as enchanting as ever, leaving us utterly spellbound," another added. "Miss Ilya, may I have the pleasure of a dance with you shortly?" Amidst their enthusiastic greetings, Ilya maintained her poise, adeptly responding with courtesy to each individual, ensuring that none felt overlooked in her presence. "Miss Ilya, I was truly delighted by the gift you bestowed upon me on my birthday. In return, I have taken the liberty to prepare a most exquisite present for you, one that I am certain you will cherish." The speaker was a young man with golden locks, whose mere presence silenced the assembly, for he was none other than His Highness, Prince Garl, the fourth prince of the kingdom. I too am overjoyed at the prospect of the prince appreciating my birthday offering and equally eager to discover what gift he shall bestow upon me in return. Every gesture and expression of Ilya quickens the hearts of all present, with Prince Garl, standing closest, feeling it most acutely. The slightest smile from the enchanting maiden ignites an insatiable desire within him to embrace her, yet he exerts considerable restraint, fearing the breach of decorum. To incite her disdain is a prospect he dreads above all else. Ilya's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, aware that she must not overly entice the prince and must strike a delicate balance. Hence she turned her attention to the others. "Now, let us commence this tea gathering." Chapter 164. The most resilient material of the long caravan, laden with abundant goods, advanced steadily. Glenn, driving the reindeer cart, led the procession at the forefront. The locals, having resided here for an indeterminate duration, had amassed considerable resources, preparing their vehicles well in advance in the event of a hasty retreat. Coupled with their own assets, this resulted in a caravan overflowing with treasure. Glenn planned to return to Dolph's magical abode first, to greet his mentor upon his return before continuing the journey back to Bayek with the caravan. The two young girls were somewhat reluctant to return to the magical house, yet their journey had proven enriching, granting them valuable experiences. Should they venture out again in the future, their trepidation would be considerably lessened. After a day's travel, the caravan reached the Demonfall Valley around 8 or 9 in the evening. When Glenn informed those who had come from Kumering that this was the territory of his teacher, a 5th-level magician, their faces paled with trepidation. "There is no need for formality. You need only wait outside for a few days, and we shall soon resume our journey," he reassured them. The expressions of the group turned complex, leaving them uncertain of how to respond. However, The reactions of Little Leaf and Little Mushroom were markedly different. What? You are leaving? Please don't go. Little Leaf's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she clutched at Glenn's garment, refusing to let go. Don't leave. Don't leave. Little Mushroom also leapt into Glenn's embrace, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Glenn, feeling a headache coming on, could only gently pat the heads of the two little girls, speaking in soothing tones. I have many matters to attend to elsewhere, and there are others awaiting me. I must return, but I shall come back. Alternatively, you may accompany my teacher to visit me. His gentle words eventually assuaged the little girls, allowing them to reluctantly accept the reality of Glenn's departure. Upon returning to the enchanted abode, Miko was initially taken aback by the tear-streaked faces of the two young girls, mistakenly believing their journey had been unpleasant. However, after listening to Glenn's explanation, she smiled and offered words of comfort to the girls, not forgetting to speak a few kind words about Glenn. Subsequently, Glenn shared a general overview of their recent travels with Miko. Miko first requested Glenn to retrieve the cylindrical object that housed the white wolf for her examination. A mere glance was sufficient for her to discern its nature. This was a vessel used by wizards of the previous century to store knowledge, typically containing a wizard's research records in a specific field. Upon a brief inspection, she noted that this particular record pertained to the conduction of magical arrays, including intricately designed central node configurations. It was evident that its creator possessed a level of expertise comparable to her own. Upon hearing this, Glenn simply inquired, "Can I use it?" That was his primary concern. "Unfortunately, you cannot. However, fret not, for I have a solution," Miko replied, extending her hand towards the upper floor. A remarkably exquisite feather quill descended gracefully into her grasp. This was a magical creation of Dolph, possessing the prowess of a second-tier mage and well-versed in various ancient scripts. It could transcribe the knowledge contained within the vessel into a universal language, allowing you to utilize it for the time being. As her words concluded, the feather quill circled around Glenn before finally settling upon his right shoulder. "Thank you, Teacher Miko," Glenn exclaimed gratefully, casting a brief glance at the quill. Miko merely smiled and continued, "I cannot find any corresponding entity in my memories regarding the giant you mentioned. Nevertheless, for precautionary measures, I shall conduct a thorough examination of your body to ensure that nothing has been tampered with. Once Dolph returns, he can examine you again, and I shall also need to inspect the items you brought back." Glenn nodded in agreement. Miko led him into her private laboratory and instructed him to lie down on a peculiar small bed. After a flurry of activity, she produced an array of bizarre devices and began a comprehensive examination of Glenn's body. Remarkably, she even uncovered the wolf venom hidden within his cells, which attested to the thoroughness of her examination. Fortunately, apart from this finding, no other issues were discovered, allowing Miko to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. Exiting the magical abode, Miko proceeded to inspect each item Glenn had brought back. The creatures from Combor Ridge appeared quite docile, bowing repeatedly upon her arrival. Miko disregarded them and focused on the examination of the goods. With each item inspected, she would explain its name, purpose, and associated taboos to Glenn, thus sparing him considerable effort in understanding them. It was not until she reached the massive red sword that Miko's eloquence faltered. "Teacher Miko, are you unable to discern anything about this item as well?" Glenn asked quietly. May furrowed her brow and remarked, "Based on your conversation with that giant, this object is likely related to the divine. However, I have failed to sense any aura of higher beings upon it. Not even a trace of magical energy or elemental flow." Glenn, too, bowed his head in contemplation. Given his current knowledge, he certainly could not unravel the intricacies of the matter. He was merely pondering how to maximize the value of this colossal sword. A silence enveloped the scene. A group of onlookers in the distance, including apprentices from the magic house, displayed expressions of curiosity, puzzled by the sudden quietude of the two. "Well, I cannot fathom this either. Let's await Daofu's return. He may possess a different perspective." May finally broke the silence. "Very well, let us wait for Teacher Daofu's return." Glenn concurred, ceasing his thoughts. The following day, Daofu returned. He announced that all possible arrangements had been made, and that unless there was a deliberate investigation into Morgan's death, the matter would likely remain concealed for a considerable time. After listening to Glenn recount the experiences of his recent excursions with Xiao Yezi and Xiao mushrooms, Daofu promptly performed a thorough examination of Glen's body once more. Unlike Mei, Daofu not only detected the hidden wolf poison within Glen, but also discerned that his soul appeared to be different. However, he could not specify in what manner it was different. Nevertheless, he surmised that this could be the reason for Glen's peculiar nature. Glen could not help but admire the prowess of a fifth-level mage. He suspected that it was indeed his transmigrated soul that had led to his body's transformation, which, compounded by the wolf poison, rendered him so unique. Once again, inspecting the cargo of the convoy, Daofu did not overlook the majority of the items that Mei had already identified, meticulously reviewing each one. He ultimately lingered on the imposing red sword, and to Glen's disappointment, Daofu found nothing amiss. However, he did inform Glen, though the material of this sword remains unknown. I can assert that it is the most resilient substance I have ever encountered. Chapter 165. A pet? A sword of sufficient hardness can certainly be deemed a superior weapon. However, this sword was so vast that Glen found it unwieldy, even in his transformed state as a 7th-level werewolf. Addressing Glen's distress, Daofu offered a solution. He began inscribing a multitude of intricate runes upon the red sword, accompanied by the incantation of various spells. Once the magic was cast, Daofu proclaimed, "I have endowed this sword with a size-altering enchantment." With a flick of his wrist, the colossal sword soared into the air, floating toward Daofu while continuously diminishing in size until it was merely slightly taller than Daofu himself. "This is the limit of my abilities. It cannot shrink any further," Daofu explained to Glen. Given that Daofu stood approximately 1.78 meters tall, the maximum reduced length of the giant sword would be around 1.8 meters. This was already quite sufficient. Glen was quite satisfied. Even if he did not sell this sword, he could keep it for his own use. For now, he decided to test it himself. Taking hold of the large red sword, he swung it a few times, noting that its weight had lessened and it felt quite manageable. Then he heard Daofu speak again. "I will also impart to you the incantation inscribed on the sword, allowing you to adjust its size as you desire." Glen was even more astonished. Daofu raised a hand, and a somewhat convoluted spell materialized in Glen's mind. He attempted to recite the incantation to enlarge the sword, and it gradually expanded in his grip. He then tried the incantation to reduce its size, and the sword diminished until it reached its limit. "Thank you, Master. You have truly been a great help." Glen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Daofu merely stroked his beard and smiled. After conversing for a while by the caravan, Glen and Daofu returned to the magic house with the other apprentices. Glen shared his intention to return to Berserk, which did not surprise Daofu. Upon reflection, he realized that it was already a few days later than planned. Now that your control over magical energy has significantly improved, your future learning pace will accelerate considerably. However, remember to remain humble. Studying magic can often be an exceedingly tedious endeavor. Without patience, even the greatest talent is merely squandered. Do you understand, Glen? Daofu offered this counsel before Glen departed. Glen listened patiently, nodding to indicate his comprehension when Daofu finished speaking. Daofu continued. "You have already learned many of the essential foundational concepts. These will suffice for you to delve into the art of dispelling magic. Upon your return, how quickly you become a first-level mage depends on your own efforts." After this, Miko added, "If you encounter anything you do not understand, do come back here. We'll guide you." The two mages did not say much more, and after Glen assured them he had noted everything down, he left the magic house with his belongings. The apprentices on the balcony watched him depart with great reluctance, for once Glen was gone, they would have no more stories to hear. Xiao Yezi and Xiao Mushrooms were particularly distraught, crying profusely and calling for Glen to return soon. Glen was deeply touched by the girl's attachment to him, and repeatedly promised he would return as he stepped outside the protective enchantment. The caravan was fully prepared to set off, and Glen inquired about the name of the male elf. It turned out he was named Kyle, having grown up in the wilderness and honed his survival skills. With strength comparable to a second-level extraordinary being, Glen did not bother to inquire about the others, knowing he could become acquainted with them gradually. The caravan set forth in grand procession, reaching the outskirts of Berserk by the afternoon of the 4th day. Just as they were about to enter the outer forest of Berserk, a sudden, urgent rumbling echoed from within, prompting Kyle and his companions to instinctively raise their guard. Suddenly, a massive, fearsome black creature burst forth from the woods, its ghastly appearance sending chills down their spines with its jagged, protruding fangs. As Kyle was about to shout a warning, the scene behind him nearly caused him to tumble from his horse. A formidable and terrifying creature came to an abrupt halt before Glenn's majestic stag, its tongue lolling out as it nudged the beast with its massive head. It turned out to be Glenn's pet. This was a unanimous thought among Kyle and the others. Glenn pushed Nighthowl away with an odd expression, inquiring, "Where did you learn this?" Although Glenn occasionally referred to Nighthowl as a big dog, its behavior was far from canine. This reaction left Glenn utterly perplexed. Nighthowl whimpered a few times, conveying its current sentiment. Upon hearing this, Glenn's expression darkened. It seemed that Nighthowl had been serving as a mount for Tia and the others, and had observed a well-behaved dog at a residence in Deuter Town, prompting it to mimic the behavior. "You're not a dog. Don't imitate them. You've lost all semblance of dignity," Glenn scolded. Nighthowl immediately straightened up, whimpering again to indicate that it found such antics rather foolish, but could not resist the allure of Tia and the other girls who frequented the place. "Are you referring to Layla and Bonnie? They actually come here to play?" Glenn thought, a sense of incredulity washing over him. After a brief pause, he added, "Then you might as well put on a show for them." Nightowl's ears drooped in defeat. Gently patting his loyal companion on the neck, Glenn led the convoy into the outer woods of Bayek. After arranging the caravan along the roadside, Glenn instructed Kyle to wait there while he ventured toward the farm. He pondered, having been away for several days. I wonder how they managed the farm. Although he had given clear instructions before departing, a lingering sense of unease remained in his heart. Soon, his exceptional hearing picked up the sounds of various livestock and the voices of Miss Elvin, Lavelle, and Tia. As he approached and caught sight of the farm, he found nothing amiss, save for the three individuals who were supposed to be managing affairs, amusing themselves with a ram, which left him feeling slightly displeased. At that moment, an agitated ram was pursuing Gotaya, while Miss Elvin wore a composed smile, skillfully evading its advances and toying with the creature. Lavelle and Tia stood outside the pen, playing the role of enthusiastic spectators, cheering and clapping every time Miss Elvin dodged the ram as charged. "It's my turn! It's my turn!" Tia suddenly exclaimed with urgency. Gotaya leaped over the fence, while Tia scrambled inside, eager to continue teasing the unfortunate ram. "You truly know how to have fun," Glenn's voice echoed softly. The trio turned in unison, their faces reflecting surprise. Tia quickly lit up with joy, preparing to leap over the fence to give Glenn a hearty embrace. However, the ram seized the opportunity, delivering a forceful blow to the little maid's posterior. The maid let out a cry as she was knocked to the ground, her face and clothes smeared with dirt. Chapter 166 of the Glenn Fairy Tale Collection. Glenn looked at the still, somewhat foolish little maid, nearly unable to contain his expression. Gotaya immediately rushed over to lift the ram away and help Tia to her feet. Glenn approached, surveying the surroundings, and addressed the now blushing maid. "How did you end up behaving like these two rascals?" Tia, scratching her head after climbing over the railing, replied, "I saw them having so much fun that I wanted to join in." Upon hearing this, Glenn turned his gaze towards Laville and Gotaya, both of whom averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. "Well, considering you've managed things fairly well, I suppose I shan't interfere." Glenn waved his hand dismissively and turned to leisurely inspect the livestock in each area. Both the curly-haired gentleman and the elven lady breathed a sigh of relief. Glenn noticed a small house in the distance, where a large grub was resting soundly. It had grown significantly in just a few days of his absence. The little maid followed closely behind Glenn, chattering incessantly about the happenings of recent days. Indeed, some noteworthy events had transpired during his time away. Firstly, the kingdom had conducted a sacred cleansing of the battlefield where they had fought against the demons. This was a ceremony akin to worship, a time-honored tradition capable of purifying any pollution or traces left by the demons, a ritual observed by every kingdom post-conflict. The day of the sacred cleansing was particularly lively, with thousands of knights of the second rank and above donning special robes and performing ancient dances. The spectacle was utterly magnificent, drawing countless travelers and outsiders to witness it. Naturally, Tia and the others attended, and the little maid described the event with great excitement, though her limited vocabulary struggled to convey the grandeur of the scene. However, Glenn could easily visualize it. Moreover, it seemed that many strangers had recently come seeking Glenn, most drawn by his fairy tales, while few were also interested in his woodworking creations. In summary, Glenn had become a somewhat notable figure. This amused him greatly. And when Tia produced a book titled Glenn Fairy Tale Collection, he felt an overwhelming urge to bury his face in his hands. Although the original author was not in this world, a slight sense of guilt lingered within him. The little maid waved the book in front of Glenn before clutching it tightly to her chest, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. Who compiled this? Wasn't my consent necessary? Glenn inquired of Tia. The little maid shook her head, explaining, "This book is a bestseller at the town's bookstore, with people buying it daily. I had to wait in line for quite a while to get it." Glenn extended his hand and said, "Let me see it." After a moment's hesitation, the little maid handed the book over to Glenn. "I am curious to see who has exploited my resources, managing to do so without even providing me with a share of the royalties." Glenn seethed internally as he sought out the publisher of the book. By Niao Publishing? Upon seeing the name of the publisher, Glenn instinctively attempted to delve into the original owner's memories, though he knew it would be in vain. This utterly ineffectual Dylan. With a deep sigh, Glenn resolved to confront By Niao Publishing to demand his rightful royalties. He returned the book to Tia, who cherished it with great care. Glenn addressed the two, Gotaya and Lavelle, who were pretentiously engaged in work, stating, "Shortly, I will bring a group of individuals here. Your responsibility will be to instruct them in their tasks, thereby alleviating much of your workload." Both of them beamed with delight at this news. Subsequently, Glenn turned to the elven lady and remarked, "My dear, I believe it is time for you to return home, for you have been away for quite some time, and your family must surely be concerned. However, should you wish to remain, that is entirely your choice." As he had sufficient manpower, Glenn felt no need to retain the kidnapped elf. She had her own family and friends, and he did not wish to detain her. Yet, upon hearing his words, Gotaya fell silent, for she missed her mother and the friends in her tribe, although she remained intrigued by Glenn's other skills and talents. Disregarding the elf's internal conflict, Glenn proceeded to summon several individuals from Coumaring, including Kyle, to the farm. After informing them of their upcoming tasks, they expressed their joy. It turned out they had long grown weary of the arduous existence in Coumaring, and the work Glenn had arranged was precisely what they desired. There were 7 more individuals of the caravan, and Glenn planned to assign them to Dude's shop. The immediate concern was to address their housing and sustenance. It was not feasible to purchase houses for them in Bayek, as the owners of the vacant properties seemed to have vanished. Allowing these individuals to occupy the homes indiscriminately could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, Glenn led them to construct rudimentary wooden shelters using the timber resources from the outer forest, providing temporary accommodation until they could gradually resolve their housing situation with their wages. The group had no objections. In fact, they initially believed Glenn would leave them to fend for themselves regarding housing, but this arrangement was already quite satisfactory. After a busy afternoon, Glenn departed early to head towards Dude Town. By this time, the knights had withdrawn, and the town had nearly returned to normalcy, though foot traffic was still slightly diminished compared to before. Upon arriving at his shop, Glenn found it bustling with patrons and had to enter through the back door. Inside, he discovered Luther, Carter, and Kagan bustling about, moving so swiftly that they seemed almost ethereal. Their uniforms were soaked with sweat, and they did not even notice when someone opened the back door. Glenn seamlessly integrated himself into their flurry of activity, slicing meat, weighing portions, and packing orders. His speed surpassing that of others by more than double. This quickly allowed Luther and the others a moment to catch their breath. It was at this moment that they noticed Glenn, their surprise evident. "Mr. Glenn, you've returned." Luther's voice rose above the clamor of the bustling environment, for it was difficult to be heard otherwise. "I just got back. My goodness, I had no idea the store was this busy. What a delightful surprise." Glenn responded with equal volume. "Just a few days ago, everything was fine, but it seems someone has spread the word about our butcher shop. A plethora of out-of-towners have come here to sell meat. That curly-haired lad has already delivered 4 black pigs." This was spoken by Kagan. "No wonder I noticed so many fewer pigs in the pen. Can't that curly-haired gentleman deliver any other livestock?" Glenn continued to engage in conversation with others, occasionally interacting with customers. This time of day was typically bustling with patrons. By 6 or 7 in the evening, the crowd would significantly dwindle, allowing Luther and the others to manage with ease. Recently, Luther had been responsible for collecting payments, and Glenn trusted him, so after wrapping up the busy period, he inquired about the earnings from the past few days. Luther answered fluently, showing no signs of guilt. Chapter 167. Revenge. After collecting the business earnings from Luther, Glenn distributed this month's salaries in advance. The moment the three received their money, joy was unmistakable on their faces. After a moment, Glenn turned to Luther and asked, "How has Cliff been faring with the furniture sales? Has he come by these past few days?" At the mention of this, Luther immediately lost his smile and replied, "I almost forgot, Mr. Glenn. Cliff, he has passed away." Glenn furrowed his brow, taken aback. What happened? Luther's face contorted with anger as he recounted. Initially, the days following your departure were fine. Cliff would come to report daily on the thriving furniture business. He said, "Sir, the furniture you crafted is immensely popular there. Many nobles are flocking to acquire a piece, driving the prices sky high. It seemed to have stirred discontent among others, particularly those two individuals who visited last time. They even attempted to forcibly seize the unsold items, but Cliff resolutely refused them. This was the last thing he mentioned to me before I received the dreadful news of his death on the way home. I am certain those scoundrels are responsible. For your exquisite furniture soon found its way to that fellow Hubert's home, becoming his merchandise." Upon hearing this, Glenn remained silent, his expression dark and foreboding. Luther, still seething with indignation, was joined in his anger by the Carter brothers, who were equally enraged upon learning of these events. It was as if those bullies considered murder an ordinary affair. We reported it to the authorities, but given the capabilities of the officers in our area, there are no leads to follow. Those ruffians covered their tracks too well, Kagan lamented. Are they still residing in the same place? Glenn suddenly inquired. Luther shook his head and replied, "I do not know. However, the officers behind have consistently failed to find any evidence. Thus, I intentionally hired a carriage to journey to the town of Cliff. Upon my arrival, I witnessed that fellow named Hubert laughing and joking with others in a carpentry workshop, utterly devoid of remorse for their heinous act. Infuriated, I confronted them, only to be met with violence. Had it not been for the throngs of people on the street at that moment, I might not have returned unscathed." Glenn rose and addressed the three employees, saying, "Well, the workday has concluded. You should return home and rest. Tomorrow may prove to be quite busy." The trio, believing Glenn was merely in a foul mood, said nothing further, gathering their belongings and bidding him farewell as they departed. Glenn stood at the shop's entrance, watching the three retreating figures fade into the distance while glancing up at the now pitch-black sky. Just as he returned, work awaited him. "Alas, my apologies, Cliff. I shall go and exact vengeance for you." With that, Glenn extinguished the shop's lights and secured the door. In the next moment, his figure vanished in a flash. 100 kilometers away, in the town of Conchi Road, within a large residence, Hubert and Chels were counting the day's earnings alongside 5 burly men. They piled copper and silver coins upon the wooden table, the metallic sheen captivating everyone present. 1,234 copper coins. "Oh, good heavens, that is considerably less than our earnings from previous days," lamented a burly Mediterranean man. "Enough. All the furniture has been sold out. To have earned this much in recent days is commendable. In the past, even Cliff Shop would not have managed such profits." Chels retorted, rolling his eyes at the Mediterranean man. "Why can't we procure more of that kind of furniture? Have you not seen how much the nobles adore it? They are practically begging us for it." The Mediterranean man exaggeratedly gestured. "That lad Glenn has accomplished so much, and Hubert and I have long desired to trouble him. Yet, confound it, that fellow seems to have vanished these past few days. We have not laid eyes on him," Chels said, visibly frustrated as he threw up his hands. "What does it matter to you? Aren't you both carpenters? Surely you can craft such simple furniture?" inquired another man wearing a headscarf. The others shared his sentiment, perceiving the furniture as unremarkable, as though they too could create it with ease. Chels and Hubert's faces flushed simultaneously. "Easier said than done. You have no idea how challenging those pieces are to create. Do you know what tools are required to smooth the wood so finely? Do you comprehend how to bore a hole in timber the size of a finger? If we could replicate them, we would have done so long ago. Would we neglect such a lucrative venture? You outsiders see it as simple. The intricacies involved are numerous. You merely offer idle remarks." Observing the two men arguing passionately, the others fell into a silence, unable to interject. Had I known, I would not have slain that fellow Cliff. Instead, I might have restrained him, for he could have yielded more. Moments later, the burly Mediterranean man uttered these words. The others nodded in agreement, finding merit in his statement. Just then, The cacophony of barking from their dogs erupted outside, only to transform into a fearful whimper, followed by an unsettling silence. The individuals within the room turned their gazes towards the exterior. Hubert muttered, "What is happening? Have the wolves from the mountains ventured into town?" The others remained silent, while Charles, nearest to the door, rose to investigate. However, as he stood, the door swung open unaided. Glenn then entered, a smear of canine blood upon him, and gently closed the door behind him. Turning, he addressed the astonished assembly. "Good evening, gentlemen. I am here to eliminate you." "Who is he?" one of the slower-witted brutes inquired. "It's you. We did not seek you out. You have come to us, and you dare speak so boldly. Have you brought reinforcements?" "We still have allies. They are in another room, and we have officers present. Do you wish to perish alongside us?" Charles spoke rapidly, convinced that Glenn's audacity stemmed from a cohort of thugs at his side. The audacity to instigate a brawl in town? This fool has no sense. Charles thought derisively. "You have allies? Then summon them quickly, lest you suffer soon." Glenn paused, his intent to strike momentarily halted by Charles's words, and remarked amiably, "Hubert, go fetch anyone you can." Charles commanded his still-seated companions. The plan was to gather sufficient numbers to intimidate their adversary, allowing for negotiation without escalation, as even the most ineffectual officers would not permit such a large-scale melee to unfold. Chapter 168. A new invention before long. The previously darkened rooms flickered to life. A cacophony of footsteps accompanied by curses heralded the arrival of a dozen men and women, their faces hardened, the women resembling formidable matriarchs, evidently accustomed to the misdeeds of their associates. "Are we all gathered?" Glenn, encircled by such a multitude, appeared unfazed. With newfound confidence, Charles stepped forward, his tone elevated. "Mr. Glenn, regardless of how many you have outside, engaging in violence here is decidedly unwise. Why not depart the town and settle this in solitude? What say you?" He was confident in his crew. They had faced rival factions before without suffering setbacks. Even his sisters were fiercely capable, rivaling the strength of men. Glenn smiled. "There is no need." Charles's expression faltered, and as he prepared to label Glenn a fool, he suddenly felt a flash before his consciousness faded. The last thing he heard was the frantic cries of his brethren. Upon awakening once more, he found himself suspended upside down in a desolate wilderness, along with his siblings. The others had already regained consciousness, struggling fiercely against their bonds. It appeared that all had awakened. Glenn's voice echoed from below, and, as they glanced down, they beheld Glenn standing beside a pile of peculiar objects, revealing a cruel smile. All faces flushed with anger, yearning to curse him, yet their mouths were gagged, producing only futile whimpers. "I believe it would be far too merciful to simply kill you outright," Glenn declared. "Therefore, I have resolved to torment you slowly, for only such a method can assuage my wrath." As he spoke, he displayed an array of bizarre instruments, adding, "These are improvised tools. My knowledge of ancient tortures from my previous life is somewhat extensive, and I assure you, you are about to witness something most enlightening." Those suspended from the tree could not fully grasp Glenn's words, but they understood his intent. He wished to inflict slow, agonizing death upon them. Some already felt the pangs of fear, yearning for mercy, yet unable to voice their pleas. Glenn loosened a rope, allowing a bald man to descend, who struggled desperately. Terror etched across his features. The others cried out in a frenzy, imploring Glenn to cease. They had grown up together, their bonds of brotherhood deep, and the impending fate of the Mediterranean man was unbearable to contemplate. Glenn dragged the Mediterranean man onto a massive, fixed chopping block, extracting a bone saw before the trembling eyes of his companions. The first act, Lingqi. In the ensuing time, these individuals experienced a taste of hell. Perhaps even hell itself would offer respite from the torment they endured. Days later, rumors of the mysterious disappearance of the Shares family spread throughout Conchi Road, swiftly morphing into a tale of terror. It was said that those who committed wicked deeds would inevitably vanish like the Shares, perhaps descending into hell or being taken by some other entity. Glenn learned of these legends only later. Upon returning to Bayek, Glenn busied himself constructing staff quarters at the farm. Meanwhile, due to the increase in manpower, Luther and his team no longer found themselves overwhelmed with work at the dude shop. After several days of relentless activity, Glenn gradually found himself with some free time, awaiting a response from Gotaya. Should she wish to depart, he could arrange the journey. Yet, until now, the elven maiden had not sought him out, compelling Glenn to temporarily set her matters aside. After dedicating a few more days, Glenn stored all the magical equipment brought from Kongbor Ridge in the basement. Following a thorough organization and installation, a well-equipped magical laboratory was established, with a practical tool concept already forming in his mind. Glenn set aside all other concerns and delved into his research. During this period, Tia took full responsibility for meals at the farm and home, her days proving no less demanding than the others. She has been contemplating urging Glenn to pen some fairy tales these days, yet he remains sequestered in the basement, only emerging for meals. Observing Glenn's hurried and industrious demeanor, the young maid finds it difficult to voice her thoughts. The town of Bayek remains as tranquil as ever, while the bustle of the outer forest does not escape the notice of its perceptive inhabitants. The puppet maiden has stealthily visited Glenn's farm several times, seemingly enchanted by the sight of bustling humans and the endearing antics of livestock. Initially, the farm workers were startled by the sight of this talking puppet, as their past experiences suggested that such encounters often led to confrontation. Moreover, Glenn had cautioned them against engaging with outsiders, typically characterized by higher-tier monsters. This warning instilled considerable fear among them. However, as they interacted with the exquisite puppet, they discerned her benign nature and chose to ignore her presence, occasionally indulging in brief conversations. The puppet's sister was delighted, yet her brother, the puppet brother, was infuriated. Palandes would angrily pull Aina away, repeatedly admonishing her not to get too close to strangers. Aina would always promise to heed his warnings, yet she would escape regardless. The unfortunate puppet brother, clad in a blue vest, soon discovered that his obedient sister had vanished. Those working at Glenn's farm, including the elf Kyle, were permitted to procure supplies from the outside world, albeit in disguise. This was particularly true for Kyle, as the elven race is prone to attracting trouble. In Glenn's underground laboratory, the flickering chandelier swayed, and Glenn stood before a magical apparatus, swiftly assembling something with his hands, occasionally accompanied by crackling arcs of magic. Bang! An explosion occurred, causing the magical device to tremble violently, and a plume of black smoke rose, darkening Glenn's face. Coughing, Glenn expelled the smoke, wiped his face with his sleeve, and adjusted his tousled hair. He then delicately lifted a telephone-like object from the apparatus, scrutinizing it from all angles without detecting any errors. Taking a deep breath, he softly murmured, "This should be a success." Grasping the handle of the object with one hand, he placed it to his ear and contemplated the operational method, silently reciting it in his mind. Meanwhile, in the police station of Dudtown, Sheriff Doherty, engrossed in reviewing documents, suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon as it transitioned from the ethereal to the tangible. Instinctively, he grew wary and prepared to exit the room. However, the object emitted a familiar voice. "Hello, is anyone there? Sheriff Doherty?" Stiffening, Doherty took a moment to recognize that it was indeed Glenn's voice. Chapter 169. Opportunity Glenn? Is that you? Doherty called out from a distance, reluctant to approach the strange object. "It is I, and I apologize if I startled you. I have acquired a magical artifact that enables communication with others within a certain range. Quite convenient, wouldn't you agree? Oh, by the way, I believe I have not mentioned that I have become an apprentice in the arcane arts. Should you have any queries, let us discuss them in person. This device appears to be rather unstable, and I must make further adjustments." With that said, the artifact vanished into thin air. Dudley was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Glenn set down the smoking telephone receiver and picked up a design blueprint from the floor, squinting in contemplation while softly muttering to himself. How can I prevent the magical runes from overheating? Maintaining his pose for a moment, he suddenly seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes brightened, and he resumed fervently scribbling on the paper. This telephone receiver utilized much of the knowledge recorded within various containers provided by the White Wolves, with the core technology being a unique design known as anchor point localization. This technique allows for the positioning of a target based on a mental visualization of the information, utilizing an ethereal magical space to convey sound or visual data. Currently, Glenn could only transmit sound, constrained by distance, with a precise range yet to be determined through experimentation. In the hidden opulence of a mansion belonging to the Punk family in Bartsy City, a golden-haired figure was vigorously striking the door with a chair. However, With her limited strength, she was unable to budge the sturdy entrance, and despite her body aching from exhaustion, she persisted. "You pests of the Punk family. Scoundrels! You shall pay dearly for this." Perlnaz rasped, her voice hoarse from incessant curses. Her mother had planned to relocate her back to Dudtown days prior, and everything was prepared. Yet, upon learning of this, Hamet grew frantic. He commanded his guardian, a dark sorcerer, to secretly abduct the young lady. This was an exceedingly irrational act, especially considering that Count Punk was embroiled in legal disputes with the elven delegation in the capital. However, it was precisely because the overseer was absent that this man, who had already surpassed 40 years of age, dared to act with such impulsiveness and immaturity. Regrettably, after the abduction, Hamet was consumed by remorse. The potential consequences loomed over him, causing his entire body to tremble. Before taking action, his guardian had cautioned him. Yet Hamet had been blinded by his emotions. Now that the deed was done, regretting it served no purpose. He could only keep the matter concealed. The simplest solution would be to dispose of Perlnaz. Yet, Hamet found himself incapable of such a course of action. He felt an overwhelming attachment to her. The moment he laid eyes on Perlnaz's exquisite and noble visage, he was unable to resist the urge to possess her. However, she had grown to despise him to the utmost. Should he dare approach, she would repel him with a ferocity akin to madness. Ultimately, he could only confine her within the confines of his private residence. The incessant banging at the door finally ceased, and Perlnaz collapsed onto the floor, her body trembling slightly from exertion. Sweat glistened on her fair skin, lending it a dewy radiance, while a few strands of hair clung to her face, evoking a sense of pity. She was alone in the room, with no one to witness her current state. After several adjustments, Bayek Glenn had finally completed a version of the magical telephone that he found somewhat satisfactory. Although the name was not entirely accurate, it mattered little. What was significant was that Glenn would no longer need to fret about communication. From now on, he could simply remain at home, directing his employees with ease, a notion that brought him comfort. As he mused, Glenn stretched lazily and exited the basement, intending to take a stroll. He first wandered around the farm, inspecting the employees' work, and engaged in a few exchanges with the elven lady before departing. Boarding his deer-drawn carriage, Glenn made his way to Dudetown, where he planned to brief Sheriff Doug while also taking a moment to relax in his shop. However, as he entered the town and approached the sheriff's office, he spotted Layla walking with a heavy heart from a distance. Glenn immediately steered the carriage closer and called out, "Layla, long time no see." Startled from her thoughts by the sound of her name, Layla instinctively responded loudly. Upon recognizing Glenn, her face lit up with joy. "Mr. Glenn, you're back. How have you been since your recent return? The demonic incident must have had quite an impact on your school, right? Is it able to resume classes normally now?" Glenn inquired with genuine concern. Layla shook her head with a smile, reassuring him. "The school hasn't been greatly affected. The principal and teachers remained. So classes will resume swiftly once order is restored. However, those classmates who had to flee the town and couldn't return in time are in a bit of a predicament regarding missed lessons." Glenn nodded, ready to speak further when Layla suddenly seemed to recall something and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Glenn, the story you wrote has spread widely. Recently, many affluent and distinguished individuals sought me out, inquiring about the author of those fairy tales. I told them it was you, but unfortunately, you were away at the time, or else it could have led to different opportunities." "Opportunities? Let us discuss my manuscript payment first." Glenn chuckled awkwardly, steering the conversation anew. "But just a moment. I noticed you seemed troubled. Would you mind sharing what's on your mind?" Layla paused for a moment, then recalled her earlier worries and spoke candidly. "Mr. Glenn, I'm concerned about Perlnaz. She wrote to me several days ago, stating she would return shortly, yet Bach and the others have been back for days, and there has been no word from her. We've sent several letters with no response, and I can't shake the feeling that something has happened to her." Glenn glanced around at the bustling crowd and lowered his voice to Layla. "I have a way to contact her." Layla's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? That should be helpful," she replied, sensing Glenn's confidence. The telephone designed by him possesses numerous limitations. Under normal circumstances, it should connect unless the target is too distant, protected by magical barriers, or subjected to various interferences. However, the crowd here is overwhelming. Get in the carriage and let us proceed to my shop. I shall demonstrate it to you." Glenn's mysterious demeanor thoroughly piqued Layla's curiosity, prompting her to eagerly hop onto Glenn's deer-drawn carriage as they swiftly departed. Upon arriving at the shop, Glenn greeted each employee attending to customers before leading Layla upstairs. Entering the room previously occupied by Danny and her son, Glenn produced the refined magical telephone and handed it to Layla. With this device, you need only to follow Glenn's explanation of its operation. It was designed for ordinary folk, thus requiring no magical energy to function. Chapter 170. Trapped. Layla initially wished to inquire when Glenn acquired this shop, but upon receiving the peculiar object and hearing his explanation, her attention was entirely captivated. "Is this a magical artifact from a bard's tale?" she stammered. "Indeed it is, and I crafted it myself," Glenn replied, brimming with pride and a sense of accomplishment. "Mr. Glenn, are you a wizard?" Layla asked, her curiosity piqued. Glenn anticipated this question. Since Layla first encountered that place, it was likely she had conjured numerous fanciful speculations about his identity, with the enigmatic wizard being the primary target of such conjectures among the youth. Compared to werewolves, wizards are more readily accepted. Thus Glenn nodded in affirmation. "I am still an apprentice wizard, capable only of casting minor spells and creating small artifacts." Layla displayed an expression of realization. "Well then, let's try to contact that noble lady," Glenn urged. Following Glenn's instructions, Layla grasped the handle of the telephone receiver and brought it to her ear. The handle was equipped with a sensor-like device that could establish a connection with the holder. As Glenn spoke, Layla began to mentally recall the visage, voice, and mannerisms of Pernus. The clearer the information, the swifter the search for the target. Glenn calculated that the communication range of his magical telephone should encompass the entire Battersea district. As long as the golden-haired lady had not left the area and no other magical interference occurred, even if she were deceased, the connection would succeed. Mere seconds passed, yet it felt as though they had waited an eternity. Suddenly, the magical telephone emitted a soft chime, signaling a successful connection. Glenn silently exhaled in relief. Far away, within a secret mansion in Battersea, a room devoid of any light was illuminated solely by the faint glow seeping through the curtain's crevices. With her hair in disarray, Pernus had been seated in the corner for an indeterminate time, oblivious even to the peculiar object that had materialized beside her, until a familiar voice resonated in the eerily silent room. "Hello, Pernus." The golden-haired maiden's fingers twitched. She thought she was experiencing a hallucination. "Silence?" Mr. Glenn's voice, tinged with confusion, echoed once more. Surely, there was another voice that sounded somewhat familiar. The golden-haired girl abruptly lifted her head, scanning her surroundings. Upon catching sight of the peculiar object beside her, she froze in shock. "Wait, I hear something." This is Layla's voice. With a sudden surge of emotion, Pernus lunged forward, seizing the strange object in her hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Layla! Layla! Is it you?" "It's me." "Pernus, are you all right? Your voice sounds off. Is something wrong?" Layla's tone was filled with urgency and concern. "Layla, please come and save me. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Truly, that guy's a demon. I'm terrified. I can't stay here a moment longer." The golden-haired maiden's words tumbled out in a frantic disarray, leaving Layla on the other end of the line in a state of panic and uncertainty. "Pernus, don't be afraid. What is going on?" "No. First tell me your location. We should report this to the authorities. Yes. Let us call the police." Layla's hands trembled as she clutched the magical phone. The horrifying realization that her friend had been abducted, leaving her utterly disoriented. Glenn swiftly restrained the girl who was about to rush out of the room, and she struggled to break free. "Mr. Glenn, what are you doing? Let me go. It's pointless to call the police right now. That golden-haired lady is likely still near the main city. Here, the officers can only relay messages via telegraph, which will undergo numerous checks. By the time the security department in Battersea receives the information, it may already be too late." Glenn's voice remained unnaturally calm. His primary concern was that the officers in Battersea had probably already mobilized. A noble could not simply vanish from the main city without raising alarm. Yet, it was evident that the golden-haired lady had been missing for several days, a clear indication of the place's secrecy. "What do we do now?" Layla appeared on the verge of tears. Glenn merely took the phone, glanced at the remaining magical energy, and held it to his ear. The golden-haired maiden was still weeping on the other end. "Proud, noble lady, do you remember me? The commoner who gifted you the wooden carving." Upon hearing Glenn's calm voice, Perna sobbed. I remember you. Good. I must convey an important truth. Neither the police nor we can locate you swiftly. The best course of action now is for you to rely on your own resourcefulness while we endeavor to trace your whereabouts. Glenn's subsequent words were meant as reassurance. It was a jest to think he could reach the main city quickly. Even if he transformed into a level 5 werewolf, the journey would be arduous. Level 7 was out of the question. He would not be able to endure for long. However, I have attempted numerous times to no avail. The door here is utterly impervious to my efforts. After the initial outburst of frustration, Pernis regained a measure of composure, her speech becoming considerably more coherent. Do not rush, she was advised. First, describe the furnishings of your room to us, and I shall guide you on what to do next. Glenn's voice remained steady. The noble young lady inhaled deeply several times before casting her gaze upon the room's DSOR, articulating it to the person on the other end of the line. Pernis' prison quarters were adorned with lavish furnishings, vanity table, exquisite bed, wardrobe, and more. Both the house and windows were constructed with formidable designs, tightly secured. Layla, listening intently from the side, felt a wave of concern. In her view, such an environment rendered it impossible for a girl like Pernis to escape. Yet upon hearing this, Glenn merely smiled. Were he in her position, devoid of any extraordinary powers, he would possess numerous techniques to effortlessly vacate such an enclosure. Though such notions were far-fetched for a panicked young lady, nevertheless, he had a simpler method in mind. Miss Pernis, I shall address you thus. Now describe the appearance of the door locked to me. The golden-haired maiden, struggling to rise, approached the lavish door she had previously assaulted in her frenzy. It was a vertically rectangular lock, distinguishable from standard lock only by its slightly more ornate appearance. Excellent, that suffices. Now proceed to the vanity. There should be a nail clipper there for trimming your fingertips, correct? Yes, it is in the cabinet below, and I have retrieved it, she confirmed. The nail clipper of this era was significantly larger than those from Glenn's previous life, with an exceptionally sharp front and easily detachable components. This was precisely why he had instructed the golden-haired lady to fetch it. Chapter 171. A change of plans. Listen carefully. Follow my instructions and disassemble the nail clipper. Glenn then guided her through the process of effortlessly dismantling a standard nail clipper, resulting in a small knife with a slightly curved tip. He continued directing her. Now return to the door lock and closely examine the junction between the lock and the door. You will discover an inconspicuous small hole. I found it. What should I do now? Pernis inquired, perplexed as the peculiar object in her hand awaited further instructions. Do not rush. Before you attempt to open the door, I must clarify the next steps to ensure we do not jeopardize our efforts. Now, tell me, how many people are present in this place? Meanwhile, Glenn sat on the ground, locating a blank sheet of paper, retrieving the steel pen he had brought from the magical house, and began to sketch some enigmatic patterns. Influenced by Glenn's nonchalant demeanor, Layla felt her initial tension dissipate as she sat down, carefully adjusting her skirt while observing Glenn intently as he penned his thoughts. I was brought here by Hamid, the eldest son of the Pank family. He is currently absent, and I have only encountered an elderly servant who brings me meals on schedule. As for whether there are others here, I am unaware, Pernis replied candidly, having already inserted the tip of the blade into the lock. Very well. Now you may twist the object in your hand, as if using a key to unlock it. Turn it freely until the lock loosens, Glenn instructed. Without hesitation, the golden-haired lady began to manipulate the item she had just removed from the nail clipper. After just a few attempts, the seemingly tightly fitted lock emitted a sharp click and fell loosely from the door, nearly crashing to the ground. Success! Pernis felt a surge of joy, compelled to admire the cleverness of the commoner. Do not celebrate too soon. You must first deal with the person still in this room. Glenn was about to elaborate when a furious shout resonated from downstairs in the Pank residence. Get out, you useless lot, a bunch of good-for-nothing gluttons. At the sound of this voice, the golden-haired noblewoman's body trembled, her budding hope extinguished as if doused with cold water. It was Hamid, the eldest son of the Pank family. Glenn also recognized the voice, pondering that it likely belonged to the very scion who had abducted the noblewoman. It appeared the plan had changed, Miss Pernis. His words went unanswered. Furrowing his brow, Glenn inquired, Miss Pernis, are you all right? This is not the time for fear. On the other side, the golden-haired lady took a moment to regain her composure before responding to the phone. I'm listening. From your tone, I can sense your fear. It seems the newcomer poses a significant threat. However, it is precisely at this moment that you must remain calm. As long as you heed my guidance, everything will be well. Understood, Pernus replied softly, nodding. Excellent. That individual has sent the others away, which is fortunate. Now you only need to contend with one person. Gather a few items from the room. Meanwhile, downstairs, Hamid, oblivious to the trap being laid by the underage girl above, was flushed, akin to a monkey-esque backside, evidently having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. In recent days, he had been living in a state of anxiety due to various police investigations. After suppressing his feelings for so long, liquid courage had emboldened him, and given his impulsive nature, he decided to come today. He had even dismissed the dark sorcerer who usually accompanied him, intending that should his father return unexpectedly, the sorcerer could assume his guise to handle the situation. The steps before him swayed as he ascended, and he could barely manage to climb the stairs, clutching the handrail for support. Pernus, my affection for you burns so fervently. Why is it that you fail to comprehend? No matter, I shall soon make you aware. His words were a jumbled mess, yet he finally ascended to the second floor, making his way towards that room etched in his memory. Suddenly, the door ahead swung open of its own accord, revealing a familiar golden-haired figure who cast a fleeting glance at him before promptly retreating. Hamid felt the effects of the alcohol begin to dissipate. How could these people perceive others in such a manner? The individual had emerged. He quickened his pace, yet his purpose remained unchanged. However, as he stepped into the room, his foot slipped, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward with a thud. His head struck the floor with considerable force, leaving the anxious golden-haired girl behind the door momentarily stunned. Surely, he would not be dispatched so easily? Glenn, well acquainted with the sound of cranium meeting ground, couldn't he help but inquire tentatively. Pernus, clutching the phone in his hand, whispered back, I'm uncertain, but there is a considerable amount of blood emanating from his head. On the other side, Glenn fell silent. He had prepared numerous contingency plans, yet he hadn't anticipated such ineptitude from his opponent, who had succumbed so swiftly to the initial strike. Retrieve the flower pot I asked you to place by the window and deliver a few blows to his head. He still urged the golden-haired maiden to finish the job. Huh? Pernus exclaimed in alarm. I believe he is beyond rising again. I find this unnecessary. It is most necessary, came the resolute voice from the enchanted magic phone. Do not hesitate. Follow my instructions, or you shall be left to fend for yourself, as I shall offer no further assistance. Hearing this, Layla anxiously tugged at Glenn's clothing, yet he paid her no heed. Pernus gripped the device tightly, feeling an overwhelming conflict within. Finally, cursing a certain annoying individual in her heart, she seized the flower pot from the window sill and approached the fallen Hamid. Gazing upon the visage that had haunted her nightmares countless times, waves of fear assailed the golden-haired maiden's heart. As her hands trembled, Glenn's voice resonated once more, seemingly able to perceive her turmoil. I believe this individual has inflicted upon you a significant psychological scar, hence your reaction. However, all you need to do is bring that flower pot crashing down upon that face, and the torment of your long-standing nightmares shall dissipate. Your future will be filled with boundless joy, free from fear of any individual. Simply lift the flower pot in your hand and strike. Give it a try. It was uncertain whether it was Glenn's words that stirred the golden-haired maiden, or if her long-bottled fear had transmuted into fury. But with a fierce cry, Pernus brought the flower pot down. Chapter 172. Escape yet. At that very moment, Hamid, who had been lying with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly awakened, narrowly evading the blow. This nobleman, who had lived a life of privilege for the greater part of his existence, experienced for the first time the profound terror of death brushing past him. This overwhelming fear caused him to involuntarily release a foul liquid. Pernus, what do you intend to do? Hamid demanded loudly, his voice trembling with multiple quavers. The once flustered blonde lady, startled by the abrupt awakening of her adversary, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction upon witnessing the terror etched on the face of the demon in her eyes. This revelation significantly alleviated her psychological dread towards the individual before her. Remarkably, he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet it mattered little. Miss Pelna's persevere, and I have faith that you will strike true, encouraged Glenn through the enchanted magical telephone. He discerned from the feeble male voice transmitted to him that the man no longer posed a threat to the blonde lady, and given his frail state, Glenn was unconcerned about attracting attention from the outside world. Clearly, Glenn's encouragement was effective, for Pelnaz raised the flower pot once more. No, no, please, Pelnaz, I adore you. You cannot do this to me. I implore you. The man's voice, lying on the ground, was filled with an air of pitiable desperation. This scene indeed caused the blonde lady to waver, a flicker of compassion igniting within her. Just as her resolve began to falter, Glenn's voice timely resonated. Do not be swayed by pity, my dear lady. Those are but crocodile tears. You cannot fathom the heinous acts such a man has committed. He regards human life as mere trifles. Oftentimes, he targets attractive common women, abducting them to his lair, only to dispose of them afterward. It is as routine as breathing. Should you let him go now, you would be complicit in the demise of many. Surely, you would not wish to do such a thing, would you? No, he lies. Pelnaz, do not believe him. I have never committed such atrocities. Hamet protested vehemently. Never committed such acts? Then why, pray tell, is this lovely lady here? Hamet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. At a loss for words? Are we? Glenn scoffed. Miss Pelnaz, seize the moment. I understand this may seem cruel for a young lady, but every life must encounter its first trial. The blonde lady's hands trembled as she clutched the flower pot, reluctant to bring it down. Yet Glenn stoked the flames further. Good child, your kindness is commendable. However, consider those you cherish, such as your mother. This man possesses the capability to ensnare you without a trace. He could easily do the same to your mother. Envision that scene. Your once noble and dignified mother bound by such a wretch, tormented to coerce you. That is the grim reality that may unfold should you spare this man. Enough, the blonde lady shouted, and, without hesitation, she hoisted the flower pot and brought it crashing down upon the weakened man below. No, do not believe him. Hamet managed to utter in a feeble attempt to evade his fate, but the flower pot struck him squarely in the face with a dull thud. As the pot shattered, its contents spilled forth, obscuring the visage of the nobleman beyond recognition. Pelnaz sank to the ground, her gaze vacant, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Hamet coughed twice, astonishingly still alive. He is not dead, the blonde lady remarked with a tone that seemed somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Glenn remained silent, prompting her to add, I shall fetch another flower pot. That will not be necessary. Glenn discerned an unusual tone in the other person's voice. He recognized that the young girl, attempting to commit her first act of murder, was on the brink of a mental breakdown. Thus, he sought to provide some reassurance. Pelnaz, you have taken that crucial step. You are remarkable. You have triumphed over those who once tormented you. They have received their just deserts. You must understand that you have done nothing wrong, so there's no need for anxiety. Instead, you should feel a sense of pride, for no one will ever bully you again. No one can bully me anymore. Pelnaz whispered, then with clarity declared, yes, no one. Glenn was somewhat astonished at how swiftly she accepted this notion, yet it was for the best. He inquired, how do you feel now? I feel much better. What should I do next? The voice of the blonde lady was more composed than ever, as if she had matured considerably. I have little time to converse with you, so you must remember every word I say. Do not concern yourself with the man on the ground. He is beyond saving. First, you need to find a bag or something with a similar function, anything that can carry food and essential survival supplies. Do not exit through the front door. You're likely to encounter guards outside. Instead, scale the wall from the backyard. I believe your house must be quite large, and there should be walls. Allow me to teach you a simple method to climb over. Glenn's words flowed rapidly, issuing a series of instructions, while Layla stood by, utterly astonished. Since Glenn had urged Pelnaz to take a life, Layla felt that the man before her was more malevolent than a demon. Yet he was in fact engaged in a noble endeavor. Regardless, she now understood that Glenn possessed far more capability than she had initially perceived. He was undoubtedly a person of significant stature. However, reflecting on their initial encounters, she recalled how he never regarded her or her companions as lesser beings. Instead, they shared a harmonious rapport. Perhaps it was his exceptional acting skills, or perhaps Layla was instinctively reluctant to believe. Yet, she found herself fond of this gentleman named Glenn. Whether it was his wit and kindness or the enchanting tales he spun. When Glenn's magical phone automatically disconnected due to a depleted power source, he turned to find Layla's gaze filled with complexity. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed the young girl. You might consider that the adult world is rather unforgiving. But I'm still the person you have come to know. The young girl seemed to awaken from a dream, quickly shaking her head in denial. No, no, no. Mister Glenn, you misunderstand. I am not afraid of you merely. Somewhat. She struggled to articulate her feelings. Glenn, smiling, reassured her, I understand. For now, we ought to be concerned about that noble lady. She is not yet out of danger. Upon hearing about her friend, Layla immediately grew anxious and asked, Is she still in danger? Glenn shook his head. She should be able to escape the house, or rather the castle, that confines her, but what lies ahead is unpredictable. Indeed, as Glenn had predicted, Pernus had successfully scaled the wall from the concealed residence of Hamet and escaped. However, she remained oblivious to what awaited her beyond. When the peculiar call abruptly ceased, she was truly engulfed in panic, despite having previously maintained an air of tranquility. I will escape, she silently encouraged herself. Chapter 173. Dead? A stout man clad in a black servant's attire materialized outside the secluded mansion, carrying what resembled a lunchbox. Among the gathering of individuals stationed outside the estate, a man in a butler's uniform retrieved a pocket watch from his inner pocket, accepted the item from the newcomer, and then turned to enter the quiet abode. It was mealtime. Yet, as he pushed open the grand brown doors, a faint scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Those who could be found in this place were considered trusted confidants of Hamet, not only responsible for its management, but also possessing considerable skills. A sense of foreboding arose within him, prompting the man to quicken his pace while calling out loudly, Young master, it is time for dinner. No response came, deepening the butler's unease as he fervently prayed that nothing had befallen his young master. Alas, he soon beheld the familiar figure lying in a pool of blood. It was over. That was the sole thought echoing in his mind. Within the opulent estate of the Pank family, a lavish convoy of 20 knights accompanied by a grand carriage rolled into the manor, prompting the nearby servants to bow in respect. This was the conveyance of Count Pank. Disguised as Hamet, a dark sorcerer hurriedly advanced to greet them, mimicking Hamet's usual demeanor. The convoy halted, and the knights formed two neat lines, standing at attention as Count Pank descended from the carriage, accompanied by his wife and their third son. The wayward third son averted his gaze, displaying bruises at the corners of his mouth, while both Count Pank and his wife bore grim expressions. Dear father, how was this journey? The foe Hamet inquired with feigned courtesy. Count Pank cast a cold glance at his third son, remaining silent as he proceeded toward his residence. It was evident that the encounter with the elven delegation had not yielded any benefit. However, the foe Hamet breathed a sigh of relief. The lack of discourse was preferable, sparing him the anxiety of exposure. Yet, he rejoiced too soon. Count Pank summoned all family members to the hall, seemingly preparing for a serious family meeting. Those avaricious elves. Count Pank paced back and forth in the hall, venting his frustration over the legal battle with the elves, exclaiming that they ought to be sold into slavery. They demand gold, which is one thing, but to ask us for 10 tons of magical energy stones as compensation. Such audacity. The fortune I have painstakingly amassed is nearly lost. Why do they not demand your life instead? Nonfurco. Nonfurco was the name of Count Pank's third son. As his father predictably turned his ire towards him, Nonfurco could only lower his head deeply, knowing that any words he uttered would only enrage his father further. Why are you bowing your head? You must have felt quite proud when capturing the elves, right? Count Pank stepped forward, kicking Nonfurco to the ground. During the days of the trial, he had felt the urge to eliminate his worthless son more than once. In court, he desperately attempted to shift all blame onto his third son, but the keen-eared individuals across from him were evidently not swayed by such tactics, firmly insisting that the entire Punk family had orchestrated this affair. After all, targeting a single ineffectual noble scion would yield little value. Watching as Earl Punk mercilessly kicked and berated Filco, the other offspring remained silent, paralyzed by fear. If Hamet had been present, he would undoubtedly tremble with guilt. However, the imposter Hamet was not faring any better, his heart seething with resentment, wishing to deliver a beating to the real Hamet. How could he be made to endure such humiliation? The dark sorcerer's volatile temper was on the verge of eruption. From this day forth, should any of you cause me trouble and require my intervention, I shall banish you to the countryside. Do not expect to return, Earl Punk declared, panting heavily with a fierce expression. As for you, go to the recently ravaged final. I will purchase a piece of land there for your contemplation. Upon hearing that his father intended to send him to such a desolate place, Filko could no longer remain silent, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded. "Please do not. Father, I am your son. You cannot treat me this way. I beg you." Yet, Earl Punk merely regarded him with contempt and ordered several servants to carry him away. Thereafter, he began to outline the new household rules he had devised during his journey. The false Hamid had never desired to escape a place as fervently as he did now. Just as he was about to reach his breaking point, a protective spell positioned outside the estate suddenly detected a familiar presence. It was a servant who should have been concealed within Hamid's estate. Seizing the moment when Earl Punk's gaze diverted, the imposter Hamid assumed a fleeting disguise and vanished into invisibility. Outside the manor, the servant, stealthily returning along a narrow path, unexpectedly collided with a figure. Looking up, he saw Hamid's guardian sorcerer. "What is happening?" The dark sorcerer inquired, his voice laced with irritation towards Hamid. The servant trembled, stuttering. "Master sorcerer, young Master Hamid. He is dead." "What?" The dark sorcerer's eyes widened in shock. A flash of green light erupted forth, and the servant was instantly reduced to a mere skeleton, collapsing to the ground in the next moment, ignoring the remains on the floor. The dark sorcerer hastened towards Hamid's hidden abode with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Earl Punk, who had been sternly admonishing, noticed his eldest son had remained in the same posture for an extended period. Puzzled, he called out several times, only to witness Hamid transform into an ethereal silhouette and vanish without a trace. He was left utterly bewildered. At that moment, a figure clad in an ornate robe appeared beside him and remarked, "That was a false form. The Hamid who was just here was also an illusion, likely conjured by Soth. Soth is the name of the guardian sorcerer, Hamid." Count Punk sensed an ominous presence and bellowed to the crowd in the hall, "Quickly, go find Hamid." A slender figure darted through the pitch-black forest. Pernis had lost track of time. All she knew was that she could not stop and must distance herself from that mansion as much as possible. The dark thicket was undeniably eerie, a dual torment for the golden-haired girl, both mentally and physically. Her dress was tattered from branches, and her face bore small scratches. Distant howls of wolves only heightened her panic. "It will be all right. It will be all right," she repeatedly murmured to herself for solace. Just as she paused to rest, preparing to continue her flight, that familiar voice reemerged. "Pernis, are you still there?" The golden-haired maiden caught sight of that peculiar entity. Overwhelming joy filling her heart as she grasped it tightly, muffling her silent sobs. Chapter 174. A test of performance. Meanwhile, Glenn, having successfully charged the magical telephone, quietly listened to the faint sobs from the other end. Beside him were Layla and Tia, all gathered in Glenn's basement. "Please share your situation. This is not the time for tears." Glenn broke the silence without waiting long. After a moment, a hoarse and choked voice replied, as if wiping away tears and snot. "There are trees everywhere. I don't know where I am. I can hear wolves howling in the distance. And I'm so scared. Do not fear. I will ensure your safety. Take a deep breath." Glenn's voice remained calm as ever. The voice on the other end obediently followed his instruction, the sound of inhaling and exhaling audible. "Good, it is quite late now. You need to find a place to spend the night. Please describe your surroundings." Upon hearing Glenn's words, Pernis glanced around the nearly pitch-black woods, feeling a mix of fear and urgency. "It's all trees. There's nothing else." Her voice still trembled. "Is the ground you're on flat or steep?" "It's steep. I've been running uphill." Glenn began to recall the detailed map of the Kingdom of Zen he had seen at the ruins of Kumar Ridge, particularly the areas surrounding the city of Bartzi. He then asked Pernis about the characteristics of the surrounding vegetation, and after hearing her responses, he formed several hypotheses. "Pernis, did you bring everything I asked you to?" Glenn suddenly inquired. "I have everything," the golden-haired maiden immediately replied, pulling out her satchel. "First, apply those spices to your body. They will not only repel mosquitoes, but also keep the wolves at bay." Glenn had once encountered a particular spice used by Miko at the magical shop, known for its scent that many wild beasts, including wolves, found repugnant. Later, when he took Xiao Yi and others out for recreation, he had also explored other spices, all of which possessed that same odor. He speculated that the spices were originally created to repel wild beasts and insects. Upon hearing that they could keep wolves at bay, Pernis hastily applied the spices all over himself. The ensuing event promised to be rather troublesome. I will guide you in constructing a rudimentary shelter, step by step. Glenn, akin to a nurturing parent, gently instructed. To his relief, the noble lady across from him, accustomed to a life of luxury, did not complain as most others in similar predicaments would. She listened attentively to Glenn's words, though occasional sobs escaped her. Beside her, Layla chose not to return home. Instead, she remained steadfast, aware that Pernus must be feeling quite frightened alone on the other side. Here, she could at least converse with him, alleviating some of his anxiety. This night was destined to be sleepless. The following day, Glenn picked up the magically charged communication device, once more, to contact Pernus. Almost instantly upon connection, the latter exclaimed, "I just saw a road, but no carts have passed by. What should I do? Do not fret just yet. How much food do you have left? I ate a small piece of bread earlier. I know I must conserve it, so I dare not eat more." "That is indeed wise," Glenn encouraged. "Now, venture onto that road and see if there are any hoof prints or wheel marks." Just as the golden-haired maiden was about to comply, she suddenly spotted a figure slowly approaching in the distance. She exclaimed with joy, "I see someone coming." However, Glenn shouted, "Wait." His sudden exclamation startled her. He typically spoke in a calm tone, making this outburst quite unexpected. "What is it?" Pernus inquired, perplexed. "We do not know if the approaching figure is friend or foe. How can you approach so recklessly?" Glenn's words jolted her back to a state of caution, the tension of being alone for too long having clouded her judgment in the face of such a surprise. "What should I do then?" she asked. "How is your vision? Can you discern the stranger's attire?" Just as Glenn posed this question, Layla, having been roused by the shout, wished to inquire something, but Glenn merely gestured for silence. She understood, having stayed up until 5 in the morning when Pernus finally fell asleep, allowing Layla to rest her head on the lab table. Although awake now, she still felt immensely fatigued. On the other side, the golden-haired maiden did not understand why Glenn asked this, but she obediently replied, "My eyesight is quite good. I can see clearly from afar." Then described the appearance of the approaching figure to me, as detailed as possible, not omitting any details of their clothing or accessories. Glenn held a pen in hand, patiently awaiting her description. He was a dark-skinned man, seemingly in his 40s or 50s, adorned with a brown hat that resembled a cloth sack. His attire was that of an ordinary commoner, and his eyes were obscured beneath the brim of his hat. Yet, he appeared to be perpetually smiling, exuding a rather cunning aura. A horse trailed behind him. After hearing this, Glenn paused in his writing, contemplating the remarkable vision of the noble woman seated across from him. Based on Glenn's estimation, the distance between Pernus and the stranger was approximately 100 meters. Yet she could discern such details with clarity. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze to the figure he had sketched on the paper, initiating an analysis. Relying solely on appearance to infer one's character is indeed unreliable, a notion Glenn had long held during his previous life when he studied such skills. However, it must be acknowledged that it can be quite accurate, as long as one does not conceal their true self too deeply. It is generally possible to deduce aspects of their personality and life history from their demeanor. Comparing the various individuals he and his original self had encountered in this world, Glenn could only conclude that the figure on the paper was an ordinary, hard-working commoner who had toiled throughout his life. If he were to encounter a malevolent figure masquerading as a commoner, one could only lament the misfortune of such a fate. With a sigh, Glenn addressed the magical telephone. "How much Zane currency do you possess?" "A substantial amount of silver coins and 3 gold coins." "Can you ride a horse?" "I learned to ride at the age of 10. "Excellent. The time has come to test your acting skills." Pernus. Ancho was an ordinary laborer, having spent the majority of his life engaged in agricultural work, and had finally acquired a modestly prosperous asset. Each day, he would traverse a moderately sized path through the woods to set up a stall in town. He was a shrewd individual, occasionally succumbing to the temptation of small gains. Recently, due to an economic downturn, he resolved to sell the only horse his family owned in order to weather this difficult period. Suddenly, a figure crouching on the ground appeared ahead. Disheveled and clad in rags, he resembled a beggar, startling Ancho. This path was seldom traversed by others, making the sudden emergence of such an individual quite astonishing. Initially intending to bypass the stranger, Ancho was taken aback when the crouching figure spoke in a raspy voice. "I've heard tales of treasure hidden in the mountains. I wonder if you might be interested?" The mention of treasure sparked an instinctive excitement within Ancho, yet he was no fool. the entire scene felt amiss. He contemplated ignoring the man altogether. However, the figure added, "What a pity. It seems the treasure will have to remain for the next person." Ancho, undeterred, continued forward, but after a few dozen steps, he found himself pausing. Despite his rational mind warning him that this could all be a ruse, the possibility of it being real tugged at his greedy heart. Thus, succumbing to temptation, Ancho retraced his steps to stand before the beggar once more. "Hey, clarify what you mean by treasure. If you're jesting, I assure you, my fist will imprint upon your face," he declared, raising his rough fist as he spoke. "This is indeed true. Acquiring it is quite effortless," replied the beggar on the ground. "Now, tell me where it is. I am rather pressed for time." Anxiao seemed exceedingly impatient. The beggar, lifting his hand veiled by tattered clothing, pointed towards the forest behind him. "The treasure lies within a hollow of a dead tree behind me. Hurry." Anxiao's eyes darted back and forth between the forest and the beggar, ultimately succumbing to curiosity and temptation, leading his horse into the woods. Before long, he indeed discovered 2 silver coins nestled within a tree hollow, which sent him into a frenzy of joy. However, merely 2 silver coins hardly constituted a treasure, prompting him to return to the beggar and inquire, "Only 2 silver coins? This scarcely qualifies as a treasure." The beggar merely smiled faintly. "I never claimed the treasure was singular. Is there more?" Anxiao exclaimed with delight. The beggar gestured towards the opposite woods. "Underneath a green stone over there, there is more." This time, Anxiao hesitated little, guiding his horse towards the indicated spot. He soon unearthed 3 silver coins. At this point, Anxiao cared not for the absurdity or peculiarity of the situation. He refrained from pondering why the beggar, who clearly knew the location of the treasure, did not retrieve it himself, nor did he contemplate the beggar's ulterior motives. To one who has endured poverty for an extended period, money eclipses all else. "Is there any more? Is there any more?" Anxiao inquired excitedly. The beggar pointed to a more distant location, yet Anxiao hesitated not, guiding his horse in that direction. Time and again, Anxiao's eyes glistened with fervor. The thrill of collecting coins was utterly exhilarating. Even though the subsequent searches required considerable effort, he felt no fatigue. "Is there any more? Is there any more?" At this juncture, Anxiao's tone bordered on madness. The beggar, as usual, raised his hand to indicate. "On the tallest tree atop that hill, there lies a gold coin." Upon hearing the word gold coin, Anxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, disregarding the ache in his legs as he dashed towards that direction. However, his horse lagged behind, having previously slowed his pace. This time, without a second thought, he abandoned the horse and plunged into the dense thicket alone. Only a beggar and a gaunt horse remained on the path. After a span of more than 10 minutes, the beggar suddenly rose, brushing aside his disheveled hair to reveal exquisitely chiseled features. Pernus spat out the mud he had been chewing, approached the thin horse with practiced ease, mounted it, and with a gentle nudge to the horse's belly, rode away with haste. The reason for employing such a convoluted scheme, rather than directly soliciting Anxiao's assistance with currency, was twofold: the burden of possessing wealth and, given Pernus' striking appearance, it was inevitable that the other party might harbor ulterior desires. The most effective method is to devise a way to divert the opponent's attention. This approach requires neither eloquence nor exceptional acting skills. Unfortunately, Anjo remains unaware that there are no gold coins atop the distant mountain, and Pernus lacks the time to venture that far in search of prizes. Moreover, it simply isn't worth the effort. While mounted, Pernus felt the 3 remaining coins in her pouch and recalled the delightful sensation of having toyed with that greedy commoner, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her mouth. The anxiety and panic that had accompanied her earlier dissipated like the morning breeze. At that moment, a stubborn fellow was still struggling to ascend a great tree. When Count Pank discovered the secret residence of Hormit, it was already deserted. Those familiar with Pank knew him to be extraordinarily miserly and ruthless. Thus, following the incident, Hormit's trusted confidant chose to flee at the first opportunity, including the Dark Sorcerer. Although the sorcerer held a position of high esteem and was a rare asset, Pank would not spare the Dark Sorcerer Soth, who had served as Hormit as protector. Consequently, Hormit's corpse lay unattended, left to decay and emit a foul stench. "Pernus!" Count Pank's furious voice reverberated throughout the residence. He was already aware of the entire sequence of events, Madame Anya had been lodging complaints against the Pank family at the police station in Batsy City Daily, which spoke volumes. Berserk, having ascertained that Pernus was relatively safe, first took the exceedingly fatigued Layla back to her home before returning to catch up on sleep. However, upon arriving home, he was met by an anxious elven maiden who rushed towards him. It seemed she wanted to grasp Glenn's shoulder, but he managed to resist the impulse. I sense my mother's vitality waning. I must return. Really? One thing after another? Glenn's lips twitched, yet he nodded in agreement. I shall take you through the portal immediately. Thus, he accompanied the elven maiden on a journey that lasted 2 days and 2 nights. Throughout the journey, Glenn remained vigilant regarding Pernus' situation. Under his astute guidance, the golden-haired maiden encountered few difficulties, save for the challenge of reuniting with her mother. Count Pank had dispatched numerous assassins to hunt for Pernus, and a moment's carelessness could prove fatal. Although Glenn managed to ensure her safe concealment, the increasing distance began to disrupt their communication. Before the signal was entirely lost, Glenn instructed Pernus to hide in a slum and refrain from any further actions until he could escort the elven maiden back. As they reached the borders of the elven forest, Glenn parted ways with Gotaya. At their separation, Glenn gifted the elven maiden a half-finished magical telephone. The creation of such an artifact is intricate and prone to failure, which is why Glenn had yet to find the time to craft a second one, resorting instead to the original incomplete prototype. The connection between 2 magical telephones significantly enhances their range, as posited by Glenn. Presently, he lacks the time to visit the Forest Elves tribe. He must first rescue the tormented noble lady. Chapter 176. The transaction, a colossal crimson dragon, with a wingspan of 40 meters, soared above the abyss of magic. The air was thick with a potent downward force. Had the dragon not been exceptionally formidable, it might have plummeted into the depths of the magical chasm below. Its golden vertical pupils scanned the terrain beneath, seemingly in search of something. At last, it spotted its target on a black stone at the edge of the chasm. The immense creature dove downward, and with a thunderous crash, the red dragon landed upon the stone. From behind the stone emerged a demon clad in tattered black robes, hunched over and leaning on an intricately designed staff. I knew you would come. The demon spoke in the tongue of dragons. The dragon scoffed. Do you lot actually possess intelligence? Unperturbed, the demon proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Let us discuss our arrangement. You assist us in retrieving the Tooth of Flames, and in return, we shall grant you the blood of a demon lord. The dragon remained silent, extending its lengthy neck to encircle the demon, its tone turning fierce as it declared, I believe a mere drop of demon blood is insufficient to bear the stigma of betraying my ancestors. Before the immense red dragon, the demon appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet, it met the sudden display of dominance with a smirk. The entire dragon race is now aware of your unscrupulous nature. I doubt you would care about such a reputation, would you? The words seemed to infuriate the red dragon. An overwhelming aura of draconic might descending upon the demon. Yet, the demon stood firm. Have you been rendered foolish by that fire dragon named Redwit? You know such theatrics hold no sway over me. This remark truly enraged the red dragon, which raised its colossal claw and smashed the ground beside the demon, creating a deep crater. Do not utter that name in my presence. Then let us not waste time. Let us sign the contract immediately, for the Lord of the Flame tribe is notably impatient. The demon refrained from further provoking the red dragon. A contract? The dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. You did not mention anything about a contract in your previous correspondence. Who knows what tricks you demons might employ? Given your past conduct, it is challenging for us to trust your word. This is a necessary precaution. The demon stated as if addressing a matter of utmost normalcy. A demon dares to question my integrity? By the creator above. This must be the most ludicrous joke in existence. If you wish to ensnare me, just say so. The red dragon's eyes brimmed with incredulity. We demons are, in fact, the most trustworthy beings in this world. Otherwise, how would people across the continent associate us with contracts? Indeed, the number of tragic tales you have caused is countless. Not a single soul who has entered into a pact with a demon has met with a fortunate fate. The dragon and the demon continued to bicker stubbornly. Eventually, the demon, seemingly exasperated, declared loudly, Enough. Since you are so reluctant to sign the contract, we shall compromise. You must leave behind your hardest dragon scale as collateral. The dragon lifted its majestic head, contemplated for a moment, and nodded in acquiescence. Agreed. But you must also offer me something of worth, for I do not trust you. You dragons are nothing but insatiable gluttons, the demon complained. Yet its hand moved towards its chest. It produced a dark green diamond-shaped gem, proclaiming, "This is a high-grade magic stone from the realm of madness below. Consume it, and your breath of fire will be exponentially enhanced." From the moment the demon unveiled the emerald gem, the dragon's eyes were fixated upon it, as it recalled ancestral memories of such stones, capable of doubling a dragon's combat prowess. Without questioning why the demon would part with such a valuable item, the dragon naturally accepted it with its maw and swallowed it whole. A surge of immense power invaded the dragon's internal furnace of breath, triggering an irreversible transformation. Beautiful, luminous green patterns emerged upon the dragon's red neck, connecting down to its heart. I can feel it. The flames within me are elated. They yearn to erupt forth from my being, to obliterate everything. In this moment, the Crimson Dragon was in a state of fervent exhilaration, eager to engage in battle. The demon on the ground gazed up at this seemingly drugged and frenzied dragon, the flickering flames of its soul reflecting a different meaning. The stronger, the better. That way our tribe can gain another flame tooth, it thought wickedly. The dragon expelled a robust, pure green column of flame into the sky, piercing the clouds. Once its surplus energy had been vented, the dragon regained its composure. It lowered its gaze once more to the demon and inquired, "I have heard that the flame tooth has fallen into the hands of a 7th-level werewolf. Have you not sought trouble with that pack of werewolves?" At this mention, the demon appeared somewhat irked, stating that so-called Wolf King is merely a 5th-level creature. "We have transformed countless werewolves, yet through their souls, we have learned that they know nothing of any 7th-level werewolf." It added, "Let us clarify. My only responsibility is to locate the flame tooth. As for that 7th-level werewolf, you shall handle it yourselves. I have only reached the 6th level and will not risk my life for you." The dragon, in the most dignified tone, uttered the most cowardly words. As one of the continent's most revered apex races, even an ordinary pure-blood dragon, without any training, would attain the peak of a 4th-level extraordinary being merely by reaching adulthood. Those who could achieve the 5th level through training were considered geniuses within their kin. At this moment, the red dragon, standing before the demon, was among the youthful prodigies of the past millennium. The demon, harboring disdain internally, replied, "Of course, that would be fair. In the Cardano forest, the dwelling place of the forest elves from Atakia tribe, a female elf clad in ceremonial robes lies upon a massive plant resembling a lotus within the sanctuary of the tribe's high priestess. Surrounding her are concerned forest elves, fretting over her well-being. A beautiful elf dressed in a green robe, emblematic of the elven priesthood, is diligently casting healing magic upon the unconscious priestess, a process that has persisted for some time. Surely the high priestess will be all right. A voice insists, it is all the fault of those wretched humans. They caused the demise of Gotaya, otherwise the priestess would not have acted so impulsively." Observing the furrowed brow of the elven priest, another elf can no longer contain their apprehension and voices their concern. When the high elves, acting as ambassadors, appeared outside the tribe without the presence of their daughter, the high priestess seemed to sense something amiss. She disregarded the substantial compensation sought by the high elves, for nothing could compare to the value of her daughter. After an extended period of solitary contemplation within her abode, she clung to the hope that her daughter was not truly deceased. If she were, the high priestess believed she would have felt it, a method she had long ago employed on her daughter. Thus, she resolved to utilize her authority to commune with the omniscient God of truth. This endeavor was exceedingly perilous, for the cost of rapping upon the door of truth with her limited power would be monumental. Chapter 177. The God of Truth suddenly. The elven priest ceased her healing efforts and turned to her fellow elves, stating, "I can only mend the physical wounds of the priestess for the time being. The damage to her soul is beyond my capabilities. What shall we do?" A younger male elf exclaimed, "Let us seek out those high elves and request their formidable mages to intervene. They surely can save the high priestess." The elven priest merely sighed, recognizing that the damage to the high priestess's soul was severe. It would likely require a mage of at least 4th level, specializing in restorative magic, to have any chance of success. However, the pressing question remained, could their tribe afford such a price? These words undoubtedly plunged the assembled elves into deep despondency. Their modest tribe could muster a certain level of remuneration, yet it would place considerable strain upon the entire community. At that moment, a diminutive elf outside shouted, "Gotaya has returned! Gotaya has returned!" Initially, the elves inside the dwelling failed to comprehend, thinking they had misheard. Yet, when the familiar figure burst into the room, they were jolted from their stupor. "It truly is Gotaya," one elf exclaimed in astonishment. Rushing into the room was indeed Gotaya. She immediately threw herself beside the unconscious priestess, weeping profusely. "Mother, forgive me. I should not have returned so late. I am so sorry." As they witnessed the heartbroken elf girl, the other elves hesitated to inquire further. After a prolonged moment of sorrowful weeping, one elf could no longer restrain their curiosity and gently asked, "Gotaya, where have you been these past few days? If you had returned earlier, the high priest would not have encountered such misfortune. What have you been doing?" The question came from a male elf named Gubwa, a lifelong friend of Gotaya. Having lost his parents at a young age, the high priest had always shown him great affection. In truth, Gubwa had come to regard Gotaya's mother as his own, while Gotaya was like a sister to him. In this dire situation, the one most heartbroken, apart from Gotaya, was Gubwa. His tone was laced with reproach as he questioned her. The elven priest, wishing to interject, ultimately chose silence. Gotaya, who was weeping, trembled at the thought that Glenn had advised her to return home, even if just to reassure her family, and that whether she stayed or left was entirely her choice. Yet, she had acted impulsively, believing that a few extra days would amount to little, considering the brevity of time in comparison to an elf's lifespan. Thus, she had overlooked the feelings of those who cared for her. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Gotaya felt a crushing pain in her heart, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. Seeing the figure beside the high priest remain unresponsive, the others began to speculate. They perhaps believed that Gotaya bore full responsibility for the calamity. "Speak up. You don't mean to say you wish to remain away from your kin forever, do you? Do you have any idea of the anguish the high priest has endured during your absence? Gotaya, you have disappointed us gravely." Gubwa shouted, his face flushed with rage. Caught in a spiral of guilt, Gotaya felt she would never forgive herself if anything happened to her mother. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, disrupting the stifling atmosphere of the room. "What is happening? Is it an earthquake?" Several elves questioned, uncertainty clouding their expressions. From outside, the panicked voices of other forest elves echoed. "The forest is dying. Mother will perish. What is happening? High priest, hurry, save our mother." Just those few words sent shockwaves through the gathered elves, their faces paling in horror. They rushed outside, but Gotaya remained ensnared in her profound self-reproach, seemingly impervious to the chaos surrounding her. Upon witnessing the scene outside, the elves who had just emerged from the high priest's abode felt as though the sky were collapsing. Before their eyes, tree after tree, once lush and green, was withering at a visible pace, and many of their homes had become uninhabitable. Yet what filled the forest elves with the deepest despair was the palpable weakening of their forest mother's essence, on the brink of vanishing. Should their forest mother perish, they, the elves of this woodland, would face extinction unless another elf could offer them refuge, which required the high priestess' intervention. Yet, it was precisely at this critical juncture that the high priest had fallen into peril. All the elves found themselves ensnared in a quagmire of despair. If one listens intently, one might discern the sound of a woman's weeping and the faint, triumphant chuckle of an elder. Suddenly, an unfamiliar force from the forest descends, as if gently cradling this wilting woodland. The lamenting woman's voice ceases, replaced by the elder's astonished gasp. The forest spirits, sensing the impending demise of their mother, are enveloped in confusion and wonder at the mysterious force that seems to have rescued her. The decay halts its advance, and an ethereal shadow glides into the chamber of the high priestess. Behind Gotaya, it manifests as the specter of a woman, her head adorned with a veil as dark as the night, her gown resembling ephemeral mist. "Bring her back to Bayek, and I can save her." A voice, both elusive and familiar, reverberates in Gotaya's mind. It is the very sound of the forest she first heard upon entering the outer woods of Bayek. Startled, Gotaya turns. It sees nothing. Nevertheless, she is acutely aware of her next course of action. She must hasten to bring her mother to Bayek. For the mother of the forest, they're promised to save her. In a realm beyond mortal comprehension, The woman in the black veil confronts a shadowy figure resembling an elder. I cannot believe that, after neglecting the elemental realm for so long, a forest spirit as powerful as you has emerged. The elder's voice is tinged with nostalgia. Though you have transcended ordinary existence, you still covet a mere fragment of verdant magic. Are all deities of your ilk so morally reprehensible? The woman in black's tone remains unwavering, laced with disdain. You, the god of truth, dare to speak in such a manner, knowing what I am? Do you believe I cannot contend with you? You are but a band of cowards hiding from disaster. What is there to fear? Despite the multitude of devout followers who continuously bestow upon you power, you choose to abandon them. You are unworthy of divinity. The god of truth falls silent, eventually responding with a mere whisper. No one can withstand such power, not even a god. Should a new world arise, we may yet seek new followers. With that, the god of truth fades into obscurity. The woman in black lingers for but a moment before departing from this realm. Chapter 178. Rest before departure. Glenn had left Bayek, determined to personally retrieve the golden-haired lady. In passing, he intended to annihilate the Punk family. The great stag raced along the Royal Avenue at remarkable speed, with Glenn riding solo, unencumbered by any carriage. He pressed on without pause, and when the great stag grew weary, Glenn would transform and carry it for a spell, achieving a velocity akin to lightning. It was a somewhat comical sight. Remarkably, they reached the appointed rendezvous point by the following day. When Pernis spotted Glenn, she rushed forward with excitement and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Well, you certainly have a strong scent about you. Glenn bluntly disrupted the emotional atmosphere. It's only because of what you suggested these past few days that I ended up like this. The blonde lady pushed Glenn away, stamping on his foot in irritation. However, the slight pain was trivial to Glenn, who allowed her to vent her frustrations. Why must you be so insufferable? Pernis exclaimed, noticing Glenn's unfazed reaction and his smile, which only deepened her embarrassment. Is this how you treat your savior? Glenn feigned a look of sorrow. The blonde lady could only shyly murmur a thank you. That's more like it. It makes you all the more endearing, Glenn remarked, patting her slightly dirty hair. Her face turned even redder, yet she did not shy away. All right, I shall now attend to the mess left by the Punk family. You can enjoy your gold coins, take a luxurious hot bath, and indulge in some delicious food, Glenn declared as he prepared to mount his great deer and head towards the main city of Batsy. Pernis hurriedly interjected, Wait, can you manage that alone? Wouldn't it be better to bring some help? Do not underestimate my abilities. Have you forgotten how I rescued you from peril? Just wait for tomorrow's newspaper. It will be quite the spectacle, Glenn replied, riding off into the distance. His plan for this operation was assassination, allowing the news of the Punk family's demise to be delayed a few days, giving him time to thoroughly conceal his whereabouts. Even the most adept mage capable of reviewing past events would be unable to locate him. Although he possessed the strength to confront the city's knights and special enforcement teams without fear, there were no demons to obscure their gaze. Should they summon a mage proficient in tracking and divination, he would inevitably be exposed, and his days of peace would be over. As she watched his figure gradually fade, Pernis stood in a daze for quite some time, her emotions a tangled web. In the main city of Batsy, within the central police station, Count Punk, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, continued to argue with the Chief Justice. The recent news of Count Punk's eldest son allegedly kidnapping the niece of Lord Lorben had spread like wildfire, leaving the Punk family in a state of turmoil. Now, an even more bizarre rumor had emerged. Hamit was dead. This scandal only escalated the feud between the two noble families, becoming an inevitable topic of gossip among outsiders. I swear, I know nothing about this matter. I just returned from the royal capital. You should be aware of this. With that elf envoy, I had no time for such nonsense. And that foolish son of mine must have been manipulated. How could a man of his age abduct a minor girl? Listening to Count Punk's shameless excuses, the Chief Justice and several senior officers remained impassive, their expressions unreadable. As for the inner thoughts that plague one's mind, they remain a mystery. Now, my esteemed Count, the character of your offspring is a matter well known to the entire populace of Battersea. Fortunately, you have spared us the burden of uncovering evidence, for otherwise, today's predicament would not have arisen. Our visit is intended to afford your family some dignity. Do not wait until we present irrefutable proof before you confess, for such an admission would only bring shame upon your ancestors. The Chief Justice is a man of exceedingly stern and harsh demeanor, speaking with remarkable directness, yet emboldened by the kingdom's support. He dares to speak to me in such a manner. How utterly outrageous! Count Ponk seethed with resentment, though his smile remained unchanged. I am well aware of that. However, I trust that my son, despite any flaws in character, would never stoop to such actions. Upon exiting the police station, several of Count Ponk's attendants shielded him in their midst. As he contemplated how to suppress this incident, he made his way to his private carriage. When nobles clash, the laws that protect them lose their efficacy, which is precisely the cause of Count Ponk's current distress. Just as he approached his carriage, a familiar feminine voice called out to him. Turning, he was taken aback to find it was Madame Anya. Count Ponk's expression darkened. This woman and her daughter had caused him considerable distress, and he harbored deep animosity towards them. He refused to ponder whose fault it was. He only knew who was causing him trouble. Madame Anya, what is it you desire? He inquired, his previous warmth replaced by palpable impatience. Madame Anya, adorned in a soft yellow gown and a delicately crafted lady's hat, stood before a carriage flanked by two maids. Clearly, she had come to the police station and fortuitously encountered the departing Count Ponk. I wish you a pleasant evening, Count Ponk, she said, her words laced with an air of amusement. Madwoman, Count Ponk muttered under his breath as he entered his carriage and departed. Along the way, he reflected on Madame Anya's tone and expression, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, as if something dire was about to unfold. Could that woman be plotting against me? Just her? Such theatrics. Amidst his swirling speculations, he finally arrived at the gates of his estate. Yet, before he could disembark, his dark sorcerer, tasked with his protection, suddenly spoke with grave concern. Wait, my lord, there is a sense of death emanating from the estate. Count Ponk froze, an instinctual surge of alarm washing over him. He whispered, Do you know what has transpired? The dark sorcerer replied, Many have perished within the estate. What? Count Ponk's pupils dilated sharply, his heart racing to an alarming pace. The estate housed over a dozen third-level dark sorcerers and more than 20 second-level knights. Who could possibly breach its defenses and commit such a massacre? After a moment of silence, the other party spoke with a hint of trepidation. Although I am unaware of who has ventured inside, I strongly advise that we depart from this place for our safety. Then, let us hasten our exit. Count Ponk trembled in the carriage, recalling Anya's words at the police station, realizing that the woman must surely possess some knowledge. Just as the carriage was about to leave, it jolted violently, followed by a voice as sinister as a demon's. Since you have come, why not linger a while before you depart? A pair of inky black hands suddenly seized the carriage and its entourage, drawing them into the estate. Chapter 179. Severing her head, Lady Anya directed a group of laborers, preparing to leave the main city and reunite with her daughter in Dud. She remembered a week prior when a man named Glenn approached her, discussing her daughter's plight and declaring his intention to eradicate all those who had wronged the Punk family. Anya found the man familiar, though she could not place where she had seen him. Nonetheless, she sensed a strong conviction in his words, as if he were not merely boasting. Indeed, after encountering Count Ponk outside the police station, the Count had since fallen silent. Only yesterday, someone finally uncovered the anomalies within the Punk estate, leading to an astonishing revelation when the police investigated. Count Punk's entire family, along with numerous servants, had perished within the manor, each death more gruesome than the last. This shocking news made the headlines on the very day Lady Anya planned to leave. Since the ascension of the fourth king of the Kingdom of Zen, right through to the current seventh, there had been no incident of a noble of Viscount rank or higher being annihilated in such a mysterious manner. The king, upon learning of this, was incensed, declaring that regardless of who was responsible or what faction was behind it, it was a blatant provocation to the Kingdom of Zen. He ordered the immediate capture of the perpetrator. However, even the so-called omnipotent white cloaks were unable to apprehend the culprit, only confirming that the assailant was a werewolf. This was far from the outcome the king desired. The question of how the murderer evaded the pursuit of so many high-ranking sorcerers became a fervent topic of discussion among the mages at various magical towers. Yet, Anya cared little for these matters. Her only concern was her daughter. Lady Anya, are you also returning today? What a coincidence! Glenn's voice drew Lady Anya's attention. Turning, she was startled to see the man who had slain the Punk family boldly riding a peculiar-looking stag outside the Lawbird estate. How dare you appear here? Do you not realize that everyone is hunting for you? Anya was utterly baffled by his audacity. I'm aware, of course. However, I have accomplished much in these past few days, enough to ensure my evasion. They will not find me, Glenn replied vaguely, knowing that elaborating further would yield no understanding from her. Although the methods of tracking and divination employed by wizards may seem insurmountable, they are not without their limitations. With a little ingenuity, one can indeed evade their grasp. During these recent days, Glenn endeavored for the first time to use his wolf venom to infect other creatures. While a few of these attempts bore fruit, the results were merely soulless puppets, destined to deteriorate swiftly. Nevertheless, utilizing them as tools to disrupt tracking proved sufficient. In addition to these efforts, Glenn undertook various other measures that left the overconfident wizards utterly astonished. Anya opened her mouth, struggling to find the right words, and finally stated, "I'm solely concerned for my daughter." "That is quite commendable," Glenn nodded. His plan to escort the noblewoman home not only served to protect her, but also to achieve his own objectives. Should she encounter robbers along the way and meet an untimely demise, it would indeed be a tragedy. Fortunately, such misfortunes did not transpire. The return journey unfolded without incident. Glenn had merely informed Anya that Pernus was not in Dudtown to put her at ease, assuring her that Pernus was far from the influence of the Pank family. Thus, when Anya unexpectedly reunited with her daughter, her joy was palpable. The two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. "Miss Elf, are all these your kin?" Anya inquired. "Indeed, they are," came the reply. "Why they all come to my farm? How will my staff manage to work now?" "I apologize. They will not stay idle. They will assist with tasks." "Very well. I suppose I shall reluctantly accommodate you all. You must fend for yourselves regarding meals and lodging." Glenn gazed upon the more than 10 forest elves appearing on the farm, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He turned to Gautaya, who had undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding her previous haughty demeanor for a more reserved disposition. Observing the group of forest elves surrounding a white-robed female elf who lay unconscious, Glenn understood the reason behind it. "Is it your mother?" he inquired. Gautaya nodded. "My mother has become this way because of me." After a moment of silence, Glenn asked, "Why then did you bring your mother here? Is this some sort of healing sanctuary?" Gautaya had no reason to conceal the truth and recounted the events of her tribe. Upon hearing her tale, Glenn was left in a state of bewilderment. Everything seemed so surreal. The forest truly possesses consciousness? Should I be more cautious when felling trees in the future? Moreover, why would the forest of Bayek venture so far to rescue other forests? The widespread decay observed in that area is rather peculiar. Rational analysis suggests that this calamity is most likely the doing of that high priest. Ultimately, it circles back to the burden of Miss Elf. I had advised her to return home long ago, yet she chose not to heed my counsel. As Glenn pondered these myriad thoughts, he began to piece together the tapestry of events. "Hey, human, it is you who has detained Gautaya here, preventing her from returning." Gobo approached, speaking to Glenn with palpable anger. Glenn gazed at the elven maiden, realizing her name was Gautaya. The elven lady tightened her fists after spending so long together. Her companion had not even inquired about her name. Yet, this could only be attributed to her own demeanor, perpetually haughty, rendering Glenn indifferent to her. Witnessing his neglect, Gubwa's face flushed with indignation. The elves, proud by nature, felt as though Glenn's utter disregard had stepped upon the very core of Gubwa's sensibilities. He shouted, "I just asked you, are you the one preventing Gautaya from returning?" As the elven maiden prepared to elucidate to Gubwa, she was interrupted by Glenn's voice, icy and devoid of warmth. As he addressed Gubwa, "Utter another word, and I shall sever your head from your shoulders." Gubwa's legs grew weak, and he slumped down, for he had never known fear, even in the face of the fiercest beasts of the forest. Yet now, he was acutely aware of a chilling dread. "How old are you?" Glenn inquired of Gautaya. 303 years, perhaps," she replied softly. "Having lived so long, your disposition resembles that of a human youth of merely 15 or 16, impulsive and lacking in wisdom. Such a lengthy lifespan squandered." Glenn circumvented the immaturity of the forest elf, whose complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, and approached the grand priestess clad in white robes. At this moment, the idle onlookers, including Laville, gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. The forest elves, particularly the females, possessed unparalleled beauty, and the grand priestess, resembling a sleeping beauty, was no exception. Make way, make way. I wish to see what transpires. Glenn squeezed into the throng. Upon nearing, he noticed that the area encircled an unusual disc-shaped plant, upon which the Grand Priestess lay. Chapter 180. Farewell. The surface of the disc plant glimmered with a layer of luminescent fuzz, rhythmically undulating, bestowing gentle threads of life energy upon the elven figure resting atop it. Why must this peculiar selection occur in my own farm? Glenn pondered, feeling as if the very spirit of the forest sought to exact retribution upon him. Gotaya joined the crowd, biting her lip as she observed her mother. She sensed her mother's life force gradually improving, which brought her the utmost joy. Tell him to go to a certain place. The voice of the forest echoed once more in her mind, though the message left Gotaya momentarily bewildered. She glanced at Glenn, feeling her gaze. He returned with a look of curiosity. Step outside for a moment, Gotaya urged, withdrawing from the crowd, with Glenn following suit. The forest has instructed me to take you to a specific location, she stated, having distanced herself from the gathering. Glenn furrowed his brow, pointing to himself in disbelief. Are you certain it is me? Gotaya nodded affirmatively. Inquire if it is imperative to go, Glenn suggested reluctantly, suspecting it might be some form of punishment for his tree-cutting endeavors. However, Gotaya seemed to have heard something, her eyes flashing with a hint of anger as she looked at Glenn. Glenn found himself in an inexplicable situation. He heard the other party state, "The will of the forest has instructed me to convey that it does not wish to seek revenge upon you. It remains unperturbed by your felling of a few trees. It merely seeks your assistance. Is that so?" Glenn chuckled awkwardly. "Then I shall go and investigate." Before departing, he turned to Lavelle and whispered, "Keep an eye out. Do not let that group of elves pilfer my livestock, especially that little rascal." Glenn gestured towards the distant figure of Gubwa, who stood with his back to them. However, the elves' long ears were not merely ornamental. Gubwa's specially crafted longbow was suddenly crushed in his grasp, leaving the passing workers bewildered. Gotaya accompanied Glenn for only a short distance. After traversing a few lush thickets and scaling a couple of hills, the two arrived at a concealed sinkhole shrouded in vegetation. Is this it? Glenn's perception failed to penetrate the depths of the sinkhole, and his tone reflected a hint of curiosity. Indeed, the will of the forest has indicated that a most troublesome malignancy lies beneath, requiring your intervention. In return, a reward shall be bestowed upon you. The elf maiden replied as she listened attentively. But why me? Are there truly no more suitable candidates? Glenn remained skeptical. The surrounding flora seemed to sway in unison. Gotaya responded, "The will of the forest has observed you since your transformation into a werewolf. You have become remarkably unique, unlike anyone else here. Your soul is singular, and this is a notion that the esteemed pioneer, Ligila, should have conveyed to you. Furthermore, the will of the forest mentioned that if you harbor doubts, you may consult those two pioneers for their counsel." Pioneers? The crows are pioneers? Does this hold any particular significance? However, since the other party had asserted such, it seemed that they had some acquaintance with the crow couple. Glenn pondered for a moment before stating, "Very well, wait for me here." With that, he transformed into a shadow and vanished, his speed stirring up a tempest. In but a few minutes, Glenn returned and nodded to the elf maiden. "All is well. I can descend. Share all the information with me." After consulting Ligila, as Glenn approached the dwelling of the crows, they conveyed that the will of the forest was trustworthy, prompting Glenn to return directly. Gotaya, adjusting her wind-tossed hair, carefully organized her words. The will of the forest spoke of countless malevolent spirits residing within this sinkhole. These entities were once monsters that congregated here, but after death, they became uniquely transformed due to the distinctive aura of Bayek Town. Typically, anyone who descends would be driven to madness. Thus, the will must be sufficiently potent. It resonates with the inner strength you exhibit during your transformation into a werewolf, and it is astounded by your ability to maintain composure and resist the terrifying bloodlust while remaining lucid. It can be said that you're the most suitable candidate for this task. Aside from these peculiar malevolent spirits, deeper below lies a pollution-ridden area, a remnant of refuse discarded by the town's elderly residents. For a werewolf, this presents no challenge, as they possess an innate ability to resist pollution, being a high-level source of contamination themselves. Beyond this, one can witness the blight that gnaws at the forest. The will of the forest acknowledges that its gaze cannot penetrate that far, rendering it oblivious to the nature of the threat, only able to sense its presence. Should you find yourself unable to cope, fear not, for the reward shall still be granted. Upon hearing this, Glenn pondered several strategies to tackle various scenarios before promptly leaping into the chasm. The elven maiden wished to follow him in his endeavor. Yet the unyielding voice of the forest will echoed in her mind. You are too feeble. Do not descend. Reluctantly, she halted, awaiting Glenn's return. At that moment, Glenn, having plunged into the abyss, transformed into a level 3 werewolf, his claws gripping the walls as he descended further. Initially, he encountered no anomalies, merely an abundance of serpents, insects, rodents, and peculiar cave dwellers. However, as these creatures began to dwindle, a chilling breeze, imbued with a frigidness that pierced the very soul, wafted upward from the depths. As he descended further, Glenn's keen eyes beheld something familiar, a multitude of illusory centipedes, densely clustered at various nodes below. Yet, no matter how long he slid downwards, he could not draw nearer, as if they were an eternal mirage, forever out of reach. Just as Glenn contemplated the nature of these creatures, they vanished in unison. In the next moment, he found himself submerged in a spectral ocean. The haunting wails of the tormented souls surged into his mind like a deluge. Taken aback, his body jolted, and his claws lost their grip, causing him to plummet momentarily before he regained his balance. A revelation struck him. It was a cunning plot, orchestrated by those centipede-like entities, to shatter his resolve in a singular assault. Alas, they had failed. It is you. You brought about Abu's demise. A voice, hauntingly familiar, seized Glenn's attention. As he scanned the surroundings, he beheld the ghastly figure of Abu, grotesquely contorted and jostled by other malevolent spirits in a distant corner, resembling a pliable mass of dough. A laugh erupted from Glenn. Aren't you the Forest King? Abu, how have you come to this? His laughter, amidst a realm steeped in despair, fury, resentment, and malevolence, struck a dissonant chord. Chapter 181. The Fleshball. Perhaps the provocation was too great, for Abu's terrifying form erupted, dissolving into a cloud of smoke. Glenn's laughter faltered. Had it truly succumbed to rage? No, it had already perished, now scattered into the ether. However, he was overthinking, for Abu's malevolent spirit had taken form in another realm, still incessantly cursing Glenn. This peculiar assembly of evil spirits sparked an inexplicable urge to study them. As Glenn felt his mind being inundated by a torrent of spiritual chaos, he continued to descend. At last, he arrived at a tainted domain where even the wicked dared not approach. His feet met an unknown soft surface, and the profound darkness enveloped him, rendering even Glenn's modest night vision ineffective. Perhaps it was the arcane nature of his surroundings that hindered his perception. He was compelled to navigate forward by touch, searching for another passageway leading downward. Curiously, why was there not even a hint of foul odor? His thoughts wandered, and the characteristic ferocity of a werewolf diminished considerably within him. Glenn analyzed incessantly, probing the area ahead like a blind man. Suddenly, he felt a small hand grasping his index finger, freezing his movements. After a moment of stillness, with no further actions from the small hand, Glenn attempted to detach it. A gentle squeeze revealed its identity. It was a discarded doll, likely abandoned by the townsfolk of Bayek long ago. Just as he intended to cast it aside, he found that no matter how hard he tried, the doll clung to his finger, refusing to let go. What was going on? Glenn attempted to pry it loose with his other hand, but a wave of profound sorrow transmitted through their contact infiltrated Glenn's mind. This object was alive. He brought the doll closer to his ear and was astonished to hear a voice, a little girl's voice. Please take me away from here. Glenn was momentarily stunned. The voice exuded an acute sense of helplessness and pity, reminiscent of a forsaken toddler, yearning for salvation. Ultimately, Glenn placed the doll upon the nape of his neck, reasoning that if it fell or was inadvertently harmed during his forthcoming endeavors to eradicate the malignancy, he could not be held accountable. He continued to explore this desolate place, yet encountered no living creature. His mind grew increasingly foggy, as if slumber could overtake him at any moment. Fortunately, Glenn possessed ample experience with sleepless nights and could endure the fatigue. At long last, he discovered a passage leading downwards and, without hesitation, slipped inside. The passage varied in width, accommodating his passage. A peculiar sound resonated ahead, reminiscent of something writhing in a rhythmic manner. Just as Glenn began to speculate, his body plummeted abruptly. With no handhold in sight, he felt as though he had been thrust into a void. As he braced himself for the impending impact, he found himself landing upon a massive, pulsating mass of flesh. The surface of this mass was adorned with complex, vein-like protrusions that emitted a crimson glow. It seems I have arrived at my destination. Glenn lowered his gaze to the fleshy mass beneath him, feeling its surprising firmness. At that moment, he felt as though he stood upon a living asteroid, with the edges of his vision engulfed by darkness, leaving only the curved silhouette of the mass visible. The pressing question emerged. How should one deal with this entity? Glenn mused aloud, contemplating the most straightforward approach, destroying the fleshy sphere. However, he pondered whether such an action would yield the desired outcome. Exercising caution, he opted to first explore the entirety of its surface. As he glided down the exterior of the mass, he was taken aback by the sight that awaited him below. There, on the ground beneath the fleshy orb, were a pair of remarkably animated human eyes, unblinking, fixated on Glenn as he descended. These eyes were enormous, their irises nearly as large as the mass itself. The sheer size of the eyes would not have surprised Glenn under ordinary circumstances, but their unsettling normality was disconcerting. They bore regular eyelashes, dark brown irises, and pupils as black as night, surrounded by sclera laced with blood vessels. This eerie semblance of normalcy elicited a visceral discomfort within Glenn, as if he stood upon the face of a giant. Yet, the surrounding terrain was unmistakably composed of rock and soil, not skin. Grasping the surface of the fleshy mass with his claws, Glenn managed to maintain his position without descending further. Locking eyes with the enormous orbs for what felt like an eternity. Two pairs of eyes blinked in unison, the silence punctuated only by the subtle movements of the mass. Eventually, Glenn, weary of the stalemate, decided to take action, prodding one of the glaring eyes with a swift jab. His steel claw plunged decisively into the massive orb. To his astonishment, he successfully pierced the eye, which attempted to close, but was thwarted as its eyelid was simultaneously punctured. Suddenly, the surroundings trembled violently, and a mournful sound emanated from the fleshy mass behind him. Before Glenn could turn to assess the situation, an overwhelming force propelled him away, shattering his third-tier werewolf form upon collision with a jagged rock wall. Enduring the excruciating pain akin to hell itself, Glenn immediately summoned his werewolf venom, allowing new limbs to sprout from his head and transforming into a fifth-tier werewolf. The fiery fangs manifested upon his newly formed hands, a testament to the bond with his essence. The earlier attack had been akin to a shockwave from the fleshy mass, its power astonishingly potent. A sense of impending danger washed over Glenn. It appeared he had inadvertently provoked something formidable. Before him, the blood vessels of the mass glowed with a bright red luminescence, gradually rising as countless filamentous structures emerged from below, glimmering with a metallic sheen. Peering closely, Glenn discerned what seemed to be a fragment of metal, inscribed with mysterious lettering. Upon a closer examination of the text, Glenn's eyes erupted with a startling explosion, as he once again encountered the harrowing sensation of having his eyeball punctured. Damn, not again. Glenn cursed inwardly, exerting all his strength to mend the damage to his eyes. In that very moment of vulnerability, countless filamentous entities swiftly penetrated his being, imbued with an unknown power that began to siphon his blood. Even the wolf's bane mixed within lost its vitality, becoming mere sustenance for the filament's master. This force exceeded Glenn's expectations once more. Despite his claws, forged from the essence of fiery fangs, attempting to sever those threads, not a single one could be cut. The disparity in power remained evident. Therefore, he resolved to ascend yet another level, transforming into a level 7 werewolf. A dense shroud of cursed black smoke enveloped him, and only then did the filaments sense the impending threat, retreating hastily from Glenn's body.